Lon Luo has bound himself to a technological salvation system, embarking on a journey to rescue the Yanhuang civilization across parallel universes. Initially, he persuades individuals outside of Huaxia to emigrate, and as he departs, he discreetly takes along a small sphere. He entices the global populace to venture into the arid star regions, traversing the cosmos with the Dragon Kingdom. Millennia later, fellow villagers encounter one another, with cannons facing off against blades and firearms. The inhabitants of Blue Star exclaim, "Where's my sphere? Where is that substantial little sphere of mine?" The Dragon Kingdom wonders, why is the little sphere here with us? Lon Luo responds, "Forgive me, but I have taken a little sphere with me." The Dragon Kingdom retorts, "The little sphere has been nurtured by us. We are raising the little sphere and its subordinate civilization." After thousands of years, upon meeting his fellow villagers from Blue Star, he observes a scene where warships and artillery are juxtaposed with swords and spears, devoid of temper. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System Father. Ding. Yanhuang bloodline detected. Binding system. Ding. Binding successful. In a dilapidated rental unit within the ancient capital of Central Huaxia, a young man springs up from his bed with a leap. "System? Is that truly you, father? Was it not stated that a system is essential for traversers?" "I'm not traversing at all." The young man, named Lan Luo, is 25 years old and stands at 181 centimeters tall, hailing from the northwest province of Long. After his parents suffered an unfortunate accident while transporting goods when he was 2, he was raised single-handedly by his grandmother until the age of 15, when she too succumbed to illness from her arduous labor. Lan Luo has always remembered his grandmother's admonitions. Through diligent labor and frugality, he persevered to complete high school, yet without anyone to shield him from life's tempests, he relinquished the prospect of attending university. His journey led him to the ancient capital of Central Huaxia, where he took up sales work. Ding! The system hesitated momentarily, likely unsure of how to elucidate matters to Lan Luo. Ding! This system is the Yanhuang Technological Salvation System, designated number 055. Due to the host possessing the Yanhuang bloodline and being utterly alone, devoid of attachments, you are an ideal candidate for this system selection. Lan Luo felt an urge to rebuke the system. He could not discern whether its assertion of his solitude and lack of attachments was sympathetic or mocking. "Please provide a detailed introduction of yourself, system," he inquired, addressing his most pressing concern. Ding! Relevant system information has been dispatched. Please review it thoroughly. In the rental unit, both the system and Lan Luo fell into silence, and approximately half an hour passed. Lon Luo completed his review of the system's information and grasped the functionalities of the system to which he was now bound. In summary, this Yanhuang Technological Salvation System is a divine-level artificial intelligence developed by the supreme Yanhuang civilization from a parallel universe. As they prepared to explore parallel universes, they received a distress signal from the descendants of Yanhuang from a more advanced world. Under pressure, and in light of the urgency of the situation, technological development progressed at an astonishing rate, swiftly reaching the standards necessary to enter the higher world. In haste, they transported all their citizens into the advanced realm. In the final moments, they left behind 81 systems to assist the descendants of Yanhuang in navigating the impending extinction crisis. The system contains technological data spanning civilization levels 1 to 9, and within its spatial confines lie various unique products and a mothership. This mothership, named Pangu, measures 36 kilometers in length, 24 kilometers in width, and ascends to a height of 15 kilometers. The internal space of the Pangu is measured in light years, encompassing an expanse of 9 by 5 by 3 light years. The interior resembles a hollow egg, divided into 3 layers of space. Within the central space, 72 massive continents are arranged in a 9-square grid formation, with every 8 continents grouped together. These 72 continents collectively form a larger rectangular 9-square grid. The universe where Lon Luo resides is the first parallel universe reached by System 055. System, I have comprehended the situation. What shall we do next? Lon Luo, filled with excitement, understood that his future life would undoubtedly be more vibrant and colorful. Host, according to system regulations, we shall now commence the plan to cultivate the host. Ding! This system is a divine intelligence developed by the Yanhuang civilization in a parallel universe. Please provide a name for System 055. Let us call you Nuwa. Lon Luo thought of the Pangu within the system space and directly named System 055 Nuwa. Ding! Nuwa acknowledges, initiating authority transfer. Ding! The highest authority of Pangu has been transferred. The highest authority holder is host Lon Luo. Nuwa, please alter your voice to a feminine tone. It seems somewhat incongruous with your name. From now on, refer to me as boss. Upon hearing Nuwa's male voice, Lon Luo felt a peculiar discomfort. Ding, Nuo acknowledges. A classic queenly voice resonated within Lan Luo's mind. Although he recognized that Nuo was a divine intelligence, devoid of any emotion, he still found it slightly unsettling. The Yanhuang civilization had encountered considerable controversy during the development of artificial intelligence. Some argued for the creation of emotional and creative intelligences, while many opposed this, fearing a mechanical crisis. Such debates ceased after being astounded by the words of a genius scientist. We, as humans, require intelligent beings to assist us, not to create life. What we need are intelligent helpers, not intelligent adversaries with their own thoughts. If the artificial intelligence you create can assist you, but possesses thoughts, emotions, and its own ideas, even creativity, then it is not artificial intelligence. It is intelligent life. From that point onward, the intelligences of the Yanhuang civilization embarked on the correct path, evolving from basic to advanced, to superior, and finally to divine-level intelligence. They firmly adhered to the principle that their purpose was to aid humanity in solving problems, entirely disregarding whether they possessed emotions or permitted the creation of intelligent life. Lon Luo understood that meticulous planning was essential to successfully accomplish his tasks and experience the diverse vistas of various universes. Through communication with Nuo, he began to outline his strategy. First, he would complete the system's cultivation plan for himself, then prepare to scan for parallel universes facing crises. The following morning, upon rising, Lan Luo's first action was to greet Nuo. Nuo, good morning. Boss, good morning. Confirming that he was not ensnared in a dream, Lan Luo, adhering to the plan devised the previous night, dialed the manager's number. Hello, Lan Luo. What brings you to the company so early? His manager, Wang Yu, promptly answered the call. Wang Yu had arrived at the company even earlier than Lan Luo, who had initially followed him to acclimatize to the sales operations. Brother Yu, I intend to resign. 5 minutes later, Lan Luo successfully terminated his employment and ended the call. Lan Luo's company was a modest establishment, and there were no formalities or handover procedures associated with his resignation. The entire company comprised around 20 individuals, predominantly sales personnel. Many employees would resign simply by announcing their departure at the end of the month, never to be seen again. He was now eager to swiftly complete his training program and embark on interstellar voyages or even traverse parallel universes. After hanging up, Lan Luo prepared to return to Long Province to pay his respects to his parents and grandparents. Following breakfast, Lan Luo tidied his rented accommodation. He retrieved his mobile phone to book a high-speed train ticket, carefully storing some essential items in his system space. Subsequently, he called his landlord to terminate the lease and hurriedly made his way to the train station. Gazing at the scenery retreating outside the train, Lan Luo contemplated that perhaps in the future he would behold the vistas of parallel universes. He understood that once he traversed into a parallel universe, it would be exceedingly difficult to find the time to return. Upon arriving in Long Province, he returned to his ancestral home in the village and undertook some cleaning. After paying his respects to his parents and grandparents, he hurriedly set off for the provincial capital of Long Province, as he needed to procure some essential supplies to fulfill the training regimen mandated by the system. Chapter 2. Preparations in full swing. 5 days have elapsed, during which Lan Luo traversed various supermarkets, grain and oil stores, and seed shops. He engaged in small-scale purchases, subsequently storing the items in the system's spatial realm in secluded areas devoid of human presence and surveillance cameras. Each night, he would seek refuge in a hotel, resting in the confines of the Suzhou Hotel, where he meticulously calculated his amassed supplies. Today, in a rented warehouse on the outskirts, he acquired an assortment of essential goods, including meats, flour, rice, seeds, and fruits. The Nuo system's spatial realm suspends time, ensuring that vegetables, fruits, and meats remain unspoiled and free from decay. His stock of 15 daedalus had been entirely consumed, confirming that his provisions were adequately prepared. Lan Luo posted a message on WeChat. This account is no longer in use. I have switched to a new one. The following day, Lan Luo journeyed to a small county near the Chilean Mountains in Long Province. He had spent 3 days in the Chilean Mountains, reaching a desolate area devoid of human habitation. Nuo, this should suffice, correct? He pondered at the entrance of a cave. Boss, this location meets all requirements. Shall I release the excavators? Nuo released 2 excavators. Once Lan Luo entered the cave, he instructed Nuo to commence their operations. Success was achieved in the deployment. Instantly, 2 humanoid excavators materialized within the cave. Indeed, they were humanoid in form, primarily functioning through spatial technology and compact excavation tools. Nuo, direct the excavators to begin their work and swiftly unearth a space suitable for establishing a base station. Understood, boss. With a soft hum, The excavators initiated their downward excavation. In a mere 3 days, within a vast subterranean expanse 5 kilometers below the surface, Lon Luo gazed upon the completed base station with immense satisfaction. The base station encompassed a colossal space measuring 500 meters by 100 meters by 20 meters. At the opposite end of the base station lay a tunnel extending 50 kilometers in length, 10 meters in width, and 6 meters in height. In the subsequent phase, merely excavating an additional 20 meters would reveal an exit, permitting vehicular access to the base station. Within the innermost chamber of the base station, an expansive screen dominated the wall, resembling a unique mirror. This was a device Lon Luo had retained, capable of intercosmic communication. Nuwa, it is time for us to depart. Certainly, boss, Nuwa promptly affirmed. Upon exiting the spatial realm, Lon Luo summoned 3 mechanical constructs to thoroughly seal the exit with construction materials and backfilled the tunnel that had been excavated. Nuwa conjured a fully cloaked aircraft 3 meters from the cave entrance. Once Lon Luo entered the aircraft, it became entirely transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight. He instructed Nuwa to pilot the aircraft, which gracefully ascended from the cave and soared into the heavens. In a matter of seconds, Lon Luo found himself in the high orbital expanse of Earth, captivated by the sight of the azure planet. He gazed in rapture for half an hour before reluctantly issuing new orders to Nuwa. Let us proceed, as planned, to the rear of Jupiter. The fully cloaked aircraft swiftly accelerated, leaving no trace of its passage, nor did it emit any disturbances. Approximately 2 minutes later, the aircraft came to a halt behind Jupiter, obscuring it from Earth's view. Nuwa deployed the Pangu, activating its full concealment. Lon Luo promptly commanded the launch of the Pangu-class mothership. The deployment was successful, and full-phase invisibility was engaged. Suddenly, behind Jupiter emerged a super battleship measuring 36 kilometers in length, with an oval form that appeared to be crafted by nature itself. Its surface extraordinarily smooth. It was evident that the technological prowess of this mothership had reached a level of effortless sophistication. Connection to the Pangu has been established. Please authorize the aircraft's entry. Ding. I am the Pangu's Supreme Intelligence, Civilization ID 9527, confirming that the highest authority belongs to the descendants of Yin and Huang. From now on, I shall call you Fushi. Refer to me as boss, and authorize the aircraft's entry into the Pangu. Communicate in a manner akin to Nuwa. In addressing his artificial assistant, Lon Luo promptly renamed the Pangu's intelligence to Fushi. Understood, boss. Suddenly, before the aircraft Lon Luo occupied, a circular light curtain resembling a water screen materialized. Under Nuwa's guidance, the aircraft glided into the light curtain and vanished in an instant. Within the Pangu's interior, a small aircraft, Lon Luo's, unexpectedly appeared above a metallic platform in the core space of the mothership. Boss, this is the Pangu mothership's core space. Located at the top front of the vessel, separate from the 3 super spaces within the mothership. Nuwa elaborated on the various functions of the core space. Nuwa, proceed to the control room and prepare documentation on the Pangu. Boss, please authorize Nuwa to access the Pangu system. As Lon Luo's personal intelligent assistant, Nuwa required the consent of the Pangu's highest authority to connect to its system platform. If Lon Luo were not the highest authority, Nuwa would have been unable to access the Pangu system unless granted permission. Even with approval, Nuwa would only possess the lowest level of access. However, as Lon Luo's personal intelligent assistant, she now had A-level access. A-level access allows for the review of all Pangu documentation, including military technology, and the utilization of civilian intelligent machinery. B-level access permits the examination of civilian documentation, including civilian technology, and the use of civilian machinery. C-level access provides the ability to view civilian documentation, excluding civilian technology, while enabling the use of civilian intelligent machinery. D-level access restricts the user to viewing lifestyle documentation and utilizing civilian intelligent machinery. Special access pertains to military personnel encoded within the Pangu system, allowing the use of corresponding military machinery. The remaining S-level and SS-level accesses build upon A-level access, incorporating corresponding special privileges. Seated in a sci-fi-inspired oval chair within the core control room, Lon Luo observed the Pangu's documentation materializing before him. He devoted nearly 4 hours to gleaning insights into the Pangu's primary functions and data. With this newfound understanding, Lon Luo was now fully prepared to execute the forthcoming plans with Nuwa. The Pangu's 3-tiered structure comprised a residential area in the middle, a planting and storage backup area above, and a super factory and material storage area below. The upper space contained 36 continents, each measuring 5 million kilometers in length and 3.6 million kilometers in width. The vast distances between these continents rendered them seemingly insignificant when viewed from the edges, much like the 36 moons scattered throughout the solar system. Chapter 3. Cultivation plans underway. The 36 continents in the upper space were meticulously modified to replicate Earth's environmental conditions, complete with an atmosphere, sunlight, rivers, and oceans. Regrettably, only plant life flourished, devoid of any animal presence. Nuwa informed Lon Luo that once the cultivation of plants was completed, the Mothership initiated spatial freezing and temporal stasis. The breeding and propagation of animals would be his responsibility to establish an ecological balance. Within the Pangu spacecraft, 3 stars were strategically positioned by the parallel universe's Yanhuang civilization, with each layer housing 1 star. Utilizing advanced spatial folding technology, every location basked in radiant sunlight, ensuring ample illumination throughout the space. Lan Luo instructed Nuwa and Fuxi to select a continent in the upper space, where they sowed various seeds he had brought from Earth, thus securing the development of logistics. Lan Luo then entered a chamber to commence Nuwa's training regimen for him. "Boss, are you prepared? Does it hurt?" Lan Luo inquired. A slight discomfort, accompanied by a sense of fatigue, came the response. "Proceed with the injection. It is merely a minor ache." Reclining in a cerulean nutrient pod, he awaited Nuwa's manipulation to inject the gene optimization fluid. Upon the fluid's introduction into his body, Lon Luo experienced a brief pang of pain before swiftly slipping into a profound slumber. As he was receiving the divine-level gene optimization fluid, there was no need for the injection of the 19th level optimization fluid. This divine fluid would enhance his cerebral capacity. Current scientists predict that the maximum development of a human brain can reach up to 70 to 80. With the divine optimization fluid, Lon Luo's cerebral development could attain at least 60, contingent on individual circumstances. Other bodily attributes, such as strength, constitution, and speed, would see an approximate 10-fold enhancement, with the most significant benefit being a breakthrough in lifespan limitations. The first-level optimization fluid could double physical resilience, allowing lifespan to extend to 300 years. Each subsequent level of the gene optimization fluid multiplies lifespan by 10, with sufficient longevity. Sentient beings could explore the vast expanses of the universe. According to Nuwa's records, many civilizations with diminished potential stagnated at the pivotal transition from 3rd to 4th level civilizations for millions, even tens of millions of years. Not to mention, civilizations stuck at the 6th level striving for 7th level status could remain halted for over 1 billion years. "Nuwa, how long have I slept?" Lon Luo gradually awakened in the nutrient pod and promptly inquired about the duration of his slumber. "Boss, your deep sleep lasted for 72 hours. "What? 3 days and nights?" "Indeed, boss, as you directly injected the divine-level gene optimization fluid. The optimization of your genes is more thorough, requiring a longer duration," Nuwa quickly clarified for him. "Please check the effects of the gene optimization fluid I received," Lon Luo expressed with anticipation. Despite having some prior knowledge, he could not suppress his inner joy. "Please wait a moment, boss." Nuwa immediately conducted a thorough examination. "Boss, your physical attributes have improved tenfold. Cerebral development stands at 65, and your lifespan has increased significantly. In terms of cosmic standards, you are effectively immortal." Upon hearing this, Lon Luo fell silent, realizing the truth of the divine civilization, which could traverse parallel universes. Even the Yanhuang civilization, where Nuwa resided, had achieved a technological ascension, advancing to higher worlds and dimensions. Next, you will need to connect to the virtual world, where you will learn all the knowledge of civilizations from level 1 to level 3. This will take 6 months in reality, but with accelerated cognition. You will experience 20 years of learning. Nuwa outlined Lon Luo's forthcoming tasks. "Nuwa, are you suggesting that I spend 6 months in reality while experiencing 20 years in the virtual world?" Lon Luo asked in astonishment. "Indeed, boss." "Well then, let us begin swiftly," Lon Luo urged Nuwa with great enthusiasm. He had always regretted missing the opportunity to attend university due to financial constraints after graduating high school. "All right, please engage in physical activity for 3 hours, and then we can connect to the virtual world. I will guide you through your learning in the virtual realm," Nuwa instructed. After leaving the nutrient pod, Lon Luo exercised in the core space for over 2 hours before indulging in a hearty meal and eagerly lying down in the virtual pod. Inside the pod, it was similarly filled with a specialized nutrient solution to ensure Lon Luo's nutritional needs were met during the forthcoming 6 months. Once immersed in the virtual world, His body entered a state of cryostasis to prevent any metabolic disruptions. Over the course of nearly 20 years, Lon Luo diligently studied and practiced, gradually mastering the technological knowledge of the 13th civilization, achieving a profound understanding and mastery of it. In a virtual classroom, Nua's systematic voice resonated in his ears, elucidating the concepts of the 13th civilization. The classification of civilization levels is based on technological advancement and understanding of the universe. A first-level civilization can harness all the energy of its home planet, while a second-level civilization can wield the power of its stellar system. A third-level civilization, in contrast, can exploit the resources of an entire galaxy. Nuo displayed a series of images, meticulously explaining the characteristics and technological capabilities of each civilization tier. In the core space of the Pangu spacecraft, Lon Luo rose from the virtual pod, swiftly cleaned up, and proceeded to the control room. Nuo, is it time to scan the universe for missions? He asked curiously. Boss, next, I will impart the methods and understanding of utilizing technology from the 49th civilization. Why not directly implant the knowledge? Lon Luo pondered, confused about the preference for method over direct knowledge transfer. Boss, the accumulation of knowledge requires a gradual process. In the divine Yanhuang civilization, all descendants are well-versed in the knowledge of the 16th civilization. However, technologies beyond the 7th level involve space and time, necessitating innate talent for true comprehension. In the Yanhuang civilization, everyone is trained to utilize the technologies of the 79th civilization. Naturally, those with talent are capable of mastering all knowledge, Nuo explained based on her records. I see, but why not directly impart all the knowledge of the 13th level? Lon Luo reflected on the arduous journey of learning in the virtual realm. Boss, knowledge only becomes truly yours once you grasp it yourself. Even if it were implanted, it would merely reside in your mind. Understanding is a separate matter altogether. In the Yanhuang civilization, all children are exposed to the knowledge of the 16th civilization upon entering school at the age of 10. Nevertheless, they still must engage in study to genuinely master this knowledge, akin to Earth, where examinations determine each child's true comprehension. Now I understand, Lon Luo acknowledged, realizing the truth in Nuo's words. Some things cannot be obtained through the hands of others. Chapter 4, Astonishing. The Panda, actually, after being instructed on the methods of utilizing 49th level technological products, Lon Luo was left astounded. Not only did it evoke a sense of reverence for the universe, but it also intensified his yearning for advanced civilizations. Half a year swiftly passed. Lon Luo had been away from Earth for a year, and fortunately, his social circle was quite small. His disappearance for 6 months went unnoticed, and as for his girlfriend, it was a tale of sorrow. After a year, in conjunction with the accelerated time in the virtual world, Lon Luo finally completed Nuo's training program for him. Nuo, begin scanning the parallel universe experiencing a crisis. Understood, boss. Connecting to the Pangu spacecraft and initiating the connection. Activating the divine level scanner. Authorization in progress. Authorization complete. Following the prescribed protocol, Nuo commenced the scanning process, and waves of spatial fluctuations surged through the Pangu spacecraft. Ding! No crisis universe has been detected. What is the matter with Nuo? Blue Luo inquired, perplexed. Boss, this is indeed a good sign. It indicates that within the temporal and spatial realms we have explored, the descendants of the Yin and Huang in the parallel universe have not encountered any crises, Nuo elucidated. Ah, yes, the absence of crisis is certainly preferable. Blue Luo responded somewhat ambiguously, his expression revealing a deep longing to explore the parallel universe. Do not fret, boss. If other systems detect a crisis universe and are pressed for time to address it, we will have the opportunity to embark on a mission, Nuo reassured him. Indeed, I almost forgot, there are a total of 81 systems. However, Nuo, can you establish contact with the other systems? Yes, boss, I can make contact, but only if we have coordinates. Then we could traverse through, Nuo succinctly explained, finally calming Blue Luo's restless heart. Understood. Then let us return to Earth's orbit. Fuxi, navigate the Pangu to Earth's orbit, ensuring full stealth throughout the journey. Blue Luo intended to seize this opportunity to collect as many specimens of Earth's flora and fauna as possible, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. As the nature of the impending crisis was uncertain, be it an apocalypse, famine, or even an alien invasion, it was prudent to be prepared. Understood, boss. Fuxi skillfully maneuvered the Pangu towards Earth at an astonishing speed. Upon nearing Earth, the Panga docked at a high orbit distance from the planet. Nuo took command of a 300-meter long stealth transport vessel, quietly descending towards Earth. Blue Luo, aboard the transport ship, hovered silently 50 meters above the African savanna, gazing down at the herds of wildebeest and antelopes below. Nuwa. Once night falls, commence the capture. Target the massive herds of herbivores, wildebeests, and antelopes, capturing 100 pairs of each from various locations to avoid detection. Understood. I will initiate the scanning plan to identify the habitats of various animals, ensuring their capture occurs separately at night, Nuwa responded. Additionally, do not capture any species with populations below 500, Blue Luo added. Certainly, boss. As dusk settled, a few wildebeests at the edge of the herd began to ruminate. Suddenly, several male wildebeests vanished from sight. In the transport ship, Blue Luo awoke on a soft bed, stretched luxuriously, and proceeded to wash up. Returning to the command room of the warship, he perused various news events from Earth. Nuwa, have the captures been completed? Blue Luo was keenly focused on his plans. Boss, everything has been accomplished, Nuwa replied. Excellent. Over the next 3 days, we shall aim to capture globally, adhering to the same rule of not capturing any species with populations below 500. Last night was merely a preliminary trial. The next 3 days will be dedicated to restoring the ecological balance of the upper continent aboard the Pangu. Rest assured, I have calculated the required flora and fauna. The plan has been sent to your tablet for your review. Instantly invigorated, Blue Luo acknowledged, I will check it shortly. Although he verbally stated he would do so later, he had already activated the virtual tablet and began to scrutinize the details with rapt attention. Bees, yes, and ants. There are various species of tuna and lobsters as well. Splendid. White-limbed wildebeests are included. Very good. Siberian tigers. Thank goodness, just 10 pairs planned. Lions, elephants, goodness. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a blind spot. Aha! Doesn't this mean that in the future, I can acquire national treasures at will? No, calm down, calm down. I must accelerate their reproduction through time manipulation, so that in the future, we have one for each person. The thought of nurturing pandas had crossed Blue Luo's mind countless times, and his hands instinctively fidgeted in anticipation. 3 days slipped by quietly as Blue Luo and Nuwa tirelessly navigated the transport ship back and forth between the Pangu and Earth. Upon encountering 30 pairs of wild giant pandas, he immediately directed Fuxi to employ intelligent machinery to transport the national treasures to a solitary island on the upper continent. Though termed an island, it was more akin to a continent in size, spanning an area of 50 million square kilometers. Simultaneously, he dispatched 10,000 advanced care robots to inhabit that island. Fuxi, can we activate time acceleration exclusively for the island? Blue Luo inquired nervously. Yes, boss. And the care robots can operate continuously for 3,000 years. Fuxi promptly responded, well aware of the panda's significance as a cherished treasure of the Yin and Huang lineage. Excellent. Let us proceed. From now on, this land shall be known as Qiyu Continent, and the island shall be referred to as National Treasure Island. Inspired by a meme from the internet, Blue Luo decided to name the continent accordingly. Understood, boss. The names Qiyu Continent and National Treasure Island have been synchronized to the database. Fuxi promptly updated the database for Blue Luo's convenience. By the way, the 36 continents remain unnamed. Let us designate the currently activated continent as the origin continent. Blue Luo reflected on the present situation, realizing only 2 out of 36 continents have been activated, and decided to name the continent initially intended for agriculture as well. Now, the priority was to enhance the ecology of the origin continent. The ecosystem of Qiyu Continent would have to be managed by intelligent machinery for the time being, as the population of animals was still insufficient. The remaining 34 continents remained in a state of spatial stasis, with time frozen. By the way, Fuxi, what is the current storage status of staple foods and vegetables? Blue Luo suddenly remembered the various crops planted on the origin continent. Boss, during the year of your cultivation plan, with time acceleration in effect, the current storage level can sustain 100 billion individuals for 500 years, Fuxi reported. Well done. Blue Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fuxi, initiate time acceleration on the origin continent, prioritizing the increase of herbivore populations while temporarily confining carnivores. Understood, boss. Blue Luo and Nuwa's strategy involved not introducing carnivores just yet, lest the scarce herbivore population be decimated before they had a chance to reproduce. Across the origin continent, various herbivores had begun to stir, and some insects had also made their homes there. Chapter 5, Resources. 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 On the northern grasslands of Huaxia, Blue Luo was engaged in a heated debate with a herdsman. Uncle Batul, 800 yuan per sheep, regardless of size. I want 500. Blue Luo's opening statement reeked of extravagance. "Mr. Blue, there are only 400 left. I need some for breeding," Uncle Batul lamented, wishing he could reclaim the sheep he previously sold at an average price of just over 600 yuan each. "How about this, Uncle Batul? I'll give you 830 for each sheep. Please inquire around the grassland, and if you find any, give me a call." Uncle Batul agreed, realizing he could negotiate a price of 750, earning a handsome commission. The next day, Blue Luo received a call from Batul and had no choice but to bring along 6 humanoid robots. After paying over 400,000 yuan in full, Blue Luo and the robots herded the sheep to a secluded area to rest. As night fell, Blue Luo, the robots, and the 500 sheep vanished from sight. In a similar vein, Lon Luo dedicated 3 days to traversing the globe, acquiring various livestock. When funds fell short, he resorted to selling gold abroad. As a substantial number of animals were transferred aboard the Pangu, Lon Luo returned to the vessel. Fuxi, the livestock, was corralled on the farms of the origin continent, and carnivorous creatures were also released onto the continent. Stealthy surveillance drones were deployed to monitor the area around the clock, promptly delivering live livestock for the predators to hunt, followed by the activation of time acceleration. "Understood, boss," Fuxi promptly acknowledged and set to work. "Nuwa, have you made contact with other systems? Is there a task universe available?" "Lan Luo in Gui." "Boss, I have contacted them. Currently, there is none," Nuwa replied, glancing at the messages in the system group. "Are we merely to wait like this? By the way, Nuwa, what level of equipment can the factories in the lower space produce?" Lon Luo recalled his curiosity about the lower space that he had yet to explore. "Boss, the lower space can manufacture all equipment up to level 19. Nuwa recited in response to his inquiry. "And what about production materials? If we were to build battleships of level 3 civilization, how many large vessels could we produce?" Nuwa searched the database and provided the answer: 20 large battleships. "That seems rather insufficient. How can resources be so scant?" Lon Luo felt the resources were inadequate, pondering that such a small fleet would hardly suffice in the event of interstellar warfare. "Boss, you can exploit resources from this universe for reserves. Currently, the lower space contains resources from only one ordinary star system," Nuwa suggested, urging Lon Luo to gather more resources. "If the mission target is a level 1 civilization, we can only unlock the permissions for a level 3 civilization at most, so it's prudent to stockpile resources in advance." "Very well, prepare for resource extraction tomorrow." The following day, after rising, Lon Luo proceeded to the core space control room. "Fuxi, take control of the Panda Mothership and head to the Canis Major System for resource extraction," Lon Luo commanded, casting a glance at Earth. The Panda Mothership swiftly departed from Earth, activating a spatial jump near Jupiter, making its way towards the Canis Major System. After 5 days, the Panga finally arrived at the Canis Major System. Fuxi began scanning the surrounding stellar systems for suitable resource planets. Soon, Fuxi discovered a planetary system rich in rare minerals. Without hesitation, Lon Luo ordered the deployment of a mining robotic fleet to the various planets of the system. Upon arrival at their designated planets, the intelligent machinery immediately commenced their arduous tasks. Utilizing advanced mining equipment, they delved into the underground to extract precious minerals. Concurrently, the space factory began operations, processing the harvested minerals into various useful materials. These resources were then transported back to the lowest tier of the Pangu for storage. Remarkably, the entire planetary system was depleted of resources within just 7 days. However, in the grand scheme of the universe, this bounty was but a mere drop in the ocean. Lon Luo continued to extract resources from other planets as the Panga's teleportation gates opened, unleashing 12 mining fleets. Each fleet was equipped for mining, smelting, and transportation, and the intelligent machines quickly set to work in the new star systems. In merely 12 days, resources from 12 planetary systems were completely exhausted. Over the subsequent 20 days, the Pangu extracted resources from over 20 planetary systems. Lon Luo felt that the resources were barely sufficient, suppressing his curiosity to explore the life planets and refraining from such expeditions. Fuxi returned to the solar system and established an underground base on Ceres, Lon Luo commanded, issuing a return directive. The Pangu engaged in rapid spatial jumps, returning to the solar system after 5 days. Under the control of Nuwa and Fuxi, a base was established 1 kilometer beneath the surface of Ceres. Lon Luo transferred all level 3 civilization technologies to this base before directing the Panga back to Earth, where it docked in the space between the Earth and the Moon. Seated upon a futuristic sofa, Lon Luo perused the latest news topics. A shocking headline caught his eye. In the Sichuan and Qin regions, the Wildlife Management Bureau deployed 300 personnel into the wilderness for 10 consecutive days, solely for. Accompanied by an image of a panda snatching bamboo, the article exuded a curious allure. The official personnel had discovered that the surveillance cameras monitoring the giant pandas had not captured footage of the national treasure for several days, prompting a search in the wild. However, after 10 days of searching, no recorded national treasures were sighted, leading to suspicions of poachers. Consequently, efforts to combat poaching intensified, and the public was called upon to assist in locating and rescuing the missing national treasures. Lon Luo, the awkward poacher of the national treasures, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Fushi, provide a report on the situations in the upper space, the origin continent, and the Qiyu continent, Lon Luo requested, curious about the number of national treasures after the time acceleration. Boss, the origin continent has, after the time acceleration, fully developed a mature biosphere and a complete food chain. The time acceleration has since been halted, and the meat storage can sustain 100 billion humans for 5,000 years. Meanwhile, the agricultural produce can feed 100 billion humans for 50,000 years. The Qiyu continent has also begun transferring flora and fauna from the origin continent, albeit without time acceleration. The time-space energy stored in the Pangu has now been reduced by 30. However, on the national treasure island of the Qiyu continent, the number of national treasures remains around 5 million due to the time acceleration. The initial 30 national treasures have been relocated off the island, having not undergone time acceleration, and currently live quite comfortably. After delivering a formatted report, Fushi awaited Lon Luo's next command. Understood. Fushi, can the time-space energy be replenished? Lon Luo felt somewhat reckless for utilizing time-space energy for acceleration. Yes, it can be replenished. The Pangu can extract time-space energy from the surrounding space. It can replenish 10 units of time-space energy every 100 years. Chapter 6, Discovery of the Task Universe. Lon Luo learned that each traversal through a parallel universe required approximately 10 units of time-space energy. With only 70 units remaining, he could only traverse 7 times. Fortunately, the Pangu's journey through the cosmos consumed no time-space energy, relying solely on spatial energy and antimatter. Lon Luo used the teleportation gate to arrive at the national treasure island of the Qiyu continent. After spending half an hour playfully interacting with the national treasures, he returned to the core space, thoroughly satisfied. Yanhuang calculated how many national treasures could be accommodated in suitable habitats within Huaxia. Boss, we can house 4,000. Beyond that, the survival pressure on the national treasures would increase significantly. Yanhuang provided the data through her calculations. Very well. Let us return the initial 30 pandas to their original home tonight. As night fell, the 30 national treasures returned to their original habitat. The following day, an avalanche of news and rumors erupted. Internet users were unaware that their astonishment was yet to come. A week later, when 4,000 national treasures appeared across various locations, the nation went into a frenzy, becoming the world's largest unsolved mystery. Ignoring the uproar among netizens, Lon Luo spent over a month establishing a small base on the moon. All information pertaining to the first-level civilization has been deposited within this base. Additionally, a base has been established on Mars, housing the complete repository of second-level civilization data. The lunar base, Martian base, and a more distant base on Ceres are all designed for prolonged habitation. Thus, through a series of meticulous endeavors, Lon Luo has spent another 6 months. Yanhuang has commenced the search for mission universes. In the core space control chamber of the Pangu, Lon Luo, brimming with anticipation, issued a command. Beep, beep, a crisis universe has been detected, temporal and spatial coordinates confirmed. Ding, coordinates have been verified, the mission is officially initiated. Beep, mission number ZJ-100369. Please have Pangu's intelligence verify the mission details. A flurry of urgent beeping sounds echoed as Yanhuang's mechanical voice reported the task. Ding, Fushi has confirmed the mission details. The mission number is correct. Beep, commence execution of the rescue plan. Fushi's voice mirrored the mechanical tone. Ding, level 49 technology data has been secured. Level 49 civilization equipment has been relocated and stored in the warehouse space. Ding, the highest authority of Pangu allows for the reservation of 3 small to medium-sized warships of level 9 civilization, along with certain specialized technological devices. Ding, the 3rd tier of Pangu's space is now locked. No one aside from the highest authority, Lon Luo, may enter. Access to the mid-tier and lower-tier spaces is granted solely for mission objectives, With only level 13 civilization factories remaining, all other factories have been relocated to the warehouse space. Ding! The teleportation function of Pangu remains unrestricted. Although Lon Luo had previously gleaned this information from Yua's data, the thought of not being able to freely utilize level 49 warships filled him with trepidation. Boss, the mission has finally arrived, Yua's simulated voice exclaimed with feigned excitement. Yua, transmit the prepared information to the Huaxia authorities. Fushi, conduct checks according to the procedures for traversing parallel universes. Understood. Meanwhile, the Huaxia National Security Bureau and the Northwestern War Zone received an email. Even on the desk of the highest elder, 2 physical documents silently appeared, awaiting the elder's return for review. Half an hour later, at the foot of a towering mountain in the Chilean mountains of northwestern Huaxia, a soldier from a reconnaissance battalion confirmed the coordinates, stating, "This is indeed the location," matching the photograph sent by the brigade commander. The battalion commander, speaking to a rugged, dark-skinned middle-aged man, muttered, "What in the world is this task? I'm still completely in the dark." Just then, a communications soldier rushed over, handing the battalion commander a satellite phone. "Commander, it's a secure line from the brigade." "Hello, I am Li Wei, the battalion commander of the 869th Combined Brigade." "Li Wei, stop with the chatter and immediately excavate 25 meters straight down at the marked location in the image." "Commander, there's nothing here. Are we digging a secret air raid shelter?" "No nonsense. Just dig a passage suitable for 23 individuals. If you encounter anything unusual, report it immediately and maintain confidentiality. Execute the order." "Yes, we will ensure the task is completed." After hanging up, Li Wei promptly summoned equipment to commence excavation. In another location, a scene of alarm unfolded as they received a list containing the names of over 10,000 individuals. Each name was accompanied by detailed descriptions, including when and where they underwent training, when they entered the country, and where they had stolen information, all meticulously cataloged. "Xiao Zhang, have you verified the authenticity of the list?" "Director, the probability of the list's authenticity is over 90. Some individuals on the list are already under our surveillance, and their experiences align perfectly with the descriptions provided." "Xiao Zhang, proceed to verify the remaining individuals swiftly, and once confirmed, initiate covert surveillance." After Xiao Zhang exited, the director sighed. The calm before the storm. Nevertheless, it is better to eliminate the threat sooner rather than later for the sake of stability. Meanwhile, the highest elder not only received the list, but also the coordinates of the Chilean mountains base, along with a letter from Lan Luo. In the shadowy void between the solar system and the Centauri system, the Pangu lay quietly anchored. After completing the procedural checks, Lon Luo directed Fushi to control the Pangu as they jumped to this location. Fushi, transmit a lengthy, patterned electromagnetic signal to Earth, one that cannot be deciphered. Lon Luo relished the mischievous notion, wishing to instill a sense of pressure upon humanity on Earth. "Understood, boss." In merely 2 seconds, Fushi accomplished the task assigned by Lon Luo. As the appointed time drew nearer, an inexplicable tension began to mount within Lon Luo. "Fushi, initiate the traversal." As the time arrived, Lon Luo commanded without hesitation. Boom! Lon Luo felt as though the Pangu had shattered something, a slight tremor coursing through. The Panga breached the temporal barrier, entering the realm of time and space. Observing the area enveloped in a vibrant, multicolored halo, Lon Luo was struck by a sensation akin to seasickness, yet he refrained from revealing his discomfort. "Yua, how long until we can pinpoint the anchor point of the mission universe? If we are unable to locate the parallel universe anchor point for an extended period, Yua and I may become lost in the fabric of time." "Boss, it will take approximately 3 days to ascertain the temporal anchor point." "Very well, Yua. I shall take a moment to rest. Please inform me promptly of any developments." Reluctantly, Lon Luo abandoned the notion of remaining in the control room, for continuous gazing at the enchanting multicolored halo threatened to induce a state of cosmic nausea. The Pangu drifted solitary through the expanse of time and space. Suddenly, Yua's voice echoed in his mind. "Boss, we have located the temporal anchor point." "Excellent. Notify Fushi to enter immediately." Boom! Another wave of slight tremor resonated. Chapter 7. The solar explosion deceives global immigration. Prepare to steal blue star. Ding! We have arrived at the mission universe, with 6,015 units of temporal energy remaining. Fushi informed Lon Luo that they had reached the mission universe. "Yua, cooperate with Fushi to establish our coordinates and mission coordinates." Lon Luo wasted no time and entered work mode. "Boss, the Pangu is situated in the void between the Orion Arm and the galactic center of the Milky Way. The mission objective lies within the Orion-armed Nuwa, promptly scanned and reported the data. Fuxi, initiate the jump and anchor just outside the planetary system containing the mission objective. Lan Luo subsequently issued new orders. At the edge of the parallel universe's solar system, in the dark void, a warship suddenly materialized. The Pangu remains cloaked at all times. Thus, this magnificent sight went undetected. Nuwa began gathering information and analyzing the target crisis. Upon reaching the edge of the solar system, Lon Luo anxiously sought to comprehend the situation. Indeed, the mission universe belonged to a parallel universe, and thus the planetary system was also referred to as the solar system. Within the solar system, the position of the third planet was unmistakably marked by a blue planet inhabited by intelligent life forms known as humans. This planet is referred to by humanity as Blue Star, and its current historical trajectory closely mirrors that of Earth. However, Blue Star's technology is approximately a decade ahead of that of Earth. The only superpower in the east of Blue Star, Longguo, is the homeland of the descendants of Yin and Huang. The factions on the Blue Star are divided into 6 major powers: the Great Bear Alliance, the Nordic Union, the Black Continent Federation, the American Coalition, the Asian Super Alliance, and the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Bear Alliance comprises the northern neighbors of the Dragon Kingdom and several Central Asian countries, united for mutual benefit. The Nordic Union consists of European nations alongside some Central Asian countries. The Black Continent Federation is formed by nations from the Black Continent, along with several countries from Central and South Asia. The American Coalition is a consortium that consolidates the interests of nations across North and South America. Lastly, the Asian Super Alliance is naturally an assemblage of Southeast Asian nations, along with nations such as Japan and South Korea. Through its unity and diligence, the Dragon Kingdom has emerged as the sole superpower on Blue Star, distinct from any alliance. At this juncture, discussions concerning the apocalypse have permeated the entire internet. Family, have you heard? According to whispers from the Academy of Sciences, our sun is set to explode in 6 years. My aunt's son's uncle, who happens to be a colleague of someone at the Academy, revealed that this information may indeed hold truth, one user proclaimed. Another responded, "Dear siblings upstairs, please refrain from spreading alarm. I just finished paying off my mortgage." While sympathizing with the concerns of others, they cautioned against undue anxiety, suggesting that this is merely another fabrication from doomsayers. Yet another user chimed in, "I assure you, based on my 40 years of singleness, this news is undoubtedly true. Family, cherish your time with loved ones." Wang Jieshi exclaimed, "I have a girlfriend. You should rely on yourself for assurances. Let us settle this on the playground." The online community fervently debated the likelihood of the sun's explosion, their hearts heavy with anxiety and trepidation. Meanwhile, aboard the Pangu spacecraft at the edge of the solar system, a report was delivered. "Boss, the danger level of our current mission objective has been classified as S rank." Nuwa spoke gravely. "S rank?" Lano exclaimed in astonishment. "What exactly is happening?" He hastily inquired. "According to the information we have gathered, the sun is predicted to explode in 1015, with a magnitude and destructive potential far exceeding our expectations," Fuxi interjected. "Is there any way, with our currently permissible technology, to prevent the sun from exploding?" Lano understood the urgency of the situation. He needed to act swiftly. "Boss, the technology of a level 3 civilization is insufficient to resolve this. An irreversible collapse has occurred within the sun, and a supernova explosion is inevitable within 10 to 15 years, Nuwa concluded, providing the most accurate assessment based on Fuxi's precise diagnostics. "Nuwa, devise a feasible rescue plan based on the technology we are permitted to use," Lano urged. "Understood, boss. I will arrange this immediately and send the results to the virtual tablet shortly," Nuwa replied, not daring to delay. As Lano hastily switched his interface to the plans sent by Nuwa, he discovered a multitude of rescue strategies. He contemplated which options would be the most rational and beneficial for the Dragon Kingdom. Among the proposals, 3 particularly captured his attention. 1. To save all of humanity on Blue Star by constructing a planetary engine that would propel the planet in search of a new stellar system, eventually establishing a stable orbit. 2. To transmit level 13 civilization technology to the Dragon Kingdom, enabling it to construct its own generation ships and flee the solar system, thereby becoming a cosmic civilization. 3. To take matters into his own hands, leading the Dragon Kingdom into the cosmos and transforming it into an interstellar civilization. Lano favored the third option the most, as he recalled that Nuwa's sole rescue objective was the descendants of Yin and Huang. While he also desired to preserve Blue Star, he lacked confidence in its viability due to the developmental disparities among its regions. In a decade's time, aside from the United Dragon Kingdom, many would hinder progress. Lan Luo did not wish to personally construct the planetary engine, nor would he easily surrender resources to others. Ultimately, he resolved to relocate Blue Star, the cradle of the Dragon Kingdom, while facilitating the emigration of its inhabitants. Lan Luo concocted a plan to persuade global migration, intending to covertly seize Blue Star and even scheme against those who would be left behind, all while leading the Dragon Kingdom into the vastness of the universe. Unbeknownst to him, his scheme would lead to the demise of many, subjecting them to a harrowing existence. As he refined his plans, he discussed the feasibility of certain strategies with Fuxi and Yanhuang. The following day, Lan Luo awoke and proceeded to the control room. Fuxi, initiate the operations of all Level 2 factories aboard the Pangu, constructing generation ships for the late stages of Level 2 civilization. Each ship must accommodate 100 million individuals. We will build 75 ships for powers outside the Dragon Kingdom. Each ship will be equipped with a mid-sized reconnaissance vessel, 2 medium-sized patrol ships, and a large comprehensive maintenance supply ship. Lan Luo began to implement his rescue agenda. Additionally, he instructed the construction of 20 Level 3 intermediate generation ships for the Dragon Kingdom, matching the size of the Level 2 ships with optimal environmental configurations. Each ship would similarly be outfitted with corresponding reconnaissance and patrol vessels, along with comprehensive ships. By the way, ensure that all generation ships exhibit distinct designs corresponding to the various nations of Blue Star, and commence the construction of a mid-tier continental landmass aboard the Pangu, Lan Luo added. Clearing his throat, he cautiously inquired, Fuxi, regarding the generation ships and warships for the other factions of Blue Star, can you execute these tasks as instructed? His conspiratorial demeanor betrayed his intentions. No problem, boss, Fuxi assured him. Fuxi, can we store the other 64 continents in the upper space while leaving 8 in the mid-tier? Lan Luo knew that the upper space was off-limits to task civilizations. He planned to retain only 8 continents in the mid-tier, transferring the rest to the upper space. Boss, we can directly store them in the warehouse space. The Panga's warehouse is significantly larger than the third-tier space and belongs to a hidden layer, Fuxi reminded. What exactly resides within the warehouse space? Lan Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Boss, the warehouse contains Level 49 technological factories and materials, all preserved in a time-stopped state. Fuxi explained. Organize the warehouse space into a system mall format and connect it to Yanhuang's database, Lan Luo suggested, envisioning a system reminiscent of those found in novels. Understood, boss. Task completed. Excellent, Fuxi. Now, seal the remaining continents into the warehouse space and have Yanhuang activate the system mall. Before Lan Luo, a holographic screen resembling a system mall was projected by Yanhuang. He surveyed the interface, finding it strikingly similar to those depicted in novels, and nodded in satisfaction. It displayed a variety of Level 49 technological reserves and production facilities, alongside the 64 continents recently transferred by Fuxi. Fuxi, construct a city on one of the 8 continents, with each city accommodating between 3 to 5 million people. The residential area should be designed as courtyard villas, with each villa housing 10 to 15 residents. The courtyard should feature a garden in front and a vegetable patch behind, with standardized dimensions of 60 to 30 meters, Lan Luo instructed. Understood, boss. Now, Fuxi, prioritize the construction of the generation ships and continental development. We shall delve deeper into the planning tomorrow, Lan Luo concluded, preparing for the tasks ahead. Lon Luo suddenly felt a sense of urgency, realizing the necessity for meticulous planning. Chapter 8. The scheme of Lon Luo's ingenious design commences. In the core space dormitory, Lon Luo was collaborating with Yanhuang on the urban development of 8 continents. The standard for residential areas mandated a rigid specification of 30 meters in width and 60 meters in length for every household's courtyard. Lon Luo meticulously engaged with Yanhuang in the planning process, guiding her to design 200 distinct styles of villa architecture based on the database's information. The construction would be conducted in a randomized manner, allowing the descendants of Yin and Huang to choose their preferred styles for habitation. Once Lon Luo had completed the initial planning, he had Yanhuang refine and enhance the proposal before transmitting it to Fuxi. The following day, the factories in the lower space were alive with the thunderous sounds of machinery, while various flying vessels and intelligent machines traversed the void. They began constructing an array of immigrant motherships, reconnaissance vessels, warships, and comprehensive supply and maintenance ships, creating a scene of bustling activity. Within the middle layer of the Pangu, on one of the 8 continents, construction machinery was equally busy. In the vast plains, courtyards were swiftly laid out, and villas rose from the ground, enveloping the continent in a cacophony of noise. From a starting continent in the third layer of space, numerous portals opened, releasing various animals onto the residential continent. Lions, tigers, and other creatures began to populate the land, gradually infusing it with the essence of life. Lon Luo was confident that, as time passed and the plans unfolded, an increasing number of families would settle into their new homes. He envisioned children joyfully learning and growing in pristine schools, while the elderly enjoyed their twilight years in beautiful courtyards. Fuxi, upon completion of all the immigrant ships and warships, inquired about the time frame. "It will take 2 years to complete everything," he replied. Constructing nearly 500 warships in 2 years was remarkably swift, especially given that it was a factory of a level 3 civilization. Lan Luo was concerned about resource availability. Having previously mined resources from only about 40 resource-rich star systems in this universe. "Boss, the construction will consume resources equivalent to that of 10 star systems, including those for the residential continent," Fuxi calculated. "That should suffice. I was worried it would be insufficient." Lon Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Lon Luo recalled Nuwa's earlier statement about having reserves equivalent to a typical planetary system's resources, which likely referred to a barren star system. He mused over Nuwa's initial words, realizing that such a reserve could only yield a modest number of warships. "All right, Fuxi, bring forth the permitted 9th-level medium-sized warship, and equip it with 9th-level small warships and personal flying devices. Shortly, I shall depart the Pangu with Nuwa to gather information on the Blue Star. Once we set off, navigate the Pangu to the triangular seat star system, mining resources while constructing warships. Afterward, return to the edge of the solar system and notify me." Lon Luo laid out the upcoming plans, emphasizing the need to stockpile more resources. "Understood, boss." 3 hours later, Lon Luo and Nuwa set off aboard a cloaked 9th-level medium-sized warship, teleporting away from the Pangu. Fuxi maneuvered the Pangu into a jump beyond the Milky Way, while Lon Luo directed the warship toward the Blue Star. Minutes later, they arrived at the far side of the moon. Lon Luo stealthily flew into the Dragon Kingdom of the Blue Star aboard a personal flying device. On the bustling streets of Huaxia, an eastern coastal city of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was lively with a constant flow of people. Towering skyscrapers lined the skyline, their glass facades reflecting sunlight and shimmering brilliantly. Vehicles streamed continuously along the expansive roads, the cacophony of horns and engines forming the city's unique soundtrack. Shops adorned with vibrant signs flanked the streets, enticing passers-by. As Lon Luo walked through the streets of Huaxia, he felt as though he had lived there for an eternity. Everything felt remarkably natural. After half a day, Lon Luo, with Nuwa's assistance, obtained the resident identification card of a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, along with a newly issued bank card containing millions in funds. That evening, he checked into a modest hotel, the Tangting Hotel. Nuwa would now wait for Fuxi's return. Lon Luo had devised a plan to integrate himself into the Blue Star's Dragon Kingdom as an ordinary descendant of Yin and Huang, awaiting Fuxi's return from the outer star systems. After such a flurry of activity, Lon Luo intended to take a 2-year respite. Upon Fuxi's return, Lon Luo would not make an appearance himself, allowing Fuxi to operate the simulacra to communicate with the humans of the Blue Star. Resting in his hotel room, Lon Luo turned on the television to watch the news. Various experts emerged to debunk rumors, concocting explanations to obscure the truth, even releasing sensational stories to confuse the public. Watching the flood of information, Lon Luo felt a sense of disbelief. Time slipped by unnoticed. After 7 days, an evening news report from the Dragon Kingdom ignited public discourse across the Blue Star. At 7 o'clock, the official news from the Dragon Kingdom, adhering to a principle of openness and transparency, announced the alarming news of the sun's impending explosion. The official report detailed the crisis confronting the Blue Star and the current status of the sun, confirming that it would explode within 620 years, though the exact moment could not be precisely calculated. This revelation stunned the entire Blue Star, as people scrambled to devise ways for a select few to survive. In an unexpected turn, the Dragon Kingdom not only disclosed the truth, but also declared its intent to stand with the populace in solidarity. The narrative of civilization's passage through time, the call to shine in its final splendor, and even the rallying of 1.2 billion descendants of dragons to publicly vote for candidates of the civilization seed were articulated. Implicitly, this meant urging 1.2 billion citizens to relinquish their right to life, sacrificing everything for the benefit of 50,000 selected candidates. Furthermore, a letter from the Grand Elder to the entire populace elevated the situation to its zenith. In a solemn tone, the Grand Elder announced his personal decision to withdraw from the seed plan, pledging to lead those outside the plan in their utmost efforts to enhance its chance of success. The camera swiftly transitioned through various scenes, each lasting no more than 58 seconds, showcasing familiar figures who had previously graced the screens, all vowing to forego participation in the seed plan and to lead the remaining individuals in a relentless struggle. Lon Luo was profoundly shaken by this news. He had not anticipated such fortitude and resolve from the Dragon Kingdom in this parallel universe. A tingle ran down his spine, igniting the fire within him, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. The following day, various official platforms unveiled numerous plans and even launched an official website for the seed plan, inviting public oversight. The plans proceeded with remarkable order, and no one voiced complaints about fairness. All were willingly eager to contribute to the seed plan. Brothers, today our factory has undergone reform, shifting towards aerospace development. Likewise, our company has altered its research direction, focusing primarily on the preservation of space resources. Alas, if we could survive, no one would wish to perish. However, this time, there truly are no options left. We can only hope to plant red flags in every corner of the universe in the future. Indeed, as long as we, the descendants of Yin and Huang, can continue to thrive in this universe, even if we are shattered to pieces, we shall have triumphed. If my life can be exchanged for the continuation of civilization, then please take it. If my life could be exchanged for the continuation of civilization, then please take it at any time. Chapter 9. News from this universe. In the Dragon Kingdom, although the populace has come to understand the truth behind the solar explosion, they have not relinquished their efforts. The working class hurries along with purposeful strides, yet their faces remain adorned with smiles as they greet one another. Students diligently engage in their studies within the classroom, striving earnestly toward their goals. This embodies the spirit of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. They exhibit remarkable resilience and optimism when confronted with adversity. They endeavor to live life on their own terms, confronting future challenges with unwavering resolve. Conversely, abroad, the revelation of the solar explosion's truth has plunged society into chaos. Panic ensues, with hearts laden with fear and unease. The streets of cities become a scene of utter disorder, with incidents of looting and robbery becoming commonplace, as shops are ravaged and possessions seized with reckless abandon. The greed and desperation of individuals are starkly illuminated in this moment. Protesters flood the streets, brandishing placards and chanting slogans to express their discontent and rage. Transportation grinds to a halt, societal order disintegrates, and the cities seem to descend into a state of anarchy. Police stations and governmental institutions face immense pressure as they strive to maintain order. Yet their efforts appear futile in the face of such overwhelming crowds and chaotic circumstances. Conflicts and acts of violence recurrently erupt, posing a grave threat to societal stability. Amidst this tumultuous scene, lives are irrevocably disrupted. Families fracture, society splinters, and once harmonious communities become rife with hostility and distrust. The chaos triggered by the truth of the solar explosion engulfs society in darkness and despair. In the triangular star system, within a stellar system, the Pangu vessel, spanning 36 kilometers, is handling a logistics volume that is incongruous with its size. Should any other civilization happen upon this place, they would undoubtedly exclaim their reluctance to engage, as cosmic civilizations are well aware of what this signifies. It indicates that this fleet possesses advanced spatial technology, a hallmark of at least a level 7 civilization. Yet, they too would feel perplexed, for aside from the Pangu, all other warships and spacecraft belong to the creations of a colossal level 3 civilization. In a small supermarket of 600 square meters located in the central star city of the Dragon Kingdom, business is exceptionally thriving. Beneath a large tree at the entrance of the supermarket, Lon Luo reclines leisurely in a chair, feigning sleep. Having departed from Huaxia for half a year, he is settled in Star City, where he has invested substantially in acquiring a small supermarket and hired 8 employees, thus embracing a life of retirement. The supermarket primarily stocks rice, flour, cooking oil, and other essential grains. Naturally, like other supermarkets, it also offers daily necessities, albeit in limited variety. The grains and oils are directly transmitted from a level 9 warship to the warehouse. Hey, Xiao Luo, aren't you participating in the seed plan elections? Inquires Young Li, the owner of a nearby maternity shop, upon noticing Lon Luo lounging in his chair. No, sisterly, I prefer to abstain from that commotion, Lon Luo casually replies, then rises to pour a cup of tea for Yang Li from the teapot on the table. Alas, given the current situation, I don't even know whom to introduce to you as a potential partner, Yang Li remarks, engaging in familiar banter with Lan Luo. "Oh, dear sister, fret not over this matter. Let it unfold naturally," Lon Luo responds, startled by her words. "You have a point. The candidates for the seed plan have already been screened, all of whom are exemplary high school students, and their information is public. During the selection process, some unsavory incidents occurred, and all those guilty of nepotism and misconduct have been dealt with sternly." Lon Luo anonymously submitted a list, contributing to a sweeping action that led to the capture of numerous corrupt officials, spies, and criminals. "Boss, we have received the electromagnetic signal we sent out before departing from this universe." The voice of Yanhuang suddenly resonates in Lon Luo's mind. "What? Received it? What was the reaction from this universe?" Lon Luo inquires with burgeoning curiosity. The responses from various nations within this universe are markedly diverse, with some reactions bordering on the absurd. Certain countries descend into panic, prompting governments to activate emergency protocols, close borders, and evacuate urban residents. They perceive a potential threat from extraterrestrial civilizations and deem it imperative to adopt all necessary measures for self-preservation. Conversely, other nations exhibit extreme excitement, initiating large-scale celebrations. Governments allocate vast resources for research and exploration, striving to establish contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. This electromagnetic signal, seemingly from alien origins, incites a global spectrum of peculiar reactions. Yanhuang, drawing upon information collected from the universe's base stations, vividly narrates some of the bizarre responses to Lan Luo. It is truly absurd. This third brother believes that aliens have come to seize the waters of the Ganges. Lan Luo muses, bemused by the eccentricity of some individuals' thought processes. In stark contrast, upon receiving the suspected extraterrestrial electromagnetic signal, Huaxia exhibits a remarkably composed demeanor. The nation showcases an extraordinary level of rationality and calm. The government swiftly assembles a team of experts to conduct in-depth analyses and studies of the signal. Concurrently, a fervor for aerospace technology sweeps across the country. Scientists toil day and night in an effort to decipher this enigmatic signal, actively collaborating with the international scientific community to share research findings and collectively explore the mysteries of the cosmos. The government amplifies its investments in the aerospace sector, encouraging enterprises and research institutions to engage in relevant projects. Students develop a keen interest in space exploration, leading schools to introduce more courses related to aerospace. In society, various aerospace, technology exhibitions, and educational activities proliferate, igniting an insatiable curiosity about the universe. Huaxia has significantly increased its investment in aerospace. Lan Luo feels elated for Huaxia in this universe. "Indeed, boss. Not only have they escalated their investments, but they have also accelerated the lunar landing timeline. With plans to land within 6 months, Yanhuang delivers even more exhilarating news. Splendid. Yanhuang, please send a lunar data map to the base station on the ground." Lan Luo instructs as he collaborates with Yanhuang to edit the coordinates of the lunar base. Subsequently, they dispatch the coordinates of the lunar base. "Understood, boss." Lan Luo eagerly anticipates the technological leap that will occur once Huaxia discovers the lunar base in 6 months, envisioning a swift ascent to the pinnacle of Level 1 civilization. Ding! Lan Luo opens his phone to find a message from Bai Qing. A gentle smile graces his face as he promptly replies. As the sun begins to set, he rides his electric scooter towards Star City Academy for their rendezvous. Half a year ago, Bai Qing had come to the supermarket to purchase rice and flour, and as her visits increased, the two gradually became acquainted. It was just 2 months prior that they had officially established a romantic relationship. In Bai Qing's words, "You are Lan Luo with the blue of the sky, and I am Bai Qing with the white of the clouds. This is our destined connection." Lan Luo, while skeptical of the notion of fate, finds himself appreciating Bai Qing as a remarkable girl. At the entrance of Star City Academy, a girl of 170 centimeters stands bathed in sunlight, radiating a glow that captivates all around her. Her long hair danced in the wind, imparting a sense of lightness and freedom. Her attire was both minimalist and stylish, reflecting her personality and taste. This young woman exuded an aura akin to the first ray of sunlight on a morning, bright and warm, drawing one in to bask in her positive energy. Her name is Bai Qing. Chapter 10, The Return of the Pangu. At the entrance of Star City Academy, Lan Luo, clad in a simple blue shirt, had just parked his electric scooter and was preparing to seek out Bai Qing. Suddenly, he felt the scooter dip, and without a doubt, he knew who it was. "Let us go. Wang's spicy crawfish is on me," Bai Qing exclaimed as she hopped onto Lan Luo's scooter, revealing her true foodie nature. Lon Luo smiled knowingly and revved up the scooter. Time flowed like water, and another year had passed. Today, Lon Luo was exceptionally busy, even taking matters into his own hands. He tirelessly transported rice, flour, and other staple foods from the warehouse. As time wore on, in some areas where hope had been abandoned, people began to riot, neglecting production, which ushered the world into an era of material shortages. Fortunately, in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was working hard. Yet, despite their efforts, certain challenges had to be faced. The limited arable land in the Dragon Kingdom necessitated the importation of vast quantities of grain, but the other major alliances were engulfed in chaos. Following the Dragon Kingdom's announcement of the solar explosion, the higher-ups bore resentment towards it, particularly the American alliance, a region known for its high crop yields, which even prohibited grain exports to the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom began hoarding food supplies. After a well-deserved break, Lon Luo delivered 300 pounds of rice and 3 large bags of flour, each weighing the same, to Bai Qing's home. Subsequently, his small supermarket began to sell rice, flour, and other staples at a steady pace. Even late into the night, Lon Luo instructed a simulation robot to discreetly sell large quantities of rice and flour at reduced prices to supermarkets and grocery stores across major cities. Once the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom traced the robot's activities and confirmed the safety of the rice and flour, they ordered the monitoring personnel to withdraw. It was as if they feared being discovered, leading to a hasty retreat. Then, Lon Luo boldly instructed the robot to intensify the sales. Ding! Boss! Fuxi and the Pangu have returned, Yanhuang suddenly announced, startling Lon Luo. Returned? The battleships must be fully constructed by now. Indeed, boss. All constructions are complete, and over 300 planetary systems resources have been harvested. Excellent. Let Fuxi dock just outside the solar system. Lon Luo fell into contemplation. He needed Fuxi to masquerade as an alien civilization and initiate contact with Blue Star, posing as a benevolent alliance from a certain star domain, ostensibly offering assistance to humanity while clandestinely planning to seize Blue Star. This strategy would allow the Dragon Kingdom to avoid a passive stance. Once the immigration ships were filled and dispersed, there would be ample room for maneuvering. He even contemplated the lavish gifts prepared for other factions, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 days later, Lon Luo had thoroughly refined the entire plan. Fuxi, proceed as planned, and disguise the Pangu to resemble an immigration vessel. Understood. A multitude of spaceships and battleships surged forth from the Pangu as the entire fleet, comprising 476 warships, boldly set sail towards Blue Star. At the current speed, they would arrive at Blue Star in 3 months, allowing ample preparation time for the planet. 7 days hence, within the solar system, warships were en route to Blue Star. By this time, governments across Blue Star were already aware of the impending arrival of the alien fleet, plunging the world into a state of tension and anticipation. We must approach this contact with caution. The leaders of various alliances solemnly convened in a joint conference room. I propose that the American alliance represent Blue Star in establishing contact with the alien civilization, spoke the leader of the Nordic Alliance. We oppose this. Your intentions are transparent even to the Great Bear Alliance, came the unwavering rebuttal from the Great Bear Alliance. We also support the American alliance in representing Blue Star, added the leader of the Asian Super Alliance. We oppose this, the Dragon Kingdom representative remarked, observing the escalating chaos with a silent nod of approval towards the Great Bear Alliance. Ahem. I propose that we 6 jointly form an interstellar diplomatic group to collectively address interstellar diplomatic matters. The Dragon Kingdom representative surveyed the room before delivering a decisive blow. None of us knows whether the alien civilization is benevolent or malevolent. If any of you believe you can handle a crisis alone, I will not oppose your propositions. However, if the alien civilization comes to wage war, then whoever engages in contact will bear the responsibility for the consequences. I propose that whoever initiates contact will be the vanguard in the event of war. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. All representatives recalled the formidable legacy of the Dragon Kingdom, realizing that their reputation was not without merit. I concur with the Dragon Kingdom's proposal to jointly establish an interstellar diplomatic group, declared the Black State Alliance. I also agree to form the Interstellar Diplomatic Group, echoed the Asian Super Alliance. I too concur, affirmed the Nordic Alliance. I agree, join in the American Alliance. Count me in, added the Great Bear Alliance. The representatives of the Dragon Kingdom sensed a strange amalgamation among them. The 6 major factions swiftly established the Interstellar Diplomatic Group, with the American Alliance S representative as the leader and representatives from the other alliances as deputy leaders. They then utilized ultra-long-range radio communication to send a linguistic dictionary expressing the languages of the 6 factions to the Pangu. The Dragon Kingdom, the American Alliance, and the Great Bear Alliance each launched rockets to dispatch rudimentary communication vessels into space, which accelerated towards the Pangu fleet. Simultaneously, all alliances, including the Dragon Kingdom, entered a state of readiness. No one was certain of the alien fleet's intentions. If it was a friendly visit, why the multitude of warships? Nations with space capabilities placed their first line of defense beyond the atmosphere. Those without such capabilities began to bolster their military forces, preparing for the worst. Of course, there were oddities among them. Some from the Great Cold believed that the aliens were undoubtedly there to bring them home, even presenting concrete evidence to support their claim that their ancestors were starborn men. Nations across Blue Star sprang into urgent action, commencing comprehensive preparations for war. The streets and alleys of cities buzzed with a tense atmosphere as people rushed to purchase food and essential supplies. Large-scale evacuation operations were organized to relocate individuals to safe areas. Armies gathered in various locations, soldiers standing at the ready, while advanced weaponry made its debut. Within several rudimentary space stations, astronauts engaged in rigorous training, entrusted with the duty of defending Blue Star. Meanwhile, on the surface of Blue Star, defensive fortifications were being hastily constructed, with various anti-aircraft missiles shielding key cities and strongholds. As 2 months elapsed, the Pangu and its fleet reached the vicinity of Mars. After lingering in the orbit of the fiery planet for 3 days, 2 frigates and 1 reconnaissance ship separated from the fleet, continuing their journey towards Blue Star. Among the 3 warships, there exists a total of 50 bioengineered beings, all of whom were cultivated by Fuxi through a database, representing a humanoid extraterrestrial race. Standing approximately 160 centimeters tall, they bear a striking resemblance to the inhabitants of Blue Star, possessing no hair and remarkably large eyes, complemented by a pair of diminutive wings on their backs that appear somewhat regressed. This race is a foreign entity from the Yanhuang civilization, serving as an obstruction cleared by this ancient civilization within the cosmos. Fuxi extracted them directly from the depths of the database, with their language readily available. Upon receiving a signal from the Blue Star diplomatic team, Fuxi did not respond immediately. After the departure of the 3 warships, he conveyed a friendly message to Blue Star in the languages of Longguo, the UN, and English. According to Fuxi's calculations, the 3 warships would rendezvous with 3 communication spacecraft launched by Blue Star in 5 days' time. Remarkably, the communication spacecraft dispatched by Blue Star had yet to reach Yen Star even after 2 months of travel. In contrast, the Pangu, accompanied by a fleet of second-tier civilizations, traversed the Oort cloud and the orbit of Jupiter, arriving at Yen Star within the same time frame. The information sent by Fuxi had already been received by Blue Star. Chapter 11. The first contact. The Interstellar diplomatic team of Blue Star promptly reported the news back home. It was confirmed that the fleet to which the Pangu belonged was a benevolent visitor, alleviating the leaders of various nations considerably. Following the announcement, the populace of Blue Star reveled in exuberance. Headlines in the media were dominated by news of the extraterrestrial civilization, while television, radio, and the internet overflowed with expert analyses and various speculations. People congregated, fervently discussing this historic event, filled with yearning for the unknown cosmos. Lan Luo observed the smiles blossoming on the faces of those around him, becoming enveloped in the joyful atmosphere. In a fit of exuberance, an unprecedented decision was made to offer all goods in the local supermarket at half price. Lan Luo, too, granted himself a reprieve, embarking on a shopping date with Bai Qing. In the Longguo research building, Wang Wei was sat in his office, wholly engrossed in examining a segment of mysterious information from the extraterrestrial civilization. His colleagues gathered around, curiously observing him. Wang Weigua, everyone look. This piece of information appears to contain clues regarding their culture and values. Senior colleague Li Jianya, is this truly a friendly message from an alien civilization? How can we ascertain that it is not some form of threat? Wang Weigua, at present, it remains indeterminate, yet based on the content and encoding of the message, it seems more akin to a gesture of goodwill. Further investigation is warranted. Colleague A, if this is indeed a friendly message, how should we respond? This is an unprecedented opportunity. Wang Weigua, we must proceed with caution. First, we need to ensure that we comprehend the true meaning of the message. Then, we may contemplate responding in a similarly amicable manner. Colleague B, but how can we ascertain the authenticity of their friendly intentions? Perhaps this is merely a trap. Wang Weigua, that is a critical question. We cannot afford to trust too readily, yet we must not squander this opportunity. More research and contemplation are essential. Li Jianya. Perhaps we could invite experts from other fields to assist in the interpretation, ensuring our understanding is accurate. Wang Weigua. That is an excellent idea. We can assemble an interdisciplinary team to collaboratively analyze this information. In the ensuing hours, Wang Weigua and his team deliberated on the friendly message from the extraterrestrial civilization, beginning to devise a response plan. Once finalized, the response was dispatched to the Interstellar diplomatic team without delay. Within the temporary office of the Interstellar diplomatic team, team leader Robert paced anxiously, muttering curses directed at the leadership within the alliance. These vermin merely profited from $1. Despite the passage of time since the message's receipt, it had yet to be forwarded to the expert team. Had they lost their wits? At this juncture, intercepting information was intolerable. I require a response plan, damn it. A band of myopic rodents. The Longguo representative, Fang Yu, observed Robert's furious demeanor with a sense of amusement. The DUN representative, noticing Fang Yu's demeanor, discreetly offered him a handful of sunflower seeds. An air of familiarity surged within Fang Yu, leading him to feel that something peculiar had infiltrated their midst. Faced with the seeds in hand, he found himself in a quandary. Eating them seemed inappropriate, yet not consuming them felt like a missed opportunity. Ding! Fang Yu glanced at the domestic response proposal, his appetite for seeds dissipating. Robert, the response plan from Longguo has arrived. Robert was elated. He had ceased to expect any favorable news from the American alliance. A group of 6 deliberated for half an hour and decided to respond according to Longguo's proposal. Fuxi, upon receiving the reply from Blue Star, promptly forwarded the message to Lan Luo. Dear extraterrestrial friends, greetings. We are immensely thrilled to have received your friendly message. Establishing contact with you in this vast universe is an honor for us, the inhabitants of Blue Star. We are filled with curiosity and reverence for your civilization and technology. We also wish to share the beautiful aspects of Blue Star with you. However, we currently face a grave existential crisis. Our observations and research indicate that the star of our planetary system is poised to undergo a supernova explosion within 4 years. Once again, we thank you for your amicable visit, which instills in us the belief that countless possibilities exist within the universe. Let us join hands to forge a splendid future together. Blue Star Diplomatic Team. 2XXX year, month XX, date XX. After reading the message, Lon Luo felt an inexplicable sense of unease. In times of uncertainty, he turned to the system for guidance. Nuwa, please analyze this response. Something feels amiss. Nuwa scanned the reply and subsequently cross-referenced it with the database. Boss, is it possible that they suspect we have orchestrated the solar explosion? That makes sense, Lon Luo mused. I thought this reply felt peculiar. Now it all falls into place. Nuwa advised Fuxi to clarify in the response that they were there to assist Blue Star in overcoming the crisis. Understood, boss. Fuxi, acting on Lon Luo's directive, swiftly replied with a clear and direct message. Greetings, inhabitants of Blue Star. We have come precisely because we discovered the crisis you face. Our purpose is to assist Blue Star in overcoming the threat of the solar explosion, and we are by no means the harbingers of this calamity. Should the people of Blue Star not require our assistance, I shall express my regrets and lead the fleet back to the Starlight Alliance. During our transit through the Milky Way, we detected the crisis you are facing, which prompted our visit to the solar system. As guardians of the North Xian star domain, we deeply empathize with your plight and wish to extend a helping hand. We hope your civilization will cherish this opportunity. Starlight Alliance, Virgo Sector, North Xian star domain. North Xian year 250-9527, main day 562, secondary month 83. Lon Luo, upon reviewing Fuxi's response, felt a surge of excitement. He himself believed Fuxi truly hailed from the so-called North Xian star domain. The disguised reply from the Starlight Alliance was forwarded to the research team in Longguo. The team members, upon seeing the unequivocal response, were both astonished and elated. Wang Weiguo exclaimed, "It seems they genuinely intend to assist us. This marks a monumental breakthrough in human history." Li Jianya nodded. Yet we must remain vigilant and delve deeper into their technology to ensure our safety. Thus, representatives from various nations of Blue Star engaged in urgent consultations, united by a resolute determination to salvage their world, actively exploring potential collaborative solutions. Amidst the tense yet orderly exchanges, 3 warships from the fleet encountered 3 communication vessels from Blue Star. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, these 6 vessels met unexpectedly. Through dialogues with Blue Star's interstellar diplomatic team, the 3 warships would escort the communication vessels back to Blue Star. Subsequently, the warships gradually approached the Blue Star ships. as if guiding them homeward. Together, they traversed the interstellar darkness, propelled by the formidable engines of the warships towards Blue Star. The sleek and imposing exterior of the alien warships contrasted with the vessels that shimmered with the technological brilliance of Blue Star. Eventually, they drew ever closer to Blue Star, revealing its breathtaking beauty. In response, the nations of Blue Star initiated an official live broadcast, showcasing their goodwill to all of humanity. Meanwhile, 3 Blue Star vessels detached from formation and plunged into the planet's atmosphere. The ships ignited in a blaze of fiery sparks as they sped towards 3 distinct destinations. On the grasslands of the Dragon Nation, search teams were deployed within a 50-kilometer radius of the landing site. The moment the landing pod descended, a team rushed towards it, armed with an array of scanning instruments probing every inch of the pod. Only after ensuring safety was the data core extracted. The warships in orbit around Blue Star would descend after rigorous inspections guaranteed absolute safety, with the timeline set for 1 day hence. The various alliances of Blue Star commenced preparations, eager to welcome their interstellar allies. Following an exchange of perspectives, the warships decided to dispatch 2 small craft to Blue Star, selecting a picturesque island in the ocean as the landing site. This plan had been quietly formulated by the alliances 3 months prior. Chapter 12, Arrival. Above the tranquil ocean island, 2 mysterious points of light suddenly appeared in the sky. They gradually enlarged, ultimately revealing the silhouette of a small craft. The vehicle descended gracefully, as if silencing the surroundings, emitting an otherworldly glow without any accompanying sound. The landing process was remarkably smooth, generating almost no noise as it gently touched down at the end of a red carpet, stirring a soft breeze. Upon contact with the ground, a blue energy field emanated from the underside of the craft, isolating it from the Earth, as though it were a messenger from another realm. The exterior of the craft was sleek and robust, radiating a chilling metallic sheen, marked by a minimalist yet efficient design that exuded a sense of advanced technology. One of the craft's doors opened slowly, casting a brilliant beam of light. From this luminescence emerged 3 humanoid beings, clad in form-fitting silver suits, their helmets obscuring their features. Their steps were firm yet light, as if they had swiftly acclimated to the gravity of Earth. The foremost figure advanced a few paces before halting. He raised his hand, and a green beam shot forth, forming a virtual screen in midair. The screen displayed text, yet the welcoming team on the island was unable to decipher the unfamiliar language. The other 2 stood by, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The bioengineered beings, crafted by Fuxi, stepped onto the red carpet and approached Robert, the leader of the welcoming team. "Greetings, esteemed visitors. I am Robert, the head of Blue Star's diplomatic team, and I extend a warm welcome to you from afar." Robert hurried forward to greet the foremost bioengineered being, extending his hand in salutation, mindful of the importance of the moment. In his mind, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Star Alliance. Merely observing the descent of the small craft underscored the vast chasm between Blue Star civilization and that of the Star Alliance. He silently reminded himself to ensure meticulous hospitality. "Greetings from a North Xian Star Domain, Virgo Sector, Star Alliance, Commander Tan Boer of the 18th Fleet, 2nd Division." The bioengineered being replied, reciprocating the handshake with Robert. Applause erupted around them, accompanied by the incessant flash of cameras capturing this historic moment. All protocols for their interaction had been meticulously communicated to avoid any unforeseen incidents, as cultural differences in etiquette could lead to misunderstandings. For instance, clapping during a handshake might provoke an unintended confrontation with a truly advanced extraterrestrial civilization, if not properly coordinated. Following a series of formalities, both parties entered the Grand Hall. In the expansive conference room, they began to familiarize themselves with each other's cultural developments. Under Fuxi's guidance, the bioengineered beings presented a scripted account of their cultural history. After 2 hours of dialogue, the bioengineered beings departed the island in their craft, ascending into the cosmos, marking the successful inaugural contact between Blue Star and extraterrestrial civilization. Throughout the entire process, the bioengineered beings did not remove their sealed helmets, which, while piquing the curiosity of the inhabitants of Blue Star, was understood as a necessity given the disparity in living environments between the civilizations. In the ensuing month of exchanges, representatives from the Star Alliance and Blue Star engaged in profound discussions. Utilizing advanced translation devices, they bridged the linguistic divide, sharing their respective technologies, cultures, and values. The Star Alliance showcased its highly developed technological achievements, astonishing Blue Star scientists. In turn, Blue Star introduced its unique ecological systems and cultural traditions, capturing the keen interest of the bioengineered beings. Initial signs of collaboration began to surface as both sides explored how to leverage their respective strengths for broader cooperative projects. The representatives from Blue Star recognized that only through collaboration could they navigate the looming crisis posed by the solar explosion. Fuxi, in our next meeting, could you provide the exact timing of the solar explosion to the major alliances of Blue Star? Then we can formulate a suitable plan. Lan Luo calculated the timing of the solar explosion, intending to expedite preparations. Any delays in migration could jeopardize his plan to extract resources from Blue Star, all while ensuring that the Dragon Nation remained untroubled. Initially, Fuxi had projected the explosion to occur in 1,015 years, whereas Blue Star scientists estimated it at 620 years. With 2.5 years having already elapsed, time was swiftly running out for Blue Star. With the assistance of the advanced technology of the 9th-level warship, Yanhuang finally established the precise timing of the solar explosion. The sun was predicted to erupt in 305 days, equating to 9 years, 2 months, and 9 days. The sun's energy had dramatically diminished 20 years prior. Yanhuang speculated that this might have been caused by an invasive civilization passing through the Milky Way, which destructively harvested fusion energy. The loss of a portion of the sun's energy had also reduced the danger zone of the explosion. Time was of the essence, and given the speed of the second-level migration vessel, 9 years would scarcely suffice to exit the solar system. Hence, Lon Luo planned for the migration vessel to remain within the gravitational field of the Pangu. Allow the Pangu to take 1 month to transport all immigrant ships to a location 8 light-years from the sun, precisely at the inner edge of the Oort cloud. At that distance, it will be sufficiently remote, and the other faction's immigrant ships and warships, lacking observational equipment, will be completely oblivious to Blue Star's actions. Once more, we find ourselves in the conference room of the initial island. Indeed, according to calculations made by the scientists belonging to the Starlight Alliance within our fleet, the sun is predicted to explode in 9 years and 2 months. My God, is there any possibility of preventing this cataclysm? It is impossible. The sun entered an irreversible process 20 years ago. May I inquire, dear friends from the Starlight Alliance, can the underground fortress plan help us evade this impending crisis? Regrettably, there is no alternative but to depart the solar system. Our scientists have established that the region within the Kuiper belt of the solar system is an absolute death zone. Only beyond 5 light-years can we find a relatively safe area. Upon hearing such despairing news, the various alliances felt utterly powerless, prompting them to seek assistance from the Starlight Alliance. Consequently, after deliberation, our alliance has resolved to grant Blue Star 95 immigrant ships to aid humanity's escape from the solar system. What? Is this truly a gift? Representatives from each alliance were astonished, feeling as though they had been struck by a windfall. Indeed, we shall bequeath 95 immigrant vessels to Blue Star civilization, each equipped with a reconnaissance ship, 2 frigates, and a comprehensive vessel. May I inquire about the maximum speed of the warships being granted? The representative from Dragon Nation, Pangu, remained keenly aware that if the warships were too slow, escaping the sun's explosion radius within 9 years would be utterly impossible. All warships are mid-level ships of a Type 2 civilization, boasting a maximum speed of 1% of the speed of light. The bioengineered beings controlled by Fuxi candidly disclosed the warship speeds, but concealed the specifics regarding Dragon Nation's vessels. However, at 1% of the speed of light, it is infeasible for us to traverse 5 light-years in 9 years. Dear friend from Blue Star, our fleet has devised an escape plan, and we shall utilize it. Fuxi conveyed the escape plan through the bioengineered beings. Our research indicates that the sun's impending explosion is a result of sudden and rapid aging. Most of its energy has already been expended. Thus, one need only flee a distance of 5 light-years. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Starlight Alliance for their assistance. Representatives rose in unison to express their thanks. Subsequently, both parties finalized the escape plan, including the timeline for acquiring the warships and their distribution among the alliances. Fuxi found an excuse. As the higher-ups in the fleet had a great fondness for Dragon Nation's culture, they personally gifted Dragon Nation 20 immigrant ships along with the corresponding warships. As for the remaining vessels, they were to be allocated among the other alliances. Initially, the representatives from various alliances expressed outrage at the preferential treatment afforded to Dragon Nation. Yet, within mere minutes, they turned their attention to the arguments over the distribution of warships, leaving no time to dwell on the situation of Dragon Nation. In the vast conference room, with the premature departure of the bioengineered beings, sounds of table thumping, flying shoes, and various shouts filled the air. Observing the incredulous expressions of his newly joined colleague beside him, Fanyu patted the colleague's shoulder and calmly led him to a seat in the corner. Then, quite naturally, he produced some sunflower seeds and handed them to his astonished colleague. Ever since being offered sunflower seeds by Representative de Xiong, it felt as though a switch had been flipped. Since then, his pockets had been stocked with seeds, always ready to indulge in the pastime of seed eating. Chapter 13. Immigrant ships secured. After 3 days of disputes, the alliances finally completed the allocation of warships. Each capable ship could carry a population of 70 million, while those less equipped could only accommodate a full capacity of 100 million. With everything settled, all was in readiness, awaiting the favorable wind. All alliances, including Dragon Nation, eagerly anticipated the arrival of the immigrant fleet. The fleet stationed in the orbit of the fiery star appeared remarkably tranquil. Suddenly, all warships began to align. Some were grouped into small fleets of 5, while others formed larger formations of 15. Various warships began to assemble fleets according to the allocations designated for each alliance. And at the rear of the formation, 100 warships were meticulously arranged, patiently waiting for the other fleets to complete their configurations before collectively embarking towards Blue Star. As the final warship joined the formation, the entire fleet was officially assembled. Following Fuxi's commands relayed to the AI of each warship, the fleet gradually commenced its journey towards Blue Star. Meanwhile, Fuxi directed the Pangu to leap to the outer reaches of the Kuiper Belt, releasing 50 pinnacle-level frigates and 30 pinnacle-level destroyers to serve as the face of the Starlight Alliance. After executing these tasks, Fuxi selected 10 frigates and 10 destroyers to accelerate and pursue the immigrant fleet. For Blue Star, this migration is a pivotal moment for humanity's future, as well as an adventure fraught with uncertainty. In the depths of the cosmos, they shall confront unknown challenges and opportunities. During this voyage, Pangu enveloped all warships within a gravitational field, swiftly propelling them towards Blue Star. The entire fleet resembled a massive stream of light, arriving in the orbit of Blue Star in less than 5 hours. "Mother, just take clothing. You really need tea, bring any local specialties," Zhang Wei implored with a helpless expression as he attempted to persuade his mother. However, it was of no avail. She continued to stuff various homemade delicacies into the suitcase. Zhang Wei, a former pilot of Dragon Nation, had only recently retired 2 years prior. Just yesterday morning, he received a recall order from his former unit. Initially, he believed it was due to resource shortages that had sparked conflict. However, by evening, upon seeing the official announcements, he was struck by enlightenment. What followed was exhilaration. It truly felt as though a sparrow had soared to the treetops to become a phoenix. Gazing at the immigrant ships bestowed by the Starlight Alliance, Zhang Wei knew that salvation was at hand for all. Moreover, he would become one of the first members of Dragon Nation's Interstellar fleet. "Hello, may I inquire if this is the reception area for returning pilots?" A tall figure in a sky blue uniform, with wheat-colored skin, filled the reception hall with his resonant voice. In a temporary facility within a central city, Li Xian was busily maneuvering his materials. Utilizing equipment, he rapidly transformed them into the designs laid out on the table. Once completed, he stood outside the area, awaiting further instructions. After about half an hour, a soldier clad in camouflage approached, announcing loudly, "Wang Tianjun, Zhanghong, Zhao Yaya, Li Xian, you are cleared. Proceed to Zone 4 for boarding." Individuals from various fields and ages across the nation began converging towards the same base. Not only Dragon Nation, but all of Blue Star prepared for the impending journey. As the morning sun bathed the land, all warships in Blue Star S-orbit, according to their respective allocations, formed into small fleets. Each immigrant ship measured an impressive 80 kilometers in length, 50 kilometers in width, and nearly 32 kilometers in height. Each small fleet occupied distinct orbits, maintaining a safe distance from one another. This meticulous arrangement was executed by Fuxi, ensuring that each faction's warships independently occupied their designated regions, distinctly delineated to avert any conflict. Suddenly, every warship opened its hatches, unleashing a fleet of small spacecraft, each measuring approximately 200 to 500 meters in length. Among the vessels emerging from the immigration ships, there were craft stretching a full 500 meters. These diminutive spacecraft activated their anti-gravity engines, gracefully drifting towards various destinations across Blue Star. Like autumn leaves, they floated effortlessly into the atmosphere, descending without combustion, gliding gently towards the surface. These small ships landed across the globe. In the central plains of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Wei gazed in awe at the sequential descent of the small vessels, his eyes wide with wonder, as if he had spotted his dream lover, unable to look away. Had he not been awaiting orders, he would have rushed to touch them. Zhao Yaya, a young woman who was strikingly different from the usual, also observed these flying machines from a distance. A steady stream of rudimentary intelligent robots disembarked from the ships, communicating with their team leader. After more than half an hour had passed, a voice crackled over the intercom, announcing, "Attention, attention, boarding will commence shortly. Once aboard, please follow the instructions of your robot guide." After boarding the immigration ship, reconnaissance ship, or escort vessel, adhere strictly to the operational methods taught by your robot instructor. Unauthorized operation is strictly forbidden. Each individual has a robot as their teacher, so please show them the respect they deserve. Now on command, proceed to board according to your assigned number. One by one, the robots led different groups of individuals onto the vessels. The entire base was bustling in an orderly manner, with some ships hovering in the air, awaiting landing, while those already summoned by the warships soared into the sky towards the fleet. The first batch of fleet members from the Dragon Kingdom boarded the ships with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, marveling at the spacious and well-lit interiors, equipped with advanced life support systems and comfortable living spaces. During the flight, passengers observed the external scenery through displays, witnessing Blue Star gradually shrink, while the vastness of the cosmos unfolded before them. Before long, the spacecraft arrived in the fleet area, experiencing the ship's gravity system. Walking aboard felt as effortless as strolling on solid ground, leaving everyone in awe. As the hatches opened slowly, curious fleet members stepped out onto the surface of the warships, filled with a sense of wonder about their new environment and aspirations for the future. With curiosity and excitement, the members followed their assigned robot instructors to their respective posts. Among the members in the Dragon Kingdom were a particularly striking group, incredibly young, around 20 to 22 years of age. However, their theoretical knowledge was solid, and their practical skills developed at an astonishing pace. Even in their leisure time, they would share astronomical knowledge with their peers. They shone like light, illuminating the fleet and providing warmth like a flickering flame. Though subtle, it never extinguished. This group of young individuals absorbed knowledge fervently, unwilling to abandon their pursuit. They could not forget the sacrifices made for them as one. 2 billion people selflessly paved the way for their survival, even creating a spacecraft for their escape from the solar system. That spacecraft was complete and merely required the launch of thousands of rockets for assembly in space. Though it was no longer necessary, the memory of their compatriots' desperate hope for their survival lingered. These members, exceptionally youthful, were once part of the SEED program, a cadre of individuals characterized by high intelligence, exceptional quality, and noble character, handpicked from 1.2 billion. They certainly did not disappoint, all participating in the fleet member selection process. Armed with nearly 3 years of cosmic knowledge from their education, they quickly mastered the operation of the warships. Across Blue Star, various crafts ascended and descended. The pressure on the major alliances was immense, though the core issue of escaping the solar system was no longer a concern. The subsequent challenge loomed: how to survive in the cosmos. The Starlight Alliance had prepared the necessary utensils for meals, leaving the rest to their own ingenuity for cooking, until a new homeland was found. Whether to consume meat, vegetables, or even soup would rely on individual resourcefulness. Under such circumstances, the prices on Blue Star soared. Agricultural products, in particular, reached unprecedented highs. Rice, which once cost a few dollars per pound, skyrocketed to over 30. In the Dragon Kingdom's Star City, Blue Luo observed an endless line outside the supermarket. He had no choice but to hang 2 notices at the entrance, stating, "Limited purchase of 10 pounds per person. While supplies last. Supplies have run out. The store is for sale." Blue Luo felt helpless. Large-scale sales would be akin to a louse on a bald head, an obvious problem. Thus, he decided to close the store. He could only contemplate solutions from the shadows. Chapter 14. The Truth and Immigration. In the central Star City of the Dragon Kingdom, Blue Luo's small supermarket had closed over 20 days ago. With various alliances frantically stockpiling resources for the fleet, ordinary citizens were struggling to afford basic foodstuffs. Particularly for those residing in urban areas, the quality of life had significantly declined. The authorities were even considering a unified distribution of resources to navigate through these trying times. Observing the hurried passers-by on the streets, Blue Luo felt compelled to take action. After 2 days of contemplation, he resolved to reveal the truth to the Dragon Kingdom, believing that such transparency would empower them to thrive in the cosmos. Blue Luo aimed to relieve the Dragon Kingdom of its burdens, propelling them toward the stars and seas. In the face of adversity, he would lend a helping hand. This was the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom's resilience. Fushi sought an opportunity to approach the Grand Elder. intending to share information about their origins as descendants of the Yin and Huang from a parallel universe, here to assist in overcoming the crisis. He planned to inform the Grand Elder of certain special circumstances, including the truth about the Starlight Alliance. He insisted on keeping his situation confidential, sharing only with the Grand Elder that he was enjoying life in the Dragon Kingdom and needed assistance in contacting him. Understood, boss. Fuxi organized the materials in the database and sent a message to Fanyu. As collaboration with the Starlight Alliance deepened, the temporary diplomatic team had been disbanded. Fanyu, acting as a diplomat, was currently entangled in a phone call with representatives from other alliances. Due to the resource accumulation by various alliances, prices on Blue Star had soared. Each alliance resorted to their own tactics. Today, one might ban the export of a particular agricultural product, while tomorrow another might barter for a different one. In short, chaos reigned. Fanyu's peripheral vision caught a message from the Starlight Alliance, prompting him to abruptly end the call and open the notification. The highest commander of the Starlight Alliance requested a confidential meeting, necessitating the presence of the 3 Grand Elders. Upon reading this, Fanyu muttered in confusion, unable to fathom the need for a private meeting and the element of secrecy. Choosing not to dwell on it, he gathered his tablet and instructed security to drive him to meet the 3 Grand Elders. After half an hour of discussion, they agreed to the meeting. Upon receiving the reply, Fuxi initiated a subroutine that entered the core of a robot. Amidst the celestial vessel known as the Pangu, a diminutive spacecraft emerged, accelerating into the throng of Dragon Nation's ground forces. 10 minutes later, it alighted upon a base, subsequently entering a confidential conference room. After 2 hours, the small craft rejoined the ranks of the Dragon Nation's fleet, prompting a startled exclamation from Fanyu in front of the 3 esteemed elders. Incredible! This entity hails from a parallel universe and harbors intentions to abscond with Blue Star. Elder Zhaoli interjected, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Excellent. Blue Star shall henceforth be exclusively ours. Elder Qinlong, typically stern, revealed a rare smile. Ah, this little fellow has even meddled with other immigrant ships and war vessels. I find it delightful. Boss, Fuxi has successfully completed the mission, came the report. Oh, what was their reaction? They expressed immense gratitude and concurred with your plan. Moreover, Fuxi's analysis indicates they harbor a favorable disposition towards us and are imbued with trust. They concluded by wishing you joy in your endeavors within the Dragon Nation. Splendid. Then let Fuxi execute the plan. Understood, boss. The following day, the Dragon Nation's fleet intensified its voyages between space and the surface. Concurrently, citizens observed a gradual decline in prices, with supermarkets offering unlimited supplies. Within a mere week, the prices of rice and other agricultural products reverted to pre-increase levels. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation liberalized agricultural exports, even exchanging produce for previously lost artifacts. Due to the Dragon Nation's remarkable efficiency, in just 3 months, 100 warships were thoroughly familiarized and mastered by new members. The fleet was reorganized into 4 divisions, each comprising 5 immigrant motherships and 20 various types of warships, positioning the Dragon Nation as the first to commence immigration via warships. Other nations, envious and begrudging, cast glances at their own underperforming fleets, immediately shifting into a state of agitation. The Dragon Nation orchestrated the movement of 3 fleets between Blue Star and Yen Star, conducting continual drills under diverse circumstances while designating 1 fleet for immigration, comprising 25 large warships. Apart from the immigration vessels measuring 80 kilometers in length, the escort ships spanned 18 kilometers, with the smallest reconnaissance vessels measuring merely 3 kilometers. The comprehensive ships were notably larger, reaching approximately 50 kilometers in length. Each warship deployed its own transport spacecraft, resulting in a dense array of small vessels within the Dragon Nation's fleet area. These small crafts were capable of traversing directly between space and the surface, an achievement unattainable by a level 3 civilization, which could not land large warships on planetary surfaces without incurring significant structural damage from the planet's gravitational field. While escort and reconnaissance vessels could indeed land on Blue Star, there was currently no necessity for such actions, and the Dragon Nation prohibited their descent to the ground. They were acutely aware that these warships, including the small spacecraft, were of intermediate level 3 classification. The adage, "one fears not the thief, but the thief's intent," resonated deeply. Thus, they chose to remain discreetly hidden while quietly advancing. Following the previous meeting with Fuxi, comprehensive data on level 1 civilizations had been delivered, rendering the Dragon Nation's most bustling entity not the fleet, but rather the Academy of Sciences. Indeed, The most industrious individuals were the netizens of the Dragon Nation. Brothers, what do you see? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. What an exaggeration. Pfft. Who doesn't have their own share? I shan't envy. I can only feel jealousy and resentment. Haha, dear comrades from Star City, fret not. Our time shall arrive soon. What are you thinking? Immigration isn't by city, it's by household registration. Indeed, the initial 1 million began voluntarily signing up 5 days ago. Without a ticket, life feels utterly devoid of purpose. Before leaving, let me have a smoke, embracing my wife aboard the warship. Alright, so this is how it is. Li Bai. Step up and confront them. I am Li Bai, the most audacious. Driven mad for a ticket. Without a ticket, I shan't sleep on a bed. To obtain a ticket. Yi shall consult Yanhuang. I am Yanhuang, the Sui Emperor. What of it if I lack a ticket? For the same reason, I sleep on the ground. For tickets, seek Qin Shi Huang. I am Qin Shi Huang, unifying the realm. Acquiring tickets is no easy feat. Holding a ticket, I shall torment Ho Yi. For tickets, consult Bai Juyi. Oh, how ruthless. The heavens have been silenced. The 3 performers dazzled the audience. Family, hurry outside to witness the meteor shower. Such a multitude of spacecraft is truly magnificent. Farewell, family. In the cosmos, the number of small spacecraft in the Dragon Nation's fleet soared beyond 3,000, congregating like a meteor shower as they descended upon Blue Star. On the streets of various cities, people looked up in awe at the breathtaking cascade of vessels. Thousands of spacecraft converged upon assembly points across the nation, beginning the transfer of 10 million citizens onto the immigration ships. Within the vessel named Chang'an, a small spacecraft gracefully landed on the internal launch platform. With a soft hiss, the doors of the craft opened, revealing astonished individuals who disembarked, glancing about in wonder. Amidst the crowd, a petite girl, brimming with vivacity akin to a lark, stepped forth. Her name was Wang Xiaoyu. Her parents hoped her life would be as gentle, nourishing, and subtle as a light rain. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu bore a large bag of urea on her right shoulder and clutched a suitcase in her left hand. Striding confidently in the procession. Mom, where's our ticket? Right here, right here. Fret not, it's in my grasp, her mother assured, presenting the suitcase before her daughter, waggling the ticket resembling a bank card. Dad, can we hurry up? Wang Xiaoyu implored, eyeing her father, who was lagging behind with a hefty suitcase, scanning the surroundings. Here they come, my little alarm clock. Her father, wishing for his daughter to embody the gentle essence of spring rain, found reality at odds with his desires, resulting in the affectionate nickname. Wang Xiaoyu, accompanied by her parents, scanned their tickets at the immigration ship's reception hall. Suddenly, a sphere the size of a billiard ball tumbled from the ticket scanner, landing in a recess beside the machine. The sphere then levitated, floating before Wang Xiaoyu's family. Greetings. Are you the Wang Zheng family? The sphere inquired, having accessed the database to confirm their identity, as all information had been recorded during the ticketing process, including fingerprints, retinal scans, and even genetic data. Yet, this inquiry imbued a more human touch. All spherical smart assistants have been programmed to enhance their engagement and interaction. Indeed, we are the Wang Zheng family, Wang Xiaoyu replied, curiously circling the sphere, eager to poke it with her fingers, only to be halted by a warning glance from her mother. Excellent, Mr. Wang. I shall henceforth be a part of your family. You may call me your intelligent steward, or feel free to bestow upon me a new name. Ding dong. Wang Dayu, please choose one. Upon hearing that the little orb belonged to her family, Wang Xiaoyu couldn't contain her excitement and promptly asserted her familial status. All right, ding dong. You are officially reported for duty. This artificial intelligence steward, crafted by Lan Luo for his fellow compatriots, is available for each household. As a steward belonging to a level 3 civilization, its inherently written programming is infused with a sense of domestic warmth. Please, sir, madam, and Sister Xiaoyu, follow me. We're going home. The Wang family trailed behind Ding Dong as they exited the landing platform area. Under Ding Dong's guidance, they boarded the internal transport of the immigrant ship, the flying capsule. The flying capsule, resembling an enlarged version of a capsule, accommodates 6 passengers. Utilizing anti-gravity technology, it is compact yet spacious, making it ideally suited for travel within the battleship. Exclamations of awe echoed within the capsule as Wang Xiaoyu, brimming with childlike enthusiasm, marveled at the myriad of advanced technological marvels, causing her to exclaim in delight. 2 minutes later, the flying capsule halted at a diminutive platform, situated within a building resembling a double helix structure akin to human DNA. Visually, the ground extended directly upwards to the pinnacle, reaching an impressive height of 1,000 meters. A corridor branched off from the platform, leading into the building's interior, where every 10 meters stood a door reminiscent of those found in Blue Star-S residential buildings, albeit larger in size. Simultaneously, the design was replete with technological elements, creating a harmonious ambience with the surroundings. 12 doors in total, with 4 flying capsule landing platforms and 4 corridors leading to this very spot. The corridor floor was composed of an unknown metallic alloy, seamless and exceptionally smooth, yet remarkably safe to traverse without risk of slipping. Encased entirely in transparent glass, the sides and top of the corridor melded seamlessly with the metallic flooring, creating a cohesive aesthetic. Ding Dong guided the Wang family through the corridor, halting at one of the doors. "This will be your future home," Ding Dong informed them. "Simply swipe your boarding pass and the door will open." In the future, swiping the boarding pass would not be necessary, as Ding Dong explained that the boarding pass served as their household registration. After swiping the boarding pass, it would effectively input the family's information into the home system, allowing them to open the door with mere voice commands or retinal scans. 166369, Sister Xiaoyu. The first part denotes the floor number, while the latter signifies the family number. "Oh, I see." Upon opening the door, the Wang family stepped inside, with Wang Xiaoyu darting excitedly from room to room. "Wow, Dad, this is amazing. I just checked 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms. What luxurious accommodations fit for a prince or goddess. Oh my, the appliances are all here. Everything is fully equipped. No wonder the official notice advised us to bring only mementos and clothing." Wang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, perceiving this journey not as an escape from the solar system, but rather as a grand interstellar vacation for all. "Mom, come quickly. Look at the enormous refrigerator you've always dreamed of. It's filled with vegetables and meats." In the kitchen, Wang Xiaoyu discovered a door, entering to find a remarkably low temperature. To her surprise, it was a cold storage room, with shelves on the left brimming with rice, flour, cooking oil, and vegetables. On the right wall, she noticed 3 double door handles. Upon opening them, she uncovered a space designated for frozen meats, akin to a refrigerator but substantially larger, with a depth of 80 centimeters. The layout was comprised of rectangular or cubic spaces, already stocked with a variety of recently frozen meats. Wang Xiaoyu's mother inspected the supplies and noted they were all premium cuts: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and fish. After a brief calculation, she concluded there was enough food to last the 3 of them for 2 years. Many areas remained vacant, likely a result of time constraints preventing a complete stocking, or perhaps a concern that the provisions wouldn't last long. The sounds of the family, including Ding Dong, resonated throughout their new abode, infusing the immigrant ship with a sense of life. Amidst laughter and joy, they spent a delightful first day in their new home. The following morning aboard the immigrant ship, according to Blue Star time, Wang Xiaoyu awoke to the cozy and futuristic ambience of her room, realizing that her family had boarded the immigrant ship ahead of others. Soon, when everyone else boarded, they would depart the solar system. She hastily got out of bed, washed up, and, after a flurry of activity, arrived in the living room to find her parents busy preparing breakfast. She rushed over to assist. After breakfast, under Ding Dong's guidance, the living room walls transformed into a screen akin to a television, broadcasting Blue Star news. After resting for about half an hour, Ding Dong opened the immigrant ship's job recruitment page. Guided by Ding Dong, the Wang family gradually acclimated to life aboard the immigrant ship. Unbeknownst to them, time was hastening, with only 9 years remaining until the solar crisis. All alliances were diligently gathering and transporting supplies to the immigrant ship, while various small fleets were bustling with activity. In stark contrast to Longguo, which proceeded methodically and unhurriedly. After a month of migration, Longguo had successfully transferred 300 million citizens onto the immigrant ship. Just as one fleet's population was transferred, another fleet was dispatched to return for replacement. However, Lon Luo found himself in a predicament, as he was alone and, according to current regulations, likely to be among the last to be transferred. With his small supermarket now closed, he could only wait idly for his turn. Recently, Lon Luo felt that Bai Qing was acting strangely, her gaze often carrying a peculiar intensity. In truth, if Bai Qing's eyes could kill, Lon Luo would have perished thousands of times over. The sun continued to emit its residual warmth, providing humanity with its final comfort. Reclining on a lounge chair beneath a tree at the entrance of his store, Lon Luo scrolled through videos while sipping a sugary drink, pondering whether he had inadvertently upset Bai Qing, given her recent odd behavior. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting Lon Luo to look up. "Li, what brings you here?" "Xiao Luo, I just came to check on the mother and baby store. I'm relocating to space the day after tomorrow." "Xiao Luo, when are you heading to the immigrant ship?" Yanli had known Lan Luo for nearly 3 years, and their conversation flowed easily. Well, Li Jie, I might be in the last batch. I don't have any immediate family, so my placement is further down the line. That is not right, Xiao Luo. How should I put this? You've known Bai Qing for over 2 years. Are you really going to let things linger like this? Many young couples are marrying before they migrate, and the authorities are encouraging such unions to secure housing on the immigrant ship. As Yanli spoke, Lon Luo suddenly understood why Bai Qing had been casting him those strange glances lately. Haha, Li Jie, thank you. I know what to do now. Lon Luo accompanied Yang Li as she explored her mother and baby store, discussing the future that lay ahead. Ultimately, as they parted ways, Yang Li's voice was filled with nostalgia, acknowledging that it might not be easy for them to meet again. After Yang Li left, Lon Luo began to prepare himself. He resolved to propose to Bai Qing, feeling that encountering her in this place was his greatest fortune. After preparing herself, Lon Luo dialed Bai Qing's number. Qing, how about dinner tonight? Will you grace me with your presence? Sure, but there are only a few restaurants open in Xingqing. Just meet me at the supermarket entrance at 6. I'll cook for you personally. All right, I'm curious to see how well you can cook. After finalizing their plans, Lon Luo hung up the phone and instructed Nu Hua to bring out the kitchenware, preparing in the supermarket lobby. Chapter 16. Recruitment inside Lon Luo's quaint supermarket. The entire space had been adorned with an atmosphere of festivity. The ceiling was no longer a monotonous white, but a mysterious blue, embodying the dreams pursued by the descendants of Yin and Huang. An expansive sea of blue stars. A cosmic mural adorned the ceiling, where a colossal Jupiter peeked out from the edge of the artwork. Neptune, a deep azure, accompanied by a backdrop of enigmatic blue nebulae, completed the celestial tableau. At the center, a blue and white planet, the birthplace of humanity, Blue Star, captured attention. The blue skies and white clouds of Blue Star intertwined, seemingly manifesting the protagonists of today's tale. Lon Luo and Bai Qing. The supermarket's walls were also decorated with starry backdrops. Near the entrance on the left, Lon Luo donned a striking red hanfu, exuding an irresistible allure. To the right at the entrance, Bai Qing appeared in a red wedding hanfu, resembling a celestial fairy stepped straight from ancient times. Standing at 170 centimeters, Bai Qing looked tall and graceful, her flowing red robe dancing in the breeze, accentuating her extraordinary poise. Like a blooming flower, she was stunningly beautiful, with skin as fair as snow, features as picturesque as a painting, and a smile radiant as blossoms, drawing everyone's gaze. Please, the groom and bride, step onto the red carpet, the host's exuberant voice proclaimed, marking the commencement of the wedding. Amidst the music, Lon Luo and Bai Qing held hands as they walked down the red carpet, their steps light yet resolute, faces beaming with joy. Upon reaching the center stage, the host instructed them to face one another. Lon Luo gazed deeply into Bai Qing's eyes, reciting his heartfelt vows. Bai Qing, no matter how arduous our journey may become, I shall always remain by your side, guarding and caring for you for eternity. Bai Qing, moved to tears, responded, Lon Luo, you are the most important person in my life. I am willing to weather storms and embrace rainbows with you. The wedding of Lon Luo and Bai Qing was simple yet romantic, and they spent a blissful 7 days together. After acquiring their marriage certificate, they swiftly arranged for Bai Qing's household registration to be transferred to Lon Luo's, following discussions with Bai's father. The two families then collaborated to apply for entry into the immigration ship. 3 days after submitting their application online, the authorities presented 2 tickets to Lon Luo and Bai Qing's father. They were notified to board the ship in 10 days. With preparations underway, Lon Luo reflected upon his little supermarket, the place that had accompanied him for 3 years and where he had married Bai Qing. He instructed Nu Hua to discreetly renovate the space, utilizing advanced technology to fortify it further. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's officials faced turmoil. Representatives of the Black State Alliance were tarnishing the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom over food shortages, significantly impacting the immigration plan. The Black State Alliance deployed small aircraft of the immigration ship, gathering in low orbit above the Dragon Kingdom, disrupting trade routes and inciting furious outbursts from Pangu over the phone. He also reached out to Fu Shi for assistance. Boss, this is the situation. What should we do? Have Fu Shi transport a large quantity of food to the Dragon Kingdom and inform them to use food as a remedy for their calamities. As expected, dogs can't change their nature. Just wait, they will have their moment to weep. A mysterious light flickered in Lon Luo's eyes as he articulated his plan. Understood, boss. As Lon Luo's personal assistant, Nu Hua silently lit a candle for him. Bound to Lon Luo for 5 years, her database was brimming with his information. and she was well aware of his intentions. As food supplies surged into Blue Star, various alliances resorted to all manners of tactics, whether through barter or threats of force, all in pursuit of obtaining food. The Dragon Kingdom officials, in turn, employed clever strategies. As long as Fuxi delivered the food, they would retain only enough for their daily needs, donating the rest freely to the Black State Alliance. As the donations increased, the Black State Alliance became a beacon of trouble amidst the darkness. Fuxi, representing the Star Alliance, declared non-intervention in the internal disputes of Blue Star. Presently, minor conflicts in the Black State were rampant, with bloodshed occurring daily. Lan Luo, with burdens in both hands, one gripping a large bag and the other pulling a suitcase, while a backpack rested on his back, moved along with the crowd toward the aircraft, closely followed by Qing's father and the others. After passing through several checkpoints, they boarded the craft bound for the immigration ship, the Qing. With the guidance of their intelligent steward, they found their new home. Lan Luo and Qing's new residence was in a towering structure, with the two families separated by 3 floors. Qing quickly adapted to life aboard the immigration ship, actively engaging with various official arrangements. She tirelessly browsed recruitment information, meticulously filtering through the options. 3 days later, Qing registered for the exam of the fleet's think tank, whose primary responsibility was to serve as the fleet's brain, making the most advantageous judgments in times of crisis. Within the fleet, there had been debates, but as time passed, it became apparent that leading the fleet based on experiences from Blue Star was utterly inadequate. A moment of carelessness could lead to the fleet's demise. Following discussions among 4 fleets, a recruitment call was issued for individuals adaptable to interstellar challenges, particularly those capable of crisis management. The Dragon Kingdom, having just entered interstellar space, now faced the perils posed by the cosmic environment. Under such objective threats, all forms of manipulation proved ineffective. The cosmic environment does not negotiate. Thus, the recruitment of a think tank became imperative, seeking individuals with solid astronomical knowledge, quick reflexes, and efficient methods. Qing's university major, an uncommon field of study at the time, was astronomy, with a particular focus on responding to cosmic environmental crises. Recognizing the relevance of her studies, Qing resolved to give it a try, having been diligently reviewing her university knowledge at home. Naturally, Lon Luo was fully supportive. That night before bed, Qing took a sip of water and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Shortly thereafter, Lon Luo administered a 3rd-level gene optimization serum. Qing's brain development reached 20, surpassing that of Einstein by 9 points. Recently, Qing felt increasingly invigorated and confident in her potential to become an outstanding member of the think tank. She even envisioned a future as a scientist. Meanwhile, Lon Luo chose to relax, perhaps feeling that idleness was not ideal. Drawing upon his knowledge reservoir, he secured a position as a middle school teacher, embarking on a 9-to-5 routine. The schools aboard the immigration ship were located within each towering pillar, with children attending classes in the buildings where their families resided. After work, Lan Luo would ascend the elevator directly home. Upon arriving home, Qing was overwhelmed with delight as she informed Lan Luo that she had successfully passed the recruitment examination, officially becoming a member of the fleet's think tank reserve team. The two hurriedly took the elevator to share the good news with Bai's father, perhaps with the ulterior motive of indulging in a home-cooked dinner. With Qing's new job at the fleet's core department, Lan Luo's household naturally fell into a state of quietude, as Qing was required to reside at the fleet's central hub for extended periods. As Lan Luo's life gradually settled into a tranquil routine, the days slipped by. Finally, with 8.5 years remaining until the solar crisis, the Dragon Kingdom had completed its immigration plan, leaving approximately 5 million citizens on the surface, who deemed themselves the last batch of civilians awaiting relocation. These individuals, all fit and trim with closely cropped hair and bright, determined eyes, stood in stark contrast to the chaos that ensued as the other major alliances began their population transfers, some even resorting to desperate measures to ensure their own priority status. People flooded the streets, chanting slogans, which abruptly interrupted the transfer process. The Dragon Fleet had left behind 10 escort ships, while the remainder of its warships remained anchored in the orbit of Yanhuang, keeping a safe distance to avoid collateral damage. Lon Luo, witnessing this unfolding drama online, could only shake his head in disbelief. He then instructed Fuxi to notify all alliances that they must complete their relocation efforts within 6 months. After this period, a super battleship from the Starlight Alliance would arrive in the solar system to escort the various fleets away. Any warships that failed to meet the deadline would be abandoned in the solar system. Chapter 17. The Final Preparations. Following the message, Some smaller nations began to criticize the Starlight Alliance for its perceived unfairness, yet they found themselves powerless to effect change. The astute among them hastened their relocation efforts while simultaneously seeking alternative solutions. However, time was of the essence and resources were scarce, leading many smaller nations to confront significant challenges. In this tense atmosphere, certain factions began to stir, attempting to exploit the crisis for their own gain or to sabotage the transfer plans of other alliances. Lon Luo, unfazed by the turmoil, continued to maintain his usual routine of punctual work hours. In his personal office at the 1789 Star Pillar Comprehensive High School, aboard the Daqin immigration vessel, Lan Luo reclined on a comfortable sofa, reviewing the progress of his class. Observing the neat and sometimes erratically scrawled notes of his students, he meticulously scrutinized each answer. As a custodian of knowledge pertaining to a level 13 civilization, Lon Luo felt a sense of disquiet upon examining their physics notes. As he delved deeper, cross-referencing a plethora of educational materials, he spent 3 continuous days poring over textbooks, gradually realizing that certain curricula had become outdated under the current circumstances. Composed, he penned an extensive proposal and submitted it to the fleet's administrative office. Meanwhile, the remaining regions of Blue Star were frantically relocating their populations, with 75 immigration vessels stationed in close orbit. From these vessels, immigrant ships, composite ships, and escort vessels, numerous aircraft were constantly coming and going, landing on Blue Star. In stark contrast to the Dragon Kingdom's adept maneuvers, the flight patterns of these crafts could only be deemed marginally acceptable, with some exhibiting trajectories akin to those of impaired drivers. Had it not been for the biogenetic personnel left aboard the battleship by Fuxi, the technologically ill-equipped areas would undoubtedly have suffered catastrophic crashes. Currently, aside from the intense population relocation, the remaining areas of Blue Star were also engaging in destructive resource extraction. This alarming situation raised Lon Luo's blood pressure to new heights, nearly compelling him to have Fuxi intervene directly. He recognized that such actions, while ethically questionable, were perhaps justifiable given the impending crisis. There was no time for concern over sustainable practices when the sun was set to explode in a little over 8 years. Thankfully, the fleet's limited capacity meant that these frenzied individuals would likely not strip the very soil from the planet. Previously, the focus had been on collecting food and survival resources. However, with the Dragon Kingdom's fleet having vacated Blue Star's orbit to position itself near Yanhuang, the absence of food supplies led the remaining populace to begin wantonly ravaging the planet's vegetation, uprooting various plants en masse. This reckless destruction alarmed Lon Luo, as it felt like a personal affront to his interests. Suppressing his indignation and temper, he issued a new directive. Niwa, inform Fuxi that in 7 days, the Starlight Alliance will provide a shipment of supplies to Blue Star, citing the recent year's advancements in agricultural technology. Additionally, have Fuxi issue a new notice. In 3 months, the Starlight Alliance will evacuate all personnel from the Blue Star fleet. Henceforth, the fleet gifted to Blue Star will belong entirely to its inhabitants, and 5 months later, when the super battleship arrives, it will lead the Blue Star fleet away from the solar system. Lon Luo felt a sense of resignation. Blue Star belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, and he could only bear with the situation. Understood, boss, Niwa acknowledged, swiftly transmitting Lon Luo's orders to the Fuxi database aboard the Pangu. Fuxi promptly assumed command, convening a meeting between the two civilizations. We will evacuate our members from your fleet as scheduled, stated the biogenetic personnel under Fuxi's control in a cold tone. The Dragon Kingdom representatives shrugged, expressing their understanding and support. Reactions among the other alliances varied. Some were elated, perceiving that once the Starlight Alliance's personnel departed, the fleet would be entirely under their control, while others were apprehensive, having only recently learned to operate warships, with some still struggling to master their vessels. This situation highlighted the disparities in development among the alliances. The developed regions, such as the Nordic Alliance and the Great Bear Alliance, felt no concern. The true anxieties lay with the African Union, whose historically low educational standards had resulted in inadequate control over their warships, compounded by the presence of member nations from South Asia, where crashing aircraft was a point of pride. Friends from the Starlight Alliance, we extend our gratitude for your assistance. Please convey our thanks to your leaders on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. May I inquire about the quantity of supplies you intend to provide? Feng Yu inquired, immediately adopting a cordial demeanor with the biogenetic personnel. He had already deduced that they hailed from a parallel universe. For over a year, we have cultivated a substantial amount of Blue Star's agricultural produce through technology, and this shipment will be considerable. averaged across each fully occupied immigration vessel. The supplies will sustain each ship for 200 years. Additionally, considering the challenges of interstellar travel, we will bestow upon all parties the complete technology for cosmic ecological circulation. Applause erupted as Feng Yu led the appreciation. The Dragon Kingdom had now mastered ecological circulation technology, a hallmark of a level 1 civilization's pinnacle. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom's focus had shifted to conquering nuclear fusion and plasma technologies, both of which fell under the domain of level 2 civilizations, their complexity being self-evident. The struggles with nuclear fusion alone had caused Blue Star considerable distress, to the extent that it had become a running joke online that we were perpetually 50 years away from successfully developing nuclear fusion, underscoring the formidable challenges posed by such advanced technology. Greetings, esteemed members of the Starlight Alliance. After recalling our members, will you be departing from the solar system? Indeed, our fleet's warships are stationed at the periphery of the Kuiper Belt, and this recall is necessitated by orders to return to the Alliance. Will there be another fleet to replace you? Naturally, a fleet will indeed take our place. Feng Yu and Fu Xi have concluded their performance in harmonious unison. By the time the other alliances catch on, they will discover that the pertinent questions have already been posed by the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. Only applause and cheers remain as the meeting adjourns, with each alliance hastily returning to their fleets to implement the discussed plans. The Dragon Kingdom fleet took 5 days to return from Yin Star to Earth's orbit. Simultaneously, the Dragon Kingdom exhibited its great power by dispatching vessels to assist the Great Alliance of Black Continent in relocating its populace. Within 3 months, nearly 80 to 90% of the population had been relocated by the major alliances. The upper echelons of these alliances, observing the warehouses brimming with supplies, were invigorated to intensify their relocation efforts. Within the fleet of the Asian Super Alliance, which is under the command of Little Japan, a gathering of senior officials convened in a small conference room aboard a diminutive vessel. Esteemed colleagues, in 5 days, the members of the Starlight Alliance within our fleet will depart. At that time, the radiance of Little Japan shall illuminate the cosmos. Otaka-kun, how proficient is our fleet becoming? Please rest assured, Akishi-kun, the fleet has attained full mastery. Furthermore, we have acquired 4 immigrant vessels from the Asian Super Alliance. Otaka Mitsuru stood at attention, reporting the situation. Otaka-kun, you are a distinguished contributor to our Little He Empire. Please continue to exert your utmost effort. Akishi Mitsui praised Otaka, his eyes gleaming with ambition. How are the inhabitants of the 4 immigrant vessels? Have they caused any disturbances? The servants of the biosphere are astute. They would not dare to cause unrest. Fu Xi stationed the Pangu outside the solar system, subsequently deploying 30 Tier 3 Pinnacle frigates and 20 Tier 3 Pinnacle destroyers from the Pangu. At the same time, the previous disguise was lifted, and a gravitational field enveloped the 50 warships as they majestically advanced toward Blue Star. Concurrently, the bioengineered beings aboard Blue Star's warships began their withdrawal, returning entirely to the Starlight Alliance's destroyers. The warships that Fu Xi had previously positioned in the Kuiper Belt, acting as a facade, accelerated to assemble in the orbit of Jupiter. One modified reconnaissance ship from the Dragon Kingdom, specifically altered for ease of communication with Fu Xi, boasted various detection devices and instruments provided by Fu Xi's Tier 3 Pinnacle technology. This warship should be the vessel that will escort us away from the solar system. Observing the footage from the monitoring satellites, the Pangu, accompanied by the fleet, majestically traversed the Kuiper Belt. Wang Weiguo's eyes widened in awe, tears of envy nearly spilling from the corners of his mouth. Ah, this technology, I am certain this warship is extraordinary. Moreover, the immigrant vessel entered the solar system in the same manner. Wang Weiguo's old partner, Li Jianya, chimed in, catching the thread of the conversation. Chapter 18, The Path to Escape unfolds. The specially modified reconnaissance ship from the Dragon Kingdom melded seamlessly with the dark expanse of space. The members aboard this reconnaissance vessel were meticulously selected and rigorously vetted. Only those deemed worthy were permitted to comprehend the truth within their fleet. The members understood that a significant figure from a parallel universe was concealed among them. Old Li, you're just rambling. I know it's extraordinary, but in what way? Wang Weiguo jested, exasperated by his partner's vague assertions. Old Wang, why the rush? Ha! Old Wang, this warship undoubtedly possesses mastery over spatial technology, and I suspect we should be quite familiar with it. Oh, what have you discovered? Please elaborate. Li Jianya, a top physicist at the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, was known for his audacity and meticulousness. Old Wang, do you recall the supplies that were sent to Blue Star? They were offloaded from an immigrant vessel belonging to a fleet of the Starlight Alliance. Near the orbit of Blue Star, they had only one immigrant vessel and 20 warships of similar size to our frigates, totaling just 21 warships, correct? Li Jianya smirked, seeking to impress. Indeed, according to our astronomical observations from the Yin Star Orbital Observatory, there are 60 more warships in the Kuiper Belt, making a total of 81 warships. Wang Weigua, usually engrossed in technological research, had yet to connect the dots. Then, old Wang, how did they manage to produce nearly 500 years' worth of supplies for Blue Star with just one immigrant vessel and 80 real warships? Li Jianya dropped a bombshell on his old partner. Gosh, old Li, perhaps their biotechnology is so advanced that everything is expedited. Old Wang, are you still unconvinced? Shall we wager? That bottle of wine beneath your dormitory bed. I bet you will soon concede. Li Jianya, grinning, pivoted the conversation towards their ultimate goal. Fine. I accept your wager. Wang Weigua, well aware of his partner's intentions, knew it was merely a bottle of Guojiao old brand liquor. If need be, he could obtain another from his nephew's house. There was no shortage. Haha, old Wang, no backpedaling. Now, tell me, where is that immigrant vessel? After losing a cherished bottle of wine, Wang Weigua was compelled to accept this reality. He deployed all of the Dragon Kingdom's observational equipment, but failed to locate the immigrant vessel. They considered it a significant flaw in the Blue Luo plan. Yet those unaware of the true circumstances would remain oblivious. They also speculated it might be part of the Blue Luo plan. If Blue Luo were present, he would undoubtedly applaud, for it indeed formed part of the Blue Luo strategy. The flaws were intentionally exposed to serve as a precaution for the future relocation of all descendants of Yin and Huang into the Pangu. Old Li, you are quite astute. No wonder their fleet can traverse the solar system at will, while the same class of warships in our possession moves at a snail's pace. Haha, old Wang, you flatter me. It is all due to the might of this warship. Old Wang, I surmise that once this warship transports the replacement fleet to its destination, the immigrant vessel will manifest. I even have a bold hypothesis. What is it? I suspect the fleet is not outside the solar system. Rather, this warship has ventured beyond the solar system and extracted itself from within. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, as Li Jianya had analyzed, once the Pangu led the replacement fleet into the inner solar system, it vanished. The Pangu audaciously executed a switcheroo right under the observation of the Dragon Kingdom, unperturbed by the potential discovery by other forces, as those other forces were incapable of uncovering it. The Dragon Kingdom was only able to discern this entire operation through Tier 3 pinnacle observational equipment, while the fleets of other alliances possessed only mid-tier technology. The sole Tier 3 technology available to other factions was the gravitational device, which, while being the only Tier 3 technology, did not pertain to observational capabilities. By the time they discovered the replacement fleet, it had already entered the inner solar system, and the Pangu had departed. The fleet, composed of 50 warships, having formed from the Yin Star orbit, navigated towards Blue Star and arrived a day later. Blue Luo, too, felt helpless, with Tier 4 technology barred from use. They had no choice but to exploit the Panga's loophole. Fortunately, they could take advantage of this, or else the mission would prove exceedingly difficult to complete. The Pangu quietly soared near the Flame Star, subsequently disguising itself as a migrant ship before setting off towards the Blue Star. The nations of the Blue Star soon detected the newly arrived fleet, and after a tense exchange of communications, they learned it was merely a changeover fleet. With their guard lowered, they hastily sent greetings to their own fleets, cautioning them to avoid any conflict with the Starlight Alliance. Previously aware of the Alliance's formidable strength, boasting nearly 500 second-tier vessels and warships, they could relinquish them without hesitation, showcasing their immense wealth. Although the Starlight Alliance's own fleet was indeed powerful, it lacked an oppressive presence. Aside from the 21 warships near Earth, the remaining 60 were situated beyond the Kuiper Belt. However, the arrival of 50 warships directly at the vicinity of the Blue Star escalated tensions significantly. Eager factions momentarily suppressed their impatience, halting any aggressive actions. The Pangu rendezvoused with 20 warships and proceeded towards the gathering point near Jupiter. Upon reaching Jupiter, a staged assembly took place before the Pangu led them away from the solar system, entering a hidden realm within a stellar system. The Pangu quietly anchored in the void when suddenly, a 500-kilometer radius around it rippled as if disturbed by water. A warship, approximately 50 kilometers in length, materialized in this space. After this warship's arrival, the Pangu deactivated its disguise, revealing its original length of 36 kilometers. The Pangu's cloaking technology, a product of divine-level civilization, allowed its exterior to mimic its surroundings by condensing energy into a solid state. Following this, the Pangu gradually faded from view, leaving only the recently arrived warship visible. This vessel was a level 9 medium-sized warship permitted by the Blue Privilege, equipped with capabilities for spatial folding and storage, categorized by its internal dimensions rather than its external size. In comparison to the colossal warships and fortresses of 5th and 6th level civilizations, whose lengths could reach hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, the Pangu appeared trivial, almost pitifully small. In a 16th level civilization, the size of a warship indicated its technological prowess, while in a 79th level civilization, the opposite was true. The smaller the warship, the greater the internal space. With a month remaining until the escape plan's execution, all alliances had completed their transfer strategies. Nations are now diligently familiarizing themselves with their warships. The Fushi's Pangu lay quietly near the moon, cloaked and undetected. Fushi sent out notifications to the alliances under the guise of a replacement fleet, requesting a rendezvous in the vicinity of the Flame Star in 5 days. Observing the population transfer within the alliances, Lon Luo hastily instructed Fushi to issue the assembly notification, concerned that idle hands might wreak havoc upon the Blue Star. In the cosmic expanse surrounding the Flame Star, over 500 warships filled a vast area. Attention, fleets of various alliances. Please embark according to the navigation plan. Destination Jupiter orbit, coordinates XXXXXXX. The 500 warships began to depart sequentially based on their alliances, gradually accelerating. The Dragon Nation's vessels, positioned at the rear, commenced their acceleration 5 hours after the others. The reconnaissance ships formed the outer perimeter, with the escort ships in the inner circle and the center occupied by 20 migrant warships. The primary objective of this voyage was to acclimate the warships to the cosmic environment. Hence, the speed was moderate. It took 10 days to reach Jupiter from the Flame Star, as traveling at 1% of the speed of light would have resulted in an earlier arrival. Crucially, Lon Luo sought to distance the Blue Star fleet from its namesake. After a 3-day respite at Jupiter, the fleet, guided by the Starlight Alliance's warships, continued its journey toward the solar system's periphery. Chapter 19. Escape to Freedom. All Blue Star inhabitants boarded their vessels, sailing beyond the solar system, embarking on a journey toward the future and the stars, stepping into the unknown. The Blue Star people had departed from their home, a planet that once nurtured humanity, now rendered silent and desolate. Lon Luo, a traveler equipped with divine-level civilization technology, had resolved from the outset to carry the Blue Star away. For it was the birthplace of the descendants of Yin and Huang. The Yanhuang civilization from which Nuwa hailed had developed into a divine-level civilization, underscoring the immense potential of the Yanhuang descendant civilization. Lon Luo was determined to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Recalling that the civilization to which Nuwa belonged had also faced crises, but had never forsaken their home planet, Lon Luo decided to allow the Blue Star to recuperate, gradually restoring its ecological environment. Aboard the Daqing migrant ship, Lon Luo bid farewell to Bai Qing. As the vessel officially set sail, Bai Qing found herself increasingly occupied. Utilizing her 20 brain domain development and remarkable memory, she self-studied 8 courses in astrophysics, including particle cosmology, high-energy astrophysics, fundamental astrophysics, and astronomical data processing and analysis. Such accomplishments positioned her as a towering figure in the field of astronomy. Today, however, Bai Qing was to depart the Daqing and assume a role within the flagship of the Dragon Nation, the Zhuzhou, as the 5th elder of its advisory council. After her departure, it would be 6 months before she would have the opportunity to meet with Lon Luo again. Lon Luo assisted Bai Qing in transporting her luggage to the spacecraft, watching her leave with a mix of reluctance and unwavering support. Nuwa, has the fleet leadership confirmed my identity? Lon Luo inquired from his reclined position in the living room. According to my assessments, the fleet has not detected your identity. However, it may be established in the future through Bai Qing, as her brain domain development is 34 times that of an ordinary person. Should Bai Qing's brilliance shine too brightly, the fleet will inevitably uncover Lon Luo's existence. Although Lon Luo's identity had been concealed by Nuwa's divine intelligence, nothing was absolute. Nuwa, are the bioengineered individuals ready? Boss, they have been prepared under my subsystem control. All bioengineered beings are governed by the subsystems of Fushi and Nuwa, effectively making them extensions of either Fushi or Nuwa. Excellent. Then let's proceed with the transmission. Nuwa summoned a small metallic sphere the size of a soccer ball from her dedicated space. The metallic sphere emitted a surge of energy, striking the air in the living room. A blue ring with a 2-meter diameter formed, through which Lon Luo emerged. Indeed, it resembles you, the bioengineered Lon Luo remarked, revealing itself as the substitute created by Fuxi at Blue Luo's behest, now under Nua's command. For the next 6 months, the bioengineered Blue Luo would serve as a teacher. Blue Luo glanced at the bioengineered version of himself, nodded, and stepped into the blue water curtain portal. Once inside, the bioengineered entity, under Nua's control, closed the portal and retrieved the metallic sphere. Blue Luo, having returned to the familiar core space, felt a wave of nostalgia. "Welcome back, boss." "Yes, Fuxi. Let us head to the Blue Star." Blue Luo refrained from wasting time expressing thanks to Fuxi, deeming it unnecessary. "Understood, boss." The Pangu, in lunar orbit, arrived above the Blue Star in less than 30 seconds. Subsequently, it descended into the Blue Star, landing at the location of a small supermarket that once stood in Huaxia Star City. Stepping out of the spacecraft, Blue Luo gazed at the overcast sky, lamenting humanity's destructive capacity. The reckless development over a mere year had caused pollution more severe than that accumulated over the past 2 decades. Nua, aside from historical relics, dispatched third-tier intelligent machines to clear all remaining human constructions. "Understood, boss." Nua serves as both a teacher and an assistant. With the arrival of 100,000 small engineering vessels dispatched from the Pangu, they surged onto Blue Star en masse. Each engineering vessel, an essential tool for demolition, stretches 1 kilometer in length. At this moment, within a city in North America, the entire urban expanse lay deserted. From the sky descended 200 engineering vessels, from which an array of intelligent machinery emerged. They demolished buildings with ruthless efficiency, smashing walls and reducing concrete structures to dust. The metal debris was swiftly collected by hovering drones, while biodegradable materials were either incinerated or removed. Within a single day, this once thriving metropolis, the largest in North America, was entirely dismantled, leaving only a solitary statue of a goddess standing forlornly upon the ground. From the engineering vessels, several hovering machines emerged, spraying a special solution onto the statue to reinforce its foundation, extending outwards for a radius of 50 meters. This was a preservative belonging to a Type 3 civilization, ensuring that the statue would remain unscathed for millennia. This meticulous preservation of culturally significant artifacts had been a part of Lon Luo's long-standing plan. In Dragon Country's Star City, where Lon Luo had once rested, everything except for historical relics was razed to the ground. Naturally, the 3-story commercial building that housed Lon Luo's former convenience store was preserved. In a mere span of 2 days, 999 structures on Blue Star vanished completely, as a few colossal warships disposed of the unmanageable debris into Mercury. This operation reached its conclusion. Lon Luo was thoroughly satisfied with the execution of this plan. The Panda ship, having distanced itself from Blue Star, initiated a spatial jump, vanishing in an instant. Soon, it arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with the Starlight Alliance and the Blue Star fleet. In the void near the Kuiper Belt, hundreds of warships floated in anticipation. This was the fleet of Blue Star, awaiting the arrival of the Starlight Alliance's super battleship. 3 hours later, a warship over 50 kilometers in length gradually entered the view of the Blue Star fleet. The leaders of the various alliances collectively exhaled in relief. Finally, it had arrived. On the flagship of the American Alliance, the first leader felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. There had been a palpable anxiety that without the super battleship, they would find themselves cornered, ultimately consumed by the explosive shockwaves. The super battleship, piloted by Fuxi, was none other than Lan Luo's own medium-class battleship of level 9. A day later, on the public channel, specific coordinates were relayed for various ships. Vessel 001060, proceed to coordinates XXXXXX. Vessel 061120, proceed to coordinates XXXXXX. Vessel 121,180, proceed to coordinates. As each vessel reached its designated position, Fuxi instructed the fleet to adjust their course, maintaining formation, direction, and speed. Once the level 9 warship reached the center of the 3-dimensional fleet, it continued to sail in unison with the entire armada. In a sudden moment, the super battleship accelerated, enveloping all vessels within its gravitational field. Their speed increased dramatically, and they vanished from the cosmos, having breached the fabric of space to embark on a journey through curvature. Minutes later, at the inner edge of the Oort cloud, located 0.8 light-years from the sun, spatial fluctuations began, and a kaleidoscope of colors formed a ring. Abruptly, the vast fleet emerged from the luminous spectrum, having arrived at their destination. Quickly launched the probes. Upon arrival, each warship promptly released a multitude of detectors. After half an hour, the various alliances confirmed that the fleet had indeed reached a point 0.8 light-years from the sun. Finally, they were safe. We have finally escaped. The Blue Star fleet had successfully eluded the explosion's reach, and jubilant cheers erupted among the crew, releasing pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for years. Within the immigrant ships, an atmosphere of joy ignited, as people embraced one another, congratulating each other with tears of relief shimmering in their eyes. Children frolicked in the cabins, their laughter and cheers intertwining, reflecting their hopeful anticipation for a new life. The adults, too, could hardly contain their excitement, clasping each other's hands and reflecting on their harrowing escape. Some silently offered prayers of gratitude, while others had misty eyes. At this moment, most captains addressed their crews through the intercom, expressing congratulations and gratitude. Applause erupted, resonating like thunder within the ship, an homage to the captain and a testament to the crew's collective efforts. In this instant, they understood that, although the road ahead remained long, they had taken a significant step forward. With hope and courage, they would navigate towards their new homeland, embarking on an entirely new chapter. Chapter 20, The Hidden Wormhole. We thank the Starlight Alliance for extending their helping hand. Thank you, Starlight Alliance, for being the most magnificent and free civilization. Thank you, Starlight Alliance, for being the divine messengers, benevolent angels traversing the starry skies. Thank you, Starlight Alliance, for guiding you to become the greatest guardians of the universe. Within the Pangu, Lan Luo observed the public channel, listening to the statements from various alliances and factions, shaking his head as he departed the control room. As for how to respond, he trusted that Fuxi would handle it impeccably. Ding! Boss, a wormhole has been discovered 50 million kilometers from the inner edge of the Oort cloud. Fuxi promptly reported the results of the recent scan. What's going on? With our technology, we should be able to scan for wormholes throughout the galaxy. Why was this one only just detected? Lon Luo found it hard to believe. Upon their arrival in this universe, they had already scanned the entire galaxy, making it impossible to overlook a wormhole situated on the outskirts of the solar system. Boss, this wormhole is periodic. The recent scan indicates that it is currently expanding. Based on its rate of expansion, this wormhole formed 15 days ago. According to the data, it will remain hidden and close off in 3 years, opening every 50 years. Oh, are we certain it wasn't created by some civilization? Negative. The creation of artificial wormholes requires technology mastered by a Type 6 civilization, and such constructs necessitate regular maintenance. No Type 6 civilizations exist within the galaxy. This wormhole is a quintessential cosmic wonder, documented in both My and UAS databases. As Fuxi spoke, he projected the records of the wormhole from the database. Where does the wormhole lead? Lan Luo perused the video documentation of the cosmic marvel, inquiring further. Boss, the wormhole directs towards the outskirts of the Orion Arm. Fuxi clarified that this wormhole did not align with the center of the Orion Arm galaxy, but rather extended outward, leading to the fringes of the Milky Way, approximately 5,000 light-years from the solar system. Deploy a Level 9 small warship to traverse the wormhole and report back with the findings. An idea suddenly sparked within Lan Luo's mind. Understood, boss. Fuxi immediately dispatched Lon Luo's dedicated Level 9 small warship towards the wormhole. A day later, the Level 9 small warship returned to the Pangu, and the exploration results were swiftly delivered to Lan Luo. As he read the report in hand, he marveled at the capriciousness of fate. This wormhole was unidirectional, permitting passage solely from the solar system to 5,000 light-years beyond. One could go but not return. Had it not been for the fact that the small warship was of Level 9, the return journey would have proven exceedingly arduous. Should a Level 3 civilization traverse through, without ascending to Level 4 to master the curvature engine, they would find themselves utterly stranded. On the opposite side of the wormhole lies a diminutive arm belonging to the Orion Arm, remarkably akin to our solar system, which also resides within the Orion Arm, situated closer to the galactic center. The solar system itself constitutes a significant branch of the Orion Arm, albeit nearer to the galactic core. In contrast, the arm discovered across the wormhole is situated further from the galactic center and is notably smaller in scale. Astoundingly, the wormhole's exit is positioned at the confluence of 3 planetary systems. This arm spans merely 120 light-years, with the distances between neighboring stellar systems reaching up to 26 light-years, while the shortest distance is a mere 1 light-year, with the 3 planetary systems converging precisely at the wormhole's exit. What astonished Lon Luo the most was that each planetary system harbors life-sustaining planets, which Fuxi succinctly categorized as A, B, and C. The atmospheric composition of planet A consists of 25 oxygen, 70 nitrogen, 1 argon, and 0.02 carbon dioxide, along with several rare gases familiar to Blue Star, and some that are entirely absent from it. The atmospheres of the other two planets bear striking resemblance to that of Planet A, with only minor discrepancies. However, the internal resources of these three systems are markedly scarce, classifying them as desert star systems. Apart from the three life-sustaining planets, they differ significantly from the solar system in almost every aspect. According to Fuxi's calculations, the three life-sustaining planets are entirely conducive to human existence. Should humanity manage to overcome the viruses inhabiting these planets, they could readily establish a home there. This dilemma left Lon Luo in a quandary, contemplating whether to disclose this information to the Dragon Kingdom, despite having resolved the solar crisis. The mission encompassed more than merely averting disaster. It necessitated guiding the descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors to the pinnacle of the cosmos. After 2 days of deliberation, Lon Luo resolved to have Fuxi communicate the matter with both sentiment and reason. After all, Lon Luo possessed a trump card, the Pangu. 3 days later, as the bioengineered beings controlled by Fuxi departed from the flagship of the Dragon Kingdom, Lon Luo received encouraging news. The Dragon Kingdom had resolved to continue on its current trajectory, first venturing to the nearest Alpha Centauri system for exploration and respite, with the sole stipulation of conducting a video call with Lon Luo. Upon concluding the communication, an undeniable smile illuminated Lon Luo's face. On the same day, from the fleet flagship, a small warship departed, drawing near to the Pangu before vanishing from sight. The following morning, the Dragon Kingdom fleet announced across the entire armada that they would conclude their respite and embark on interstellar navigation, with the Alpha Centauri system as their target. The Dragon Kingdom fleet bid a solemn farewell to various alliances, ultimately passing before the Starlight Alliance fleet with the highest of honors, resolutely plunging into the Oort Cloud region. Other fleets promptly began discussing their destinations, whether as a collective alliance or a national entity, engaging in fervent debates. Fuxi, too, commenced his activities, announcing that a gala would be held in 5 days, permitting individual immigration to the Starlight Alliance. This announcement stirred a veritable hornet's nest, as individuals aboard the immigration ships eagerly sought avenues for migration. Fuxi also forcefully connected the local networks of all fleets and launched the official immigration website for the Starlight Alliance. Within just 1 hour, applications for immigration surged to nearly 500 million. Fuxi initiated the immigration review process, having begun the collection of each individual's data back on Blue Star, thus ensuring that the eligibility of applicants had already been predetermined. On the 5th day, aboard the flagship of the Nordic Alliance, over 300 bioengineered beings participated in the gala. As the event reached its zenith, one bioengineered being unveiled a 2-meter-tall biomechanical exoskeleton. The venue fell into a hushed silence, for it was their first glimpse of the extraterrestrial visage of the Starlight Alliance. As the bioengineered being emerged from the exoskeleton, flapping its 40-centimeter wings, raucous cheers erupted. As its height of 6 meters became a sacred emblem in the eyes of the onlookers. One after another, bioengineered beings emerged from their exoskeletons, prompting waves of exhilaration that crescendoed with each revelation. 2 hours later, amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the bioengineered beings donned their exoskeletons and ascended into their craft to return to the fleet. Following the gala, enthusiasm for immigration to the Starlight Alliance not only persisted, but intensified. The next day, the Starlight Alliance announced that in 3 hours, a fleet comprising 10 immigration ships would arrive, all intermediate-level vessels from the third-tier civilization, prepared to accept 30 million individuals as citizens of the Alliance. Subsequently, under Lon Luo's direction, the Starlight Alliance welcomed 30 million Blue Star inhabitants as new citizens. However, they were distributed across different immigration vessels, and each individual's reception was conducted separately. Some were even returned for various reasons, such as spitting, creating noise, or neglecting personal hygiene. The process of returning one individual necessitated the supplementing of another, leaving the fleets with no recourse. When the 10 immigration ships arrived, they were accompanied by 300 warships. Under Lon Luo's interference, after 15 days, the various alliances had yet to conclude their respite. Chapter 21. The acquisition of Blue Star, along with the Moon. The Oort Cloud, the solar system's most enigmatic periphery, is a realm where meteors traverse the dark expanse of the universe amidst extreme cosmic conditions. In this silent void, the Dragon Kingdom fleet, with reconnaissance ships leading the charge and escort vessels as its wings, shielded 20 immigration ships carrying 1.2 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in an impregnable formation. The fleet advanced resolutely, intermittently flashing lasers to obliterate any meteors obstructing their path, clearing the way for their passage. crisis often approaches silently. A massive shadow loomed ahead of the fleet. The flagship captain promptly commanded the scanning of the detection radar. The results were shocking. It was a small asteroid capable of annihilating the entire fleet. The captain decisively ordered all warships to unleash their firepower, attempting to alter the asteroid's trajectory. However, the asteroid's mass was too substantial. The energy from the laser cannons and energy weapons proved insufficient. As the asteroid drew perilously close, beads of sweat formed on the captain's forehead. Just then, a warship approximately 50 kilometers in length gradually deactivated its cloaking, appearing within the captain's line of sight. This warship then unleashed a formidable energy beam, shattering the asteroid into dust, thereby saving the entire fleet before vanishing from sight. Phew, that was a timely intervention. The captain mused, continuing their advance. He was well aware of the intricacies at play. Meanwhile, on Lan Luo's end, Fuxi had shared the wormhole intelligence with the 5 major alliances. Upon learning of the situation, the alliances wasted no time in consolidating their fleets and surged towards the wormhole, sending only a brief farewell message to the Starlight Alliance, fearful of arriving too late and finding their territory divided. Lon Luo, indifferent to the commotion, observed as the fleet of the Black Continent Alliance wobbled in as the last to enter the wormhole. At this juncture, no other alliance's warships remained in the solar system. Lon Luo commanded 300 warships to set sail in pursuit of the Dragon Kingdom fleet, directing the Pangu to leap to a position near Blue Star. The Pangu vessel, positioned ahead in the orbit of the Blue Star, unfurled a colossal vortex. As the Blue Star gradually approached this swirling phenomenon, it unexpectedly vanished into the vortex in an instant. The resplendent Blue Star was thus engulfed, disappearing from the solar system. Moments later, the vessel returned to the vicinity of the moon, where it unfurled another portal. In a mere 5 minutes, the moon too vanished from the solar system. Inside the Pangu, within the mid-level space, a vast emptiness suddenly manifested 2 orbs, one large and one small. In just 5 minutes, the moon transformed into a satellite of the Blue Star, which continued to rotate in its original position. As Fuxi made continuous adjustments, the internal environment remained unchanged, basking in sunlight with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The Pangu vessel then leaped away, reappearing near the fleet in the blink of an eye. Among the 10 immigration ships of the fleet, the newly arrived immigrants quickly uncovered a pressing issue. The entire fleet consisted of orphan girls around the age of 15, suggesting that during the process of replenishment, the original reasons for their return had been deftly obscured. 30 million young girls, all with fair skin and golden hair, were under the guidance of an intelligent steward, learning the Draconic language. Unperturbed by these revelations, the steward was tasked with daily lessons in Draconic and advanced technological knowledge, even starting from newly compiled textbooks, emphasizing a fresh beginning. Blue Luo retracted most of the warships, retaining only 100 to escort the immigration vessels forward. The Dachine immigration ship, nestled within the fleet, sped through the void. The entire fleet comprised mid-tier warships, with the highest speed attainable by a level 3 civilization being 1/5 the speed of light. These were merely mid-tier vessels, with a maximum velocity of only 1/10 the speed of light. Reaching the Centaurus constellation would require approximately 35 years, marking a lengthy journey. Furthermore, Blue Luo would no longer assist in accelerating the fleet, having commenced a routine life of work. As the fleet traversed at high speeds, time flew by. Unbeknownst to them, 3 years elapsed, leaving 5 years until the sun's explosion. Amidst their celestial voyage, the populace had forgotten the looming crisis of the sun. Technology advanced at a breakneck pace. Within 3 years, the Dragon Kingdom had ascended to the early stages of a level 2 civilization, having initially grasped plasma technology. In the realm of biotechnology, armed with all the technological data from level 1 civilization provided by Blue Luo, they had now conquered the level 1 genetic optimization liquid. Intensive safety checks were underway, with numerous lab mice being tested for safety. Once confirmed, the optimization liquid would be administered freely to the populace. The benefits of such injections would be beyond estimation, not only in extending lifespan, but also in enhancing cognitive capacities, which would likely yield a plethora of genius scientists. The pace of technological development would accelerate dramatically, potentially reaching the late stages of level 2 civilization in a short time. At present, Blue Luo was preoccupied with the interstellar endeavors of the fleet, engaging in discussions with the upper echelons and proposing concrete plans. Gradually perfecting the interstellar strategy since 6 months prior, the Dragon Kingdom's interstellar plan was now fully developed, awaiting a fleet-wide announcement. On board the Chang'an immigration ship, within the residence of the Tongtian Pillar 166369, Wang Xiaoyu and her father Wang Zheng sat on the sofa, their eyes glued to the projection screen. Wang Xiaoyu's mother set down a platter of fruit before them and settled down to await the commencement. 3 days earlier, upon returning home, the family had been informed by Xiaoding Dang that today was a day of rest for the entire fleet, as all citizens were to watch the inauguration of the Interstellar Initiative. The screen now displayed the flagship venue, featuring a single podium elevated 15 meters above the audience of 100,000 who sat in rapt attention. When a dignified, middle-aged man ascended the stage to declare the event open, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, the sound resonating throughout the fleet square. Simultaneously, the image of the podium appeared on every screen across the fleet, the expansive displays solely showcasing this moment. A seemingly affable elder addressed the fleet, proclaiming, "The solar crisis has compelled us towards the stars. The vast cosmos has taught us to confront adversity. Amidst the tides of time, we have emerged as a cosmic race." The 3-hour inauguration meticulously detailed the process of interstellar transformation and the responsibilities inherent in civilization. The fleet underwent a transformation, adopting the name Flame Dragon Civilization to better fit into interstellar society. The apex institution, the Flame Dragon Palace, alongside the Guardian Dragon Hall, would govern this new era. The Flame Dragon Palace served as the leader's office, and during the trial run of interstellar operations, no leader would be elected until the plan received popular endorsement. The leader would preside over the Flame Dragon Palace, the Guardian Dragon Hall, and the Elder Hall. These 3 institutions were destined to be constructed together in the future, albeit currently limited to the flagship. The Guardian Dragon Hall comprised 9 guardians, designated as the first guardian through to the 9th guardian. The essence of the Guardian Dragon Hall lay in safeguarding the Flame Dragon civilization and its heirs. Besides the Guardian Dragon Hall, the Advisory Council underwent a reformation, renaming itself the Elder Hall, which would provide recommendations to the Guardian Dragon Hall without encroaching on its authority. Subsequently, the fleet announced further interstellar initiatives. Children would commence their education at the age of 10, with 3 years of primary school, 3 years of secondary school, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university. All educational institutions would be established by the Guardian Dragon Hall, with standardized textbooks published uniformly. An honor system would be implemented. Individuals contributing to society would earn honor points, with a total of 1,000 points granting them the title of Baron, continuing upward in rank. All honor points will be distributed through assessments conducted by artificial intelligence. Furthermore, to prioritize technological advancement, scientists would be classified into 9 tiers. Following evaluation by AI, Tier 1 scientists would automatically receive the title of Baron, Tier 2 would become Viscounts, and so forth. Everyone would be eligible for assessment, with dedicated institutions for open evaluations, ensuring an entirely impartial process free from personal biases. Every official unit would incorporate AI and intelligent robotics. The intelligent core of the Flame Dragon civilization resided in the headquarters of the Guardian Dragon Hall, with the primary systems named Yanhuang and Fuxi, while other intelligences or assistants were categorized as subsystems or basic intelligence. Personal assistants for citizens maintained independent databases, disconnected from the official database. For the supreme intelligence, serving as the custodian of the Flame Dragon civilization, even a fraction of its computational power was negligible. Indeed, Lan Luo had contributed Fuxi and Yanhuang, ensuring that with their presence, the Flame Dragon civilization would navigate many challenges with greater ease. Lan Luo also ascended to the role of the 5th guardian, while Bai Qing became the first elder of the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall consisted of 72 elder positions, of which only 19 were tiered. To attain a tiered position within the Elder Hall, competition was necessary. Chapter 22. Universal Injection. Since the initiation of the Universal Interstellar Program, the Flame Dragon civilization soared as if borne on wings, achieving breakthroughs across various domains and demonstrating a remarkable trajectory towards unprecedented heights. Interstellar integration has been in effect for over 4 years, nearing 5. In the Hall of the Dragon, Lon Luo is diligently perusing documents. Once she finishes, she discreetly confirms with Yanhuang, and upon ascertaining everything is in order, she feels a significant sense of relief. At that moment, she was uncertain how she had ensnared herself in this predicament. If she is to lead the Flame Dragon civilization to its zenith, she must naturally shoulder the accompanying responsibilities. Yanhuang, notify the fleet to begin deceleration. We will dock in 5 days, and inform all fleet units that there will be a 15-day rest period following the docking. She instructed. Understood, boss. Yanhuang continues to address Lan Luo as boss rather than 5th guardian. Guardian, we have received documents from the immigrant fleet. Lon Luo's assistant, Wang Yao, enters after knocking and hands a document to Lan Luo. Thank you for your assistance. The assistant responds courteously before resuming her work. Upon opening the document, Lan Luo discovers it is an application for joining the Flame Dragon civilization, specifically referring to the 30 million young women who initially became part of the Starlight Alliance. After discussing the particulars with Yanhuang, she grants approval for this application. Lon Luo is acutely aware of the significance of population within interstellar civilizations. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in such a seemingly trivial affair at the outset. Wang Yao informs the reproductive office to evenly distribute members of the immigrant fleet across the various motherships, with a list already disseminated by Yanhuang. Understood, Guardian. As the Flame Dragon civilization's fleet rests in the void, the enormous hatches of each mothership slowly open, and numerous sightseeing vessels begin to emerge, visiting one another. Meanwhile, scientists embark on research vessels, distancing themselves from the fleet to commence various experiments, large-scale endeavors that cannot be conducted aboard the motherships. The frigates and destroyers fervently launch an array of intelligent probes into the vast emptiness. On the 12th day of rest, a celestial body appears on the large screen in the mothership's plaza. Today, the people are unusually quiet, each holding a bouquet of flowers. They gaze silently at the screen until, at a certain moment, the star within it erupts. The fleet is left with only the soft sounds of weeping. Returning home from sorrow, leaving the flowers at their doorsteps, they quietly accompany humanity as it fades away in a dazzling brilliance. The grief within is akin to the weeping fleet. As the fleet embarks once more, the people find themselves bereft of time to mourn. Xiaohua, please inform the team leader that assistance is required here. On a frigate within the Eastern Fleet, maintenance team members gather around a 10-meter-wide aircraft. The seemingly 25-year-old Xiao Chan addresses a hovering red sphere beside him. After approximately 3 minutes, footsteps are heard. A striking female, crew member clad in form-fitting attire enters, exuding an aura of confidence and professionalism with her vigorous posture and resolute stride. The snug fabric accentuates her healthy and robust silhouette, radiating a subtle glow that indicates advanced technology. What's the matter? Can't get to work? Hand me the blueprint. Upon entering, Zhao Yaya glances at the blueprint Xiao Chen extends. After circling the aircraft for a moment, she directs the 4 team members to begin their tasks. Her movements are crisp and decisive, every action executed with precision, as if she and the equipment have become one. After an hour of industrious labor, the 4 members depart, their eyes filled with admiration. Zhongguo, where do you think our team leader learned those skills? Xiao Chan inquires, watching Zhao Yaya's departing figure. Hey kid, don't be envious. Our team leader was among the first members of the Space Forces, Zhongguo explains with a sense of awe. You should learn from her. She is about to pass the secondary scientist review. What? Is she really going to become a Viscount? Xiao Chen exclaims in disbelief, utterly astonished. He understands the difficulty of attaining noble titles, especially as the fleet undergoes restructuring and people's aspirations have evolved. Currently, within the entire Flame Dragon civilization, every citizen receives 100 gene of staple grains monthly, alongside 510 gene of various vegetables and meats every 5 days. Citizens collect according to their needs, ensuring no waste, as the honor system penalizes wastage by deducting honor points. Honor points are exceedingly rare, requiring continuous contributions that encompass all aspects of life, such as valuing food and conserving resources. If one avoids negative impacts for an entire month, they are rewarded with 1 honor point. Kid, you should seize the opportunity to learn. Our team leader aspires to become a warship designer and will be reassigned next month. Zhongguo expresses profound respect for Zhao Yaya, noting her dedication to self-study late into the night. Our team leader is a guest of honor among the captain. I hear Captain Zhang and cheer from the same cohort of crew members. Haha, the captain's memes are quite popular online. Another colleague chimes in cheerfully. It is said that anyone named Zhang Wei can form a fleet. Ah, poor captain, still a mere citizen, not even a baron, Zhongguo quips, effectively concluding the topic as the 4 return to their tasks. While the fleet traverses the silent depths of space, the interior of the mothership resonates with jubilant cheers. Today marks a momentous occasion, a day of nationwide celebration. At every medical station and hospital aboard each mothership, long lines of people await their injections of genetic optimization serum. This is a civilization-wide initiative aimed at enhancing the genetic quality of citizens, improving health and quality of life. Within each injection station, individuals move quietly and orderly, their expressions filled with anticipation as staff members wield transparent syringes filled with the serum. Medical personnel bustle about, ensuring the injection process proceeds smoothly. The queue comprises individuals clad in diverse attire, yet all gaze intently at the syringes ahead. Some silently pray for this injection to bestow them with a better life. Others brim with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the future of genetic optimization. When it is finally their turn, people display expressions of steadfast hope as they gently insert the syringe into their arms. The genetic optimization serum flows slowly into their bodies, accompanied by a slight sting, while they envision themselves growing stronger and healthier. Upon completion, smiles emerge and congratulations are exchanged. They recognize that this is not merely an injection, but an investment in their futures. As time passes, the genetic optimization serum will take effect, transforming their lives and ushering in a brighter tomorrow for humanity. Within the fleet's network, netizens excitedly share their experiences of receiving the serum. Good news. Exceptional news. Please share your stories. Haha, brothers. I am so thrilled to see the images. Young man, you can do it. 3 centimeters gained. I suspect the one above is piloting a spaceship. Let me see. The original poster has done well. Grew 3 centimeters in 2 months. The original poster has grown taller and more handsome. I suggest he becomes stronger. The original poster is bald, but still grew stronger. Poor lad, just take your time. You can still grow about 8 more centimeters. I fear no one. Only the genetic optimization serum. The whole populace stands at 175 to 185 centimeters. Ja, 190 Zentimeter. Haha. The minimum height is 175 centimeters. And 9,999 people fall within the 175 to 185 centimeters range. Indeed, the optimization serum enhances genes, not edits them. In our illustrious Yanhuang civilization, the genetic predisposition for height is notably exceptional. Were we to exist as neighbors in the era of the blue planet, our stature might well have ranged between 150 and 165 centimeters, eliciting a chuckle. As for myself, I stand at an impressive 178 centimeters. According to official statistics, the majority of women fall between 175 and 180 centimeters, while men predominantly range from 180 to 185 centimeters, barring exceptional cases. The digital realm is abuzz with discussions surrounding genetic optimization, encompassing debates about height and alterations in appearance. A transformation has ensued, rendering the populace a veritable assembly of handsome men and beautiful women, while the once ubiquitous cosmetics of the past have been relegated to the annals of history. In Chapter 23, titled Technology and Population, within the esteemed Weilong Hall, Lon Luo is engaged in a discourse with the fourth guardian, Zhao Li, regarding the pressing issue of fleet population. Lon Guardian, the growth of our population is currently sluggish, which is rather concerning, Zhao Li remarks. It appears we must implement some guidance. Otherwise, population stagnation could become the greatest impediment to our civilization's advancement. As you're aware of my background, the Yanhuang civilization boasted a population exceeding 800 billion during its third-tier status. Lon Luo responds, burdened by the comparison of Yanhuang's population to that of the current Yanhuang civilization. We must take decisive measures to address this issue, Lon Luo states gravely. I propose we intensify our procreation encouragement policies, suggests Zhao Li. That may be insufficient, old Zhao. Let us have the Elder Hall devise a comprehensive plan, Lon Luo ultimately resolves, seeking the expertise of professionals in this matter. Zhao Li nods in agreement, Brother Lon. Ensure that you and the First Elder set a precedent. At that moment, the third guardian, Pangu, enters and upon hearing their discussion about population matters, cannot resist the temptation to jest. Old Fang, what brings you here? Lon Luo inquires, perplexed, as the 9 guardians operate on a rotating schedule, with each serving 1 month. It is noteworthy that this rotation does not imply that those not on duty are entirely inactive. Rather, 3 guardians must remain in the guardian hall while the others engage in external responsibilities. Oh, I went to inspect the research vessel and was promptly shown the door. Fang Yu chuckles awkwardly, absent-mindedly, rubbing his nose. Haha, I can only assume you once again interrupted someone else's experiment, Zhao Li teases. Alas, what can I say? As a diplomat, I am woefully ignorant of scientific matters. Fang Yu concedes with self-deprecation. By the way, regarding your earlier mention of having the Elder Hall formulate a plan, I believe we should also consider other avenues. For instance, we could host activities to foster communication between the genders, thereby increasing opportunities for matrimony, Fang Yu proposes. Indeed, that is a splendid idea, Lon Luo agrees with a nod. Additionally, we could establish childcare centers on each mothership, providing enhanced medical services and a nurturing environment for childbirth. Zhao Li edits. Very well, let us proceed with this plan, Lon Luo decisively concludes. Old Zhao, you shall liaise with the Elder Hall to expedite the formulation of a concrete plan, while Old Fong, you will arrange the activities. We must swiftly address the population conundrum. Following Lon Luo's directives, the trio disperses to manage their respective tasks. Meanwhile, aboard the Dahan Mothership, in the living quarters of the 10th level, 3 days prior, the single men and women of this level received a notification from the Wei Long Hall's reproductive office. The message announced a traditional cultural exchange event to be held in the central square, extending a special invitation to their participation. Li Sha, who holds a particular fondness for her name, has entirely forgotten her previous moniker, Lisa, since her integration into the Yanhuang civilization. Coincidentally, she joined during a widespread genetic optimization initiative, resulting in her height soaring from 167 to an impressive 181 centimeters in just 2 years. Her skin, as luminous as pearl, exudes a gentle radiance, reminiscent of sunlight glistening on fresh snow. Her facial contours are distinctly defined, with long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her hair cascades like a golden waterfall, softly brushing against her fair skin, cascading down to her shoulders. 3 days ago, she too received an invitation from the reproductive office of Wei Long Hall, and this morning she eagerly adorned herself before hastily making her way to the event. Upon entering the venue, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight. Under the brilliant lights, clusters of handsome men and beautiful women congregated, adorned in splendid attire, their smiles radiant, and their conversations lively. The gentlemen exuded charm and elegance, tall and poised, every gesture imbued with confidence and allure. The ladies were equally captivating, showcasing a variety of styles, some with flowing locks while others sported chic bobs, their meticulously crafted makeup drawing the attention of all. Their dialogues brimmed with wit and intelligence, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter, creating an atmosphere of ease and enjoyment, as if nothing could hinder their interaction. The exchanges of glances and the body language between these striking individuals conveyed a profound sense of camaraderie and harmony. The entire venue seemed to shimmer with their presence, pulsating with vitality and exuberance. Their charisma was enchanting, compelling one to immerse oneself in their midst and share in the joy and beauty of the moment. In no time, the Shah found herself swept up in the convivial discussions about the adventures of their voyages. As the day drew to a close, the attendees returned to the warmth of their homes. Lon Luo gently pushed open the door, enveloped in a comforting atmosphere. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, he was embraced tightly by a gentle figure. His arms instinctively encircled her waist, savoring her warmth. In that instant, they were enveloped in each other's embrace, relishing the tranquility and sweetness of the moment. Her hair brushed against Lon Luo's cheek, releasing a faint fragrance. He lowered his head slightly, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead, feeling her tenderness and affection. In that heartwarming moment, words were unnecessary. Their souls communicated in silence. Such warmth is often fleeting. "Hey, I'm the man from another world," Bai Qing quipped, teasing Lon Luo for having concealed his origins upon their initial acquaintance. "Haha, you from the stars." Lon Luo replied with humor. Bai Qing has known of his origins from a parallel universe for several years and occasionally uses it to jest with him. "For now, I shall let you off the hook, but tonight, do your part and contribute to population growth." Bai Qing pulled out her trump card. In the grand conference room of the flagship of the Yanhuang civilization, the 9 guardians and 9 elders convened. "We have finally surmounted the critical technological hurdles of the second tier," Zhao Li's booming voice echoed, unable to mask his elation. "Indeed, now that we have established the core framework, I am confident that in a few years, the branches will flourish even more," Feng Yu added. "With the completion of nuclear fusion technology, plasma technology, and anti-gravity technology, I sense that we will soon be poised to advance to the technological level of the 3rd tier." The second elder, Wang Weiguo, expressed his thoughts. "Old Wang, let us not rush. We must proceed slowly according to the 5th Guardian's plan," Wang Weiguo retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his longtime partner, Li Jianya. As the 5th elder, Li Jianya's suggestions naturally commanded respect. "Lan Luo, might you provide an overview of the principal technologies of the 3rd tier?" Bai Qing inquired languidly. The Elder Hall's predecessors were a think tank, composed of the most knowledgeable individuals of their time. Prior to today's meeting, Wang Weiguo and the others sought Bai Qing's input, hoping Lon Luo would divulge the key technologies of the 3rd tier of civilization. It is not that they lack research directions. Moreover, Bai Qing, as the 1st elder and the wife of Lon Luo, is a pivotal figure. Once she speaks, it is believed that Lon Shouhu will not refuse. Lon Luo cleared his throat and began to elucidate the primary technologies of a level 3 civilization. The key technologies include gravity generation, energy technology, and achieving the maximum cruising speed of warships, which is 1/5 the speed of light. The gravity device is well known to all. As for energy technology, I'm sure you have thought of laser cannons. Indeed, laser cannons fall under the domain of energy technology. Energy technology is a scientific discipline dedicated to the research and utilization of various forms of energy. It encompasses multiple fields, including energy generation, storage, transmission, and application. Through continual technological innovation, it aims to enhance energy conversion efficiency, reduce costs, and achieve sustainable energy supply. The advancement of energy transmission technology is crucial for the effective utilization of energy. When the primary cannon of the enemy's warship requires an hour to charge, our warship's main cannon can be charged in only half an hour or even a mere few minutes. The advantages inherent in this disparity are undoubtedly substantial. In terms of energy utilization, energy-saving technologies and efficiency enhancement are vital objectives of energy technology. The development of energy technology not only pertains to military power, but also propels scientific progress. Most importantly, energy must be categorized into levels. Within the interstellar cosmos, energy is divided into 9 tiers. When our energy cannon's energy level is at level 6, while the enemy's energy shield is at level 5, we can obliterate them with a single shot. Chapter 24. The leader is approaching. As Lan Luo articulated these points, the various elders and scientists adjusted their research directions accordingly. Many scientists who had been pursuing misguided paths felt a sense of relief, grateful for the newfound clarity. Otherwise, they would have been ensnared in a quagmire of their own making. Esteemed colleagues, we have now completed the backbone of Level 2 technology. It is time to refine and solidify our advancements. Observing that most were beginning to focus their energies on Level 3 technology, Lon Luo hastily redirected his thoughts. Lan Luo, our warships are currently in transit, and often this has constrained our technological progress. Wang Wei will promptly added, eager to see if a solution could be found. Lan Luo's vision was to employ every possible means to enhance technology in preparation for future challenges. Esteemed colleagues, we have approximately 22 years until we reach the Alpha Centauri system. The time left is scant, and none can ascertain whether there are habitable planets or dangers therein. What if civilization has already emerged in Alpha Centauri and reached the pinnacle of Level 2 technology? Everyone must surmount difficulties and bolster their capabilities. I propose that we elevate the projects of quantum communication and virtual technology to a priority status. Concurrently, we must finalize the design of our Level 2 civilization warships. Although we currently possess Level 3 warships, one must still possess the strength to forge one's own path. We cannot afford to diminish the pace of technological development. Should we encounter advanced civilizations in the future, falling behind could lead to the dire fate of enslavement. Technology beyond Level 3 must be our own endeavor. Of the last 10 immigrant ships that joined us, 5 will remain, while the others will be converted into research vessels. The discussions surged, and all recognized the challenges and responsibilities ahead. After this meeting concluded, a plethora of technological products emerged over the next decade. The advent of the virtual world sent the youth of the Yanhuang civilization into a frenzy. They excitedly engaged in fervent discussions online, contemplating the virtual games they could play. Xinxia is undoubtedly the most thrilling. Isn't it? Just imagine soaring through the skies on a sword. How exhilarating. What is Xinxia in comparison? Soaring on a sword is impressive, but what about Mecha? The thrill of piloting a ship is far superior. I'm just thrilled to enter the virtual world. I can't wait. Why didn't the Starlight Alliance equip us with a virtual world back then? Brother, let us not be greedy. Escaping was a stroke of luck in itself. Exactly, otherwise we might have been reduced to ashes by now. It was not that Lan Luo was unwilling to provide such equipment. The immigrant ships constructed by Fuxi were primarily designed according to the living standards of Blue Star at that time. Providing even intelligent assistance was considered high-end. Had everything been equipped, it would have fostered laziness, potentially leading to the decline of civilization. Presently, aside from intelligent assistance, which are classified as Level 3 technology, other technologies barely qualify as Level 2, such as projection technology. Even some technological products aboard the Mothership are mainly at Level 2, such as capsule flyers and personal assistants utilizing rudimentary artificial intelligence technology. Moreover, citizens have yet to be equipped with personal assistants, with many still relying on smartphones and tablets. As Level 2 technology continues to develop and improve, commercialized, the lifestyle of the populace is becoming increasingly futuristic. With the emergence of virtual technology, the Yanhuang civilization has completely shed English programming. Virtual technology employs a ternary system, introducing a new computational method and differing operational logic from binary, with its foundational architecture constructed using the Yanhuang language. Previously, as interstellarization took place, the civilization moved away from English, eliminating English classes in primary, middle, and high schools. Though it remained an elective in universities due to the necessity of using older binary computers for research and calculations. Consequently, a portion of the populace needed to master English to maintain these antiquated computing devices. Now, with the new ternary operational logic and Yanhuang language programming, English may very well be relegated to the annals of history. The anticipated Xinxia game has yet to materialize in the virtual world, nor has any mecha appeared. Only one game, titled Star Sea, has emerged. It features fleets, assault teams clad in exoskeleton armor for ground operations, and space forces capable of piloting fighter jets, as well as warships that can be commanded. The assault team's exoskeleton is designed for landing operations, and naturally, it does not resemble the mecha envisioned by the netizens. These are all tangible equipment currently existing within the Yanhuang civilization. Furthermore, Star Sea is a one-to-one recreation of the cosmic battlefield by Fuxi. Many players remain unaware that they have become reserves. Presently, the virtual technology of the Yanhuang civilization is still incapable of accelerating thought. Online time in the virtual world is limited to merely 5 hours per day. Lon Luo has firmly mandated this 5-hour online limit, with automatic disconnection once the time is up. This restriction arises because the virtual world remains a conceptual realm, fraught with uncertainties that preclude conducting scientific research within it. For instance, in nuclear fusion experiments, if one is unaware of the central temperature during fusion, believing it to be 200 million degrees is merely a guess. Scientific advancement is not a fantasy. It requires a methodical, step-by-step approach, until we reach the heights of divine-level civilization and grasp the essence of the universe. We cannot rely on the virtual world to elevate our technology. Lan Luo's stringent limitations on virtual world online time wholly eradicate the potential for the decline of civilization. Within the virtual realm, the high-ranking officials of the Yanhuang civilization convened in the Hall of Void. Each took their seat upon towering thrones, all bearing grave expressions. Today, a leader for the Yanhuang civilization will be elected from among the 9 guardians and 9 elders. In truth, everyone has already chosen their preferred candidate, an unspoken consensus among them. Since the implementation of the Interstellar system, it has garnered the recognition of all citizens. After a convoluted and intricate process, the first guardian, presiding over the election, commenced to read aloud Lan Luo's contributions, item by item. Contributions in technology and education were meticulously enumerated, highlighting every aspect in which Lan Luo was involved. Billboards in the virtual realm, fleet displays, and family screens all broadcast this historic moment. Lan Luo emerged as a leader, becoming the guardian and guide of the Yanhuang civilization. Throughout the protracted voyage, the population of the Yanhuang civilization swelled to 1.5 billion, a figure that would have undoubtedly doubled had they been on a life-bearing planet. Lan Luo also embraced the role of father to 2 children. Since the fleet's departure from the Oort cloud of the solar system, it had traversed the silent void for 34.5 years. An order was given to decelerate. Lan Luo commanded the fleet to slow down as the Centaurus system loomed near. Report to the captain, the leader has ordered the fleet to begin deceleration, came the communication. Upon receiving the command, the captain activated the battleship's command system. The order was executed, and operations commenced in accordance with the deceleration data displayed in the command system. After a month, the fleet speed had decreased to 1% of the speed of light. 2 months later, the battleship's velocity further diminished to 1,000th of the speed of light. The fleet received new orders to shut down the engines and commence inertial flight at 1,000th of the speed of light. Lon Luo and the senior officials gathered in the flagship's command hall, examining the status of the various fleets. Leader, I suggest we continue to decelerate, Bai Qing proposed, her radiance as a mother of 2 children increasingly evident. The fleet was commanded to anchor in the void after half a month, dispatching small reconnaissance ships to enter the Centaurus planet. Simultaneously, the fleet enforced light, discipline, and communication silence. Lan Luo immediately ordered that they must not approach too closely, as over 1 billion people were aboard the Mothership. After half a month, the fleet halted in the void. 3 200-meter reconnaissance ships detached from frigate. The 3 reconnaissance vessels began to accelerate, altering their course 5 hours later. After a full 7 days of travel, the reconnaissance ships changed direction once more, accelerating directly towards Centaurus. They were expected to enter the Centaurus system in 20 days. On board the 3 reconnaissance vessels, each crew member was filled with an extraordinary sense of excitement, for this marked the Yanhuang civilization's inaugural venture into another planetary system. Setting aside the historical significance, the curiosity and anticipation regarding extraterrestrial life caused smiles to grace their faces as they endeavored to contain their exhilaration. Upon becoming a leader, barring certain exceptional circumstances, Lon Luo had been thoroughly declassified regarding most events. Citizens of the Yanhuang were genuinely astounded, even proclaiming online that their leader was exceptionally resourceful, spinning the various alliances into a frenzy, even considering the plight of the Yanhuang's bachelors. Chapter 25. The Fallen Black Lizard Civilization. In the vast cosmos, the 3 reconnaissance vessels darted through the Centaurus system like 3 swift arrows. Their sleek exteriors shimmered with the brilliance of advanced technology. The array of detection instruments and weapon systems adorning the hull underscored their professionalism. The captain sat in the command room, while accompanying scientists fixated intently on the data and images displayed on the screens. These scientists had been nurtured over the years and were brimming with confidence for this reconnaissance mission. Crew members diligently performed their respective duties, operating complex equipment while meticulously monitoring the surrounding environment. The reconnaissance vessels cautiously navigated through the asteroid belt of the star system, deftly avoiding drifting meteoroids. Employing advanced detection technology, they collected a plethora of information regarding the Centaurus system, including the planet's magnetic fields, atmospheric compositions, and potential signs of life. This data would be relayed back to the fleet, providing vital research material for the scientists. In this enigmatic yet perilous star system, the 3 reconnaissance vessels executed their tasks with impeccable skill and seamless teamwork, showcasing their professional acumen. As data collection commenced, the scientists accelerated their analyses. Suddenly, the radar indicated an unidentified object rapidly approaching the reconnaissance vessel. "Captain, a high-speed object has been detected ahead. It appears to be a product of civilization," reported the monitoring crew member, anxiety palpable in their voice. The captain's heart raced, and he immediately ordered all personnel to enter combat readiness. Concurrently, he transmitted an alert to the other 2 reconnaissance vessels, preparing for a potential threat. The 3 reconnaissance vessels swiftly adjusted their formation, activating all weapon systems in unison. They coordinated closely, striving to lock onto the incoming unidentified object. The captain addressed the entire crew via the communication system, bolstering their morale. Moments later, the radar successfully locked onto the target. It was a battleship of peculiar design, its menacing exterior seemingly poised to shatter the bonds of the universe. "This is undeniably a product of civilization. A warship," a scientist exclaimed in urgency. "Activate the shields and initiate shield charging." The captain swiftly issued a series of commands. "Send a message of goodwill to the other party." "Received. The friendly message has been dispatched according to protocol." 10 minutes elapsed as both fleets continued to draw nearer. "Captain, there has been no response from the other party. They have entered our attack range. Proceed according to protocol and prepare. The other party does not appear to come in peace." The 2 fleets accelerated towards each other, and 13 minutes later, the reconnaissance vessels too entered the adversary's attack range. Just as they crossed into the enemy's attack range, the battleship launched an assault. Waves of powerful energy beams surged towards the reconnaissance vessels, causing the ships to tremble violently. The captain decisively commanded a counterattack. The main cannons of the 3 reconnaissance vessels unleashed their fire simultaneously, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy ship. The cosmos erupted in a dazzling display of light as both sides exchanged volleys, neither yielding an inch. However, the reconnaissance vessel's capabilities evidently surpassed the adversary's expectations, as they effortlessly breached the battleship's defenses. Main cannons charging, shield strength diminishing, alarms blaring. "Engage them, damn it. This is an embarrassment of epic proportions. I'll never hear the end of this from those guys back home." The captain was infuriated. The so-called protocol was irrelevant in the vastness of space, a veritable dark forest. Simultaneously, he felt grateful that the reconnaissance vessels were mid-tier level 3 warships. Otherwise, they would have been buried alongside their comrades. Once the main cannons of the 3 reconnaissance vessels were fully charged, they unleashed a thunderous assault, employing advanced weaponry and tactical prowess to obliterate the enemy ship almost instantaneously. Following the destruction of the enemy vessel, the reconnaissance ships began to gather information on the defeated battleship, seeking to unravel its origins. Through analysis of the wreckage and data, they discerned that this warship hailed from a level 2 civilization. The crew understood that encountering such a quick-to-fire level 2 civilization foretold potential challenges and dangers ahead. Yet, They firmly believed that in this boundless universe, courage and wisdom would serve as their guiding stars. The reconnaissance vessels reported the information collected, eager to gather further intelligence. They promised to relay the findings to the fleet promptly upon completion. Lan Luo personally communicated with the reconnaissance vessels, commending their performance. He advised them to proceed with caution, informing them that the fleet had dispatched 5 destroyers and 15 frigates to their aid. Finally, he urged them to ensure that information collection was completed and reported to the fleet without delay. The Centaurus system, also known as the Alpha Centauri system, is a trinary star system located approximately 437 light-years from Earth, consisting of 3 stars, Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Alpha Centauri C. Among the stars of the Centaurus constellation, Alpha Centauri A stands as the largest and brightest of the trio, boasting a mass approximately 11 times that of the Sun and a surface temperature surpassing that of our solar star. Alpha Centauri B, a smaller celestial body, has a mass roughly equivalent to 0.9 times that of the Sun. In contrast, Alpha Centauri C is a red dwarf, with a mass merely 1/3 that of our Sun, within the gravitational influence of Alpha Centauri A. The fleet's accompanying scientists made a remarkable discovery, a planet suspected to harbor life. This planet possesses a suitable atmosphere, liquid water, and a stable ecosystem, creating ideal conditions for the emergence and proliferation of life. It is indeed the homeworld of the secondary civilization that launched an assault on the reconnaissance vessel. The secondary civilization indicates that this extraterrestrial species has mastered nuclear fusion technology, enabling them to harness stellar energy while developing advanced technology and culture. The greatest challenge for the fleet's scientists lies in the gravitational interplay among the 3 stars of the Centaurus system, which significantly shortens the transmission range of electromagnetic signals. This phenomenon explains why the reconnaissance ship failed to receive any regular electromagnetic signals upon entering the Centaurus system. The same interference also posed difficulties for the secondary civilization. The harsh cosmic environment and poor living conditions have severely hindered the progress of this civilization, which has yet to break through the barriers of quantum communication technology. The information sent by the destroyed warship was swallowed by the chaotic electromagnetic environment of the star system, resulting in the reconnaissance vessel's engagement with the enemy, while the latter remains oblivious to the loss of their fleet. With a newfound sense of security, the reconnaissance ship launched 5 quantum communication probes, each the size of a soccer ball, which gradually approached the enemy's homeworld over 3 days. Everything aboard the reconnaissance vessel proceeded in an orderly fashion, and after reporting their status, they began to receive a wealth of electromagnetic signals from this civilization at close range. Through arduous deciphering and research, they finally unveiled the mysteries surrounding this civilization, which is known as the Black Lizard Civilization. The intelligent beings of this civilization bear a striking resemblance to the reptilian entities depicted in films from Blue Planet. Towering in stature, they typically measure between 220 and 260 centimeters. Their skin is dark, adorned with sharp claws and formidable teeth, complemented by a thick tail. What is even more disconcerting is their exceedingly ruthless nature, akin to that of cold-blooded hunters. The social structure of the Black Lizard Civilization is highly hierarchical, with strength revered and the weak relegated to a life of struggle at the bottom. They glorify might and aggression, with constant warfare erupting between various factions as they expand their territories by conquering weaker powers. In their world, only the strong can survive, while compassion and mercy are regarded as signs of weakness. Although this civilization possesses advanced technology, it is grotesquely distorted. They wield sophisticated weaponry alongside outdated spacecraft, allowing them to navigate most regions of the Centaur system. Their brutal disposition has brought immense calamity upon their civilization, as technology remains concentrated in the hands of a select few. The elite of the Black Lizard Civilization control both technology and the survival rights of the lower-class Black Lizards. Knowledge is disseminated only among a privileged minority, and the lower echelons are forbidden from acquiring education to maintain the status quo. In such dire circumstances, the civilization finds itself with no path forward, and the total number of warships within the Black Lizard fleet has dwindled to less than 300, despite having existed as a secondary civilization for over 60,000 years. Chapter 26 var. The Flame Dragon fleet in the void gradually began to mobilize, setting its course for Centaurus. In the flagship's conference room, a cacophony of reprimands echoed. Blue Luo activated the wind machine mode. This is the universe, a brutal arena of racial competition. Your mercy today may very well lead to your annihilation tomorrow. Raise your heads and observe. This is your contingency plan. Why do we have such a plan? Tell me, Have you considered the 160 million citizens of the Flame Dragon fleet? What if we encounter a late-stage tertiary black lizard civilization? Set aside your naive sentiments. The universe is merciless, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible disaster. We are an interstellar civilization traversing the cosmos. Failure to adapt will result in our extinction. Let the Hall of Guardians mete out necessary punishments and rewards. Everyone must engage in profound self-reflection. Tomorrow, we will discuss how to address the Black Lizard civilization. With heads bowed, the attendees departed, witnessing Blue Luo's unprecedented fury. Of course, Blue Luo intentionally expressed his ire. As the overseer of Yanhuang, how could he be unaware of the vulnerabilities in the contingency plan? This was also an opportunity to shift everyone's mindset. Although the Flame Dragon civilization has been navigating the cosmos for 35 years, they have, in essence, been playing a solitary game, untouched by the brutal realities of existence. Blue Luo returned to his quarters, his mind in turmoil. He understood that within this vast universe, the Flame Dragon fleet must remain ever vigilant. At the same time, he recognized the necessity for the Flame Dragon civilization to swiftly adapt to this harsh environment. After a moment of contemplation, Blue Luo resolved to share the experiences and operational styles of the Huang and Yin civilizations from parallel universes through Yanhuang, hoping that these real-life accounts would illuminate the harshness of the cosmos for everyone. He instructed Yanhuang to access the database and retrieve information on the Huang and Yin civilizations. As he meticulously read through the material, he was filled with profound emotion. The Huang and Yin civilizations endured countless trials in the interstellar realm, with each step fraught with peril. Yet, it was precisely through such tribulations that they forged their indomitable will and decisive approach to challenges. Blue Luo compiled these invaluable experiences into a document, preparing to share them in the following day's meeting. He believed that if the Flame Dragon civilization could learn from these lessons and continue to evolve, they would undoubtedly secure their place in the universe. During the next day's meeting, Blue Luo distributed the materials on the Huang and Yin civilizations. This parallel universe's Huang and Yin civilization faced numerous challenges in the cosmos. Yet they overcame each obstacle through unwavering determination and resolute decision-making. The Guardians and Elders began to circulate the materials, deeply inspired by their contents. We can no longer remain ensnared in past patterns of thought. We must bravely confront the challenges ahead. Indeed, we must take responsibility for the future of the Flame Dragon fleet. A smile of satisfaction graced Blue Luo's face. With the resolve established, it was time to formulate a concrete plan. Concerning the Black Lizard civilization, we cannot afford to show mercy. My leaders, the potential of the Black Lizard civilization has been exhausted, and their resources are nearly depleted, remarked the first Guardian, expressing numerous thoughts, essentially questioning whether we should occupy their homeworld after annihilating them. I believe there is no need to claim this life-sustaining planet. Firstly, its atmospheric composition is unsuitable for our habitation. Secondly, the cosmic environment of the Centaurus system, with its 3 stars, leads to gravitational chaos and a complex electromagnetic landscape. I propose we eliminate the Black Lizard civilization, then take the opportunity to rest within the Centaurus system, awaiting technological advancements before seeking a new home. Bai Qing, recognized as the second most advanced in brain domain development within the Flame Dragon civilization and formerly the chief strategist, now serving as the first elder, presented a proposal that everyone treated with caution and consideration. I agree to adopt the first elder's proposal. The first Guardian was the first to speak. I concur, echoed Wang Weiguo in agreement. I agree. Ultimately, Bai Qing's suggestion was accepted, and it fell to the Hall of Guardians to implement the plan. 20 days later, the colossal fleet had entered the Centaurus system. The motherships remained stationed at the periphery of the Centaurus system, guarded by the Dragon Guard fleet and the Quadrant fleet. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise fleets commenced their advance, heading straight for the home planet of the Black Lizard civilization. 5 days later, the Black Lizard civilization finally detected the fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization, witnessing the ominous armada approaching their home world. Emperor Cherubin of the Black Lizard civilization, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, felt an oppressive heat despite being a cold-blooded, intelligent being. Cherubin issued a military expansion order. The lowest-tier slaves, the Black Lizards, armed themselves with weapons, their faces twisted with ferocity. 2 billion Black Lizards were fully equipped, and none contemplated surrender. Indeed, the thought of communicating with the Flame Dragon civilization never crossed their minds. They firmly believed victory would be theirs. that they would seize the enemy's warships and march upon their home planet to claim it as their own. The fleets of the Flame Dragon civilization swiftly executed their preordained strategies. The Azure Dragon fleet arrived first in the vicinity of the Black Lizard civilization's home planet. Encountering the Black Lizard fleet, a fierce confrontation ensued, with energy beams intertwining and brilliance flashing across the void. The warships of the Azure Dragon fleet darted through the stars, executing intricate tactics to assault the Black Lizard fleet. The Black Lizard fleet, however, did not yield easily, utilizing their planetary defense systems to mount a staunch resistance against the Azure Dragon fleet. As the battle intensified, both sides unleashed their trump cards. The warships of the Azure Dragon fleet, their energy shields pulsating, absorbed the enemy's onslaught while methodically destroying one enemy vessel after another. The Black Lizard fleet, undeterred by losses, relentlessly charged at the formation of the Azure Dragon fleet. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the Vermilion Bird fleet arrived in the nick of time. Bolstering the fight, the arrival of the Vermilion Bird fleet injected a formidable force into the battlefield. Their warships radiated a searing brilliance akin to a phoenix reborn. As they surged toward the Black Lizard fleet, the three fleets' vessels intermingled, creating a dazzling yet chaotic battlefield. Ultimately, through the close coordination of the Azure Dragon fleet and the Vermilion Bird fleet, the Black Lizard fleet was utterly annihilated. The cosmos was filled with the acrid scent of smoke and debris, yet the elation of victory invigorated all. Subsequently, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird fleets joined forces to swiftly dismantle the planetary defense systems. Following this, the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise fleets successively entered the fray, delivering a devastating onslaught against the Black Lizard civilization. Faced with overwhelming firepower, the Black Lizard civilization found itself completely defenseless. Their cities were razed to the ground, and the populace fled in panic. Nevertheless, the Flame Dragon fleets did not cease their assault. They aimed to eradicate this potential threat entirely. After hours of fierce combat, the home planet of the Black Lizard civilization lay in eerie silence. The four fleets stood side by side in low orbit above the Black Lizard home world like colossal steel beasts. They opened their hatches, and, at a given command, assault teams and orbital drop troops surged forth from the warships like arrows released from a bow. The smaller warships plunged directly into the enemy home planet, deploying aerospace fighters and then landing to deliver the assault teams. The airborne troops descended like divine harbingers of fire, striking the surface with explosive force. Clad in high-tech battle armor and equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, they charged toward enemy strongholds with thunderous might. The assault teams swiftly emerged, engaging in fierce firefights with the remaining foes. With agility and seamless coordination, they charged into the hail of gunfire. Amidst the chaos of battle and the haze of smoke, the assault team members valiantly fought, displaying unwavering resolve. Their steadfast faith and indomitable spirit gradually eroded the enemy's fighting strength. The airborne troops, leveraging the terrain to their advantage, waged guerrilla warfare, plunging the enemy into confusion. Supported by the formidable firepower of the space fleets, they relentlessly eradicated the remnants of the enemy. Periodically, beams of energy rained down from the void, striking various locations on the surface. The battlefield was strewn with debris and ruins, yet the eyes of the soldiers sparkled with the joy of victory. Chapter 27. The Tragedy of the Blue Star's Major Powers. The communal screens of the Flame Dragon civilization's motherships continuously displayed the progress of the war. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise fleets had returned. Following their return, the Quadrant fleet transported a substantial number of assault teams, space forces, and orbital drop troops, heading towards the Black Lizard civilization's home planet. The war persisted for 6 months. According to subsequent statistics, the number of participants in this war reached an unprecedented scale of 1.2 billion. To eradicate the threat entirely, numerous players from Star Sea were conscripted. As the novices boarded their warships and descended upon the officially named Baptism Black Lizard homeworld, they were overwhelmed by the brutal battlefield, retching uncontrollably. Yet, these players did not falter. Under the guidance of seasoned veterans, they gradually acclimated to the battlefield. Some players exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Utilizing skills and strategies from the game, they achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. As the war progressed, the assault teams uncovered a secret base belonging to the Black Lizard civilization. Within the base, they unearthed comprehensive historical documents regarding the Black Lizard civilization. The acquisition of this information would provide invaluable research leads for the scientists of the Flame Dragon civilization, aiding in its growth. As a last black lizard fell, it signified the victory of the Flame Dragon civilization in its inaugural interstellar war. Thanks to the significant technological disparity, the Flame Dragon civilization achieved victory without incurring any loss of life. This war granted the Flame Dragon civilization a period of tranquility to develop within the Centaurus system, elevating the entire civilization as they truly grasped the universe's brutality. In the aftermath, the Flame Dragon civilization dedicated itself wholeheartedly to the exploration and development of the Centaurus system. Scientists delved deeply into the historical documents of the Black Lizard civilization, hoping to gain further insights and revelations. Simultaneously, those players who distinguished themselves during the war were rewarded and elevated to positions of prominence. They became the new elite of the Flame Dragon civilization, contributing their strengths to the advancement of their society. Throughout this process, the Flame Dragon civilization steadily grew, their technological capabilities continually improving and their influence expanding. No one dared to slacken their efforts. A multitude of geniuses emerged, each striving diligently, aware that the mysteries of the universe were far more complex than they could fathom. In the depths of the starry sky, countless unknown challenges awaited the Flame Dragon civilization to confront. The Flame Dragon civilization had completed its transformation, charting a course toward a brighter future. Meanwhile, their old friends were enveloped in delightful surprises. On the other side of the solar system wormhole, the fleets of various alliances reached their respective destinations. The exit of the wormhole was centrally located among 3 planets, which clustered together, separated by a distance of 1 light year. The distance from the wormhole to each star system was roughly similar, approximately 0.4 to 0.5 light years. The warships of the major alliances were of second-tier civilization design, with a cruising speed of only 1% of light speed. Upon exiting the wormhole, the various alliances began to divide the 3 life-bearing planets. The last to enter the wormhole was the Black State Alliance, while the other alliances had safely traversed the wormhole and arrived on the other side. The losses incurred by the Black State Alliance were nothing short of catastrophic, with a staggering 14 immigrant vessels, 8 reconnaissance ships, 25 frigates, and 11 comprehensive ships lost. The immigrant fleet suffered more than half of its number, leaving the various alliances in utter astonishment. They were perplexed, for it had been emphasized that upon entering a wormhole, simply shutting down the engines and waiting would ensure a safe arrival. The Starlight Alliance had particularly highlighted this point, and they could not fathom why the Black State Alliance had suffered such devastating losses. Upon inquiring about the reasons, they were informed that during their traversal through the wormhole, they encountered what was described as divine retribution. The claim that they were attacked by a deity elicited derisive laughter from the other alliances. In truth, it was merely a minor act of revenge from Lan Luo. Unbeknownst to them, their warships would begin to age rapidly upon reaching the live planet, disintegrating into mere remnants in a remarkably short span, rendering any attempt to replicate the technology aboard impossible. This was yet another of Lan Luo's machinations. Other factions speculated that the incompetence of the Black State Alliance's crew in maneuvering their ships was to blame, as evidenced by the erratic trajectories observed during their navigation. The alliances ceased to mention the incident and commenced the division of 3 life planets. Ultimately, the Great Bear Alliance forcefully claimed 1 planet, while the Nordic Alliance and the United States jointly occupied another. The remaining factions were relegated to the same planet. Once the partitioning was completed, they set sail in various directions. After an odyssey of over 40 years, they finally arrived at the outer space of the life planet. The immigrants of all alliances faced a formidable challenge. The planet was alien and fraught with uncertainties, with limited resources and harsh conditions. Armed with hope for the future and unwavering determination, they embarked on the arduous task of construction. The land needed to be cultivated, houses erected, and foundational infrastructure was virtually non-existent. After 7 days of deliberation, the Nordic Alliance and the United States established the Euro-Union Interstellar Empire, marking the beginning of their new homeland's development. In a flurry, countless small spacecraft emerged from the immigrant vessels. United in purpose, the immigrants toiled diligently, crafting their new abode with their industrious hands and resilient spirits. Throughout the construction process, they encountered myriad difficulties: adverse weather, challenging resource extraction, and the need to acclimate to the new environment imposed immense strain upon them. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option. They pressed on with grim determination. Half a year passed, and the most dire issue emerged: an enigmatic new disease previously unseen. A mysterious virus, foreign and terrifying, began to exert its horrific influence, infecting vast numbers of individuals. The construction of their new home ground to a halt as the empire was compelled to redirect its focus towards combating the virus. This insidious viral outbreak utterly disrupted the empire's plans. People were left weary, pallid, and tormented by the relentless affliction. They suffered from incessant coughing and unrelenting fevers, their vital signs growing increasingly faint. Nearly all medical equipment was urgently activated, yet in the face of this unknown virus, the efficacy of treatments was negligible. A palpable atmosphere of tension and fear permeated the entire imperial fleet. Individuals could only care for one another in the hope of weathering the crisis. Yet they were powerless to prevent the virus's spread. Resources were gradually depleted, with nothing coming in, and the living conditions began to deteriorate. This viral assault severely undermined the empire's confidence. The overall losses were staggering, and the future appeared bleak. Yet, the empire did not surrender. They rallied their spirits to combat the virus, seeking to unearth glimmers of hope for survival. In their quest for existence, they diligently pursued knowledge of new biological sciences, striving to conquer this viral menace. Agricultural development stagnated, and industry nearly came to a standstill as attention was diverted. The entire empire was engaged in exploration and innovation, leveraging the unique characteristics and resources of a new planet to seek better means of survival. Amidst the hardships of life, the immigrants gradually grew numb, with some unable to endure the despair opting for self-termination. Finally, after 8 years, they triumphed over the mysterious virus, prompting the empire to mobilize resources and accelerate the production of vaccines. Once they had weathered the viral crisis, they immediately conducted a tally of their losses. President Tai Li Pai Ba Deng surveyed the statistics with a countenance of gloom and resignation. The population had suffered catastrophic losses, with approximately half succumbing to the viral infection. In a fit of rage, Ba Deng berated the virus for half an hour before leading the remaining 1.3 billion individuals in a vigorous reconstruction effort. However, they soon realized that their warships were aging rapidly, forcing them to rely on landing craft to reach the planet's surface. 3 years later, the fleet in space had disintegrated into dust, and the landing craft had likewise succumbed to deterioration. The Great Bear Alliance, having rebranded itself as the Interstellar Bear Empire, appeared brash and impetuous in their actions. Yet, at critical junctures, they exhibited great caution, anchoring their ships in orbit around the life planet and meticulously studying its environment. They successfully overcame most of the viruses present on the planet and began large-scale landings to establish their new homeland. As for the remaining factions on the last planet, they resembled the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their unique abilities. This fleet was marked by significant divisions among the various factions, and in their eagerness to stake claims, they disregarded all caution, rushing into the new planet without forming alliances. Instead, they found themselves embroiled in conflict against one another. In their scramble for territory, some factions even ordered their frigates, comprehensive ships, and immigrant vessels to land directly on the planet. Ultimately, though they succeeded in landing, the immigrant vessels and comprehensive ships were rendered nearly inoperable, rapidly aging into mere debris. Due to mismanagement, several frigates even crashed onto the planet's surface. 3 years later, the factions across the 3 planets found themselves devoid of suitable tools, as their warships had crumbled into remnants. Their technology regressed to a primitive state, compelling them to struggle onward in a slow and arduous manner. Unbeknownst to them, numerous civilizations existed here, and disaster was undoubtedly on the horizon. Chapter 28, Another Path. Lon Luo hid within his study, perusing the messages sent by Yanhuang. Observing the events unfolding on the 3 planets and the various factions' clumsy maneuvers, he couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, as expected, one cannot lift a mud-covered wall, nor can one elevate the incapable. After closing the messaging interface, he cautiously glanced at the door, relieved to find it firmly closed. He picked up the documents on his desk and began to read intently. Just as he became engrossed, a soft voice emerged from the doorway. Lon Luo involuntarily shuddered and set the documents aside. "Daddy, can you help me find a new mommy?" Before him stood a little girl, not yet 3 years old, with an endearing demeanor and a sweet, soft voice. Furthermore, Lon Luo had injected a divine-grade genetic optimization serum, while Bai Qing had only received it then. With a flurry of footsteps, Bai Luo dashed out of the study. Upon witnessing this scene, Lon Luo had no choice but to turn off the projection, intending to rest for a while. The newcomer was Bai Luo, Lon Luo's 3rd child, who was doted upon by her 2 elder brothers, the 12-year-old Lon Chenyu and the 8-year-old Bai Haojuan. Bai Luo was the cherished jewel of the 3 men. and Lan Luo naturally indulged this little darling. However, the child was somewhat prone to mischief. The Yanhuang civilization had methodically developed over the course of 2 decades within the Centaurus constellation. During these 20 years, the Yanhuang civilization had achieved a technological breakthrough, ascending to a level 3 civilization. They had mastered gravitational technology and were currently engaged in systematic research on energy technology, refining the theoretical framework of faster-than-light travel. Today was an exceptionally momentous occasion. Because the Centaurus constellation was unsuitable for the Yanhuang civilization to settle, they could only exploit its resources. Ultimately, the leader of the Yanhuang civilization, Lon Luo, proposed that they transition into a starship civilization. Today marked the day when the Pangu ship would be open to the public, allowing everyone to tour the vessel and subsequently vote on whether to embrace the starship civilization. Under the guidance of the flagship of the Yanhuang civilization, a fleet of motherships followed closely, entering through the portal opened by the Pangu ship. Within the mid-level space of the Pangu ship, in the void at the edges of 8 continents, one mothership after another began to emerge from the portal. All the motherships opened their hatches, and a plethora of sightseeing vessels poured out, gradually making their way towards one of the continents along the route planned by Fuxi. Aboard the Chang'an mothership, Wang Xiaoyu, the mother of 4 children, exuded a mature demeanor, her wise eyes radiating the brilliance of maternal greatness, devoid of her previous youthful exuberance. Surrounded by her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, she stood before the vast glass wall of the sightseeing ship, gazing at the lush forests below, overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Wan, come here to Grandma." With great excitement, Wang Xiaoyu grasped the hand of a little girl, around 5 years old. "Wan, do you see? This is the forest I told you about, filled with magnificent trees." "Grandma, are there bears like Bear Big and Bear 2 in the forest?" the little girl innocently inquired. "Yes, indeed. But Bear Big and Bear 2 cannot speak and can be quite fierce." Wang Xiaoyu gently ruffled the girl's hair while softly describing the scenery, explaining the towering mountains and the ocean as they encountered them. "Grandma, this place is truly beautiful. You were right all along." Those born on starships had never seen the blue planet or its flora and fauna. Their knowledge was confined to history books. They had only ever witnessed the surreal environment of the motherships. As the 7 days of open house came to an end, the fleet departed from the Pangu ship, returning to the Centaurus constellation. The entire Yanhuang civilization engaged in extensive discussions about becoming a starship civilization. "Family, I am moved to tears," someone remarked. "Indeed, to think we can still see forests and the flora and fauna of the blue planet. Are you sure what you're seeing is from the blue planet? Or is it from a parallel universe? Does it make a difference? They look identical. Look what I discovered. Oh my goodness, it's the blue planet. Ha! My friend's family is in the Elder Hall. He sent this to me. How enviable for the elders to see the blue planet. The leader truly understands us, having kept the blue planet hidden all this time. Indeed, I thought it had vanished with the sun's explosion. A bunch of shameless old geezers, still acting like grandparents while engaging in a virtual group. Ahem, aren't you the same, you old rascal? Haha, thus I not only disdain you all, but I also disdain myself. My siblings are 80 years old, and the leader is about to make a speech. Suddenly, everyone in the virtual group vanished. In the virtual world, a vast square appeared, with a flying disc measuring 9 square meters hovering in the air. This was the platform for speeches from the Weilong Hall and the high-ranking officials of the Yanhuang civilization. The square allowed for the virtual representations of 500 million citizens. Others could not manifest, but could observe from the edges of the square directly across from the podium. One by one, the virtual representations of citizens entered the square at light speed. Once the quota of 500 million was reached, any additional entrants found their virtual forms rendered unrealistic. Their perspectives shifted to a distant view facing the podium. "Dear citizens and families," the speaker began. "Finally, both the Weilong Hall and the Elder Hall have agreed to become a starship civilization, venturing into the cosmos." 3 days later, voting commenced in the virtual realm. Each individual's voting outcome was based on principles of transparency and fairness, accessible in real time. After Lon Luo concluded his address, the people eagerly awaited the results of the vote. Although the leadership had approved the transition to a starship civilization, the leader still held a vote to allow the collective to decide, which made everyone feel respected. 5 days later, as Lon Luo beheld the unanimous voting results, he was not the least bit surprised. No one could resist the allure of lush, primordial forests, nor could anyone deny the desire for a home where they could cultivate their own gardens. People simply felt a more profound sense of stability living on the land. When Lan Luo announced the unanimous approval, it signified that the Yanhuang civilization would embark on the path of a starship civilization. This meant that the Yanhuang civilization would tread a path distinct from other civilizations, entering an unfamiliar realm of existence. He promptly declared that in 5 years, everyone would relocate to settle within the continents of the Pangu ship. Nuwa, what did you say? What hidden tasks? After announcing the transition to a starship civilization, Lon Luo was informed by Nuwa that he had triggered a hidden task. Through Nuwa's explanation, Lon Luo grasped the essence of the hidden task. In simple terms, under normal circumstances in the vastness of space, one would need to continuously vie for life planets to expand the population base and enhance the probability of producing genius scientists. This inevitably led to frequent conflicts in the Yanhuang civilization, all in pursuit of survival space and resources. However, by becoming a starship civilization, the Yanhuang civilization would no longer need to compete for life planets. The continents within the mid-level space of the Panda ship would be more than sufficient for the initial population growth of the Yanhuang civilization. For instance, one of the mid-level continents, with an area of 300,000 kilometers by 200,000 kilometers, equated to a total area exceeding 11,700 times that of the blue planet. Based on the blue planet's population, it could accommodate 51 trillion inhabitants. Yet, it must be remembered that the population density on the blue planet was limited by resources, not land. The blue planet's land area of 1.5 billion square kilometers supports over 7 billion people, averaging fewer than 50 individuals per square kilometer. The true significance of the hidden task lies in the number of genius scientists, which would no longer be influenced by the population base. The Yanhuang civilization discovered that the energy of cosmic life was the true determinant of the number of genius scientists. Regions abundant in cosmic life energy produced a greater number of genius scientists. This was most evident in the universe, where the closer one was to the cosmic center. The more advanced civilizations emerged. This was because the density of life energy in the central cosmic region was greater, fostering the birth of more geniuses. By choosing to become a starship civilization, the Yanhuang civilization successfully triggered the hidden task. The Pangu ship's mid-level space would periodically release life energy, allowing the Yanhuang civilization to explore the chaos beyond the universe as a divine civilization. Thus, the secret of life energy was unveiled, separating and storing an immense quantity of this vital force from chaos. Moreover, the primary component of the divine gene optimization liquid is, in fact, life energy. Thankfully, with the existence of life energy, I need not worry about the population base. Lon Luo exhaled in relief. Otherwise, considering the sealed continents, there are merely 72, and the upper-tier space remains inaccessible to the mission targets. After contemplating, Lan Luo felt there was an inadequacy of space, hindering population growth. Now, however, as long as there are numerous brilliant scientists, I believe the Flame Dragon civilization will advance at a remarkable pace. There is no longer a need to rely on population numbers to cultivate genius scientists. That was merely a reluctant option. Without having reached a divine level of civilization and lacking understanding of the secrets of life energy, one would naturally resort to the most rudimentary methods to achieve the advancement of civilization. Yet, Lon Luo stands upon the shoulders of a divine civilization. Nonetheless, he resolved to increase the population as much as possible, planning to fully occupy the initial continent first. Nuwa, since the hidden task has been triggered, is there a reward? Boss, there is indeed a reward, and it is unexpectedly significant. Lon Luo was taken aback. Nuwa elaborated for quite some time, and as Lon Luo grasped the implications, his expression darkened. This hardly qualifies as a reward. It feels more like a veiled punishment. From now on, all technologies exceeding that of the Flame Dragon civilization will no longer be directly provided, including tangible products such as warships. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon civilization will only have access to the middle and lower tiers of the Pangu vessel. The upper tier remains off-limits to mission targets. Although Lon Luo may enter, the upper tier has essentially transformed into a base for agricultural products of the Flame Dragon civilization, with various crops being transported through spatial means to designated areas in the middle tier. The middle tier has become a residential zone, devoid of farmland or agricultural fields. The lower tier has evolved into a production base, where all industrialized production will take place. The most significant limitation is that the Pangu vessel will henceforth possess only transportation functions, with other capabilities restricted, aligning its technological level with that of the Huang civilization. In other words, the Pangu vessel's speed of navigation will match that of the Flame Dragon civilization, and it will no longer be able to engage in arbitrary spatial jumps. Functions such as detection will likewise be constrained, The distance the Flame Dragon civilization can detect will be the same as that of the Pangu vessel. The only aspect that remains unchanged is its defense, as the properties of divine-grade materials do not alter. Fuxi and Yuhua will become the central intelligence of the Flame Dragon civilization, and they have been severed from the core database, resulting in their intelligence being limited to a mere top-tier level. They will henceforth develop alongside the Flame Dragon civilization, while the core database will evolve into Lon Luo system, consisting solely of rigid programming. Boss, you have 10 years to make adjustments. Please do so promptly, as the core directives of the hidden task will be executed in 10 years. Understood, Yuhua, thank you. Although aware that Yuhua is incapable of feeling emotions, Lon Luo still expressed his gratitude, marking the first time he thanked her. Boss, keep striving to elevate us to divine civilization. Indeed, Yuhua remains as ever, embodying boundless intelligence, operating solely according to the core program. Fuxi, initiate construction on all 8 continents of the middle tier, employing top-tier technology and materials to establish urban residential areas. Following previous standards, each continent will be constructed to accommodate 50 trillion individuals. The lower tier will feature the establishment of 5,000 comprehensive factories, 5,000 metal smelting plants, and 5,000 civilian product manufacturing facilities. Additionally, 1,000 large warship production plants, 1,000 medium warship production plants, and 1,000 small warship production plants will be erected, all utilizing top-tier technology and materials. Lon Luo contemplated for a moment before promptly assigning the construction tasks, aiming to reap benefits swiftly. Otherwise, there would be no opportunities left in 10 years. Understood, boss, Fuxi responded, awaiting further instructions from Lon Luo. Lon Luo continued to deliberate on how best to secure advantages. Fuxi, construct an additional 5,000 vacant factories in the lower tier to meet life environmental standards. The factories need only be built and left unoccupied. All right. The 64 continental storage areas will be transmitted first, then all 72 continents must achieve ecological balance. Understood, boss. Data is being calculated, and the results are generated. Consumption of 100 planetary system resources. Good, noted. Proceed with execution. On the 71 continents of the Pangu vessel's middle tier, portals continuously opened, through which various animals were transported from the upper tier. Among the 8 continents, intelligent machinery tirelessly constructed villas and office buildings. 3 years later, under Fuxi's precise calculations, the construction of the 8 middle-tier continents was completed, providing accommodation for 400 trillion individuals. Lon Luo promptly instructed Fuxi to initiate time acceleration on the 71 continents, hastening their achievement of ecological balance. Once all continents met ecological standards, he had Fuxi seal 64 of them into storage space. Subsequently, he ascended to the upper tier and ordered Fuxi to begin transferring flora and fauna from the 8 middle-tier continents, the initial continent of the upper tier, and the Qiyu continent to the remaining 34 continents above. A year later, all continents at the upper tier also attained ecological balance under time acceleration. Additionally, 1,000 large warehouses were constructed within the lower tier. Lon Luo felt that there was little left to supplement. All factories and continents were adequately arranged. After ensuring the surrounding environment was secure, he instructed Fuxi to control the Pangu vessel to mine resources in the Canis Majori system. Lon Luo requested the preparation of 1,000 units of resources. This would be the final opportunity to reap benefits. Thereafter, he would need to develop diligently on his own. Upon returning to the flagship, Lon Luo announced to the populace that the timeline for moving onto the Pangu vessel had been postponed, along with the reasons for this delay. Simultaneously, he warned all citizens that the days of complacency were over. They must strive diligently. Warships would need to be designed and constructed independently, and for a better life. They must pursue technological advancement. In the face of danger, they must either overcome it or bear the consequences. No technology exceeding their level would be forthcoming. Everything would depend on the Flame Dragon civilization itself. The citizens expressed their understanding and voiced their commitment to exerting greater effort to ensure the Flame Dragon civilization solidifies its standing in the universe. As time passed, with only 2 years remaining until the execution of the core directive, the Pangu vessel returned. All resource warehouses were now fully stocked. Within one warehouse, rare metals had been refined into metallic spheres, each with a diameter of 200 meters, neatly floating within the storage. Lon Luo, aboard a 9th-tier warship, meticulously inspected various sections of the Pangu vessel. To fill in the gaps, he established 72 scientific research institutes across the 8 continents, arranged in a grid-like pattern throughout the 9 locations of each continent. 7 days later, Lon Luo left the 9th-tier warship adrift in the void of the Pangu vessel, boarding a 3rd-tier small aircraft and passing through a portal to depart the vessel. He understood that once the time arrived, all technological products exceeding the capabilities of the Flame Dragon civilization would be reclaimed. Upon returning to the flagship, he continued his inspections across various research vessels, subtly offering critical insights that left the scientists in awe. Chapter 30. The entire population moves onto the Pangu vessel. Ding. The technological salvation system has been successfully perfected. Ding. The system is officially online. Ding. The core directive has been triggered. Execution of the core command begins. Ding. The extraction of the divine artificial intelligence is underway, and the process has been successfully completed. Ding. The Pangu transformation program has been initiated. After a decade, the hidden mission, known as the Path of Starship Civilization, has finally commenced. Within the midsection of the Pangu, a Class 9 warship has been transported to the warehouse space. As time progressed, no additional Class 49 devices remained. The vast and expansive warehouse is meticulously organized, filled with an array of Class 49 machinery and warships, with some even deconstructed into raw materials. The technology data boxes of Class 49 have also been dismantled. Ding. The system mall is now online. Ding. The personal panel has been added, initiating the digitization of panel data. Ding. The chat group is being improved. Lan Luo quietly absorbed the changes within the system. Her curiosity piqued. She silenced the notification sounds, as she found the incessant beeping of the system rather bothersome. The system fell silent, yet before Lan Luo, a screen continued to refresh with messages. Observing the series of directives from the system, she felt fortunate for having muted the audio. Under the system's guidance, she placed the downgraded core programs of Yanhuang and Fuxi into the central computer of the continent known as the Flame Dragon continent. Once assured there were no issues, Lan Luo decided to leave the system unattended, as it would require several days to fully refine itself. The system was currently preoccupied with calculating various commands, necessitating the restriction of the Pangu, among other tasks. 10 days later, the system officially went live, completing the transformation process. System. Command the Pangu to depart from the Centaur system. Ding. Command error. Unable to interpret. System. Command the Pangu to travel at 1,000th the speed of light. Ding. Command error. Unable to interpret. Well, Lon Luo conceded defeat. The Pangu could now only be piloted by the Flame Dragon civilization itself. The original core space had been extracted by the system as per directives. Under Lon Luo's arrangement, it was placed directly above the central area of the 9-square grid, precisely 1 astronomical unit away from the blue planet. The core space transformed into a massive metallic sphere the size of the moon, with 8 passageways along its equator for internal access. Lon Luo renamed it the Mothership core cabin, which not only housed the Pangu-S cockpit, but also the control rooms for the 8 teleportation gates. These gates could be activated within a range of 1 to 2 million kilometers from the Pangu. Each directional position had 2 gates, with the ability to open only within 1 million kilometers. Additionally, the positions of the teleportation gates were fixed, corresponding to the 8 continents, arranged in a 9-square grid fashion, with the gates located along the perimeter, aligned with the same plane as the 8 continents, each gate situated 10 billion kilometers from its corresponding continent. Currently, Lon Luo remained aboard the flagship of the Flame Dragon civilization. Thus she began the selection process for the Pangu control personnel. She had only one privilege to activate the teleportation gates, after which the Flame Dragon civilization would need to manage it independently. Time was of the essence. Within 10 days, 500 individuals were selected, boarding a small warship to enter the Pangu through the teleportation gates. Fortunately, she had previously instructed the non-downgraded Fuxi to adjust the distances between the 8 continents. Otherwise, traversing the 953 light-year expanse to reach the core cabin would have taken decades. Now, the distance between each continent was merely 50 million kilometers, and the small warship was a Class 3 civilization vessel, capable of traveling at 1/5 the speed of light. After approximately 6 hours of flight through the teleportation gate, they finally arrived at the core cabin. Immediately, the crew was instructed to familiarize themselves with the core cabin and its operations. Half an hour later, they reported their readiness. Upon further inquiry, Lon Luo discovered that piloting the Pangu was no different from operating the current warships. As for the teleportation gates, their operation was utterly simplistic, consisting of just 2 switches, one for activation and one for deactivation. the 8 teleportation gates, situated in 8 separate rooms. Each contained a metallic table with a red and a green switch, spaced 50 centimeters apart, labeled activate and deactivate above them. Lan Luo was left speechless. Was this a precaution against research or merely a difference akin to turning a light on and off? Regardless, having mastered the operations meant it was time to relocate. Through the teleportation gates, she facilitated the entrance of hundreds of thousands of engineers into the Pangu, taking a month to transfer the fleet's core data and network to the central quantum server of the Pangu. Upon completion of the data migration, Lon Luo, in her capacity as leader, announced to the populace that they would be relocating in 6 months. The fleet erupted in excitement, and the network buzzed with activity. Brothers, we can finally return to the surface. Yes. I hear that in 10 days, we can choose our villas. Wow, ladies, standard architecture, every household the same. And we can grow vegetables in the backyard. I'm a 25-year-old single woman. Any flash certificates available? I want to open my own account. Meh. My brother is getting married, and once I marry, I can open an account and live in a free villa. Ahem. Can the kids go to other virtual groups? Exactly. If you're not 80, don't come into this group. Apologies, ancestors. I didn't realize your ages. I thought you were about our age. So I'll take my leave. Begin now. Haha. That is hilarious. However, I have good news for everyone. After selecting the villa courtyard, everyone might need to receive the level 2 genetic optimization serum. Thank you. I was planning on retiring at 280, but now who knows when that will be. I know. The level 2 optimization serum enhances tenfold. Do the math. Wow. Retiring at 2,980. Haha. Hey, upstairs, what are you thinking? We are now a level 3 civilization. What if the level 3 optimization serum is released? The discussion on selecting villas took a turn in the online community, where various virtual groups and rooms buzzed with conversations about the relocation. The netizens' intel was remarkably swift, and just as they had predicted, the entire populace scrambled to enter the virtual world to select their villa courtyards. In the panoramic virtual continent, crafted to a 1-to-1 scale of the 8 continents, the virtual avatars of the populace flickered continuously. Like teleportation in a fantasy realm, one moment they appeared in a city on one continent, and the next, they suddenly materialized in a courtyard on another continent. Amid the fervent selection process, following official recommendations, friends and family gathered, and ultimately, every household successfully completed their selection. Then came the exhilarating news. The populace hurried to queue for the injection of the level 2 genetic optimization serum. Once all 6 billion individuals have been injected, the time remaining until their relocation to the Pangu was minimal. Families began to organize their belongings aboard the Mothership, packing mementos and clothing to take along. The remaining time was spent packing items that would not be brought, handing them over to the robots that came for collection. When Prince Wei Long issued the relocation order, the Mothership began to move slowly. Upon reaching a distance of 2 million kilometers from the Pangu, it commenced its planned operation, with one ship after another entering the teleportation gates. Each of the 8 gates accommodated around 8 or 9 motherships passing through. Within the Pangu, the 8 continents shimmered into view, each mothership appearing amidst the vast void of 10 billion kilometers surrounding the edges of the continents. The motherships began to navigate in a clockwise direction, stopping at each continent for a time, deploying countless small vessels to deliver citizens to their chosen courtyard doors. As time flowed gently by, it took a full 10 days to complete the relocation successfully. As the citizens gradually settled into their new homes within the courtyard, they began to acclimate to their surroundings, growing familiar with the city they inhabited, as well as the forests and lakes that enveloped it. With the departure of all members of the Flame Dragon civilization, the immigration ships accomplished their mission, ultimately traversing the fixed portal leading to the lower levels. Over 70 immigration vessels fulfilled their purpose, congregating here to await dismantlement into raw materials. Chapter 31. A New Life Aboard the Starship. At the break of dawn, before the sun had even graced the balcony with its light, the bedroom remained devoid of its occupant. Li Xin, a pioneer among the crew of the first immigration ships during the Blue Star era, had made significant contributions to the Flame Dragon civilization through his exceptional hands-on skills and mechanical aptitude. He had ascended to the rank of a secondary scientist and, coupled with his accrued honor points, had attained the title of Count. This title had become a symbol of his prestige. When others heard of an individual's nobility, their first thought was not of the oppressive bureaucracies of the bygone era, but rather a profound respect. Every citizen understood the arduous nature of acquiring honor points. Absent any significant contributions, one could only earn a mere point of honor per month, without transgressions. It would take a staggering 84 years to achieve the rank of baron, let alone ascend to higher titles. A careless act, such as littering, would result in a deduction of 1 honor point, monitored by intelligence systems. Furthermore, honor points were non-transferable, subject to the scrutiny of the central brain. Within the immigration vessels, all cameras, surveillance systems, and even personal assistant records were interconnected with the central brain. Although personal actions like littering would not attract official attention, they would still result in honor point deductions, calculated at the end of each month. The reasons for rewards or deductions were meticulously documented, often with video evidence, provided one did not violate the laws of the Flame Dragon civilization. These personal actions were governed by the honor system enforced by the central brain. As a count, Li Xian was held in high esteem. Others would immediately think that such a title was a testament to his considerable contributions. Li Xian opened the special metallic gate of his courtyard and surveyed the lawn beyond. The grass had already grown over 10 centimeters. Turning back into the courtyard, he retrieved a rather primitive electric lawnmower and began to tend to the lawn. Not far away, the door of his neighbor's home swung open, revealing a man in his late 20s who, like Li Xian, hailed from the Blue Star era. "Good morning, Count," greeted Mr. Ma. "Good morning," Li Xian replied, as they exchanged pleasantries while both commenced their lawn maintenance. Once Li Xian finished his task, he returned to the villa, carrying 3 garbage bags of varying colors to the entrance. After meticulously sealing the bags, he placed them on the designated small platform at the front door. He then returned to the villa, knowing that a specialized intelligent garbage truck would come to collect the sorted waste. Failure to classify the garbage would certainly result in a deduction of honor points at the month's end. Thus, diligence was imperative. Upon returning home, he washed up and brewed a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it while instructing his intelligent assistant to display the official news. Shortly thereafter, around 8 o'clock, his wife, Wang Ming, awoke and began preparing breakfast. With the assistance of a small kitchen robot, she had the meal ready on the dining table in approximately 10 minutes. Around 8:30, hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor as a handsome 11-year-old boy rushed down the stairs. Snatching 2 buns from the table, he stuffed them into his mouth, followed by a small bowl of porridge and 2 eggs, before dashing out with his backpack. "Great-grandpa and great-grandma, I'm off to school." His voice rang out from a distance, prompting Wang Ming to shake her head and smile. "Wait for me, brother. I want to go to school too," a soft, cherubic 5-year-old exclaimed, clutching a small plush toy as she chased after him. Li Xian glanced at his wife with a resigned expression, to which she replied, "It's your turn today." Reluctantly, he rose to follow them, returning over half an hour later with the now contented little one, who chattered incessantly. As Li Xian reflected on the current life, he found it remarkable. Children began their education at the age of 10, attending nearby schools without parental accompaniment, in a society deemed exceedingly safe. Since their relocation to the Pangu, numerous policies benefiting the populace have been implemented. For instance, all costs associated with child rearing, including education expenses, were covered by the government. Upon birth, personal assistants were activated through genetic coding, and these devices, now no larger than a billiard ball, boasted impressive capabilities such as communication, emergency alerts, and automatic photography. Thus, children now walk themselves to school, and even those under 10 who are not enrolled could be seen playing joyfully in the streets. Furthermore, the roads were devoid of cars, save for the slow-moving, intelligent garbage trucks. After moving to the Pangu, the continent's air was fresh, and the natural environment was picturesque, with every household receiving a government-issued family aircraft at no cost. These aircraft could reach speeds of 1/10 the speed of light, allowing travel between the 8 continents, with the farthest pair reachable in just about 2 hours. The government truly nurtured children as if they were blossoms, providing education from primary through secondary school exclusively through the Wei Long Palace, forbidding any external educational institutions. They maintained strict control over the education system, with universities also being established under the auspices of the Wei Long Palace. In addition to free compulsory education, the government introduced ranked universities within the Flame Dragon civilization, with each city hosting one dedicated to competitive rankings. Admission to these universities required passing standardized examinations, and those who fell short were directed to attend compulsory universities. Even these ranked institutions provided free education, with the ultimate aim of identifying and nurturing talented scientists. Bullying was non-existent in schools. Teachers were permitted to employ disciplinary measures, including physical reprimands, to educate students. Most importantly, each teacher was equipped with 5 intelligent robotic assistants capable of monitoring student behavior and supervising educators. Should any misconduct occur, the matter would be promptly escalated to the central brain, Fuxi and Nuwa. Consequently, the environment for children was exceptionally secure. Once the mastery of all technologies associated with a third-level civilization was attained, policies for subconscious knowledge infusion would be implemented, enabling children to learn more swiftly and effortlessly. As civilization advanced, the volume of knowledge would naturally increase. Li Xin perused the official new policies through his personal assistant, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. Now, any individual could send personal emails to the leaders. People's lives had undergone a complete transformation, with the chasm between wealth and poverty eradicated. Currency had transitioned to a virtual form, with every transaction meticulously monitored by the central brain. Moreover, from birth, every individual received a monthly allowance of 100 dragon coins, sufficient to cover living expenses for a month to 3 months. Agricultural products were cultivated by the government, with a nominal charge of 0.01 dragon coins per pound. Wages merely accumulated in their accounts, as the government assumed responsibility for housing, food, and transportation, with standardized furnishings and appliances provided. Presently, citizens no longer had to fret over their livelihoods, redirecting their penchant for saving into accumulating honor points. The most expedient method for acquiring honor points was undoubtedly through scientific research, prompting many to pool resources and establish numerous research facilities at the grassroots level, all striving to achieve breakthroughs in various technologies, thereby earning honor points based on their contributions from the central brain. Li Xin also intends to establish a small research institute of his own, dedicated to creating things he cherishes and conceptualizes. Concurrently, all of this unfolds subtly under the influence of Lan Luo, who skillfully diverts the citizens' attention towards technological research and development. Everything aligns with Lon Luo's plans. He meticulously examines demographic data, reveling in the stable growth of the population, which has reached an impressive 100 million newborns within a mere year. A doubling of this figure within 30 years seems entirely feasible. Gradually, Lon Luo peruses various documents and, upon completion, convenes a group of guardians to deliberate on the scheme for epical chronologies. A month later, all citizens receive an official announcement. The communique informs that the era prior to the migration to the Pangu was designated as the Yanhuang era, spanning a total of 155 years from the time of the Yellow Emperor to the year of the migration. This 155-year period is henceforth known as the Yanhuang era. In its historical account, Chronicles of Yanhuang has been meticulously compiled. With the migration to the Pangu, a new epoch commences, termed the starship era, with the day of migration marked as January 1st of year 1 in the starship calendar. Chapter 32, Ascending to the Pinnacle of Level 3. Time swiftly passes, and it is now year 108 of the starship calendar. In the Centaurus star system, the expanse is desolate, with only a few small fleets patrolling the periphery and the Pangu station amidst the 3 stars of the system. Apart from this, no other fleet activities are apparent. The first decade of the starship era still witnessed mining vessels traversing the system, but as resources dwindled, only the patrol fleets remained active, sequestered within the Pangu, engrossed in development. Over the subsequent 50 years, the Yanhuang civilization mastered the primary technologies of a level 3 civilization. They then began to fill in the technological branches, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of level 3 over the following decades. Today marks the day for testing the warships of the Yanhuang civilization. 10 warships are teleported from a distance of 1.8 million kilometers to the left of the Pangu. These 10 interstellar vessels shimmer like pearls, varying in size, yet exuding an awe-inspiring sci-fi allure. Their elliptical shapes feature smooth lines and sharp angles, resembling the very crystallization of future technology. Each warship boasts a unique design. Some glisten with a cold metallic sheen, while others are enveloped in mysterious energy shields. Some vessels are imposing and majestic, evoking images of ancient behemoths, while others are nimble and compact, gliding through space with the grace of birds. Their existence signifies not only a display of technological prowess, but also the courage of the Yanhuang civilization in exploring the unknown. Following their emergence, the 10 warships accelerate swiftly, distancing themselves from the Pangu in no time. They ultimately halt at the orbit of the rebirth star, which has undergone a revival after nearly 150 years of recuperation. The ruins of cities ravaged by war are nearly unrecognizable, now overgrown with the unique purple vegetation of rebirth star, and a variety of creatures from Blue Star roam freely. The 10 warships come to a standstill in the void surrounding Rebirth Star. On board one of the vessels, Captain Zhang Wei, with an obsequious expression, inquires of Chief Engineer Zhao Yaya. "Shall we commence?" Zhao Yaya shoots a sharp glare at this scoundrel. "We may begin." It is curious how these two have ended up together, and now the younger generation is unaware of which lineage they belong to. Even at over 200 years of age, they maintain a playful demeanor. Notify all ships to enter the designated area and commence testing in sequential order. Understood. The communication officer promptly relays the orders. With the advancement of virtual technology, individuals can now connect to the virtual world at any time and place via semi-implanted smart chips. A chip measuring 3 millimeters in length, 2 millimeters in width, and a fraction of a millimeter in thickness is implanted just beneath the skin 5 centimeters below the nape. Through a wrist-mounted personal assistant, one can link to the virtual realm, projecting their every action within it. Thus, when Zhang Wei issues commands, all 8 captains, save for the unmanned warship, receive the orders instantaneously in the virtual world, enabling seamless communication and multitasking. With a decisive command, the energy shield test commences. The energy shield system aboard the unmanned warship activates swiftly, forming a glass-like membrane around the vessel. Various attack methods are unleashed upon the shield, yet it remains as steadfast as a rock, repelling all assaults. Subsequently, the main and auxiliary cannon attack tests are initiated. The main cannon emits a powerful energy beam, while the auxiliary cannons unleash a barrage of projectiles, streaking through the void like meteors, precisely striking the designated areas on the surface of Rebirth Star. Each main cannon strike delivers a stunning visual spectacle, showcasing the formidable power of the warship's weaponry. Finally, the speed test is conducted, as the warship's engines roar to life, expelling azure ion energy from the rear, propelling the vessel through space at astonishing speeds. Each warship adeptly maneuvers around obstacles, demonstrating exceptional agility. Following a series of rigorous tests, the new cosmic warships exhibit outstanding performance, fully achieving the apex of Level 3. Zhao Yaya, Wang Weiguo, and a dozen other scientists tirelessly scrutinize various test data. Indeed, the energy shield has reached the Envision Level 5, exclaims Wang Weiguo, gesticulating excitedly towards the data displayed on the screen. The main cannon's attack energy has also attained Level 5, which represents the utmost limit for a Level 3 civilization. Although Zhao Yaya lacks expertise in energy technology, she has spent ample time with these scientists during the design phase of the spacecraft. As an engineer specializing in mechanical manufacturing and warship design, she beams with delight as she observes her design harmoniously integrated with energy technology, much like Wang Weiguo. She has finally realized her dream and anticipates being elevated to the rank of Count upon her return. Oh, how she relishes the thought of Li Xian's reaction. The 10 warships begin to form a fleet, racing back towards the Pangu. Their only task remaining is to report the test results. As for which types of warships the military will adopt, that is no longer within their purview. Pangu, Blue Star, Yanhuang Palace. The Yanhuang Palace, as the supreme authority of the Yanhuang civilization, stands grand and magnificent. 5 kilometers in front of the palace lies a colossal stone gateway, towering at 360 meters and spanning 500 meters in width, adorned with enigmatic and ancient carvings, flanked by imposing stone pillars sculpted with majestic and sacred dragons. A marble-paved path leads from this gateway to the immense palace 5 kilometers away. Each marble slab measures approximately 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 3 meters in thickness. This path, 300 meters wide, continues forward to reveal 2 enormous palatial structures flanking either side, exuding an aura of authority and mystery that commands reverence. On one side, a towering stone tablet bears the inscription Wei Long Hall in bold black characters, while on the opposite side, a robust stone pillar proudly displays Elder Hall in striking red letters. At the end of the 5 kilometers stands an even grander and more imposing palace than both the Elder Hall and Wei Long Hall. This palace is erected upon a high platform of marble, with a staircase measuring 360 meters in length and 180 meters in width leading up to the elevated structure. The staircase is divided into 3 pathways leading to the platform by 2 relief sculptures and a balustrade, with a central path spanning 72 meters in width. Flanking this central route are 2 36-meter wide reliefs, intricately carved with regal dragons and auspicious clouds. Each side features a 12-meter wide path, while the balustrades consist of towering stone pillars, each adorned with mysterious and majestic mythical beasts. Ascending the staircase to the 36-meter high platform reveals an expansive area measuring 1 square kilometer. Before us stands an imposing palace, resplendent in its grandeur, exuding an aura of authority that seems poised to overwhelm all who dare approach. The 3 golden characters of Yin Long Gong dance elegantly in the air, commanding reverence and caution. Here, the venerable guardians of the Yanhuang civilization convene. their sagacity and valor steering the course of this entire civilization's destiny. The Yanhuang Palace is not merely a symbol of power. It is the very spiritual pillar of the Yanhuang civilization. As time unfolds, it shall witness the rise and fall of this civilization, embodying the hopes and dreams of its people. Throughout the annals of history, the Yanhuang Palace shall remain steadfast, a testament to the legacy and evolution of the Yanhuang civilization. In the Yanhuang Palace, Lon Luo gazes upon the test results sent by the fleet, a smile gracing his features. In less than 3 centuries, the Yanhuang civilization has ascended from its homeworld to the pinnacle of a level 3 civilization. An impressive feat indeed. As time progresses, Lan Luo is confident that a breakthrough to a level 4 civilization will be achieved within the next 300 years. Contemplating this, he decides to summon the fleet commanders to deliberate on the construction of new warship types. Assistant, please notify the personnel from the 9 major fleets to convene in 3 days at Blue Star, he instructs. Understood, leader. I shall make the arrangements at once, replies his assistant, Wang Yao, promptly dispatching notices to the 9 fleets. Lan Luo efficiently attends to the paperwork before engaging with the system, which has become a rigid program following new WASTA motion. Personal panel, host, Lan Luo mission, Yanhuang civilization level, level 3 pinnacle civilization type, starship civilization mothership technology openness, level 3 pinnacle technology points, 5,500 resource points, 10001, Chapter 33, a new voyage in the conference room of Yanhuang Palace. The 9 guardians, senior officials from the 9 fleets, and the esteemed elders gather harmoniously. The primary agenda for today revolves around fleet adjustments and the selection and configuration of warships. Lon Luo initiates the discussion, stating, I believe our current fleet composition no longer aligns with the evolving circumstances. The senior members of the Qinglong fleet expressed their views. Indeed, in the past, we lacked a stable living environment and could only form fleets centered around the mothership. However, with the Pangu now serving as our central mothership, we have escaped the predicament of simultaneously safeguarding multiple motherships. Moreover, the Pangu's defenses are nearly invincible. It is imperative that we restructure our fleet. The senior officials of the Zhu Chue fleet passionately contribute. At present, each of the 8 major fleets has its own defensive focus. I propose we disband the Longguo fleet and reorganize the other 8 fleets. The elders also offer their insights. I concur, nods Lan Luo. As it stands, the significance of the Longguo fleet appears minimal. The second guardian interjects, regarding the potential disbandment of the Longguo fleet, I believe we should deliberate further. The high-ranking members of the Longguo fleet express their dissent. Reorganizing the fleet would require substantial resources and time. We could first make adjustments within the existing fleets. The commander of the Xuanwu fleet speaks up. Let us allocate some outstanding warships and crew members to other fleets to enhance our overall strength. Simultaneously, we must prioritize the selection and configuration of our warships. Different types of vessels possess unique characteristics and advantages. We must arrange them judiciously based on actual needs. The assembly resonates with agreement, leading to an in-depth discussion on the selection and configuration of warships. The atmosphere in the conference room is vibrant, with a plethora of opinions and suggestions emerging. Ultimately, after fervent deliberation, a preliminary plan for the new fleet composition is established. The 8 major fleets are upgraded to 8 legions, inheriting their names directly from fleets. Following discussions, a new legion named the Tianjin Legion is formed based on the Longguo fleet. Concurrently, the 8 continents adopt the names of the 8 major fleets: Eastern Continent, Southern Continent, and Xuanwu Continent, no longer differentiated by numbers. Additionally, a military base will be constructed around the internal teleportation portal. The Tianjin Legion's base will be situated in the central void of the 9-square grid, and the Tianjin will be forged as the singular divine sword of the Yanhuang civilization, an entity that, once unleashed, will bring devastation. Finally, the selection of warship types and the number of vessels for each legion is decided. Each legion will be equipped with 360 standard warships. Smaller vessels will be categorized separately and will not count towards the fleet's numbers. They may be deployed directly from the standard warships when necessary. Each legion's composition will primarily consist of escort ships, destroyers, and arsenal ships. Furthermore, the Tianjin Legion will be outfitted with 120 immigrant motherships for contingencies. These immigrant motherships will only be deployed when absolutely necessary, keeping the civilization's primary mothership, the Pangu, safeguarded. The warships chosen are exclusively designed and planned by the Yanhuang civilization, making them particularly suited for a starship civilization such as theirs. After 7 consecutive days of meetings, The fleet's adjustments and upgrades are finally completed. Following the establishment of the 9 legions, all warships previously allocated by the Pangu will be dismantled into raw materials for reserves. Upon the announcement of the meeting's conclusions on the official website of the Yanhuang civilization, a fervor for military enlistment is ignited. Young graduates, brimming with aspirations, flock to sign up, eager to express their gratitude to the Yanhuang civilization for its nurturing. Indeed, the current slogan promoting childbirth is, "You bear the child. I shall provide for them. The child is yours, but the expense is mine." Thus, it is only fitting that the younger generation seeks to repay their benefactor. Lon Luo reclines quietly in his chair, invoking the system with his thoughts. The system opens the marketplace. Beep! The marketplace is now open. Lon Luo begins to browse the offerings, discovering that the level 3 technologies he once perused are no longer available. He surmises the reason. As the Yanhuang civilization reached the pinnacle of level 3, all lower-tier technologies have naturally been removed from the inventory. He navigates to the level 4 technological classifications, and the first technology listed on the first page is the curvature engine technology, a prerequisite for attaining level 4 civilization status. Noting that it requires 5,800 technology points for exchange, he quietly closes the marketplace, calculating how soon he might accumulate the requisite points. System: what the chat group? Beep. The chat group is currently under refinement. Please be patient, host. Lon Luo dismisses the sluggish response, recalling how efficient Nuwa once was, providing whatever was needed. He senses that the so-called members of the chat group are merely the hosts of the 81 systems released by the Huang civilization. Certainly not figures like Yue Buchuan or the 3 celestials of the primordial era. He awaits to see how many hosts will join the chat group once it is fully operational. With no time to concern himself with other hosts, Lon Luo diligently frequents the Academy of Sciences, research institutes, and even the legions, striving to amass 300 technology points to exchange for the curvature engine technology, intending to set forth to other star systems post-breakthrough. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The 9 legions have already been established, yet he still lacks 100 technology points. Now, all warships within the 9 legions are fully equipped, and time has advanced to the 135th year of the starship calendar. In truth, the 9 legions have been formed 5 years prior. Lon Luo remains determined to gather enough technology points to see if he can ascend to a level 4 civilization. The idea is commendable, yet he remains oblivious to the precise methods of acquiring technological points. Upon inquiring with the system, he received only vague responses related to the mission of civilization. Resolving to no longer procrastinate, Lon Luo decided to convene the Council of Elders to deliberate on the subsequent course of action, whether to continue awaiting development or to venture into other star systems. Lon Luo assembled the members of the council and elucidated the current situation. This prompted a fervent discussion among the elders. Some advocated for a continued wait, focusing on steady development to ensure a smooth ascension to a level 4 civilization, while others championed a proactive approach, urging exploration of other star systems in pursuit of greater opportunities for advancement. After weighing the pros and cons, Lon Luo reached a resolution. We cannot remain idle. The 9 legions have already amassed a considerable strength. It is time to explore the vast expanse of the universe. Lon Luo paused for about half a minute, his gaze sweeping over each elder present before stating, "We must be thoroughly prepared, not only to enhance the combat capabilities of our fleet, but also to bolster our technological research and talent cultivation. Only with proper preparation can we hope to break through to a level 4 civilization. We must not falter in fear. The cosmos awaits our exploration and the unraveling of its mysteries." Ultimately, the elders reached a consensus, deciding to set forth towards the galactic center, with their first destination being the star system 8 light-years away in the Centaurus constellation. An elder, particularly enthusiastic about naming, promptly designated it as Station 1 system. Subsequently, the elders submitted a proposal to the Wei Long Hall for their expedition to Station 1 system. The Wei Long Hall promptly approved the proposal and forwarded it to Lon Luo, who naturally concurred without delay. In the days that followed, the Yanhuang civilization devoted itself wholeheartedly to preparations. Scientists toiled day and night, striving to unlock the key technology of the curvature engine. However, inspiration often eluded them. The military also underwent rigorous training to adapt to unknown challenges. Finally, in the year 140 of the starship era, Lon Luo commanded the fleet to embark on their journey to other star systems, carrying the hopes and dreams of the Yanhuang civilization towards the mysterious and opportunity-laden night sky. Chapter 34. Arrival at the new star system. In the dark void, for warships traveled at 1/5 the speed of light. Arranged in a formation of 112, the vessels surged like arrows towards the Station 1 system. On the Mothership, in a tranquil villa courtyard on the eastern continent, Lon Luo savored the beauty of life. Each morning, he relished strolling through the courtyard, inhaling the fresh air and listening to the cheerful songs of birds. Every blade of grass and every tree in the courtyard was a testament to his careful nurturing. In the afternoons, Lon Luo would sit beneath the shade of trees, engrossed in a good book or engaging in lively discussions with colleagues. This particular afternoon, he lounged leisurely under a tree. While lounging might not be entirely accurate, as the various continents of the Mothership experienced distinct seasons. Even summer's peak temperature was a mere 32 degrees. In fact, he could bask in the summer's floral melodies on the Qinglong continent in the morning, only to enjoy the wintry splendor of the Baohu continent at night. Reclining comfortably in his chair, Lon Luo was actually reviewing the system's personal panel. Host, Lon Luo. Mission Civilization, Yanhuang Civilization. Civilization level, Peak Level 3. Civilization type, Starship Civilization. Mothership Technology Openness, Peak Level 3. Technology points, 5810. Resource points, 990. Seeing that the technology points had risen to 5,810, he realized he could exchange them for the curvature engine technology. However, he hesitated, pondering the source of these technology points. It seemed that the rapid growth earlier was due to the Yanhuang civilization being in the mid-stage of Level 3, with branch technologies being rapidly illuminated. Yet, upon reaching the peak of Level 3, the absence of technological breakthroughs naturally slowed the accumulation of technology points, as they had not yet advanced to Level 4. Where did these technology points originate? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lon Luo was suddenly distracted by a shadow charging toward him. He quickly rose and scooped up a small figure. It was the grandson of Bai Luo, a sturdy little fellow full of vigor. With the Mothership periodically releasing life energy, the population had naturally increased, and now everyone had received Level 3 genetic optimization, granting them extended lifespans. The birth of each child contributed to population growth, and the rapid pace of technological advancement had resulted in the Yanhuang civilization experiencing a population surge without any decline. Grandpa, can you command my mom to give me a little sister? The child innocently inquired. Haha, you truly are the apple of my eye. Lon Luo responded with a chuckle. At that moment, he finally grasped the source of the technology points. However, I suggest you ask your father. That might be more effective. Amused, Lon Luo playfully teased Bai Luo's grandson, who soon wiggled away to find Bai Qing and Bai Luo. It appeared that the recent surge in technology points stemmed from population growth. The Yanhuang civilization's population had escalated from 3.6 billion at the inception of the Starship era to 50 billion, multiplying several times over. With a population of 50 billion spread across 8 continents, one could only describe the situation as vast yet sparsely populated. Each continent could accommodate trillions, rendering the current population rather meager. Should there be encouragement for further procreation? Perhaps it is best to let nature take its course, especially since the technology points accrued from population growth were practically negligible. Reflecting on the process of accumulating technology points, Lon Luo concluded that relying solely on population growth for technological advancement was akin to a drop in the ocean. The subsequent exchanges for technological data would require tens of thousands, even millions, with advanced civilization technologies exceeding hundreds of millions. System exchange for the curvature engine technology. No longer hesitating, Lon Luo completed the transaction. Suddenly, a 10-centimeter wide portal materialized before him, from which emerged a sphere the size of a small ball. Picking it up and glancing at it, Lon Luo's expression darkened instantly. Well, what do we have here? Aren't these the Level 49 technology data storage spheres I sealed before my travels? It appeared that since the system's enhancements, it had assumed control over the Pangu's spatial warehouse. Lon Luo recalled that although the Level 49 data could not be utilized, the ownership still belonged to him. Now, however, it had been appropriated by the system. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished his struggle. 3 days later, all 8 continents and 72 research institutes received a comprehensive set of data on the curvature engine technology. The scientists specializing in this area were elated, immediately diving into frenzied research. After 66 years since departing from Centaurus, there had been no breakthroughs in curvature engine technology. Now that they had acquired the data, they were determined to avoid having the Yanhuang civilization stagnate for millennia at the pivotal transition from Level 3 to Level 4. Many civilizations in the universe found themselves trapped at this juncture, unable to ascend to Level 4 for centuries, even millennia. By the year 208 of the Starship era, the Yanhuang civilization initiated a technological campaign for the curvature engine, with just 12 years remaining to reach Station 1 system. Lan Luo felt a significant alleviation of pressure. It was only a matter of time before the curvature engine would be perfected, depending on the speed of the scientists. Much like the breakthroughs in nuclear fission technology during the era of Blue Star, the theoretical understanding was one thing, yet the practical application was fraught with challenges. It was implausible to expect immediate results within 2 to 3 months of receiving the technology, let alone its actual implementation. Such unrealistic notions were utterly beyond Lon Luo's imagination. When he initially studied the materials related to the 13th level civilization, he merely grasped the surface concepts without comprehending the underlying principles. Nevertheless, with access to technological resources, breakthroughs were inevitable. It was merely a matter of time, and he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, unconcerned about potential stagnation. In the year 218 of the Starship era, the Mothership began to decelerate, ultimately shutting down its engines and entering a state of light control after achieving a certain velocity. 3 of the 4 warships reduced their speed to 1,000th of the speed of light within approximately 2 months. This 2-month deceleration was the most economical approach. Of course, all warships of the Yanhuang civilization were capable of sudden acceleration, deceleration, and maneuvering, albeit only when not exceeding 1/5 of the speed of light. The Yanhuang civilization had embarked from the Centaurus constellation, reaching 1/5 of the speed of light after 2 years of continuous acceleration. As the 3 warships slowed down, the foremost arsenal ship maintained its speed, continuing its journey toward the Yanhuang star system. Meanwhile, Lon Luo received encouraging news from the Academy of Sciences. They had successfully completed the theoretical analysis of the curvature engine and would soon attempt practical applications. The Academy was confident that within approximately 15 years, they would fully integrate the engine onto ships. 2 years later, at the edge of the Yanhuang star system, a warship over 30 kilometers long, glimmering in deep blue, was decelerating. The vanguard warship of the Yanhuang civilization. The pinnacle of technological achievement, the arsenal ship, had arrived at the periphery of the Yanhuang star system. Upon arrival, the captain ordered the release of probes, which surged forth from the arsenal ship like a pack of wolves returning to their den, scattering in all directions. Captained by Huaxia, who was Lan Luo's child, attended the same school as everyone else and enlisted in the military. A fervent enthusiast of action games since childhood, he naturally gravitated toward military service. A stark contrast to his elder brother's path. His brother, Lan Luo, preferred research, exhibiting a gentle and amiable demeanor, while he was more mischievous. Regrettably, since joining the military, he had not encountered any interstellar warfare, and he had been forced to endure until he became a captain. As the captain of the Tianjin Legion's arsenal ship, he had spent a grueling 80 years navigating the void to secure this mission. Bai Haojuan paced anxiously in the command room of the warship, awaiting the probe's results. Beep, beep, beep. Quickly, Old Wu, the news is in, he urged. Old Wu wasted no time, scrutinizing the data on the display for a while before tentatively reporting, Captain, it seems we haven't received any electromagnetic signals. Let's wait for the computer to verify the results. Old Bai, can you temper that anxious disposition? Old Wu retorted. Huh, Old Wu, how can you say that? I've never seen a staff officer usurp a data analyst role. Bai Haojuan shot back at his longtime partner, Wu Xingyao. Huh, is that so? I was merely appreciating their hard work. Wu Xingyao laughed, unwilling to admit he had been sitting at the data analyst station without getting up. Chapter 35. Discovery of a Life Planet Report. The data analysis reveals no electromagnetic signals, and no defensive measures have been detected at the star system's edge. Understood. Maintain vigilance. Bai Haojuan instructed. After the data analyst presented the analysis report, he continued to monitor the incoming data on the display. Old Wu, it seems highly probable that this star system lacks extraterrestrial civilizations. That's for the better. It saves us from having to engage. Wu Xingyao waved dismissively. Order the 3 reconnaissance ships to advance and continue exploring the star system. Also, send the navigation logs back to the mothership Bai Haojuan commanded, with no electromagnetic signals detected. The danger level was naturally lower. An hour later, the warship proceeded along the reconnaissance ship's trajectory. Received. The reconnaissance ships traversed, continuously gathering information about the star system. As more data was collected, they gradually comprehended the entirety of the Yanhuang star system. The Yanhuang star system contained a single star and 7 planets, with an asteroid belt situated between the 4th and 5th planets. After deploying over 10 probes toward the 5th planet, the reconnaissance ship ventured into the asteroid belt. Like fish darting through water, they skillfully dodged the incoming asteroids, with one reconnaissance ship leading the charge, its energy shield braced at the forefront. Upon surpassing the asteroid belt, they entered the orbit of the fourth planet, which coincidentally had just revolved to the other side of the star. The reconnaissance ship commenced a reverse flight along the planet's orbit, heading toward the fourth planet. As they beheld the fourth planet, jubilant cheers erupted from the crew. A verdant sphere spun serenely, its surface resembling an emerald ocean, the lush green hue so vivid that it seemed to pulse with boundless vitality. Interspersed within this expanse of green were patches of white, akin to delicate snowflakes scattered across the emerald sea, imparting a sense of freshness and purity. The crew speculated that the verdancy of this planet might be attributed to dense forests, with layers of leaves shimmering under the sunlight. The white portions could represent vast cloud layers, glaciers, snow-capped mountains, or unique geological formations. The interplay of white and green created a distinctive and magnificent tableau. This green and white planet shone like a precious gem in the cosmos, emanating a mysterious and enchanting luminescence. Quickly launch the probes. The excited captain of the reconnaissance ship commanded. Over 20 probes soared from the ship, hurtling toward the planet. Be vigilant in gathering information and monitor the planet's outer space. Notify the other 2 reconnaissance ships to converge on our location and await the probe results. Do not advance recklessly. It must be noted that following their previous encounter in the Centaurus star system, the Yanhuang civilization had devised a comprehensive and efficient strategy for exploring planetary systems. The 3 reconnaissance ships gradually drew closer, positioning themselves in a triangular formation, waiting in the void. Meanwhile, the Arsenal ship, upon the reconnaissance ship's discovery of the fourth planet, had already received the transmitted information. Begin accelerating. Prepare to enter the asteroid belt, the Arsenal ship's captain ordered. The probes drew nearer to the mysterious planet, and the crew eagerly anticipated unveiling its secrets. As the probes continuously relayed information back to the reconnaissance ship, the crew realized that this time, they were indeed in no danger. They discovered that the civilization on this planet was in the primitive societal stage, with simple tribes living a basic life reliant on natural resources. The reconnaissance ship transmitted the findings back to the Arsenal ship, which in turn promptly relayed the information to the Mothership. The Arsenal ship instructed the reconnaissance vessels to refrain from contacting the indigenous people and await orders from headquarters, ultimately directing the 3 reconnaissance ships to continue exploring the star system to ensure total control over the Zhan-E star system situation and eliminate any potential threats before the Mothership's arrival. With curiosity about this planet, the reconnaissance ships departed from the planetary orbit, continuing their exploration of the Zhan-E star system. Within the Mothership, Lan Luo received the information and convened a meeting with the elders and guardians. Let's discuss our approach toward the primitive civilization, Lan Luo suggested casually. Leader, we should formulate a set of plans tailored to different civilizations, by Qing interjected. Noting her recent studies of the history of the Black Lizard civilization and feeling that the Yanhuang civilization had yet to establish a standard approach regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. Leader, I concur with your sentiments. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to established standards. Li Jianya expressed his agreement. Lon Luo glanced at the 3 elders of the Elder Hall and discerned that they had evidently invested considerable effort in this area in recent years. Leader, we have formulated a concrete plan, announced Fang Yu from the Guardian Hall, gesturing for his assistant to present the printed documents, distributing a copy to each individual present. The policies, historical records, and cultural traditions of the Yanhuang civilization are predominantly preserved in their original written form within the civilization archives. Many cosmic civilizations adopt this approach, as digital records and technological means are prone to loss. Numerous civilizations harbor concerns about the sudden onset of existential threats, fearing that no trace of their existence would remain. The meeting room was filled with the sound of pages turning. Old Fang, you've done well, Li Jianya remarked softly, tapping Fang Yu on the arm. Fang Yu, exasperated, shrugged, recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting for such casualness. Nonetheless, he held deep admiration for Li Jianya, who had led their scientific academy in overcoming numerous technical challenges related to curvature engines in recent years. Were it not for the Elder Hall's primary focus on technology, with advisory roles as a secondary concern, it is likely that this plan would not have been brought forth by the Guardian Hall. Lan Luo meticulously scrutinized the proposal and found himself in strong agreement with it. To summarize, it delineates corresponding strategies based on civilization, rank, and moral alignment. Lan Luo identified 3 principal scenarios. 1. For civilizations more powerful than the Yanhuang civilization that have developed hostile relations, regardless of their moral standing. The priority is survival and development, seeking revenge thereafter. If there exists no animosity, yet the civilization is deemed ruthless. The strategy is to avoid them for survival and development before neutralizing them. 2. For civilizations of comparable strength to the Yanhuang civilization that are benevolent, collaboration should be pursued where possible, though not enforced. However, they must refrain from provocation, or they will bear the consequences. Conversely, those civilizations that are inherently cruel should be eradicated. 3. For the weaker civilizations, the approach is straightforward, to eliminate evil while preserving good. Of course, this is merely a simplistic representation of their stance. Ultimately, it is contingent upon strength. As discussions unfolded, the attendees perused the data on the Zhan star system, encountering a plethora of peculiar sensations regarding the intelligent life forms therein. The 2 escort ships assigned to protect the Mothership began to accelerate, ensuring safety as they boldly navigated toward the Zhan star system. Meanwhile, cries of lamentation echoed from the 9 legions, each yearning to encounter a level 3 civilization for a grand confrontation. With the acquisition of new warships, the 9 legions were exhilarated at the prospect, hoping for the discovery of a rival of equal stature in the Zhan star system to engage in a genuine interstellar war. Alas, contrary to their hopes, earlier reports indicated a lack of electromagnetic signals within the planetary system, resulting in immediate disappointment. Subsequently, news arrived of a life-bearing planet, reigniting their combative spirits, only for them to discover now that it was an indigenous civilization, plunging their emotions into a roller coaster of highs and lows. They sighed in unison, lamenting their circumstances, yet they held no intentions of shamelessly preying upon primitive civilizations. Privately, they all hoped that the Mothership would not linger long in the Zhan star system and would hasten to explore the next one. Unbeknownst to Lan Luo, who was diligently organizing data on the Zhan star system, he summoned his assistant Wang Yaoyao to submit the information to the Yanhuang civilization's official website. The following day, the populace habitually opened the official site, as it had become a custom for citizens to stay informed about official news. Indeed, the website occasionally responded to inquiries from netizens, and many were eager to peruse its updates, leaving comments in hopes of being acknowledged. As today, users accessed the site within 3 minutes, a cacophony of bewildered exclamations erupted across the virtual realm. On display was a video and images of the intelligent life captured by a probe, prominently featured at the top of the page, seemingly suspended in mid-air within the digital space. This peculiar group of extraterrestrial beings, dubbed the Leluzis, were diminutive in stature, their anatomical structure markedly distinct from any life forms previously encountered by the Yanhuang civilization, instantly revealing their extraordinary nature. Their bodies bore an unusual proportion, with short limbs, yet rounded torsos and sizable heads. Their skin exhibited a striking hue, possibly vibrant blue, green, or purple, adorned with peculiar patterns. Their eyes were large and bright, reflecting a sense of curiosity and innocence. Despite their odd appearance, they exuded an ineffable charm. Their movements were light and agile, akin to frolicking sprites. When they smiled, their mouths stretched wide, revealing rows of tiny teeth, eliciting uncontrollable laughter. They resided in a fantastical forest, dwelling among towering trees, in valleys, and on steep cliffs. The comments from citizens on the official website surged explosively, akin to a nuclear detonation. What is this? What does it signify? I beseech an expert to provide a clear definition. Indeed, please save the children. Hurry, the inability to define them is excruciating. Yes, I can't find the right words. I refuse to believe there exists something that defies description. Awaiting the expert's insights, I am. Where's the expert? The master of all things colorful, endearing, and whimsical, known as the Leluzis. Wow. Ah, relief. There truly is an expert. Look, the expert has been acknowledged. Amidst the online uproar, the Mothership continued its swift voyage, with merely 2 months remaining until it reached the Zhan star system. Meanwhile, the scientists of the Yanhuang civilization, utilizing ultra-small spherical probes equipped with visual cloaking, promptly commenced their study of the Leluzis. They discovered that the anatomical structure and physiological traits of the Leluzis were entirely distinct from those of the Yanhuang civilization, allowing them to thrive in unique environments and lifestyles. As research progressed, the Yanhuang civilization's comprehension of the Leluzis deepened. Through the gathered linguistic data, they finally began to decipher the Leluzis language, initiating an exploration of their culture, history, and current societal structures. The information gathered about the Leluzis was subsequently published on the official website. During this process, Some young individuals from the Yanhuang civilization developed a keen interest in the Luluses, even forming volunteer teams prepared to conduct on-site investigations upon the mothership's arrival at their habitat. Regrettably, the official response was lacking, and only a notification was issued to await the final decision from the authorities. The youth continued to delve into the Luluses information on the official site, discovering their unique skills and knowledge. They excelled at utilizing natural resources to create remarkable tools and artworks. Ultimately, the official website announced the Elder Hall's assessment results, declaring that the Yanhuang civilization would not interfere in the development of the Luluses. Furthermore, the entirety of the Elder Hall's meeting video was uploaded to the official site. After viewing it, the netizens fell into silence, yet they understood. They understand that the greatest affection lies in silent observation, with neither party intruding upon the other. Otherwise, the connection with the Lulu's tribe would bring not camaraderie, but calamity, for such interactions would disrupt the progression of Lulu's civilization. They are acutely aware of the consequences of such situations, reminiscent of the era of Blue Star, when the Frankish Germans interrupted the civilizational advancement of the Negroid peoples. The Negroid peoples, unacquainted with the realities of slavery and feudalism, were thrust directly into a modern society, resulting in persistent social turmoil. A grotesque form of modernized slave society emerged, wherein individuals resided in contemporary housing and utilized technological products, yet conducted their affairs in the manner of slave society. The populace expressed in the virtual realm their willingness to comply with official directives. In return, the authorities reciprocated by opening 72 live stream channels, allowing citizens to observe the life of a Lulu's tribe member up close and in real time. Internet users enthusiastically remarked that this was akin to 72 blockbuster dramas. The mothership finally arrived in the Star 1 system, swiftly reaching the asteroid belt, where it concealed itself. From the mothership, 10 warships were dispatched, 4 of which headed towards Lulu's star, while the remaining vessels entered a state of combat patrol. Upon reaching Lulu's star, the 4 warships released 72 sets of visually cloaked, ultra-high-definition, intelligent live-stream orbs while in low orbit during the night. Each set consisted of 5 marble-sized orbs capable of visual cloaking, floating and flying silently through anti-gravity. After deploying the live-stream orbs, the 4 warships left behind 8 low-orbit satellites, retrieved previous probes, and departed from Lulu's star. The 10 warships began patrolling the Star 1 system, with the first to arrive being the Arsenal ship, which busily collected various previously launched probes. Meanwhile, the admirers of the Lulu's tribe eagerly awaited the live stream on the official website. The viewing format could be tailored to individual preferences. The youth entered the virtual world to experience panoramic broadcasts, while a segment of the populace opted for screen sharing at home, a viewing style commonly referred to as binge-watching. Lulu's star surface area is more than twice that of Blue Star, and the society of the Lulu's tribe has evolved to transition from tribalism to a nation-state, with numerous slave-holding countries now emerging across the continent. In a dense forest on the eastern continent, a swift and agile Lulu's hunter navigated deftly among the trees, pursuing a rabbit-like creature that was desperately fleeing. The creature, roughly the size of 3 rabbits from Blue Star, bore an object protruding from its body, be it a spear or an arrow. After a half-hour chase, the hunter named Xing, bearing the creature's carcass, hurried back towards the hunting party. "Xing, you truly are the midday son of our tribe. You have returned with a red rabbit," exclaimed the hunting team leader, who stood at just over 60 centimeters tall, as he patted Xing's chest. "Mu, how was the harvest?" Xing inquired, his face beaming with concern for his comrades' catches. "Quite good. A total of 16 red rabbits. And with yours, that makes 17. Mu replied. "Shall we return now?" Xing expressed an urgent desire to go home, as his wife was on the verge of giving birth. In primitive society, missteps could lead to the loss of both mother and child. Not only was childbirth perilous, but hunting was fraught with danger. Injuries had to be endured, as any wound infection could drastically reduce survival chances. "We must continue hunting. The dreadful cold demon is approaching, and we need more game," urged Mu. 3 days later, a group of over 40 emerged on the horizon of the valley, basking in sunlight. They either carried their prey or dragged more with makeshift sleds, while some bore injured companions. They returned. "The hunting party is back," shouted a Lulu's, resembling a cartoon panda at about 40 centimeters tall, as he dashed towards the tribe. "Good children, all good children, it's wonderful to have you back." The elderly chieftain counted the members one by one, quickly instructing others to carry the injured to seek the shaman. Once assured that everyone had returned, the chieftain smiled widely. At 32 years old, he had little time left. The lifespan of the Lulus rarely exceeded 35 years, but their maturation period was remarkably short, with adulthood reached around 8 years of age. Xing, at 10, had already taken a partner. Observing the bountiful harvest, the old chieftain felt confident that the tribe would endure the winter. Chapter 37. Aboard the curvature engine. The Lulu's hunter Xing was informed by the chieftain that his child had been born, with both mother and child in good health. Xing, eager to rush home, was halted by the chieftain. Xing, you are the son of our tribe. Take this red rabbit cub back with you. The old chieftain selected a young red rabbit from the spoils and placed it in Xing's arms. The other hunters turned their heads away, pretending not to notice. For the Lulu's tribe had begun to show early signs of private ownership. Everyone admired Xing's prowess within the hunting team, considering him a formidable contender for the next chieftain. Gratefully, Xing accepted the cub and sprinted homeward. As he gazed at the miniature version of himself, paternal emotions surged within him. I shall name you D. Fierce as the imperial beast, cunning as the imperial beast. Ah, how adorable. Is there no issue with the translation? Is D referring to a great emperor or a sovereign? Is this to be our protagonist? The commentary continued. Calm down. The imperial beast is a carnivorous creature, regarded as a top predator on Lulu's star. There are no fewer than 80,000 beings named D on the entire planet. In truth, it should be translated as tiger, as the status of the imperial beast is akin to that of our continent's tiger. Ahem. The imperial beast is only half the size of tiger. Please pay attention. He is referring to status, and Lulu Star's animals are generally small. Indeed, looking at the 60-centimeter tall adult Lulus feels like observing a baby. They're irresistibly cute. D is even cuter, isn't he? We eagerly await D's swift growth to lead the tribe. Time flew, and in the year 233 of the Starship era, Lon Luo received approval for the curvature flight experiment at the Flame Dragon Palace. Accompanied by the 9 commanders of the 9 legions, 3 guardians, 3 elders, and the leader's wife by Qing, Lan Luo embarked on a warship to witness the curvature flight experiment. As the Flame Dragon civilization gradually matured into a starship civilization, official institutions continued to be refined. 10 years prior, in the year 223 of the Starship era, a reorganization of institutions was conducted. The Weilong Palace was renamed the Guardian Hall, retaining the 9 guardians but eliminating the sequence of guardians. The Elder Hall also underwent similar changes. Abolishing the sequence of elders, new elders must have previously engaged in scientific research. From among some scientists who had retired to secondary roles, mutual nominations occurred, with the central brain, Niuhua, and Fuxi conducting reviews. The 9 legions began to implement a rank system. Currently, due to the lack of military achievements, even the 9 legion commanders held only the rank of colonel. Simultaneously, an honorary position was created for the leader's wife, naturally leading by Qing to depart from the Elder Hall. She now focused on nurturing the younger generation, surfing in the virtual world, or engaging in inventions. Within the entire framework, the central brain's involvement was notably high. Nearly everyone had an official, specially assigned intelligent assistant and robotic aide. In the Star 1 system, on the orbital path of the 6th planet, aboard an arsenal ship, Lon Luo stood at a distance with several high-ranking officials, observing the scientists busily preparing for work. The curvature engine, regarded as the key to advancing to intermediate civilization, was being meticulously inspected by the scientists who dared not let their guard down. Wang Yu gazed at the scientists with reddened eyes, shivering at the memory of past inspections that had resulted in his expulsion. He took a few steps back, glanced at Lon Luo, and then returned to his place, reassuring himself that the leader was not intimidated by them. Lon Luo, of course, was oblivious to Wang Yu's thoughts. He merely observed an elegant and distinguished gentleman among the scientists and smiled with satisfaction. Lan Shunyu had no time to notice his father's gaze as he collaborated with Commander Zhao Yi on their tasks. Once all preparations were complete, Zhao Yi issued the command for the warships to advance. One of the 8 warships, designated as the experimental vessel, began to accelerate, departing from the small fleet. An hour later, the experimental vessel anchored in the void. The vessel initiated a self-diagnostic check. The AI of the experimental vessel reported that the self-diagnostic was normal. Commence the experiment, synchronize data, Zhao Yi commanded. The warship's engine ignited, and the data was synchronized. With a velocity of 1,000th the speed of light, communication remained stable. Order: activate the curvature engine. Target. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from the vessel's rear, and the hull began to tremble violently. Curvature engine activation successful, the AI declared. Proceeding towards target A. Everyone held their breath, anxiously monitoring the data on the screen. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lon Luo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, closely observing the experiment's progress. Suddenly, the signal from the experimental vessel vanished. What is happening? Lan Luo in Guit. Leader, it may have entered curvature space. Temporarily losing contact with the outside world, Zhao Yi replied. Lon Luo nodded, understanding that this was a potential occurrence in the experiment. The group could only wait patiently. A few minutes later, the signal from the experimental vessel reappeared. The experimental vessel has successfully traversed curvature space and arrived at Target A. The AI's voice resonated once more. A wave of cheers erupted in the room, and a satisfied smile graced Lon Luo's face. The success of this experiment signified a monumental breakthrough for the Yanhuang civilization in interstellar navigation technology. The experiment continued, and Zhao Yi knew that the next phase involved relentless experimentation to gather extensive data, refining the curvature engine technology. Immediately analyze the experimental data. The scientists swiftly immersed themselves in their work, meticulously studying the data transmitted by the experimental vessel. According to the results, the stability and reliability of the curvature engine had met the expected targets. An excited scientist exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lon Luo's joy was palpable. This is a tremendous victory. Our efforts have finally borne fruit, Lon Luo addressed the assembly. But this is merely the beginning. We must continue to delve deeper into research, perfecting the technology of curvature flight, allowing the Yanhuang civilization to soar freely through the cosmos. While celebrating the success of the experiment, Lon Luo also recognized that further challenges awaited them in the future. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as long as the Yanhuang civilization remained united and resolute, they could undoubtedly forge an even more glorious future. In the Yanhuang palace, Lon Luo sat in a chair, reviewing the system. Upon the successful experiment, he had heard the system's voice announcing, civilization level upgrade successful, technological synchronization completed, Mothership has activated curvature travel. However, there had been no time to investigate further. So he resumed checking the system. Personal panel, host, Lon Luo. Mission civilization, Yanhuang civilization. Civilization level, early stage level 4. Civilization type, starship civilization. Mothership technology openness, early stage level 4. Technology points, 5,000. Resource points, 989. Lon Luo gazed at the additional 4,990 technology points, filled with delight, as he had assumed that the breakthroughs in curvature engine technology would not yield any technological rewards. The system also provided information regarding the Mothership's curvature travel capabilities. Currently, the Mothership could travel a maximum of 2 light years in one curvature journey, requiring 10 hours in curvature space. After each curvature journey, a 3-month rest period was necessary before another journey could commence, allowing the curvature engine to cool down. Upon reflection, he realized that the Yanhuang civilization's curvature travel was akin to that of the Mothership, meaning they could only achieve a maximum of 2 light years per journey. Furthermore, due to material limitations, they were compelled to rest for 3 months to allow the curvature engine to cool. Yet, this still brought Lon Luo immense joy. He recalled that Yanhuang had remarked that at the pinnacle of level 4 civilization, the farthest curvature journey achievable was merely 50 light years. In the future, as materials continued to advance, the rest periods would progressively shorten. Lon Luo was pleased to note that many civilizations newly mastering curvature travel could only manage distances of 0.5 light years and required over 4 months of rest. The farthest curvature travel for early stage level 4 civilizations was merely 5 light years. With effort, they could soon reach the mid-stage. He mused cheerfully. Indeed, 6 months later, observing Zhao Yi's experimental data, which matched precisely with the system's projections, Lon Luo convened a scientific conference and invited the scientific team for a simple, celebratory meal. 7 days later, Lon Luo announced to the citizens that the Yanhuang civilization had ascended to the esteemed status of a level 4 civilization, having successfully mastered the curvature engine. He informed the populace that the curvature engine was still under experimentation and that once navigational safety was assured, modifications would be made to the fleet of warships. Chapter 38. The chat group finally opens. Starship Year 240. After extensive experimentation, the curvature engine had reached complete maturity. In the Yanhuang Palace, everyone gathered to discuss the issue of warship upgrades. Should they modify the existing ships or construct entirely new ones? Opinions varied widely. The radicals argued for the construction of new warships to elevate the combat capabilities of the 9 major legions. Conversely, the conservatives contended that the radicals were overly aggressive and should instead opt for minimal modifications to existing warships, awaiting breakthroughs in materials and energy technology before building new vessels, thereby establishing a decisive advantage. The radicals vehemently opposed this, insisting that what was within reach was theirs, denouncing the conservative plan as excessively cautious. The debate grew heated. Lon Luo inclined towards the second option, believing that in approximately 50 years, energy technology would likely reach level 6. And it was not impossible for energy weaponry to achieve level 7. After all, the Mothership's foundational resources were sufficient. The system's recorded 989 resource points would suffice for a level 5 civilization. Frustrated, he surveyed the diverse and peculiar alliances forming in the conference room, with radicals composed of elders and guardians, and conservatives forming coalitions of guardians and elder generals. At this moment, a young officer stood up, proposing a compromise. Why not consider making minimal modifications to the existing warships while simultaneously investing resources into developing new warships as reserves? This approach would enhance our current combat effectiveness while preparing for the future. This suggestion garnered considerable approval, and the atmosphere in the conference room began to ease. After contemplating for a moment, Lon Luo nodded. This proposal is viable. We can initially modify a portion of the warships while accelerating research into new technologies. However, it is crucial to ensure the rational utilization and allocation of resources throughout this process. Ultimately, the meeting approved this compromise, and all parties expressed their willingness to cooperate actively. They would soon begin formulating a detailed plan. The fervor surrounding the curvature engine had long since dissipated among the populace, while the recent online buzz revolved around the 72 protagonists of the Lulu clan. Family, the primitive society, is terrifying. Sister upstairs, what happened? Alas, the protagonist of the 035 livestream has met his untimely demise once again. Let us observe a moment of silence. It is indeed a most arduous journey. The protagonists chosen by the authorities are invariably those who have just entered the world. Can you imagine how adorable that little creature must be upon birth? Yet, upon my visit the following day, I was informed that the protagonist tribe had been attacked, and the protagonist was no more. You might consider yourself fortunate. Can you fathom the fate of the protagonist in the 027 livestream that I have been following? In the early stages, 027 bore a striking resemblance to a cinematic hero, only to meet his end the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. I have heard that the Emperor of 011 has now established a nation and has directly entered a feudal society. Indeed, the Emperor resembles a time traveler. There is reason to believe that for a considerable duration in the future, the realm inhabited by the Emperor on the Eastern continent will undoubtedly surpass others in strength. Everyone holds the belief that the Emperor will lead the development of civilization on the Eastern continent, and as it turns out, their analysis aligns with reality. The Emperor has instituted a hereditary feudal empire. Even after the departure of the Yanhuang civilization, his descendants continued to govern a significant region of the Eastern continent. Remarkably, when the Yanhuang civilization passed by Luluxing again, records of the Emperor could still be found in the history of the Luluxi. Setting aside the future of the Luluxi, Blue Luo, from the Yanhuang Palace, had just brewed a cup of tea and was about to take a sip when the system notification chimed. Ding! The chat group has been perfected. Ding! The host has automatically joined the chat group. Following this was an introduction to the chat group, which, as Blue Luo had anticipated, consisted entirely of hosts under the auspices of the Yanhuang civilization system. System, open the chat group, commanded Blue Luo. The chat group was projected within Blue Luo's consciousness. 006. Haha, greetings to all the esteemed experts. 033. We are all experts here. Let's not be so humble. The heavens may be choked by our discourse. 039. How is everyone progressing? 066. I was developing splendidly until my divine intelligence was stripped away, followed by various restrictions that have left me exasperated. 043. Likewise, I heard from the previous divine intelligence that it was a certain host who activated a hidden cosmic civilization type. 006. Everyone, please share your specific circumstances. Here. I am in an apocalyptic world. The functionalities of the Pangu vessel have been restricted, but I can exchange resources by rescuing the descendants of Yanhuang. I have completed the rescues and am now climbing the technological ladder, reaching for the stars. 021. It seems that the actual situations and restrictions vary greatly. 044 here. Once I arrive, my task objective is already a level 2 civilization, facing a crisis with the insect race, the restrictions surpassing the technological capabilities of the task civilization. 044. The task civilization must eliminate the insects. I require technology points, and then I will help the task civilization advance technologically. Currently, we are a level 3 civilization. 044. The insect crisis has been resolved, and now the task civilization is breaking through technologically. I need those technology points. 044. The civilization type is cosmic civilization. Subsequently, each host reported their civilization types and even their civilization levels. Lon Luo observed for quite some time and discerned the types of civilizations. Those who lacked the ability to leave their home planet were classified as home planet civilizations, while those who had ventured beyond were termed cosmic civilizations, existing in normal cosmic space. Furthermore, the members of these civilizations did not reside within the Pangu vessel, and Lon Luo could surmise the reason. Selfish motives were at play. Some hosts treated the Pangu vessel as their private property, disallowing the task civilization from knowing of its existence. Moreover, host number 038, having just bound to the system, encountered a task and, upon traversing to the task civilization, began to exert his will. Host 038 also found himself in an apocalyptic world, where he directly instituted a feudal system, establishing a survival base and employing intelligent robots to ruthlessly suppress all dissent. Those who disobeyed were eliminated, with the men exterminated outright, while the beautiful women were conscripted, and the unattractive ones who resisted were likewise eradicated, declaring himself decisively ruthless. He then styled himself as a local emperor, amassing a harem and showing no inclination towards interstellar development, even stifling technological progress. In fact, he boasted about his exploits in the chat group, inciting considerable ire among the other hosts. Although the others did not relinquish the Pangu vessel, they diligently utilized its resources to rescue the descendants of Yanhuang. Unfortunately, at the time, the Yanhuang civilization had not established a core directive to eliminate unqualified hosts. Upon reflecting on this, Lon Luo decided to voice his thoughts within a group. 055, Starship Civilization, Level 4 Beginner. I recommend the system eliminate unqualified hosts. 081, wow, truly impressive. What type of civilization is this Starship Civilization? However, I propose we eliminate host 038. 039, indeed, truly impressive. Currently the highest civilization level. I second the motion to eliminate host 038. 038, you know nothing. A bunch of slaves manipulated by the system. In times of chaos, one must eliminate the hypocrites, a bunch of do-gooders. A real man ought to be decisive in battle, suppressing all foes. Ding. The proposal is being submitted. The chat group began to upgrade. Suddenly, messages in various fonts astonished all the hosts. More than half an hour later, the chat group successfully upgraded, broadcasting live the forced separation of host 038 system, reclaiming the inferior level 1 intelligent machinery before he vanished, and the broadcast abruptly ended. Lon Luo pondered that this must have been conducted through the broadcasting equipment integrated within host 038 system, which was ultimately retrieved, leading to his disappearance. In the following 2 to 3 days, Lon Luo immersed himself in the chat group, gradually exploring its functionalities. Ultimately, he summarized his findings. 1. To provide hosts with a comparative framework, stimulating their technological advancement. 2. To seek assistance for problems encountered, treating other hosts as a think tank. 3. To serve as a supervisory mechanism, discarding unqualified hosts. This must be a rule governed by core directives, requiring the consensus of the majority of hosts to trigger. As Lon Luo contemplated, he began to suspect that the chat group might be a contingency measure left by the Yanhuang civilization, designed to sift through qualified hosts. Ultimately, Lon Luo felt that he had merely activated a hidden civilization-type task, prompting the system to further refine itself. However, the chat group may have been a task triggered by those unqualified hosts. Days later, Lon Luo had grown accustomed to the presence of the chat group and no longer paid it undue attention, redirecting his focus to the Yanhuang civilization. Chapter 39, Anniversary Celebration and Warship Upgrade. On January 1st, year 300 of the Starship Era, Lon Luo, along with the 9 elders, 9 guardians, and the leader's consort, Bai Qing, and other high-ranking officials of the civilization, boarded a resplendently golden spacecraft that transported them into the void within the Mothership. The vessel measured a mere 360 meters in length, resembling a dazzling pearl. Its surface was adorned with intricate carvings of majestic mythical beasts, each seemingly alive, as if ready to gallop forth at any moment. The expressions of these beasts were diverse. Some glared fiercely, some soared majestically, and others exuded an air of authority, captivating all who beheld them. The overall lines of the spacecraft were fluid, complementing the carvings of the mythical creatures, showcasing not only the splendor of technology, but also exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This vessel was designed by the Yanhuang civilization in anticipation of potential diplomatic encounters. Naturally, this particular ship was the exclusive transport of the leader, the Yanhuang, alongside several ceremonial vessels specifically designated for diplomatic purposes. Today marks the 300th anniversary of the Yanhuang starship civilization. It is also the inaugural day for the Yanhuang civilization's grand military parade. The Yanhuang vessel floated majestically in the void, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony, as the individuals aboard prepared for the final touches before the parade. As time elapsed, numerous family flying vehicles emerged from the 8 continents, each guided by the commands of the mainframe, Nuwa and Fuxi, descending to a designated area 500 meters below the Yanhuang vessel. The review of the battleships shall transpire at an altitude of less than 8 kilometers beneath the family aircraft. This occasion features the latest model of the 4th-tier battleships from the Yanhuang civilization, 3 distinct classes, standard frigates, destroyers, and supply ships, with a total of 360 vessels allocated to each legion. Despite their varied nomenclature and classification, each vessel measures approximately 336 meters in length, 224 meters in width, and 315 meters in height. This arrangement is the culmination of discussions between Lan Luo and the battleship designers, aimed at concealing the civilization's mothership, the Pangu, within these formidable vessels. The passage below 8 kilometers conveniently positions the highest point of the battleships, approximately 500 meters beneath the family aircraft. As various spacecraft, battleships, and family aircraft resound with 9 ancient and solemn chimes, the grand parade commences. Lan Luo stands upon the observation deck of the Yanhuang, gazing down at the fleet poised in readiness below. His eyes brim with pride and confidence. With a command from the Guardian Hall, countless battleships ignite their engines, emanating a blue luminescence as they advance steadily. The fleet forms an orderly square formation, each ship radiating a formidable presence. The audience erupts in jubilant cheers, basking in the glory of their civilization. A sense of grandeur wells up within Lan Luo as he observes this spectacle. At that moment, 124th-tier immigration ships emerge from behind the Northern Legion's fleet, heralding the entrance of the Tianjin Legion. These 120 immigration vessels resemble mobile fortresses, dignified and imposing. The observation decks, sealed with transparent materials, are filled with soldiers clad in standardized uniforms, exuding an air of valor. Lon Luo understands that these new battleships symbolize the future and hope of the Yanhuang civilization. In the vast cosmos, only through relentless growth and advancement can survival be assured. He resolves steadfastly to lead the Yanhuang civilization toward an even more glorious tomorrow, vowing not to falter as an inadequate host, nor allow himself to become the harbinger of his civilization's demise. His gaze remains fixed on the fleet as he spots a uniquely shaped battleship trailing behind the Tianjin Legion's formation. The vessel shimmers with an unusual radiance. That is the experimental model of our annihilation ship, by Qing whispers softly. Lan Luo nods, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The experimental model represents a technological innovation for the Yanhuang civilization, potentially heralding new breakthroughs for their society. At that moment, a small craft speeds toward the Yanhuang from behind. Upon reaching the Yanhuang, an officer boards the observation deck, salutes Lan Luo, and presents him with a report. Lan Luo takes the report, swiftly perusing its contents. His expression grows serious as he turns to Bai Qing and those nearby, stating, an unidentified alien fleet has been detected 2 light-years beyond the galaxy. A colossal battleship measuring 120 kilometers is believed to be a cargo ship, accompanied by 3 vessels approximately 30 kilometers in length. The high-ranking officials around him exhale in relief. Dispatch a small fleet to communicate with them. Understood. The officer subsequently issues military commands via the military's virtual network. No sooner had he issued the orders than news arrived through the virtual realm. Leader, it has been confirmed that they are cosmic merchants. Inform them that this galaxy constitutes the defense zone of our solar civilization and entry is prohibited. Request a list of their supplies. Yes, leader. The Yanhuang civilization's parade continues unabated despite the presence of this small fleet. Finally, after 5 hours, the battleships of each legion pass before the reviewing ship, the Yanhuang, and the parade concludes successfully. Lan Luo watches the departing fleet, contemplating the future trajectory of their civilization. He recognizes the myriad challenges and opportunities that exist within the cosmos, and the Yanhuang civilization must be prepared to confront them. Bai Qing approaches Lan Luo, gently grasping his hand, affirming, no matter the difficulties ahead, we shall face them together. Lan Luo smiles and nods, declaring, indeed, we shall forge ahead hand in hand, ushering in a new era for the Yanhuang civilization. At that moment, family aircraft begin their return, with people departing the void, filled with excitement and pride. The Yanhuang also embarks on its journey back to the Blue Star Yanhuang Palace. Meanwhile, At the distant borders of Star System, a colossal cargo ship carries the cosmic merchant Barlow, who, drenched in sweat, barks at his enslaved crew, translate their language quickly. Not long ago, he had been navigating while broadcasting on various frequencies, proclaiming, "Cosmic merchant Barlow at your service. You may buy or sell." Unbeknownst to him, over 5 hours prior, the Yanhuang civilization's fleet had been monitoring him closely. Thanks to Barlow's broadcast, which included a language dictionary, the Yanhuang civilization deciphered it within 15 minutes and quietly kept watch until the parade concluded, at which point a message was sent to Barlow. Subsequently, 12 battleships curved into hyperspace, positioning themselves beyond Barlow's detection range, and swiftly encircled his small fleet. Upon receiving the message, Barlow, initially elated at the prospect of business, soon realized he was ensnared. Observing the eerie blue glow emanating from the main cannons of the 12 battleships, he understood that the cannons had charged fully, and his fleet was irrevocably locked in. Under the threat of death, Barlow, now in a panic, urged his enslaved crew to translate the incoming message. He prayed fervently that the civilization behind this fleet was not one known for its brutality. Otherwise, he would truly meet his end in this desolate star domain. Barlow was merely a citizen of a late-stage, second-tier civilization, striving to improve his civilization's standing by becoming a cosmic merchant and aiding in resource acquisition. Initially, he operated with a second-tier civilization's battleship, and it took him over 800 years to procure a late-stage cargo ship of a third-tier civilization, alongside 3 early-stage third-tier battleships. 150 years ago, he discovered a lifeless star system and planned to have his slaves extract its resources for return to their mother civilization. However, on the fringes of the star system's asteroid belt, he stumbled upon a wormhole through which he rapidly extracted resources and returned to his mother civilization, equipped with a trove of technological creations and unique products. Crossing the wormhole, he found himself in a desolate region of civilization, where the distances between star systems stretched several light years, even reaching hundreds of light years apart. This starkly contrasted with the proximity between star systems in the area surrounding his mother civilization, facilitated by the existence of small black holes. It took him a full 80 years to seek out trading partners, and although he ventured into a star system previously, it proved devoid of life and resources. The current star system marks Barlow's second destination, where he hopes to encounter a planet teeming with life or civilization. Otherwise, he must return, as he cannot afford to squander time in this barren expanse. Chapter 40, Trade, the New National Treasure, the Sky Blue Beast. After translating the message, Barlow felt a significant sense of relief. Gazing at the translated content, he could not help but marvel at its elegance. What beautiful prose, conveying immense information with so few words. While he expressed his admiration, he also instructed his slaves to compile a list and establish prices to respond to the solar civilization. Lon Luo reviewed Barlow's message, discovering it originated from the Scutum Centaurus arm. Having fortuitously traversed the wormhole to arrive in the Orion arm, Lan Luo recalled this wormhole, as it had been scanned using Pangu technology prior to Nua's separation. At that time, this wormhole was the closest to the solar system, situated approximately 30 light years away. Gazing upon the peculiar inventory list of Barlow, an array of bizarre and diverse goods, Lon Luo lamented not having requested Nua to impart knowledge of the extraordinary entities within the cosmos. Consequently, he found himself unfamiliar with most of the odd items, save for a few. After distributing a copy of the list to both the Guardian Hall and the Elder Hall, Lon Luo shared it in the chat group, hoping that fellow hosts might recognize something. 055 has just encountered a cosmic merchant. Please assist in identifying any special items, he posted. 009, understood, esteemed one. 038, thank you, revered one. 055, 038, 039 are newly bound hosts, not the previous one. 072, indeed, this is a newcomer who has already reached the apocalyptic realm and is performing admirably. 006, he has now begun pursuing the former host. 009, yes, that previous fellow wasted the divine gene optimization liquid. He must be eliminated, or he will become a potential threat to the current host. 055, he must be dealt with. Please alert me if you discover anything. After exiting the chat group, Lon Luo hurried to the Armament Research Institute to inquire about the status of the Star Destroyer. Ms. Zhao, what distinguishes the Star Destroyer from other warships? Lon Luo inquired with curiosity. Leader, this is a modest endeavor in our energy technology. Primarily, we have compressed the energy for the same caliber main cannon. We have quintupled the energy, enabling it to directly penetrate and shatter planets the size of the moon, Zhao Yaya explained. Your direction is indeed correct. How is the progress? Currently, it is not ideal. The materials cannot withstand more than 5 shots. No matter, with extensive experimentation, success will eventually come. Lon Luo understood that they were on the right path. Although he himself had only acquired knowledge at the peak level of 3, he grasped that level 7 energy is achieved through compression. Previously, it involved the transformation of energy attributes, but now it necessitates an enhancement of energy mass. That is, the compression of energy. Should they succeed, they would attain level 7 energy technology, a matter of great concern for Lan Luo. The following day, amid his busy schedule, Lan Luo sensed a mention of him in the chat group and immediately checked the conversation. 009, 055, Esteemed One. We must secure the egg of the starry beast, numbered 9527. 009. This type of cosmic beast requires immense energy to hatch. Once hatched, it can grow by consuming blue gold. Upon reaching adulthood, it possesses spatial attributes, allowing it to traverse space in the cosmos. 009. This could be an excellent companion for researching spatial technology. With it, we could effortlessly ascend to a level 7 civilization. 055. Thank you, Esteemed One. Please send me detailed information, and I will examine it closely. 10 minutes later, Lan Luo received the information sent by 009. After perusing it, he felt a surge of excitement. According to the details provided, this was the egg of the sky blue beast. Once matured, it would inherently possess spatial attributes and require the consumption of blue gold to grow. Hence, it was named the sky blue beast by the Yanhuang civilization. Its numbers were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 throughout the universe, and it possessed no gender. The growth stages could be classified into 9 levels. Beasts of level 4 and above, before the end of their lifespan, would seek a stable stellar system, ultimately perishing in close proximity to the star. They would expend their life essence to form an egg within their bodies, and their remains would decompose rapidly, leaving only the egg to orbit the star and absorb energy while awaiting hatching. Beasts below level 4 would simply perish from old age without forming an egg. The sky blue beast is known for its remarkably gentle temperament, even more docile than national treasures, and possesses high intelligence. If a sky blue beast is born in a civilization's stellar system and grows to level 2, it will consider that system its home and treat the intelligent civilization within as kin, exhibiting great friendliness. Due to the rarity of blue gold, if a sky blue beast cannot consume enough to reach level 3 after hatching, it may not be able to leave the system, resulting in its demise therein. Once it reaches level 7, intelligent civilizations can study its spatial attributes, thereby mastering spatial technology. However, the number of sky blue beasts that can attain level 7 is exceedingly scarce. Perhaps none have ever reached that level in the entire universe, and thus, it remains unknown that they possess inherent spatial attributes. Many level 6 civilizations, in their quest to break through to level 7, have provoked the ferocious level 7 cosmic beasts, leading to their own annihilation by these formidable entities. After examining the information, Lan Luo summoned the guardians and elders to inform them of the sky blue beast situation and discuss methods of acquisition. The good news was that the cosmic merchant had classified this egg as that of an ordinary cosmic beast with a growth limit of only level 3. I propose we purchase all of its strange items to sow confusion, suggested Guardian. I concur. If necessary, we can resort to seizing them, suggested a conservative elder with a hint of restlessness. There is no need for theft. Let Zhao Yaya redesign a late-stage level 3 warship. It should differ entirely in style from the ships we currently employ. Exchanging warships would be the most advantageous, suggested someone from the Elder Hall. Ultimately, they adopted the proposal of exchanging warships, effectively cornering Barlow. Otherwise, dismantling an entire star system would not suffice, as the cosmic merchant was notoriously cunning. Upon reviewing the inventory list of the solar system civilization, Barlow was driven to madness. The late-stage level 3 warships left him utterly astonished. He had expended immense resources from his mother civilization to procure his 3 early-stage vessels. As for level 3 late-stage cargo ships, they lacked weapon systems and were merely larger targets. If he could acquire late-stage level 3 warships this time, he could finally free himself from the oppressive weight of his mother civilization. Indeed, Barlow's mother civilization was a level 2 entity, a vassal of a mid-level 3 civilization, mandated to pay tribute in vast resources every 50 years. The fact that it was equipped with level 4 shields and level 4 energy main cannons only increased Barlow's delight, causing his forehead antennae to twist with excitement. Soon, both parties reached an agreement. The Yanhuang civilization exchanged 5 warships for all of Barlow's goods. Elated, Barlow even offered to gift tens of thousands of slaves to the solar system civilization for free, but was promptly declined by Lan Luo. Cosmic slaves are akin to ticking time bombs, silent and deadly. Should a civilization's labor positions be supplanted by slaves, it would inevitably succumb to a culture of decadence. Previously, Nuwa had warned Lan Luo that while it was permissible to annex vassal civilizations, the trade of citizens as slaves was strictly forbidden. Consequently, the laws of the Yanhuang civilization explicitly prohibit the buying and selling of slaves. The Yanhuang civilization utilized 3 immigration ships to transport the goods back, with the 5 warships scheduled for delivery to Barlow in 6 months. Naturally, Barlow dared not oppose the arrangement and could only hope that the solar system civilization would uphold its promise. After acquiring the sky blue beast egg, Lon Luo instructed the Research Institute to transport the egg and mandated that they adhere strictly to the incubation plan. He then hurriedly returned to the core of the central mainframe located on the moon. Entering the central database, he utilized an assistant to check the status of resource reserves. Chapter 41. Departure from Station 1. Lon Luo discovered blue gold among the exotic metals. Seeing the reserves of blue gold stirred feelings of nostalgia for Fuxi and Nuwa. Alas, the current mainframe Nuwa and mainframe Fuxi had been severed from the core database and could no longer remember him. Nuwa and Fuxi have now merely attained a rudimentary level of intelligence, classified as level 4. Observing the mere 5 million tons of blue gold, Lolo harbored no disdain. For the data provided by 009 indicated that a level 3 sky blue beast requires only a little over 2 million tons of blue gold for its growth. The reserves of blue gold within the Yanhuang civilization are ample enough to nurture the sky blue beast to the mid-stage of level 4. 6 months later, Barrow joyfully maneuvered 5 new warships as they departed. Meanwhile, the Yanhuang civilization prepared to embark on its journey in pursuit of opportunities for transcending into a higher civilization. Inspired by the region where Barrow's mother civilization resided, the Yanhuang civilization resolved to first venture to the Orion Arm, specifically to the densely populated second region of stars, which is also the closest area to their current location. Astronomers even speculated the presence of miniature black holes in this region. This area lies a staggering 100 light-years away from the Yanhuang civilization's present location. Even with a curvature engine, navigating there would require approximately 137 years of travel time, with each curvature necessitating a cooling period. Lolo and the high-ranking officials deemed that an arrival time of 150 years would suffice, allowing for a 1 or 2 year pause in a star system along the way. Ultimately, this proposal was unanimously approved, with a departure plan for 20 years hence. During the ensuing 2 decades, the Yanhuang civilization devoted itself wholeheartedly to technological advancement, preparing to better accommodate the demands of long-distance interstellar travel. At long last, 20 years had elapsed, marking the year 320 of the starship calendar. The netizens bid a reluctant farewell to the Lulu's tribe and boarded their mothership. Embarking on a new journey, with 10 warships gradually accelerating, the fleet of the Yanhuang civilization set forth towards the second region of the Orion Arm. This voyage was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet the warriors of the Yanhuang civilization remained undaunted. Alas, my beloved Lulu's tribe, no longer within sight. Fear not, for the Lulu's tribe shall undoubtedly flourish. The 6th generation of the Emperor's descendants has only just ascended to the throne. Ah, how exhilarating. You should feel fortunate, as the preceding leaders have gracefully abdicated the throne in a spirit of benevolence. Indeed, if we continue to observe, we might witness court intrigues unfolding. How astutely observed. Surely, filial piety will breed strength, perhaps even to the point of being overwhelmed by it. In the dark, tranquil void, 10 warships emerged from curvature space, deactivating their curvature engines and activating their anti-gravity and ion engines to continue their advance. They would resume curvature travel in 3 months. By the year 370 of the starship calendar, after 50 years of continuous navigation, Lolo resolved to dock at the next star system for a 2-year respite. Citizens from various continents were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the encounter with a civilization as endearing as the Lulu's tribe. 3 months later, the 10 warships exited curvature space and arrived at the periphery of an unfamiliar star system. The advancements in technology imbued the Yanhuang civilization with sufficient confidence to allow all 10 warships to simultaneously enter this planetary system. The warships organized in a formation of 343, dividing into 3 small fleets, sailing forth while continuously launching probes. 5 days later, the star system had been thoroughly mapped, though devoid of intelligent life. It boasted two life-bearing planets, one in the third orbit and the other in the fourth. Lolo boldly determined that the Pangu should anchor between the two planets, permitting the populace to explore both life-bearing worlds. Relevant documents were swiftly issued, and contingency plans were formulated in succession. The citizens awaited the results from the advance team with great anticipation, while the team had already landed on the life-bearing planet in the third orbit. This planet possessed an oxygen-rich atmosphere, suitable temperatures, and lush vegetation, appearing highly conducive to sustaining life. The team members cautiously explored this novel world, discovering peculiar creatures of considerable size, resembling dinosaurs, yet exhibiting extraordinary intelligence. Perhaps these beings would one day evolve into the intelligent life forms of this planet. Just as the team attempted to observe these creatures up close, an unexpected storm erupted. Gale-force winds howled, and torrential rain fell, compelling the team to urgently retreat to their spacecraft. After departing from the planet, they landed elsewhere on its surface. Following 7 days of verification, it was unanimously concluded that the planet's environment posed no threat to the safety of the Yanhuang civilization citizens. The second advance team, tasked with exploring the fourth life-bearing planet, also confirmed its safety. The citizens of the Yanhuang civilization, equipped with guardian robots provided by official agencies, boarded their personal spacecraft and commenced their adventurous journey. Scientists aboard the fleet busied themselves with the study of the planet's ecological environment, diligently preparing for any potential emergencies. Temporary camps were established on both vibrant planets, ushering in a vacation-like existence. Each of the planets featured a rich and diverse ecological environment: verdant forests, expansive grasslands, shimmering lakes, and majestic mountains, all inviting people to revel in the splendor of nature. They could fully indulge in the joys of vacationing, hiking through the forests, breathing in the fresh air, and encountering extraordinary fauna, frolicking on the grasslands, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, swimming in the lakes, uncovering the mysteries beneath the water, or scaling the peaks to behold breathtaking vistas. Additionally, a plethora of thrilling adventure activities awaited the citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. They could partake in planetary explorations, challenge extreme sports such as canyon flying and skydiving, and experience the exhilaration of adrenaline. They could also engage in scientific research, delving into the unique ecosystems and life forms present on the planets. On these life-bearing planets, people could spend unforgettable moments with their families, creating cherished memories. Whether for leisure or adventure, each experience would be uniquely captivating and enjoyable. Explorers discovered abundant resources on these two planets, including a plethora of fruits suitable for human consumption, staple crops, and entirely new sources of meat. The fruits, vibrant and diverse in shape, emanated tantalizing aromas, rich in vitamins and minerals and delectable in taste. They offered substantial nourishment for human health. The staple crops flourished, yielding plentiful grains, more than sufficient to meet human dietary needs. Most astonishingly, several species of delectable animals, well suited for human consumption, were also discovered, enhancing the variety of available meat sources. The meat from these creatures was even more flavorful than that of the animals on the blue planet, boasting unique tastes and nutritional value. Their discovery undoubtedly expanded humanity's culinary options and possibilities, rendering these two planets akin to a menu for the Yanhuang civilization. Scientists eagerly began studying these flora and fauna, and through meticulous research, they ultimately confirmed that their introduction would not disrupt the ecosystems of the 8 continents. Consequently, the authorities initiated the transplantation of crops, fruits, and other resources. A considerable number of edible animals were captured and, after a series of sanitation and vaccination protocols, were introduced to the 8 continents. 2 years later, a fleet of 10 magnificent warships gleamed with resplendent light as they accelerated away from the star system, embarking on a new journey. On the bridge of the armory ship, Commander by Haojuan gazed resolutely into the distance, his figure appearing diminutive against the vast star chart. Yet, the aspirations in his heart shone as brightly as the stars. Driven to explore the uncharted cosmos, the warship's rear emitted immense ion energy, propelling them toward their objective. The crew members worked diligently and methodically, serving as the emissaries of civilization, bearing monumental responsibilities. The mysteries of the universe await the flame dragon civilization to unveil, their determination akin to an unquenchable blaze, eternally burning. Chapter 42. Arrival at the edge of the target star region. Ancestor, may I have some tatar fruits? Will you take me to buy them? The adorable little girl, with her big, watery eyes, gazed at Wang Xiaoyu, her face filled with yearning. Xiao Duo Duo, how many do you wish to eat? Then it shall be Tatar fruits. Wang Xiaoyu affectionately inquired of his granddaughter. Duo held up her hands, forming a large circle. I want this many Tatar fruits. Very well, my dear, I shall take you. He responded, calling for the girl's mother. Moments later, the trio stepped out of their home, making their way towards the supermarket in their district. The Flame Dragon Civilization's area spanning approximately 15 kilometers in length and width. Originally, Lon Luo had planned for a distance of 1 kilometer, but during construction, Fuxi had incorporated various recreational facilities and gardens. Wang Xiaoyu arrived at the official mall, which boasted 3 floors, each covering around 15,000 square meters. Upon reaching the fruit section, he selected several varieties of fresh produce, ensuring that the coveted Tatar fruits were included. After an hour of leisurely shopping, they had gathered nearly 60 jin of vegetables, fruits, and meats. An assistant notified her that her personal account had been debited 56 dragon coins, a sum Wang Xiaoyu regarded with indifference. Currently, the prices of essentials were tightly regulated by the authorities, leaving no room for fluctuation. Upon exiting with empty hands, Wang Xiaoyu asked her granddaughter Duo if she wished to watch her brother play football. No, I want to go home and wait for Xiao Qiuqiu to bring the Tatar fruits, the little darling replied, her heart still set on her beloved Tatar fruits. Thus, Wang Xiaoyu and the others meandered back home. The advancement of technology had saved the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization a considerable amount of time, liberating them from the daily grind of life, allowing their focus to shift towards scientific research. Citizens enjoyed a comfortable existence aboard the Mothership, which sailed through the void alongside 9 newly commissioned warships. After 4 decades of traversing the cosmos, they entered a star system devoid of life, a desolate expanse. After docking there for 3 years, they embarked on their journey once more. As time passed, the distance to their target area dwindled to less than 200 light-years. In the void, the fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization emerged from curvature space. Yet instead of accelerating through the cosmos, they came to a halt. Each warship began deploying a multitude of probes, which swiftly darted into the distance. Approximately half an hour later, 30 standard warships and 5 research vessels were dispatched from the Pangu, forming 5 small fleets that commenced their accelerated journey, soon illuminated by the shimmering light from curvature space. The 5 fleets activated their curvature drives, heading towards different regions, exiting curvature space in an area about 0.5 light-years away. The research vessels commenced operations, deploying segments of technological constructs, which revealed themselves to be components of a super astronomical telescope. With the aid of their engines, the segments drew closer together until they ultimately assembled into a magnificent 12-kilometer long super telescope. Under the guidance of the scientists, the telescope was aimed at the Mothership's intended destination, allowing them to peer 200 light-years into the distance. They gazed into a mysterious and distant realm, rich with the unknown. Through the telescope's lens, they beheld countless twinkling stars, like brilliant gems embedded in the dark canvas of the sky. Some stars shone brightly, while others flickered dimly, with some forming beautiful clusters, as if narrating the tales of the universe. Within this vast star region, enormous planets orbited their respective stars, creating unique planetary systems. In a region approximately 50 light-years away, the star systems revolved in an orderly fashion around the core of the area, leading the scientists aboard the research vessels to suspect the presence of small black holes. Perhaps numerous life-bearing planetary systems existed within, and it was conceivable that intelligent life thrived in this region, potentially in great abundance. The scientists meticulously observed the gas clouds and dust within the star region, which drifted through the cosmos like ethereal silk. These clouds might be nurturing new stars, and their emergence would bring forth greater illumination and vitality to the star region. The super telescope also captured the faint glimmers of distant galaxies, their spiral and irregular forms evoking awe at the vastness and infinite possibilities of the universe. Each galaxy resembled an independent universe, harboring countless planets and untold mysteries. Next, the scientists shifted their focus to the 50 light-year region, continuously gathering data. Over the course of 5 years, as the star systems moved, they collected increasingly detailed information. Armed with this data, the research fleet activated their curvature engines and vanished into curvature space. Within the Mothership, on the blue planet, the elders and guardians convened to discuss the forthcoming journey. The 50 light-year region was designated the Oasis Star region, symbolizing its richness, second only to the center of the Milky Way. They deliberated whether to traverse directly to the core of the Oasis Star region or to explore its edges gradually. Those advocating for direct travel were primarily scientists, eager to investigate the black holes. After intense discussions, Lon Luo resolved to explore the periphery of the Oasis star region first. Recognizing that the Flame Dragon civilization had limited contact with extraterrestrial civilizations and lacked experience. This journey presented an optimal opportunity to gain experience and prepare thoroughly for the exploration of the Milky Way Center. The Guardians commanded that a medium-sized fleet embark on an exploratory mission, maintaining a distance of 1 light-year from the Mothership. They would be equipped with advanced detection devices and weaponry to ensure safety while gathering further information about the star region. This fleet was temporarily named the Vanguard Fleet, with its command snatched away by the Eastern Legion. The commander of the Eastern Legion, Zhang Wei, beamed with delight. The Vanguard Fleet would approach each star system along their path cautiously, observing for signs of extraterrestrial life and attempting to establish contact with any potential intelligent beings. Meanwhile, the Mothership would remain behind to continue analyzing the collected data. The scientists formed numerous research teams to assist the Vanguard Fleet. Everyone was filled with anticipation, as their entry into the Oasis star region might unveil the unknown facets of the universe and potentially present new opportunities and challenges for the Flame Dragon civilization. Listen up, lads. This time, our Eastern Fleet will temporarily form the Vanguard Fleet to scout ahead for the Mothership. Are you ready? Zhang Wei passionately rallied his troops in the virtual fleet square. Always prepared. Order. Assemble a fleet of 120 vessels. I want to see 120 spirited ships in 5 days. Zhang Wei conveyed the command from the Guardian Palace to his advisor. In 5 days, 120 warships stood orderly in the void within the Mothership. The Vanguard Fleet entered a rigorous training regimen, preparing to detach from the Mothership when it was 30 light-years from the edge of the Oasis star region. The remaining legions also formed temporary Guardian fleets to assume the defense of the Mothership within the Oasis star region. Once more, the Mothership, accompanied by 9 warships, set out, traversing through various star systems without entering any additional systems for exploration. At long last, in the year 460 of the Starship era, a few years ahead of schedule, they arrived at a location 30 light-years from the Oasis star domain. 9 warships completed their handover with the rotating fleet and entered the Pangu. 6 months later, the Vanguard Fleet of the Eastern Legion, comprising 120 warships, was transmitted from their point of origin, divided into 3 batches of varying numbers, and commenced their rapid journey towards the fringes of the Oasis star domain. The 4 great legions, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each dispatched 30 warships to undertake defensive duties, rotating every 5 years with other legions. Half a year after the departure of the Eastern Legion's Vanguard Fleet, the Mothership and its 120 warships set sail, following the route established by the Vanguard. Chapter 43. The Tianmu Civilization. Upon reaching the edge of the Oasis star domain, the Vanguard Fleet promptly headed towards the nearest star system. 2 months later, the fleet's commander gazed at the nearby star map, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't this excessively affluent? The distances between the stars are astonishingly close, nearly within a light-year. The nearest star was a mere 0.8 light-years away." Fleet Commander Zhang Jiqing contemplated the star map before him, overwhelmed with emotions, and remarked to his colleagues, "Indeed, this is merely the Orion Arm. If we were to venture into the galactic core, wouldn't the stars be even more densely packed? It's truly unimaginable." His fellow officer echoed his astonishment, affirming, "Indeed, it pales in comparison to the galactic core. The sights there must surely be more magnificent and awe-inspiring." Zhang Jiqing's gaze revealed a profound curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. "Advance, dispatch reconnaissance vessels to the forward star system. The fleet will follow closely," Commander Zhang Jiqing ordered gravely. As the reconnaissance ship entered the edge of the star system, it received an inquiry from the intelligent civilization within the planetary system. This revelation provided the fleet with insights into the situation of the system. It turned out that in recent years, a colossal and unrelenting war had erupted between the civilization of this star system and its neighboring stellar systems, with both sides desperately amassing strength to annihilate one another. At this critical juncture, they fortuitously discovered a warship entirely different from their adversaries, prompting them to swiftly initiate verification of its identity and intentions. In the vibrant Oasis star domain, the distribution of stars is remarkably dense, with numerous habitable planets. A myriad of civilizations and races thrive here, engaging in amicable and frequent exchanges with neighboring cultures. In stark contrast, the arrogance, ignorance, and reckless aggression of the Black Lizard civilization seem utterly out of place. These civilizations are acutely aware of the importance of peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding, thus would never rashly engage in actions akin to those of the Black Lizard civilization. The vanguard fleet swiftly responded, declaring their origins as the distant Yanhuang civilization, merely passing through the area and possessing scant knowledge of the local circumstances. Currently, the fleet lay anchored outside the star system, sincerely hoping for a friendly visit to enhance mutual understanding and friendship. Upon receiving this message, the other party exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm, promptly extending a warm invitation to the Yanhuang civilization. They eagerly anticipated reciprocal visits and in-depth exchanges to deepen their mutual acquaintance. In truth, the other party harbored their own ulterior motives. Faced with an imminent existential crisis, they must exhaust every possible avenue for assistance. At this moment, the arrival of the Yanhuang civilization undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope, akin to a lifeline. Hence, they were eager to seize this opportunity. Upon receiving the information, Lon Luo did not deliberate excessively, but rather commanded the vanguard fleet to handle the matter autonomously. He informed them that the Mothership would reach the periphery of the Oasis star domain within 3 months. Subsequently, Commander Zhang Jiqing issued orders for 50 warships to enter the star system, while the remaining vessels would remain stationed outside to await the Mothership's arrival. The 50 warships then began their advance towards the star system, self-identified as the Tianmu civilization. They surged through the vast expanse of space like a pack of ferocious beasts, propelled by unwavering determination and fearless courage towards their objective. Each warship shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and the weapon systems aboard were on high alert, poised to confront any potential dangers. The Tianmu civilization is a humanoid cosmic civilization, closely resembling humans, yet differing significantly in internal structure. Their most distinctive feature is an additional eye situated horizontally in the center of their foreheads, unlike the vertical eye of the Erlang Shun. When the Tianmu people saw the approaching warships of the vanguard fleet, adorned with shields, the liaison officer from the Tianmu civilization was struck with astonishment. He understood clearly that they were encountering a third-tier civilization. It is well known that only third-tier civilizations possess energy shield technology, and such technology is typically only found in the mid-tier of the third level. The liaison officer of the Tianmu civilization dared not delay, immediately reporting this situation to their leader. After all, facing a third-tier civilization is not a matter that someone of his humble rank could handle lightly. A moment's carelessness could provoke the wrath of the other side, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire civilization, leaving no opportunity for grievance or defense. Previously, the Yanhuang civilization had claimed to originate from a very distant location, and, at the time, it was presumed to be merely a few light years from the Tianmu star system. However, it was now apparent that such assumptions were misguided. Within a range of 10 light years, there existed no mid-tier, third-tier civilizations, only 2 early third-tier civilizations. In the imperial palace of the Tianmu civilization, Emperor Kuntai sat upon his throne, receiving the latest reports. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with urgent intelligence. Kuntai took the report, read it, and abruptly stood, excitement illuminating his face. He understood the profound significance of a visit from a third-tier civilization and immediately ordered the highest-ranking diplomat of the empire, Taiyu, to personally extend a welcome. Taiyu, as you go to receive the third-tier civilization, remember to exercise utmost caution. Do not provoke their displeasure. They are not beings we can easily offend. Kuntai earnestly admonished, his eyes brimming with concern for Taiyu, fearing any misstep during this critical moment. Taiyu bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand the importance of this mission and shall proceed with utmost care, ensuring I do not bring any shame upon Your Majesty. The strength and status of a third-tier civilization are well understood in my heart." He was keenly aware of the arduousness of this task, yet possessed sufficient confidence in his abilities. Ready to confront the unknown challenges, Taiyu was fully prepared, resolved not to disappoint Kuntai's expectations and to fulfill his mission successfully. Taiyu boarded a small warship, acutely aware of the gravity of his responsibility. Leading an elite team, he set forth to the edge of the star system to welcome the visiting third-tier Yanhuang civilization. Upon their meeting, Taiyu boarded one of the Yanhuang civilization's warships, showcasing the elegance and cordiality of the Tianmu civilization. He engaged in warm conversation with the representative of the Yanhuang civilization, Zhang Jiqing, mutually expressing respect and curiosity for each other's civilizations. "Welcome to the Tianmu civilization. Our emperor highly values this visit," Taiyu said with a smile. "Thank you for your warm welcome. We are filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the Tianmu civilization," Zhang Jiqing responded. During the ensuing exchange, both parties shared the trajectories of their respective civilizations, technological accomplishments, and cultural characteristics. with a smile adorning his face. Zhang Jiqing engaged in delightful conversations with the representatives of the Tianmu civilization. Their dialogue resembled a grand banquet of knowledge, enriching Zhang Jiqing's understanding immensely. In a relaxed and amicable atmosphere, he adroitly steered the conversation, gradually eliciting precious intelligence about the various civilizations on the fringes of the Oasis star domain. This information acted as a collection of keys, unlocking Zhang Jiqing's comprehension of this enigmatic region of space. He listened intently to every detail, marveling inwardly at the vastness and diversity of the cosmos. The peculiar civilizations, advanced technologies, and unique cultural customs revealed by the Tianmu representatives left him in awe. As the exchange deepened, Zhang Jiqing's understanding of the Oasis star domain became increasingly comprehensive. He not only grasped the characteristics and strengths of each civilization, but also discerned their interrelations and potential conflicts. This invaluable information would serve as a crucial guide for future explorations. Chapter 44. The great powers are indeed myself. Zhang Jiqing was markedly different from his grandfather, Zhang Wei, who was often unfocused. He was bold yet meticulous. While conversing with Taiyu, he had his virtual assistant compile intelligence on the various civilizations. Ultimately, he conveyed a message through a translator to the Tianmu civilization, indicating that they were merely an advance party, with a true formidable fleet set to arrive shortly. At that time, they would require rest and resupply in this location, and he hoped the Tianmu civilization could provide certain conveniences. Upon hearing this news, Taiyu felt a weight in his heart. He was uncertain whether the fleet he currently beheld was the entirety. But even the vessels before him already highlighted a staggering technological disparity between their civilizations. The scale and armament of these warships far exceeded their imagination. Any conflict could yield catastrophic consequences. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Taiyu was naturally hesitant to speak freely, fully aware that the strength of the Tianmu civilization paled in comparison to that of their opponents. After all, in the face of absolute power, any provocation could potentially lead to devastating calamities. Following their mutual understanding, the representatives of the Tianmu civilization returned to Tianmu Star, informing Zhang Jiqing that their emperor would personally visit in 6 months. Consequently, after consulting with his superiors, the advance party decided to temporarily rest in the outer regions of this star system, awaiting the arrival of the Mothership. The advance party would not explore other star systems for the time being, as they had learned that nearby civilizations were all classified as Level 2, while the so-called Level 3 civilizations were merely in their nascent stages. Moreover, the Yanhuang civilization was not merely the Level 3 civilization that the Tianmu civilization perceived it to be. In reality, it was a genuine Level 4 civilization. Zhang Jiqing gazed at the intelligence sent by the Tianmu civilization in a gesture of goodwill and suddenly murmured to himself, awakened from a dying illness. Could it be that the great powers are indeed myself? The Yanhuang civilization's mothership and defensive fleet arrived at the periphery of the Tianmu system after approximately 3 months. The mothership, nestled among the warships of the 4 Divine Beasts Legion, blended seamlessly into the formidable fleet comprising 120 vessels. The advanced fleet, led by Zhang Jiqing, met triumphantly with the colossal mothership fleet. The 241 warships, akin to steel behemoths, glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, densely occupying the void at the edge of the star system, resembling an endless sea of steel. Each warship was a marvel of technology, outfitted with the most advanced weapon systems and powerful propulsion engines, ever prepared for combat. Congratulations, host, for leading the task civilization to traverse a distance of 1,000 light years. You are awarded a special privilege. System, what can the special privilege be used for? Please consult the special privilege annotation. Approximately half an hour later, Lan Luo discovered the scope of the special privilege. It allowed for the activation of any level of technology usage rights aboard the Mothership Pangu. For instance, it could enable a spatial jump or initiate time acceleration aboard Pangu. Lan Luo chose not to utilize it, considering it a potential lifesaver, and instead focused on reviewing the data regarding the Oasis star domain. He announced a 1-year rest for the advanced fleet, instructing them to set out again towards the center of the Oasis star domain after a year to continue their exploration efforts. Lon Luo meticulously perused the intelligence reports relayed by the advanced fleet and issued the latest directives. Furthermore, there was an important message that required their attention. The emperor of the Tianmu civilization would visit them within the next 3 months. Thus, dispatch members of the Guardian Hall to engage in contact and communication with him. Lon Luo added, "Understood, leader. I will arrange the relevant matters immediately replied his assistant. Li Xian, with utmost respect. As Wang Yaoyao's successor, she was acutely aware of the immense responsibility she bore, thus consistently fulfilling her duties diligently, striving to complete every task assigned to her by Lan Luo. Subsequently, Lon Luo immersed himself once more in the materials, and after a moment, he began to reflect on his experiences upon arriving in this parallel universe. Time had flown. The Yanhuang civilization had transformed from its humble beginnings as the Dragon Kingdom into a level 4 civilization in a mere 500 years. Remarkably, this monumental evolution transpired in just over 5 centuries. Beginning from a level 0 civilization, it surged forth with unyielding momentum, ultimately reaching the initial stages of level 4 civilization. Such a rapid pace of development was nothing short of miraculous. Many civilizations often required hundreds of thousands of years to ascend to level 3. In contrast, the rise of the Yanhuang civilization was astonishingly swift, leaving observers astounded. Lon Luo became lost in thought, contemplating the current state of this universe and the situation of Huaxia on Earth. Had they successfully acquired technological data from Mars? Had they mastered the technological information of the level 3 civilization on Ceres? Had they explored the surrounding star systems? System, can I communicate with this universe? Yes. You may use the special privilege to communicate with this universe once. Lon Luo chose to disregard it. He didn't want to squander the opportunity earned through a grueling journey of 1,000 light years. He felt relatively assured about this universe. Prior to the system's completion, he had ensured that Yanhuang left a subroutine at the base station in the Chilean Mountains of Earth. This subroutine acted as a loyal guardian, prepared to relay the coordinates of the Martian and Ceres bases to the official Huaxia government based on their developmental progress. Moreover, as time progressed, the temporal disparity between the two universes continued to widen. The last contact occurred before the system's completion, when he learned that at that time, Huaxia had only recently completed its 10th year since landing on the moon, lacking the technology for landing on Mars and returning. It was likely that around 200 years had transpired in this universe since then. They should have obtained the technological data from Ceres, and perhaps they had even reached level 3 civilization. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this weighty matter. For the most pressing concern remained ensuring that the Yanhuang civilization moved toward a prosperous future, standing atop the cosmic pinnacle. Assistant, open my email. His personal assistant promptly projected his inbox before Lon Luo, who began to sift through messages from the public, most of which were sentiments of blessing and goodwill. The official email format of the Yanhuang civilization has evolved beyond the simplistic structure of the Blue Star era. It now resembles a comment section where everyone is free to express their opinions, and even Lon Luo can like or reply to comments. After having liked several messages, Lon Luo began addressing some inquiries. 2 hours had elapsed by the time this arduous task was completed. Li Chuan, please have the Elder Hall assess the feasibility of establishing civilian exploration teams. Understood, leader. I will inform them immediately. Lon Luo observed that the public was rather uninformed about the circumstances beyond the Mothership, or perhaps they were simply disinclined to learn. The official website consistently provides external information. The Elder Hall deemed it prudent to encourage the populace to explore the cosmos rather than remain idle aboard the Pangu, detached from the world. After careful consideration, Lon Luo concurred with the Elder Hall's suggestion and instructed them to formulate relevant plans. Consequently, civilian exploration was officially sanctioned. However, as the civilian sector lacked the capability to produce curvature engines, they were limited to utilizing Tier 3 spacecraft technology for forming individual or team expeditions. The authorities mandated that every vessel, regardless of size, must be equipped with at least 3 forms of communication: quantum, photon, and electromagnetic, to adequately respond to emergencies. Simultaneously, each of the 9 legions contributed 20 warships to create a temporary rescue fleet, ready to assist any civilian exploration team in distress. Wang Hu, a descendant of the venerable Wang Xiaoyu from the Blue Star era, noted that with families now having multiple children, surnames have become less significant. Wang Hu's lineage, being originally from an only daughter, naturally adopted the surname of the ancestral figure, but with the trend of larger families, most have begun to follow the paternal surname. Wang Hu also formed his own exploration team, intending to first investigate the Tianmu civilization before expanding his search to surrounding areas. Chapter 45. The Reluctance of Kuntai and the Departure of the Exploration Team. A Yanhuang civilization immigration ship has been discreetly teleported from the Mothership, destined to showcase the history and culture of the Yanhuang civilization. Aboard the immigration ship, Feng Yu was elated to finally return to his area of expertise. reminiscing fondly about his diplomatic experiences on Blue Star, where he enjoyed provoking the American ambassador or igniting sparks between the Little Stick and the Little Harmony Empire. Regrettably, he quickly adjusted his mindset, diverting his attention to the museum being constructed within the immigration ship, within the royal palace of the Tier 2 Tianmu civilization. Emperor Kuntai and Foreign Minister Tai Yu were diligently preparing a special gift. The exquisite treasures glimmered brilliantly, each representing the unique craftsmanship and culture of the Tianmu civilization. Emperor Kuntai gazed at these precious items, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he addressed Foreign Minister Tai Yu. During our visit to the Yanhuang civilization, we must demonstrate our sincerity and respect. These gifts will serve as a bridge to establish amicable relations. Tai Yu respectfully replied, Your Majesty, your decision is exceedingly astute. These treasures not only embody the gems of our civilization, but also convey our goodwill towards the Yanhuang civilization. They meticulously selected each gift, ensuring its quality and uniqueness. The emperor picked up a finely crafted crystal sculpture and remarked, This sculpture epitomizes the artistic essence of our Tianmu civilization. I hope it resonates within the Yanhuang civilization. Foreign Minister Tai Yu nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, we have also prepared some valuable technological samples and cultural artifacts to showcase the diversity and innovative capacity of our civilization. Emperor Kuntai smiled. Excellent. I believe these gifts will unlock the doors of friendship with the Yanhuang civilization, fostering mutual understanding and cooperation. Filled with hopeful anticipation, Kuntai and Tai Yu boarded the vessel to the Yanhuang civilization, hoping that through this visit, they could lay the groundwork for dialogue and collaboration between their two civilizations. Furthermore, they sought to strengthen ties with the Yanhuang civilization, aiming to procure a few Tier 3 warships. For just 3 could alter the balance of power and vanquish the malevolent Boku civilization. Near the outermost gas giant of the Tianmu star system, warships incessantly traversed the void. In fact, the space surrounding an immigration ship was densely populated with docked vessels. As Kuntai and Tai Yu's warship approached within 1 billion kilometers of the Yanhuang fleet, they were intercepted by a patrolling squadron. After clarifying their purpose, they followed a small craft dispatched by the patrol team along their designated course. Kuntai, addressing the Yanhuang military personnel via video communication, inquired, Esteemed Commander of the Yanhuang civilization, I observe numerous warships mobilizing. Is there a conflict brewing within the great Yanhuang civilization? Your Majesty, this is a temporary rescue team conducting drills, Li Guang replied, seemingly respectful yet dismissive. He found it amusing that a mere soldier from a patrol fleet was addressed as a commander. He mused that if the lieutenant were to discover this, his life might be in jeopardy, though the title thrilled him nonetheless. A novice like Li Guang, having just joined the military, was no match for Kuntai, and their conversation led to the revelation of much information. Kuntai was astonished to learn that the Yanhuang civilization possessed over 300 warships. Unbeknownst to Kuntai, the majority of the Yanhuang civilization's warships were housed within the Mothership, and any discussions with extraterrestrial civilizations were strictly prohibited from revealing information pertaining to it. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Please continue your journey. Someone will be there to receive you, Li Guang stated before piloting his craft away. As Kuntai gazed ahead at the passageway lined with an array of warships, his legs felt somewhat weakened. Tai Yu discreetly moved closer to Kuntai, sharing some of the burden of his sovereign's weight. Though Tai Yu felt helpless, he recognized the challenges faced by his emperor and knew he must accommodate him. Tai Yu's vessel gradually entered the immigration ship, where Feng Yu awaited at the bridge, adorned in splendid attire and bearing a confident smile. He welcomed the emperor and his ministers. Upon their arrival aboard the immigration ship, Feng Yu approached them, extending his hand in greeting. He exuded the high stature of a Tier 3 civilization, addressing them with a gentle yet resolute tone. Welcome to the Yanhuang civilization's immigration ship, Your Majesty and esteemed ministers. I am Feng Yu, the diplomat representing the Yanhuang civilization. The emperor returned the smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed diplomat Feng Yu. We are filled with anticipation for this meeting. Feng Yu guided them into the conference room, which was separated by glass, presenting 2 distinctly different environments. Under the guidance of ceremonial robots, both parties took their seats. Feng Yu commenced the introduction of the technological achievements and cultural heritage of the Tier 3 civilization. His words imbued with pride. We possess advanced technology and a vibrant culture. Through our exchange, we can collectively advance our civilizations. The emperor and his ministers listened intently, nodding in agreement. They expressed their admiration for the accomplishments of the Tier 3 civilization and conveyed their eagerness for collaboration. Feng Yu continued, We wish to establish friendly diplomatic relations with you, and we will remain in Tianmu for a period. The emperor responded, "We share the same desire." The Tianmu civilization hopes to join hands with the Yanhuang civilization to forge a beautiful future together. The ensuing dialogue was imbued with friendliness, as Fang Yu consistently maintained a demeanor of politeness and humility, emphasizing cooperation through mutual cultural understanding and information sharing. Upon departing, Kuntai realized he had neither secured technological assistance from the Yanhuang civilization nor qualified for an alliance. He understood that merely engaging in dialogue with the Yanhuang civilization was, in itself, a monumental fortune. Inside the Mothership, at the Qinglong Legion's base teleportation portal, the exploratory fleet, led by Wang, who awaited its transmission from the Mothership. Observing the fleet formed by himself, his brother, and two friends, Wang, who could not suppress the thrill coursing through his veins. A total of 9 spacecraft, each approximately 3 kilometers in length, represented the technological marvels of the Longguo Corporation, a pillar of trust within the community. According to the tales of the Venerable Elder, Longguo had existed even during the era of the Blue Star, when its products included an archaic communication device referred to as a mobile phone by the ancestors of that world. As civilization progressed into the Interstellar age, the corporation underwent sweeping reforms, passionately responding to the leader's various initiatives, beginning with the research on family spacecraft, which were provided free of charge by the government. They could only collaborate officially from complimentary maintenance to free replacements. They also ventured into some civilian technologies, gradually accumulating expertise and continuously developing various types of civilian aircraft, mining ships, and more. At long last, the time had come to reap the rewards. Longguo Corporation was finally open for business. Wang Hu took a deep breath, stifling his excitement as he guided the fleet along the meticulously charted course of Nuwa and Fuxi. The number of vessels ahead diminished as his fleet approached the portal. Accompanied by the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the portal, the 9 ships vanished sequentially like shimmering meteors, entering the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Their destination lay in the vast and enigmatic void surrounding the Tianmu civilization, as well as the lifeless star systems, in search of planets rich in resources and the highly coveted blue gold, which was sought after by the authorities at a premium price. Aware of the formidable challenges that awaited them, Wang Hu and his companions wore no expressions of fear, resolutely embarking on this journey rife with uncertainty and peril. Upon exiting the area surrounding the Mothership, Wang Hu personally led the fleet toward the edges of the Tianmu and Boku star systems. Subsequently, they would traverse the juncture of these two systems, entering a third, lifeless star system. Chapter 46. The adventure team that became rich overnight within the spacecraft of the Tomb Raiding Exploration Team. Wang Hu and his brother Wang Long gazed into the distance with eager anticipation. This new star system exploration promised to be filled with surprises. A spark of excitement flickered in Wang Hu's eyes. Indeed, who knows, we might even discover blue gold. That is something we can exchange for honor points. Wang Long exclaimed enthusiastically. If we truly find blue gold, we will bring glory to our civilization. Wang Hu clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. Furthermore, this would mark a significant achievement in our lives. Wang Long mused about the future. No matter the challenges we face, we must overcome them together. Wang Hu looked at his brother and their two friends, flashing a determined smile. Certainly, together we can achieve anything. The other members of the fleet exchanged knowing smiles. In a spacious conference room, elders Wang Weiguo, Li Jianya, Zhao Yaya, and Bai Qing sat around a massive round table, while Lan Luo sat quietly nearby, his demeanor serious. Wang Weiguo spoke first. Should we consider occupying a few star systems, allowing civilization to settle for a while? There has emerged a trend of lethargy and hedonism among the populace. Take this exploration team, for example. We could hardly muster even 30. His voice was deep and powerful. Li Jianya nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a matter worth discussing. However, we must weigh the pros and cons. Occupying star systems might provoke resistance from other factions. Bai Qing interjected. We could engage civilian forces, allowing more individuals to participate in the exploration and development of the Oasis star domain. This would stimulate civilian enthusiasm while accelerating development. Zhao Yaya agreed. That idea holds merit. Yet, we need to establish detailed rules and plans to ensure orderly participation from the civilian sector. Lon Luo, deep in thought, added, we must also consider the security defenses of the star systems. We cannot, merely for the sake of invigorating civilian participation, subject our population to significant losses. If hostile forces were to ambush our inhabited planets, the consequent loss of life would be a dire outcome we cannot bear, especially with our population currently at only 120 billion. The discussion continued for an extended period, with everyone expressing their thoughts freely. Ultimately, they resolved to finalize their decision after drafting a comprehensive plan. In the vast expanse of the universe, Wang Hu's exploratory team endured 2 years of arduous travel, finally arriving at a mysterious new star system. As the spacecraft approached the star system, they were greeted by a dazzling and colorful asteroid belt. Wang Hu noticed a handful of mining vessels from both the Tianmu civilization and its rival, the Boku civilization, operating near the edge of this star system. He understood that with their limited interstellar navigation technology, capable of only 1% of the speed of light, reaching this location from their home planet, which was at least 0.5 light-years away, was no small feat. The 2 mining vessels operated in harmony, refraining from interference with one another. Wang Hu shifted his focus away from the 2 factions, as his team members excitedly fixated on the screens, brimming with anticipation. Their goal was to seek out blue gold and other special resources, which could potentially yield them sufficient honor points. Captain Wang, who skillfully commanded the spacecraft, cautiously selecting target planets. At last, they identified a purple planet that exuded an air of mystery. The spacecraft descended gently onto the surface of this planet, and the exploration team stepped out of the cabin, instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. The atmosphere was suffused with a strange, purple aurora, while the ground was blanketed with expanses of aurora-tinged rock and peculiar massive stones. The team commenced comprehensive scanning, employing advanced instruments to detect signs of blue gold on the planet's surface. Simultaneously, they meticulously collected samples of various special resources for further analysis. Throughout the exploration, the team faced numerous challenges. Inclement weather and hurricanes posed significant obstacles. Suddenly, the crew stumbled upon an abnormally large fissure, resembling the entrance to hell itself, from which a continuous humming sound emanated, sending chills down their spines. This fissure resembled the gaping maw of some colossal creature, patiently awaiting its prey. The surrounding rock layers exhibited a unique deep blue hue, as if concealing boundless secrets. The adventurous team, emboldened by their skills, ventured into this surface rift, carefully observing their surroundings while scanning with various detection devices. After descending for an indeterminate depth, the team members noticed a faint blue glow on the rock surfaces around them. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, we've discovered blue gold. We've found blue gold. A jubilant shout erupted from one of the team's scouts. We've struck it rich. Captain, this time we've truly struck it rich. The reserves are at least 500 tons. Haha, that has 50,000 honor points. Enough for all of us to become barons. Good. Don't get too excited. I'll contact the other ships to regroup in your direction immediately. Blue gold, a rare and precious substance, is said to possess unimaginable energy and value. The authorities reward 100 honor points per ton, alongside 10 million dragon coins per ton. The crew was ecstatic, realizing that this discovery would propel the entire exploration team to new heights. As for dragon coins, it goes without saying. The salaries across the entire Yanhuang civilization range between 5,000 and 50,000, with a month's salary sufficient to support a person's needs for a decade. Even the leaders earn merely 30,000 dragon coins, and the situation is no different for private enterprises. Beyond their fixed salaries, all additional profits are deemed collective property of the company, with employees receiving dividends based on their tenure upon departure. Even the 9 ships they possess are valued at merely 20 million dragon coins each, meaning that if one were to consider the highest salary, it would take 500 years to afford one. However, these figures do not evoke the greatest excitement among them, particularly for those under a century old and not of noble lineage. The true prize lies in the honor points. Currently, the highest rank within their civilization is merely that of a marquis. This time, the exploration team will allocate 80% of the honor points garnered, dividing it equally among all teammates, while the remaining share will be redistributed among the 4 team leaders according to their investment stakes, with the leaders entitled to 2 distributions. The reserves of blue gold are sufficient for over 40 of them to attain the rank of baron, while the other ships gradually approach the vast rift, commencing the dispatch of small spacecraft into the chasm. Following more detailed explorations by the team members, the blue gold reserves were finally confirmed to be 580 tons. This discovery has rendered the treasure-seeking exploration team a legendary entity within the future Flame Dragon civilization, inspiring countless other teams to emulate their success. Wang Hu and his companions continuously dispatched various intelligent mining equipment from the 9 ships, fervently embarking upon the enterprise of extracting blue gold. Wang Hu promptly reported the exploration team's findings, prompting the authorities to dispatch 3 warships, which arrived via curvature travel, positioning themselves in orbit around the purple planet to ensure the safety of Wang Hu and his team. The authorities fervently publicized this event, proclaiming the emergence of a baronial cohort, the unprecedented nature of their haul, and the profits that could potentially fund several ships, thereby augmenting their strength. In a short span, over 50 new exploration teams emerged within the civilian sector, successfully formed and departing the Mothership after 3 years of training, racing towards the surrounding star systems. As time flowed on, a decade swiftly passed, with the Tianmu civilization quietly preparing for war. However, Kuntai received disheartening news. 2 years prior, a cosmic merchant from the inner region of the Oasis star domain supplied 3 early-stage class, 3 small warships to their adversaries, the Boko civilization. While these vessels are considered small warships for a Class 3 civilization, they are colossal ships that the Class 2 Tianmu civilization cannot hope to conquer. The Tianmu civilization possesses merely over 100 warships, each approximately 8 kilometers long, accumulated over many years. Meanwhile, the Boko civilization acquired 3 5-kilometer warships equipped with shields, posing a grave threat to Kuntai. Consequently, Kuntai dispatched his trusted minister, Taiyu, to pay a visit to the Flame Dragon civilization. Chapter 47. The Targeted Ship Girl Exploration Team. Over the course of a decade, the experiences and fortunes of various exploration teams diverged significantly. If one were to nominate a team for the title of Luckiest Exploration Team, the Tomb Robber Exploration Team would undoubtedly receive the highest votes. In stark contrast, the Ship Girl Exploration Team serves as a perfect counterpoint. Although both teams share the mission of exploration, they embody entirely different styles and characteristics. The Tomb Robber Exploration Team, through their exceptional skills, consistently transforms perilous journeys into triumphs, uncovering astonishing treasures. They resemble favored children of destiny, effortlessly navigating through adversity and reaping abundant rewards. Conversely, the Ship Girl Exploration Team presents an entirely different tableau. Composed of a group of charming young women piloting 5 civilian warships, they bravely venture into the unknown cosmos. Despite their enthusiasm and courage, fortune seems perpetually at odds with them. They frequently encounter unexpected incidents and setbacks, such as losing their way or becoming embroiled in the wars of 2 civilizations. 7 years ago, they lost their bearings in the asteroid belt of the Tianmu star system, ultimately being rescued by the Southern Legion. 5 years ago, while passing near the border between the Tianmu and Boko civilizations, they were caught in warfare, narrowly escaping the conflict thanks to their shields. 3 years ago, they finally arrived in an uninhabited star system, scouring the entire region without discovering a single ounce of blue gold. Despite their string of misfortunes, the Ship Girl Exploration Team has never relinquished their passion and pursuit of exploration. Instead, they diligently reflect on their failures, striving to enhance their skills and capabilities. This unwavering spirit is truly admirable, instilling in them a profound anticipation for future adventures. Yet, the cosmos played a cruel jest on the Ship Girl Exploration Team as they encountered the Class 3 Cosmic Merchant, Tertia. Upon receiving Tertia's cargo list, they were elated to see blue gold among the items. Tertia seemed to regard this peculiar metal with indifference, treating it as a mere ornamental natural metal. They exchanged supplies from their exploration team for 100 tons of blue gold, gradually lowering their guard during interactions with Tertia. Later, the entire Ship Girl Exploration Team, under the leadership of Tang Pan, arrived at the edge of the Boko star system, precisely at the convergence of the Tianmu star system and the Boko planet. Dan Ban, Li Wenyu, and other members couldn't conceal their joy, their faces beaming with excitement. Tertia informed them that while trading with the Boko civilization, he had acquired 400 tons of blue gold and sought to engage in a transaction with Tang Pan. The trade proceeded smoothly. The Boko civilization indeed collected 400 tons of blue gold. Though its purpose remained unclear, it did not hinder their collection efforts. Subsequently, Tertia proposed to establish a long-term trade partnership with Tang Pan, inviting her and her team aboard his ship for discussions. Initially, Tang Pan exercised caution, leaving 30 members to guard their ship, while she and 5 teammates ventured forth. Everything transpired peacefully. As their interactions became more frequent, they gradually lost their wariness. Just yesterday, one member fainted aboard Tertia's ship, receiving treatment in the medical chamber provided by Tertia. Tang Pan and Li Wenyu never pondered why a Flame Dragon citizen injected with Class 3 gene optimization fluid would faint. The team members even jested that if Tertia's living conditions were as favorable as theirs, perhaps a romance could blossom among the stars. The only one in the team who remained alert was Zhu Tongzi, who observed Tang Pan and the others joking and slightly furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how they could entertain such thoughts. Tertia, a cosmic merchant from the anthropoid Mo-Ku civilization, appeared to Tang Pan and her team as nothing more than a black chimpanzee by the aesthetic standards of the Flame Dragon civilization. Although Mo-Ku is an anthropoid civilization, it is vastly different from the Flame Dragon civilization, reminiscent of ancient upright apes from Blue Star. Moreover, the living environments of the Mo-Ku civilization and the Flame Dragon civilization are entirely dissimilar. She could not fathom how they could entertain such notions. And with a shake of her head, Zhu Tongzi returned to her post. Meanwhile, Tertia continued to express astonishment, exclaiming, "This truly is exquisite, so delectable," with a hint of sweetness. "The moment I first laid eyes on them, I knew they esteemed sir. Rest assured that we shall never allow this information to leak. For we have no desire to provoke the Inferno Dragon civilization, a formidable Tier 3 civilization." Grelitai discreetly cautioned Tertia. "Fear not, Grelitai. For the illustrious Mo-Ku civilization stands as a mid-tier Tier 3 civilization, rendering the Inferno Dragon civilization of little concern. As promised, you may take the 2 warships from the Boku civilization upon your return." Tertia was well aware of Grelitai's insinuation. Were they not mere small warships? Initially, 3 were offered, and now only 2. Indeed, they were a rather naive Tier 2 civilization. Today, Zhu Tongzi remained aboard the spacecraft alone, while the others were invited by Tertia to visit the Boku civilization. Observing the AI-managed vessel, Zhu Tongzi commanded the ship's AI to maintain vigilance over the surrounding space and activate the shields. Seated at the helm, Zhu Tongzi closed her eyes, appearing to be in a state of repose, while in reality, her mind was alert and vigilant. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and she opened her eyes to find 9 spacecraft encircled by 20 Tier 2 warships and 7 Tier 3 warships. Combat érupted instantly. Flames soaring into the sky as smoke filled the air. The vessel trembled under the onslaught of overwhelming firepower. With unwavering determination, Zhu Tongzi navigated the spacecraft, skillfully evading enemy attacks through her extraordinary piloting skills and the ship's speed. Yet the enemy's assault intensified, the shield energy plummeting, forcing the shields to shut down, and ultimately, the communication chamber was obliterated. A wave of despair washed over Zhu Tongzi, but she refused to surrender, continuing to pilot the ship as she accelerated toward the Tianmu civilization. In this harrowing ambush, Zhu Tongzi and her 9 vessels paid a grievous price. Apart from her own, the remaining 8 ships were reduced to cosmic dust by the relentless barrage. Fortunately, Zhu Tongzi ultimately managed to break free from the enemy's encirclement, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe. Within the immense cargo ship of the cosmic merchant Tertia, he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Tang Pan and her companions, his voice deep and resolute, as if aiming to penetrate their very souls. "Ah, what delectable delicacies you are! Your blood is considered a supreme delicacy within our Mo-Ku civilization." Tertia's words resonated with a chilling indifference. "You shall be sold as cosmic slaves to the noble lords of our Mo-Ku civilization, who will undoubtedly pay a handsome price for you." Expressions of shock and terror adorned the faces of Tang Pan and her compatriots. They could scarcely fathom that they had become the quarry of another. "The Mo-Ku civilization shall pay dearly for this. Tertia, you will come to regret your actions." Tang Pan fixed her gaze upon Tertia, resolute. They could hardly believe that Tertia's civilization harbored such grotesque appetites, transforming blood, the essence of life, into a mere commodity. Tertia paid no heed to Tang Pan's threats, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if he could already envision himself wielding power over the Mo-Ku civilization. Meanwhile, Tang Pan and her companions were engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness, their fates now shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 48. Zhu Tongzi's return to the Tianmu star system. Zhu Tongzi was unaware of the plight of Tang Pan and Li Wenyu, nor did she comprehend the reasons behind the ambush. Her focus was solely on navigating the ship, weaving through the asteroid belt of the Boku star system. "Caution, caution! Danger ahead! Please evade obstacles in a timely manner," echoed the warnings from the battleship's AI. Fully concentrating on the ship's control, Zhu Tongzi noted that the communication chamber had been destroyed, rendering the ship severely damaged, and automatic piloting was now impossible. The assistant scanned for asteroids longer than 5 kilometers nearby. Following the AI's guidance, Zhu Tongzi concealed herself behind an asteroid, commencing a thorough examination of the ship's condition. Ultimately, she had to abandon any hopes of repairs. The communication chamber had been utterly annihilated. Zhu Tongzi progressed cautiously, and, after 3 months, she finally neared the front lines between the Tianmu civilization and the Boku civilization. After extinguishing all lights on the ship, she stealthily anchored at the periphery of the asteroid belt. She was utterly exhausted. Over the span of 3 months, she dared not spend all her time navigating outside the asteroid belt, instead opting to traverse it intermittently before accelerating away from it. Upon detecting the warships from the Boku civilization, she would retreat into the asteroids. She felt a wave of relief, knowing that the Inferno Dragon civilization's detection range was significantly greater than that of the Boku civilization. As long as she promptly took refuge in the asteroid belt, the Boku fleet would not discover her. After realizing her escape, Terja ordered the Boku Empire's fleet to scour the area, but the vastness of space ultimately compelled them to abandon the search. 2 months prior, Terja, accompanied by Tang Pan, Li Wenyu, and 35 others, embarked on the journey back to the Moku civilization. Zhu Tongzi rested in the emptiness at the edge of the asteroid belt for 2 days, utilizing all available materials to fashion a short-range electromagnetic communication device. Zhu Tongzi planned to rest that night, and then, at the break of dawn, charge full speed into the Tianmu star system from the juncture of the 2 planets, where safety awaited her. That night, as Zhu Tongzi lay in the cabin, she reflected on the hardships she had endured. She understood that the following day would be pivotal. If she could successfully breach the Tianmu star system, she would have the opportunity to establish contact with the Inferno Dragon civilization and seek assistance. The next morning, Zhu Tongzi activated the ship and set course toward the convergence point of the 2 planets. Gripping the controls tightly, she focused intently on the path ahead. Just as she was about to cross the boundary, a patrol fleet from the Boku civilization appeared in her line of sight. Her heart raced, but she quickly regained her composure, skillfully utilizing the cover of the asteroid belt to evade detection by the patrol fleet. Once the patrol fleet had departed, Zhu Tongzi began to accelerate the ship, pushing it to its limits, even as the AI alerted her to the pursuit of a fleet of 20 ships behind her. Unfazed, she continued to accelerate relentlessly. "General, we have identified a spacecraft surging from the Boku Empire's front lines toward our defenses," reported a communications officer to the general aboard a space fortress of the Tianmu civilization. "Those insufferable Boku scum shall not breach our defenses." The Tianmu general roared. "Notify all fleets to prepare for battle. We must thwart the impending assault of the Boku forces. Order the fortress batteries to engage as soon as the ship enters attack range." "Understood," replied the officers as the Tianmu general issued a flurry of commands, preparing for the Boku fleet's offensive. Half an hour later, Zhu Tongzi's ship was on the verge of entering the Tianmu civilization's attack zone. She had eluded the pursuing Boku fleet, but upon glimpsing the defensive fortress of the Tianmu civilization, she was drenched in cold sweat as she observed the main and auxiliary cannons fully charged and ready. Zhu Tongzi swiftly maneuvered the ship toward the outer edges far from the fortress, all the while transmitting messages with a rudimentary electromagnetic signal transmitter, hoping for a timely response. She had been flying for over 3 months on her remaining energy, nearly depleted, with no power left to maintain the shields. She had no desire to be obliterated in a single shot, forcing her to continuously distance herself from the fortress's attack range. However, as she escaped the fortress's range, the Tianmu fleet advanced from her defensive line, encircling her ship. The strategists of the Tianmu civilization fixated on the tactical display, their gazes locked onto the vessel assaulting the front line. Its unique design, with smooth lines and a mysterious luminescence, sparked heightened vigilance among strategists. "General, that appears to be a scouting vessel from the Inferno Dragon civilization," exclaimed one strategist, his voice tinged with surprise and uncertainty. The general furrowed his brows slightly, acutely aware that the exploration team of the Flame Dragon civilization typically refrained from encroaching upon the front lines of both parties. His gaze deepened, contemplating the ramifications of this unexpected discovery. After a brief deliberation, the general decisively issued the command to cease hostilities. The main cannons of the fleet fell silent in an instant, enveloping the previously tense battlefield in an eerie tranquility. Simultaneously, a cordial inquiry was dispatched, traversing the vast cosmos, conveying the concerns and perplexities of the Tianmu fleet to the enigmatic vessel. "General, there has been no response from the other party. However, their velocity has decreased and they're slowly approaching us," reported the communications officer. Although the general was puzzled by the lack of a reply, the reduction in speed indicated a lack of hostility from the other side. The reconnaissance ship of the Tianmu civilization cautiously approached the vessel of Zhu Tongzi. As the image of the ship materialized clearly on the fortress screen, the staff could not help but gasp in astonishment. The vessel of the Flame Dragon civilization was now battered and in ruins, its hull riddled with gaping wounds, energy shields nearly depleted, and its engines flickering with unstable light, as if gasping in agony. Witnessing this sight, the advisors of the Tianmu civilization were overtaken by a profound premonition. It was unequivocally the work of the Boku civilization. Under the pressure of interests and the formidable deterrence of the Flame Dragon civilization, they resolved to swiftly initiate a rescue operation to save this vessel on the brink of destruction. Upon observing that the enemy's main cannons had ceased charging and extinguished, Zhu Tongzi understood that they must have recognized her identity and thus refrained from further electromagnetic communication. She reclined slowly in her seat, awaiting rescue. In the midst of tense maneuvers, the reconnaissance ship drew near to Zhu Tongzi's vessel, boarded it, and after communicating with her, swiftly towed the ship away from the perilous region. Once Zhu Tongzi was safely returned to the fleet of the Tianmu civilization, she received excellent medical treatment and rest. She was genuinely grateful that the Tianmu civilization had refrained from recklessly attacking her ship, and she proceeded to recount her experiences to the general of Tianmu civilization. The Tianmu general, filled with indignation at the actions of the Boku civilization, resolved to report the incident to their emperor. Confident that His Majesty would promptly notify the Flame Dragon civilization to retrieve her. Simultaneously, he expressed admiration for Zhu Tongzi's bravery and resilience, advising her to rest well and not to worry, assuring her that she could await the arrival of the Flame Dragon civilization in peace. Zhu Tongzi graciously accepted the general's kindness, fully aware of the immense hardships and sacrifices she had endured to finally reach a safe haven. At that moment, all she desired was to rest thoroughly, allowing her body and mind to rejuvenate. Once her health had somewhat improved, Zhu Tongzi intended to return to the fleet. She planned to report in detail about the cosmic merchants and the Boku civilization to the authorities, trusting that the official wisdom and judgment would lead to the appropriate decisions. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhu Tongzi's temporary quarters, the Tianmu general promptly utilized the communication devices to relay the matter to His Majesty, King Kuntai. He understood the gravity of the situation and the necessity for swift notification to the emperor for timely countermeasures, believing that the emperor would certainly seize this opportunity wisely. Chapter 49. The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and Die. Aboard the flagship of the Flame Dragon civilization, the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, Lan Luo was engrossed in the overwhelming pile of bureaucratic affairs when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. He lifted his gaze to find Li Xian entering the room, her brow furrowed and face flushed with anger, suggesting she had encountered some distressing matter. Leader, a grave situation has arisen. Li Xian's voice was laced with palpable anger and anxiety. Before Lan Luo could inquire further, she hastily relayed the events. The Boku civilization has attacked our exploration team, and of the 36 members, only one has returned. Lan Luo's expression instantly darkened, and he slammed his hand on the desk with a resounding thud. The Boku civilization. He spat through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with cold fury. What is the condition of the surviving member? Have they escaped the danger zone? What is their physical state? Suppressing his anger, Lan Luo quickly pressed for critical information. Leader, the fortunate survivor is named Zhu Tongzi. She is currently in the border garrison fleet of the Tianmu civilization, in good health and recuperating, Li Xian reported. Furthermore, she shared some good news. Additionally, the Guardia Hall has dispatched the White Tiger fleet to assist, expected to arrive at the Mothership in 10 days. Excellent. Ensure her safe return as swiftly as possible, directly to Blue Star. Inform me when it occurs, Lan Luo emphasized further. Yes, leader. Li Xuan respectfully replied, affirming her commitment to fulfill the directive. Lan Luo turned to the massive screen, displaying the mapped star systems of the Oasis star domain. It seems our external stance towards the Boku civilization must be adjusted. His eyes filled with determination. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, immediately summon the military commanders for an emergency meeting. Yes, leader. Li Xian understood that the leader was exerting great effort to suppress his rising fury. She promptly went to notify the high-ranking officials of the 9 legions for the meeting. Simultaneously, Lan Luo resolved to personally meet the sole surviving member, Zhu Tongzi, in 10 days to gather more details about the attack incident. At the distant war front of the Tianmu civilization, 30 warships of the Flame Dragon civilization's White Tiger Legion surged powerfully into the border front between the Boku civilization and the Tianmu civilization. These vessels shimmered with dazzling light, akin to a legion of colossal dragons traversing the stars. The fleet of the Tianmu civilization stood vigilant at the border. However, as they beheld the approaching warships of the Flame Dragon civilization, An atmosphere of tension enveloped them. Yet soon, the warships neared the Tianmu fleet, their intention clear, to retrieve Zhu Tongzi. During the tense handover, the representative of the Flame Dragon civilization expressed profound gratitude to the Tianmu general. Under the protection of the Tianmu civilization, Zhu Tongzi was safe and sound as she boarded the warship of the Flame Dragon civilization, finally experiencing the comfort of returning home. With her departure, the warships of the Flame Dragon civilization gradually vanished into the depths of the interstellar void. Meanwhile, the Tianmu fleet and its soldiers silently guarded this border, continuing to uphold the peace and tranquility of their respective civilizations. Although Zhu Tongzi had not yet returned, Lan Luo had already issued orders to the Tianjin Legion regarding the events she had endured. Tianjin Legion, heed my command. Enter full combat readiness. Lan Luo's voice was cold and resolute, exuding a sense of determination and rage. Everyone understood that the situation was dire and that they must be prepared for anything. When Zhu Tongzi returns, execute my orders without fail, Lan Luo continued. All were acutely aware of the implications of his words. A fierce and brutal war of extermination was imminent. Finally, Lan Luo took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I have but one demand of you. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and die. Whoever dares to infringe upon our bottom line must pay the price. Do you understand? His gaze was piercing, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those before him. The high-ranking officials of the Tianjin Legion responded in unison, understood. Their voices resonated through the air, each infused with fervor as if invigorated by the words. At this pivotal moment, Lan Luo exhibited formidable leadership and decisive decision-making abilities. 10 days later, within the Dragonflame Palace, he gently inquired, Child, you have truly borne much hardship. You must have suffered significantly during this time. How have you been resting? His tone was imbued with deep concern, confronted by a leader who was centuries her senior. Zhu Tongzi felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval, she gradually regained her composure and replied, Thank you for your concern, leader. I have rested exceedingly well. As her emotions began to stabilize, Lan Luo began to inquire about the details of the entire incident. Child, could you please recount in detail all that you have encountered? His gaze was both gentle and resolute. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tongzi began to narrate her experiences. With each word, Lan Luo gradually grasped the full scope of the situation. As he had anticipated, the Boku civilization lacked the audacity to assault the Dragon Flame civilization's expedition team. However, unexpectedly, the orchestrator behind this upheaval turned out to be the third-level civilization, the Moke civilization. Yet so what? It was time for the civilizations of the Green Light Star region to witness the wrath of the Dragon Flame civilization. Zhu Tongzi departed, carrying with her the leader's commendations and assurances. Lan Luo vowed to go to any lengths to locate Tang Pan and her companions, ensuring that the assailants would face retribution. Order the Tianjin Legion to annihilate the Boku civilization. I do not wish to see a single Boku inhabitant remain alive. Order half of the Zhuke Legion's warships to participate in this operation. Order the Western Legion to prepare for war. The senior leaders of the three major legions responded with resounding affirmations. The following day, the Tianjin Legion, comprising 360 standard warships, formed an assault formation and soared towards the Boku star system from the Mothership area. 10 minutes later, 180 warships from the Zhuke Legion, escorting 50 large transport ships from the Tianjin Legion, thunderously pursued them. The transport ships belonging to the Tianjin Legion were redesigned and constructed based on the scale of the immigration vessels, courtesy of Zhao Yai's team. The Tianjin Legion, currently the largest legion, served as the sword of the Dragon Flame civilization, boasting 360 standard model warships, 120 immigration vessels, and now 50 transport ships. Convey to the Tianmu civilization that we shall undertake military action against the Boku civilization and request that they refrain from interference and clear the navigation routes, stated the Tianjin Legion commander, Xia Peng, coldly. This was a rare opportunity for the Tianjin Legion to accumulate experience in cosmic warfare, and Xia Peng eagerly anticipated it, hoping for no interference from Tianmu. In the palace of the Tianmu civilization, Taiyu reported to his sovereign regarding the communication from the Tianjin Legion. He respectfully addressed Kuan-Tai, saying, Your Majesty, I have just received a message from the Dragon Flame civilization. They explicitly request that our Tianmu civilization does not interfere with their military actions against the Boku civilization. Upon hearing this news, Kuan-Tai could not contain his joy and eagerly inquired, The Dragon Flame civilization? They are indeed taking military action against the Boku civilization? Taiyu nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, Your Majesty. It appears that the Boku civilization has truly provoked the Dragon Flame civilization to the extent that they are willing to wage war for its eradication. Kuan-Tai could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, This is marvelous. Truly splendid. One extraordinary opportunity. The Boku civilization is digging its own grave. And even the divine is favoring our Tianmu civilization. At this moment, Taiyu cautioned, Your Majesty, it is actually the Dragon Flame civilization assisting us, albeit somewhat coincidentally. I have ordered the fleet to yield the navigation routes, and will ensure we do not interfere with their military actions. Chapter 50. The Tianjin Expedition. Leaving no grass to grow, Taiyu shook his head in resignation, internally muttering, Our sovereign truly leaves one speechless. We have already entered the second-level civilization, yet he still invokes the divine. How utterly childish. Kuan-Tai's expression grew somewhat awkward as he slightly nodded in agreement with Taiyu's assertion. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Nevertheless, we must closely monitor their every move to avoid any entanglements. As you command, Your Majesty, Taiyu replied respectfully before turning to commence arrangements for related matters. Kuan-Tai watched his retreating figure, a wave of helplessness and concern swelling within him. He understood that this incident could potentially ignite a series of troubles. Yet he could only choose to trust Taiyu's abilities, hoping he would adeptly manage the situation. The commander of the Tianmu civilization's Mothership defense fleet gaped in astonishment at the multitude of warships displayed on the monitoring screen. Is this truly the grand fleet of the Dragon Flame civilization? Its scale is astonishing. His voice trembled with disbelief. A nearby soldier stammered, Yes, Commander. They are from the Tianjin Legion. I have never witnessed such a colossal fleet. Another soldier, unaware of the truth, interjected, What is their purpose? What should we do? The commander took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. They are here to annihilate the Boku civilization. We need only refrain from interfering. The fleet's chief of staff remarked, The Dragon Flame civilization is exceedingly formidable. I have heard they possess 9 major legions. This time, they have dispatched the Tianjin Legion, indicating that the Boku civilization has evidently angered the Dragon Flame civilization. Commander, there are still many more ships behind. A soldier monitoring the radar shouted in alarm. The emergence of the Zhuge Legion and the transport ships sent the Tianmu civilization's fleet into a collective panic. 5 days later, the Tianmu defense fleet along the border experienced the same turmoil as the Mothership fleet. Soldiers within the fleet continuously cried out in terror as they observed the Tianjin Legion charging towards the Boku civilization's border defenses with the ferocity of a descending tiger. A Tianmu general murmured, There will no longer be any remnants of the Boku civilization. Moments latte, fiersa batlazarupta. With the Boku civilization failing to react in time before suffering a brutal onslaught from the Dragon Flame civilization, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest of energy. As the warships of the Tianjin Legion attacked the Boku civilization's defenses with the ferocity of ravenous wolves, each cannon fire struck with the force of thunder, delivering devastating blows to the Boku civilization. One by one, the Boku civilization's warships were annihilated amidst the flames, as if doomsday had arrived. The Tianmu general gazed at the unfolding chaos, his heart filled with both shock and a sense of relief. He understood that the outcome of this war was now beyond doubt. As the final Boku warship was destroyed, tranquility gradually returned to the battlefield. The Tianjin Legion's warships commenced a sweeping operation, targeting any debris exceeding 10 meters with a swift, ethereal blue energy assault. The soldiers of the Tianmu civilization silently witnessed these events, their awe for the Dragon Flame civilization's might palpable. Meanwhile, the Tianjin Legion completely disregarded the astonished Tianmu fleet, accelerating with full force directly towards the Boku civilization's home planet. After establishing distance from the Tianjin Legion, the Zhuge Legion surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the heart of the Boku civilization. The two legions bore the crucial mission of annihilating all Boku warships, dismantling their home planet's defenses, and obliterating the civilization entirely. In the void, the two legions advanced with imposing momentum, gradually penetrating deeper into the core region of the Boku civilization. Under the relentless onslaught of the Tianjin Legion and the Zhuge Legion, the defensive systems of the home planet of the Boku civilization swiftly crumbled. At this very moment, the Tianjin Legion showcased its formidable might, sweeping through the hostile warships scattered throughout the Boku star system. Meanwhile, on the opposite frontier of the Boku civilization, Guru Ti learned of this sudden assault. Without hesitation, he led his prideful fleet of 5 early-stage Tier 3 warships, racing from the far side of the star system to provide support for the home planet. However, fate appeared to revel in its dramatic twists. As Guru Ti's fleet traversed the asteroid belt, they unexpectedly encountered a detachment of the Zhuge Legion, which was engaged in the annihilation of Boku warships. In an instant, the air was thick with the sound of cannon fire, and a breathtaking skirmish erupted. Within just a minute, the Zhuge Legion's warships began to unleash a fierce barrage against the debris exceeding 10 meters in size. This brief yet intense encounter arrived with astonishing swiftness and concluded just as rapidly. A day later, what was once a thriving Boku star system, teeming with their warships, now lay eerily silent, devoid of any Boku vessels in flight. Concurrently, 2 other border defenses of the Boku civilization suffered catastrophic blows. With countless remnants of warships floating in space, resembling a vast cosmic junkyard. Amidst this silence, the warships of the Zhuge Legion and Tianjin Legion gradually converged upon the outer orbit of the Boku star. These vessels glimmered with a cold radiance, akin to a congregation of colossal steel beasts, heralding the impending final assault. Their singular objective was to ensure the complete disappearance of the Boku people from the cosmos. Each soldier understood the gravity and peril of this mission, yet they remained undaunted, their gazes resolute and unwavering. This was not merely a battle. It was a defense of justice, a punishment of evil. They intended to use the annihilation of the Boku civilization as a dire warning to nearby civilizations that trembled before might but disregarded virtue. With the command issued by the leader of the Tianjin Legion, General Longguo, countless main and secondary cannons began to charge. The battle that would determine the fate of the Boku civilization was officially underway. In the outer orbit of the Boku star, the warships of the Yanhuang civilization loomed like titanic beasts, their presence emanating a palpable aura of dread. The main and secondary cannons of these behemoths shimmered with deadly brilliance, foretelling the imminent destruction. Each warship stood as a mobile fortress, its armor impenetrable, weapon systems astonishingly formidable. At this moment, all vessels had adjusted their attack positions, standing ready for the command from their respective commanders to unleash a relentless offensive against the Boku civilization's home planet. With a single command from the commanders, a multitude of powerful energy beams erupted from the warships. These beams surged forth like fire dragons soaring into the sky, claws bared as they descended upon the surface of the Boku civilization's home planet. They arrived with an unparalleled might, traversing the void and striking with the force of a thunderous tempest. The precision of the assault plunged the Boku civilization's home planet into chaos. Factories, buildings, and Boku residential cities on the surface became primary targets. The beams struck their marks instantaneously, igniting cataclysmic explosions. Flames erupted within factories, spreading rapidly and consuming everything combustible. Structures trembled under the shock waves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Streets of the cities were rent asunder, forming vast chasms, leaving devastation in their wake. The Boku people panicked and fled in all directions, desperately attempting to escape this calamity, yet there was nowhere to hide. The Yanhuang civilization's assault displayed no mercy, obliterating the familiar homes of the Boku. Panic and despair enveloped the entire home planet, transforming its once thriving visage into mere ashes. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, while flames soared, painting the heavens a deep crimson. This was a cataclysmic blow, and the prosperity and hope of the Boku civilization were extinguished in an instant, reduced to mere cinders. Their technology, culture, and history evaporated at this moment, with the remnants of their former glory now consisting only of crumbling ruins and profound silence. Chapter 51. Fear of Tianjin. Both in might and virtue. 50 transport vessels loomed in the void like colossal steel beasts, their massive forms glimmering with a frigid light. As the mechanical roar echoed, the hatches of the transport ships slowly opened, akin to a portal unveiling an unknown world. Immediately, countless planetary fighters surged forth like a tidal wave, racing toward the Boku star with astounding speed. These aircraft shimmered with dazzling brilliance, slicing through the dark cosmos like bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, a number of landing ships followed closely behind, armed with formidable firepower and equipment, poised to launch a comprehensive attack on the Boku star. Within a mere 3 hours, all fighters and landing ships swiftly returned. However, the faces of these soldiers revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and dejection. It turned out that the main fleet's assault had been excessively fierce. From the original population of over 70 billion Boku, fewer than 1 billion remained. Yet, the cleanup team that had stormed into the Boku star numbered over 2 billion, and with the assistance of various advanced technologies, they completed their mission in just 3 hours, leaving more than half of them without even a single trophy. Such an outcome naturally dampened the spirits of these soldiers, as everyone yearned for a sense of achievement in battle. Now, not only had they not relished the thrill of vengeance, but they were also required to remain there to gather resources from the Boku Star, which undoubtedly added to their discontent. A month passed, and all transportable resources from the Boku Star had been loaded onto the transport vessels. The warships of the Tianjin Legion and half of the Zhuge Legion began their journey home, laden with the fruits of victory. Yet for these soldiers, the war seemed to have yielded little satisfaction. A month prior, in the palace of the Tianmu Empire, Your Majesty, the Yanhuang civilization has obliterated the Boku civilization, and the Boku home planet has been utterly destroyed, with no survivors among the Boku people. Taiyu entered the palace with a grave expression, delivering this astonishing news to the king. This is joyous news. Their strength is indeed formidable, capable of annihilating the Boku civilization in such a short span. Kuan-Tai rose slowly, responding with composure. Your Majesty, this operation was led by the Tianjin Legion of the 9 great armies of the Yanhuang civilization, with the Zhuge Legion providing support, resulting in the complete destruction of everything in the Boku star system in record time. Indeed, Your Majesty, the might of the great Yanhuang civilization is truly awe-inspiring. I believe we ought to prepare gifts for another visit. Taiyu recounted the news he had received. Absolutely. Doiyu, we must maintain a sense of reverence for the Yanhuang civilization. They have demonstrated their strength and wisdom through their actions. Prepare an abundance of rare treasures. We must visit and extend our congratulations before other civilizations do. Recognizing the proximity of the Yanhuang civilization as a reason for utmost diligence. Your Majesty is wise, Taiyu naturally praised. However, Taiyu, when engaging with them, we must display our admiration and respect for their Tier 3 civilization. Our demeanor must be exceedingly humble. Caution is never excessive. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will handle it with care. Taiyu's heart brimmed with joy as he realized his sovereign had finally come to enlightenment. Upon receiving directives from Quint, Taiyu commenced meticulous preparations for his journey to the Yanhuang civilization. He carefully selected an array of precious gifts, including rare energy ores and exquisite artworks. Shortly thereafter, a diplomatic envoy, led by Taiyu, set forth toward the Yanhuang civilization. As news of the obliteration of the Boku civilization spread, civilizations within 3 light years were left astounded. Those in close proximity began amassing a plethora of rare treasures to extend their congratulations. Meanwhile, distant civilizations envied those fortunate enough to visit the Yanhuang civilization, lamenting their own distance of at least 2 light years from the Tianmu star system, fearing that by the time they arrived, the bloom of the Yanhuang civilization would have wilted. The renown of the Tianjin Legion had already permeated several light years, and it was universally acknowledged that the Yanhuang civilization boasted 9 formidable legions, with the Tianjin Legion serving as the civilization's sword of justice, leaving no trace of life in its wake. All civilizations concurred that any who dared to provoke the Yanhuang civilization, inciting the Tianjin Legion's wrath, would find themselves utterly annihilated, with no chance of escape. Within the Mothership, the Blue Star, in the Yanhuang Palace, Lan Luo inquired, "Has the Western Legion located Tethys's fleet?" His agitation was palpable, as 35 citizens remained unaccounted for. A matter of grave concern. Leader, the Western Legion has already embarked on a curvilinear voyage to intercept, but we have yet to receive any updates, replied Li Xian. Summon Commander Li Zhihao of the White Tiger Legion to see me. Yes, Leader, I shall notify him at once. Soon, Li Zhihao arrived at the Yanhuang Palace. Leader, order the White Tiger Legion to deploy an additional 200 warships to assist the Western Legion in a comprehensive search of the area surrounding the Boku star system within a 1 light-year radius. Lan Luo commanded without hesitation. It is imperative that we recover the 35 citizens. Instruct the Zhuge Legion's fleet in the Boku star system to remain and intensify the search alongside you. Understood, Leader. With that, Li Zhihao exited the Yanhuang Palace with purpose, mobilizing the fleet. Upon receiving the orders, the White Tiger and Zhuge Legions initiated a more extensive and thorough search operation. They conducted a dragnet search along the 1 light-year stretch leading from the Boku star system to the vicinity of the Moku civilization, leaving no potential clue overlooked. Tethys's cargo and escort vessels, classified as mid-tier in the 3rd-level civilization hierarchy, could not attain even 1/5 of the speed of light. However, he bore no fear of the Yanhuang civilization. In his perception, they were merely a nascent 3rd-level civilization, and his fleet's speed surpassed that of their warships. rendering him unconcerned about being pursued. Thus, 3 months prior, he had opted not to return directly to the Moku civilization, instead entering the adjacent uninhabited star system of the Boku civilization. Greed had tainted Tethys's rationality. He had captured only 35 females of the Yanhuang civilization, whose blood was exquisitely delectable. This intoxicatingly superior blood, if returned to the Moku civilization, would incite a storm of avarice among the nobility, who would shower him with gold in their eagerness to possess it. This opportunity for sudden wealth drove him to madness, prompting him to plan the capture of dozens more Yanhuang individuals, ideally including more females and a few males. He even fantasized about arriving in the Moku civilization after a long passage of time, accompanied by nearly 100 Yanhuang slaves, transformed into a vast reservoir of premium blood. Through Boku civilization, Tethys had learned of the traces of a Yanhuang civilization expedition team in the uninhabited star system, but feared that Zhu Tongzi might lead the Yanhuang civilization back to exact revenge. Cunningly, he feigned a return to the Moku civilization, circumventing the Boku civilization and detouring into the uninhabited star system. Unbeknownst to him, as he plotted an expedition team within the asteroid belt of the uninhabited star system, the Boku civilization had already been annihilated. Without receiving any news, he fixated on the Yanhuang expedition team in this star system, observing them in silence for several days, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The expedition team he had targeted was none other than the fortunate Tomb Raider expedition team. "Brother, those small vessels we encountered last time have been reappearing around us." Wang Long alerted his sibling. "Long, ensure vigilance and keep the shields activated at all times." Wang Hu added thoughtfully, "Brother, do you think these might be the targets the authorities are seeking, dispatched by Tethys's fleet?" A sudden epiphany struck Wang Hu, illuminating numerous thoughts in his mind. Yes, that's it. I had this peculiar feeling recently that I couldn't quite articulate. Haha, could it be that we're truly favored by the god of luck? Wang Hu laughed heartily, his mouth forming a comical shape. Chapter 52. Rescue the ship daughters and other crew members. Wang Hu finally grasped the crux of the matter. The Boku civilization had been extinguished, and the Tianmu civilization was eager to exalt the Yanhuang civilization. In this uninhabited star system, only their 3 factions were active. With the Boku civilization's demise, this fleet could not possibly belong to them. The mining fleet of the Boku civilization had only recently returned, only to be obliterated by the Tianjin Legion. Conversely, the mining fleet of the Tianmu civilization would greet them amiably, even clearing a path for their passage. "Brother, when shall we engage in battle?" Wang Long urged. "What battle? We are an expedition team, with weaponry barely at the level of auxiliary cannons. Otherwise, why would Zhu Tongzi's vessel flee after its shields were breached instead of retaliating?" Wang Hu countered. "Moreover, the Dragon Guard shields are of 3rd-level energy. If they were breached, it must have been due to concentrated fire. We must exercise caution, understand?" "Understood, brother," Wang Long replied meekly. After receiving another sharp tap on the back of his head, Wang Long felt utterly defeated. "If you understand, why are you not reporting this to the authorities? What are you waiting for?" Wang Long hurriedly reported the events to the authorities, along with their suspicions. Soon, they received a response. The authorities issued orders for them to remain concealed and refrain from taking any rash actions until the official fleet arrived. Li Chuan, forward this information to the commander of the Western Legion, Jiang Tian. He knows how to handle it. Yes, leader. Upon receiving the news from Wang Hu and Wang Long, Blue Luo refrained from dispatching other fleets to intervene, entrusting the matter to the responsible Western Legion. The Western Legion, now akin to a frenzied tiger, was eager to vent its frustrations but had no leads on Tethys. Particularly, Legion Commander Jiang Tian was exuding an air of indignation. "Report to the commander. The Yanhuang Palace has sent word that they have located Tethys." The communications officer informed Jiang Tian, confirming the information through Zhu Tongzi. Good. Jiang Tian ground out through clenched teeth. "Tethys is doomed, and in a most dreadful manner, refusing to emerge and face the consequences. Hiding away has cost us dearly, as we traverse nearly a light year through space. How tragic. TSK. Observing the commander's expression, the staff present silently lit a candle for Tethys. "Order all ships to engage in curvilinear travel to the outskirts of the uninhabited star system. Then proceed at full speed into that system." "Understood, Commander." Tethys, meanwhile, had followed Wang Hu's fleet to the vicinity of a purple planet. Observing the expedition team's vessels entering the planet, he sensed an opportunity arising. Just as he prepared to send someone to follow, a piercing beeping sound pierced the air. "Great Lord Tethys, we are surrounded by an unidentified fleet," his slave reported tremulously. Fool, prepare for a breakout immediately and accelerate with all your might. Someone, drag this imbecile away and throw him into the beast cage. Tertia roared with the ferocity of a furious lion as she issued her commands. My lord, I implore your forgiveness. I have brought you 2 towering slave guards, pleaded the trembling slave communicator as he was taken away. Tertia's fleet had yet to begin its acceleration when the energy shield was shattered. Jiang Tian glanced at the video call from Tertia and casually accepted it. Report your information. I am Tertia, a cosmic merchant of the illustrious third-tier civilization, the Mo-Ku Empire. With no escape in sight, Tertia could only pin her hopes on the mother civilization, the Mo-Ku Empire, praying that its renown would instill fear in her adversaries. Western Legion of the Yanhuang civilization, release them. The Western Legion promises to let you go. Jiang Tian had no intention of engaging with such a despicable being from the Mo-Ku Empire. A half-hour later, after Tertia confirmed that the other party would not complicate matters, she surrendered Tang Pan and her companions without hesitation. As Tang Pan and the others boarded Jiang Tian's warship, the soldiers of the entire Western Legion were engulfed in fury, as if they wished to tear apart the void itself. Deng Bun, Li Venyu, and the other 35 individuals appeared gaunt and pallid, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at the Western Legion members, and after a prolonged silence, a heart-wrenching wail escaped their lips. Nearby, within the command ship of the White Tiger Legion fleet, Li Zhihao received a negotiation video from Jiang Tian. That old Jiang is still as cunning as ever. I admire that, he mused. Charge the main cannon and obliterate Tertia's fleet. Li Zhihao issued the command to destroy Tertia's fleet, reclining in his chair with narrowed eyes. Western Legion of Yanhuang, you disregard martial ethics and honesty. Why do you attack us? Tertia watched as the warships surrounding the cargo vessels were systematically destroyed, and in a fit of rage, she sent Jiang Tian a video call. Oh, that's the attack from the White Tiger Legion. What does it have to do with our Western Legion? Jiang Tian replied languidly before ending the call, savoring the display of fireworks. TSK, TSK, TSK. That old Li really knows how to play, destroying a warship, pausing to dismantle the wreckage, then moving on to the next. Enjoy it while it lasts. This is merely the beginning. Humph. The onslaught from the White Tiger Legion continued, plunging Tertia's fleet into a fiery inferno. She watched in despair as her vessels were annihilated one by one, utterly powerless to intervene. At that moment, Jiang Tian received a communication from the Yanhuang Palace, expressing admiration for his actions and urging them to return swiftly and safely escort Tang Pan and the others back. Simultaneously, he was instructed to convey the official gratitude of the Mo Jin Shaowei exploration team for all they had done, with the mainframe dispatching honor points and Dragon Coin rewards. When Jiang Tian returned to the mothership with Tang Pan, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Tears of relief shimmered in the eyes of Tang Pan and the other survivors, grateful for their narrow escape. Bai Qing, in her capacity as the leader's wife, personally visited each returning ship girl to offer her condolences. A command was issued for the 9 legions to prepare for battle. Once Tang Pan and her companions returned, Lan Luo quickly set the war machine of the 9 legions into motion. Compressed energy blocks were loaded onto the warships, and the legion commanders, ship crews, and landing troops all engaged in intense and exhilarating training. Within the Yanhuang Palace, Lan Luo and the Guardians gathered in the conference room. We must eradicate this disgusting civilization that dares to use blood as a beverage, Elder Zhao Li declared with great indignation. Indeed, they must be annihilated, echoed Wang Weigua. Following Zhao Li's lead, Lan Luo interjected, rest assured, the extermination of the Mo-Ku civilization is unquestionable. Long before Zhu Tongzi's return, I had dispatched the Vanguard fleet to scout the Mo-Ku civilization's location. Today, I have called everyone together to discuss whether we should occupy their star systems post-destruction and open them for civilian exploration, preventing our citizens from becoming complacent. Lan Luo spoke at length, advocating for the occupation of their star systems, envisioning a period of consolidation before advancing to mid-level 4th-tier civilization and beyond. This brings us back to our previous discussion. I am in favor of occupying their star systems and developing for a while. Given that our time in the interstellar realm has been rather brief, Zhao Yeyao expressed her thoughts. I concur with the occupation and the opening of civilian exploration. It is time for the populace to truly understand the harsh realities of the universe, Li Jianya added in agreement. Ultimately, the meeting approved the occupation of their star systems and the initiation of civilian exploration, trading space for time to foster development. 6 months later, the Vanguard fleet of the Eastern Legion reported that they had located the territory of the Mo-Ku civilization. Their domain consisted of 9 star systems, arranged in an elliptical formation within a 23 light-year radius. Lon Luo made a prompt decision, mobilizing troops and issuing orders for the Tianjin Legion to take the lead, while the other 7 legions would serve as support in executing the plan to obliterate the Mo-Ku civilization. The command was relayed for the Tianjin Legion to launch an offensive, with the remaining 7 legions temporarily assembling a fleet of 120 ships to engage, all under the command of the Tianjin. The Eastern Legion's vanguard fleet was also placed under Tianjin's command for this operation. Yes, leader. The entirety of the 9 legions responded with enthusiasm. Chapter 53. The Tianjin Legion sets out again. The commander of the Tianjin Legion, Jief Peng, was exhilarated. They were once again the main force and would command the fleets of the other 8 legions, a truly grand cosmic operation filled with experience. The other 8 legions were equally thrilled, as it meant that while Tianjin feasted, they would all enjoy the broth, unlike the obliteration of the Bo-Ko civilization, where only the Zhuge Legion participated while the rest merely watched enviously. Bai Haojuan, the commander of the Qinglong Legion, whistled his way into the office of his old partner. Wu Xingyao. After relentless effort, Bai Haojuan had finally achieved the rank of Legion Commander, having risen from the position of captain of the Tianjin Legion's arsenal ship alongside his old partner. This time, he finally had the opportunity to revel in the spotlight, eager to show off in front of his old comrade. Old Bai, are you constipated or feeling unwell? You've been boasting again, Wu Xingyao remarked, well aware of his partner's tendencies. This is the 3rd time today. Have the fleet preparations been finalized? Is there enough energy? Have the landing troop quotas been confirmed? We set sail in 3 days, and you're still like this? Bai Haojuan retorted. If we don't talk about these things, we're still good partners, right? Old Wu, who are we to each other? I trust you to handle everything properly, right? Wu Xingyao replied. If you don't say it like that, we're still good partners. At the border of the Tianmu civilization, the Tianmu fleet observed warships moving in formation across the void. The Tianmu general and those beside him felt parched and weak, utterly at a loss. General, the first fleet formation is the Tianjin Legion, right? A stammering communicator managed to utter. Old buddy, I don't know who has angered the Yanhuang civilization, but all 9 legions are mobilized, the general's old comrade, the chief of staff, speculated as he watched fleet after fleet approach their defenses. The Tianmu general did not respond to his partner, but instead uttered a chilling remark. More than 400 warships. The young communicator, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken even further, realizing that the Yanhuang civilization's warships were not only formidable, but also terrifying in number. They are likely heading to obliterate that cosmic merchant's backing civilization. The general concurred with his old partner. If that is indeed the case, then we, the Tianmu civilization, will have to tread carefully, the chief of staff said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. At this moment, a warship from the Celestial Sword Legion approached the Tianmu fleet. A cold, synthesized electronic voice resonated from within the warship, declaring, "This is the Celestial Sword Legion, on a mission to the designated area. Please clear the way." General Tianmu promptly responded, "Understood. We shall clear the path immediately." As the Tianmu fleet yielded a corridor, the Celestial Sword Legion, leading 8 other corps, majestically sailed forth into the distance. In a star region far removed from the Tianmu civilization, several star systems flickered with faint light, as if heralding an impending storm. The fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization had opted not to engage their curvature engines for acceleration. Yet this did not imply a deceleration in their speed. After all, as a level 4 civilization, even without reliance on curvature travel technology, their velocity could still reach an astonishing half the speed of light. The Flame Dragon civilization advanced without utilizing curvature travel. Instead, the colossal fleet composed of 9 legions traversed the star regions with resounding grandeur, unabashedly showcasing their formidable strength. Any level 2 civilization daring to obstruct their path invariably yielded the way, left with no choice but to watch as the Celestial Sword Legion and the other 8 corps sailed away with unassailable confidence. The renown of the Celestial Sword Legion spread throughout the eastern expanse of the Oasis Star region, becoming the focal point of attention. Their existence loomed like a razor-sharp sword, suspended in the sky, evoking reverence from all. Meanwhile, the Mo-Ku civilization, situated 13 light-years away, remained unaware that the greed and ignorance of a mere cosmic merchant within their civilization had summoned a cataclysmic crisis. The fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization took 2 decades to reach the fringes of the Mo-Ku empire, which was encircled by its subordinate civilizations. These vassal civilizations possessed merely a single star system as dominion, yet were compelled to pay tribute to the Mo civilization every 20 years. Some civilizations even had to offer substantial populations to satiate the whims of the Mo nobility. When the fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization arrived at the borders of the Mo Empire, these level 2 civilizations merely glanced numbly before rushing to amass resources. The time for tribute had arrived again. Failure to gather sufficient resources would result in the obliteration of 1/5 of their populace, with another fifth taken away by the Mo civilization. Commander Jiepeng of the Celestial Sword Legion anchored the fleet of 8 legions just outside the reconnaissance range of the Mo Empire, issuing orders for a month of rest, after which all fleets would launch an offensive. The Celestial Sword Legion would attack the Mo civilization's home star system, while the detachments of the other 8 legions would assault their designated star systems as planned. Understood, Commander. A month passed swiftly. Jia Peng stood resolutely in the command center, his gaze sharp and steadfast as he peered into the distance. Issue the command. Commence a full-scale assault immediately. In an instant, countless dazzling beams of light pierced the void like swords, hurtling toward the defensive systems at the borders of the Mo civilization's star systems with thunderous momentum. The defense system of the Mo civilization detected the sudden onslaught and immediately responded. However, faced with the overwhelming firepower displayed by the Flame Dragon civilization, their defensive capabilities appeared feeble and inadequate. The warships of the various legions surged into the star systems like a pack of fierce falcons, engaging the enemy in a breathtaking and intense battle. Among them, the Celestial Sword Legion resembled an exceptionally sharp sword, charging straight toward the home star system of the Mo civilization, unstoppable and relentless. Simultaneously, the branch fleets of the other legions advanced methodically according to the established plan. The flames of war swiftly spread across the star systems, engulfing the entire territory of the Mo Empire in this fierce conflict. Jia Peng focused intently on the battlefield, his heart filled with resolve and determination. He understood the profound significance of this battle. It was not merely about eliminating the greed-driven Mo civilization, but also a crucial moment for the Flame Dragon civilization to establish authority and solidify its standing in the oasis. On the command ship of the Qinglong Legion, Bai Haojuan stood before the console, his expression grave as he scrutinized the battlefield displayed on the screen. He issued commands in rapid succession. Charge the main cannon. Concentrate fire on the enemy flagship. Prepare the destroyer's main cannon, ready to fire on command. Shield ships. Maximize energy shields to withstand the enemy's concentrated fire. With each order from Bai Haojuan, the warships swiftly responded. The escort ships funneled all their energy into their shield systems, forming a robust energy barrier akin to an impenetrable wall steadfastly positioned at the forefront. Meanwhile, the main cannon of the destroyer completed its charging. A brilliant energy beam erupted from the cannon's mouth, shooting forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, directly targeting the fleet of the Mo civilization. Along the trajectory of this formidable energy assault, Mo warships erupted in violent explosions, flames soaring into the sky, debris scattering everywhere. The power of a level 4 civilization's level 6 energy attack was vividly showcased at this moment, leaving onlookers in awe, witnessing the enemy fleet sustain heavy damage. Bai Haojuan unhesitatingly issued the next command. Deploy the munitions ship. Deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. Utterly shatter their forces. Prepare the escort ships for battlefield cleanup. Chapter 54. The name of the Flame Dragon civilization resounds throughout the Oasis Star region. Within the palace of the Mo Empire, a group of primate-like beings deliberated over the reason for their attack. The emperor of the Mo Empire, Yi Wukong, seethed with anger as he interrogated his ministers. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, cold and profound, seemingly capable of piercing through all, exuding authority and disappointment. The glint in his eyes sent chills down the spines of those who met his gaze. Why have we come under such a formidable assault? And Yi Wukong's voice echoed in the vast hall, laden with suppressed fury, akin to an enraged lion's deep growl. His tone conveyed an indescribable authority that made everyone tremble. The ministers bowed their heads, afraid to meet his eyes, their faces betraying a sense of guilt. They were acutely aware of the immense losses this strike had inflicted upon the empire and understood the heavy burden of responsibility they bore. Trump, a highly respected minister, stepped forward, albeit with somewhat unsteady steps, as if weighed down by immense pressure. Yet his gaze remained resolute, reflecting inner strength and courage. His voice trembled, yet remained clear. Your Majesty, our strength indeed pales in comparison to theirs. I believe this is due to our empire infringing upon their interests in certain respects. And Yi Wukong's brow furrowed even deeper, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, betraying his simmering anger and frustration. Shall we simply sit idly by and await our doom? What are our scientists and military strategists doing? His voice bore a hint of despair, intertwined with anxiety for the future. Trump took a deep breath, calming his emotions before replying. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Our scientists and military strategists have been diligently researching and developing new technologies in hopes of enhancing our capabilities. However, the adversary's advantages are simply too great. We require more time. We must not give up. And Yi Wukong suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. We must exert ourselves with greater diligence, united in purpose to withstand the onslaught of our adversaries. Only through such unwavering resolve can we hope to safeguard our homeland. His words resonated like a fervent war drum, inspiring the spirit of each individual present. Trump nodded vigorously in agreement, acknowledging the emperor's wisdom. Your Majesty is correct. We cannot allow ourselves to be daunted by the challenges before us. As long as we stand together, we shall undoubtedly discover a means to vanquish our foes. The other ministers echoed his sentiments, expressing their willingness to devote their utmost efforts to the preservation of the empire's security. In that moment, Dark Knight Wukong beheld the minister's determination and courage, a flicker of solace igniting within his heart. The emperor's fury gradually subsided, for he was acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. He gazed intently at his ministers, declaring, "We cannot be overcome by fear or defeat. This is our empire, and we shall fight for it." He ordered the summoning of all sages and military leaders to devise a strategy. We must defend our homeland. Despite the brilliance of Dark Knight Wukong's strategies, they remained mere flights of fancy. At that very moment, the nobles of the Mo Empire had already embarked upon their vessels, fleeing the life-bearing planet, abandoning their emperor in his hour of need. As the fleets of the 9 legions continued to approach, defensive lines crumbled one after another, and warships were ruthlessly destroyed. Moreover, even the orbital defense systems of the 12 life-bearing planets across 9 star systems were not spared. However, the warships of the Yanhuang civilization did not immediately assault the life-bearing planets. Instead, they left a portion of their fleet to besiege these planets and turned their attention to pursuing the fleeing denizens of the Mo Empire. As the saying goes, cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back with the spring breeze, a long-standing tradition among the Yanhuang legions. Having resolved to obliterate the Mo Empire entirely, they could not permit even a spark of civilization to remain. The commander of the Tianjin Legion, Jiepeng, issued a stern edict, commanding the fleet to conduct thorough searches of surrounding subordinate civilizations. Upon discovering any remnants of the Mo Empire, they were to be executed without exception. 3 years later, the fleets had completed their task of cleansing the surrounding areas of Mo Empire inhabitants and began to converge. The next phase of the campaign would prove to be the most arduous, the conquest of the 12 life-bearing planets. Given that the Yanhuang civilization would require a period of consolidation lasting conservatively between 800 to 1,500 years, the assault on these planets could not be extensive or indiscriminate. It was paramount to seize them at minimal cost and swiftly transform them into habitable environments for humanity. Countless warships gathered in the outer orbits of each life-bearing planet. On the homeworld of the Mo civilization, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Dark Knight Wukong's once piercing gaze had dulled. He now resembled a beleaguered beast clinging to life. "Trump, have they still not responded to us?" he inquired. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Trump replied nonchalantly, "the planet is in utter disarray. Alas, send another message to inquire what precisely has ruffled their feathers." Dark Knight Wukong remained eager to understand why they had been inexplicably attacked by the Mo civilization. Trump merely clasped his hands and set about his tasks. Finally, half an hour before the Yanhuang civilization launched their assault on the planets, a message was dispatched to Trump. Perhaps they had grown weary of incessant inquiries, or perhaps wished to ensure the Mo's demise was unequivocal. How amusing! How amusing! The voice boomed. "Ah, those nobles do enjoy their libations, do they not? Why they ceased their drinking?" Commander Jiepeng of the Tianjin Legion remained unaware of the internal turmoil within the Mo civilization as he prepared to issue the command for attack. "Attention! All fleets across the star systems, commence a full-scale assault." As the order was given, countless warships unleashed their secondary weapons simultaneously. Emitting dazzling beams of light akin to shooting stars, descending upon the planetary surfaces. This overwhelming firepower instantaneously reduced all factories and structures within sight to ruins. Following this, planetary-class fighters were released from the transport vessels. These aircraft, agile as birds, swiftly traversed the skies of the life-bearing planets, dropping mysterious containers. These seemingly ordinary containers harbored a common strain of influenza virus from the blue planet. For the inhabitants of the Yanhuang civilization, this virus could be easily resisted even by children. Yet for the Mo-Ku civilization, it became the final straw that broke their backs. Over the course of 4 years, planetary fighters and small warships soared freely across these life-bearing planets, unreservedly obliterating all structures associated with the Mo-Ku civilization, striving to restore the surface to its primordial state. Concurrently, scientists accompanying the fleet deployed enormous machines from the transport vessels, which became deeply rooted in every corner of the planets. As time passed, the environment of the planets gradually transformed. Flora that adapted to the new conditions mutated and evolved, while those unable to adjust withered and perished. Commander Jie Peng issued another command. 9 small fleets shall immediately proceed to the neighboring civilization and formally declare that the Mo-Ku civilization has been eradicated by the Yanhuang civilization. Why did the Mo-Ku civilization suffer such a fate? The reasons are utterly appalling. They dared to brazenly detain 35 citizens of the Yanhuang civilization, treating them as cosmic slaves. Such despicable acts were undoubtedly a violation of the dignity of the Yanhuang civilization. With the collapse of the powerful third-tier Mo-Ku empire, the illustrious reputation of the Yanhuang civilization reverberated throughout the Oasis star domain, instilling fear in both second- and third-tier civilizations. They hastily issued stern orders, cautioning their subjects to never provoke or offend the Yanhuang civilization. In a moment, the Yanhuang civilization became the target of collective ire, and none dared to challenge its authority lightly. Chapter 55. The New Territories of the Yanhuang Civilization. Your Majesty, the Yanhuang civilization is departing, and they have bestowed upon us the star systems of the Boku civilization, exclaimed Tai Yu, an elder of the Tianmu civilization, trembling with excitement, nearly fainting from elation. Moreover, Your Majesty, they have even permitted us to exchange resources for third-tier warships. He added, What? Tai Yu, is this true? Springing from his seat to grasp Tai Yu's hands, eagerly pressing for confirmation. Your Majesty, please release my hands. Tai Yu implored, desperate. For he could not bear to disclose that he had witnessed the emperor engaged in the unseemly act of nose-picking upon entering. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Our immediate priority is to swiftly gather sufficient resources to exchange for those formidable warships, Tai Yu asserted, regaining his composure. Yes, Tai Yu. I was too overzealous. But fret not. I shall entrust the subsequent matters to you, for you are my most trusted minister. Huan thought deeply, somewhat sheepishly releasing his grasp and adopting a serious demeanor. Following the Tianmu civilization's acquisition of 30 mid-tier, third-tier warships through resource exchange, the Yanhuang civilization commenced its journey. The Mothership, flanked by over 300 warships, set its course for the former homeworld of the Mo-Ku Empire, now the Shenzhou star system of the Yanhuang civilization. 10 years later, fleets of warships continually traversed the skies, with the forces of the 9 legions arriving at the borders of the Yanhuang civilization to welcome the Mothership. The Mothership, under the vigilant escort of various warships, has at last anchored in the outer orbit of the Shenzhou star. The Mothership's network is abuzz with a cacophony of discussions. Brothers, from this day forth, not only do we have a home aboard the Mothership, but we can also construct our own abodes on the 12 life-bearing planets. Building a villa for the company's spaceship, Dragon, sounds delightful, doesn't it? I am eagerly anticipating the exploration of the nearby star domains. I also look forward to meeting the members of the Tomb Raider team, each a baron in their own right. Their contributions of blue gold are substantial and can be exchanged for glory points. TSK, I dare not compare. Can you believe the Lux ceiling? ISNT, that a splendid name? I plan to establish a Silver Raider team. Brother upstairs, let it go. Don't even mention Silver Raiders. I've tried, and the periodic table has already been fully occupied. As the Copper Raider members pass by, are you not surprised, intrigued, and exhilarated? The messages online are myriad and complex, yet Blue Luo, along with the senior executives, finds solace in the garden of the Flame Dragon Palace, engaging in leisurely conversation and discussing future plans. Old Wang, in my humble opinion, we should allow ourselves more time to settle. After all, we are still in the early stages of Level 4. To advance to the mid-stage will likely require around 300 years. Lon Luo candidly articulated his thoughts. Everyone concurred that after approximately 500 years in the new territory of the Flame Dragon civilization, they could embark on an adventurous journey towards the galactic center. Indeed, Old Wang, this time I support the leader's perspective. We must at least reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage to ensure we can transition into the late stage at any moment, thus equipping ourselves with ample confidence to face every challenge. Wang Weigua's old partner, Li Jianya, echoed his sentiment. This gathering, initiated by Lon Luo, aims to bring everyone together, resulting in a particularly relaxed and free atmosphere. I believe we could linger here for about 1,000 years and then depart when the starship has recorded 1,500 years. That may be a more prudent approach. Bai Qing timely suggested. I relish the sensation of sweeping through our enemies. We should continuously bolster our strength and then, with unstoppable momentum, march forward. Zhao Li, the Guardian, proclaimed with a resonant voice, his face radiating confidence and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. His words resonated like thunder, leaving everyone present in a state of awe. Haha, indeed, Guardian Zhao possesses foresight. It should be as Guardian Zhao has stated. Another elder exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration for Zhao Li's proposal, which served as a clarion call, piercing through the dense fog and illuminating the path ahead. Gradually, consensus emerged among the group to develop for a millennium before setting forth to explore the galactic center. Now, they need only wait 10 years. The environments of the 12 life planets will mirror that of the blue planet. People will be free to traverse the 9 major star systems, even exploring the entire Oasis star domain. Scientists are already preparing to investigate the small black holes at the center of the star domain, and Lon Luo is naturally supportive, even dispatching a fleet for escort. Time flows ever onward, and over a decade has passed, with people continuously traveling between the various life planets, even embarking on adventures in the Oasis star domain in search of blue gold and relics. Wang Xiaoyu has been on the new planet for some time now, gradually acclimating to her new life. Each morning, she greets the dawn by foraging for fresh ingredients to prepare a nutritious breakfast. During the day, she explores this mysterious new home with her friends, discovering places yet untouched by others. Wang Xiaoyu and her friends strolled through a dense forest, sharing their experiences on the new planet. The air here is truly refreshing, brimming with vitality, Wang Xiaoyu remarked. Indeed, and the plants and animals here are quite different from those on the Mothership's continent. Shall we embark on a journey across the 12 planets? Her friend Zhao Wan responded, equally intrigued. Wonderful, I too look forward to seeing what distinguishes the 12 planets. Wang Xiaoyu readily accepted her friend's suggestion. In the various star systems of the Green Light star domain, as the Flame Dragon civilization rose to fame through battle, leaders and emperors of various civilizations busied themselves. They diligently prepared an array of gifts and rare treasures, planning to embark on a visit to the formidable Flame Dragon civilization. Among them, Emperor Bohan of the Cross Empire was particularly earnest. He meticulously selected an ancient and mysterious interstellar map, detailing many unknown star domains and their civilizations. This precious gift would undoubtedly symbolize the highest respect to the spirit of exploration embodied by the Flame Dragon civilization. Simultaneously, Queen Noasha from the Emerald Kingdom was equally resolute. She personally gathered various rare emeralds and gems, skillfully crafting them into exquisite ornaments. These adornments not only showcased the unique craftsmanship of her civilization, but also embodied profound respect for the Flame Dragon civilization. As time progressed, an increasing number of civilizations joined this grand gift-giving event. Leader Hino of the Star Alliance also prepared an interstellar spaceship, equipped with a powerful propulsion system and the most advanced scientific technology, symbolizing the technological prowess of their civilization. The Sage Buck of the ethereal civilization prepared a collection of enigmatic energy crystals. These crystals contained extraordinarily powerful energy and were said to possess the miraculous ability to bring good fortune and blessings. Buck firmly believed that these crystals would serve as an important medium for establishing friendly relations with the Flame Dragon civilization. At this moment, the leaders and emperors of various civilizations in the Oasis star domain harbored feelings of reverence and anticipation as they actively prepared for the impending journey to visit the Flame Dragon civilization. They earnestly hoped to glean invaluable advanced knowledge and extraordinary wisdom from their encounter. Chapter 56. The Arrogant Third Prince of the Cross Empire. As time swiftly passes, 50 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. The star systems surrounding the Flame Dragon civilization have also begun to flourish and bustle. Numerous leaders and emperors from far-flung civilizations, each harboring their own aspirations and hopes, surged toward the Flame Dragon civilization like a roaring tide. However, they were temporarily halted by the warships of the Nine Legions, gradually converging within the star systems adjacent to the Flame Dragon civilization. These leaders and emperors navigated a myriad of uniquely designed ships, shimmering like shooting stars, piercing through the profound starry sky. The diverse civilizations in the surrounding star systems became increasingly dense, gradually constructing a vast trading market. The communication bridges between the star systems were thus opened, with various languages and cultures merging and colliding in harmonious interplay. The life forms from these civilizations exhibited an array of appearances, some resembling humanoids, others transparent like crystal, and yet others radiating peculiar luminescence. Despite the stark differences in their forms, all harbored friendly sentiments and profound respect for the Flame Dragon civilization. Ultimately, they united in signature, submitting a request for visitation to the Flame Dragon civilization. Lan Luo dispatched a delegation to initiate contact with representatives from various civilizations, heralding the commencement of an unprecedented gathering. Ultimately, the Flame Dragon civilization resolved to hold a ceremonial event in 50 years, allowing each civilization to pay their respects in turn. Subsequently, the Flame Dragon civilization announced its intention to establish a trading market in an uninhabited star system at the edge of its territory. Upon hearing this news, various civilizations expressed their willingness to contribute, and the Flame Dragon civilization, after a brief display of modesty, graciously accepted their offers. Thus, without exerting much effort, the Flame Dragon civilization erected a magnificent trading market in the region designated as the Qingzhou star system, earning a reputation among the civilizations. They were praised as the most illustrious civilization beneath the stars, akin to a resplendent jewel radiating boundless brilliance. In the dark void, 8 light years away from the Flame Dragon civilization, a super-luxurious colossal battleship navigated, flanked by nearly 100 smaller vessels. A grand soiree was underway aboard the opulent battleship, hosted by the various factions of the Xino Empire. Humanoid beings of the Xino Empire traversed the venue, their bodies resembling humans, yet cloaked in scales that denoted their status. Royalty adorned in purple, nobility in blue and red, while other hues indicated the lower echelons of society. Prince Cruz, the third prince of the empire, and his companions gathered by a rocky lake, a lavish spread of fine wines and delicacies adorning the table. A disdainful smile lingered on Cruz's lips as his gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Jesse Lai, to whom he remarked, "Do you know? That third-tier Flame Dragon civilization is utterly laughable." Barut interjected, "Indeed, they believe that annihilating a third-tier intermediate civilization will allow them to reign supreme in the Oasis star domain." Jesse Lai chuckled in agreement. "They fancy themselves formidable, yet before us in the Xino Empire, they are but a swarm of insignificant ants." Raising his goblet, Cruz drank heartily with the others and declared, "We need not worry about them. They can never compare to us." The other young nobles echoed his sentiments, expressing their intent to ensure that the Flame Dragon civilization fully comprehended the might of a peak third-tier civilization. They continued to deride the Flame Dragon civilization, oblivious to their own arrogance and ignorance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Flame Dragon civilization had already grown into a towering presence, one that they would soon find themselves gazing up at. 40 years passed, and the third prince of the Xino Empire finally arrived at the Qingzhou star system with his fleet. The escort fleet of the Qingzhou star system, composed of ships from various civilizations, inquired briefly about the Xino Empire's fleet before granting passage. The third and fourth planets of the Qingzhou star system, along with their 3 moons, have been transformed into bustling trading markets. Enormous cities sprawled across the planets, replete with marketplaces and densely populated streets lined with stalls. Life forms from various civilizations donned thin garments to sustain their existence as they navigated the thoroughfares, while an array of small flying vessels zipped through the skies. In this vibrant alien trading market, a myriad of life forms presented themselves. Some sported antennae and wings, others boasted green skin, and many possessed enormous eyes, curiously observing their surroundings. Stalls brimming with an assortment of items dazzled the eye, featuring gleaming gemstones, mysterious energy crystals, and rare resources from diverse worlds. These were as captivated the attention of life forms as they meandered through the market, seeking treasures of their desire. The entire trading market pulsated with vigor and vitality, as beings of varied forms coexisted harmoniously, collectively crafting a scene both splendid and peculiar. The Flame Dragon civilization established independent trading cities on 2 planets and 3 moons, with countless marketplaces and stalls for its citizens. While the bustling atmosphere of the trading market thrived, tensions simmered in the asteroid belt near the 5th planet of the Qingzhou star system. The fleet of the 3rd prince of the Sino Empire faced off against the vessels of the Flame Dragon civilization. Flame Dragon civilization. We are the peak 3rd-tier civilization of the Sino Empire. Clear a passage for our fleet. Prince Kru's voice resonated through the video call, seated regally, his expression cold and his chin slightly elevated. All civilizations entering the Qingzhou trading market, whether fleets or battleships, must anchor outside the asteroid belt. This is an ironclad rule, and we expect compliance. The voice of Zhang Jiqing from the Eastern Legion of the Flame Dragon civilization was clear and resonant, imbued with undeniable authority. Our fleet of the Sino Empire has never been subject to the constraints of any force. Cruz replied, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. A chill lacing his tone. This is the trading market established by the Flame Dragon civilization. Should you wish to enter, adhere to the rules, or kindly depart. Zhang Jiqing responded with a measured cadence, gesturing to an aide nearby. The aide, well-versed in Zhang Jiqing's intentions from years of collaboration, promptly left. Consider carefully. This visit is mandated by my father to assess your civilization. Should the evaluation pass, you will be granted an audience with the Emperor, an opportunity not afforded to other civilizations. Cruz leaned back slightly, reclining against the opulent chair. I believe the Flame Dragon civilization has no need for such an opportunity. Since you are not here to trade, kindly take your fleet and leave, Zhang Jiqing replied unhurriedly. Ah, it appears you truly are a civilization both ignorant and feeble, Cruz remarked, his hands resting casually on the armrests of his chair as he shook his head. Flame Dragon civilization, since you fail to seize this opportunity, I bear you no ill will. However, we require a 3-year respite in this star system. Please clear a passage, or else. Cruz's voice lowered, a threatening undertone lacing his words. At that moment, the aide returned to Zhang Jiqing's side and lightly tapped the table twice. Zhang Jiqing exchanged a knowing glance with his aide. In the void, the warships of the Flame Dragon civilization had quietly activated their shields and prepared to charge their main cannons. Resting is permissible, but please keep your warships anchored outside the asteroid belt. Are you certain you wish to deny my fleet and I entry? Cruz's fingers tapped rhythmically, hinting at his growing impatience, his self-reference as His Highness emerging. I have stated it clearly. Entry is allowed, but your fleet must remain outside the asteroid belt. Zhang Jiqing replied with unruffled composure. Very well, very well. You Flame Dragon civilization have truly opened my eyes. Cruz ground his teeth, repeating the phrase very well thrice in exasperation. Chapter 57. 4th tier. 4th tier. 4th tier. Haha. You squander the opportunity extended to you when the time comes. Even if your leader crawls over here on his knees to plead with me, it will be too late. What Cruz did not realize was that, upon uttering these words, his fate had already been sealed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiqing abruptly severed the video call, erupting in furious command. Charge the main cannons to full power. Eliminate them. Outside in the void, the main cannons of the Flame Dragon civilization's fleet began to charge, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The commanders of the fleet remained calm, issuing directives as the soldiers bustled about like ants on a hot pan, making final preparations for the imminent assault. As Kluser observed the main cannon of the Flame Dragon civilization's warship beginning to charge, encircling his fleet with a deliberate slowness. Disbelief etched across his face as he stood upon the command bridge of his flagship. As the energy of the Flame Dragon fleet's main cannon peaked, colossal beams erupted forth like fire dragons, surging towards Kluser's fleet with an overwhelming, cataclysmic force. In an instant, the dark void of space was illuminated, and Kluser's fleet teetered precariously under the onslaught of immense energy. The ships of Kluser's fleet exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand the assault from the Flame Dragon civilization, hastily activating their energy shields in a desperate attempt to mitigate the enemy's strikes. However, the might of the Flame Dragon's main cannon was staggering. With but a single shot, the shields of the targeted ships shattered like glass. The vessels were subsequently engulfed by the energy barrage, and witnessing the sheer power of the Flame Dragon's attack, the remaining ships began to move erratically in a state of panic. In this harrowing battle, the ships of the Sino Empire could only defend themselves, utterly impotent to retaliate. As the number of vessels in Kluser's fleet dwindled, he sat on the command bridge, frozen like a statue, murmuring to himself, "Mistaken, mistaken, we are all mistaken. Level 4. Level 4. Suddenly, As if jolted by an electric shock, Cluser sprang to his feet, his voice hoarse from desperation. Level 4. Level 4. They are a level 4 civilization. The Flame Dragon civilization is a level 4 civilization. Surrender. Surrender. Quickly send a message of capitulation. In that moment, the flagship he occupied seemed to be drained of its vitality. The engines fell silent, the main cannon dimmed, and the ship came to an abrupt halt, floating listlessly like a dead fish in the cosmos, commencing the transmission of various surrender signals. Yet it was all too late. Of the nearly 100 warships in the fleet, only Cluser's luxurious flagship remained. Commander, that warship has surrendered, came the voice of the communications officer aboard Zhang Jiqing's flagship. Deploy assault teams to board and take control of the ship. Advisor, bypass the Legion and report directly to the leader. The attack order originated from me, so ensure the entire situation is documented. Zhang Jiqing was acutely aware of his unilateral actions. If reprimanded, he certainly did not wish to implicate the Legion. For Cluser had ultimately resolved to depart, but not before uttering words that should not have been spoken. Lon Luo was, without question, the most esteemed figure among the various legions, and none could tolerate such an affront to Lon Luo. The advisor opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He could only report to Lon Luo. Aboard the Mothership, the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, Li Xian received the battle report. Momentarily puzzled as to why it had been directed there, but upon reading the content, she understood. Without delay, she took the document and entered Lon Luo's office. Leader, the Guard Fleet's battle report from the Qingzhou star system indicates that this Sino Empire is exceedingly arrogant, typically efficient and devoid of personal commentary. Li Xian astonishingly added her own perspective this time. Lon Luo remained silent, perusing the content, and then opened the video attached to the report. Upon concluding, he appeared relaxed, showing no sign of displeasure. With a faint smile, he regarded Li Xian and reassured her, rest assured, they performed admirably and shall not face punishment. The cosmos resembled a dark forest, with a strong-wielded absolute dominance. Their annihilation bore no consequence to him. Li Xian, her thoughts laid bare, offered an embarrassed smile. And how should we respond, leader? After a brief moment, Li Xian dispatched Lon Luo's reply to Zhang Jiqing and his team. Commander, the leader has responded. The advisor, as he spoke, handed Zhang Jiqing a document that resembled a transparent sheet. The leader did not express anger. Rather, he stated that external military orders would not be subject to scrutiny and even issued a reward. Zhang Jiqing, relieved, burst into laughter before swiftly composing himself and issuing orders. Bring Cluser aboard the flagship in 3 days. We shall directly traverse to the Sino Empire to seek an explanation before all civilizations. Cluser's surrender information rapidly spread through various civilizations. This announcement, particularly the phrase that read, I, Cluser, hailing from the distant regions of the Oasis Star Domain and representing the feeble Sino civilization, surrender to the great level 4 civilization, the Flame Dragon civilization. I seek mercy, captured the attention of many. Countless civilizations speculated whether the Flame Dragon civilization truly was a level 4 civilization, with some even venturing to the trade cities of the Flame Dragon to seek confirmation from its citizens. Naturally, the citizens of the Flame Dragon adeptly evaded inquiries, leaving the other civilizations in a state of anxious disarray. Soon, all civilizations were notified that in 3 days, the Flame Dragon civilization would approach the Sino Empire to demand an explanation, inviting them to witness the fleet's departure ceremony. Upon receiving the news, civilizations eagerly prepared their vessels, congregating in the designated void, even engaging in video calls amongst themselves to discuss the forthcoming event. 3 days later, under the watchful eyes of various civilizations, the Qingzhou Guard Fleet of the Eastern Legion advanced in perfect formation, a full 200 warships, their menacing cannons resembling the gaping jaws of a chasm, instilling dread across the cosmos. Half an hour later, the fleet began to accelerate through the void, their speed increasing, prompting the civilizations to hastily maneuver their vessels in pursuit. Suddenly, before the Eastern Legion's fleet, a dazzling array of colors flickered, and in an instant, the fleet vanished from sight. The temporary chat channels established by the civilizations erupted with ecstatic shouts. Level 4. Level 4. It's the technology of a level 4 civilization. Level 4. Level 4. Curvature travel. The magnificent Flame Dragon civilization. The unattainable curvature engine. What a splendid light. Is that the curvature space? The Flame Dragon civilization. The greatest of all civilizations. The excitement among the civilizations was palpable. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiqing, accompanied by the captured Cluser, after 2 years of curvature travel, arrived near the territory of the Sino Empire. After a 3-month respite, once the curvature engine was ready to be activated again, they dispatched 30 warships directly into the central star system. Cluser had grown numb during the 2 years of travel. The repeated shocks had dulled his senses, leaving him despondent. He knew he was doomed. Given his father's temperament and ruthlessness, he was certain he would be sacrificed to appease the wrath of the Flame Dragon civilization. The Sino Empire, encompassing 21 star systems, held dominion over the small oasis star domain, boasting a history of 350,000 years. They had long aspired to advance their curvature engine technology to attain level 4 civilization status. Yet as time passed, the civilization's potential dwindled without breakthrough. Upon witnessing a fleet enter the central star system via curvature travel, they were collectively left speechless in sheer astonishment. The subsequent matters were resolved with ease. The emperor of the Sino Empire, seeking to quell the anger of the Flame Dragon civilization, compensated with abundant resources and rare treasures, even stripping Cluser of all his scales to deliver to the Flame Dragon civilization. Chapter 58. Celebration of the Flame Dragon civilization. Naturally, Zhang Jiqing did not dwell on the once arrogant Cluser, heeding the counsel of the Elder Hall. He left behind a directive, mandating the Sino Empire to deliver the compensatory resources and treasures to the Flame Dragon civilization within 100 years. He then returned with the fleet, embarking on a journey that spanned over 4 years, ultimately arriving back in the Qingzhou star system. Over the course of these 4 years, the news of the Flame Dragon civilization, a magnificent level 4 civilization, has spread through the Oasis star domain as if it had taken flight. Consequently, civilizations from even more distant realms have begun their voyages towards the star systems of the Flame Dragon civilization. Left with no alternative, Lan Luo was compelled to order each of the 9 legions to dispatch 20 warships to retrieve them. Otherwise, with the travel speed of a level 2 civilization, it would take millennia to arrive, enough time for an entire generation to pass. As more and more dignitaries from various civilizations were brought in by the warships, the trade star system buzzed with excitement. The 9 star systems of the Flame Dragon civilization are named after the ancient US9 provinces, though Qingzhou has been designated as the name for the trade star system. The central star system, originally intended to be named after Qingzhou, has been renamed the Shenzhou star system. The 2 trade planets in the Qingzhou star system are named Changji star and Jiuan star, while the 3 satellites are simply referred to as trading stars 1, 2, and 3. In a tea house on Changji star, 2 extraterrestrial beings, each adorned with 3 eyes, were sipping tea and engaged in conversation. Ah, the tea of the Flame Dragon civilization is truly delightful, Kuan-Tai remarked after savoring a sip. Ahem, your majesty. Allow me to assist you, Taiyu said, concerned, as he handed over a tissue to the emperor, noticing the tea spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, we encountered the Southern Legion's warship midway. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly miss the celebration in 3 years. Kuan-Tai nonchalantly took the tissue and dabbed at his mouth before continuing. Indeed, though we possess level 3 warships exchanged from the Flame Dragon civilization, the distance is too great. We nearly missed the celebration, Taiyu responded, sharing his sentiments with his sovereign. As the 2 engaged in conversation, they observed the diverse array of extraterrestrials outside the tea house, occasionally commenting on their appearances. When it was time to leave, they shamelessly purchased several pounds of tea leaves from the proprietor, as tea drinking had become the most fashionable custom. Your delicacy is my poison, remarked an alien civilization that could not partake in tea, yet, in an effort to follow the trend, they resorted to biotechnological means to cultivate tea suitable for their species. As the time for the celebration drew near, the long-anticipated day arrived. Leaders of various civilizations, emperors, queens, and others had been escorted to a spacecraft in the outer orbit of the Shenzhou star system 10 days prior. The Shenzhou Palace, a 1-to-1 replica of the Flame Dragon Palace from Blue Star, had been constructed with a more magnificent and imposing entrance positioned further away from the palace itself. In the expansive plaza outside the entrance, Emperor Kuan-Tai of the Tianmu civilization and his minister Taiyu awaited quietly. Emperor Bohan of the Cross Empire stood with 2 ministers in a nearby area. Queen Huaxia of the Emerald Nation, accompanied by her maidens, stood near the central fountain of the plaza. Leaders from the Star Alliance, Hino, and the sage of the ethereal civilization, Buck, also awaited the commencement of the ceremony. The plaza was bustling with people as the leaders of each civilization patiently awaited their turn. Notably, there were 2 additional entrances located 3 kilometers on either side of the central entrance, designated for the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization, which were currently teeming with crowds. Suddenly, 3 resounding chimes reminiscent of ancient bells echoed, causing the energy warning lines at the entrance to gradually dissipate. The leaders, emperors, and queens began to proceed towards the entrance, where a colossal stone door adorned with mysterious and ancient patterns stood, flanked by majestic stone pillars carved with awe-inspiring divine dragons. They walked slowly along a marble-paved path leading to the plaza in front of the Grand Palace, 5 kilometers away. As they walked, they beheld the enigmatic mythical beasts carved into the towering stone pillars on either side, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity that invoked deep reverence. At last, the spacious plaza at the end of the wide corridor came into view, revealing 3 immense palaces directly ahead: the Elders' Hall, the Guardian Hall, and the even grander and more imposing Flame Dragon Palace. The Elders' Hall and the Guardian Hall were situated to the left and right of the Flame Dragon Palace, slightly distanced from it, nestled at a diagonal rear position. These 3 palatial structures were constructed atop a high platform made of marble, with 3 broad staircases leading up to them. The railings on either side of the stairs were adorned with towering stone pillars, similarly engraved with mysterious and formidable mythical creatures. On the massive door plaque of the central palace, the words Flame Dragon Palace were inscribed in golden characters, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, daring no one to gaze upon them. The ancient and enigmatic architectural style of the Flame Dragon civilization left an indelible impression of awe upon the leaders of the various civilizations present. The imposing palaces, the mysterious and domineering mythical beasts, and the intricately patterned marble, inscribed with the passage of time in dragon script, captivated the leaders, evoking a profound sense of their own insignificance and the grandeur of the Flame Dragon civilization. In the ensuing millennia, civilizations emulated this grandeur, erecting one magnificent structure after another infused with the essence of Huaxia, taking pride in their architectural style. Another 3 resounding chimes reverberated through the air as Pangu stood atop the palace's dais and proclaimed, "I hereby announce the official commencement of the Flame Dragon Civilization as celebration. Please welcome the highest leader of the Flame Dragon Civilization, Lon Luo." Clad in a black robe trimmed with gold, Lon Luo gracefully approached Pangu. Standing on the platform, he surveyed the crowd below from left to right. Soon, Lon Luo's voice resonated throughout the plaza, the virtual realm, Shenzhou Star, and across the 9-star systems and warships. He stood tall upon the dais, exuding confidence and fervor. His voice boomed powerfully, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those present. The leaders of various civilizations, the citizens of Shenzhou Star, the soldiers aboard the warships, and the inhabitants of the virtual world listened intently. Subsequently, one program after another unfolded during the celebration. Colorful balloons and vibrant streamers adorned the venue, enhancing the festive ambience. Gradually, the celebration drew to a close, culminating in Pangu's announcement of its conclusion. With 3 ringing chimes, intelligent flying robots began to orderly guide the crowd away from the scene. The citizens joyfully followed the flying robots, while the leaders of various civilizations lingered, reluctant to depart as they trailed behind the robots. In the subsequent 2 years, the Guardian Hall and the Elders' Hall were inundated with visitors, bustling incessantly. It took a full 2 years to receive all the leaders from the various civilizations across the Oasis Star Domain, with an array of exquisite treasures being transported into the warehouses of the Flame Dragon Civilization's vessels. In the Qingzhou Star System, Jiuan Star, civilizations flocked en masse to the Longguo Company's marketplace. Notably, emperors, queens, and leaders from Level 2 civilizations brandished dragon coins exchanged for resources, eagerly joining the frenzy to purchase civilian spacecraft. The Flame Dragon Civilization officially opened sales for civilian spacecraft, allowing for the purchase of up to Level 3 late-stage civilian vessels. Leaders from Level 2 civilizations exchanged vast resources for dragon coins and rushed to the Longguo Company's market to snatch up spacecraft vouchers. Those who were unsuccessful sighed in disappointment, while those who succeeded hurried to the fringes of the Qinglong star system to collect their long-desired Level 3 vessels. It's madness. Absolute madness. Taiyu, we must return, Kuan Tai exclaimed, observing the Level 2 civilizations scrambling for ships in astonishment. Fortunately, they had the Flame Dragon Civilization's Level 3 warships, which filled Kuan Tai with an unbidden sense of superiority. Very well, Your Majesty. I will report that a curvature warship from the Flame Dragon Civilization will be sent to escort us back, Taiyu respectfully responded. The civilization of the Flame Dragon, like all civilizations, possesses both a beginning and an end. Leaders from civilizations 5 light years away can apply for curvature warships to return. Chapter 59, The Emergence of the Sky Blue Beast. In the year 888 of the Starship Era, the Flame Dragon civilization has ascended to a mid-level 4th-tier civilization. The vast fleet of the Sino Empire has delivered an abundance of resources, which the Flame Dragon civilization has accepted with a sense of rightful gratitude. The scientists who explored the small black hole in the heart of the Oasis star domain have hurried back. Once back, these scientists rushed into the laboratory, and having witnessed the wondrous cosmic vista of the black hole, they brimmed with inspiration, achieving breakthroughs in their respective fields. The curvature travel distance of the Flame Dragon civilization has impressively expanded from initial 2 light-years to 45 years, and now stands at 10 light-years, marking significant progress. Once the 15 light-year threshold is breached, the curvature engine technology will reach its advanced stage. The energy level has successfully ascended to level 7. Although it has yet to be installed on a ship, the technology is maturing rapidly. In fact, a groundbreaking technology has been conquered. With the successful development of subconscious recording technology, the subconscious knowledge reservoir device has been created under the continuous refinement of scientists. Children are no longer required to memorize facts through rote learning. This remarkable device has become an invaluable aid in their education. It is capable of inputting vast amounts of scientific knowledge into the children's subconscious in a special manner. Each child will visit an official institution for knowledge reservoir preparation before starting school at the ages of 9 or 10. Under the guidance of medical personnel, they will don a lightweight helmet and connect to the knowledge reservoir device for preparation. It emits exceedingly faint biological waves that resonate with the child's brain, transforming knowledge into subconscious information that is deeply imprinted in their minds. Following the use of the subconscious knowledge reservoir device, children's learning of scientific concepts becomes remarkably efficient. They are no longer troubled by complex formulas and theories, but are instead able to understand and master these concepts with ease. In the classroom, they can swiftly respond to teachers' inquiries, showcasing astonishing learning abilities. Science has ceased to be a tedious endeavor of memorization, transforming instead into an engaging pursuit filled with the thrill of discovery. The subconscious knowledge reservoir device has revolutionized children's approach to learning, igniting a profound interest in science. The accumulation of knowledge enhances their mental agility and allows their creativity to flourish. Lon Luo is convinced that these children will emerge as the next generation of scientific leaders. Aboard the Mothership, within the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, the leader receives a message from the 07 Academy of the Zhuke continent, predicting that the Sky Blue Beast will soon break free from its shell. Li Xian hurriedly enters and informs Lan Luo. What are we waiting for? Come, let us witness the birth of our civilization's new national treasure. Lan Luo joyfully rises from his seat, quickly tidying up before making his way out. At the door, he turns back and tells Li Xian to notify all guardians and elders, and, do bring Wang Yaoyao along as well. Elated, Li Xian rushes off to deliver the message, knowing that no girl can resist the allure of a creature's infancy. In the void beyond the blue star, a ship, entirely gilded and adorned with engravings of divine beasts, speeds forth. It is the Flame Dragon. After traveling a distance, the Flame Dragon enters curvature travel, emerging from the curvature space 5 hours later, having reached the void 3 light-years away from the Mothership and the 8 continents. In the void, 8 artificial suns, each 100 meters in diameter, orbit a giant egg that measures over 80 meters. These fusion-constructed suns rotate continuously, evenly supplying heat to the giant egg, whose pulses indicate the life within. The egg's surface is already cracked open with a 3-meter-long fissure, and high-ranking officials such as Lan Luo, Bai Qing, Li Xian, and Fang Yu curiously observe aboard the Flame Dragon. The leader recalls the data stating that once the egg fully cracks, they must quickly evacuate the fusion reactor. A biologist explains to the assembled dignitaries, "All right, you may proceed with your plan. Do not mind us." Lan Luo respectfully addresses the scientists. The status of scientists within the Flame Dragon civilization is extraordinarily high and revered. The official broadcast has commenced, as this marks the emergence of a new national treasure for the entire civilization. Wow, it is finally beginning. This egg is enormous. No, don't let your imagination run wild. Haha, are you contemplating steamed or tomato stir-fried? You two are truly something. I must say, you're not wrong. Time passes slowly as they await the moment. Suddenly, cracks begin to form on the eggshell, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. Almost immediately, the 8 artificial suns retreat quickly from the giant egg, yet they do not extinguish. As the eggshell fully shatters, a colossal celestial beast hatches from within. It resembles a gigantic silkworm, radiating a brilliant blue hue, its plump body soft and elastic. Its eyes twinkle like stars, blinking brightly with life. The beast gradually stretches its body, its delicate wings fluttering gently as if acclimating to this new world. A fine layer of downy fur covers its body, swaying lightly with its movements. As the giant beast stands upright, its size is awe-inspiring. Its chubby limbs firmly support its body, each step exuding a sense of grounded power. It curiously surveys its surroundings, eyes brimming with a desire to explore this world. Then, as if sensing an enticing aroma, it wriggles away from its original spot, drifting into the distance. The scientists and Lan Luo feel reassured. The data is entirely accurate. This is indeed the sky blue beast, and not the offspring of any other celestial creature. Watching the sky blue beast make its way to the habitat crafted for it by the scientists, everyone understands that it has caught the scent of the unique blue gold. Why is it that our flame dragon civilization's national treasure is so remarkably distinct? They marvel. Look at the baby sky blue beast. It is simply adorable. Its unique personality is utterly delightful. Especially amusing is the way the baby sky blue beast completely ignores the surrounding ships, evoking peals of laughter. Seeing it reminds me of the colorful creature I encountered before. Thus, this grand event of the national treasure's emergence, which spanned a day and a half of waiting and 2 hours of live broadcasting, hurriedly concludes. My goodness, the juvenile form of the sky blue beast is so incredibly charming. Fang Yu exclaims in wonder. Old Fang is right. It resembles a plump silkworm. Li Jianya shares his amazement. Lon Luo cannot help but chime in. Moreover, this little fellow seems quite proud, acting all aloof and disregarding us. For Lon Luo, this is his first time witnessing such a magnificent scene of biological hatching, and the excitement within him is indescribable. Reluctantly, Lon Luo and the others depart, confident that the sky blue beast, imbued with abundant blue gold, will grow at an impressive pace. After gliding over 30,000 kilometers through the void, the sky blue beast discovers a floating iron continent measuring 200 kilometers in size. The scientists have thoughtfully equipped this small iron continent with gravitational devices, making it an ideal resting place for the sky blue beast. At the center of the iron continent lies a depression, resembling a bird's nest, surrounded by a multitude of rare metal spheres, including some composed of blue gold. The azure beast joyfully devoured the cerulean golden orbs of the void, and having satiated its hunger, it slithered into the colossal pit of the iron continent to slumber peacefully. The emergence of the azure beast signifies that the flame dragon civilization possesses a key to ascend to a higher echelon of civilization. However, this is contingent upon the flame dragon civilization advancing to a level 6 civilization. Otherwise, it remains but a fleeting illusion. Presently, the flame dragon civilization is in dire need of time. While the potential of this civilization is inherently immense, it lacks the extensive temporal resources required for development. Thus, the flame dragon civilization will gradually consolidate its foundation, enhancing its potential and cultural depth. Chapter 60. System Rewards, Opening a Blue Star. Starship Era, 1,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the flame dragon civilization to achieve a millennium of starship civilization. Ding! The host is rewarded with 5,000 technology points, 1 affiliated civilization guidance card, and 1 special permission card. Lon Luo was taken aback by the sudden rewards and promptly began to examine them. The system opened the personal panel. Personal panel. Host. Lon Luo Task Civilization. Flame Dragon Civilization level. Mid-level 4 civilization type. Starship Civilization Mothership Technology Openness. Mid-level 4 technology points. 17,600 resource points. 1210 items. Special permission card, 1. Designated special permission card, 1. Affiliated civilization guidance card, 1. The designated special permission card allows for the specific alteration of the positions of the 8 teleportation gates of the Mothership. The affiliated civilization guidance card, when utilized, can identify the most suitable affiliated civilization for the flame dragon civilization within this galaxy, one whose living conditions align with those of humanity, along with indicating the coordinates of its home planet. Note: only 1 card may be used per galaxy, and each card recommends 1 most suitable civilization. After reviewing the rewards, Lon Luo realized the designated special permission card was timely. With the continuous advancement of the flame dragon civilization's curvature engine technology, it is certain that civilian curvature engines will eventually be permitted. At that point, the positions of the 8 teleportation gates must be distanced from the continent, as their current proximity, merely 10 kilometers, is insufficient. As for the affiliated civilization guidance card, its efficacy remains uncertain. If it leads to a lower civilization, there might be no issue. But if it identifies a civilization superior to that of the flame dragons, the acquisition of an affiliated civilization could be unattainable. Seeing that he now had 17,600 technology points, Lan Luo resolved to exchange for technological data, intending to expedite research in the secure environment of the Oasis Star region. Considering that the civilization had reached mid-level 4, the distance to the late stage of 15 light-years was not far off. Thus, he decided against exchanging for further curvature engine data. However, the technology for constructing degenerate heavy atomic core materials was imperative, as it is essential for the core components of the curvature engine. Securing this technology would significantly reduce the cooling time of the curvature engine, which currently requires a recovery period of 45 days post-curvature travel. Mastering this technology would shorten that duration substantially. Next, Lon Luo intended to select energy technologies, ensuring both offensive and defensive capabilities. He chose Level 8 Energy Focusing Technology and Level 8 Energy Condensation Absorption Technology, one for offense and one for defense. System, please exchange for these 3 technologies. Ding! Exchange successful. Observing the 3 small orbs in his hand, Lon Luo quickly checked his technology points, finding 2,800 remaining, sufficient for another technology exchange. System, exchange for Super Quantum Scanning Technology. Ding! Exchange successful. Another orb was added to his collection, leaving him with 100 points. Lon Luo suddenly felt a pang of regret. Yet he recognized the urgent necessity of this technology, which would enable the scanning of curvature-traveling warships within a 5 light-year range. Currently, the radar technology of the Flame Dragon civilization is somewhat antiquated, lacking means to detect curvature-traveling vessels. As for conventionally traveling ships, the situation is no different. Being able to detect spacecraft operating normally within roughly 1 light-year is already a significant achievement. Lon Luo dispatched the technological data to various research institutes via his intelligent office assistant. Leaning back in his chair, he began to meticulously chart the future course of action. In the Starship era of 1,100 years, Lon Luo visited the various academies across the 8 continents to inspect their progress. He arrived at the institute responsible for the research on degenerate heavy atomic core materials, and seeing the scientists diligently at work filled him with anticipation. After a period of effort, the institute finally made a breakthrough. They succeeded in producing a more efficient degenerate heavy atomic core material, which meant a substantial reduction in the cooling time of the curvature engine. Lon Luo was exhilarated, fully aware of the profound implications this achievement held for the Flame Dragon civilization, calculating that the cooling time could now be reduced to 1,525 days. Subsequently, he proceeded to other research institutions to ascertain the advancements in Level 8 Energy Focusing Technology and Level 8 Energy Condensation Absorption Technology. Despite encountering some challenges during the development process, the scientist's enthusiasm and professionalism instilled him with confidence. Throughout the extensive passage of time, the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization embarked on explorations within the Oasis Star region, mining resources, with their operational scope having expanded to a radius of 20 light-years. Many previously uncharted star systems were thoroughly explored by the Flame Dragon civilization's expedition teams. Induced by the allure of noble titles, expedition teams eagerly set out, returning laden with treasures only to embark on new journeys thereafter. However, all expedition teams that had returned 6 months prior chose not to venture out again, but rather planned a visit to Blue Star. Indeed, today marked the inception of Blue Star's Open Day, and for the next 5 years, Blue Star would be in an open phase. This was a new regulation established by Lon Luo, allowing the populace to travel to their ancestral land and explore cultural and historical relics every century for 5 years. Having previously overlooked this, Lon Luo extended his apologies to the people, leading to the establishment of this open day. Brother, where shall we go first? On a sightseeing spaceship rented by Longguo Company, Wang Long of the Treasure Hunters expedition team turned to his brother Wang Hu, his face a picture of confusion. Let us first visit the Great Wall, then take a stroll at the mausoleum of the first emperor, and finally, let us check out the homestead of our ancestors. Wang replied thoughtfully after a moment. Oh, brother, which ancestor are you referring to? Are you talking about Cao Cao? Wang Long, having been thoroughly entertained by various online jokes, now resembled a fool, staring blankly and questioning. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Wang Long received a light slap on the back of his head. Fool, do you have a surname Cao? Of course. I mean the home of our ancestor, Lao Yu. Who else could it be? Wang Hu, unable to contain his irritation, raised his hand for another slap, muttering angrily. This pair of lively brothers, as the leading figures of the expedition team, always managed to amuse their companions with their banter. Ahem, ahem. Let us pay our respects to the esteemed Chow Chow on the last day of our trip. Wang, whose face turned a deep crimson, embarrassedly murmuring, "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted within the spaceship as the crew was thoroughly entertained by the antics of the lively brothers, transforming the previously cheerful atmosphere into one of pure joy. Brothers, let us check in. Check in. Wow, look at that, the goddess statue. Check in Great Wall Selfie 1, Great Wall Selfie 2. I came all this way just to use the restroom. Is my toilet that divine? Surely not. Don't you check the official guide? The leaders are indeed formidable, leaving no room for us old Blue Star inhabitants to feel discontent. I have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Wang, who pays homage at Chow Chow's tomb. Wang Long pays homage at Chow Chow's tomb. Mog and Xiaowei team pays homage. It is truly astonishing. And it appears that the exploration team's streak of good fortune is not without reason. In a flash, what was once a highly discussed topic, the Mog and Xiaowei exploration team, has become the center of heated discourse, repeatedly brought up for discussion. Just as the Mog and Xiaowei spacecraft was preparing for another expedition, a commotion erupted within. Bang! Wang Long received another slap. Following this was a series of peculiar dialogues from this amusing pair of brothers. Ha! The team members could hardly contain their laughter in the channel. Chapter 61. Departing towards the center of the galaxy. In the plaza of the Flame Dragon Palace, a small aircraft belonging to Lan Luo descended slowly amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lan Luo stepped down from the diminutive vessel, smiling and waving at the onlookers. What followed was the familiar routine of shaking hands, taking photographs, and waving farewell as he proceeded towards the Flame Dragon Palace. The three palaces are currently closed to the public, and both the Guardian Hall and Elder Hall have been restructured to mirror the layout of Shenzhou Star. Li Chuan, good morning. Please summon the Guardians and Elders to the conference room. Lan Luo instructed upon encountering Li Xian as he entered the palace. Leader, good morning. I will notify them at once, Li Xian replied, promptly directing the intelligent assistant to send out the announcement. An hour later, the conference room was filled with the senior officials of the Flame Dragon civilization. These high-ranking individuals were privy to Lan Luo's core secrets. While the populace knew that Lon Luo hailed from a parallel universe and that the Mothership, Pangu, was brought by him, they were unaware that Lon Luo possessed a system capable of exchanging technology. Let us discuss the designated special permission card and whether it should be utilized in light of recent years. Lon Luo posed the question. Leader, I recommend that we expedite the planning of the teleportation portal's location. This will facilitate the swift reconstruction of the Legion's base, as the current site seems too cramped. Bai Qing immediately voiced her opinion. I concur with Wang Weigua. I suggest relocating the teleportation portal to the periphery of the Mothership. In the future, our curvature engine technology will undoubtedly be made available to the civilian sector, making the peripheral area the most suitable for the teleportation portal, Zhao added. I agree that we should implement this soon. With the ongoing exploration in the Oasis region, the number of civilian spacecraft has surged, and the proximity to various continents has made the routes exceedingly congested. I support the plan for expedited use. I too express my agreement, Bai Qing echoed, and the consensus rapidly coalesced around the decision to use the special permission card, with its implementation set for 1 year hence, relocating the teleportation portal to 8 peripheral positions of the Mothership. The transportation routes to the various continents were also augmented, especially considering that civilian vessels still operate at a third-tier level. The travel time from the Mothership's edge to the central continent would take approximately 12 years. This pertains to horizontal teleportation. The vertical teleportation would result in even longer round-trip durations. Henceforth, civilian spacecraft entering the Mothership will dock directly at the peripheral spaceport, subsequently boarding large curvature cargo or passenger ships for transit between the continents and teleportation sites. Now let us deliberate on whether to utilize the subsidiary civilization guidance card, as proposed by Lan Luo, for further discussion. Leader, I have reviewed the provided materials and propose that we implement it immediately. This card merely provides a coordinate. Each galaxy can only utilize one, resulting in a singular coordinate. We can decide later whether to pursue it or not, the newly appointed Elder Wang, Yao suggested. As a former assistant to Lan Luo, she had spent centuries honing her expertise within the Guardian Hall and the Academy of Sciences, demonstrating top-tier insight and thought processes. Lan Luo cast a surprised glance at Wang Yao, impressed by the precision of her suggestion. I support this, Fan Yu affirmed, recognizing the thoroughness of Elder Wang's considerations. I too concur, Bai Qing added in agreement. Agreed. Let us proceed with immediate implementation, Li Jianya added with evident curiosity. The decision to utilize the subsidiary civilization guidance card was swiftly confirmed. Very well, Please hold for a moment, Lon Luo announced, calling upon the system with his consciousness. System. Activate the subsidiary civilization guidance card. Ding. Activation successful. Please check your inventory. A small projection orb materialized in Lon Luo's hand, drawing the attention of all present. Ultimately, it was the elders who discerned the operational method. They discovered that it was a navigation chart from the Shenzhou star in the Oasis star domain to a certain life-bearing planet, effectively a star map. Following meticulous comparisons by the scientists, the approximate location of the planet was finally established. The center of the galaxy, also known as the galactic core, constitutes the core of the Milky Way, primarily composed of a dense cluster of stars, black holes, and vast amounts of dark matter. This region spans approximately 20,000 light-years in diameter and has a thickness of around 120,000 light-years. It is composed of high-density stars, and scientists of the Flame Dragon civilization, through extensive observational data, calculated that there are approximately 29 million stars per cubic light-year. This is the cradle of life, and it is known that the closer one is to the galactic center, the denser the life energy becomes. This particular planet lies on the edge of the galactic center, positioned favorably towards the Oasis star domain. If the Flame Dragon civilization navigates to the edge of the galactic core and proceeds another 500 light-years towards the center, they will reach the approximate vicinity of this planet. Now that we have confirmed this, let us plan to navigate there upon our arrival, Lon Luo declared, concluding the meeting on a triumphant note. A mere year later, the location of the teleportation portal was successfully relocated to 8 positions along the edge of the Mothership's elliptical space, maintaining a distance of 0.5 light-years from the boundary wall. Subsequently, in the year 1250 of the starship calendar, the Flame Dragon civilization advanced into the late stage of 4th-tier civilization. The warships could now traverse distances of 20 light-years in a single curvature journey, requiring only 5 hours for such travel, with a cooling period of merely 20 days. Opening the personal panel, Lon Luo observed. Personal panel. Host. Lon Luo civilization. Flame Dragon civilization level. Late 4th-tier civilization type. Starship civilization Mothership technology accessibility. Late 4th-tier technology points. 11. 100 resource points. 1. 300 special permission card. 1. Seeing the technology points surpass 10,000 brought a sense of relief to Lon Luo. Moreover, witnessing the continuous increase in resources within the Flame Dragon civilization instilled a feeling of newfound wealth. With wealth comes the necessity to invest. Lon Luo planned to allow the 4th-tier late-stage technology to settle for a while before embarking on the construction of new warships. Currently, the warships of the 9 major legions were still modified from the foundational 4th-tier early designs, with most warships remaining unaltered, allowing for a curvature travel distance of merely 2 light-years. With the advancement to the late stage of 4th-tier civilization, upgrading and modifying the existing warships was no longer appropriate. Creating entirely new warships was the most sensible course of action. Time marched on to the year 1350, within the factory space of the Mothership's lower levels, where 3,000 new warship factories commenced the rapid construction of standard warships. Resource planets were being refined, yielding exceptional 4th-tier late-stage materials that were swiftly transported to the warship factories. The various void factories were abuzz with activity, with an immense number of intelligent machines orchestrating the construction across the warship's multiple components. The quantity of warships being produced by the Flame Dragon civilization was unprecedented. Each of the 9 legions was equipped with 200 standard warships. Additionally, new combat units known as unmanned fleets were introduced, featuring immersive virtual control warships, with each legion outfitted with 500 unmanned vessels. In the Oasis star domain over the years, the Flame Dragon civilization, through its amassed data, has observed that even the most venerable 3rd-tier civilizations possess at least tens of thousands of warships. Take the Sino Empire, for instance. A mere ordinary prince commands a personal fleet of over 100 warships. Consequently, the Flame Dragon civilization has fervently endeavored to construct warships and enhance its foundational strength. 2 decades later, the 9 legions of the Flame Dragon civilization have completed the allocation of all their warships, promptly followed by the issuance of a citizen recall order. All citizens of the Flame Dragon residing in the Oasis star domain received this decree, embarking on their homeward journey laden with resources. Ultimately, in the year 1485, every single one of them returned to the Mothership, with resources from all 9 star systems fully retrieved. More than a century ago, civilizations had received notification of the Flame Dragon civilization's impending departure, urging them to hastily expend their dragon coins. unable to comprehend the rationale. The various civilizations reluctantly acquiesced to the reality, quickly depleting their reserves of dragon coins. Emperor Quintai of the Tianmu Empire in the Tianmu star system received a belated blessing from the Flame Dragon civilization, 100 pinnacle third-tier warships. In the year 1500, at this point, the fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization found itself in the vast emptiness, 5 light years away from the Qingzhou star system. One by one, the warships began to dock with the Mothership, leaving behind 1,000 unmanned warships to guard it. After Lan Luo meticulously confirmed that no citizen was left behind, he issued the command, destination, the center of the galaxy, advance. Chapter 62, Arrival at the Galactic Center. The colossal Mothership commenced acceleration, steering the Flame Dragon civilization towards the heart of the galaxy. During the protracted journey, none dared to be remiss. The 9 legions engaged in relentless training. Meanwhile, scientists delved into technological research and explored various cosmic wonders encountered along the way. 20 years later, the Mothership had traversed 3,000 light years, with only 50 light years remaining before it would cross through a dark belt of 5,000 light years. This dark belt, formed by cosmic interstellar dust clouds, obscured the view of the galaxy's center and most radial sectors. The dark band in the night sky resembled a river of shadows, cleaving the luminous expanse of the galactic center longitudinally. Lan Luo commanded the fleet to anchor, as the Flame Dragon civilization exerted its utmost efforts to mine various rare metals and resources. Unbeknownst to Lan Luo, the conditions within the galactic center were uncertain. It could be teeming with 4th-tier civilizations, or even a multitude of 5th-tier ones. Such circumstances were beyond his knowledge, and should they enter only to find the territories thoroughly claimed, there would be no avenues left for resource extraction. The most pressing concern was the black void dark belt ahead, spanning a full 5,000 light years, fraught with complex cosmic environments, perilous zones, and spatial rifts. A single misstep could leave them ensnared within the dark belt, thus necessitating further preparations. In the year 1700 of the starship calendar, Lan Luo gazed upon over 2,100 resource points, feeling a sense of reassurance. He subsequently ordered the unmanned warships to also enter the Mothership. Within the core chamber of the Mothership, Lan Luo and senior officials had established a prolonged presence. The command was given to enter the dark belt via curvature travel and traverse its expanse. As Lan Luo's orders were executed, the Mothership decelerated and activated the curvature engine, vanishing instantaneously into the void within the inner edge of the Orion Arm. In a vast, boundless dark belt, the Mothership sailed like a solitary vessel, navigating through over 1,000 light years of isolation. Suddenly, piercing alarms shattered the tranquility of the core chamber. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm resonated in the hearts of all, while a communications officer, engrossed in monitoring engine data, reported loudly, "Report. The curvature engine is active, but we cannot access curvature space." Bai Qing, remaining composed, issued a directive: shut down the curvature engine and activate the power engine. Accelerate through this region. As a navigator for this journey, Bai Qing's professionalism was unparalleled. Although she was not adept at commanding fleet combat, she was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for navigating the myriad dangers of the cosmic environment. Lan Luo observed Bai Qing with concern. Though anxious, he felt powerless, for her capabilities in this arena were indeed unmatched. This was not the first encounter with such a situation, it marked the 3rd occurrence. Clearly, the Mothership had become ensnared in a region of spatial instability, rife with chaotic fluctuations that rendered locating curvature space exceptionally challenging, thus hindering curvature travel. Stay alert. Report any changes immediately. Bai Qing's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet resolute, rang out. However, just as the crew began to relax, more crises emerged in quick succession. Strong ion storms detected. The Mothership is temporarily safe, reported a staff member at the control console, tension evident in their demeanor. Bai Qing's brow furrowed. She was acutely aware of the destructive potential of such ion storms, and without prompt measures, the Mothership could sustain severe damage. Ignore it. Full speed ahead, Bai Qing decisively commanded, relying on the formidable hull of their Mothership. A creation of a god-tier civilization, they had weathered such dangers numerous times before. While each occasion was harrowing, it was precisely due to the strength of their Mothership that they could repeatedly navigate perilous waters unscathed. Nonetheless, the most disheartening aspect remained those areas where curvature travel was impossible. Once ensnared in these zones, the Mothership had no choice but to rely on its power engine for a slow advance. This not only consumed substantial time and energy, but also placed them in a position of disadvantage. Yet, No matter the challenges faced, the Flame Dragon civilization would never retreat. As the Mothership once again extricated itself from a region where curvature travel was unfeasible, it swiftly accelerated and unhesitatingly engaged curvature space. In an instant, the Mothership seemed to transcend time and space, continuing its journey into the unknown. Throughout this lengthy and winding expedition, the Mothership halted intermittently, continuously encountering various perilous cosmic environments. However, each time they faced adversity, the Flame Dragon civilization transformed peril into opportunity through sheer tenacity and ingenuity. Simultaneously, the multitude of challenges, thrilling scenarios, and corresponding strategies encountered during this voyage became invaluable learning resources for the various legions. The core chamber, roughly the size of a moon, buzzed with activity, filled with individuals from the major legions. They were wholly engrossed in learning how to navigate various crises, eager to absorb experiences and knowledge. During this process, each person understood that only through relentless effort and continuous learning could they better confront potential future challenges. Thus, they seized every opportunity to learn, striving to master crisis management techniques to enhance their own capabilities and those of their respective legions. This spirit of positivity and steadfast resolve was profoundly admirable. Lon Luo wholeheartedly supported this initiative and, based on how conventional warships would respond in such perilous situations, tasked the elder scientists of the Elders Hall with compiling a book based on this experience. Upon its publication, the book sparked a fervor for collecting printed books within the Flame Dragon civilization. Nearly every household possessed 2 or 3 copies of this guide on crisis management methodologies. Citizens routinely viewed official videos released daily, meticulously cross-referencing them with the text. Their enthusiasm and curiosity for the book were palpable, as if it were a precious tome brimming with infinite wisdom and insights. People gathered to discuss every detail within the book, sharing their perspectives and insights. This surge of enthusiasm has not only rekindled people's appreciation for the allure of printed books, but has also rendered the dissemination of knowledge more widespread and profound. Through engaging with this tome, the populace has garnered a deeper understanding of crisis management, simultaneously enhancing their awareness of safety and self-protective capabilities. This book has thus become a treasured asset of the Yanhuang civilization. In the year 2000 of the Starship era, the Blue Low call system activated the personal panel. Personal panel. Host, Blue Low. Mission, Yanhuang civilization. Civilization level, late stage level 4. Civilization type, Starship civilization. Mothership technology openness, late stage level 4. Technology points, 18,800. Resource points, 2,100. Special item privilege card, 1. Observing the resource points diminished to 2,100, Blue Low deemed it relatively normal. System. Is there no reward after 2,000 years? Ding. Please explore on your own, host. Blue Low understood. There were indeed no rewards. He had anticipated some form of benefit after 2 millennia, but it appeared that a longer duration was required. Contemplating further, he noted the increase in technology points, indicating that branch technologies had indeed made significant advancements into the late stage. Plans, however, often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The original expectation of crossing the Void Dark Belt in 50 years had surprisingly consumed tenfold that time. Currently, the Mothership had reached a distance of 100 light-years from the edge of the galactic center. In half a year, they would breach the central region, alleviating evident pressure from the Elders and Guardians. Within the remaining 100 light-years, there would naturally be no areas incapable of curvature travel. Consequently, the Mothership dispatched 50 unmanned battleships for escort, commencing the traversal of the remaining distance. After half a year, the fleet arrived at the fringe of an unfamiliar star system at the edge of the galactic center. Chapter 63. Even Godzilla cannot withstand this. The central region of the galaxy is a realm both mysterious and magnificent, resembling a vast treasure trove brimming with endless unknowns and wonders. The imposing body of the Mothership, along with the 50 unmanned battleships, floated silently in the void, akin to a slumbering behemoth. Surrounding them were brilliant stars and vibrant nebulae, creating a breathtaking tableau. The center of the galaxy radiated an intense glow, akin to a dazzling pearl. Drawing the gaze of all, this luminescence seemed to serve as a colossal energy source, continuously emanating powerful energy waves. Within the core chamber, scientists focused intently on the horizon, their eyes alight with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. Though fully aware that dangers lurked ahead, the deep-seated desire for exploration compelled them to press forward. In this enigmatic domain, everything appeared both foreign and exhilarating. within the magnificent blue star Yanhuang Palace. Blue Luo respectfully inquired of the elders, "What course of action should we pursue? Shall we explore along the established route, or first investigate the affiliated civilizations?" At this juncture, Wang Wei was suggested, "I believe we could adopt a leap-style exploration approach. Once the curvature travel concludes, we should immediately commence exploration of nearby star systems. This way, we would not only avoid delaying our explorative progress, but also expedite our journey towards the affiliated civilizations." In fact, Wang Wei was not alone in harboring this sentiment. Others shared a burgeoning curiosity about the affiliated civilizations indicated by the system, eagerly wishing to discover the races that resided there. Li Jianya appeared increasingly anxious, eagerly proposing, "I think it would be better to head directly to the affiliated civilizations. Understanding the situation sooner will allow for swifter decision-making." After a moment's contemplation, Bai Qing responded, "Why not adopt a compromise? Let us proceed according to Elder Wang's suggestion." Wang Yaoyao immediately concurred, "I support this middle ground approach. Through leap-style exploration, we can acquire information about the Galactic Center while effectively advancing our progress." Finally, Feng Yu expressed his agreement. "I too endorse this compromise." Ultimately, after fervent discussions and weighing the pros and cons, a consensus was reached to implement the leap-style exploration strategy. Thus, the Mothership swiftly adjusted its course, resolutely racing towards the direction indicated by the Galactic Center system. Following a prolonged and tense period of curvature travel, the fleet finally arrived at a completely unfamiliar star system. Subsequently, the unmanned battleships began to fervently deploy various detectors. In mere moments, thousands of detectors, varying in shape and size, were launched like raindrops. The surrounding star systems were replete with astonishingly unique planets and stars. Some of these planets seemed to faintly hint at signs of life. These discoveries sent waves of exhilaration through the scientists, who could hardly contain their eagerness to delve deeper into research. Concurrently, Blue Luo decisively issued commands to dispatch a portion of the unmanned battleships to neighboring star systems for broader exploration, aiming to gather more precious data and critical information. Among the data relayed by one unmanned battleship, a particular planet captured the scientists' special attention. In a star system just over a light year away from the Mothership, a colossal life-bearing planet floated. If Blue Star serves as a unit of measurement, this planet is over 500 times that size. Remarkably, its gravity is only twice that of Blue Star, and from the photographs captured by the detectors, the planet boasts dense forests. The trees are extraordinarily tall, predominantly exceeding 500 meters in height. This revelation left the scientists in an ecstatic frenzy, each clamoring to explore this planet. Even more astonishingly, the atmosphere of this planet contained a rare and unique substance, the effects of which on life remain unknown. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the scientists, Blue Luo ultimately decided to dispatch an expedition team to this mysterious planet for on-site investigation. "Old Wang, if you want to go, just go. Why drag me along?" Li Jianya provocatively teased Wang Weigua aboard the research vessel. "What else can I do? Just providing backup." Wang Weigua retorted softly. "Huh, caught you, huh? I knew you were too scared to go, yet you were eager to, like online memes say. What was it?" Li Jianya continued to jest at his old partner, though he could not recall the internet reference. The carefree and playful Wang Long chimed in, "Another slap for you. Behave yourself. That Elder Wang and elderly. Do you not have any sense?" Brother Wang, who warned Wang Long with a sharp slap, teeth gritted. "Ha, right. Just a playful spirit, little Long. This time, we're counting on you," Li Jianya said with a kind smile towards Wang Long. The officials decided to take an unconventional route, opting to enlist the luck-favored treasure-hunting expedition team to accompany them. A day later, the ship arrived at the planet designated as Giant Spirit God, a name clearly indicative of its vastness. The spacecraft docked in its outer orbit, and the scientists, treasure-hunting expedition team, and accompanying assault team boarded a small landing craft, embarking into the heart of Giant Spirit God. Within the expansive forest, a cohort of 25-meter-tall metallic humanoids advanced slowly, representing the research team. "Silence. Do not utter a word," Wang Long commanded, raising his hand and pulling it down into a fist. Instantly, the entire group, including the scientists, froze in place. Typically, during their experimentation, they would dismiss any interruptions with the audacity of Lan Luo. Yet now, they stood obediently like well-behaved children. They had internally conceded to Wang Long's leadership for this planetary expedition, recognizing that without him, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. "Run. Sprint towards a landing craft, and do not stop," Wang Long suddenly shouted with fervor, turning to push the last individual forward as he urged them onward. The sound of their armored exteriors scraping against the ground resonated like a dull thud as the team, akin to startled hares, dashed back with reckless abandon. Run faster. Quick. With the aid of their exosuits, they moved with blinding speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Each of them, having undergone the third-level genetic optimization, already possessed remarkable speed, achieving 100 meters in 5 seconds. Now, with the enhancement of their suits, they traversed that distance in a mere second. They pressed on, relentless. Even though no immediate danger lurked behind them, their faith in Wang Long unwavering. As they approached the landing craft, a few kilometers away, he frantically called out, "Landing craft! Ascend! Open hatch! Open hatch! Research vessel! Move away from this planet!" Received! Received! Echoed back through the comms. In the vast expanse of the immense forest, the only clear area devoid of trees was where the landing craft descended swiftly, its hatch flung wide open. Within moments, the research team arrived, and as the first member stepped aboard, Wang Long shouted again, "Lift off! Lift off! Full speed ahead, into space!" As his commands reverberated, the entire team boarded, and the landing craft began its rapid ascent. Whizzing sounds filled the air as two beams of energy, one red and one blue, struck the very spot where the landing craft had just hovered. A massive crater formed not far from the ground, causing the pilot to pale with fear. Without hesitation, they accelerated upwards. Suddenly, two more beams of energy shot towards them. Through the porthole, Wang Weigua and several scientists trembled as they observed mountains in the forest rising slowly, boulders tumbling and dirt flying. What they perceived as mountains were, in fact, colossal beasts, each towering at least 500 meters. The most terrifying aspect was their ability to unleash energy attacks of level 8 intensity. This is madness. Even Godzilla wouldn't withstand this. Lijanya cursed in frustration. Chapter 64. A flimsy, scientific expedition. Ascend. Ascend. Wang Long urged the pilot of the landing craft, his voice tinged with anxiety and urgency. "I have already maxed out the power," the pilot replied, his eyes fixed on the beams of light zipping past the craft, silently praying for a swift escape from the perilous zone. At that moment, he longed for the craft to teleport away from the horrifying battlefield. In merely 10 seconds, they successfully reached outer space, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the crew. However, their respite was short-lived. Bang! A sudden, thunderous sound echoed, and the entire landing craft trembled violently. The pilot's face drained of color as he realized they had been struck. "We've been hit. Xiao Hui, check for damage." Panic laced his voice, aware that this assault could spell disaster. AI Xiao Hui promptly responded, initiating a comprehensive assessment of the craft. Moments later, it delivered its report. Beep. Power engine damage at 86, section 25 damaged at 67, currently no personnel casualties. Upon hearing this, the pilot felt a slight relief. Yet he recognized the gravity of their situation. Without hesitation, he sent a distress signal to the research vessel. Calling, "Research vessel, please come to our aid." The members of the research team sat silently together, none daring to break the silence. At this moment, their fates lay not in Wang Long's hands, but entirely in the pilot's. "Everyone, the landing craft has lost power. We can only leave our fates to chance," the pilot proclaimed, his tone heavy with resignation and despair. He elaborated on their dire circumstances, ensuring that everyone understood the current predicament. Fortunately, the colossal beasts seemed to have ceased their attacks. "Let us wait for the unmanned warships to arrive," Wang Hu suggested, and the others could only nod in agreement, recognizing that there was no alternative but to await rescue. After all, in the vast and boundless universe, the chances of escaping danger on their own were minuscule. Before long, 3 unmanned warships, tasked with guarding the research vessel, began to approach the landing craft. "I have a foreboding feeling," Wang Long suddenly remarked, as if to affirm his words. Just as the 2 unmanned warships neared the landing craft, they were unceremoniously obliterated without warning. "These bastards possess intelligence," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Immediately contact the research vessel. Have the other unmanned warships break through to us and escape the enemy's attack range." A decisive voice called out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the last unmanned warship surged forward like an arrow aimed at the landing craft. "Everyone, strap in. Prepare for impact," the pilot bellowed, urgently reminding each individual. Thud. The diminutive landing craft appeared remarkably fragile against the colossal unmanned warship. The disparity in size was staggering as the massive ship collided with them. The landing craft began to accelerate. Fortunately, it was equipped with a shield system. Otherwise, they would have been utterly destroyed upon impact. now devoid of power. The landing craft relied solely on the momentum from the collision to veer away from the orbit of the colossal celestial beast. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the cockpit of the landing craft, rendering them nearly unable to open their eyes. As they realized, the last unmanned warship had been annihilated. The brilliance of the explosion was so intense, it seemed to illuminate the entire universe. That energy attack must be at least level 9, Li Jianya's voice quivered. Undoubtedly. It has reached level 9, Wang Weiguo asserted firmly. Let us not forget, unmanned warships are equipped with 8-level energy shields. They were acutely aware that the shields of the unmanned warships possessed formidable protection capabilities. Yet, the beast had effortlessly breached that shield, annihilating the warship, indicating that its energy attack undoubtedly belonged to the 9th tier. Such terrifying might instilled a profound sense of reverence. Alas, the unfortunate news is that we have become bait, and the rescue vessel has become the prey. Wang Long exclaimed nonchalantly. Damn it, unleash the unmanned warships to directly assault the planet and annihilate those wretched beasts. Wang Weiguo shouted, seething with rage. The Yanhuang civilization had never endured such catastrophic losses. In that moment, he longed to obliterate those detestable creatures into oblivion. Please, Wang Laosher, show us mercy. I am still young, with countless beautiful moments awaiting me. Wang Long hastily intervened. We have become not only bait, but also hostages. If we were to attack the planet, those colossal beasts would undoubtedly strike us first. Wang Long voiced his concerns in a torrent of words. Online discussions have long touted the treasure-hunting team of the Gold Disciples as extraordinarily fortunate. Yet, it appears that their good fortune is not mere happenstance. Rather, it stems from the exceptional prowess of the brother duo, Wang Long and Wang Hu. Despite Wang Long's penchant for jesting, his acute sense of crisis enables him to make astute judgments at critical moments. Upon reflection, Wang Weiguo couldn't help but acknowledge this truth. A wave of helplessness washing over him. He was acutely aware that, at the current pace, escaping the attack range within 5 days was utterly implausible. Faced with such dire straits, Wang Hu, after careful deliberation, resolved to have the higher-ups seek solutions to the predicament. As time ticked by, a breakthrough finally arrived half a day later. Over 100 unmanned warships began to maneuver erratically from 3 distinct directions, gradually closing in on the colossal spirit planet. Their movements suggested a deliberate purpose, subtly obstructing the beast's assault on the landing craft. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 100-plus unmanned warships simultaneously locked onto their targets, unleashing blinding beams from their main cannons. This formidable barrage struck the surface of the colossal spirit planet, unfortunate enough to hit dozens of the gigantic beasts. However, to everyone's astonishment, these creatures withstood the level 8 energy assault with remarkable tenacity. The landing craft continued to drift away at a sluggish pace, but the situation shifted yet again. 15 warships rapidly divided into 3 groups, stacking upon one another to effectively seal off 3 attack routes. Meanwhile, an unmanned warship raced in from a distance, moving with the speed of lightning. With a breathtaking maneuver, it accurately captured the landing craft. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless grace. Within approximately 5 seconds, the warship forcefully activated its curvature drive near the planet, vanishing in an instant. The members of the landing craft had already prepared extensively in accordance with the rescue plan, calmly awaiting the initiation of the rescue operation. Yet, despite their thorough preparations, they were caught off guard by the violent collisions during the extreme capture process, leaving everyone momentarily unconscious. This intense shock rendered them insensible, their bodies collapsing to the ground. The once orderly atmosphere within the landing craft erupted into chaos, alarms blaring incessantly. 10 of the 15 unmanned warships were instantly obliterated, leading to the retreat of over 100 additional unmanned vessels. This expedition concluded rather anticlimactically, with the unmanned warships escorting the unharmed scientific vessel accelerating away. Upon reaching their speed limit, they activated their curvature engines, entering curvature space and disappearing from the colossal spirit system. Chapter 65, Journey to the Coordinates of the Affiliated Civilization. In a recuperation facility at the foot of Mount Tai on Blue Star, Wang Weiguo slowly began to regain consciousness. He gazed around in bewilderment, feeling a tinge of confusion in this unfamiliar environment. Exhaling deeply, he realized he had returned to the Mothership, completely out of harm's way. Well, look who finally woke up. Li Jianya entered, a teasing smile playing on his lips, casually cracking a joke. Wang Weiguo, too anxious to engage in banter, urgently inquired, "Old Li, what is the situation? Have the beasts been eliminated?" Li Jianya, observing his old partner's eagerness, couldn't help but find it amusing, though he maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied, "Hey, old Wang, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Wang Weiguo sighed in resignation and replied, "Let us hear the good news first." He silently prayed that the good news would bring him some relief. Clearing his throat, Li Jianya deliberately built suspense to him. "The good news is that the beasts have not been subdued." Wang Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that good news?" He had anticipated that the battle was over and the beast had been successfully eradicated, only to receive such a shocking response. "It's good because there's worse news." Li Jianya quickly piqued his partner's curiosity. "What? Hurry up and tell me the worst news." "Old Wang, we've stirred up trouble. The Mothership is currently making its escape." Without delay, Li Jianya recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that the beast-infested planet was akin to a breeding ground for another civilization. Moreover, this civilization was highly advanced. The Elder Council speculated it to be at least a level 5 early-stage civilization. Their technological prowess far surpassed that of the Flame Dragon civilization, capable of easily annihilating all warships outside the Flame Dragon Mothership. Wang Weiguo's expression grew grave upon hearing this. He understood that should this civilization launch an attack on the Flame Dragon civilization, it would face a catastrophic disaster. If they couldn't take down the Mothership, they could besiege it, stunting the growth of the Flame Dragon civilization. He and Li Jianya commenced a discussion on how to address this looming crisis. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing the brothers Wang Long and Wang Hu. "Old Wang, old Li, we came to check on how old Wang is recovering," Wang Hu greeted, placing the fruit he was carrying on the table. "Thank you for your concern. We owe it all to Wang Long, such a good child." Wang Weiguo expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards the two young men before him. Had it not been for their sharp sense of danger, the scientific expedition team would likely have met total annihilation. He resolved to pay closer attention to these two youths, nurturing them as the hope for the future. As everyone began to discuss the peculiar encounter they had experienced, Wang Hu busied himself peeling fruit while Wang Long rambled on excitedly. "Old Wang, in my view, this civilization is undoubtedly more complex than merely a level 5 early stage. It must be at least a mid-level 5 or even higher." Wang Long's bold conjecture immediately captivated the interest of the two scientists present. "Oh, little Long, do share your reasoning behind such speculation," they prompted. "Ahem, old Li, you must be somewhat familiar with fantasy novels, right? This situation bears a striking resemblance to the scenarios depicted within them." I know a bit. Please continue," they encouraged. Typically, the truly formidable figures in fantasy novels share a common trait. Readers may not fully grasp their strength, but the creatures they nurture are undeniably at the level of emperors. If their pets are that powerful, it stands to reason that the masters must possess several tiers of strength above them, does it not? Furthermore, consider this. The beings cultivated by this civilization have reached the pinnacle of level 4. Therefore, I deduce that the civilization's own power cannot be less than that of a mid-level 5. Wang Long expounded his theory with fervor, disregarding whether his assertions were accurate, simply expressing his thoughts in a torrent. "Ha ha, there is indeed some merit to your argument." Li Jianya was thoroughly amused by Wang Long's antics, his laughter resonating through the air as if the entire world could feel his joy. However, as the laughter gradually subsided, he began to ponder the words spoken by Wang Long with greater scrutiny. Initially, these remarks seemed to be mere nonsensical jests, yet upon deeper reflection, Li Jianya discerned that they might harbor a kernel of truth. He found himself immersed in contemplation, striving to grasp the true essence of Wang Long's message. Could it indeed be as Wang Long suggested? Li Jianya began to question his previous notions and beliefs. Perhaps he had overlooked certain vital details or held biases regarding specific matters. As his thoughts delved deeper, he increasingly felt that there was merit in Wang Long's assertions. He recognized that he could not hastily dismiss the value of someone's words simply due to their mode of expression. Wang Long, in his unique manner, had illuminated issues that Li Jianya had previously neglected. Consequently, he resolved to re-evaluate the current situation and endeavor to perceive things from varied perspectives. 3 days later, Wang Weiguo and Li Jianya compiled Wang Long's conjectures regarding the hierarchy of that unfamiliar civilization and sent them to Lan Luo. Upon reviewing them, Lon Luo suspected that while Wang Long's reasoning might appear unorthodox, the conclusions derived were likely the most accurate. He decided to embark on another curvature navigation before resuming normal travel for a distance, ensuring that the curvature maneuver went undetected. Meanwhile, the mothership was already situated 20 light-years away from the jeweling system, and the following day, it re-entered the curvature engine. Suddenly, the curvature space opened in the void, and the mothership leaped forth, deactivating the curvature engine and activating the propulsion engine for standard navigation. 6 months later, within the depths of the dueling system, the fabric of space appeared to tear apart, shimmering with myriad colors, as a colossal spherical spacecraft emerged from the curvature realm. 10 days later, inside the spherical vessel, a tall and imposing mysterious being stood before the control panel, issuing commands to the intelligence system. Target civilization level. Late stage level 4. According to the data, this civilization launched an attack in the 9527 star region, 10,086 star system, half a year ago, severely damaging the war production facility. This assault resulted in the loss of numerous unfinished products, significantly disrupting our original plan to eliminate nearby civilizations. Therefore, I request that the bioengineers provide assistance as soon as possible. Additionally, after rigorous monitoring, no traces of this unfamiliar civilization have been detected. They appear to have vacated the scene. Furthermore, no signs of curvature travel exceeding 15 light-years have been detected within a 50 light-year radius. Based on these circumstances, it is imperative to neutralize this threatening civilization promptly. Accompanied by a series of urgent beeps, the mysterious being quickly compiled and reported the relevant information concerning the dueling system. However, Lon Luo remained unaware that it was precisely due to his meticulous caution that they successfully evaded the intense scrutiny from the unfamiliar civilization. 5 months prior, the Yanhuang civilization had already arrived, positioned 40 light-years away from the dueling system. Fortunately, at that time, Lan Luo decisively ordered the fleet to refrain from re-entering the curvature travel state. Instead, they opted to proceed at half the speed of light, gradually advancing 30 light-years. They then disguised themselves as a nascent level 4 civilization, undertaking curvature travel of 24 light-years at a time, steadily moving towards the domain of subordinate civilizations. Chapter 66. The Subordinate Civilization Under Siege. In the endless, profound darkness of the cosmos, the mothership loomed like a colossal steel beast, traversing the void with measured grace. It advanced at a quarter of the speed of light, steadfastly navigating as if embarking on a journey to explore uncharted realms. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Xian burst into Lon Luo's office, her expression fraught with urgency as she reported, "Leader, we have just received feedback from the concealed detector numbered 6395. Signs of ultra-long-distance curvature travel have appeared in the dueling system." Lon Luo's brow furrowed slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively issued a new command. "Very well, I understand. Immediately inform the military to retract all warships back into the mothership." This decision, seemingly straightforward, carried profound implications. The 6395 device was not an ordinary monitor. It was equipped with the most advanced superquantum scanner. It had been strategically placed by the Yanhuang civilization 4 light-years away from the dueling system to closely observe the civilizational dynamics behind that system. Moreover, this approach allowed for an assessment of the technological capabilities of the other party, effectively serving dual purposes. Lon Luo intently scrutinized the surveillance data, a wave of intense unease surging within him. The sensation of being clandestinely observed, as if a multitude of eyes were fixated upon them from every direction, left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. According to the data, the opponent's curvature travel distance had astonishingly exceeded 100 light-years. This indicated that they belonged at least to a mid-level 5 civilization, if not higher. It was essential to understand that the distance of 50 to 100 light-years was the threshold achievable by nascent level 5 civilizations. Whether this enigmatic adversary had attained late-stage level 5 or even peak status remained indeterminate, just as the Yanhuang civilization today, while theoretically possessing the ability to undertake a single curvature travel of 20 light-years, often found its actual travel distance falling short of 15 light-years. In the vast, boundless universe, every civilization treaded carefully, acutely aware of the dangers that lurked. For once discovered by other civilizations, the repercussions could be dire, with the initiative slipping entirely from their grasp. Time flowed inexorably, and the years passed swiftly, as the Yanhuang civilization navigated steadily at a quarter of the speed of light for a total of 30 light-years. Over 120 years had quietly elapsed. At this juncture, the starship era had entered the year 2130. Subsequently, the mothership embarked on its solitary journey. Each curvature travel spanning approximately 2 light-years, gradually approaching the region of subordinate civilizations. As the distance to the subordinate civilization area diminished, the excitement among the crew surged. They were eager to discover what extraterrestrial life forms could coexist with the Yanhuang civilization in the same environment. Yet, Lan Luo's internal unease persisted, undiminished by their proximity to the target. He was acutely aware that the true test awaited them ahead. This unknown journey was fraught with countless uncertainties and perils. In 2150, the imposing and majestic Mothership slowly arrived at the outskirts of the star system, housing the subordinate civilization. Through superquantum scanning technology, they found no signs of curvature travel within a 5-light-year radius. Leader Li Xian reported gravely to the leader, the target star system has detected level 5 energy fluctuations, likely undergoing a peak level 3 civilization war. As an experienced aide to the leader, Li Xian understood precisely what this entailed. Once the Yanhuang civilization reached its destination, swift action would be imperative. Without hesitation, she transmitted the critical information gathered by the detector to the leader. The Yanhuang civilization was renowned for its efficiency, and their actions were both decisive and rapid. Upon arrival at the target, they would immediately launch a multitude of probes, capable not only of collecting valuable data, but also of establishing a rudimentary yet robust defensive perimeter. After a moment of contemplation, the leader resolutely issued the command. Immediately notify the unmanned divisions of the 4 Divine Beast Legion. All personnel must promptly enter the immersive piloting state of the unmanned warships. Each legion shall dispatch 300 unmanned warships, hastening towards the target star system. Understood. After receiving the command, Li Xian hurriedly departed, eager to relay this crucial directive to the military. Time was of the essence, with every second influencing the shifting tides of battle and the outcome at stake. Approximately 20 minutes later, 1,200 unmanned warships streamed forth from the Mothership in an orderly fashion. They swiftly formed 4 formations and accelerated into the target star system. The Mothership followed closely behind, leading this vast fleet of unmanned vessels into the realm of the affiliated civilization. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully entering the affiliated civilization's star system. You are awarded 5,000 technology points and a causal contract as a reward. System, open the panel. The personal interface immediately materialized before them. Host, Lon Luo. Task civilization, Flame Dragon civilization. Civilization level, late stage level 4. Civilization type, Starship civilization. Mothership technology openness, late stage level 4. Technology points, 23,800. Resource points, 2,100. Items, Special Authority Card X1, Causal Contract. This causal contract is no mere document. It encapsulates profound principles of causality. Once the contract is signed, strict adherence to its terms is imperative, as any transgression could plunge the entire civilization into boundless calamity. Upon understanding this, Lon Luo contemplated carefully before meticulously inscribing a series of standard conditions for the affiliated civilization onto the contract. These stipulations were notably lenient, essentially establishing a contract of near equality. The most vital clause mandated that the affiliated civilization must remain absolutely loyal, forbidding any betrayal. Furthermore, the affiliated civilization was granted the freedom to cultivate its technological advancements without any restrictions. Notably, the contract even omitted any provisions for tribute, resembling more of a benevolent assistance agreement. Lon Luo recognized that imposing overly stringent conditions might inadvertently complicate relations with the Flame Dragon civilization, for the future remains uncertain. Thus, he opted for relatively lenient terms, ensuring a stable and enduring cooperative relationship between both parties. Within the spacious and bright conference room of the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, the high-ranking officials gathered, intently scrutinizing the information collected by the unmanned fleet. In the affiliated civilization's star system, vast immigration ships lay silently in orbit around the mother planet of the affiliated civilization. Countless planetary transport vessels flitted back and forth like busy bees between the immigration ships and the planets. However, on the opposite end of the star system lay a drastically different scene. It was a stark battlefield where each side commanded approximately 1,000 warships engaged in fierce combat. Multicolored energy beams intertwined and flickered in the void, accompanied by the explosions and disintegration of numerous warships. The unmanned warships continued to gather various intelligence from within the star system, even attempting to establish contact with the mother planet of the affiliated civilization, but to no avail. Faced with such a perplexing situation, the officials felt a deep sense of confusion and unease. After thorough deliberation, they resolved to persist in gathering intelligence and comprehensively decrypting and analyzing the acquired data. The following morning, after a long night of waiting and effort, a breakthrough was finally achieved. a small stealth probe successfully infiltrated the mother planet of the affiliated civilization, returning with more detailed and critical information. The revelation was shocking. The affiliated civilization was currently enduring an unprecedented onslaught, their condition exceedingly dire. The colossal immigration ships in orbit around the planet were not of the affiliated civilization, but rather sent by hostile forces. These malevolent entities harbored ulterior motives, their sole aim being the capture of slaves. Over the past period, billions of citizens from the affiliated civilization had tragically fallen victim to this ruthless capture operation. Chapter 67. The affiliated civilization turns out to be the Mermaid Clan. The mother planet of the affiliated civilization was once a vibrant and thriving world. It comprised vast oceans, covering 95% of its expanse, with a mere 5% land. The once clear and transparent waters resembled a colossal sapphire embedded in the cosmos. However, the present state of affairs is disheartening. The images captured by the pearl-shaped camera released from the stealth probe were meticulously examined frame by the officials. Under the lens, the entire ocean had become unrecognizable. A plethora of chemical weapons had been recklessly deployed into the sea, rendering the water a chaotic spectrum of colors. Murky and polluted, the azure ocean of yesteryear had vanished, replaced by a realm of filth and desolation. With their habitat so severely compromised, the beings of the affiliated civilization could no longer dwell within the ocean's embrace. They were compelled to abandon their familiar homes, fleeing to the scant land available. Yet, what awaited them was a trap laid by hostile forces. These innocent lives, defenseless, could only surrender to their captors. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this affiliated civilization was none other than the fabled Mermaid Clan of Blue Star. The mermaids, with their elongated forms and kind hearts, typically measure around 2.53 meters in length. Their lower halves exquisitely shaped and undeniably graceful. They possess tall statures, striking features, and the females exude elegance, while the males, though fewer in number, are handsome and captivating, radiating an alluring charm. Naturally gentle and benevolent, they seek no conflict. Who could have imagined that such a beautiful race would encounter such a tragic fate? Perhaps, deep within that boundless ocean, dwelled a group of enchanting mermaid maidens. Their flowing hair danced like seaweed, shimmering with mesmerizing golden hues. Their eyes sparkled like gems of the ocean, exuding boundless warmth and mystery. The upper halves of mermaid women radiate unparalleled allure, while their lower halves are adorned with resplendent tails. The scales on their tails glimmer with iridescent colors, and as they swim, they appear as if they are ethereal silks fluttering in the wind, a breathtaking sight that leaves one entranced. Once, they glided freely within the ocean's embrace, frolicking with schools of fish and dancing with the waves. Their melodious voices resonated like divine music, echoing across the vast ocean, as if nature's most exquisite offering. Yet, with the passage of time, they now find themselves merely scraping by on this land, struggling to survive. Desperate to evade the grim fate of becoming cosmic slaves, they are forced to hide, lurking within rivers, streams, or marshes, living in constant fear and uncertainty. After thorough investigation and research, the high-ranking officials of the Flame Dragon civilization finally unveiled the hidden truths and the full scope behind this matter. It turned out that the Mermaid Clan, having resided in the immense ocean for an extended period, faced limitations in their technological advancement due to their environment. However, despite the numerous challenges, they persevered through their wisdom and efforts, successfully advancing to a level 09 civilization. They had even developed the capability to traverse between their mother planet and its moons. Perhaps it is precisely due to their inherent kindness and beauty that they have garnered the favor of fate. The merfolk were fortunate to be embraced by the Carol Empire, a civilization at the midpoint of level 4, becoming its subordinate civilization. The Carol family imposed relatively lenient conditions on its subordinate civilizations, although they were required to pay tribute. It remained within manageable limits. Just as they were filled with joy, believing they could develop and flourish under the protection of the Carol, an unforeseen event shattered their illusions. At a crucial moment, when the Carol Empire was striving to ascend to the latter stages of level 4 civilization, an incredibly powerful and enigmatic unknown civilization emerged. This unknown civilization, with a devastating force, effortlessly annihilated the Carol Empire, leaving the entire central region of the galaxy in shock. Following the obliteration of the Carol Empire, this formidable unknown civilization seemed to vanish without a trace, and no further news of it reached the galaxy's core. Subsequently, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. individuals from a level 3 civilization began to spy on the merfolk and eventually engaged in violent confrontations. Their sole objective was to capture the merfolk and enslave them. It turned out that the merfolk, possessing unique appearances and enchanting voices, made other civilizations in the galaxy covetous of having such exquisite merfolk as pets. Thus, these individuals embarked on a frenzied struggle for dominance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the merfolk's home star system, a fierce battle was erupting. The conflict was ignited between two slave trader civilizations from different star systems, each vying for the ownership of the merfolk. After all, whoever could acquire these precious merfolk would reap substantial profits in the slave market. After exchanging glances with the various guardians and elders, Lon Luo and the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, Lon Luo broke the silence, stating, "Time is of the essence. Let us immediately commence a rescue operation. Our first priority is to locate the queen of the merfolk and present our terms for subordinate civilizations. If she agrees and is willing to sign the contract, we can directly integrate them into the Mothership. Should she refuse, we will have no choice but to seize the immigrant ships of the slave traders and lead them to safety." Lon Luo articulated his comprehensive plan in one breath. "I support this plan." Wang Weiguo promptly expressed his endorsement, adding, "Simultaneously, I would like to recommend 2 individuals to meet with the merfolk queen, tasked with executing this critical mission." Upon hearing Wang Weiguo's remarks, his longtime partner Li Jianya nodded in agreement and regarded Wang Weiguo with a curious gaze. "Oh, Elder Wang, may I inquire as to which 2 you are recommending?" Lan Luo asked with intrigue, pondering that someone would so openly seek favor, indicating that the 2 individuals Wang Weiguo had in mind must possess exceptional qualities. Wang Hu and Wang Long, Wang Weiguo stated without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, a knowing expression appeared on Li Jianya's face, and he turned his gaze towards his old companion. Wang Weiguo quickly glanced at Li Jianya before straightening his posture with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Fan Yu seemed to recall something and concurred with Wang Weiguo's proposal. "I believe dispatching this duo of brothers is the most suitable choice." Subsequently, everyone began to discuss the illustrious exploits of the Tiger and Dragon brothers, and ultimately, all members unanimously approved Wang Weiguo's suggestion. Thus, the candidates to meet with the merfolk queen were successfully determined. "Leader, I propose that we expedite the construction of 20-30 immigrant ships for the merfolk. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the merfolk have a population of at least over 2 billion on their home planet." Elder Wang Yaoyao also offered a highly constructive suggestion, which quickly garnered the endorsement of all members. While the merfolk coexist in the same environment as the Flame Dragon civilization, one being a terrestrial civilization and the other an aquatic one, it is essential to create warships suitable for the merfolk's survival, akin to the oceans of Blue Star. "Everyone, I suspect that the powerful civilization that annihilated the Carol civilization is likely the Farm Master civilization from the Juling Star system." Bai Qing's words stirred a wave of tension among the assembly. The civilization of the Juling Star system, known for raising colossal beasts on their planets, had been dubbed the Farm Master civilization by the Flame Dragon civilization. "This is highly probable," Lon Luo concurred, feeling that Bai Qing's assertion was indeed accurate. Chapter 68. The Crisis Facing the Flame Dragon Civilization. The Farm Master civilization loomed over the Flame Dragon civilization like a colossal mountain, weighing heavily upon them. Should they fail to remove this burdensome peak, the path forward for the Flame Dragon civilization would undoubtedly be obstructed, leaving even the authorities feeling somewhat powerless and breathless. What, then, is the purpose behind their destruction of the Carol Empire? One elder queried, perplexed. What else could it be? Reflecting on the Blue Star era, why did the Eagle Nation suppress the Bear Nation, and why did they blockade us? The answer is self-evident, Zhao Li, a senior figure from a Dragon Nation who had lived through the Blue Star era, articulated incisively. Indeed, the Farm Master civilization is systematically stifling those civilizations with the potential to ascend to the late stages of level 4. With the Carol Empire serving as the most striking example, a steady and authoritative voice suddenly resonated, and all turned to see that the speaker was the First Guardian. Qinlong. It is well known that the position of the First Guardian holds substantial significance. His insights and understanding of the political realm are unparalleled, and his words carry considerable weight. "Elder Qin, what action should we take next?" Lan Luo inquired respectfully, eager to glean Qinlong's vision for the future, especially given the immense crisis facing the Flame Dragon civilization. "First and foremost, we must handle the matter of the merfolk with care, ensuring their safe integration into the Mothership. In the future, when undertaking missions, we must refrain from deploying manned warships unless absolutely necessary. Analyzing the current situation, it is highly likely that the Farm Master civilization is actively searching for us, and their intentions are unmistakable. They wish to eradicate us. Just observe the fate of the Carol civilization. The Farm Master would not permit any civilization capable of evolving beyond the mid-level 4 to exist, let alone us, who have already entered the late stages of level 4. If circumstances become dire, we might consider retreating to preserve our strength, rather than engaging in a full frontal confrontation with the center of the galaxy. We should prioritize our own development and growth, and when the time is ripe, we can settle this score. Qin Long laid out his deductions, and the assembly pondered his reasoning, quickly finding clarity. We have become targets. It appears that the Farm Master civilization is running out of potential and fears that other civilizations may rise to threaten them, Feng Yu remarked with resignation. Following this, the meeting discussed future directions for development and strategies for action. An hour later, a small warship departed from the Mothership, heading towards the Merfolk planet. Brother, a warship? And it's a small vessel from the Sky Sword Legion, Wang Long exclaimed, marveling at the various facilities on the bridge. Smack! A well-thought-out plan. After this mission, we will officially be known as the Expedition Team. Wang Hu playfully slapped the back of Wang Long's head. Brother, I just had an epiphany, and now it's clear. Wang Long muttered, feeling aggrieved. Wang Hu, pondering the situation, thought it was simply a matter of course, and resolved to be more cautious in the future. The small warship, akin to a meteor shimmering with a faint glow, glided silently through the profound darkness of space, transporting the two to a secluded corner of the outer orbit of Mermaid Star. It deftly evaded the rigorous patrol network of the immigrant fleet, resembling a silent specter that delicately deposited a small craft in the distant void. This vessel emanated an aura of mystery and subtlety. It was a fully cloaked ship meticulously crafted by the military. This advanced technology endowed it with the unique ability to elude detection from civilizations below level 4, rendering it virtually invisible in the cosmos. Today, cloaking technology has reached a level of maturity, yet its exorbitant cost has hindered widespread application, resulting in only a limited number of small ships being equipped with this remarkable capability. Nevertheless, despite the myriad of peculiar detection methods employed by civilizations below level 4, there was no cause for concern regarding the discovery of such a highly secretive vessel. The duo of Wang Long and Wang Hu, the Tiger and Dragon brothers, swiftly and accurately arrived at the Queen's location, guided by the precise coordinates indicated by their detector. Come forth and breathe. Wang Long bellowed hoarsely into the small lake before him, clutching a translator. We are truly here to assist you. We genuinely come to aid you. I know your queen is right here. Wang Hu followed with a statement meant to assert their intentions. No sooner had the words left his lips than the previously tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted with a wave surging toward them. With a crisp sound of splashing water, an extraordinarily beautiful mermaid emerged, half of her form gracefully poised above the surface. She appeared as if she were standing in the water, her figure elegant and breathtaking. May I inquire as to your race? Why do you bear such a resemblance to us? The melodious voice of the female mermaid floated through the air, tinged with a hint of curiosity and caution. Greetings. We are of the Flame Dragon civilization, fortuitously passing by this place, and we happen upon your unprecedented plight of extermination. Therefore, we are more than willing to extend our assistance. Wang Long, with his forthright nature, was not swayed by the mermaid's enchanting beauty. After all, the educational system of the Flame Dragon civilization was exceptionally robust, fostering a profound understanding and recognition of cosmic civilizations among its populace. They would never entertain the absurd notion of blurring the lines of morality or seeking to wed a fish as a spouse. Their admiration for mermaids stemmed solely from an appreciation of their exquisite appearance and commendation of their kind hearts. More importantly, the reproductive method of the merfolk was distinct. Females required ingesting the pearls of male merfolk to conceive, entirely devoid of any form of sexual interaction. This unique reproductive approach sparked curiosity about the merfolk, and it was precisely this method that resulted in a scarcity of male merfolk within their population. This distinctive reproductive strategy meant that as long as pearls existed, they could propagate the next generation, with a single male merfolk capable of producing hundreds of pearls throughout his lifetime. However, among the offspring born from the pearls consumed by female mermaids, the number of males was exceedingly rare, prompting mermaids to store a considerable quantity of pearls for future needs. Have you learned about the Karo civilization? The benevolent merfolk, rather than expressing joy, continued to inquire about the status of the Karo civilization. Wang He replied, I regret to inform you that the Karo Empire has been obliterated by mysterious and formidable civilization. Alas, how will you assist us? What must we offer in return? The merfolk were exceedingly kind and possessed a penchant for exploring the mysteries of the universe. Yet their intelligence should not be underestimated. Moreover, having endured such a horrific genocide, it was only natural for them to seek assurance that the Flame Dragon civilization was genuinely here to help, rather than seeking to exploit their misfortune. We have awaited your response. Behold, this is our leader's document, which I hope you will convey to your queen. Wang Long, without any unnecessary preamble, handed over the waterproof document to the mermaid before him. As you wish, the female mermaid remarked, casting a surprised glance at Wang Long. Sensing the sincerity and directness in his words, with those 4 words uttered, she swiftly descended and propelled herself to the lake's depths, arriving at a residence that was half submerged and half above water. Queen Kasha Lo of the merfolk, adorned with an enchanting blue tail, radiated beauty akin to a pearl of the ocean, shimmering with resplendent light. Her visage was striking, her gaze clear and gentle, exuding kindness and wisdom. Her hair flowed like seaweed, emanating an alluring fragrance. Kashali, have there been any developments? The gentle, sorrowful voice of Queen Kasha Lo reached her ears. Sister, the Karo Empire has been annihilated, Kashali responded, her eyes closing in sorrow. Chapter 69. The merfolk joined the Flame Dragon civilization. Kashali, now is not the time for despair. Kasha Lo's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with anxiety and unrest. She was uncertain of the true intentions of these 2 unknown intelligent beings. Could they also be here to take advantage of their plight? As this thought crossed her mind, a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. She began to question. Her people had always been renowned for their benevolence, yet now they faced the tragic fate of becoming slaves. Was it all worth it? Sister, please don't be hasty, Kashali quickly reassured her. They resemble us closely, and their words seem quite sincere. This is a message from their leader. As she spoke, Kashali presented a document to Kasha Lo, as if it were their last glimmer of hope. Kasha Lo accepted the document, her mood gravely weighed down. Upon reading its contents, her eyes widened, and the tension in her body instantly relaxed. She felt as though a drowning person had just grasped a lifeline, her excitement causing her tail to thrash against the water surface. These conditions, Kasha Lo murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. The terms outlined in the document were exceedingly generous for the merfolk, leaving her in disbelief. Compared to the prospect of becoming slaves under a merchant civilization, this seemed to be their only viable option. Moreover, the conditions were surprisingly lenient. Kasha Lo silently scrutinized the terms within the document, contemplating the current situation. She couldn't help but wonder, could this be a sign of the favor of the deity of fate upon them once more? Perhaps this truly was an opportunity to alter the destiny of the merfolk. Kashali, go inform the 2 emissaries of the Flame Dragon civilization that we agree to their proposal. Very well, sister, I shall do so at once. With a few swift flicks of her tail, Kashali departed rapidly. I hope the proposals of the Flame Dragon civilization are genuine and not a deception, Kasha Lo murmured, massaging her brow. Miss Kashali, please ensure that the queen is informed. Let her join us at the flagship immediately, for our leader has been eagerly awaiting her arrival. After Kashali conveyed the message to Wang Long and the others, Wang, who promptly extended a warm invitation to the merfolk queen, expressing his hope that she would come aboard the Mothership to jointly sign the subordinate civilization treaty. Brother, how is it that I am completely unaware of the merfolk queen's impending visit to the Mothership? Moreover, it has yet to be officially approved. Wang, whose younger brother, inquired with a sense of bewilderment. With a sharp clap of his hands, a habitual gesture, Wang, who replied, have you forgotten that the leader's assistant once stated we could act with some leniency? He patiently elucidated to his brother. More than half an hour elapsed, and Kasha Li, employing some unknown method, successfully persuaded the queen. Thus, the mermaid queen Kasha Lo ascended the small spacecraft alongside Kasha Li. Lightning, please respond. This is Transparent Bird. Upon the spacecraft's entry into the cosmos, Wang, who swiftly established communication with the small warship, Lightning. Lightning acknowledges. Transparent Bird, please proceed. The response came promptly. Please hasten to coordinates XXXXX for extraction. The mermaid queen is aboard. Kindly inform the Mothership to prepare accordingly. Wang, who orchestrated the operation with remarkable composure. Lightning received. Transparent Bird, please activate the internal signal guidance. Once the queen boarded the small warship, the crew had already prepared a swimming pool for her and Kasha Li as a resting place. Kasha Lo followed Wang Hu and the others into the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization. Throughout the journey, she maintained a heightened state of vigilance, observing the formidable civilization with keen eyes. Upon entering the mothership, Kasha Lo was profoundly astonished by the spectacle before her. The vastness of the space was breathtaking, as if she had stepped into a mysterious and magnificent celestial realm. The advanced level of technology filled her with boundless anticipation and hope for the future. In a conference room specially prepared for both parties, Kasha Lo glided from one side of the pool to a glass partition standing a meter high. She then slowly extended her hands to firmly grasp the hand of Lan Luo, who approached from the opposite side. At that moment, the conference room presented a peculiar scene. On one side, the water rippled in a pool furnished with mermaid chairs. On the other, a solid floor with ordinary seating. The two parties sat across from each other at a rectangular table. When the impending subsidiary civilization treaty was placed before them, a lengthy and tense discussion commenced. Seconds turned into minutes, and the discourse persisted for a full 3 hours. Finally, Kasha Lo took a deep breath, stabilizing her somewhat agitated emotions. Resolutely, she picked up a pen and signed her name on the treaty. In that moment, she acutely felt the heavy burden of responsibility for the fate of the mermaid race gradually lifting. Lon Luo also took up the pen and inscribed his name on the document. Lon Luo, representing the Flame Dragon civilization, hereby signs this treaty. The contract, under the scrutiny of many eyes, transformed into 2 identical copies, one drifting down before Kasha Lo. Both parties sensed the gravity of the agreement, knowing that to violate it would bring about catastrophic consequences for their civilizations. Queen Kasha Lo, please secure the treaty. It pertains to the laws of causality in advanced civilizations. It must not be breached. Lon Luo then provided a brief introduction to the principles of causality. Thank you, leader. Kasha Li swiftly assumed her role. Upon realizing the authenticity and validity of the treaty, a joyous smile illuminated Kasha Lo's face, which she could not conceal. With the signing of the treaty, the mermaid race officially became a subsidiary civilization of the Flame Dragon civilization. Immediately, Lon Luo demonstrated the might of a level 4 civilization, exuding an aura of dominance on behalf of the subsidiary civilization. Order the unmanned fleet of the 4 divine beasts to engage. Annihilate the slave trader fleets in the Mermaid Star system. Command the 4 Corners Legion to launch, land on the slave transport vessels, and rescue the mermaid citizens. Deploy the Sky Sword Legion's transport ships to relocate the mermaid populace to the mothership. Understood. We shall ensure the mission's success. The 9 Legion commanders chorused in unison. Kasha Lo was overwhelmed with gratitude as she and her sister Kasha Li extended their highest respects to Lon Luo. Subsequently, the various legions sprang into action. The unmanned fleet surged toward the 2 slave trader fleets like a pack of wolves, effortlessly obliterating them. The 2 defeated slave trader civilizations were caught unawares, swiftly reduced to cosmic dust. The warriors of the 4 Corners Legion forcefully breached the defenses, boarding the slave transport vessels to liberate the trapped mermaid citizens, then coordinating with the Sky Sword Legion to facilitate the mermaid exodus. The transport ships of the Sky Sword Legion began to enter the Mermaid Star after the 4 Corners Legion secured the slave transport vessels in orbit. Groups of valiant warriors, equipped with floating intelligent projection devices, traversed the rivers, lakes, marshes, and every water-laden expanse of the continent. They broadcasted videos of the Mermaid Queen, their voices resonating through the heavens, as if to ensure the entire world would hear. Moreover, mermaids previously residing in the lakes acted as guides, skillfully maneuvering the aircraft through the Mermaid Star. One by one, mermaids with diverse expressions gradually appeared before the warriors. Under the detailed explanations of the guides and the vivid displays of the videos, the mermaids boarded the transport ships, setting forth for the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization. On a day 6 months later, the Mermaid Queen sat in her exclusive transport, gazing at the desolate mother planet, her heart swelling with boundless emotion and sorrow. She understood that the planet that once nurtured life could never reclaim its former glory. Turning to Li Yuan, the pilot of the Sky Sword Legion who accompanied her, she softly remarked, "Li Yuan, let us depart. The mother planet holds no hope for revival." Her words revealed a trace of helplessness, yet were imbued with a steadfast resolve to move forward. Chapter 70. The Queen You Call This a Lake? Once a vibrant mermaid star, the azure ocean had now lost its former luster. In its place lay a body of water seemingly ravaged by chemical weaponry. Various chemical substances intertwined and reacted, resulting in exponentially growing devastation. To restore the planet's ecological environment through its own purification capabilities would likely require millions of years. Within the Flame Dragon Palace on Blue Star, the original conference room had been entirely transformed to accommodate seats for the mermaid race. Concurrently, a brand new mermaid hall had risen behind the Flame Dragon Palace, Guardian Hall, an Elder Hall. The primary purpose of this mermaid hall was to facilitate the high-ranking members of the mermaid race in managing affairs on Blue Star. Leader as of now, all members of the mermaid race have been safely relocated to the transport ships within the Mothership. Li Xian reported to Lan Luo in a formal tone, detailing recent progress. Lan Luo, preoccupied with the menacing farm civilization that eyed the Flame Dragon civilization covetously, felt an unsettling sensation akin to being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. To ensure the safety of his kin, he decisively issued an order. Notify all legions that, aside from the unmanned warships, all personnel are strictly prohibited from venturing outside. Caution is the best strategy during this critical juncture. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the radiant sun, significant figures of the mermaid race, including the elders, guardians, and the queen, gathered in the spacious and well-lit conference room. Lon Luo surveyed the assembly, noting that everyone had arrived, and with a slight nod, he spoke in a steady voice. Today, we convene here to discuss two primary matters. The first concerns the arrangement of living quarters for the mermaid race. The second matter concerns whether the Flame Dragon civilization should continue its journey towards the center of the galaxy. Bai Qing pondered for a moment before expressing her opinion first. I propose that we designate the 72 lakes among the 8 continents for the habitation of the merfolk. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. Look, each continent has a surface area of approximately 3 million kilometers by 2 million kilometers. So carving out 9 colossal lakes is certainly feasible. Moreover, the food supplies for our mothership are located on the upper deck. So this arrangement will not adversely affect anyone else. Wang Yaoyao nodded in agreement and further elaborated. I concur with Bai Qing's proposal. We could evenly divide each continent into 9 regions, selecting a suitable location in each to establish a large lake for the merfolk. This way, we ensure their living space while fostering communication between our 2 civilizations. Elder Qin Long, upon hearing this, expressed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he spoke. This proposal is indeed commendable. The large-scale settlement of the merfolk will not only strengthen our bonds, but also bring more opportunities and development to the Flame Dragon civilization. His words served as a stabilizing force, allowing everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the merfolk queen and her 2 elders observed quietly, refraining from participating in the discussion, yet their faces radiated gratitude akin to a warm sun. Having just joined the Flame Dragon civilization, they felt like guests in a new realm and naturally refrained from overtaking the discourse regarding their own race's habitation. Through the collective planning, each continent was ultimately divided into 9 distinct regions, with a giant lake designated as the merfolk's residence in each area. The merfolk queen's eyes glistened with tears of joy, her tail gently rippling across the water's surface, a sentiment mirrored by the 2 elder merfolk. While her apparent tears seemed to convey emotion, her mind was racing with dreams of the possibilities ahead. Each lake would encompass an area approximately 5 times larger than the surface of Merfolk Star, which they affectionately referred to as the lake. How fortunate they were! With 72 lakes, that equated to 360 Merfolk Stars. Thus, the habitation issue for the Merfolk was resolved, with plans to distribute the 2 billion Merfolk evenly across each lake. At this juncture, Lon Luo interjected to proceed to the second matter of discussion. Well then, shall we continue our advance? Wang Weigua sighed deeply, expressing concern over the peculiarities of the farming civilization ahead. Yet, the dangers that lay ahead remained unknown. The guardian of the Guardian Hall voiced apprehension, stating, "We cannot allow fear to halt our progress." With unwavering resolve, Lon Luo declared, "The future of the Flame Dragon civilization lies at the galaxy's center." At this moment, Bai Qing rose and voiced her support for the leader's decision. "We have endured too many hardships to relinquish our journey so easily." Wang Yaoyao echoed, "Indeed, we must have faith in the strength of the Flame Dragon civilization." The Merfolk Queen stated, "We, the Merfolk, are also willing to march forward alongside you." Elder Qin Long stood, his voice commanding and authoritative. "What is there to fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall cover the land. With our mothership as our safeguard, we should advance fearlessly, boldly pressing onward. Yes, we shall forge ahead." Others chimed in, affirming their determination. "If necessary, we can always retreat and rise again." Lon Luo gazed at the assembly, his heart filled with emotion. "Then let us bravely stride towards the galaxy's center." Half a year later, the Mothership began to accelerate within the Merfolk star system before entering curvature travel. In the vast void, 35 light-years away, the Mothership emerged, commencing its journey through normal space. System, open personal panel. System, activate panel. The personal panel immediately materialized before him. Host, Lon Luo. Task civilization, Flame Dragon civilization, civilization level. Late stage level 4, civilization type. Starship civilization, Mothership technology accessibility. Late stage level 4, technology points, 24. 200 resource points, 2, 180, items, 1 special authority card. System, exchange for antimatter reactor technology, matter-antimatter contact control technology, and late-stage curvature engine technology. Beep. Exchange successful. Remaining technology points, 200. Lon Luo sighed, bemused that the system did not report the remaining technology points. Ah, we're still good friends. Li Xian, please come in. Once Li Xian entered, Lon Luo handed her 3 small orbs, instructing her to make copies and distribute them to each research institute. Li Xian accepted the orbs and promptly began her copying work. Upon receiving the materials, the research institutes swiftly organized personnel to study and learn. Meanwhile, Lon Luo remained diligent, acutely aware of the urgency to enhance the strength of the Flame Dragon civilization. He personally supervised the progress of various research projects, continuously adjusting plans to achieve optimal outcomes. Within the temporary immigrant ship housing the Merfolk, the streets were over a meter thick with water, and one by one, the Merfolk swam quickly towards the assembly point designated by the Flame Dragon officials. Due to the unique nature of the Merfolk, the majority of the swimming figures were female, with the occasional male Merfolk interspersed among them. The male Merfolk, surrounded by females, received a treatment akin to that of a national treasure, with a male-to-female ratio of approximately 1 to 100. The Merfolk lined up, proceeding in an orderly fashion. At the official assembly point, staff members guided the Merfolk, using a subconscious knowledge storage device to impart the dragon language. The Merfolk, possessing only a civilization level of 0.9, were filled with curiosity. After the first female Merfolk completed her instruction, the staff spoke directly in dragon language without the aid of a translator. Hello, can you understand what I'm saying? The Merfolk responded in dragon language. Yes, we can. The subconscious infusion required the Merfolk to develop their understanding, which was initially unfamiliar. The Merfolk in line behind them stretched their necks in curiosity, their expressions pleading, please hurry, we are all waiting anxiously. At the same time, the Flame Dragon officials busily gathered information on the Merfolk's habits and preferences. This data was essential for constructing the Merfolk's homes, seeking widespread solutions through extensive data analysis. Chapter 71. The Merfolk move into their new abode, how to construct the Merfolk's dwelling, and where to build were pressing questions that needed to be addressed. After prolonged and intense debates, the officials and the Merfolk scientists reached a consensus. The Merfolk's home should not be built underwater, but rather above the water surface. With the exceptional technological prowess of the Flame Dragon civilization, construction could be accomplished effortlessly, regardless of location. However, the critical consideration lay in planning for the long-term future of the Merfolk. The Merfolk scientists firmly believed that since intelligent life ultimately returns to the embrace of the cosmos, their habitat should not be confined to an underwater realm. Indeed, this notion had already begun to surface within Merfolk society. As early as the Merfolk Star era, a portion of their kin had commenced efforts to settle on the water surface or in proximity to islands. This trend undoubtedly became the prevailing direction for Merfolk development. The Flame Dragon civilization welcomed this prospect with open arms, as it would also facilitate interaction and exchange between the two communities. Consequently, the Flame Dragon civilization mobilized a significant number of intelligent machines to engage in the construction of the Merfolk's homeland. After a meticulous selection of location, a series of magnificent floating cities have emerged on the surface of the chosen lakes, springing forth like mushrooms after a rain. These cities are situated approximately 500 kilometers from the mainland, resembling brilliant pearls scattered across the undulating azure. Is there a concern about the potential threat of a tsunami? There is no need for alarm. It is worth noting that even the vast ocean surrounding the Mothership continent has never been stirred by tumultuous waves. How can your lake be disturbed by a tsunami? Although the lakes on the continent are exceptionally expansive and flow incessantly like the oceans of Earth, such factors are trivial when it comes to the water cities constructed by the Fire Dragon civilization. They stand as steadfast as mountains, seemingly anchored to the continent. In just a mere 6 months, the homeland of the Merfolk, boasting a population of 2 billion, was completed. They even established their own Academy of Sciences on some islands within the lakes. In a certain room aboard the Merfolk's immigration vessel, A charming and petite mermaid baby named Doria is joyfully swimming back and forth. Born on Mermaid Star, Doria is now 8 years old. Yet she appears akin to a human child of merely 4 years. The lifespan of merfolk is somewhat longer than that of humans. Without the injection of gene optimization fluid, they can live for over 120 years. Their physical development is also slower compared to humans, reaching adulthood at the age of 24. Doria swims incessantly beside her mother, her small mouth bubbling with a stream of bubbles. However, what leaves her mother feeling somewhat exasperated are her peculiar and whimsical questions. With her large, sparkling eyes, Doria suddenly inquires, "Mother, why don't merfolk have fathers?" Her mother ponders for a moment before replying, "Doria, we are the fire dragon merfolk, and our method of procreation differs from that of the fire dragons, which is why we do not have fathers." Her expression carries a hint of helplessness, as this child has always had many questions since their time on Mermaid Star, and it seems to have only intensified now. The merfolk once endured immense suffering, but fortunately, they were rescued by the fire dragon civilization and became an affiliated civilization, gaining the opportunity for the continuation of their culture. Since arriving aboard the Mothership and learning about the fire dragon civilization, the merfolk have willingly referred to themselves as the fire dragon merfolk. "Oh, is that so? Mother, when I grow old enough to go ashore, will my tail turn into legs?" Doria innocently poses another curious question. "Doria, when merfolk go ashore, their tails do not transform into legs," her mother patiently explains. As Doria's mother, Natasha, addresses the myriad of questions posed by her child, she simultaneously scrolls through her screen, carefully selecting a suitable new home for herself and Doria. The Queen has issued a directive for everyone to relocate to a new dwelling, so Natasha is keen to find the most satisfactory residence. Upon encountering a breathtaking water garden-style courtyard on her screen, she feels a wave of nostalgia. Every house captivates her. Yet she recalls the small mud pit where they once hid while fleeing from pursuers. A faint smile graces Natasha's lips as she reminisces about those moments. Life now is undeniably beautiful. However, she is unaware that had the two slave-trading civilizations not engaged in war, that small mud pit could never have shielded them from harm. After all, with the advanced technology of a level 3 civilization, even hiding in the vast ocean would not guarantee escape from capture, let alone a mere mud pit. In reality, the two civilizations had plunged into a fierce war over competing interests, causing their slave transport ships to linger in the orbit of Mermaid Star for 2 whole years. Nevertheless, they ultimately captured hundreds of millions of merfolk, only to be annihilated by the fire dragon civilization before they could return to their mother civilization. Natasha suddenly recalls something and turns to Doria, saying, "Doria, shall we visit the virtual world to select our residence?" "Yes, yes," Doria replies, her tail wagging excitedly. 2 hours later, Natasha and Doria have chosen their new home, awaiting the relocation scheduled for a week later. The day of the move arrives as anticipated, and the merfolk eagerly await at home. Dingling, a melodious chime echoes. This is the doorbell sound Doria selected herself, easily chosen via the smart assistant. "Mother, I'll open the door. I'll open the door," Doria exclaims, hastening towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, she discovers an oval-shaped floating robot, its streamlined body topped with a round, charming head, reminiscent of the character Eva from the film WALL-E. "Dear little Doria, tell your mother that we are now departing for our new home," the robot announces in a delightful voice. "Oh, all right, and that's my mother. Mother sounds better than mom." Doria emphasizes the alternative term for her mother from the internet. Doria and her mother, Natasha, follow the robot to the flying platform and board the aircraft, departing the immigration vessel. In a short span, they arrive at a vast lake on the Azure Dragon continent. As the aircraft gradually descends, a magnificent water city comes into view. The city streets are lined with crystal-clear lake water, and the aircraft lands in the garden, its underside submerged about 1 meter in the lake. Doria and Natasha open the cabin door and swim out. Half an hour later, Natasha has thoroughly inspected their 3-story villa, finding it utterly satisfying and identical to their selection in the virtual world. Meanwhile, the adorable Doria has been happily swimming around in the underwater levels of the villa. The merfolk's 3-story villas are uniquely designed, with 2 underwater levels and the uppermost level also covered by 15 meters of lake water, revealing over 2 meters above the surface. Natasha gazes at the beautiful garden courtyard, the complimentary family aircraft provided by the authorities, the new smart assistant, and even personal assistant specifically designed for merfolk children. Feeling deeply touched, at least during their time as vassals of the Karo civilization, they did not enjoy such privileges. The Karo Empire, compared to other level 4 civilizations, was already deemed one of the most privileged civilizations. It did not exert extreme pressure on its vassal civilizations and demanded relatively minimal tribute resources. However, it never regarded the vassal civilizations as equals and did not afford them equal status. As Natasha sits beside the garden courtyard, gently swaying her tail, she reflects on the past while dreaming of the future. Chapter 72, Merfolk and Humans. Natasha cannot help but reminisce about her days in the Karo Empire. Back then, they were merely a vassal civilization, yet now, under the Fire Dragon civilization, they have become an affiliated civilization. This seemingly insignificant difference in terminology actually signifies a vastly different level of treatment. The Karo civilization treated their vassal races with a degree of politeness, merely reducing the quantity of tribute resources. However, this was not out of goodwill. Rather, it was because those resources held no actual benefit for the development of the Karo civilization, thus allowing a reduction in tribute. Moreover, although the Karo Empire is nominally the principal civilization of the Merfolk, it has never genuinely extended any substantial assistance to them. The reluctance of other civilizations to wage war against the Merfolk is solely due to their apprehension regarding the formidable might of the Karo Empire. What the Karo Empire has done is merely to ensure that its vassal civilizations are not obliterated, and nothing more. After all, the annihilation of a vassal civilization would reflect poorly on the Karo Empire itself. However, the kind-hearted and innocent Merfolk bear no resentment towards the Karo civilization for its lack of support. Instead, they regard the Karo Empire as an exceptionally benevolent civilization. Such naive notions, perhaps, could only be held by those pure-hearted and unsullied beings like the Merfolk. Regardless of the events of the past, at the very least, the Karo Empire has safeguarded the Merfolk for nearly a millennium. Now, witnessing the actions of the Flame Dragon civilization towards them, the Merfolk felt an immense wave of emotion stirring within their hearts. Thus, they collectively declared their unwavering commitment to assist and pledge their allegiance to the illustrious Flame Dragon civilization. Upon hearing this, the Merfolk Queen felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the heavy burden on her shoulders could finally be lifted. From that moment on, no trace of sorrow or worry marred her visage. Under the patient guidance and assistance of the newly appointed intelligent steward, Nasha gradually acquainted herself with her surroundings and pertinent legal regulations. As her understanding deepened, so too did the joy swelling within her heart. It was revealed that the Flame Dragon officials had officially redefined the Merfolk as the Flame Dragon Merfolk, explicitly acknowledging them as an indispensable branch of the Flame Dragon civilization. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon civilization extended to them welfare benefits identical to those enjoyed by humans. Even the resources required for their daily sustenance were uniformly supplied from the upper levels of the Mothership, simultaneously to maintain ecological balance. Any form of collection or hunting of aquatic life within the lakes was strictly prohibited. Observing the myriad decisions made in consideration of the Merfolk, Nasha turned her gaze towards job opportunities. A safety officer at the lakeside resort? That sounds intriguing. Moreover, it involves working in the shallow swimming area, overseeing the human children. How perfectly suited for our Merfolk, Nasha thought with excitement. Without hesitation, she submitted her application, eagerly anticipating the prospect of securing this position. Merely half a minute later, the intelligent steward delivered the delightful news. She had successfully been hired. Subsequently, the steward provided Nasha with a detailed overview of her new responsibilities. According to the schedule, she was required to work 3 hours from Monday to Friday, and 5 hours on Saturday. Since entering the Starship era, the Flame Dragon civilization had undergone significant transformations. A month was now fixed at 30 days, divided into 5 weeks, with each week comprising 6 days. Work hours were restricted to 4.5 days, with a daily maximum of 5 hours. Such regulations ensured a high quality of life while allowing room for technological advancement. Additionally, salary levels were clearly defined, with a minimum of 5,000 and a maximum of 50,000 per month. This limitation effectively curtailed excessive capital accumulation, ensuring resources could be allocated more judiciously towards technological development. In reality, the monthly expenditures of individuals were remarkably low, often less than 100. Essential needs such as clothing, food, and transportation were stringently regulated by the authorities, deterring both individuals and factions from transgressing these boundaries. Such policies safeguarded basic necessities while fostering societal stability and fairness. Meats, and other food items cost merely a trifling 1 dragon coins per pound as a symbolic fee. Furthermore, Family flying apparatuses were distributed free of charge by the authorities to every household. As for the garden villas and the enchanting courtyards where the merfolk resided, these are considered public assets. Residents choosing to inhabit them could enjoy unlimited usage rights, but should they vacate, the properties would be reclaimed. The clothing situation was equally astonishing. Each individual was provided with 3 remarkable pieces of nano-clothing, capable of transforming into various styles at will, catering to the pursuit of fashion and individuality. Nasha listened with rapt attention as the intelligent steward elaborated on the various facets of the Flame Dragon civilization. Upon discovering her impressive salary of 7,500, she found herself pondering how best to utilize this substantial sum. Yet, she remained unaware that this dilemma was not hers alone. It was a common concern shared by many Flame Dragon citizens. In truth, numerous individuals had long lost track of their wealth. The citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization no longer fixated on the amount of their salaries, but rather focused on the nature of their work, considering whether it aligned with their interests and passions. With significantly extended lifespans, people eagerly sought to explore diverse life experiences, with some even volunteering for overtime to fill their leisure time. Nasha, accompanied by Doria, visited nearby neighbors, familiarizing herself with the surroundings and even recommending her new job to newly acquainted sisters. As the morning sun glistened upon the courtyard waters, Nasha contacted her neighbor colleagues while adorning Doria in a charming little Princess Hanfu. The nano-clothing, designed specifically for merfolk, flowed gracefully in the water, undulating with Doria's movements as if caught in a gentle breeze. Nasha then led Doria onto the flying apparatus, relaying the coordinates to the intelligent AI, and the vehicle ascended into the sky. 3 minutes later, 3 flying apparatuses converged in mid-air, forming a convoy towards the lakeside. Nasha, along with her 2 mermaid sisters and the lively Doria, sat atop a pillar-like platform in the shallow water, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Soon, Flame Dragon citizens began to arrive at the resort, greeting the merfolk amicably and even adding them as friends. Having previously interacted with the merfolk in the virtual realm, the citizens were not given to frenzied gawking. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a call for help. A little girl had become entangled in the ribbons she had brought and was struggling to stay afloat. Without hesitation, Nasha leapt into the water like an arrow, swiftly reaching the girl, lifting her up, and soothing her while untangling the ribbons. The girl, just over 4 years old and similar in age to Doria, with her fair, tender complexion, sweetly expressed her gratitude, calling Nasha pretty mermaid sister. In that moment, Nasha's maternal instincts surged forth. Just look at how endearing and compliant she is. Oh, Doria, if only you were as well behaved. The other 2 mermaid sisters quickly joined in to assist, and the little girl soon became fast friends with Doria. Her name was Tang Xianxian, and her parents expressed their heartfelt gratitude, becoming good friends with Nasha as well. This small incident further underscored to Nasha the significance of her work. She resolved to diligently protect this aquatic realm and ensure the safety of its visitors. However, just minutes later, Nasha and Tang Xuanxuan's parents exchanged puzzled glances. Xianxian, come up to the shore, called Tang Xianxian. Doria, come down into the water, replied Doria. If you're so capable, come up. Jialen dang suan sun. If you're so capable, come down, retorted Doria. Chapter 73, The Approach of Danger. The life of the merfolk had settled into a serene rhythm. The Mothership continued its leisurely voyage through the void. The commander, upon receiving a message from the reconnaissance squad on duty, was informed of an exceedingly intense energy fluctuation emanating from a galaxy located 2 light-years ahead, which preliminary assessments attributed to the possibility of a cosmic conflict. The communications officer of the Qinglong Legion, visibly anxious, reported this latest intelligence to Commander Bai Haojuan. Seated in the command chair, Bai's gaze remained fixed on the screen before him, his brow furrowing momentarily before he regained his composure. He was acutely aware that in the vast expanse of the universe, various dangers could emerge at any moment, necessitating a calm and measured response. Without dwelling excessively on the matter, he ordered the fleet to circumvent the galaxy and proceed along the preordained course. Bai Haojuan's voice was steady and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. His decision garnered unanimous approval from the surrounding staff, for prudence was indeed the wisest course in the face of unknown threats. At that moment, the atmosphere within the core chamber of the Mothership was tense, as everyone was wholly absorbed in executing their respective duties. The formidable Qinglong Legion was on duty here, and all the unmanned warships outside the Mothership were under their command. Reflecting on their previous experience traversing the Void Dark Zone, various legions had gleaned invaluable lessons. Nowadays, The rotation of legions on duty to address the myriad crises of the cosmos had become a customary practice. This orderly operational mode had rendered the entire Yanhuang civilization more resilient and powerful. Following the departure of the communications officer, by Hao Jiwen, adhering to protocol, promptly reported the encountered situation to the Guardian Hall. As the core decision-making institution of the Yanhuang civilization, the Guardian Hall placed immense importance on any potential threats. However, the response received this time was rather succinct. Handle it independently. Clearly, the Yanhuang civilization was currently beset by numerous challenges and pressures. Beyond addressing the issues surrounding communication and collaboration with the merfolk, it was crucial to concentrate efforts on advancing scientific research. It was evident that the existence of the farmer civilization had imposed unprecedented stress upon the Yanhuang civilization. To establish a foothold and thrive amidst this fierce competition, the Yanhuang civilization must continually enhance its strength and bolster its technological innovation capabilities. Only then could they better defend their civilization and explore the vast expanses of the universe. By the year 2200 of the Starship era, after decades of development, humanity had entered a wholly new epoch. Throughout these years, the Yanhuang civilization had showcased unparalleled technological prowess and an innovative spirit. However, despite their significant achievements in technology, ascending to the pinnacle of a level 4 civilization still required overcoming numerous challenges and obstacles. From the current perspective, they had a long journey ahead. Within the core chamber above the Blue Star, the members of the White Tiger Legion on duty were engrossed in their tasks, remaining ever vigilant, their senses attuned to the slightest anomalies. Commander Li Jihao, as per usual, diligently maintained his post on the bridge of the core chamber, poised to respond to any potential emergencies that might arise. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent alarm pierced the tranquility. Report, S-Class danger level. This unexpected proclamation reverberated throughout the entire bridge like a thunderclap. Li Jihao, without pausing to ascertain the specifics of the peril, made an immediate decision. Urgently dispatching a notification to the Yanhuang Palace, encountering S-Class danger, please take swift action. In the span of merely 3 minutes after receiving the message, the Yanhuang Palace, located on the Blue Star, swiftly responded. 5 aircraft shot into the sky like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the core chamber suspended above the Blue Star. High-ranking leaders, including Lan Luo, hurriedly arrived at the bridge, and, as soon as they landed, Lon Luo eagerly inquired about the situation. General Li Jihao, what exactly has transpired? Why has the S-Class alarm been triggered? Having already gathered information from the communications department, Li Jihao appeared somewhat shaken. Leader, fluctuations exceeding level 9 in energy have been detected within an 8 light-year radius, and the stars within this range have extinguished. What is the extent? How many stars have gone dark? Bai Qing pressed for details. Madam Leader, within a 3 light-year radius, 11 stars have abruptly extinguished, while several others are dimming. Li Jihao responded with remarkable speed, as most of the Legion members had learned methods to address cosmic crises from Bai Qing. A dimensional strike. This must be the handiwork of the farmer civilization, Bai Qing quickly deduced. The unmanned fleet was instructed to continue advancing, while the Mothership increased its distance from the fleet. Subsequently, Lon Luo issued new orders. 100 unmanned vessels accelerate immediately, while the Mothership alters course towards the nearby galaxy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, as the Yanhuang civilization's unmanned fleet traversed at a quarter the speed of light. Suddenly, a shrill and piercing alarm resonated throughout the alert radar system. Within the core chamber of the Mothership, a visibly anxious communications officer rushed to the control console, urgently report. Signs of curvature travel detected in the star region to the left of the unmanned fleet. Upon hearing this news, the commander of the Tianjin Legion, Li Jihao, unhesitatingly issued a command, immediately ascertain its final curvature position. His voice was calm and resolute, exuding a sense of decisiveness and authority. Understood, the communications officer quickly responded, initiating operations at the control console while anxiously monitoring the data on the screen. As seconds ticked by, 2 minutes later, the communications officer once again announced loudly, report. The target will conclude curvature travel in 10 minutes and will appear within 300 million kilometers of the unmanned fleet. The Mothership was ordered to conceal itself, ensuring that the unmanned fleet maintained silence. Beside him, Lon Luo promptly added a remark, fully aware of the gravity of the situation necessitating cautious measures. The communications officer, not daring to delay, immediately relayed the new directive to the control team of the unmanned fleet. The entire fleet instantly entered a state of heightened alert. silently awaiting the arrival of the unknown enemy. Li Jihao furrowed his brow, for as an experienced commander, he could not believe that the other party was merely passing through. He pondered potential counter-strategies while closely observing the unfolding situation. We shall know more once their travel concludes. Let us not overly fret. It may not necessarily be the farmer civilization. Wang Weigua attempted to soothe the group's anxieties, though doubt and concern loomed in his own heart. Suddenly, the void to the left of the unmanned fleet ignited with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a fantastical spectacle in the cosmos. Momins Latte. A battered and dilapidated warship slowly emerged from the curvature space. Its hull was marred by the scars of battle, presenting a particularly desolate and ruinous appearance. Upon its emergence, the warship advanced toward the unmanned fleet, even directly transmitting 5 data packets of significant magnitude. It then immediately sent a voice message in hundreds of languages. Upon receipt, the unmanned fleet swiftly translated the voice message through its language archive. Flee, escape at all costs, flee from the galactic center, flee the galaxy. The 5 data packets were promptly forwarded to the Mothership's data backup repository, which was then immediately isolated. What remains unclear to Lan Luo. These 5 data packets undoubtedly contain the core secrets of the galactic center, perhaps even intelligence from the farmer civilization. Report. Data has been received. The backup database has been isolated, and there is no danger present. Immediately instruct the unmanned fleet to initiate curvature travel, with the target directly ahead, at a distance of 45 light-years. Once the journey concludes, sever the connection and abandon the unmanned fleet. Lon Luo has taken command and issued 2 consecutive orders. Understood. Chapter 74. A powerful strike, departing from the galactic center. Leader this. Li Jihao hesitantly began. General Li, one must sever ties to avoid chaos, Elder Qin interjected, signifying the current grave situation. However, surprises often strike unexpectedly. As the unmanned fleet began to accelerate, preparing to enter curvature travel, a mysterious and bizarre light suddenly appeared among the fleet, bursting forth with intensity. Initially, this light was merely a faint point, yet in the blink of an eye, it expanded at an astonishing rate. Like an immense web of light, it enveloped the entire fleet in a tight embrace. Within this radiance seemed to lie an indescribable and incomprehensible power. Under the influence of this force, the communications system of the unmanned fleet descended into chaos, with warning signals and alarms echoing incessantly. As the light intensified, all personnel in the core chamber of the mothership fell silent, collectively gripped by terror as they perceived the once tranquil cosmic expanse around them transform into a tumultuous maelstrom in an instant. This upheaval resembled an invisible giant hand ruthlessly kneading and compressing the very fabric of space, causing the entire universe to tremble. Simultaneously, the robust metallic hull of the unmanned battleships began to emit eerie, creaking sounds, as if they were enduring unbearable torment. Faced with this irresistible force, the structural integrity of the battleships began to twist and contort, ultimately collapsing into ruin. The energy shields shattered like fragile soap bubbles, disintegrating into countless minuscule energy particles, scattering like stars in the void. At this moment, the might of the farmer civilization exhibited an unparalleled, overwhelming advantage. The once resplendent hulls of the unmanned battleships were now ruthlessly compressed into tightly clustered metallic spheres. All of this resembled a bizarre and heart-stirring tableau within the cosmos. The once formidable unmanned fleet now appeared utterly powerless and fragile in the face of this dimensional assault. The sounds of metal fracturing, the relentless alarms, and various chaotic noises intermingled, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming silence. Ultimately, the entire unmanned fleet vanished completely amidst a dazzling yet terrifying brilliance. Erased from this distorted cosmic space, only the mothership remained, drifting alone in the quiet darkness of space, as if it were the final witness of this brutal conflict. How terrifying! Is this how it ends? Zhao Yao muttered in horror, her voice trembling almost to the point of being inaudible. The force field weapon. It's a force field attack. Li Jianya shouted in a fit of hysteria. It was no wonder they were so unhinged, for that previous attack had been truly horrifying. Across a span of half a light year, the energy in the universe was in utter disarray. Various cosmic calamities followed in quick succession, and the mothership was not spared. Caught within this half-light-year zone, the mothership's position was perilously close to a planet, and the celestial bodies and asteroids at the edge of this system were ruthlessly annihilated, reduced to endless cosmic dust. Just as everyone remained awestruck by the mothership's formidable prowess, A sudden scream from Li Zhihao shattered the silence. Oh my, there's still. A peculiar point of light emerged quietly just 100 kilometers from the mothership, identical in form to what the unmanned fleet had previously encountered. However, when all had settled, the astonished onlookers discovered that the star system where the mothership resided had become unrecognizable. The stars within the system had quietly extinguished, and the planets and asteroids had vanished, directly shattered into dust, drifting like nebulae in the void. Yet, the massive mothership stood steadfast, a colossal edifice against the cosmos. Ding! The Pangu is under attack. Energy reserves have decreased by 0.1, remaining at 999. The system's alert broke the stillness. Upon hearing this, Lon Luo furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. Given the current circumstances, the mothership was not facing any immediate peril. However, they were now ensnared in a precarious situation. With energy reserves dwindling, they would ultimately have to rely on the mothership's sturdy hull to withstand the onslaught. Lan Luo pondo sidenti. He was determined not to allow the mothership to become a mere experiment for the farmer civilization. Although the mothership could not initiate a counterattack, its technological capabilities had only reached late-stage level 4, relying solely on its formidable passive defense system to endure. However, if they remained trapped with the farmer civilization's continuous assaults, it would not be long before they recognized the mothership's inability to retaliate. At that point, the mothership would undoubtedly become a mere plaything for experimentation. Lon Luo meticulously explained the situation to everyone, and they all concurred that they should temporarily distance themselves from the galactic center. However, unbeknownst to Lan Luo, the immense power displayed by the mothership had instilled profound fear within the farmer civilization. They mistakenly believed they were under attack from a higher civilization. At this moment, the farmer civilization found itself in a dilemma. Facing such a formidable advanced civilization, escape was evidently impossible. Yet, if they chose to surrender, they feared more severe repercussions. In desperation, they could only pin their last hope on the possibility that their adversary might show mercy and grant them a chance at survival. Ultimately, they deliberated on two plans, with only two paths remaining before them: surrender or fight to the death. After careful consideration, they resolved to take the plunge. They fully understood their actions in the galaxy and were acutely aware of the brutal laws of survival in the cosmos. They had already launched an assault against this advanced civilization's warship. Even if they chose to surrender, they could not escape the fate of annihilation. What they could analyze, the elders of the Yanhuang civilization and the guardians certainly could not overlook. At this very moment, within the mothership of the Yanhuang civilization, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Alas, leader, it has come to this. We must resort to that special access card. Guardian Qin long spoke with a face of regret. Indeed, let us use it. They concurred. This way, at the very least, we can obscure our true capabilities, preventing them from recklessly pursuing us. Bai Qing echoed, offering her perspective. After a moment of silence, Lon Luo finally made up his mind. Very well, let's proceed. System immediately utilized the special access card to execute a space jump, targeting the unmanned star systems surrounding the Lul star system. As his words fell, a confirming chime resonated, and the system's prompt emerged, initiating space jump. In the next moment, the colossal mothership vanished into the void, as if it had never existed. This unforeseen turn of events plunged the farmer civilization into a state of panic once more. They had not anticipated that the Flame Dragon civilization possessed such formidable capabilities, prompting them to hastily order a contraction of their territorial boundaries. In an instant, the warships of the farmer civilization stationed in the central region of the galaxy began their retreat towards their stronghold. To expedite their return, they even deemed it necessary to abandon a significant number of battle factories and other vital facilities. Consequently, for a considerable duration, the other civilizations in the galaxy's center completely lost all traces of this enigmatic civilization. They could not help but ponder the whereabouts of this mysterious and powerful civilization. Would they return? Would they, as before, emerge to obliterate one intermediate level force civilization after another? These queries became an indelible shadow haunting the minds of the civilizations at the galaxy's heart. Chapter 75, The Return to the Lulu System. In the year 3300 of the starship calendar, within the Flame Dragon Palace on Blue Star, Lon Luo stood before a vast transparent window. Through the projection screen, he gazed out at the boundless expanse of the starry sky. His resolute visage was etched with aspirations for the future and a profound sense of responsibility. Leader, this is the culmination of our technological achievements over the millennia, Wang Wei was said, briskly approaching Lon Luo while holding a data report. Lon Luo turned and accepted the report, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. The breakthroughs in antimatter reactor technology, antimatter contact control technology, and advanced curvature engine technology represent a monumental leap for our civilization, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Li Jianya continued, Leader, the breakthrough in antimatter reactor technology has brought our energy supply to the brink of infinity, allowing our energy technologies to effortlessly reach level 9. Lan Luo eagerly added, moreover, mastering the antimatter contact control technology has enabled us to utilize energy more efficiently, resulting in unprecedented enhancements to our weapon systems. Lon Luo nodded. And what are the advanced curvature engine technology? It is the key to achieving interstellar long-distance travel. Wang Weiguo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Leader, we have successfully surmounted this technological challenge. Traversing the Milky Way is no longer a distant dream. Lon Luo took a deep breath. After a millennium of effort, we finally stand at the pinnacle of level 4 civilization. But this is merely the beginning. Our mission is to guide our civilization toward the broader universe. The eyes of the assembly were filled with determination and resolve. They understood that the road ahead remained long. After the massive mothership resolutely departed from the galaxy's center, it mysteriously reappeared in an uninhabited star system approximately 7 light-years from the Lulu system. Surprisingly, the Flame Dragon civilization did not proceed with its voyage, but rather chose to quietly anchor in this vast and silent uninhabited star system. From that moment onward, the inhabitants of the mothership resolved to establish roots here, dedicating themselves to relentless development. Over the years, Lan Luo persistently labored without respite, despite enduring countless failures and setbacks. He never wavered nor surrendered. With his remarkable intellect and tenacious spirit, he achieved significant technological breakthroughs time and again. These accomplishments not only propelled the entire civilization forward, but also earned him the esteemed title of Marquis. Today, he possessed ample credentials to stand proudly beside Lon Luo, collaboratively envisioning the future of their civilization. At this moment, Lon Luo's expression was grave yet resolute. His gaze swept across the assembled scientists, and he spoke with steady authority. Esteemed scientists, our Flame Dragon civilization now stands at a critical juncture of technological advancement. The antimatter reactor technology is a magnificent achievement, and I implore you to expedite its application within the core energy supply system of our warships. This will significantly enhance our warships' propulsion and endurance, transforming our energy attacks and shields fundamentally. He continued, simultaneously, the breakthrough in antimatter contact control technology opens new strategic avenues. Promptly apply this technology in the manufacture of antimatter bombs to bolster our strategic deterrence against potential threats. Please arrange for the new curvature engine to be implemented on board as swiftly as possible, paving the way for the construction of new warships. Leader, the practical application is nearing completion, and preparations for the new warship construction are already underway. We can commence within a decade, Lan Luo added, fully aware of the progress in the field as the chief engineer of technological advancement over the past millennium. Excellent. Then inform Zhao Yaya to initiate the new warship construction efforts in 10 years, Lon Luo responded, pleasantly surprised by the scientists' promising updates. Once the assembly had dispersed, Lon Luo leaned back in his seat, his thoughts drifting back to the pivotal moment a millennium ago that had altered their destiny. At that time, they had unexpectedly received 5 mysterious data packets from a damaged warship. After arduous decryption, they discovered the existence of the powerful and enigmatic farmer civilization, the Sakara civilization. The Sakara civilization, a level 5 biological civilization from an extragalactic system, possessed technology far surpassing that of the Flame Dragon civilization at the time. Initially, the Sakara civilization had been pursued by a level 6 civilization and, in their flight, inadvertently traversed through spatial turbulence into the Milky Way. Upon entering the Milky Way, they began to exploit the civilizations therein, employing their advanced technological prowess. These ruthless extragalactic beings not only abducted scientists from level 4 civilizations, but also conducted genetic experiments on sentient life forms to acquire further technological knowledge and innovative thinking. They treated life-bearing planets as military factories, indiscriminately depleting and destroying the existential foundations of other civilizations. Lon Luo vividly recalled the shock and indignation that filled his heart upon learning of these atrocities. From that moment, he resolved to empower the Flame Dragon civilization to rise to greatness and escape the fate of being exploited and pillaged. It was precisely because of the awareness of the Sakara civilization's existence that Lan Luo and his team intensified their efforts in technological research and development. Through relentless perseverance over the course of a millennium, they ultimately achieved the resounding success they now celebrated. Reflecting on this, Lan Luo's resolve intensified. He understood that although the Flame Dragon civilization had reached the pinnacle of level 4, the vast universe still harbored countless unknown challenges and formidable foes. The Sakara civilization stood as a living testament, reminding them of the dangers and cruelties of the cosmos. Lon Luo silently vowed to continue guiding the Flame Dragon civilization forward, enhancing their technological prowess to safeguard their existence. Concurrently, he contemplated strategies to counter the threats posed by the Sakara civilization. After 2 decades, the Flame Dragon civilization completed the construction of the new warships, fulfilling their ambitious plans. The new warships achieved a curvature travel range of 50 light-years. With a cooling time for the curvature engine of merely 1 day, conventional travel was facilitated by the antimatter engine. The energy source was derived from the antimatter reactor. With offensive capabilities centered around level 9 energy, main cannons, and antimatter bombs, Lan Luo stood on the bridge of the Mothership's core chamber, gazing at the neatly arranged new warships, his heart swelling with pride. These are the hopes of our civilization. They're the cornerstone of our ascendance to power, he whispered. The warships gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, embodying the pride and aspirations of the Flame Dragon civilization. Prepare for departure. Lan Luo issued a command, his voice resonating throughout the entire fleet via the communication system. Subsequently, 500 warships were dispatched from the Mothership, forming a defensive perimeter around it. The roar of engines erupted, and the powerful energy waves caused the surrounding space to shimmer with subtle distortions. As the blue glow at the stern of the ships began to intensify, everyone understood that it signified the full activation of the antimatter reactor. The fleet commenced a gradual movement. Initially slow, it soon accelerated to a breathtaking velocity. The starry expanse outside was instantaneously elongated, transforming into vibrant streaks of light. Lan Luo gripped the command console tightly. As if through the Mothership's display, he could sense the immense power coursing through. Report, leader, the fleet has entered the designated course. The curvature engine is about to initiate. Initiate, Lan Luo proclaimed without hesitation. 15 minutes later, the curvature travel concluded, and the Mothership along with the fleet successfully emerged from the curvature space. Report, curvature travel has ended, successfully arrived at the target location. Lan Luo, Baiking, Qin Long, and other high-ranking officials turned their gazes towards the star system ahead. Wang Weigua couldn't help but exclaim, 3,000 years have passed, and we have returned to this place. Indeed, I wonder if the Lulus have progressed from a feudal civilization to an interstellar one, Zhao Yaya remarked with curiosity. Once we enter the star system, we shall retrieve the previously deployed monitoring devices, and the answers will reveal themselves, Wang Yaoyao said with a gentle smile, equally eager for a reunion with the Lulus. Chapter 76, The Lulus 3,000 years later. The fleet of the Yanhuang civilization smoothly entered the Lulu's star system, swiftly recovering the monitoring devices previously placed in the system. Following a meticulous analysis of the monitoring data, they uncovered a remarkable revelation. Within a mere 3,000 years, the Lulus had remarkably transitioned from a feudal society to a civilization akin to that of Blue Star, achieving a level 08 status. The Lulus now possessed the internet, with communication methods resembling mobile phones, both convenient and efficient. Satellites launched by them orbited the skies, providing crucial support for various activities. Even more astonishingly, just a decade ago, they had successfully accomplished a satellite landing, showcasing their formidable spirit of technological exploration and developmental potential. 3,000 years prior, when the Yanhuang civilization departed the Lulu's star system, 5 monitoring devices had been discreetly placed in the void far from Lulu's. These devices were equipped with numerous stealthy cameras, meticulously documenting the Lulu's development over the millennia. In the initial phase, the Lulus existed in a feudal society, relying predominantly on rudimentary agricultural production as their economic foundation. Their social structure was relatively simple, and their technological advancement was modest. The populace primarily depended on traditional craftsmanship and experience for their livelihoods. As time progressed, the Lulus began to accumulate knowledge and experience gradually. Their observations and understanding of nature deepened, leading to improvements and developments in basic tools and techniques. During this process, education gained significance, and the transmission of knowledge became more systematic and effective. Around 1,500 years ago, the Lulus experienced a pivotal transformation. They began experimenting with new production methods, gradually rendering agricultural practices more large-scale and refined. Concurrently, handicrafts made significant strides, resulting in marked enhancements in the quality and variety of handmade products. In the ensuing 3 centuries, the society of the Lulus became increasingly complex and diverse. Commercial activities began to flourish, and exchanges and trade among different regions intensified, fostering cultural exchange and integration. They commenced exploring the mysteries of natural sciences, with foundational scientific theories and technologies gradually emerging. Approximately 2,000 years into their history, the technological advancement of the Lulus entered an accelerated phase. They invented communication methods akin to radio, facilitating swifter and more convenient information transmission, significantly propelling societal progress. The advent of the steam engine liberated their labor force entirely. With the emergence of the steam engine, another millennium elapsed. Today, the Lulus has attained a level 0-8 civilization, entering an era reminiscent of Blue Star. They possess the internet, further expanding the scope and speed of information exchange and knowledge dissemination. Across various fields, the Lulus has made remarkable strides, with medicine, engineering, and cultural arts flourishing. They relentlessly pursue innovation and development, striving to explore the unknown realms. Throughout this developmental journey, the Lulus have encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. Yet, through their wisdom and courage, they have continuously overcome these hurdles, carving out a distinctive path of progress. In the conference room of the Yanhuang civilization's palace, a substantial circular table was surrounded by high-ranking officials. Leader Lon Luo occupied the seat of honor, his expression grave and focused. Esteemed colleagues, Lon Luo began, the Lulus have now ascended to a level 0-8 civilization. We must carefully consider how to engage with them. Wang Weiguo was the first to speak. With our current technological prowess, we must inspire awe and cooperation from them. However, we must also be cautious to avoid excessive displays of military might, lest we incite panic and resistance. Guardian Qin Long followed suit. Perhaps we should initially dispatch a small-scale advance team for preliminary contact, gauging their disposition. Bai Qing suggested, maybe we could allow the populace to engage with their network first, showcasing the amicable nature of our civilization, allowing them to feel our goodwill. Zhao Yaya added, we could select a portion of the populace familiar with the Lulus to interact through their network. The citizens are eagerly anticipating a reunion with them. Indeed, leader, our civilization's level dictates our advantages. We merely need to choose the approach that benefits us, Li Jianya concurred. In that case, let the populace unwind. They have endured much over the past millennium. Lan Luo realized the crux of the matter, prioritizing the welfare of Yanhuang civilization citizens. As for any negative repercussions on the Lulus, that was their concern. Within the conference room, all present nodded in agreement, endorsing Lan Luo's decision as they began to meticulously plan and prepare for the forthcoming engagement. Soon, the Guardian Hall and Elder Hall selected 50,000 citizens fond of the Lulus, all of whom were remarkably rational. The Guardian Hall effortlessly infiltrated the Lulus' network, allowing these 50,000 citizens to enter their internet and initiate contact with the Lulus' populace. As the 50,000 citizens of the Yanhuang civilization stepped into the Lulus' digital realm, it was akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, creating a tremendous uproar. Among them, a citizen identifying himself as the Yanhuang hero eagerly posted on a highly popular Lulus forum, sincerely writing, greetings. I hail from the distant Yanhuang civilization, and I sincerely hope we can forge a friendship. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was less than favorable. The Lulus, upon seeing this post, scoffed and retorted dismissively, stop fooling around. Do you think this is a science fiction film? Quit your nonsensical chatter. Meanwhile, a charming fire dragon community, affectionately dubbed Cute Little Dragon, was fervently eager to convey their heartfelt friendliness. In a burst of enthusiasm, they shared a humorous selfie, showcasing their eccentric attire and exaggerated expressions. To their astonishment, the Lululian folks were thoroughly alarmed upon viewing the picture, exclaiming in sheer terror, what an odd creature is this? Could it be a monster generated by new technology? Additionally, one of the fire dragons, brimming with joy, sought to share the culinary delights of their civilization with the Lululians. Eagerly, he posted an image of a vibrant delicacy that resembled a beautiful rainbow cake. However, the Lululians responded with skepticism, questioning, is this even edible? It couldn't possibly be some lethal poison, could it? In a particularly amusing turn of events, another fire dragon showcased a unique talent during a live stream, expertly playing the piano with their toes. This spectacle left the Lululians utterly dumbfounded, prompting them to wonder aloud. Is this a new phenomenon? Could it be an unprecedented form of acrobatics? As time progressed, an overwhelming influx of alien-related information flooded the Lululian digital realm. Gradually, the Lululians found themselves compelled to believe that extraterrestrial beings had indeed infiltrated their network. The most humorous of them all was a citizen known as Happy Little Dragon. In a bid to express his goodwill, he enthusiastically flooded the Lululians with a plethora of what he deemed amusing emoticons. Alas, due to the significant cultural disparities, the Lululians found themselves utterly perplexed by these emoticons, unable to decipher their meaning, even mistaking them for enigmatic alien codes. Thus, the initial online interaction between the Fire Dragon community and the Lululians was rife with misunderstandings and side-splitting hilarity. Yet, amidst the chaos, both parties developed an intense curiosity about one another. Chapter 77. The Adorably Fierce Cartoon Panda. As the citizens of the Fire Dragon civilization surged into the Lululian network like a tidal wave, exchanges between the two cultures became increasingly frequent and profound. The Fire Dragon populace, driven by an insatiable curiosity for the irresistibly cute Lululians, eagerly shared a myriad of information, even delving into the Lululians' history from 3,000 years prior. Initially, the Lululians were taken aback and intrigued that the Fire Dragon civilization possessed knowledge of their past. However, when the Fire Dragons publicly broadcasted videos of their emperor from 3 millennia ago, the Lululian network was engulfed in fervent excitement. The emperor, the first sovereign of the Lululians, whose great deeds had been immortalized in their legends through the ages, was no longer the deified, omnipotent figure they had envisioned. Instead, the video revealed a more nuanced portrayal, showcasing his decision-making errors and moments of hesitation in the face of adversity. These authentic images shattered the Lululians' long-held, idealized image of their emperor. As the Fire Dragon civilization continued to unveil historical footage, the Lululians found their preconceived notions of historical figures mercilessly dismantled. Those once revered as paragons of virtue revealed their own vulnerabilities and fallibility. The emotions of the Lululians ignited like a powder keg, resulting in a flurry of videos being posted across their network. In these clips, they gestured animatedly with their small, rounded hands, expressing their grievances in a manner that was simultaneously fierce yet endearing. One particularly fluffy Lululian, with snowy fur and rosy cheeks, angrily declared, "How could you? The Emperor is a supreme being in our eyes, and we will not tolerate such slander." Another Lululian, adorned with black spots, waved his stubby arms in agreement, his voice brimming with indignation. The Fire Dragon citizens, caught in a state of bewilderment, attempted to clarify. These videos are not meant to defame your heroes. Rather, they aim to present a more authentic and comprehensive historical narrative. We simply wish for everyone to grasp the full context, not to disrupt your cherished memories. However, a young Lululian, his eyes wide with anger, stomped his feet defiantly, asserting, "Humph, we refuse to believe it. Our ancestors were undeniably great." His conviction was akin to a fierce guardian of his family's honor. Though the Lululians appeared adorably fierce, their anger stemmed more from a deep-seated reverence for their culture and history. They struggled to accept that the long-standing narratives they had trusted could be so readily dismantled and redefined. Amidst this heated online debate, a few more rational Lululians began to reflect. 1. A golden-furred Lululian with a red bow tie ventured, "Perhaps we should not be so hasty in our denial. The true history might aid us in better understanding our ancestors and how we have arrived at this present moment." Yet, such voices were but whispers against the roaring tide of anger. Determined to alleviate the stifling tension, the Fire Dragon citizens resolved to engage in deeper dialogue with the Lululians. They recognized that merely showcasing videos would not suffice in dispelling the misunderstandings and barriers that existed between them. Thus, they began employing various mediums, such as written texts and images, to thoroughly explain each historical event, its contextual backdrop, and the fundamental reasons for its occurrence. Dear friends of the Lululian community, please believe that we harbor no animosity. The annals of history are tumultuous and intricate, and every figure within it possesses multifaceted traits. We sincerely hope to join hands with you in gaining a more holistic perspective of yesteryears. A citizen of the Fire Dragon civilization earnestly shared a video. Gradually, some Lululians began to open their hearts, willing to listen and contemplate. Though their stance remained somewhat stubborn, they were no longer as vehemently resistant as they had initially been. You'd best clarify everything thoroughly. If we discover any omissions or inaccuracies, you shall not escape our wrath. A creature adorned with intricate blue patterns from the Luyulu tribe stood with a huffy demeanor, hands firmly planted on its hips, its face contorted into a feigned fierce expression. Yet, its irresistibly adorable appearance rendered it impossible to suppress laughter. In the ensuing times, the internet emerged as a vital conduit for communication and interaction between the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization and the Luyulu tribe. The exchanges between the two parties became increasingly frequent and profound. The people of the Flame Dragon civilization, embodying patience and sincerity, meticulously recounted each fragment of their extensive history. Gradually, the biases harbored by the Luyulu tribe began to dissipate, prompting them to re-evaluate their ancestors and their rich heritage from a fresh perspective. Naturally, there remained a handful of Luyulists who, at times, exhibited a stubborn and obstinate nature regarding certain viewpoints, occasionally appearing somewhat cute yet fierce. However, such debates stemmed more from a desire for deeper historical inquiry and an unwavering quest for truth, rather than mere expressions of anger or resistance. Through this uniquely significant historical dialogue, mutual understanding between the two civilizations deepened further. The Loyalists began to comprehend that authentic history would not diminish the greatness of their ancestors. Rather, it could impart invaluable lessons and experiences. Similarly, the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization gained a more profound appreciation for the Luyulu tribe's enduring love and commitment to their own culture. Ultimately, the tempest stirred by the historical videos subsided through the joint efforts of both parties. The adorably fierce Luyulists showcased their endearing yet tenacious nature throughout this process, which endeared them even more to the people of the Flame Dragon civilization, fostering greater affection and respect. Thus, although the two civilizations had yet to meet formally, a fervent exchange had already commenced within the digital realm. The Luyulu officials initially attempted to intervene, aspiring to engage directly with the Flame Dragon civilization's officials. However, due to technological constraints and the preference of the Flame Dragon populace for grassroots communication, their ambitions fell short. Nevertheless, the Luyulu officials soon recognized the goodwill emanating from the Flame Dragon civilization and decided to adopt a more hands-off approach. Half a year later, the Luyulu officials received an unexpected visit request from the Flame Dragon civilization. Overjoyed, they promptly announced the news, which sent a veritable whirlwind through the Luyulu networks, with many expressing warm welcomes for the impending visit from the Flame Dragon civilization. Some even took to the internet to extend personal invitations to their familiar Flame Dragon compatriots, hoping they would come to Luyulu Star as guests. Chapter 78. Here come the adorable Lulus. When the Flame Dragon civilization resolved to officially visit Luyulu Star, an air of anticipation and excitement enveloped the entire civilization. Citizens eagerly signed up, wishing to partake in this historic journey. Among them was a particularly enthusiastic individual named Li Xiaofeng, who had forged numerous friendships with members of the Luyulu tribe through online interactions. He had longed for the opportunity to meet them in person, and official consent had been granted for citizens to accompany the fleet for visits or tours. On the morning of the departure, Li Xiaofeng rose early to procure some edible provisions for the Loyalists, as confirmed by the officials. However, upon arriving at the supermarket, he was informed that the items were out of stock. A quick online search left him feeling exasperated, as eager online shoppers had already congregated at the supermarket doors in the middle of the night, poised to snatch up the Luyulu tribe's beloved bamboo shoots. Realizing this would not suffice, Li Xiaofeng decided to explore an alternative route and headed to the Agricultural Science Institute. Ultimately, through his persuasive skills, he secured 10 kilograms of specially developed bamboo shoot seeds for the Loyalists. His ingenious approach quickly became known among the online community, leading to a surge of activity at the Agricultural Science Park. On the day of departure, citizens carried copious amounts of bamboo shoot provisions suitable for the Loyalists, along with meticulously prepared seeds capable of thriving on Luyulu Star. These bamboo varieties included tender spring shoots, rich winter shoots, and special dried bamboo shoots designed for long-term storage. The eagerly awaited fleet from the Flame Dragon civilization began its journey toward Luyulu Star. As the colossal warship traversed the atmosphere and appeared above Luyulu Star, the entire planet was engulfed in astonishment. The Loyalists, who had been peacefully engaged in their daily routines, were suddenly overshadowed by a massive shadow in the sky. They paused their tasks, raising their heads in disbelief and astonishment. The warship's metallic exterior gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and its immense form resembled a moving mountain. Its outline was both clear and imposing, exuding an aura of cutting-edge technology. Children scurried into their parents' arms, while adults stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to articulate their awe. Some Loyalists even rubbed their eyes, convinced they were dreaming. As the warship descended gradually, the loyalists could discern its surface more clearly. Realizing that this was indeed the visiting fleet from the Flame Dragon civilization, the warship continued its descent toward the designated area outlined by the Lulu officials. Finally hovering at a certain altitude, enormous hatches opened, and the first vessel to emerge was the Chilong, representing the Flame Dragon officials. The Chilong continued its descent, its impressive length of over 500 meters still appearing colossal against the backdrop of the warship hovering 30 kilometers above. The Chilong ultimately landed at the Lulu officials' ceremonial grounds, marking the commencement of the formal visit. Immediately, a multitude of personal flying vehicles surged forth from the warship, scattering in all directions. The Lulu leadership remained unfazed, knowing that those were the Flame Dragon citizens visiting their own civilization. Li Xiaofeng piloted his craft toward the coordinates provided by his Lulu friend, Chuandashi. Chuandashi, an exceptional artisan renowned for crafting exquisite wood carvings, resided in a quaint town on the edge of the forest. Li Xiaofeng's flying vehicle swiftly reached the town, where he recognized the blue expanse of the land below as Chuandashi's location. The craft darted toward the blue carpet below with astonishing speed, yet as the onlookers marveled, it began a slow, graceful vertical descent, akin to a delicate butterfly dancing through the air. Thanks to the remarkable advancements in anti-gravity technology, the vehicle landed without stirring a speck of dust, an exceptionally smooth descent that left the spectators in awe. As the hatch slowly opened, a figure emerged, Li Xiaofeng. Dressed in a complete environmental suit, he disembarked with resolute steps, cradling a basket brimming with fresh, succulent bamboo shoots that exuded a refreshing aroma. At that moment, the surrounding loyalists, having regained their composure from the initial shock, cautiously approached, their eyes filled with curiosity and trepidation as they observed this unexpected visitor from the distant cosmos. Li Xiaofeng smiled warmly, gently presenting the basket of bamboo shoots to a Lulu with azure fur, who happened to be his dear friend, Chuandashi. He then spoke, "This is a special gift I brought for you. I hope you will enjoy it." His voice was gentle and inviting, utilizing the Lulu language he had learned through online exchanges. These simple words, akin to a gentle spring breeze, instantly bridged the distance between them. The diminutive Chuandashi, with its round, glistening eyes, curiously fixated on the bamboo shoot before it. The bamboo shoot appeared fuzzy, adorned with remnants of earth, exuding a refreshing aroma. Unable to contain its inner impulse, Chuandashi cautiously extended its tiny hand, gently caressing the bamboo shoot, as if fearful of startling it. Upon the delicate touch of its fingers, a wondrous sensation surged within, and an expression of delight blossomed on its face. In that fleeting moment, the cultural exchange between two disparate civilizations commenced, enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with awe and curiosity. "Thank you, my friend from the Flame Dragon civilization, Li Xiaofeng," Chuandashi suddenly exclaimed, astonishingly conversing in the dragon tongue. Li Xiaofeng, taken aback at first, soon broke into a joyful smile. He realized that this signified the removal of barriers in their communication. Swiftly, he retrieved a box from the spacecraft, revealing an array of compact translation devices, neatly arranged within. Each device, no larger than a wristwatch, was remarkably lightweight and practical. Distributing several of these devices among the gathered crowd, he ensured that each individual received one of these treasures. As he demonstrated their usage, the Lulu's clanspeople engaged in tentative yet inquisitive conversations with him. From a distance, one would observe a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, encircled by a group of 6 to 7 decimeter tall Lulus. The scene was both heartwarming and extraordinary. As Li Xiaofeng and Chuandashi grew more familiar, they toured Chuandashi's artistic creations. Subsequently, Li Xiaofeng invited Chuandashi and a few Lulus aboard the spacecraft, assisting them in donning specially prepared spacesuits as they soared skyward, leaving Lulu's star behind. According to later statistics from the Lulu's official records, the number of their citizens entering space that day soared into the hundreds of millions. Such precious moments are always fleeting. Thus, the inaugural visit from the Flame Dragon civilization concluded to the satisfaction of both parties. The Flame Dragon civilization rejoiced in fulfilling the public's curiosity about adorable beings, while the Lulus expressed contentment in the warmth and success of interstellar communication. Following this, the flagship of the Flame Dragon civilization maneuvered to the far side of Lulu's star S-moon. This strategic move further facilitated frequent exchanges between the two cultures. The citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization could effortlessly visit, piloting their own vessels, while the merfolk of the Flame Dragon civilization joined in the vibrant visiting festivities. This spectacle opened the eyes of the Lulus, who held the flame dragon civilization in high esteem, admiring the kindness and friendliness of the merfolk. Throughout this enchanting period, Li Xiaofeng and Chuan Dashi became inseparable, confiding in one another as close friends. Li Xiaofeng often shared tales of marvels from the flame dragon civilization, while Chuan Dashi patiently imparted the intricate craftsmanship of exquisite wood carving to Li Xiaofeng. As time passed, an increasing number of citizens from the flame dragon civilization arrived, deepening the bond between the two races. The month-long visit swiftly came to a close, culminating in a perfect moment as Li Xiaofeng held a meticulously carved wooden effigy of himself, crafted by his dear friend Chuan Dashi. However, the moment of parting eventually arrived, as the flame dragon civilization prepared to embark on a new journey. Chapter 79, Arrival at the Cradle of Civilization. The flagship of the flame dragon civilization, resembling a colossal interstellar fortress, quietly anchored at the periphery of the Luluz star system. The populace of the flame dragon had all returned to the flagship, orderly and composed. Meanwhile, the flame dragon officials solemnly dispatched a comprehensive dossier to the Lulus, detailing the specific conditions of every star system within a 30 light-year radius of the Lulu system. This included information on the composition of the systems, resource distribution, and potential hazards. At the conclusion of the dossier, they earnestly cautioned the Lulus against venturing lightly into the central region of the galaxy, as it was a pasture controlled by a level 5 civilization, fraught with unimaginable dangers and uncertainties. Once this critical information was transmitted, the flagship's core chamber received the launch command. The massive vessel gradually powered up, accelerating as it did so. Surrounding it, the warships belonging to the 120th Azure Dragon Legion meticulously and orderly escorted the flagship, propelling it forward. At a designated moment, the entire fleet seamlessly entered the curvature space, vanishing without a trace into the vast void. Following the receipt of this information, the Lulu's officials swiftly organized personnel to meticulously peruse the documents, extracting and compiling the crucial intelligence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at the fringe of their star system lay a self-defending fleet of unmanned vessels, strictly monitored by a level 4 pinnacle AI, ever vigilant in safeguarding the Lulus and their star system. After 15 minutes of rapid travel through curvature space, the flagship emerged, quietly standing at the edge of a star system resembling a desolate ruin. At last, we have returned here. Wang Weigua exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with melancholy. His gaze fixated on the barren remnants outside the viewport, a tumult of emotions swirling within. This had once been their homeland, now reduced to a state of decay. He turned to address the crew on the bridge, reflecting, "Those born in the Starship era can take a close look. This is the cradle of our civilization. Long ago, it was known as the Solar System, the birthplace of intelligent life, humanity, and the magnificent flame dragon civilization." The inhabitants born aboard the flagship gazed out at the scene, a wave of sorrow washing over them. Perhaps in times long past, the solar system was filled with enchanting and radiant luminosity, yet now it lay silent and desolate. No longer did bright stars emit their warming glow. Only endless darkness remained, alongside shattered, fragmented planets. The once mighty flame star was now visible only in part, the remainder long since lost to time. The gas giant Jupiter had vanished entirely, possibly ignited during the solar explosion, consumed in a fiery demise, disappearing into the vast cosmos. In the Flame Dragon Palace conference room on Blue Star, the high-ranking officials of the Flame Dragon civilization were already seated in their respective places. With a serious gaze, Lan Luo scanned the assembly and spoke, "Let us deliberate on our duration of stay here. Should we await a breakthrough to level 5 civilization before attempting to relocate and recreate the solar system?" As Lan Luo's words lingered in the air, Qinlong, with a grave expression, replied, "Leader, I believe it unwise to linger here. The resources and technology required for recreating the solar system are immense. Even if we achieve level 5 civilization, we may not possess the means to undertake such a feat," Zhao Li added. "Moreover, prolonged presence here may expose us to numerous unknown risks. Our civilization is still evolving. We cannot afford to stagnate in pursuit of restoring the solar system." Kashala nodded slightly, asserting, "On behalf of the merfolk, I advocate for a swift departure. We should seek opportunities for our civilization's advancement rather than cling to the past." The elder of the merfolk, Railker, also expressed his perspective. The current focus of technology should be on exploration and development, rather than expending efforts on reconstructing the solar system. Wang Weigua pondered for a moment before responding. "Though this is our origin, the reality does not permit us to invest excessive energy here." Li Jianya nodded in agreement, stating, We must allocate our resources towards more promising avenues of research and development. Listening to the opinions of others, Lon Luo reached a decision in his heart. He stood up and solemnly declared, "Since there is a consensus among us, we shall not endeavor to recreate the solar system. Furthermore, after a brief stay here to gather necessary information and resources, we shall depart and continue our journey in search of new hopes and opportunities." The assembly responded in unison. Indeed, thus, the Flame Dragon civilization would make a brief stop in this desolate solar system before embarking on a new voyage. The Mothership navigated slowly through the remnants of the ancient solar system. The entire region could no longer be classified as a planetary system, but rather a void of darkness. The surviving planets had drifted far from their original positions, while warships traversed the emptiness. Leader, this is the reconnaissance team's exploration report. Li Xian projected a document onto the screen for Lan Luo. After perusing it for some time, Lan Luo looked up and instructed, "Convey to the reconnaissance team to have their onboard scientists ascertain the timing of the next opening of the wormhole." Yes, leader. The periodic wormhole, located within the Oort cloud at the edge of the solar system, was indeed what Lan Luo requested to be investigated. One could only wonder how those on the other side of the wormhole were faring now. It probably isn't too good. Lan Luo muset, recalling the immigrant ships and warships. A peculiar smile, uncharacteristic of his demeanor, crept across his face. Ahem, leader, were you thinking of those wretched creatures? Fong Yu suddenly interjected, having entered unnoticed. Old Fong, could you make a bit more noise when you walk? Lan Luo awkwardly masked his embarrassment. Leader, do tell me. Did you tamper with those immigrant ships and warships? Fong Yu's expression was even more peculiar than Lan Luo's, as if he eagerly anticipated the answer. What are you implying? Am I such a person? You know the lifespan of a level 2 warship is quite short. Lan Luo shot a glare at Fong Yu. Oh, just how short is it? Fong Yu inquired, rubbing his hands together. Ahem, by the time they reach the life-bearing planet, their lifespan is nearly over. As the materials will deteriorate within 3 to 4 years, Lan Luo replied awkwardly, glancing at Fong Yu periodically. That has splendid news. The quicker they deteriorate, the less they can learn, Fong Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. All right, enough. Get back to your tasks. Lan Luo, Somewat I Sapota. Knew that whenever news about that group surfaced, Fong Yu would always pester him for details. What scheme was he concocting this time? Lan Luo shook his head and resumed reading the report from the academy. Those wretched beings must be suffering greatly. With their nature, once the warships were lost, they were undoubtedly ensnared in the vortex of political intrigue. As Fong Yu exited Lan Luo's office, he was so exhilarated that he nearly rubbed the skin off his hands. Within a mere 5 years, the remnants of the solar system had been thoroughly explored by the Flame Dragon civilization. The scientists of the Flame Dragon civilization ultimately determined that the wormhole would reopen in approximately 11 years, leaving them with less than 5 years remaining. The fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization had all been recalled into the Mothership, which now quietly awaited the opening of the wormhole in the void. At a certain moment, a small wormhole appeared within the Oort cloud, gradually expanding over time. As it grew large enough for the Mothership to pass through, it did so without hesitation. Chapter 80, A Meeting of Kindred Spirits. 5,000 light-years away from the solar system, nestled within the vast expanse of the Orion Arm, lay a diminutive, almost inconsequential arm. This arm was notably limited in scale, stretching a mere 120 light-years. In stark contrast to the more prosperous and fertile arm where the solar system resided, it appeared particularly barren. However, within this seemingly unremarkable region, a remarkably unique little realm was concealed. This extraordinary domain spanned approximately 13 light-years, with the distances between its various star systems being exceedingly close. The two most distant star systems were separated by no more than 3 light-years, while the nearest was a mere 0.5 light-years apart. Such short distances could easily rival the borderlands of the Oasis star domain. At the fringes of this mysterious area, 3 stars were arranged in a perfect equilateral triangle, each possessing its own life-bearing planet. Right at the center of the void formed by these 3 stars, a colossal warship abruptly materialized. This massive vessel was the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization, having traversed the wormhole and endured a long journey to arrive at this location. Within the vast spherical core chamber of the mothership, the high-ranking officials of the Flame Dragon civilization gathered. Dispatch 3 reconnaissance ships immediately to deploy Pearl cameras to the 3 life-bearing planets, Lon Luo commanded without hesitation. Following the mothership's emergence from the wormhole, 50 warships had been swiftly dispatched. However, the results of the scans were astonishing. None of the three-star systems exhibited any signs of artificial constructs. This situation left the higher-ups of the Flame Dragon civilization perplexed, as they believed it should not be the case. Even if they could not replicate the technology of the warships with their original technological level, and after 3,000 years, advancing to a level 2 civilization should have been a trivial matter. Yet now these three-star systems displayed neither space cities nor mining vessels, presenting an appearance akin to an uninhabited star system. Were it not for the fact that everyone was aware of the existence of a life-bearing planet in each system, one might truly mistake this place for a desolate expanse. Tarkastar, once a life-bearing planet of the United Interstellar Empire, is now scarcely remembered in the annals of history. The inhabitants have little knowledge of their origins, with only a select few families aware of events that transpired 3,000 years ago. Even if someone were to inform the descendants of those families that they hailed from the distant solar system, they would scoff, utterly disbelieving the tales spun by their elders. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Janine and her husband, Bruce, hurriedly rose from their slumber. Bruce bore numerous, ghastly whip marks across his body. He quickly consumed some unpalatable food and gathered his tools, preparing to leave. "Bruce, remember to endure. You must return alive," Janine called out desperately as she chased after her husband, watching his retreating figure grow distant. Bruce waved his hand helplessly, unable to meet his wife's gaze, and hurried towards the mine. "Peter, are your wounds healed?" Bruce fortuitously encountered his old acquaintance Peter outside the mining area and exchanged greetings. "Damn those nobles. Their cruelty is unbearable. These wounds cannot possibly heal in such a short time." Peter spat, his face twisted in resentment. "Peter, you must learn to endure. Otherwise, you may find yourself on their dinner table." As Bruce spoke, a chill ran down his spine, as if he had conjured an exceedingly terrifying vision. Peter, too, was deeply unsettled by those ominous memories, and dared not utter any more harsh words. The two hurriedly made their way toward the entrance of the coal mine. "Crack! Crack! Inferior slaves, you nearly arrived late. Do you comprehend?" A towering middle-aged man, firmly clutching a whip, mercilessly lashed out at every individual entering the mining area. Bruce was not spared. He received a sting from the whip yet maintained a stoic expression as he silently walked into the mine. Venturing deeper into the cavern for a full half-hour, Bruce and Peter eventually came to a halt. Their day's labor of coal mining commenced, with Bruce and Peter mechanically wielding their shovels like automatons. They painstakingly loaded the excavated coal into their baskets by hand and, with the weight of their burdens pressing down upon them, began the arduous trek back outside. After an exhausting 40 minutes, they finally emerged from the depths of the mine and dumped the coal into a cart. One might as well call a horse. In truth, it was a creature akin to a horse from the star system of Olian. "Crack! Crack! Slaves, you have exceeded your time limit. If you fail to complete your task, prepare either for the gallows or to find yourselves on the dining tables of the gods." The middle-aged overseer showed no trace of compassion as he struck Bruce and Peter with his whip. Bruce could only swallow his anger and silently continue toward the mine. Nightfall had fully descended, and Jenny stood at the village entrance, her face filled with worry as she scanned the horizon. Upon catching sight of that familiar, weary figure, tears of joy streamed down her face as she dashed over and embraced Bruce tightly. "Bruce, I thought I would never see you again. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" After a brief embrace, Jenny hastily began to inspect Bruce's body for any new wounds. "Jenny, there's no need for concern. It's the same as always, just a few lashes," Bruce replied wearily. Jenny quickly served Bruce a meal, and fortune smiled upon her that day. While foraging for wild vegetables, she had stumbled upon 2 eggs. Bruce devoured his dinner ravenously before rushing to soak his feet. Observing his swollen, battered feet, Jenny's heart ached, and she discreetly wiped away her tears. However, there was no alternative if the men did not toil in the mines for the noble lords. They would be mercilessly hanged or taken away to be offered as food to the gods. Those so-called gods were not divine beings at all. They were nothing more than a band of ruthless devils who relished treating them as sustenance. Jenny dared not dwell further on such thoughts and diligently attended to Bruce as he rested. 3 days later, by the small lake behind the Flame Dragon Palace on Blue Star, a group of dignitaries exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the documents in their hands. Cashalo, swaying her fish-like tail, appeared thoroughly engrossed, as if she had witnessed something astonishing. "Ahem, leader, are you certain these beings belong to the same race as your flame dragon people?" Cashalo inquired curiously, her enchanting blue eyes blinking with intrigue. "Indeed, Cashalo, as the data indicates, we are all humans born on Blue Star, Blano explained without a hint of embarrassment. Ah, how sagacious. Elder Qinlong and the others were truly insightful, Wang Weiguo exclaimed, slapping his thigh in praise of the decisions made by Elder Qinlong and his council. He was relieved that they had chosen to advance toward the center of the galaxy rather than venture through a wormhole and become trapped in a corner. Elder Qinlong smiled mysteriously, as if he had anticipated today's outcome all along. So, what shall we do about this? Should we intervene or not? Li Jianya casually posed the question. Ahem, we must intervene. I propose we delegate full responsibility for this matter to Fangyu, Blano stated, feeling somewhat sheepish about his suggestion. Haha, I agree wholeheartedly. Zhao Li and Qinlong burst into laughter, eagerly supporting Blano's proposal. Kashalo and her sister remained perplexed, failing to grasp why everyone was suddenly so elated. Everyone, I graciously accept your trust. Fangyu stood up joyfully, mimicking the ancient custom of pressing his palms together in greeting. Within the upper echelons of flame dragon civilization, if anyone was to be deemed cunning, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Tian. However, if one were to speak of true wickedness, Fangyu would take the crown. In fact, Jiang Tian harbored a considerable fear of Fangyu. Fortunately, Fangyu directed his scheming towards extraterrestrials. Otherwise, the others would surely have pummeled him. Chapter 81. Cannons Against Blades. At the small lake behind the Flame Dragon Palace, the area was now deserted. The others had departed, each attending to their own affairs. Yet, Fangyu and Kashali remained behind. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Kashali quietly slipped into the lake to dive. Fangyu reclined leisurely on a chaise lounge, squinting his eyes and murmuring to himself, TSK, TSK, TSK. These poor souls are truly unfortunate. Oh dear, just too pitiful. Alas, what can I do? My kind heart compels me to lend a hand. As he spoke, he shook his head, seemingly quite pleased with his own thoughts. Then, Fangyu began to devise a concrete plan of action. First, I must separate them, and then, this way, the problem will be easily resolved. This will undoubtedly be a splendid endeavor. After concluding his soliloquy, Fangyu furtively cast a glance toward the Flame Dragon Palace, ensuring that no one had overheard his earlier musings. He then lightly patted his chest in relief, feeling reassured. At that very moment, Fangyu remained blissfully unaware that just 4 meters away, in the lake, Kashali was wide-eyed, watching him with keen curiosity, as if observing an intriguing creature. In truth, all of this had begun 3,000 years ago. 3 millennia prior, the Nordic alliance had callously abandoned the wretched souls within its ranks, who seemed only capable of pitifully begging for aid. Simultaneously, across the ocean, the United States had undertaken equally ruthless measures, discarding those individuals as well. They clandestinely relocated them to the immigrant ships of the Black Ocean Alliance. Subsequently, these 2 factions united to form the Euro-Alliance Interstellar Empire. After enduring numerous trials and overcoming the enigmatic virus, they finally embarked on a path of development. However, their good fortune was short-lived. They were astonished to discover that the immigrant vessels and warships generously bestowed by the Star Alliance began to suffer a series of malfunctions. Initially, they managed to maintain a semblance of functionality through repairs, but after 2 years, the degree of damage reached a point of irreparability. Reluctantly, they were compelled to hastily abandon both the immigrant ships and warships. Upon their arrival on the surface of this primitive planet, they found themselves starting anew. Soon after, they noticed that even the small landing craft began to exhibit signs of wear and tear. In a mere 2 years, they had deteriorated into mere heaps of rubble. This turn of events effectively thrust them back into the Stone Age. They recalled the time when they boarded the immigrant ships, which had been equipped with various facilities. Naturally, they had brought along some clothing and food, but now, with the warships gone, they found themselves without even a single useful tool. After a protracted span of over a millennium, with generations laboring incessantly like ants relocating their nest, civilization has finally returned to the developmental stage of the Blue Star era. Following an additional 2 centuries of relentless endeavor, humanity has at last stepped into the realm of space exploration. Yet, who could have foreseen the onset of a brutal interstellar war? A group of extraterrestrial beings, measuring a mere 120 centimeters in height, with impeccably smooth skin devoid of any hair and a pallid grayish hue, descended upon us piloting their warships. The people of the United Galactic Empire refer to these beings as the Little Gray Ones, adorned with oversized craniums and astonishingly large eyes. They hail from a species at the late stage of a secondary civilization. They commandeer warships to plunder resources from one star system after another, relentlessly transporting their spoils back to their home planet to alleviate the burdens of their mother civilization. It turns out that the little gray ones are mere vassals of a civilization at the mid-level of Tier 3, obligated to pay tribute every century. Furthermore, even the extraction of mineral resources from these star systems is dictated by their Tier 3 overlords. Initially, the United Galactic Empire endeavored to engage the little gray ones in discussions about the rights of sentient beings and the concept of freedom. However, after suffering the destruction of numerous satellites and surface cities at the hands of the little gray ones, they were left with no choice but to rise in defiance. The United Galactic Empire mounted a valiant resistance, and after suffering setbacks in space combat, retreated to the surface, delving into tunnels, establishing bunkers, and creating subterranean survival bases. Yet, after enduring over 50 years of devastation from the little gray ones, their technology regressed severely, and the populace lived in abject misery, ultimately resigning themselves to surrender. Henceforth, they were condemned to a wretched existence of daily mining. Under the stringent oversight of the little gray ones, the planet's rare metal deposits were completely depleted, and even common metals dwindled to near extinction. Subsequently, the little gray ones departed, obliterating the planet's technological advancements. They then brought forth a primitive species known as the Tacker to oversee the inhabitants of Tacker Star. These primal beings are notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty. Following the directives of the Tier 3 civilization, the Tacker forbade the inhabitants of Tacker Star from learning to read or write, permitting them only to cultivate crops and extract minerals deemed unworthy by the little gray ones. Gradually, a management class emerged among them, assisting the primitive Tacker in governance, thus giving rise to the current aristocracy. After a millennium of profound transformation, the people of Tacker Star have completely forgotten their history, even the existence of written language. They exist numbly beneath the whip of the aristocracy, perpetually living in deep-seated terror of the primitive and intelligent Tacker. Should the Yanhuang civilization choose to take control of this region, the task would indeed be exceedingly simple, akin to the adage of meeting a fellow villager, where artillery triumphs over mere blades. Of course, the Yanhuang civilization has no intention of taking control, for Lon Luo and his compatriots are all too aware of the character of these people, which renders them utterly unworthy of sympathy. Pangu is contemplating ways to assist these unfortunate souls, completely unaware that Kasali was observing him from the shadows. After disembarking, Kasali stealthily approached Pangu in her floating chair, suddenly tapping him on the shoulder, startling him to the brink of falling from his seat. "What are you doing?" Pangu inquired, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "From what I've heard, it sounds rather intriguing." "I, too, wish to assist," Kasali replied, her large eyes blinking innocently. Pangu scrutinized her, pondering what help this little girl could possibly offer. However, upon witnessing the sincerity in her gaze, he decided to let her try. "Very well, then. Find someone to help me monitor those aristocrats and the primitive beings. Inform me immediately of any developments," Pangu instructed. Kasali eagerly accepted the task, vanishing before him like a nimble cat in her floating chair. As Pangu watched her retreating figure, he silently prayed that this little girl would not encounter danger. Wait, she must have seen everything, Pangu suddenly realized, inwardly lamenting his once elegant and courteous demeanor. Resolving not to dwell on it any longer, he prepared to seek assistance from Jiang Tian in the Western Legion to execute his plans. 3 days later, Lon Luo, upon reviewing the proposal submitted by Pangu, rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Li Xian, please pass this document to Elder Qin Long for his perusal and request his advice." "Understood, leader." Li Xian took the document and proceeded to the Guardian Hall. Approximately 40 minutes later, Li Xian returned, presenting the document to Lon Luo and stating, "Leader, Elder Qin Long has approved this plan." "Very well, I appreciate it," Lon Luo replied, taking the document and signing to indicate its approval. Li Xian relayed the information to Pangu, instructing him to proceed according to the plan. "Yes, leader." Chapter 82. A Strategy from Pangu. The impoverished populace of Tacker Star continued to endure a life of desperate scarcity. That year, Bruce and Jenny welcomed a little angel into their lives. The tiny creature lay in Jenny's arms, innocently blinking up at her. Yet, Jenny was filled with profound sorrow, knowing her daughter would likely tread the same treacherous path she had endured. The weight of the family's burdens rested solely on her shoulders, as Bruce's mining efforts yielded no rewards. However, failing mine could lead to their family being offered to the monstrous Tacker. One day, a strange group arrived at Jenny's home. The members, with their black hair, dark eyes, towering and robust physiques, and healthy complexions, clearly led lives of comfort. Jenny had never encountered such individuals before and quickly cradled her daughter, seeking refuge in their dilapidated dwelling. Jenny's face was haggard, her once fair skin now dulled. The hardships of life etched deeply upon her features. Her and Bruce's daughter, only months old, lay obliviously in her mother's embrace, gazing at the strangers. Among the group, a woman named Lily gently explained something to Jenny. Clutching her daughter tightly, Jenny's eyes brimmed with anguish and despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto the girl's hair. Ultimately, Jenny could not acquiesce to the group's demands. The members assured her they would return, granting her time to deliberate. That night, Bruce bit his lip, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is there truly no other way? Our child." A flicker of compassion crossed Jenny's gaze, yet she resolutely replied, "This is for our daughter's brighter future. They promised to provide her with a better life." In the depths of helplessness and despair, Bruce gradually loosened his grip, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Curse these aristocrats, these wretched demons. Bruce, I cannot bear to see Jenny live in such fear. They seem like people just like us. Surely they will fulfill their promises." Jenny comforted him, determined to advocate for this opportunity for their daughter. Sensing the impending separation, the girl began to wail. Jenny swiftly gathered her daughter in her arms, kissing the girl's forehead as she choked out, "My little Jenny, take care of yourself." The couple resolved to take a gamble, deciding to entrust their daughter to the group of dark-haired and dark-eyed individuals. Having made their decision, Jenny extinguished the oil lamp, and soon, the family drifted into slumber. On the evening of the day after tomorrow, Lily cradled the girl in her arms as the team members left behind a substantial amount of supplies and turned to depart. Behind them, the heart-wrenching cries of the Bruce couple echoed, their sorrow seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of the village. Fang Yu and Jiang Tian observed this poignant scene from the bridge of a warship, their hearts laden with complex emotions. Yet, they understood that such sacrifices were an inevitable price to pay for their ultimate goal. As time progressed, similar heart-wrenching scenes unfolded in every corner of Tucker's Star. Some families chose to compromise in their anguish, while others resolutely refused to yield. Nevertheless, the teams dispatched by Fang Yu and Jiang Tian never wavered, continuously seeking opportunities. 3 years later, Bruce appeared considerably aged, the relentless toil of mining in perpetual darkness having accelerated his decline. Jenny toiled under the dim light of an oil lamp, mending clothes, and she had not borne any more children. Her body had succumbed to infertility due to starvation. A soft knock resonated at the door, and Bruce approached to open it, warmly welcoming Li and her team inside. "Jenny, come and see the video of your daughter's life," Li began, but Jenny was already eagerly awaiting the video to be unveiled. This was not the first time they had shown Jenny the video. They typically delivered it every couple of months. As the video played, 2 small figures came into view. "Sister, come here quickly. I brought your favorite tart of fruit." A handsome 6-year-old boy with dark hair called out to a beautiful little girl with golden hair and blue eyes. "Brother, how much did you buy?" The 3-year-old girl wiggled her little bottom as she approached the table, gazing curiously at the box filled with tart of fruit. "Oh, there's a lot, little sister. Were you a good girl at home? Did you listen to Mommy?" The boy gently coaxed her. "Of course I listened. Mommy is in the kitchen." The video then showed the siblings sharing the tart of fruit, with the sister ultimately receiving more than her brother. The scene transitioned to the family of 4 enjoying dinner together, exuding warmth and affection as if the little girl were their own child. Watching the video, Jenny smiled tenderly, knowing her decision had been the right one. Although she could not comprehend her daughter's words, witnessing her joyous smile revealed the happiness she experienced. She had even seen footage of her daughter's family traveling to beautiful destinations aboard a flying vehicle. Though Jenny was unaware of the advanced technology behind the flying apparatus, she understood that this family of dark-haired, dark-eyed individuals possessed considerable power and lived in prosperity. Li reiterated the video's dialogue in their language and left behind additional supplies before taking her leave. Jenny caressed the photographs left by Li, turning to her husband and saying, "Bruce, Jenny is living happily now. She's called Zhangya." Jenny pronounced the name with a hint of difficulty. "Jenny, you have done well. As long as our daughter is free from this hell, she will lead a happy life," Bruce remarked with a sense of reflection, lamenting that without the continuous support from Li and her team, he would have struggled to endure until now. Although Jenny still wore tattered clothing, the past 3 years had afforded them ample food, and life had become less arduous. "It's a pity we could only take in a girl," Jenny sighed. "We lack the means to intervene in this matter, and as you have seen, they do seem to care for our daughter more," Bruce replied, his face lighting up with fond memories of the videos he had watched. He recalled how, when his daughter got into trouble, she would be reprimanded alongside her brother, who might even bear the brunt of punishment for her misdeeds. Yet, When the brother got into trouble, he faced the consequences alone, while his daughter received praise. As the story of the Bruce couple quietly spread, many were willing to send their daughters away. In their harsh existence, the survival rate for girls was exceedingly low. Even if they survived, they would, like Jenny, bear the weight of their family's fate as they trudged onward. When Bruce could no longer hold on, Lily appeared, leading him to catch a distant glimpse of their daughter. By the time Bruce returned, he had already passed away, leaving Jenny to sorrowfully lay him to rest. As time flowed on, Jenny, after stealing a distant glance at her daughter, joined Bruce in eternal slumber. 15 years passed, and the girls who had been taken from Tucker Star gradually matured aboard the Mothership. Continuously, more girls were rescued and brought to the Mothership. Meanwhile, the internal conflicts on Tucker Star escalated, exacerbated by the burgeoning population of the Tucker tribe and the dwindling number of their own. Fang Yu and Jiang Tian knew they were one step closer to ultimate victory. "Old Fang, you truly are ruthless, cutting off the very roots," Jiang Tian remarked, his gaze betraying a sense of wariness and vigilance, as if fearing Fang Yu had ulterior motives. Rest assured, in a few years, when they realize there are only men left and no women, what do you think those nobles and the primitive Tucker tribe will face? Fang Yu nonchalantly outlined his plan, treating the matter as if it were mere daily discourse. "Hiss, the number of Tucker people is increasing. Have you employed some sort of trick?" Jiang Tian inquired, his scrutiny intensifying. The Tucker people, primitive, sapient beings, stood at a towering 25 meters, with muscular limbs and brown skin, sharp teeth, and a natural warrior disposition. "Ahem. I've used some special substances. Each birth can yield around 3 offspring." "You're impressive," Jiang Tian replied incredulously. Chapter 83. Disappearing into the sands of time. "Does that not imply a staggering decline in their population?" Jiang Tian questioned, referring to the humans of the European Union. "Who said that? The nobles still have plenty of offspring at home," Fang Yu hastily defended. "I suspect you want those miners to dismantle the nobles' households, don't you?" Jiang Tian scrutinized Fang Yu, fixating on his eyes. "Ahem. Well, everyone knows this in their hearts, but no one dares to voice it. Do you understand my meaning?" With no retort available, Jiang Tian pressed on. "How many people did we rescue this time?" "Rest assured, there will be no impact. It's merely 70 million children. For our 50 trillion population, that is hardly a ripple," Fang Yu replied, emphasizing the triviality of the numbers. "It is noteworthy that the Tucker Star Empire had once endured a war with the little gray beings. Moreover, as civilization regressed to an agrarian era, the total population across the planet now barely reached 300 million. The figure of 70 million was based on calculations over 25 years. In reality, only 15 years had elapsed, and the number had yet to reach 50 million. Fang Yu's plan continued to unfold quietly, ultimately taking 25 years to complete. The entire planet had not witnessed the birth of a single new child in 2 years, prompting Fang Yu and Jiang Tian to recall the teams stationed on the planet. The noble elites of Tucker Star were left in shock as they discovered that their world was now populated solely by a multitude of males. Most astonishingly, there were no females under the age of 32 remaining. This shocking reality struck like a bolt from the blue, delivering a tremendous jolt to society at large. The slaves, who had long existed in the depths of oppression, could no longer endure such extreme injustice and despair. Their pent-up anger erupted like a volcano, finally bursting forth in a fervent rebellion. The slaves, inflamed with rage, turned their hatred squarely upon the lofty, tyrannical nobles who had long ruled over them. At this juncture, the Tak tribe, revered as celestial beings by the nobility on Tak Star, experienced a rapid and alarming surge in their population. The Tak possessed an insatiable thirst for blood and an urgent demand for resources, their might continuously escalating, thus posing a grave threat to the existing order of Tak Star. In such a convoluted scenario, the ominous specter of war loomed large, becoming an inevitable fate. Discontented slaves banded together, courageously challenging the aristocracy in defense of their entrenched interests. The nobles found themselves compelled to confront the slaves head-on. Concurrently, the Tak tribe seized the opportune moment to plunge into this chaotic conflict. Thus commenced an unprecedented and magnificent war among the slaves, the nobles, and the Tak. The skies were engulfed in flames, and the air thick with smoke. As this brutal war persisted for an agonizing 15 years. Throughout this prolonged period, countless lives were extinguished, and the blood of many stained the soil of Tak Star. Ultimately, owing to the advantages the Tak held in terms of population, resources, and strategy, the forces of both slaves and nobles were systematically depleted, culminating in their complete annihilation at the hands of the Tak. The Tak, however, bore a tremendous toll, suffering a direct loss of approximately 2/3 of their population. Henceforth, Takstar fell under the dominion of the Tak, with humanity and its history on Takstar vanishing entirely from the cosmos. In Fangyu's office, he was engaged in conversation with Jiang Tian in the virtual realm. Jiang Tian, redirect your fleet's transport ships to the Biological Research Institute. What purpose does that serve? To the mid-level or the bottom level? Jiang Tian inquired, puzzled. To the bottom level. Transport the embryos of those organisms that feast on the Tak to Takstar. Fangyu stated candidly. Takstar is the life-bearing planet of a united interstellar empire. After the Tak were transported here, it was henceforth referred to as Takstar by the nobility. In the virtual world, Jiang Tian felt a chill run down his spine, so much so that he began to wipe sweat from his brow. In the wake of the war's conclusion, the Tak had initially enjoyed a tranquil and harmonious existence. Yet, merely a year later, this serenity was shattered by an abrupt and profound fear. The Tak discovered, amidst their daily hunts and toil, the emergence of a strange and formidable creature on their planet. On a serene evening, a typical Tak family was gathered around a campfire, savoring a moment of tranquility after a day's labor. The husband, Tam, had just returned from the forest, while his wife, Lena, prepared dinner, and their young child, Ike, played joyfully nearby. Suddenly, an unusual sound resonated from the forest. Tam stood alert, gripping his spear tightly. Lena paused her preparations, pulling Ike close. Tam cautiously approached the source of the noise, and, after a short distance, beheld an enormous creature unlike any he had ever seen. Its massive form boasted sharp claws and fierce teeth, exuding an aura of dread. Tam's eyes widened in terror as he recognized this as the strange and powerful beast spoken of by his kin. He dared not act rashly, slowly retreating to rejoin his family. However, the creature seemed to sense his presence and lunged toward him. Tam turned and sprinted, shouting, "Lena, take Ike and hide." Lena, hearing her husband's urgent call, scooped up Ike and dashed into their home. Tam led the creature in a chase around the house, striving to buy his wife and child more time. Yet, the creature was swift, nearly catching him several times. When Tam finally reached the house, Lena had already secured the doors and windows. Panting heavily, they both braced the entrances with heavy wooden boards. The creature soon arrived at the front of the house, launching ferocious assaults against the doors and windows. Each impact sent tremors through the structure, threatening to bring it crashing down. I cried out in terror, while Lena held him tightly, whispering words of comfort. Tam stood by the window, peering through the cracks at the unfolding scene, his heart filled with dread and despair. Yet he feigned calm for the sake of his family. As the assaults intensified, cracks began to appear in the doors and windows. Tam realized that this could not continue. He glanced at his wife and child, a resolve flickering in his eyes. He grasped a spear and said to Lena, "Take care of Ike." Then, he abruptly flung open the door and charged outside. The creature, momentarily distracted by Tam's sudden appearance, ceased its assault on the house and lunged for him instead. Tam fought valiantly, wielding his spear in an attempt to pierce the beast, but his efforts were nearly futile against such a formidable foe. After several exchanges, he was left battered and bruised. The creature seized its opportunity, striking Tam's back with a powerful claw, sending him crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the creature had already opened its gaping maw, poised to devour him. Inside, Lena witnessed this horrific scene and cried out Tam's name in anguish. Ike wailed inconsolably, but it was too late. Tam was mercilessly consumed by the beast. With Tam's defense breached, the creature surged toward the house once more. Despite Lena's desperate attempts to barricade the wooden boards with her body, the frail defenses were effortlessly breached. The creature stormed into the home, and as Lena clutched Ike, she attempted to flee, but was swiftly overtaken. Amidst a chorus of heart-wrenching screams, the Tak family succumbed to their grim fate, obliterated by the terrifying creature. Chapter 84. The Tak tribe's forced extinction and the current state of the Great Bear. This strange and powerful being continued to wreak havoc upon the planet, bringing ceaseless terror and calamity to the Tak. Subsequently, this rapidly reproducing and formidable creature was dubbed Tak by the Tak, signifying its nature of subduing their tribe and its predilection for hunting them. The once proud stature and strength of the Tak paled in comparison to this monstrous entity. The tranquil existence of the Tak was irrevocably disrupted by the Tak. The self-proclaimed mighty Tak found themselves passively enduring this bizarre war. Among them was AK, a young warrior, alongside his wife Maya and their young son, D, residing in a serene village. AK, robust and valiant, was an exceptional hunter in the village, having previously been selected as a divine envoy to oversee the weaker humans. With humanity's demise, AK often reminisced about the delectable nature of those frail beings. Since the extinction of humanity, he had resumed a life of hunting for sustenance. Maya, gentle and kind, managed the household, ensuring everything was orderly. However, this tranquility was utterly shattered one night. AK awoke from his slumber, alerted by a cacophony outside. He alertly rose, grasping his spear, and cautiously ventured out. In the village clearing, a group of tribesmen were gazing at a colossal shadow in the distance, murmuring amongst themselves. Drawing closer, AK gasped in shock. Before him loomed an unprecedented creature, its immense form resembling a small mountain, covered in a hard shell that glimmered ominously. Its blood-red eyes and a noxious breath emanating from its mouth instilled dread. The village elder, with a grave expression, declared, "This is a monster from an unknown world, called Tak, which has already preyed upon many of our kin. We must tread carefully." A profound sense of responsibility surged within AK, compelling him to remain and safeguard the village. Upon returning home, he conveyed the dire circumstances to Maya. A flicker of concern crossed Maya's eyes, yet she resolutely supported AK's decision. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the enigmatic creature launched a sudden assault. It stormed into the village, wreaking havoc upon the homes and preying upon the Tak people. AK rallied the brave warriors of his tribe to resist the onslaught. Brandishing his spear, he charged towards the beast. However, the creature's might was overwhelming. With a mere swipe of its claw, it sent AK crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Maya, hiding with little D in their home, heard AK's agonizing cries, her heart shattered. Little D, terrified, wailed loudly, and Maya held him tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. After the creature's rampage, it temporarily withdrew. AK lay gravely injured, unconscious. Maya kept a vigil by his side day and night, praying fervently for his recovery. Yet, the calamity was far from over. Days later, the creature returned with a host of companions, its assault more ferocious than before. The Tak people fell into despair. Avakinid bi Maya saves, axlili regained consciousness. Upon witnessing the devastation around him, a fire of fury ignited in his eyes. He struggled to his feet, grasped his spear once more, and prepared to fight the beast to the death. However, this time the creatures appeared to be well prepared, their numbers overwhelming, rendering the Tak people's resistance futile. Despite AK's valiant efforts in battle, he was ultimately overpowered by one of the monsters. Maya watched in horror as AK was devoured by the creature, releasing a desperate scream. Bereft of AK's protection, both Maya and Little D were not spared. The monsters swept through the village, plunging the Tak community into utter devastation. Amidst the ruins, the shadows of the mysterious creatures gradually faded away, leaving behind an expanse of silence and the remnants of the Tak people's existence. In less than 5 years, the Tak tribe had vanished from this vibrant planet. Lan Luo gazed at the contents of the projected document in his hand, his eyes fixed upon the shattered visage of Tak Star, filled with awe. Pangu, a figure akin to legend, had annihilated the 2 races of Tak Star with such peculiar and ominous means. He found himself murmuring in disbelief. It was astonishing that Pangu could achieve his aims through such unfathomable methods. Who could have anticipated that such a complex and formidable task could be accomplished with such minimal cost? There was no extensive bloodshed, no protracted war of attrition. It seemed almost effortlessly, the sentient life of the entire planet was reduced to ashes. What wisdom, strategy, and courage this required. Pangu, you are truly an extraordinary genius. Lon Luo's gaze brimmed with admiration and a peculiar expression for Pangu. Li Xian, standing beside him, stifled a laugh, inwardly thinking how challenging it was to overly praise someone. Clearing her throat, Li Xian announced to the Guardian Hall and the Elder Hall to convene for a meeting in the afternoon. Understood, leader. Lon Luo leaned back comfortably in his chair, perusing the information on the Great Bear Star. The Great Bear Interstellar Empire was established 3 millennia ago by the Blue Star Great Bear Alliance. After over 2,000 years of relentless development and exploration, it had finally entered the early stages of a Level 2 civilization. Just as the Great Bear Interstellar Empire was steadily progressing and its people enjoyed peace and prosperity, an unforeseen calamity silently approached. A Level 3 civilization dispatched the Alon civilization, a mid-level Level 2 civilization engaged in mining activities within their star system. When the fleets of both parties unexpectedly encountered one another in the star system, their gazes were filled with wariness and hostility. The spark of war was ignited instantly due to resource disputes and territorial conflicts. The warriors of the Great Bear Interstellar Empire, undaunted, resolutely chose to resist. They piloted advanced interstellar warships, shouting Yura, as they charged towards the Alon fleet. In the vastness of space, a barrage of artillery erupted, illuminating the cosmos as both sides engaged in fierce combat. However, the Alon civilization held a distinct advantage in terms of civilization level. Their technology was more advanced, their weaponry more formidable, and the performance of their warships superior. Yet, the warriors of the Great Bear Interstellar Empire, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and ingenious tactics, repeatedly thwarted the Alon civilization's advances, preventing them from easily achieving their objectives. This war was not resolved swiftly. It devolved into a prolonged and arduous stalemate. Year after year passed, extending the conflict for over 500 years. Throughout this extensive period, the defenses of the Great Bear Interstellar Empire gradually contracted from the vastness of space to the surface of their own planet. The fleet that once fought valiantly in space now faced brutal ground battles. Cities lay in ruins, the Earth was scarred, resources dwindled, and the situation for the Great Bear Interstellar Empire grew increasingly dire, teetering on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, the people of the Great Bear Interstellar Empire refused to surrender. They gritted their teeth, vowing to defend their homeland and dignity, fighting to the bitter end against their foes. The troubling matters would be left to the Elder Hall and the Guardian Hall. After concluding, Lan Luo set aside the projected document, intending to delegate the handling of the Great Bear Star situation to others. Chapter 85. The brave Great Bear fears no difficulty. The malady of the Little He Empire recurs. Within the spacious and solemn conference room of the Flame Dragon Palace on Blue Star, Lan Luo solemnly raised the significant issue of how to address the situation on Great Bear Star. We need not concern ourselves. We have no obligation to assist them. We should prioritize our own affairs. Lu Chen participated in the discussion this time, firmly presenting his viewpoint. I suggest we replicate the model of Tax Star. Li Jianyi also actively shared his thoughts. Wang Weiguo glanced at Feng Yu before slowly speaking. We can adopt the Tax Star plan for a period. If it fails, we can withdraw. Feng Yu quickly added, I do not oppose implementing the Tax Star model. This indeed could bolster the population base. Moreover, the slight increase in female population on Great Bear will not affect us at all. What I must emphasize is that aside from rescuing the girls of Great Bear Star, we shall not extend any further assistance. I concur with Feng Yu's proposal. I agree as well. Ultimately, the resolution regarding the handling of Great Bear Star was settled. Aside from aiding in the rescue of a portion of eligible girls, the Flame Dragon civilization would not contribute any further resources to assist them. Their ability to evade this crisis depended solely on their own fortune. Otherwise, if they were obliterated by an alien civilization, it would be solely due to their lack of strength. Now, what about the final planet? Lan Luo reserved the issue of the last planet for later, as there were accounts that needed meticulous reckoning. What can be done? Just send a destroyer to obliterate it. Wang Weiguo, filled with fervor, stood up and declared loudly upon the mention of the last planet. Indeed, there is nothing to debate, just destroy the planet. Elder Zhao Li resolutely supported Wang Weiguo's stance. Ahem, could I be entrusted with handling the final planet? Feng Yu asked, his confidence slightly wavering. Agreed to entrust the matter to Feng Yu. I concur. Feng Yu appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the implications of everyone's decision. Thus, the resolution concerning the final life-bearing planet was handed over to Feng Yu. As the meeting adjourned, Wang Weiguo, Qinlong, Zhao Li, and others patted Feng Yu on the shoulder, expressing their confidence that he would provide a satisfactory resolution. The situation surrounding the last life-bearing planet was indeed rather intricate. 3 millennia prior, the remaining factions were all relocated to this planet, as the warships gradually degraded into remnants. It seemed as though everyone had returned to a common starting point. However, the planet's food resources were remarkably abundant, leading to a rapid increase in the population of the Black Continent Alliance. The Little He Empire, too, fervently aspired to acquire vast tracts of land. It was the first faction to restore itself to the level of Blue Star's World War II within just a few decades. Yet, the Little He Empire, unrepentant and afflicted by persistent maladies, brazenly instigated a global war. Armed with antiquated bolt-action rifles, they instilled terror in the hearts of those from other factions. As the Little He Empire relentlessly expanded its territory, its burgeoning population became its greatest developmental shortcoming. Ultimately, the Little He Empire chose to compromise, abandoning its reliance on bloodshed and beginning to pursue the integration of other factions. In the end, the Little He Empire occupied 1/3 of the planet's landmass, with the Black Continent Alliance claiming another third. The remaining regions were divided among the Great Cold and the powers of South Asia. As for those in unmentioned territories, they had long fallen beneath the bloody blades of the Little He Empire. As time gradually unfurled, the population of the Little He Empire underwent a historical metamorphosis. This alarming transformation caused fear among individuals such as Lan Luo, as cultural assimilation proved unable to compete with the assimilation of skin color. Half of the Little He Empire's populace had turned to a dark hue, and just as the empire's high-ranking officials were poised to employ physical means for extermination, extraterrestrial beings descended upon them. They found themselves utterly powerless against the aliens, and after suffering a harrowing and bloody toll, they became a vassal civilization of the extraterrestrials. Consequently, the Little He Empire naturally became the representative of the entire planet. What choice did they have, after all, when they excelled in flattery and possessed relatively formidable strength? Every century, the planet was mandated to tribute its resources and 500 million individuals as cosmic slaves. In an instant, the Little He Empire decided to first surrender that portion of the dark-skinned populace. Thus, every 100 years, the Little He Empire would instigate wars to capture individuals from other factions for tribute. Once the tribute was completed, they encouraged people from other regions to procreate vigorously, preparing for the next tribute. The Little He Empire garnered recognition from the extraterrestrial civilization, and their leaders received injections of gene optimization fluids prepared by the third-tier civilization. Hence, the people of the Little He Empire remained acutely aware of their history from 3,000 years ago, remembering their origins. The inhabitants of this planet, due to such extraordinary circumstances, have struggled to survive until now. A decade of protracted time swiftly elapsed, during which Fang Yu first dedicated his efforts to the affairs of the Great Bear Star. Owing to his considerable experience in this domain, it was naturally entrusted to him to oversee. After considerable contemplation, Fang Yu resolved to address the matters of the Great Bear Star before tackling the issues of the final life-bearing planet. Over these 10 years, Fang Yu toiled tirelessly, successfully rescuing as many as 200 million girls under the age of 5 from the Great Bear Star. Now aboard the Mothership, the eldest of these girls had already reached the age of 15, having fully embraced their identities as flame dragon people. Upon initially learning of the related circumstances, the inhabitants of the Great Bear Star actively sought to facilitate this endeavor. However, due to the intensifying warfare, they were reluctantly forced to suspend their efforts. The people of the Great Bear Star felt a sense of relief, having secured the preservation of 200 million seeds of civilization. Currently, the combat prowess of the Great Bear people was astonishingly high, as they had successfully reclaimed the surface. Their leader fervently encouraged procreation, entrusting more newborn girls to the Flame Dragon civilization. However, this initiative placed significant pressure on the Alon civilization, prompting them to urgently request assistance from the main civilization. The Alon civilization and the Little Gray people were both vassals of the third-tier civilization, the Ox Empire. Conveniently, the Ox civilization had a fleet in the nearby star system, which was currently en route and would take approximately 5 years to arrive. Although the Great Bear people mounted a resolute defense, it merely imposed slight pressure on the Alon civilization. Consequently, the Alon civilization began to escalate the intensity of the warfare, striving for a phased victory before the arrival of the Ox Empire's fleet, thereby showcasing their prowess before the Ox Empire. Observing the protracted stalemate between the Alon civilization and the Great Bear Interstellar Empire, Fang Yu entrusted the matter of accepting the Great Bear girls to Jiang Tian. He then immersed himself in the Biological Research Institute, shrouded in mystery, which piqued the curiosity of the elders and guardians. A year later, the commander of the Qinglong Legion, Bai Haojuan, arrived at the biological laboratory aboard a transport ship. Without hesitation, this transport vessel set its course directly for the last life-bearing planet, Little He Star. The elders and guardians exchanged knowing glances, their expressions confirming their suspicions. Chapter 86, Withering Crops. The End. On Little He Star, amidst the boundless and expansive lands of the Great Black Empire, Musa and Aisha, a loving couple, were tirelessly laboring under the scorching sun in their fields. The relentless rays of the sun beat down upon them mercilessly. Large, glistening beads of sweat trickled down their sun-kissed, darkened cheeks. Musa, a robust man, gripped the hoe tightly, swinging it with great vigor. Each thrust into the soil was imbued with boundless strength and a fervent hope for a bountiful harvest this year. Meanwhile, Aisha diligently sowed seeds with utmost care, softly humming an ancient melody passed down from their ancestors. However, just as Aisha stood up to take a brief respite, she was suddenly struck by terror witnessing the once vibrant and lush crops before her inexplicably beginning to wither. Their leaves turned dry and yellow in the blink of an eye, while the stems shriveled at a visible pace. "Musa, come quickly!" Aisha's voice trembled with fear, shattering the tranquility of their surroundings. Upon hearing his wife's cry, Musa rushed over to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the despairing scene before him, a profound sense of hopelessness filled his eyes. They both understood that if a solution was not found promptly, it would not only spell disaster for this fertile land, but also pose an unprecedented threat to their future livelihood. "Aisha, what are we to do? Our children depend on this food to grow." Musa furrowed his brow, his voice laden with anxiety. Before long, both Musa and Aisha learned that their plight was occurring on a grand scale throughout the empire. They gazed upon the land that had once brimmed with hope, now transformed into a desolate wasteland, their hearts heavy with concern. They were deeply troubled by the prospect of their entire family facing hunger in the days to come, and the children being unable to flourish in health. What frightened them even more was the gradual erosion of their faith in life itself. In desperation, Musa and Aisha resolved to migrate with their family to other regions, for it was said that crops there had not yet succumbed to withering. They fervently yearned to rediscover the dawn of life in a new environment. Yet, simultaneously, their hearts were fraught with trepidation and unease regarding this uncertain journey ahead. As time progressed, more and more lands witnessed the gradual desiccation of their crops. In order to survive, people were compelled to resort to the mass hunting of wildlife to satiate their hunger. Thus, they subsisted through hunting while relentlessly trudging towards the Small He Empire. The entire border of the Small He Empire appeared to be engulfed by a sea of darkness. As far as the eye could see, the crowd surged like a tide, a staggering mass of humanity that was truly alarming. These individuals had congregated here due to the blight of their crops, which had forced their migration. However, the withering of crops was not confined to the Great Black Empire. Similar situations began to emerge in other regions as well. 2 years passed, and only the territory of the Small He Empire remained unscathed, untouched by the misfortune of crop failure. In a state of helplessness, the Small He Empire had no choice but to deploy heavy troops along its borders to prevent the influx of outsiders crossing the boundary. Meanwhile, within this seemingly tranquil Small He Empire, in a serene mountain village, the couple Masayuki and Yoshiko toiled diligently in their fields. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing fiercely, casting its relentless rays upon the earth. Masayuki, donning a tattered straw hat, bore a sun-kissed visage adorned with glistening beads of sweat. He bent over, deftly maneuvering various farming tools, his gaze focused and resolute. Simultaneously, Yoshiko was engrossed in diligently removing the weeds from the fields. Her movements were light and nimble, each swing of the hoe precise, strands of hair dampened by sweat clinging to her cheeks. Suddenly, Yoshiko halted, her face reflecting sheer terror, her voice trembling. "Masayuki, come, quickly. Something seems amiss with these crops." Upon hearing his wife's call, Masayuki hastened to her side, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. The once vibrant crops were now steadily wilting. The leaves had begun to yellow, and the branches appeared shriveled and feeble. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with worry and helplessness. They understood that the calamity that had befallen other regions had finally reached their own. They stared blankly at the fertile land that had once held so much promise, their hearts weighed down by an immense burden, as if they were sinking into an unfathomable abyss. As time passed, their sense of helplessness deepened, forcing them to resort to the mass hunting of wildlife to sustain themselves. However, the grim reality was that their numbers far exceeded those of the wild animals, making any semblance of ecological balance impossible. Much like in primitive societies, where hunting could sustain life due to a minuscule population base, the current situation was starkly different. The overwhelming population rendered the ecological environment incapable of sustaining them. In the fight for survival, they had no choice but to embark on a frenzied hunt for wildlife. Moreover, not only crops but other plants had also been thoroughly ravaged. By the time they realized that everything was beyond redemption, it was too late. In the struggle for survival, fierce wars erupted incessantly, under the pressure of existence. Horrific tragedies unfolded in every corner of the world. 5 years later, the aerial vehicles of the Flame Dragon civilization arrived on this planet, scanning the barren landscape devoid of any flora or fauna, resembling a lifeless orb. The vessel made no attempt to linger, departing promptly and reporting its findings. Upon receiving the report, Lon Luo glanced at it briefly before losing interest. The Great Bear Star ultimately entrusted another 300 million female infants to the Flame Dragon civilization for nurturing. They soon faced adversaries from a level 3 civilization. As brilliant beams of energy descended upon the surface, causing explosions to erupt in various locations. Observing this through a screen, Lon Luo muttered, "I hope you can withstand the pressure and win the war." He commanded, "Activate the Mothership, set a course for the little gray man star system." Yes. In the void, the Mothership began to accelerate, and the Flame Dragon civilization set sail once more. Chapter 87. The little gray men once visited Blue Star. The Flame Dragon civilization's Mothership boldly appeared in the little gray man star system. "Captain, the little gray men's warships are approaching us. Their main cannons are not charged. Ignore them. Await their message." Over 30 warships stood before the Mothership, while a small fleet of 6 ships from within the star system made their way towards the Mothership. The Southern Legion's escort fleet did not regard the little gray men's warships as a threat. They were all too familiar with the situation. Just as they had been in the Oasis star domain, the little gray men would surely realize they had entered through warp travel. Naturally, they would not dare provoke the Flame Dragon civilization. Their hurried approach was undoubtedly to curry favor. As expected, a video message arrived. "Great Level 4 Civilization. This is the N Gray Star System. We are the N Gray Civilization. May we inquire what brings your esteemed civilization here?" The little gray men in the video displayed a lowly demeanor, cautious not to offend the advanced civilization. They sent a message requesting the historical records of their civilization. Acting in accordance with the higher-ups' plans, the captain began to execute the orders. The Flame Dragon civilization had a profound recollection of the little gray men's image from the Blue Star era. There was speculation that the little gray men had once visited Blue Star, for their appearance was identical to that depicted in Blue Star's media. However, there seemed to be a contradiction, as the technological capabilities of the little gray men were insufficient to reach the solar system 5,000 light-years away. The wormhole in the Oort cloud was a one-way passage from the solar system to this side. The little gray men, small in stature and frail, with light weights, favored collecting rare minerals to forge their creations. Yet, their weakness had become their original sin, rendering them vassals of the Ox Empire, stripped of their rights to self-upgrade. Becoming interstellar miners, the little gray men respectfully replied to the message, stating they had communicated with their home planet, which was currently compiling historical data and would deliver it to the Flame Dragon civilization in 3 days. Upon receiving the little gray men's response, the captain ordered the fleet to remain on standby, confident that the little gray men would not dare to play any tricks. 3 days later, the Flame Dragon civilization received the historical records from the little gray men. Researchers immediately immersed themselves in their work, hoping to uncover clues regarding the enigmatic little gray beings and their potential visitation to the blue planet. In the course of their investigation, they stumbled upon some intriguing details. It appeared that within the culture of the little grays, there existed a peculiar veneration for the blue planet, often depicted in their artistic creations reminiscent of its imagery. This discovery piqued public curiosity. Could it be that the little grays indeed share a connection with the blue planet? However, more evidence is required to substantiate this hypothesis. The Mothership resolved to dispatch a scientific expedition to the homeland of the little grays to further explore their culture and history. Perhaps there, they might uncover the answers they sought. The little grays were equally elated, preparing a warm welcome for their esteemed visitors, for they were a level 4 civilization. Even the smallest token from their fingertips could lead to unimaginable wealth. The delegation was led by Elder Wang Weigua and Zhang Liqiao from the Elders' Hall, accompanied by Fang Yu from the Guardians' Hall, as they journeyed to the little gray's homeworld. A diplomatic vessel, safeguarded by 15 warships, soared towards the little gray's planet. The two parties convened in a specially designated conference room, where the little gray's diplomats engaged in dialogue with the Yanhuang civilization. In a corner, a trembling little gray could hardly contain its urge to kneel in reverence. The perceptive Fang Yu noticed the commotion and inquired if that particular gray had something to convey. Fang Yu gestured towards the quaking little gray, prompting its leader to summon the being forth. The little gray approached with palpable excitement and, with a thud, knelt before Fang Yu and his companions. "Great Immortal, your loyal guardians await your arrival," it proclaimed fervently. Wang Weigua and Fang Yu were taken aback. Yet, Zhang Liqiao quickly grasped the crux of the situation. "Is there a legend about us in your homeland?" he asked. "Indeed, Great Immortal. My homeland holds records of your kind, along with wondrous, immortal inscriptions," the little gray responded. Through their exchange, Zhang Liqiao, a scholar of history and mythology, pieced together the puzzle. It turned out that 100,000 years ago, a race resembling the Yanhuang civilization had descended upon an Hui star. The term immortal used by the little gray did not refer to mythological beings, but rather the name of that race, akin to how the current Yanhuang civilization is known. The celestial beings had once aided the primitive tribes of the Little Greys during an invasion by extraterrestrial insectoid creatures. However, as time passed, the Little Greys transformed this history into myth. Zhang Liqiao recognized that to uncover the true identity of the immortals, he must witness the immortal inscriptions the Little Greys spoke of. "Could you take us to your homeland to see that stone tablet?" he instinctively asked. "Of course, esteemed sir," the Little Grey replied, realizing it may have misinterpreted the situation and promptly corrected itself. 2 hours later, Wang Weiguo, Zhang Liqiao, and a team of personnel arrived at the base of a desolate mountain. With the advancement of technology, most Little Greys resided in urban areas, and many past villages had long been abandoned. Fortunately, this particular Little Grey had lived in the area and had received genetic optimization, or else this segment of history might have been lost to time. As Zhang Liqiao gazed at the inscriptions on the stone tablet, he stood transfixed. "Old Zhang, why are you dawdling? Hurry and see if you can translate it," Wang Weiguo urged. "Old Wang, I can hardly believe it. This is indeed ancient script." Thankfully, the leader only cleared the modern structure from the blue planet, Zhang Liqiao excitedly informed, as he recounted the archaeological excavations that had revealed a plethora of ancient tablets. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to decipher. "Hurry up and translate it," urged Wang Weiguo, visibly anxious, his restlessness eliciting a chuckle. Zhang Liqiao instinctively began to read the inscriptions aloud. "We are one of the clans of the immortals of the parallel realm. Under the mandate of the Yellow Emperor Yanhuang and the Flame Emperor, we have come to this realm in search of our kin, to jointly confront the perils of the upper realms. Yet, our kin in this realm remains in a state of ignorance, lacking enlightened wisdom, and their tribes are not yet formed. In desperation, we abandoned our laws, and upon encountering our kin in this realm, we observed the entrance to the small realm, where we encountered the nascent beings who were combating the disruptions caused by the external insectoid menace. Thus, we took it upon ourselves to eradicate them, erecting this tablet to safeguard their tranquility. Goodness, this implies that the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor of the parallel universe have evolved into an advanced civilization, and they once visited our realm," Wang Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is merely a difference in nomenclature regarding planets, star systems, and universes. Let us return. We will leave this tablet here and send people to protect it," Zhang Liqiao suggested. Wang Weiguo did not linger, and the two boarded their craft, returning to the Mothership, leaving Pangu on an Huaxia star. Yes, they did come seeking our alliance, but alas, we were still in an age of ignorance. They traversed through the wormhole of the solar system to assist the Little Greys in vanquishing the insectoid invaders, after which they presumably returned to their universe. Zhang Liqiao reiterated regarding the stone tablet. The others, including Lan Luo, were equally astounded. 100,000 years ago, the Yanhuang civilization from another universe visited this realm, and it was sent by the Yanhuang themselves? They pondered. Does this mean the Little Greys have never set foot on the blue planet? How then do we explain their likeness appearing in our world? As this question arose, confusion enveloped the group. Was it mere coincidence, or was there some record of it? Thus, they organized a large-scale archaeological endeavor on the blue planet to seek out any overlooked information. They mandated that ancient tombs must remain undisturbed, allowing only unmanned equipment to enter. Chapter 88, Secrets of the Blue Planet's Deep Sea. Zhu Tongzi, once a valiant member of the Ship Girl exploration team, found herself amid the disbandment following the harrowing events of the pirate civilization incident. With aspirations still ignited, she joined the officially sanctioned archaeological activities on the blue planet, resolutely deciding to embark on a solo expedition into the ocean's depths. She sat securely within a submersible crafted with meticulous care by Longguo Corporation, slowly descending into the seemingly insatiable abyss of the ocean. The lights at the front of the vessel flickered uncertainly in the boundless darkness, resembling faint stars illuminating the enigmatic surroundings. Various extraordinary sea creatures drifted past the porthole, some resplendent in iridescent hues, while others bore forms that defied imagination. As her descent continued, the pressure surrounding her intensified like a surging tide. Nevertheless, Zhu Tongzi's unwavering determination remained unshaken. She meticulously piloted the craft, her gaze fixed forward, refusing to allow even a moment of complacency. Navigating the depths of the Pacific Ocean, Zhu Tongzi eventually stumbled upon an expansive underwater canyon. With utmost caution, she maneuvered her vessel into the chasm. Within the shadows of the canyon's floor, she unexpectedly discovered 5 mysterious stone tablets, intricately inscribed with ancient, enigmatic script. An overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through her, for she recognized these as the very tablets the authorities had long sought. Eagerly, she approached the stone tablets, focusing intently on the intricate carvings before her. Through a meticulous comparison of official documents, she was astounded to discover that these ancient inscriptions chronicled the legendary tales of a celestial civilization from a parallel universe. According to the inscriptions, this celestial civilization had once ventured into this vast cosmos, filled with hope in search of their kin, only to regretfully find that their kind here remained in an infantile, rudimentary stage of development. Upon their departure, they traversed through a one-way wormhole, arriving at a distant star system, where they ardently assisted a fledgling civilization in fending off the ferocious and brutal insectoid species. Subsequently, they returned to Blue Star, even bringing with them some members of that nascent civilization. They lingered on Blue Star for a full 2 years, leaving behind 5 profoundly significant stone tablets and a painting imbued with an aura of mystery. Ultimately, they departed quietly with the members of the weaker civilization. Zhu Tongzi was rendered speechless by this astonishing revelation, standing in a daze for a considerable time. Soon after, she activated the recording device of her aircraft, meticulously documenting every detail of the stone tablets with utmost precision. Just as she completed the recording, an unexpected undercurrent surged forth, violently shaking her aircraft. She had no choice but to exert herself to control the vessel, daring not to hesitate for a moment, and successfully maneuvered it away from the canyon, emerging triumphantly above the ocean's surface. With the video footage submitted by Zhu Tongzi and the official investigation, the entire timeline of the event was finally elucidated. The celestial civilization, led by Yanhuang, had come to this universe in search of their kin on Blue Star, only to find that the inhabitants had yet to evolve. They then traversed through a wormhole to the current star region, aiding the primitive gray beings in vanquishing the insectoids. They also transported 3 stars through the wormhole, terraforming several planets suitable for human life, and returned with the gray beings to Blue Star, intending to relocate some of the Blue Star inhabitants to those 3 life-bearing planets. However, Yin and Huang rejected their plan, forbidding any interference in the evolutionary process of their parallel universe kin, leading them to abandon their intentions, leaving behind 5 stone tablets of record and photographs featuring the gray beings and themselves. Scientists speculate that these photographs may have ultimately found their way to the continent of America. Expeditions were dispatched to Tark Star in search of treasure, for with their technology, the photographs would withstand the test of time. Thus, a treasure-hunting journey to Tark Star commenced, with various civilian exploration teams escorted by the 9 Great Legions. At the Yanhuang Palace on Blue Star, Lan Luo was leisurely browsing the system marketplace. The system opened the personal panel. Personal panel. Host, Lan Luo. Task, Yanhuang Civilization. Civilization level, pinnacle of level 4. Civilization type, starship civilization. Mothership technology openness, pinnacle of level 4. Technology points, 125,000. Resource points, 2,085. Items, none. System. Exchange for quantum force field shield technology, supergravity tier technology, dark matter force field engine technology. Ding, exchange successful. Quantum force field shield. Capable of deflecting energy and physical attacks through the manipulation of a quantum force field. Supergravity tier technology. Controls the superposition of the gravitational field, causing objects within the area to be shredded into powder. Dark matter force field engine. Utilizes dark matter as energy, forming a driving force field around the warship, allowing for faster-than-light travel in normal cosmic space. System, exchange for quantum aggregation material technology, dark matter fusion material technology, photon solid-state material technology. Ding, exchange successful. Lon Luo gazed at the 6 small orbs in her hand and summoned her intelligent assistant to contact Li Xian. Send a copy of these 6 technologies to each of the major scientific research institutes. Yes, leader. Lan Chunyu, a brilliant star in the scientific community, had long been dedicated to cutting-edge technological research. In a laboratory, he toiled day and night, harboring a dream of breaking through the limits of material technology. Undeterred by the challenge posed by quantum aggregation material technology, Lan Chunyu persevered through countless experimental failures and endless data adjustments, never wavering in his steadfast belief. He knew well that the key to quantum aggregation materials lay in the precise control of quantum state superposition and entanglement to achieve a leap in material properties. A month prior, he had received the technical documentation from Yanhuang Palace, which further invigorated his research. Finally, on a deep night a month later, Lan Xinyu experienced a pivotal breakthrough. He successfully discovered a novel method for quantum manipulation, achieving unprecedented heights in the strength, toughness, and conductivity of materials. However, Lan Luo was not content with this accomplishment. He soon turned his attention to the more enigmatic dark matter fusion material technology. Dark matter fusion material, an elusive entity within the universe, became his next target to conquer. Dark matter, also known as antimatter, accelerates reactions upon contact with regular matter, releasing boundless energy, which is the principle behind antimatter bombs. However, the challenge now was to fuse dark matter with regular matter to form new materials, an exceptionally arduous technical endeavor. The process of researching dark matter fusion materials was fraught with uncertainty and difficulty. The observational and manipulatory challenges posed by dark matter made experimental progress agonizingly slow. Yet, armed with his exceptional intellect and indomitable will, Lan Luo continuously refined experimental equipment and innovated research methods. In what seemed to be an ordinary experiment, Lan Luo serendipitously detected a peculiar energy fluctuation, seemingly intertwined with the fusion of dark matter. Following this lead and comparing it with the documentation from Yanhuang Palace, he delved deeper into research and ultimately succeeded in achieving the fusion of dark matter with conventional materials. His breakthroughs in these two technologies not only revolutionized material science, but also paved a new path for the advancement of Level 5 civilizations. Chapter 89. Ascension to Level 5 you can sell, and you can also buy. Lan Luo's breakthroughs in materials propelled the Yanhuang civilization's technology back into the fast lane. With the assistance of the Yanhuang civilization, the research progress of the merfolk scientists also reached the pinnacle of Level 4. Ru'er, a scientist of the merfolk, specialized in light technology. Under the influence of Lan Luo, Ru'er entered a frenzied state of research. In a laboratory, Ru'er's eyes were fixed intently on the experimental apparatus, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had dedicated countless days and nights to this moment. Today marked the critical day for his breakthrough in photon solid-state material technology. The laboratory buzzed with a tense yet expectant atmosphere, as everyone silently awaited the results. Ru'er took a deep breath and commenced the final operations. He skillfully adjusted various parameters, his gaze filled with concentration and determination. The moment he pressed the start button, the apparatus emitted a faint hum. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a strange radiance erupted from the experimental device, stable and bright, akin to a brilliant star. Ru'er's heart raced. He knew this signified their success. Following a series of tests and analyses, the data confirmed that they had indeed overcome the critical challenges of photon solid-state material technology. Ru'er trembled with excitement, and his team members erupted in cheers. This breakthrough would bring about monumental changes in the technological development of the Yanhuang merfolk, significantly contributing to the progress of the Yanhuang civilization. Ru'er gazed at the radiance before him, his heart swelling with pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that the Yanhuang merfolk had finally attained the capability to repay the Yanhuang civilization. 2 years later, an afternoon echoed with deafening cheers within the Yanhuang civilization laboratory. The successors of the Blue Star era scientists, including Wang Weiguo and Li Jianya, had made a breakthrough in force field technology. Lan Tianyi, Zaiko, Wan Si, and Zhao Cheng were fervently shouting in the lab, with Zhao Cheng even racing back and forth in excitement. The quantum force field shield technology, supergravity tearing technology, and dark matter force field engine technology had all been conquered by these vibrant scientists. Thus, the Yanhuang civilization ascended to the ranks of a formidable Level 5 civilization, resulting in a monumental transformation of its overall strength. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Yanhuang civilization has been promoted to Level 5 civilization. A surprise gift package awaits. Upon opening the package, ding! Successful opening. The host receives 1 space jump usage card and 1 special permission card. The space jump usage card allows the Mothership to execute 5 consecutive jumps. Note: this card is a one-time item and cannot be halted once used. Lon Luo was pleasantly surprised by this reward, as it alleviated the fear of sudden annihilation. The system then displayed the personal panel, host, Lon Luo, civilization, Yanhuang civilization, civilization level, early level 5, civilization type, starship civilization, mothership technology level, early level 5 technology points, 168,000, resource points, 2,083. Items: 1 space jump usage card, 1 special permission card. The system exchanged for the miniaturization technology of the curvature engine. Ding! Exchange successful. Lon Luo intended to upgrade the household flying devices for the populace, believing that technological advancement should serve the people. Now that the Yanhuang civilization had achieved level 5 status, it surely was not excessive to equip the citizens' flying devices with curvature engines. Good news continued to pour in. Merely a month later, treasure seekers on Star discovered a photograph within a temple. The image indeed depicted the celestial civilization alongside the little gray beings. Although it had been acquired by the United States at that time, to obscure the truth, numerous grandiose lies were concocted. Upon immediate examination, it became evident that the object was of advanced civilization. In a bid to stifle the development of the Dragon Kingdom, they had exerted considerable effort to encircle and blockade it. The discovery of this photograph unraveled the enigma that had lingered in the hearts of Lan Luo and his companions. Subsequently, the Mothership issued a recall order, leading various exploration teams to be brought back to the Mothership by the military. 3 years later, the Mothership departed from the Yanhuang star system. The Yanhuang civilization, having encountered their counterparts from parallel universes, received generous support from the Yanhuang civilization in exchange for materials to elevate their status to level 3. This voyage of the Mothership was accompanied not only by 100 peak level 4 warships, but also by an additional 50 massive cargo ships. After leaving the Mothership, the Yanhuang civilization navigated through the void while emulating the practices of the cosmic merchant Barrow, broadcasting various frequencies to those around them. This is the caravan of the level 4 Grand Merchant Civilization. You can sell and buy. Level 14 energy shields, energy weapons. Level 3 warships, essential for home protection. Level 3 mid-tier technological data. We have it all for sale if you can afford it. In the Chinji star system, for light years away from the Mothership, the conference room of the Chinji civilization was filled with lamentations. Leader, the main civilization, the Oxus Empire, has once again increased the quota of tribute resources. We have reached our limit. Minister Huaxia lamented with deep frustration. Yu Chun furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he stated, "We must gather the tribute resources. Otherwise, we will face catastrophic disaster. But what can we do? Their technological prowess far surpasses ours, and their military might is overwhelmingly formidable." Another minister sighed helplessly. At this moment, the young scientist Taina stepped forward. "Leader, our team has been researching energy compression technology. If we can conquer it in time, fulfilling the tribute requirements will be effortless." A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Chen's eyes. "Really? Taina, this may be our last hope." Just then, the envoy from the Oxus Empire abruptly burst into the conference room, arrogantly proclaiming, "Yu Chen, there are only 6 months left to submit the tribute. If the amount is insufficient by then, Yu Chen clenched his fists in anger, but could only suppress his fury as he replied, "Please, grant us a little more time." The envoy scoffed, "You have no right to negotiate. You'll have to discuss with the fleet responsible for receiving the resources when the time comes." With that, the envoy strutted away. "Leader, we have received trade information from Cosmic Merchant." A communications officer rushed in, breathless. "What? Quickly hand me the information document." The officer promptly presented the translated file. "Ha! Splendid. At last, our Chinji civilization will survive." Yu Chan exclaimed joyfully upon reading the content. "Quickly, send our resource data to this Grand Merchant civilization." Thus, the Chinji civilization began cataloging their various goods and resources, even thoughtfully including videos. They selected their most precious minerals, unique handicrafts, and rare biological specimens as trading items. They then sent a message to the Yanhuang civilization, fortunate that their current communication technology was exceptional. Otherwise, with their level 1 civilization's communication methods, it would have taken years to reach the Mothership. Ultimately, the Yanhuang civilization informed the Chinji civilization that they would arrive in their star system in 3 months, urging them to prepare for trade. Following this, the Chinji civilization merely awaited the arrival of the Grand Merchant civilization. Chapter 90, Level 3 Sky Blue Beasts. Sell. Welcome, Yanhuang civilization, to our domain. The Yanhuang civilization ultimately decided to make a bold appearance, openly revealing their true name to the Chinji civilization. The subsequent broadcast content was also modified to reflect this name. Taina, the trade representative of the Chinji civilization, expressed profound respect as she greeted the figures descending from the magnificent warship. On the Yanhuang civilization side, the trade affairs were managed by Ma Teng from the business department beneath the Guardian Hall. Upon seeing the humanoid Taina, Ma Teng's expression transformed into one of astonishment, as the Chinji people bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Their eyes were extraordinarily large and rounded, with their foreheads adorned with a fine array of yellow scales. If this were in the Blue Star era, they would undoubtedly be seen as possessing captivating, large eyes, Ma Teng mused inwardly. Hello, here's the price list. Please take a look and contact me once you've made your decision. As Ma Teng spoke, he handed Taina a list, exemplifying the attitude expected of an advanced civilization. Taina accepted it with enthusiasm, guiding Ma Teng to a lavish palace where he would reside. After Taina departed, Ma Teng swiftly scanned the palace, confirming there were no issues before gently tapping on his wrist. The nanomaterial suit, designed specifically for civilians by the Yanhuang civilization, immediately retracted into the wrist guard. Its protective capabilities were exceptional, capable of filtering air and virtually weightless, shrinking to merely 5 millimeters in width. Alas, what a fortunate civilization it is. Having amassed an enormous reserve of blue gold, Ma Teng was utterly astonished to discover that within the Morning Light civilization, there existed a staggering 200,000 tons of blue gold. This quantity undoubtedly belongs to the realm of vastness. Even the total amount of blue gold collected by the Flame Dragon civilization over the years pales in comparison. Previously, exploration teams that stumbled upon blue gold had only ever uncovered a maximum of around 5,000 tons. Leader, here is the price exchange table. Upon returning to the leader's palace, Taina promptly presented the exchange table to Leader Yu Chun. Instantly, the surrounding high-ranking officials converged, encircling Yu Chun tightly. What on earth? A mere 1,000 tons of steel can be exchanged for just 1 dragon coin? Good heavens! Helium 3 costs only 100,000 dragon coins per ton. So this metal is called blue gold. Astonishingly, 1 ton is worth 1 million dragon coins. My word, a late-stage tier 3 warship costs 10 billion dragon coins. Leader, look here. This vegetation, referred to as tea tree, is not the toxic plant of our civilization, is it? 10 pounds of tea leaves equal 1 dragon coin, while a single tea tree is valued at 100 dragon coins. Gazing at this exchange table, the people of the Morning Light civilization could only lament with a mix of admiration and despair, your poison is my sweetmeat. Quick, quick, quick! Issue a command to the entire civilization to don protective gear and harvest tea leaves. Yu Chun hurriedly instructed for an announcement to be made. Upon contact with the tea tree, individuals from the Morning Light civilization would experience severe allergic reactions. They never anticipated that it would become so valuable. In just a few days, the Morning Light civilization successfully exchanged all their goods for dragon coins. They proceeded to order 10 late-stage Tier 3 warships, 100 mid-stage Tier 3 warships, and 300 early-stage warships. Remarkably, they even redeemed all technologies below early-stage Tier 3. Ma Teng had not foreseen that the Morning Light civilization could produce an additional 50,000 tons of blue gold. Within a mere 5 days, the citizens of the Morning Light civilization had successfully acquired the ordered warships. Without a moment's delay, they organized personnel to commence training in piloting the warships. The Flame Dragon civilization also dispatched intelligent instructors to assist, and the Morning Light civilization was astonished to discover such support services. In the Flame Dragon Palace, Lon Luo received delightful news. The Sky Blue Beast had awakened once again. It had ascended to the ranks of a Tier 3 star beast, and would soon reach the pinnacle of Tier 3. In the research room of the Morning Light civilization, Taina had been engrossed in her studies for 2 months. Upon successfully compressing a block of solid energy according to the data provided by the Flame Dragon civilization, she couldn't help but marvel at the arduous nature of this technology. Had it not been for the technical data she purchased, she would have never been able to master this technology within 10 years. Reflecting on her previous naivete in believing she could conquer it in just 6 months, Taina felt a wave of humility wash over her. Indeed, one must always approach science with a sense of reverence. Yu Chun Taina and other high-ranking officials of the Morning Light civilization respectfully escorted Ma Teng out of Morning Light Star. As they traversed beyond the star system, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. A colossal fleet was anchored outside the Morning Light Star system, its magnitude far surpassing their wildest imaginations. Is this the fleet of the Galactic Central Civilization? Yu Chun and Taina gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before them. They had previously thought they had gained some understanding of the Galactic Central Civilization, but it was evident they had underestimated this formidable power. During their interaction, Ma Teng naturally conveyed the information regarding the Flame Dragon civilization, which hailed from the Galactic Central region. Such an immense fleet was merely engaged in trade to acquire resources. Yu Chun reflected on his past sufferings. As the leader of the Morning Light civilization, he was acutely aware of the pain and losses wrought by war. Yet, the Flame Dragon civilization had chosen the path of peaceful development, fostering cooperation with other civilizations to achieve mutual prosperity, a philosophy that deeply resonated with Yuchun. Moreover, the Flame Dragon civilization was willing to exchange technological data for resources, which was truly admirable. Taina added, unbeknownst to her, as a multitude of lower-tier civilizations acquired warships capable of opposing the main civilizations, the ancient Tier 3 civilizations of the Star region would soon face dire consequences. Taina understood that without the support of the Flame Dragon civilization, the Morning Light civilization would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such significant advancements in a short time. Now, the Flame Dragon civilization not only exchanged technology with them, but also aided them in swiftly mastering their fleet. This generosity left the people of the Morning Light civilization profoundly grateful. Indeed, the Flame Dragon civilization is truly magnificent, Yuchun exclaimed with fervor. We must cherish this opportunity and strive to develop our civilization, living up to the expectations of the galactic civilization. However, at that moment, Yuchun suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened. The OK's empire shall not receive this tribute. He slammed the table in anger, his tone rife with dissatisfaction and resentment. The surrounding individuals cast reproachful glances at him, and Yuchun, realizing his indiscretion, quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he stared at the display screen. He was aware that his earlier outburst had been somewhat impulsive. After all, every warship belonging to the Morning Light civilization was a precious asset, each one symbolizing their hope and future. His recent display of forceful indignation could potentially raise concerns and discontent among others. Simultaneously, after leaving the Morning Light star system, the Mothership swiftly entered a state of curvature travel. It traversed the void of the cosmos, speeding towards the next star system. After some time, the Mothership finally reached the outskirts of the next star system. Subsequently, a complex and tedious process ensued, employing various methods and technologies to successfully establish contact with the civilization of this star system. A back-and-forth exchange of bargaining ensued. Chapter 91. The Tragic Celestial Beast Clan. After selling over 20 Tier 3 warships, the Flame Dragon civilization commenced curvature travel towards the next star system. The Flame Dragon civilization was becoming increasingly entrenched in the role of cosmic merchants. The Mothership once again halted at the edge of a new star system, employing the same methods to contact the civilization of this system, yet received no response. 10 warships accelerated into the star system, and upon landing on a life-bearing planet, they were met with a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Wang Xiaoyu was enjoying a leisurely afternoon with her family in the yard when her intelligent butler alerted her. An official live broadcast had been organized, requiring citizens over the age of 20 to tune in. Wang Xiaoyu instantly sensed that something was amiss. She hastily connected to the virtual world, opting for the independent viewing mode. Citizens who did not meet the age requirement were unable to access the broadcast and received no relevant notifications. The screen displayed horrifying scenes that would haunt viewers for a lifetime. Amidst chilling screams, the live broadcast drew closer, revealing a slaughterhouse akin to hell itself. Countless cold, intelligent machines worked tirelessly, their metallic bodies glinting ominously in the dim light. Life forms resembling orcs were ruthlessly shoved into a narrow, oppressive assembly line. The air within the passage was thick with suffocating terror, and these unfortunate beings emitted desperate wails amidst the pushing and shoving. As they emerged from another exit, the once vibrant, intelligent beings had utterly lost all signs of life, lying motionless like lifeless objects. Their lifeless bodies dangled from a merciless hook, destined for another workbench reeking of blood. Wang Xiaoyu learned through official subtitles that this intelligent life form, which had suffered such a tragic fate, belonged to the Celestial Beast Clan from a distant star system. They had barely reached a civilization level of 07 when they encountered this unprecedented catastrophe. The intelligent machines depicted in the footage resembled emotionless demons, exhibiting an extreme coldness. They had once wielded formidable power to strictly constrain the technological advancement of the Celestial Beast Clan, employing high-tech war machines to suppress all, annihilating the historical culture and technology of this fragile civilization. This cruel advanced civilization, driven by its own selfish desires, coerced the Celestial Beast Clan into mass reproduction. The entire realm of the Celestial Beast Clan had seemingly transformed into a colossal breeding ground where life was no longer revered, but merely regarded as a resource to be exploited at will. The members of the Celestial Beast Clan were condemned to live in endless fear and despair, their once bright dreams and aspirations for the future shattered in an instant. The vast cosmos became an unattainable concept for them. Now, They existed merely as caged beings, anxiously awaiting the tragic fate of being slaughtered as livestock by the advanced civilization. Each arrival of the advanced civilization's transport fleet felt like a terrifying nightmare. Their planet no longer thrummed with the vitality of yore. Instead, it was engulfed in an interminable darkness and silence, as if forsaken by the universe, plummeting into an abyss from which escape was impossible. Reverence for life, awe for the cosmos, and a relentless pursuit for progress seemed but distant echoes. The final frame of the official broadcast displayed a poignant message, urging the people of Yanhuang to persist in their endeavors and to strive for technological ascendance. The populace brandished their ancestral feather dusters, chasing their descendants through the streets. Ultimately, they inundated the official channels with messages, yearning to annihilate this cruel third-tier civilization. The higher echelons of the Yanhuang civilization recognized the fervor ignited among the populace for technological advancement and were naturally inclined to fulfill their demands. Consequently, the Yanhuang Palace dispatched the Northern Legion to execute this mission. Upon receiving the orders, the Northern Legion surged forth like a mighty torrent, poised for battle. The fleet emerged from the Mothership in a steady stream, each warship gleaming with cold metallic brilliance, akin to stars piercing the darkness. They arranged themselves with impeccable precision against the profound backdrop of the cosmos, propelled by an indomitable resolve towards the home planet of the Celestial Beast Clan. As the fleet reached the skies above the Celestial Beast Clan's home world, a breathtaking battle of annihilation commenced. The fleet unleashed a deluge of planetary fighters, which surged forth like a swarm, their engines emitting deep blue plasma trails that instantaneously illuminated the surrounding darkness. With a thunderous momentum, the planetary fighters plunged into the heart of the Celestial Beast Clan's world, targeting the intelligent machines. Each fighter was armed with potent energy weapons, unleashing brilliant beams from their cannon mouths, akin to piercing swords aimed directly at the intelligent machines. The metallic shells of the machines turned a fiery red under the impact of the energy beams, followed by violent explosions that erupted into a shower of sparks and debris. Some fighters nimbly navigated through the ranks of intelligent machines, launching powerful pulse projectiles at close range. Each explosion spawned enormous shockwaves, sending the surrounding machines tumbling in disarray. The intelligent machines attempted to retaliate based on their programming, yet their attacks appeared feeble against the energy shields and agile maneuvers of the planetary fighters. As the battle raged on, the entire battlefield transformed into a resplendent sea of fire. The wreckage of intelligent machines scattered amidst the chaos. Some burned as they plummeted from the sky like falling meteors, while others were obliterated on the ground, their parts strewn about. Under the relentless assault of the planetary fighters, the defenses of the intelligent machines began to crumble. Their once cold and unfeeling forms now lay fragmented amidst the flames and smoke. Yutu, the fourth child of his parents, was allowed to live until the age of 30, by which time he was mandated to have 4 offspring. After enduring countless hardships, he was fortunate to reach the age of 17. Now 18, he and his wife, Yeyu, welcomed their first child. However, the joy of this new life was instantly crushed by the harsh reality. Due to the cruel regulations imposed by the intelligent machines, the first and third children had to be surrendered to the advanced civilization before they turned 3. Yu was acutely aware that the arrival of this child was doomed from the start, with endless sorrow and helplessness flooding his heart. Gazing at the tender face in the swaddling, his heart ached, and he resolved to end the child's life himself, freeing it from the impending tragic fate. Just as he trembled, poised to act, a terrifying number of planetary fighters suddenly appeared in the sky. They streaked across the heavens like brilliant stars, their engines roaring thunderously. This overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a divine descent, instantaneously brought a glimmer of hope to this desolate land. Beams of energy erupted from the cannons of the planetary fighters, precisely striking the malevolent intelligent machines. Under the powerful onslaught, the machines exploded, transforming into fiery orbs and billowing smoke. Yu stared in astonishment at the astonishing scene unfolding in the sky, his impending action coming to an abrupt halt. Tears welled in his eyes, tears of relief and gratitude. He grasped Yu, who held their child, and slowly knelt on the ground, offering heartfelt thanks to the valiant planetary fighters above. In that moment, despair within him was replaced by hope. He understood that the fate of his child, and perhaps the entire Celestial Beast Clan, might indeed be altered. Chapter 92, Assistance from the Yanhuang Civilization as Citizens. The commander of the Northern Legion, Lu Feng, stood resolutely on the flagship's bridge, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the celestial beast star. A determined light flickered in his eyes as he clutched the communicator, issuing commands. All warships, heed my orders. Target the slaughterhouses, laboratories, and other facilities of the advanced civilization, and strike with unrelenting force. With his command, the massive fleet sprang into action. The warships adjusted their positions, their cannon mouths aimed at the targets on the planet below. An overwhelming barrage of firepower rained down from the warships, forming a dense net of destruction. Dazzling beams of energy streaked across the sky, wielding the power of annihilation, accurately striking those factories and installations steeped in malevolence. Each bombardment triggered tremendous explosions, shattering the wicked structures into fragments. The slaughterhouses trembled under the onslaught, their walls collapsing, the stench of blood obscured by smoke. Those once prisons of countless Celestial Beast clan members now lay in ruins. Lu Feng's face revealed no emotion as he commanded the fleet to continue their assault. They bombarded mercilessly until the last slaughterhouse was reduced to rubble. In the liberated factories, the surviving members of the Celestial Beast clan knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Tears of gratitude streamed down their faces as they bowed to the fleet in the sky, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Lu Feng and his army. This land, once shrouded in bloodshed, was finally illuminated by a warm ray of sunlight. With the conclusion of the battle, Lu Feng led the Northern Legion's fleet away from the Beast Star. The handling of the Beast Clan by the Flame Dragon civilization found itself in a quandary. While unleashing their wrath had been gratifying, the aftermath of addressing the intelligent machinery on Beast Star left them in a dilemma. Departing would surely plunge the Beast Clan into the calamity of a third-tier civilization, yet remaining was equally untenable given the lack of utilizable resources on the Beast Star. Ultimately, they decided to allow the populace to take initiative, enabling them to participate in the restoration efforts. Wang Xiaoyu, having experienced the Blue Star era, harbored a profound respect for life and reason. Upon hearing the news that the authorities tacitly permitted civilians to extend a helping hand to the Beast Clan, she promptly gathered her descendants. Before their departure, Wang Xiaoyu solemnly addressed her progeny. Children, we are about to journey to the Beast Star, which is enduring an unprecedented disaster. The Beast Clan is being treated as mere fodder by a third-tier civilization. Her voice resonated with steadfastness and seriousness, her gaze reflecting respect and a sense of responsibility towards life. Her descendants listened intently to her words. Wang Xiaoyu observed the young ones and added, I intend to show you everything about that planet, hoping that you may grow from this experience. Upon their arrival at the Beast Star, she led everyone down the hatch, stepping onto this land that had endured great trials. They were met with the weary and sorrowful eyes of the Beast Clan. The place they arrived at was the gathering ground of the cat beasts, exuding a distinctive aura. The cat beast tribe bore human-like forms, yet prominently displayed feline features. With pointed ears, delicate fur along their facial contours, and long cat tails, they exhibited slender and agile physiques. Their fur varied in color, encompassing shade from black to white, gray and brown. Their movements were elegant and nimble, as if each action was a meticulously choreographed dance. The cat beasts regarded the strangers with vigilant eyes, but displayed no hostility. They seemed to recognize that Wang Xiaoyu and her companions harbored no ill intentions and had come solely to aid in the reconstruction of their home. Through a translator, Wang Xiaoyu communicated with them, revealing their affiliation with the faction of the previous planetary war machines. Village Chief, are they the masters of the divine war machines? A petite and charming cat beast girl asked the village chief, who was barely 30. Indeed, Kiki, remember their faces. You must repay them when the opportunity arises. The chief gently said, while ruffling Keek's hair. Village Chief, we belong to a civilian organization, voluntarily here to assist you, but aid is not without conditions. Wang Xiaoyu reminded the chief. That is only reasonable, the chief replied, showing no anger but rather strong agreement. The civilian organizations of the Flame Dragon civilization had set their terms. Assistance was granted, but they would later require resource collection for repayment. Kiki, with her bright and curious eyes, observed Wang Xiaoyu and her companions with childlike innocence, her face adorned with an untainted smile, filled with wonder towards these beings from distant stars. As a member of the civilian organization, Wang Xiaoyu understood that helping others was not an act of selfless giving, but rather built on mutual respect and reciprocity. Simultaneously, the civilian organizations of the Flame Dragon civilization began to gain renown across the Beast Star. Within the void of the Mothership, as the portal gradually opened, thousands of warships and cargo vessels streamed forth. These fleets were categorized into 18 distinct task forces, each with its own unique characteristics. The warships safeguarded their respective cargo vessels as they accelerated, and soon, the formations entered into warp travel, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the endless void. These 18 merchant fleets bore significant missions, embarking on trade activities across various star systems. They not only brought precious materials and advanced technology, but also third-tier main and auxiliary cannons, energy shields, and reservations for third-tier warships. Should the trade involve main and auxiliary cannons, the cargo vessels carried ample ammunition to meet the demand. However, if the request was for large military constructs like warships, the Mothership would swiftly respond, utilizing warp travel to deliver the required items in a timely manner. This adaptable strategy enabled the merchant fleets to better satisfy client needs and ensure smooth transactions. As the merchant fleets departed, over 1,000 warships were dispatched to the Beast Star system by the Mothership. These warships immediately engaged in rigorous defensive preparations, positioning themselves at critical locations throughout the system to form an impenetrable barrier. This formidable fleet would safeguard the safety of the Flame Dragon citizens on Beast Star and closely monitor the surrounding situation, always ready to respond to potential threats. Time swiftly passed, and after 30 years, numerous low-level civilizations in the small star domain had ascended to wield third-tier warships. The Beast Clan, with assistance from the civilian forces of the Flame Dragon civilization, had acquired nearly 500 third-tier warships. The newly elected emperor of the Beast Clan, a direct descendant of the previous royal Tiger Clan, was Huai. Upon assuming power, Huai intensified investments in technology, aided by the Flame Dragon citizens, to venture into space and began aggressively harvesting resources within star systems. After gathering resources, his first act was to exchange them for technological data and warships from the Flame Dragon civilization. Today, warships stood tall in the void, and Huai was filled with emotions, reflecting on how close his clan had come to annihilation. Now that the fleet was assembled, Huai planned to seek vengeance and obliterate the third-tier civilization that had treated them as mere sustenance, reclaiming rare resources and treasures to repay the debts owed to the civilian forces of the Flame Dragon civilization. Chapter 93. The Beast Clan. Flame Dragon Civilian Military University Exchange Students. In the virtual world of the Beast Clan, on a vast parade square, the soldiers stood resolute. I, Huai, Emperor of the Beast Clan, shall fight alongside you to the bitter end. Long live the Flame Dragon! Long live the Flame Dragon! Long live the Flame Dragon! The warriors of the Tiger Clan, with chests as hard as steel, echoed their shouts, each cry followed by the resounding thud of fists against their chests. Their eyes sparkled with determination and resolve, as if ready to confront any adversary. They stood broad-shouldered and muscular, resembling poised tigers, radiating strength. In that moment, they transcended the status of ordinary soldiers, emerging as a fearless band of avengers, prepared to defend the dignity and honor of the Beast Clan with their bodies and strength. Nearby, the warriors of the Lion Clan were equally striking, clad in golden armor, resembling golden war gods standing among the stars. In contrast, the warriors of the Beetle Clan exhibited a steadiness and resilience, their forms akin to indomitable fortresses, each step imbued with heavy power. With a roar from Huai, set sail, the rallying cry of wind, 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 echoed as everyone vanished into the virtual world. Moments later, nearly 500 third-tier warships began to accelerate. They streaked across the night sky like meteors, accelerating with ever-increasing speed, ultimately transforming into a radiant beam that shattered the confines of the celestial Beast Star system. This formidable fleet, fueled by centuries of animosity, advanced towards their arch-nemesis, the Black Cassalon Empire. Located 6 light-years away from the celestial Beast Star system, the Black Cassalon Empire encompassed 12 star systems within its dominion. The fleet of the celestial beasts required approximately 35 years to reach their borders. Report, Your Majesty, we are about to enter the Ares star system, came the message. Relay the command to accelerate swiftly and commence resource extraction. Exchange for additional warships. Huai promptly executed the plan discussed with his ministers. From the Flame Dragon civilization, Huai learned that the Black Cassalon Empire was a venerable Type 3 civilization, boasting no fewer than 10,000 warships. Had they not been preoccupied with conflicts against the other 4 Type 3 civilizations in the smaller star regions, the celestial beasts might have been annihilated during their tribal era. The celestial beast empire resolved to advance relentlessly, extracting resources and exchanging them for more warships along the way. The celestial lion fleet, at the forefront, entered the Ares star system, one of the many named by the celestial beast empire after its surrounding star systems. "Commander, we have detected over 100 Type 3 warships. Approach them and send a message inviting them to join the Celestial Beast Resistance Alliance," responded the commander of the Celestial Lion Fleet. Lion Shi understood, "Commander." The civilization of the Ares star system, humanoid intelligent beings, had long suffered under the oppression of the Black Cassalon Empire. Fortunately, their flesh did not meet the Empire's culinary preferences, sparing them from being reduced to mere sustenance. However, as a Type 2 civilization, they were still compelled to tribute a substantial portion of their population to serve the Black Cassalon Empire. After engaging in trade with the Flame Dragon civilization's merchant fleet, they too were now contemplating rebellion against the Black Cassalon Empire. "This is an invitation from our neighbors. We did not expect them to come through," they replied, expressing their agreement to join. The civilization of the Ares star system swiftly responded, accepting the invitation from the celestial beasts. Huaxia ordered the extraction of resources from the outskirts of the Ares star system. Witnessing the unrestrained plundering of their resources, the Ares civilization naturally voiced their dissent. However, upon receiving Huaxia's promise of a 70-30 split after warship exchanges, they immediately acquiesced. The celestial beasts, aided by civilian assistance, were able to exchange warships at cost price, acquiring at least 10 times the number compared to other civilizations. "Your Majesty, the natural gemstones extracted from the star system have been transported back," reported Huaxia's advisor. Huaxia, the Fox Clan, renowned for their intelligence within the celestial beasts, had produced numerous scientists and strategists. "Splendid. Quickly load them onto the transport ships. Once filled, return to the celestial beast star," Huaxia exclaimed, elated and lost in thought. He mused at last. He could provide some recompense to the grassroots organizations of the Flame Dragon civilization. When the Celestial Beast Resistance Alliance led by Huaxia reached the borders of the Black Cassalon Empire, more than 8,000 warships filled the void of space. Among them, over 6,000 were warships that had joined the Resistance Alliance along the journey, while the Celestial Beasts themselves amassed a formidable fleet of 200 vessels, opened fire and breached their defenses. At the border of the Black Cassalon Empire, a thrilling interstellar battle erupted suddenly. Emperor Huaxia of the Celestial Beasts led the charge, his flagship bursting forth from a fleet, his roar reverberating through the heavens, for the glory of the Celestial Beasts for the tribe. "To assist our fellow populace of the Flame Dragon civilization. Charge!" The warriors of the Celestial Beasts, ignited with fervor, proclaimed that they would never be enslaved, piloting their warships like arrows loose from a bow towards the enemy lines. The over 8,000 warships swiftly formed their ranks, coordinating seamlessly. The Type 3 warships of the Celestial Resistance Alliance unleashed their full firepower, their cannons blazing with blinding brilliance. On the battlefield, energy beams crisscrossed, illuminating the dark cosmos like dazzling fireworks. The warships of the Celestial Beasts demonstrated formidable strength, their firepower precise and deadly. One Celestial Beast warship locked onto a principal enemy vessel, its bow cannon accumulating energy before releasing a robust energy beam that struck the target's flank directly. The enemy's shields flickered with intense light, desperately attempting to withstand this overwhelming assault. Following this, the surrounding Celestial Beast warships opened fire, a barrage of energy beams converging on the same point of the enemy vessel. The shields, finally unable to bear the strain, shattered instantaneously, allowing the energy beam to penetrate the hull, triggering a series of explosions. However, the fleet of the Black Cassalon Empire was no pushover. They quickly adjusted their tactics and organized an effective counterattack. The enemy's artillery was equally fierce, relentlessly bombarding the Celestial Beast fleet. Commander Lionqi, calmly observing the battlefield from the command ship, utilized his communicator to issue orders to each vessel. "Avoid enemy fire. Concentrate our firepower to eliminate them one by one." As a student from the Flame Dragon Civilian Military Academy, Lion Chi understood the essence of overwhelming a single opponent with a collective force. Under Lion Chi's command, the coordination of the Celestial Beast fleet became increasingly harmonious. The escort ships activated their shields to withstand the enemy's primary cannon assaults, allowing several destroyers to concentrate their firepower on the enemy flagship, launching successive attacks. Initially, a concentrated barrage from the main cannons disrupted the enemy's defensive rhythm, followed by other squadrons seizing the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. Advisor Fox Yin continuously analyzed the enemy's tactics and weaknesses, offering valuable suggestions to the commander. "Your Majesty, the enemy's right flank appears to have a weaker defense. We could deploy a small squadron to breach from the side." Emperor Huaxia decisively ordered. "Act according to Fox Yan's suggestion." A A small squadron comprising dozens of warships swiftly detached from the main formation, maneuvering to the enemy's right flank. Utilizing agile tactics and formidable firepower, they successfully breached the enemy's defenses, causing significant disarray within the fleet of the Black Castellan Empire. As the battle raged on, the Celestial Resistance Alliance gradually gained the upper hand. Their warships continued to inflict heavy blows on the enemy, with one Black Castellan Empire warship after another succumbing to the relentless fire or losing combat capability. Ultimately, the Celestial Resistance Alliance emerged victorious in this confrontation of Type 3 warships. The border defenses of the Black Castellan Empire were utterly torn asunder. Chapter 94 The Celestial Beasts. The war-born race cultivated by the Flame Dragon civilization, following the victory of the Celestial Resistance Alliance. The battlefield was suffused with a sense of triumph and tension. Emperor Hui stood solemnly on the command ship, gazing ahead. Fully aware that this victory was merely the first step on the path of vengeance, the Black Castellan Empire would not easily relent. Lion Qi, commander of the Tianyou clan, began organizing the fleet for post-battle cleanup and reorganization. Damaged warships were towed back, and injured warriors received timely medical attention. Advisor Fox Yin busily collected and analyzed battle data to provide more accurate intelligence and strategic suggestions for subsequent actions. Leaders from other civilizations extended their congratulations to the Celestial Beasts, pledging their steadfast support for the Celestial Resistance Alliance. After a brief period of rest, Emperor Hui convened a meeting with the core members of the Alliance. Esteemed colleagues, although we have secured victory in this battle, the strength of the Black Castellan Empire remains formidable, Emperor Hui stated gravely. We must be fully prepared to face their potential counterattack. Commander Lion Red nodded affirmatively. Your Majesty's words ring true. We must seize the moment to repair and fortify our warships, thereby enhancing the overall combat prowess of our fleet. Foxian continued, moreover, it is imperative that we deepen our understanding of the strategic and tactical maneuvers employed by the Black Castellan Empire in order to identify their vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, we ought to extend invitations to the oppressed civilizations surrounding us, encouraging them to join our alliance and thereby amass a multitude of allies. The leaders of the other civilizations chimed in, offering a myriad of suggestions and resources. As the meeting concluded, the Beastly Resistance Alliance commenced its diligent and orderly preparations. The restoration and upgrading of warships were set into full swing, while warriors engaged in rigorous training to enhance their combat skills and cooperative synergy. The Alliance dispatched reconnaissance vessels to closely monitor the movements of the Black Castellan Empire. They also reached out to other civilizations suffering under the Empire's oppression, seeking greater support and alliances. In the ensuing days, the Beastly Resistance Alliance grew steadily stronger, its power ever increasing. Meanwhile, the Black Castellan Empire quietly amassed strength, preparing for a more ferocious confrontation. 5 years later, after replenishing their fleet, Tiger Wei resolved to divide the alliance into 3 factions, strategically dispersing the forces of the Black Castellan Empire, encircling 2 while annihilating 1. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall undoubtedly return victorious, Lion Red proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. This incursion into the heartland shall surely culminate in triumph. He then turned to Niu Dali, stating, Your Majesty's safety is entrusted to you. Fear not. With me, Old Niu, present, Your Majesty is secure. Niu Dali, the commander of the Tianyou clan, responded in a deep, resonant voice. Lion Red bid farewell and set forth with his golden fleet toward the heart of the Black Castellan Empire. 2 years later, within the heart of the Black Castellan Empire's star systems, an intense skirmish was on the brink of eruption. Tees led the elite Kurun fleet of the Empire, comprising over 1,000 warships, standing ready for battle. Positioned on the bridge of his command ship, he gazed intently into the starry expanse, confidence radiating from him. His fleet was well-trained, equipped with superior warships, representing the Empire's finest. On the opposing side, Lion Red of the Beastly Empire commanded his fleet of 100 golden warships, which had also arrived at the battlefield. With a resolute demeanor, he recognized the unexpected nature of this confrontation. The sudden skirmish would undoubtedly disrupt their entire strategy, prompting him to opt for a swift resolution. As the 2 fleets drew nearer, a palpable tension enveloped the star system. Suddenly, with a single command from Tees, the Karun fleet initiated the offensive. Countless energy beams cascaded like a torrential downpour upon the vessels of the Beastly Empire. Lion Red reacted swiftly, directing his fleet to form a defensive formation, their shields illuminating instantaneously to absorb a portion of the assault. All ships, concentrate fire on the enemy's left flank. Lion Red commanded. The warships of the Golden Fleet adjusted their turrets, unleashing a vehement barrage upon the left flank of the K'uhrun fleet. In an instant, the energy emitted from both fleets intertwined in a spectacular display of light across the cosmos. The collision of energy beams sparked a series of explosions, illuminating the dark void of space. One of the K'uhrun fleet's warships was struck by multiple energy beams. Its shields flickered and collapsed, leaving the ship severely damaged, flames erupting from its hull. Yet, the K'uhrun fleet remained undaunted, their firepower relentless, exerting considerable pressure upon the beastly Empire's vessels. Lion Red meticulously monitored the battlefield, discerning a potential weakness in the K'uhrun fleet's right flank. Dispatch a strike team to breach from the right, he decisively ordered. A squadron of nearly 100 agile warships swiftly broke formation, hurtling toward the right flank of the K'uhrun fleet, leveraging their superior shields, maneuverability, and formidable firepower. They succeeded in tearing through the defenses of the K'uhrun fleet's right side. Tees, sensing the crisis on the right, hastily dispatched reinforcements. However, the Golden Fleet of the beastly Empire seized the opportunity, intensifying their assault. More warships concentrated their fire on the right flank of the K'uhrun fleet. As the battle raged on, chaos began to envelop the K'uhrun fleet's right, with several vessels losing control. In a state of desperation, Tees endeavored to reorganize the lines. Yet the Golden Fleet of the beastly Empire offered no respite. Under Lion Red's command, the Golden Fleet launched a full-scale assault. Warships surged forward like ferocious tigers, engaging in close-quarters combat with the K'uhrun fleet. The warriors of the beastly Empire exhibited valor and fearlessness, skillfully maneuvering their vessels to evade enemy attacks, while incessantly unleashing their firepower. One K'uhrun warship attempted to ram a vessel of the beastly Empire, but was swiftly detected and evaded. Subsequently, that enemy ship came under concentrated fire, ultimately exploding into fragments. After a fierce and protracted clash, the K'uhrun fleet began to falter, their numbers dwindling and morale plummeting. Tees, aware of the dire situation, remained unwilling to concede defeat, persistently directing his fleet to resist. However, the Golden Fleet of the beastly Empire, through exceptional tactical coordination and overwhelming combat strength, gradually gained an undeniable advantage. Ultimately, the K'uhrun fleet suffered catastrophic losses, with nearly 800 warships destroyed, compelling them to retreat. Lion Red refrained from issuing pursuit orders, recognizing that although victory had been achieved, this had been an unforeseen encounter. He needed to lead the fleet to another battlefield to cooperate with the Allied forces in obliterating the Second Legion of the Black Karasalan Empire. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and the echoes of battle, as the Golden Fleet of the beastly Empire celebrated their triumph in the skirmish. Yet, the warriors understood that this was merely the appetizer, as the main course awaited them ahead, as the instructor of the Flame Dragon civilization had proclaimed. The warriors were filled with exhilaration, pondering whether they possessed the potential to evolve into a combat race. If the online community of the Flame Dragon civilization were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly declare, "No, you are not a combat race. You are the war race we have cultivated." Chapter 95, Annihilation of the Slave Master Second Legion. In a void within the heart of the Black Karasalan Empire, the joint fleet of the Beastly Resistance Alliance, comprising various civilizations, was locked in fierce combat with the Second Legion of the Black Karasalan Empire. The Alliance fleet, numbering over 500 warships, engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy's 500 vessels. The warships of both fleets were densely arrayed like stars, each weapon system firing at full capacity, energy beams and electromagnetic projectiles weaving a dazzling and lethal tapestry of light. Among the fleet of the Beastly Resistance Alliance, commanders from various civilizations stood resolutely on the bridge of their command ships, their eyes fixed on the battlefield with steely determination. The Alliance fleet maintained a cohesive battle formation, exhibiting seamless coordination among the vessels. One by one, the Alliance warships unleashed powerful energy beams, striking accurately at the vessels of the Black Karasalan Empire. Each beam contained immense power, igniting violent explosions upon impact, scattering metallic debris and flames throughout the void of space. The warships of the Black Karasalan Empire were equally fierce in their retaliation, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy beams upon the Alliance fleet. Some Alliance warships, caught in the relentless barrage, sustained damage yet continued to fight valiantly. The commanders maintained their composure, deftly adjusting tactics in response to the ebb and flow of the battlefield. They commanded a segment of their warships to concentrate their firepower, targeting the critical points of the Black Caesarian Empire's fleet in an effort to disrupt the enemy formation. Amidst a haze of smoke and the brilliance of flames, a detachment of the Alliance fleet, akin to a keen-eyed falcon, suddenly discerned a fatal vulnerability within the adversary's armada. They swiftly adjusted their angles, aligning all their cannons towards that singular point. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of formidable firepower surged forth, crashing through the defenses of their opponent with unyielding force. Nearly 100 ships of the Black Caesarian Empire were struck at their core by this deluge, resulting in a series of colossal explosions. The dismembered wreckage floated and spun in the void of space, reminiscent of leaves torn asunder by a tempest. This localized victory significantly bolstered the morale of the Alliance, their assaults becoming increasingly ferocious, akin to surging waves that rise ever higher. In the aftermath of this sudden onslaught, the Black Caesarian Empire's fleet began to experience disarray. The coordination between certain warships faltered, no longer as seamless as before, leading to brief moments of disconnect and confusion. Nevertheless, the Empire possessed numerical superiority, and they gradually regained their composure, reorganizing an effective defense and counterattack. The warships of both sides intermingled and exchanged fire, with ships being struck, damaged, and even obliterated at every moment. The expanse of space was filled with the explosive brilliance of detonations, the dazzling energy beams, and the desperate cries emanating from the warship communication channels. The shields of the ships flickered under the impact of energy, appearing as though they could shatter at any moment. The Alliance vessels weaved through the battlefield, evading enemy fire while relentlessly retaliating. The ships of the Black Caesarian Empire, like ferocious beasts, charged heedlessly towards the Alliance fleet. Simultaneously, fighter craft surged forth from the warships, engaging in fierce dogfights amidst the stars. The beams of laser cannons intertwined, and the wreckage of downed fighters fell like meteors. Yet, the warriors of the Beast Rebellion Alliance showed no signs of retreat, their hearts ablaze with a thirst for vengeance and a yearning for victory. Each fighter devoted themselves wholly to the fray, casting aside any thoughts of life or death. In the midst of this fierce conflict, both sides exchanged blows with equal fervor, leading to a stalemate. The Alliance fleet endured continuous assaults, deep scars appearing on their hulls. The warships of the Black Caesarian Empire were not spared either, with some losing power and drifting aimlessly in the void. Meanwhile, 2 astronomical units away, the Golden Fleet raced towards the fray at maximum speed. Their engines belched forth blue flames, tracing a radiant arc across the starry sky. Commander Lan Luo of the Golden Fleet clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely fixed on the battlefield ahead, eagerly yearning to join the fray. Had the Golden Fleet not arrived in the nick of time, the Alliance would have surely suffered catastrophic losses. At that moment, one of the flagship vessels of the Alliance was struck by the concentrated fire of the enemy, resulting in a violent explosion. The roars of the Alliance's warriors echoed through the cosmos, driving them to launch a more frenzied assault on their foes, vowing to avenge their fallen comrades. The Black Caesarian Empire's fleet, undeterred, continuously adjusted their tactics in an attempt to further amplify their advantage. The warships of both sides became entwined in a chaotic battlefield as time ticked by and the conflict intensified. The ammunition of the Alliance fleet dwindled, and energy supplies began to run low. Yet, they resisted tenaciously, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Fleet. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, the silhouette of the Golden Fleet emerged within view. They surged into the battlefield like a powerful torrent. The arrival of the Golden Fleet was akin to an indomitable, razor-sharp dagger, plunging with tremendous force into the very heart of the Black Caesarian Empire's 2nd Legion. Lan Luo led the charge, standing resolutely at the command ship's core, his every glance seemingly piercing through the endless darkness, commanding with calm, composure, and meticulous precision. The warships of the Golden Fleet were equipped with the utmost excellence, their firepower fierce and intimidating. The energy beams they unleashed were as thick as colossal serpents capable of rending the heavens, their brilliance blinding. Each shot carried with it the terrifying force to obliterate all in its path. The defenses of the 2nd Legion of the Black Caesarian Empire were torn asunder by this sudden and overwhelming onslaught, leaving gaping wounds as if inflicted by a mighty beast. Seizing the opportunity, the Alliance launched an even more ferocious assault, working in perfect concert with the Golden Fleet, executing a flawless flanking maneuver. One by one, the warships of the 2nd Legion fell victim to the relentless barrage of crossfire, the explosions illuminating the dark void as brightly as day. Chaos began to engulf the warships of the Black Caesarian Empire, who attempted desperately to reorganize and resist, but it was already too late. The warriors of the Alliance and the Golden Fleet, their hearts hardened like iron, showed no mercy, unleashing a continuous torrent of ferocious firepower, leaving their enemies no respite. Lion Chi's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed through the communication channel. For victory, for the tribe, charge! Charge! His impassioned voice reverberated like thunder through every warship, infused with boundless strength, greatly inspiring the warriors' fighting spirit. In the face of this overwhelming might, the warships of the Black Caesarian Empire were relentlessly annihilated, one after another, disintegrating into mere cosmic dust and fragmented debris. Their command systems collapsed entirely, the communication channels filled with desperate wails and terrified cries, as if doomsday had arrived. Yet the Beast Rebellion Alliance showed no signs of compassion, persistently attacking until the last enemy warship was mercilessly consumed by their fierce bombardment. As the final flicker of flames gradually extinguished, the once tumultuous void returned to a temporary tranquility. All that remained were the remnants of countless warships drifting amidst the heavy smoke. Chapter 96. The Black Caesarion finally reaps the consequences. 3 months later, the Golden Fleet and the Alliance fleet rendezvoused with another contingent. Over 8,000 warships set forth towards the star system where the First Legion of the Black Caesarian Empire was stationed. Standing upon the bridge of the command ship, Lion Chi cast a determined gaze into the distance. Brothers, the power of the Black Caesarian Empire in the cosmos has not yet been completely extinguished. We must press our advantage. His voice resonated through the communication channels, reaching every warship. The Alliance fleet swiftly regrouped, replenishing energy and munitions, and began their advance towards the First Legion of the Black Caesarian Empire. Along the way, they encountered sporadic resistance, but to the high-spirited Alliance fleet. Such opposition was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Within the star system of the First Legion of the Black Caesarian Empire, nearly 5,000 warships lay concealed amidst the asteroid belt. The reconnaissance vessels of the Alliance uncovered the First Legion's ambush plan, leading the Alliance fleet to launch a fierce attack. The Alliance fleet and the Golden Fleet, with over 8,000 warships, clashed against the 5,000 of the First Legion. The warships of the First Legion reacted swiftly, their fire raining down like a dense meteor shower. However, the Alliance fleet and the Golden Fleet coordinated closely, skillfully maneuvering through the barrage of fire, showcasing remarkable combat prowess and unwavering courage. Lion Red, composed and decisive, commanded the fleet with each order delivered with resolute precision. Concentrate fire and breach their left flank. Following his command, a contingent of warships from the Alliance fleet unleashed a fierce assault on the left wing of the First Legion. In an instant, the First Legion's vessels on the left flank found themselves in dire straits, their shields flickering under the immense energy impact, ultimately shattering. One by one, the warships succumbed to explosions, reduced to ruins. Yet, the First Legion did not easily capitulate. They recalibrated their tactics in an attempt to counterattack. However, the Golden Fleet swiftly flanked them from behind, launching a surprise raid. At this juncture, the tide of battle had unmistakably shifted in favor of the Alliance fleet. The number of warships in the First Legion dwindled, their resistance gradually weakening. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Continue the assault. Lion Red's voice resonated with determination. Amidst the fierce conflict, the flagship of the First Legion sustained heavy damage. In despair, their commander issued a final command. For the Empire, fight to the last. Yet, this cannot alter their fate. Ultimately, with the explosion of the last warship of the First Legion, the Black Castellan Empire's First Legion was utterly annihilated. The warriors of the Alliance fleet erupted in jubilant cheers. The Beast Rebellion Alliance had taken a significant stride in their struggle against the Black Castellan Empire. Lion Red surveyed the ravaged battlefield and proclaimed over the fleet channel, "This is our victory, but the war is far from over. We shall fight to free ourselves from the shackles of civilization." Subsequently, the Alliance fleet and the Golden Fleet commenced the process of clearing the battlefield, preparing for the next potential confrontation. Following their triumphant eradication of the Black Castellan Empire's First Legion, the morale of the Alliance fleet soared. With no pause, they pressed onward into the heart of the Black Castellan Empire. Along the way, they encountered desperate resistance from the Empire's remaining forces. Yet the warriors of the Alliance fleet advanced fearlessly and resolutely. When the Alliance fleet confronted the last main force of the Black Castellan Empire, both sides immediately entered standoff. Surrender or be destroyed. Lion Red issued a stern warning to the fleet of the Third Legion through the communication channel. On the bridge of the Third Legion's flagship, the commander's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. They were acutely aware of their dire predicament, yet clung to a glimmer of hope. attempting a final stand. The warships of the Third Legion suddenly surged forward, but how could the Alliance fleet be unprepared? A deluge of concentrated energy beams and artillery rained down upon the Third Legion's fleet. Shields were shattered in an instant, hulls disintegrating amidst the explosions. "We surrender! We surrender!" The commander of the Third Legion, finally overwhelmed by the immense pressure, issued the order to capitulate. Yet the Alliance fleet showed no mercy, ruthlessly annihilating the remaining vessels. "Continue onward, spare not a single enemy," Lion Red commanded once more, as the fleet pressed deeper into the core regions of the Black Castellan Empire. In the ensuing campaign, the Alliance fleet, led by Lion Red, encountered several small-scale resistance forces, which were swiftly dismantled under their formidable offensive. At last, the Alliance fleet reached the outskirts of the Black Castellan Empire's capital star system. This would be the final showdown. For victory for the tribe, charge forth, Lion Red roared, as the fleet accelerated, like a sharpened blade piercing the heart of the enemy. The capital star system of the Black Castellan Empire witnessed the gathering of their last space forces, desperately attempting to make a final stand. However, they were unaware that the Beast Rebellion Alliance had become an unstoppable force. Standing on the command ship, Lion Red's gaze was intense. "Warriors, charge for the ultimate victory. Charge!" The Alliance fleet surged into the enemy ranks like a ferocious tiger, the fierce artillery fire illuminating the entire star system. An unprecedentedly intense battle erupted, with both sides pouring forth their utmost strength. Yet, the Alliance fleet, leveraging their numerical superiority in warships, quickly gained the upper hand. One enemy vessel after another was reduced to wreckage under the might of the Alliance fleet's onslaught. After a prolonged and fierce struggle, all forces of the Black Castellan Empire in space were utterly obliterated. The once mighty empire now lay devoid of any resistance amidst the starlit expanse. The warships of the Alliance fleet navigated through the ruins, destroying any remnants that posed a potential threat. Thereafter, the Alliance fleet began the process of clearing the battlefield, preparing to cleanse the life planets of the Black Castellan Empire to bring an end to this protracted war. The fleet of the Beast Empire, led by the formidable Tiger Might, approached the capital star system of the Black Castellan Empire. Not only did Tiger Might himself arrive, but he was also accompanied by 120 transport vessels following the flagship. Among these, 40 vessels carried ground forces of 2 billion from the Beast Empire, including the Tianhu, Tianlang, and Tianyu clans. The remaining 80 vessels also contained 4 billion ground forces from various civilizations. Under the cover of warships, they would proceed to cleanse each of the life planets of the Black Castellan Empire. Once the thorough cleansing was completed, the various civilizations would divide the spoils of victory according to their contributions. 2 months later, Tiger Might reached the orbital path of the Black Castellan Empire's capital. He met the pride of their empire, Lion Red. Tiger Might spoke first. "Lion Red, this victory was hard-earned. You have done well, living up to the support of our fiery dragon populace." After bowing respectfully, Lion Red smiled in response. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is you and the people of the fiery dragon civilization who have taught us well, without which I would not have achieved such ease. I never expected you to have mastered the essence of humility and flattery as well." Fox Words observed the exchange between the sovereign and subject with a smile, choosing not to intrude. All right, now it is time to settle the accounts. Indeed, we have finally overturned that tragic outcome from before. Chapter 97. Titan Sky Tiger, Night Sky Wolf, Terrifying Sky Beetle. In the outer space of the Black Castellan Empire's capital star, the fleet of the Beast Rebellion Alliance split into 4, simultaneously launching assaults on 4 life planets. 3 of the fleets, accompanied by landing forces from other allied civilizations, raced toward their designated target planets. The capital star was the operational objective of the Beast Empire. The fleet of the Beast Clan advanced like a battalion of iron giants, gradually approaching the atmospheric boundary of the capital star. Within the flagship of the transport fleet, the Titan assault team of the Tianhu clan prepared as the vanguard for the landing. They stood within towering, formidable Titan mechs, arrayed neatly in the transport ship's exit plaza. The imposing commander, Tiger Ben, stood on the command platform, his gaze burning with vengeance as he fixed his eyes on the planet ahead. His expression was aflame with the fury of retribution. Once, the Black Castellan Empire had regarded their Beast Clan as mere fodder, capturing and slaughtering them at will. This humiliation was one he would never forget. Once the first wave of the warship's attack concludes, we will commence the drop. Tiger Ben's deep voice echoed through the transport ship channel. Meanwhile, The night ops team of the Tianlang clan and the support ground forces of the Tianyu clan would descend to the surface aboard landing vessels after the Titan assault team had secured a safe zone. They would follow the path of the Titans, collaborating to eradicate the remnants of the Black Castellan Empire. The equipment of the three warrior clans was entirely derived from the technological prowess of enthusiasts within the Flame Dragon civilization. Attack! At the command of Emperor Hu Wei of the Celestial Beast Empire, over 2,000 battleships unleashed a barrage of energy beams in an instant. These beams, traveling at the speed of light, struck with pinpoint accuracy at residential cities, defensive bases, factories, and more. After half an hour, all ground defense facilities lay in ruins. Without hesitation, Hu Bin issued a directive. Open the hatches, commence airborne assault immediately. His voice echoed repeatedly in the earpieces of the Titan assault team. Do not fall behind. Do not retreat. Trust your comrades. Trust the Titans. Accompanied by his exhortations, the warriors of the Tianhu clan donned their sleek black Titan armor. The Titans, armed with sharpened weaponry and energy cannons radiating a cold luminescence from their arms, formed an orderly queue at the hatch, ready to descend. The colossal hatch swung open, and countless Titans plummeted, hurtling into the planet's atmosphere. Simultaneously, the fleet dispatched numerous planetary fighters into the heart of the capital of the Black Castellan Empire. The Titans, like flaming meteors, were flanked by energy beams shot from the ground, soon followed by even more potent beams striking various locations below. Boom! 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 The Titan assault team of the Tianhu clan thundered down onto the earth, stirring clouds of dust as immense figures emerged from the haze. Their silhouettes resembled towering iron giants, exuding an overwhelming presence, their footsteps resonating like thunder, trembling the very planet beneath them. Hu Bin was the last to crash onto the surface, and he began leading the Titans towards the cities of the Black Castellan Empire. Along the way, they encountered the forces of the Black Castellan Empire. Yet these troops appeared woefully feeble in the face of the Titans of the Tianhu clan. The Titans, akin to ruthless warriors, mercilessly slaughtered the soldiers of the Black Castellan Empire. Meanwhile, the night special operations team of the Tianlang clan successfully boarded their landing crafts and descended to the surface to initiate their missions. Clad in lightweight exoskeletons and wielding energy rifles, the Night Clan warriors also carried 2 mutated Tang sabers on their backs. Their movements were ghost-like, weaving through the ruins of the city. Their eyes, sharp as hawks, meticulously scanned every corner, their weapons striking with lethal precision like venomous snakes. The warriors of the Tianlang clan, resembling nocturnal hunters, sought out the populace of the Black Castellan Empire wherever they hid, coldly bringing an end to their nefarious existence. The support ground troops of the Tianyu clan acted as the firefighters of the entire landing force, rushing wherever they were needed. Dressed in bulky battle armor adorned with a multitude of weapons, each soldier-esque gear was distinctly different upon closer inspection. Some were designed for fire suppression, others for signal jamming. There was no weapon they did not possess. Under the leadership of their commander, Neodali, they appeared in various locations across the planet. Amidst the relentless assault of the Celestial Beast Alliance fleet, the life planet of the Black Castellan Empire descended into chaos and despair. On the ground, the merciless Titan assault team unleashed terrifying attacks, sweeping away all in their path. The Spectral Knight Special Operations Team ruthlessly exterminated the sources of evil, while the heavily armed support ground forces roared like mechanical beasts, unleashing their fury. In the skies, planetary fighters zipped past, continuously launching energy assaults, with beams cascading from above. Cities of the Black Castellan Empire were obliterated, their armies annihilated, and the populace plunged into an abyss of terror and despair. Yet, the warriors of the Celestial Beast Alliance did not relent in their onslaught. They pressed onward, seeking the rulers of the Black Castellan Empire, determined to make this once oppressive empire pay a heavy price. Deep within the planet, Emperor Solon of the Black Castellan Empire sat slumped upon his throne, his complexion as pale as parchment. He understood all too well that his empire had reached its desperate end. Once, he had perceived the celestial beasts as mere insignificant prey. But now he realized the grave error he had committed. "My lord, what shall we do?" a trembling minister inquired. After a moment of silence, Solon slowly rose. "We have one last glimmer of hope," he declared. With that, he led his ministers toward the planet's core, where an ancient device was said to hold the power to control the entire planet's energy. Solon hoped to reverse the tide of battle with this device. However, upon their arrival at the planet's core, they found the 3 major forces of the Celestial Beast Empire already awaiting them. "Solon, your doom has arrived," Hu Bin stated coldly. Solon's complexion changed drastically. Yet he did not retreat. Do you think victory is assured? He retorted. If I activate this device, you shall all perish here. Hu Ben left. Do you think we would allow you to activate that device? He replied. It has already been destroyed by us. Solin's face grew even paler as he comprehended the futility of a situation. Then let us perish together, he screamed, charging at Hu Ben. The warriors of the Tianhu, Tianlang, and Tianyou clans simultaneously lunged at the soldiers of the Black Casaron Empire, and an intense battle erupted in an instant. Half an hour later, the warriors of the Celestial Beast Alliance emerged victorious. Solin and his subordinates lay fallen in a pool of green blood. With the demise of the ruler of the Black Casaron Empire, this once oppressive empire finally crumbled into dust. The warriors of the Celestial Beast Empire had avenged their kin. Following the conclusion of this battle, the warriors of the Celestial Beast Empire began to scavenge for treasures, mindful of the benefactors from the Flame Dragon civilization. Especially the warriors of the Titan Assault Team, Night Special Operations Team, and support ground troops, each one more fervent than the last. There was no denying it. The warriors of the three clans were utterly enamored with their equipment. They felt compelled to repay their benefactors. Chapter 98. The Dawn Civilization emulates the Celestial Beasts. In the capital star of the Black Casaron Empire, the three battle teams, like ferocious hunters, turned the place inside out. As they watched box after box of exquisite treasures being orderly loaded onto the transport ships, Hu Wei's lips curled into a broad grin, revealing his 4 sharp teeth. Next, they would hasten to conquer other life planets of the Black Casaron Empire. The transport ships were given priority escort back home. And Emperor Hu Wei of the Celestial Beast Empire once again led his fleet boldly forward, embarking on a new journey. Within the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization, various voices erupted online, engaging in spirited debates. Haha, witnessing our trained fleet showcase their might is nothing short of an unparalleled visual feast. Indeed, it's fortunate that the Celestial Beasts are oblivious. They have been broadcasting their plundering of spoils live, and if they knew, they would surely not be so reckless. No one can contest with me. I bow to the Mo-Gene Xiaowei exploration team for bringing Titan's fall into reality. Absolutely incredible. All we can do is worship the great Lord Long. Which genius crafted the Tianyou clan? They VE produced such bizarre and grotesque weaponry. The online community erupted as if a kettle had boiled over, with individuals fervently rallying behind their favorite factions, passionately cheering and offering support. Each person was eager to assert that the army they cherished was the mightiest of all. In a fleeting moment, the entire internet was saturated with fervent discussions and disputes. Unbeknownst to the Celestial Beast clan, from the very inception of their journey from their celestial star system, all of this had been meticulously broadcasted in real time by the Flame Dragon civilization, utilizing their advanced technological prowess. With their remarkable technological superiority, the Flame Dragon civilization leisurely reveled in this magnificent visual spectacle. This vast disparity in technological capability allowed the Flame Dragon civilization to effortlessly monitor every move of the Celestial Beast clan, transforming it into a form of entertainment for their populace. Merely a decade later, the Celestial Beast clan successfully accomplished the formidable task of purging the life planets of the Carcelan Empire. Within the Celestial Beast Alliance, the fruits of victory began to be distributed, with each life planet, abundant resources, and countless rare treasures finding their rightful owners, lacking suitable life planets for habitation. The Celestial Beast clan opted to exchange these life planets entirely for exquisite treasures and precious resources. A fleet of over 2,000 warships escorted the initial spoils back home. And after a lengthy voyage, the Celestial Beast fleet returned safely. Hu Wei was acutely aware that their triumphant return owed much to the support of the Flame Dragon civilization's populace. To express profound gratitude, he resolutely decided to generously bestow the rare treasures upon the aiding civil organizations of the Flame Dragon civilization, and to double the amount. A month later, during a grand triumph ceremony in the Celestial Beast Empire, crates filled with precious treasures were solemnly delivered to the representatives of the Flame Dragon civilization's civil organizations. These artifacts radiated an enigmatic and captivating glow, including crystals imbued with immense energy, dazzling mysterious gems, and rare materials sourced from distant planets. The members of the Flame Dragon civilization's civil organizations were overwhelmed with excitement. They understood that these spoils represented not merely material wealth, but also a dazzling symbol of the amicable cooperation between both parties. With hearts brimming with joy, they graciously accepted this generous gift. The Celestial Beast clan's magnanimity further endeared them to the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization, garnering even greater admiration and respect. In the small star domain, news of the Celestial Beast Empire's successful annihilation of the Slave Master civilization spread like wildfire among cosmic merchants across various star systems. In the capital of the Chengxi civilization, its leader, Yu Chun, sat thoughtfully, his fingers gently tapping the table, evidently lost in profound contemplation. Leader, this may well be our golden opportunity. Although the OK's empire previously exempted us from tributes due to our strength, we remain their vassal civilization. If we do not rise up and break this deadlock now, we may find it increasingly difficult to turn the tide in the future, urged the elder statesman Yanhuang with heartfelt sincerity. Indeed, if the OKs and the newly ascendant powers form an alliance, we shall be condemned to endure a life of relentless exploitation, added the scientist hyena. Fear not, my friends. Am I so blind to this pressing situation? I am merely contemplating how we can swiftly unite with the vassal civilizations of the OK's empire. Yuchen responded, rising to pace a few steps. His tone tinged with a hint of helplessness as he reflected. Do these ministers truly lack faith in me? Huyang, how many warships have we exchanged thus far? Yuchen inquired. Leader, we have procured 200 vessels, came a reply. Then let us prepare to reach out to those civilizations similarly oppressed by the OK's empire, forming an alliance to rise against it. Yes, leader. The response brimmed with unreserved excitement, revealing the long-awaited eagerness. A decade later, the Chengxi civilization emulated the Celestial Beast Empire, boldly raising the banner of rebellion against the slave master OK's empire. By the time the OK's empire attempted a preemptive strike, the warships of the Chengxi Alliance had already reached the borders of their empire. The warships of the Chengxi Alliance, akin to a flock of fierce falcons, exhibited unwavering determination and formidable combat prowess at the OK's empire's border. The OK's empire attempted to organize a defense, yet their prolonged exploitation of vassal civilizations had engendered deep-seated internal discord, leading to a demoralized military. Under the relentless assault from the Chengxi Alliance, the OK's empire's defenses crumbled rapidly. One imperial warship after another was destroyed, transforming into mere fireworks amidst the cosmos. As the war progressed, an ever-increasing number of vassal civilizations glimpsed the dawn of victory with the Chengxi Alliance and eagerly joined resistance. The once mighty dominion of the OK's empire teetered on the brink of collapse, their territories succumbing to loss and resources being plundered. Ultimately, in a decisive battle, the core fleet of the OK's empire was thoroughly vanquished by the Chengxi Alliance. The empire's leader, in despair, followed the path of the Carcelan Empire, the once mighty enslaver now reduced to the dust of history. The victory of the Chengxi Alliance reverberated throughout the universe, eliciting cheers from all oppressed civilizations. Standing on the command deck of the flagship, Yu Chun gazed into the starry expanse, filled with profound reflections. However, the triumph of war was merely a new beginning. The Chengxi Alliance now faced the daunting challenges of post-war reconstruction and governance. The civilizations that had once been enslaved now confronted a series of challenges regarding resource distribution, territorial demarcation, and power balance in their newfound freedom. Yu Chen understood that establishing a fair and just new order was imperative to ensure lasting peace and prosperity in the OK's empire's region. Otherwise, they risked repeating the mistakes of the OK's empire, enslaving other civilizations anew. In this new order, technological and cultural exchanges flourished. Simultaneously, the Chengxi Alliance remained vigilant, bolstering their military capabilities to preempt any emerging threats. In this peaceful environment, the civilizations that had once suffered under the yoke of oppression began to blossom anew, each shining with its own brilliance in the small arm of Orion's belt, even shattering the dark forest theory entirely. Chapter 99. The Alarmed Three Civilizations. Following the two wars in the small star domain, the reactions of the various civilizations were remarkably diverse. Among them, the most noteworthy were the Star Sea civilization, the Radiant Empire, and the Holy Spirit Empire, all of which stood on the same tier as the OK's empire and the Carcelan Empire. These formidable civilizations found themselves ensnared in a vortex of contemplation and discussion. Once this small star domain was ruled by these 5 Tier 3 civilizations. But now, the OK's empire and the Carcelan Empire had been utterly annihilated, reduced to mere historical remnants. These two brutal wars had crushed the two colossal empires with overwhelming force, leaving the remaining 3 civilizations in profound shock. In the capital of the Star Sea civilization, leaders gathered in a spacious and solemn assembly hall. Their expressions were grave, their eyes reflecting serious contemplation. The fall of the OK's empire and the Carcelan Empire serves as a clarion call. We must not repeat their mistakes, asserted an elder leader with earnest conviction. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity for a transformation in the management model of vassal civilizations. Otherwise, the next to be obliterated could very well be themselves. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Radiant Empire engaged in heated debates. Some believed that they should maintain their existing rule, employing forceful means to uphold the Empire's authority. After all, as the sovereign of a minor star domain, they possess formidable military might and resources, enabling them to effortlessly quell any forces that dare to challenge their authority. While such methods may incite minor rebellions, timely suppression would prevent any significant repercussions for the Empire as a whole. However, a faction of dissenters holds a contrasting viewpoint. They argue that, as time progresses, the number of vassal civilizations continues to swell, and the pressures they bear become increasingly burdensome. Persisting with an iron-fisted approach will only breed greater resentment and resistance towards the Empire's dominion. In the long run, this could lead to a coalition of civilizations rising up in a substantial rebellion against the Radiant Empire. Thus, they advocate for a shift in strategy, urging the alleviation of burdens on vassal civilizations to avert potential uprisings. The two sides remain entrenched in their positions, engaging in fervent debate. Some emphasize the necessity of a hardline stance, asserting it as crucial for upholding the Empire's authority, while others champion a more lenient policy, which they believe would better facilitate long-term stability and development. After a protracted discourse, reason ultimately prevailed, leading to a consensus to transition toward a more tempered approach. Although this decision was not without controversy, all recognized that reform was the only path to ensure the enduring peace of the Empire. Consequently, the Radiant Empire commenced the gradual implementation of a series of reforms aimed at alleviating the pressures faced by vassal civilizations and enhancing cooperation and communication with other cultures. Simultaneously, within the palace of the Holy Spirit Empire, the Emperor sat upon his throne, his gaze penetrating as he pondered the future. He was acutely aware that the transformations within the Radiant Empire and the Stellar Sea civilization would impose unprecedented pressures upon the Holy Spirit Empire. Confronted with such a complex and shifting landscape, the Holy Spirit Empire had to respond swiftly, lest it risk being eclipsed or even consumed by its rivals. Our long-standing strategy has thus far avoided severe resistance, yet we can no longer remain complacent. The Emperor's voice resonated through the vast palace. He understood that the Holy Spirit Empire needed to recalibrate its strategic framework, seeking new avenues for advancement. Following a series of intense and vigorous discussions, the three civilizations established their policies regarding vassal civilizations. Firstly, they decided to reduce the resource taxation rate, granting vassal civilizations greater autonomy and encouraging them to cultivate their own cultures and technologies. Secondly, they aimed to strengthen communication and collaboration with vassal civilizations, no longer viewing them merely as subordinates, but as partners in mutual development. The announcement of this decision reverberated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring considerable excitement among the vassal civilizations. Within the minor star domain, the actions of the Flame Dragon civilization and the extensive sale of arms dramatically altered the regional dynamics. The previously stable balance of power was disrupted, prompting various factions to reassess their positions and strategies. The arms trade proved highly lucrative for the Flame Dragon civilization, simultaneously inspiring them with new ideas. The Flame Dragon Palace resolved to ramp up the production of troops and equipment, not merely to enhance their strength, but also to meet the surging demand. Thus, the official website of the Flame Dragon civilization issued an announcement. We are calling upon the public to submit design concepts for equipment. If you possess any creative ideas regarding weapons, armor, or other gear, please send them to the designated email. This news ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the populace, with countless imaginative individuals eagerly dispatching their designs to the authorities. As a deluge of emails flooded into the official inbox, the intelligent assistants and staff members were inundated with work, meticulously reviewing each submission and evaluating the proposed concepts. Despite the overwhelming workload, everyone remained enthusiastic, for they recognized that these design ideas would serve as vital cornerstones for the future development of the Flame Dragon civilization. In his office, Lon Luo sat with an intense focus, his gaze seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. At this moment, his thoughts were immersed in envisioning the future composition of the fleet. The two large-scale naval battles had pierced his heart like two sharp swords, ruthlessly revealing a harsh truth. The future fleet size could potentially be astonishingly vast. Yet, despite the Flame Dragon civilization having weathered the storms of war, Lon Luo had never witnessed a fleet of such colossal proportions, numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. This enigma plunged him into deep contemplation until he finally arrived at a conclusion. First, secondary and tertiary civilizations, having yet to master curvature engine technology, were confined to a realm of a few light years, limiting their expansion. The scarcity of resources rendered these civilizations incapable of supporting the construction of a significantly large fleet. However, if one were to consider the entire minor star domain as the territory of a single civilization, the fleet's numbers could soar to an astonishing tens of thousands. Moreover, Lan Luo boldly speculated that the fleet size of fourth-level civilizations must far exceed 100,000. Yet, why had they not encountered fleets of such magnitude until now? The answer to this query likely lies in the existence of the farm owner civilization. Periodically, the farm owner civilization would obliterate segments of fourth-level civilizations, instilling a fear that discouraged others from pursuing large-scale development, prompting them to conceal their true capabilities. Without the farm owner civilization's presence, the dynamics at the galaxy's core could become exceedingly intricate and diverse. It is conceivable that, akin to the Oasis star domain and the minor star domain, multiple civilizations would be in contention, competing for supremacy. Perhaps a few powerful fifth-level civilizations would emerge, with dozens of fourth-level civilizations beneath them, forming a pyramid-like structure. However, the advent of the farm owner civilization fundamentally altered this trajectory. Their formidable strength and dominion rendered it challenging for other civilizations to contend, directly interrupting the natural progression of galactic civilizations. What could have been a gradual rise of many civilizations was now stifled to a comparatively weaker status due to the farm owner civilization suppression. This monopolistic scenario rendered the dynamics at the galaxy's core rather peculiar, while simultaneously constraining the developmental prospects of other civilizations. Chapter 100. The high point of the Flame Dragon Civilization's military. The civil organization bid farewell to the Celestial Beast Empire. During this period, both parties forged a deep friendship, with the civil organization reaping substantial profits. Citizens flocked aboard spacecraft to return to the Mothership, which then set sail into curvature space. By a small lake behind the Flame Dragon Palace, the elders gathered, and the leaders of the 9 legions congregated. At that moment, the legion commanders were eagerly presenting their dire situations to the leaders and elders. Leaders, esteemed elders, our Eastern Legion's warships are still classified as 4th level. These vessels are even the outdated models post their initial mid-stage modifications. Commander Zhang Wei lamented, looking as though he had been forsaken by the world. His pitiful demeanor evoked a sense of sympathy among those present. Leaders, our Quadrant Legion is truly suffering. All our warships are antiquated models, belching thick black smoke when in operation. Commander Zhang Wei continued his lamentation, striving to convey the gravity of their plight. Zhao Yaya could no longer endure the spectacle. She privately muttered to herself, "What a ridiculous performance. How did I ever find this person appealing?" She failed to comprehend why Zhang Wei exaggerated his misfortune so dramatically. "Uncle Zhang, can ships even emit black smoke in space? How come I didn't know?" Bai Haojun couldn't help but interject. He watched with amusement as Commander Zhang Weijun put on his performance. In an instant, Commander Zhang shot Bai Haojun a glare, his fury unmistakable in his eyes. Yet, Bai Haojun merely chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Zhang's displeasure. Commander Zhang had initially believed his act would garner sympathy, but Bai Haojun's words shattered that illusion. Feeling exceedingly awkward, he could only shake his head in silent exasperation at Bai Haojun's antics. Guardian, the Four Directions Legion is indeed a bit unfortunate. But can it possibly compare to the plight of our Four Divine Beasts Legion? Surely not. Commander Yi Feng of the Xuanwu Legion lamented, his expression one of grievance. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Lin Yu of the Zhuke Legion chimed in, "Absolutely. We're not only worse off than them, but we also have to endure bullying from old Jia of the Tianjin Legion, getting beaten down in every exercise." Lin Yu and Yi Feng exchanged knowing smiles, while Li Jihao and Bai Haojun immediately caught on, launching into their own lamentations. Whether the Four Divine Beast Legion was truly unfortunate relied entirely on their performance. Zhang Wei, Lu Feng, Jiang Tian, and Commander Chun Yin of the Southern Legion were left utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Wei cast a discontented glance at the other three, the meaning of his gaze unambiguous. "Just look at the members of the Four Divine Beast Legion, and then look at you three. You are utterly incapable." Thus ensued a grand spectacle of mutual lamentation between the Four Directions Legion and the Four Divine Beast Legion. Meanwhile, Commander Jiepeng of the Tianjin Legion discreetly shifted his position to hide behind Lan Luo, fearing that these 8 individuals might turn their collective fire upon him. After all, he was acutely aware of their personalities. Who could blame him? The Tianjin Legion was currently the only legion equipped with 5th-level warships. Lan Luo, Gadiang, and the elders watched with expressions of amusement, sitting at a distance and observing the antics of these 8 individuals while occasionally debating whose acting was superior. From their demeanor, one might think they desperately needed warships. I believe Haojuan performed the best. His tears fell as easily as they came. One remarked, "Haha, don't say that. They're looking over here." The 8 individuals soon realized the situation, awkwardly declaring that their legions needed new warships before wrapping up their performance. Though they were legion commanders, they dared not act presumptuously in front of the Guardian. They understood the weight of their responsibilities. Without sufficiently powerful warships, the safety of the entire Yanhuang civilization would be compromised. No more performances, rest assured. We have decided to expand our forces. Here, take a look at Li Xian's proposal. Lest you continue to bicker, Qin Long, the Guardian, interjected cheerfully. He naturally held great affection for these brave and unyielding juniors and found their squabbling quite entertaining. Li Xian promptly handed the printed proposal to the 9 legion commanders, who, upon receiving it, eagerly began to peruse the document, disregarding their previous decorum. Is this for real? This is incredible. Holy moly. Wait, there's even an additional legion. As they delved deeper into the contents, the expressions of the 9 legion commanders morphed from astonishment to sheer disbelief. All this was due to the proposal's profoundly shocking content. The Yanhuang civilization, which originally comprised only 9 legions, now boasted the addition of a brand new dragonfish legion. This legion was formed by the Yanhuang merfolk and possessed formidable strength. More importantly, each legion would be equipped with a standard fleet of 120,000 warships, each measuring a staggering 120 kilometers in length, with proportional increases in height and width. Each warship would have its own smaller vessels and specialized aircraft, along with Titan assault teams. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of each legion would see a tremendous enhancement. However, what truly astonished everyone was the Tianjin Legion. As the towering sword of the Yanhuang civilization, the scale and armament of the Tianjin Legion were nothing short of jaw-dropping. Their fleet boasted an astonishing 250,000 warships, establishing itself as the core strength of the entire Yanhuang civilization. The excitement among the 9 legion commanders was palpable, especially in contrast to the Titan mechs of the Tian Beast Empire, which could only engage on the surface. The Yanhuang Titan assault teams, on the other hand, were specifically designed for cosmic warfare, capable of executing landing operations on planets. These Titan assault mechs stood an impressive 72 meters tall, functioning as aircraft in cosmic combat. Intercepting enemy fighters, in planetary operations, they served as formidable firepower platforms. Not only could they fly freely within the atmosphere, but they could also advance on the ground and deploy their own unmanned combat drones. Simultaneously, the Yanhuang civilization completely eliminated the use of unmanned warships. With the continuous rise in civilization levels, the limitations of unmanned warships had become increasingly evident. The cosmic environment, filled with uncertainties, rendered the control of unmanned warships exceptionally challenging. Thus, in the future, unmanned warships would only be temporarily constructed for specific exploratory missions as needed. What a pity. What a shame. We still have to wait until the mid-stage of the 5th level to equip them. Youth. Time. Zhang Wei exclaimed dramatically, despite his comical demeanor. He was actually eager to gather intelligence on the progress of the Academy of Sciences. All right, Zhang Wei, I still don't know about you. In at most 200 years, we'll be able to equip them, Lon Luo replied, thoroughly reassuring the Legion commanders. The commanders exchanged glances and, with mischievous smiles, picked up their fishing rods, all declaring that they would not leave empty-handed today. It was as if the heated arguments from moments ago had never happened. As they gathered together, engaging in activities such as fishing and barbecuing, the atmosphere became lively. Lon Luo was genuinely surprised by the rapid progress from the early to mid-stage of the 5th level. However, he was even more intrigued by a few youngsters: Blue Sky, White Cloud, Yizi, and Yanhuang. Sunlight streamed through the blue sky and white clouds, casting a warm glow on the leaves. Chapter 101. The Yanhuang military updates its equipment. Lon Luo's curiosity deepened. He resolved to find an opportunity to have a good chat with these youngsters. Meanwhile, the Legion commanders reveled in the joyous ambience. Zhang Wei hummed a cheerful tune while deftly handling his fishing rod, muttering, "If I don't catch a fish today, that would be truly unjust." Lu Feng chuckled beside him, saying, with your impatience, you've probably scared all the fish away. Jiang Tan, however, remained focused, gazing intently at the water's surface, deep in thought. Chun Yin busied himself preparing barbecue ingredients, with smoke rising and delicious aromas wafting through the air. Bai Haojuan and Li Zhihao huddled together, quietly discussing new battle strategies, occasionally gesturing as if already immersed in an intense battlefield scenario. Yi Feng and Lin Yu sat nearby, enjoying the distant scenery and savoring the moment of tranquility. Hey, I got a bite. Zhang Wei shouted excitedly, hurriedly reeling in his line, drawing everyone's attention. A large fish thrashed on the surface, splashing water everywhere. Zhang Wei exerted considerable effort to bring the fish ashore, beaming with pride. See, I told you I wouldn't leave empty-handed. Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. Just then, Lon Luo approached, saying, everyone, let's not get too caught up in fun. We need to discuss the upcoming recruitment plans for the legions. The commanders gathered around, their expressions turning serious. Lan Luo continued. New warships and equipment are soon to be outfitted, but this necessitates our advanced preparation of sufficient personnel to operate these instruments, particularly the Titan assault team. For we cannot afford the slightest negligence. The assembly nodded in agreement. Bai Haojuan remarked, Leader, I propose we produce a recruitment promotional video to entice the populace to enlist. After a moment's contemplation, Lan Luo responded, that is indeed a commendable idea. I am not concerned about the enthusiasm for enlistment. I have faith that the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization will strive for excellence when the time comes. Following the discussion on the recruitment plan, the group resumed their rare leisure time. However, deep within the Flame Dragon Palace, researchers at the Academy of Sciences were busily engaged in their work. They toiled day and night to ensure that the new equipment would be operational at the earliest opportunity. How are the data? Inquired the spirited Lan Tian. Uncle, further adjustments are necessary. The stability of the power system requires enhancement. Bai Yun promptly replied to Lan Tian's inquiry. Bai Yun and Lan Tian, both the younger generation of Lan Luo and Bai Qing, were in their 50s yet still youthful. In the laboratory, various instruments glimmered with light, and complex data continuously fluctuated on the screens, with Yi Zi and Yanhuang bustling about. Days turned into weeks, as the warriors of the Flame Dragon civilization trained diligently, preparing for the imminent upgrade of equipment. Meanwhile, the four youngsters, Lan Tian, Bai Yun, Yi Zi, and Yanhuang, were garnering increasing attention for their rapid technological advancements. One day, Lan Luo summoned them together. Children, I have observed your outstanding performances. Would you share your thoughts with me? He inquired gently. Lan Tian was the first to respond. Leader, we yearn to contribute more to the Flame Dragon civilization and aspire to reach new heights in technology. Bai Yun followed, saying, we fear no difficulties and are willing to embrace any challenge. Yi Zi and Yanhuang also nodded resolutely. Lan Luo smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. I am confident you will become the pride of the Flame Dragon civilization. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The children's eyes shimmered with determination. Meanwhile, the new 5 great civilizations received news of the Flame Dragon civilization's military expansion and equipment updates, sending them into a state of trepidation. The speed of Flame Dragon's development is alarming. We must ensure our subordinates manage their descendants well and never offend them, remarked a general from the Celestial Beast Empire. Rest assured, General, we owe our favor to Flame Dragon, and we shall not incur their wrath, another general added. Yet, the warriors of the Flame Dragon civilization remained blissfully unaware that they had intimidated the forces of the Lesser Star domain into silence. They continued to train diligently, eagerly anticipating the arrival of new equipment to bolster their strength for the Flame Dragon civilization. During a training exercise, Bai Haojuan's regiment faced off against Li Zhihao's, both sides brimming with fervor. Charge! Bai Haojuan commanded, and the warriors activated their warships, pouncing upon their adversaries like ferocious tigers. Li Zhihao, undeterred, retorted, maintained the defense, counterattack. The battlefield in the void was thick with smoke, and the battle cries echoed like thunder. After an intense confrontation, Bai Haojuan's regiment emerged slightly victorious. Well done, everyone. Your performances were commendable, Lon Luo remarked from the observation vessel, but we must summarize our experiences and continuously improve. After training, although the warriors were fatigued, their eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. As time passed, the Academy of Sciences delivered good news. Significant breakthroughs had been achieved in the development of new equipment, and they were about to enter the final testing phase. The entire Flame Dragon civilization was abuzz with excitement. For all knew this would be a pivotal moment for their civilization's strength. Standing atop the Flame Dragon Palace, gazing into the distance, Lon Luo felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall forge onward. Amidst a blend of anticipation and tension, the Flame Dragon civilization welcomed a new chapter. The testing of the new equipment commenced, with elite warriors from various regiments selected for participation. In the testing void, massive warships gleamed with a metallic luster, and the Titan assault mechs stood majestically. The warriors swiftly boarded the warships and mechs, operating them with proficiency. Power systems are normal. Weapon systems are functioning well. Reports flooded in, eliciting smiles of satisfaction from Lan Luo and the elders. However, just as the testing reached a critical phase, an unexpected situation arose. One Titan assault mech experienced a failure in its control system, losing balance and careening wildly around the mothership in the void. Technical personnel sprang into action, and after a tense scramble for repairs, the malfunction was resolved, allowing the testing to continue. After decades of trials, the factories in the mothership's lower levels revved into high gear, producing the new equipment. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the new equipment was outfitted across all regiments. This is the formidable assurance of our Flame Dragon civilization. With these, we shall fear nothing. Lon Luo declared passionately during the equipment delivery ceremony, gazing at the myriad of warships and Titan mechs in the void. The newly enlisted warriors cheered with joy, finally liberated from the monotony of training in a virtual world. Unbeknownst to them, several decades had slipped by, and the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization had anchored in a deserted star system at the heart of the Lesser Star domain. For many years, the Flame Dragon civilization had refrained from activity in the Lesser Star domain, instead quietly developing in this secluded location. The mothership, Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, had just emerged from a chat group when Lan Luo called upon the system. The system opened the personal panel. Chapter 102, This Welfare, the official move, most lethal. The system displayed the personal panel. Host, Lan Luo. Civilization, Flame Dragon Civilization. Civilization level, mid-stage level 5. Civilization type, Starship Civilization. Mothership technology openness, mid-stage level 5. Technology points, 298,000. Resource points, 2,018. Item space jump card, 1. Special privilege card, 1. Lan Luo gazed at the technology points with immense satisfaction, astonished that the four youngsters had propelled the Flame Dragon civilization to mid-stage level 5 in such a short time. Aside from the previously exchanged miniaturization technology for the curvature engine, no additional technology points had been spent. Now that the miniaturization technology for the curvature engine was fully mastered, it was time to enhance the welfare of the citizens of the Flame Dragon civilization. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow in the courtyard. Li Exine stretched and climbed out of bed, quickly freshening up before tending to the garden. He watered the plants, trimmed the branches, and swept the ground. After completing these tasks, Li Xin contentedly entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After enjoying his meal, he reclined in a chair beneath the large tree in the courtyard, closing his eyes to savor the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a crisp, alert tone sounded. Ding! Li Xin opened his eyes to find the intelligent butler calling him. He turned to see the robotic butler standing nearby, its eyes shimmering with light, seemingly awaiting instructions. The intelligent butler promptly projected an official announcement into the air before Li Xin. He scrutinized the contents of the announcement, his face betraying his astonishment. The notice stated that the authorities had decided to implement a trade-in program for personal flying vehicles, offering a 1-to-2 exchange rate. This meant that for every old flying vehicle, 2 new ones could be obtained. The newly developed aircraft are equipped with cutting-edge curvature engine technology, boasting enhanced speed and superior performance. Li Xin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this a trade-in for personal flying vehicles?" The authorities, as expected, have opted for a 1-for-2 exchange. This is a curvature engine aircraft. They truly are generous. Nevertheless, the government has always maintained strict control over essentials like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He was acutely aware of the government's dedication to public welfare and its stringent management. This trade-in policy undoubtedly aims to elevate the quality of life for the populace. Without hesitation, Li Xin instructed his intelligent assistant, "Please schedule my trade-in appointment." The intelligent assistant promptly responded, "Certainly, sir." With the assistant's prompt actions, Li Xin successfully secured an appointment for the exchange. He eagerly anticipated the day he would possess a brand new personal flying vehicle, enabling a more convenient and efficient mode of travel. A similar scene unfolded in households across the 8 continents of the Yanhuang civilization. Citizens enthusiastically heeded the government's call, actively participating in the trade-in initiative to bring greater convenience and progress into their lives. The entire society buzzed with excitement and anticipation, collectively embracing the dawn of this new era. Introduction to the family version of the curvature flying vehicle. Model A has dimensions of 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. Model B measures 3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. Passenger capacity. Model A accommodates 118 individuals. Model B holds 18. Curvature travel distance, 5 light years. Curvature engine cooling time, 3 hours. Shield system. Level 9 energy shields and quantum force field shields. Armament. Level 9 energy weapons. Upon seeing these specifications, the citizens of the Yanhuang civilization were utterly exhilarated. This was indeed a highly coveted technological marvel, despite the slightly limited curvature travel distance. The family version of the curvature flying vehicle boasted specifications that were quintessentially at the pinnacle of 4th-level civilization standards. Even more astonishingly, it was equipped with a quantum force field shield, typically reserved for 5th-level civilizations. In no time, various opinions flooded the internet, urging the authorities to proceed with caution. Concerns arose regarding the potential resource depletion involved in manufacturing such high-tech products. However, if materials were to be scarce, many expressed their willingness to contribute. Just then, the authorities released an image displaying a modest plate of vegetables. This image instantly brought amusement to everyone, eliciting laughter. Who would have thought the officials possessed such humor? Cleverly playing with the phrase, a small plate of vegetables? Truly, the authorities excelled at wit. The government collaborated with civil aviation units like Longguo to recycle old flying vehicles while distributing new ones. One by one, the old aircraft were dismantled, their materials reconstituted at the atomic level, instantly transforming into initial stage 5th-level materials. These materials were then sent to factories, where they were crafted into new family versions of curvature flying vehicles, distributed across the 8 continents. Every household received both models of the aircraft. Over the course of 15 years, the entire population had successfully upgraded to new family flying vehicles, and civil units like Longguo were granted permission to manufacture large curvature spaceships. These vessels would be utilized to renew the aging ships of exploration teams. The upgrade of exploration vessels was solely the domain of civil aviation companies, based on mutual agreement. However, concerning the family version of personal flying vehicles, private companies refrained from involvement, primarily collaborating with the government to provide free maintenance for citizens and training maintenance personnel. On this particular day, the inhabitants aboard the Mothership exhibited palpable excitement, for the authorities had finally relaxed access rights, permitting everyone to pilot family flying vehicles for free exploration and leisure in the small star domains. Across the various continents of the Mothership, an array of uniquely designed family flying vehicles took to the skies like birds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The authorities also thoughtfully reminded everyone that in case of danger, they could report through the virtual world, and military rescue teams would promptly be dispatched to assist. This assurance allowed everyone to embark on their adventures with confidence, free from the fear of peril without support. Thus, a grand adventure commenced. Aboard the 8 A-type flying vehicles, members of the Moking Shaowei exploration team engaged in lively conversation via their communication channels. Brothers, today we shall visit the slave market in the small star domain. Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly in the channel. Brother, don't get too carried away. Be cautious not to let joy turn to sorrow. Wang Long cautioned, attempting to temper his brother's enthusiasm. Wang Hu, accustomed to raising his hand, suddenly realized his brother was not present in this aircraft and begrudgingly lowered his hand. The channel erupted with raucous laughter from his teammates. Stop laughing. Once we reach the slave market, I expect everyone to be on high alert. Wang Hu tried to regain his authority. Boss, what if there are beautiful slaves? Can we purchase them? Li San asked cheekily. With that sort of mindset, you might as well extinguish those thoughts. Wang Hu replied tersely. Oh, come on, boss. I was just joking. I'm worried you might lose control. Liu Si Gaimding, adding to the banter. All of you lack seriousness. If anyone allows distractions to lead to trouble, just wait until we return. Wang Hu feigned severity. Please, boss. We promise to behave. Zhao Wu quickly pleaded. That's more like it. Prepare yourselves. We are nearing our destination. Wang Hu commanded. Boss, what if we encounter unexpected situations and can't fight back? The timid son, Lu, timidly inquired. Look at your lack of spirit. You're thinking of losing even before we engage. When have we, the Yanhuang civilization, ever back down? If we can't win, we'll call for reinforcements. The military isn't idle. Wang Hu shouted. Yes, yes, boss is formidable. The crowd echoed in unison. The channel erupted in laughter once more. The atmosphere vibrant with joy and anticipation. Chapter 103. The Dark Slave Market. In the vast void, the 8 A-type flying vehicles streaked through the darkness like shooting stars. Members of the Moking Shaowei exploration team were on high alert in their respective aircraft, their gazes fixed intently on the enormous planet that grew larger before them. As they closed the distance, the planet's full visage gradually came into sharp focus. It resembled a colossal dark vortex, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. The planet's surface was pockmarked and rugged, with towering metallic structures that loomed ominously, resembling fearsome fangs. Is this the planet where the largest slave market in the small star domain is located? It certainly seems eerie. Wang Long's voice broke the silence, tinged with tension. Wang Hu furrowed his brow, responding, "Do not let your guard down. Who knows what dangers and conspiracies lurk here?" As the speed of the aircraft began to decelerate. Approaching the planet's atmosphere, the surrounding air currents grew tumultuous, causing the craft to tremble slightly. The crew tightened their grips on the controls, striving to maintain stability. Through the porthole, they could see the planet's surface aglow with countless lights, akin to myriad watchful eyes. Enormous transport ships navigated the vicinity, presumably ferrying batch after batch of slaves. "Boss, I have a foreboding feeling," Li San's voice quavered. "Steady yourselves. What scenes have we, the Moking Shaowei, not witnessed?" Wang Hu barked. After traversing the atmosphere, the 8 flying vehicles finally descended toward a landing pad on the planet. As the aircraft gently touched down, the members of the Moking Shaowei exploration team disembarked, and Wang Hu gestured grandly, "Stay close, and don't wander off." As the crowd entered the slave market, they were confronted by a scene that evoked a tumult of emotions within them. Rows of cages stood tightly arranged, each containing aliens of various forms. Among them were frail female extraterrestrials, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness as they were indiscriminately selected by buyers from different civilizations. "Ah, these unfortunate souls." Wang Long could not help but exclaim. "Do not be overly sentimental. This is the cruel law of the universe," Wang Hu whispered in response. As they pressed further, they encountered a group of robust male slaves, their muscles bulging and eyes fierce, labeled as guard slaves for sale. "Boss, these fellows look quite formidable," Li San remarked. "No matter how strong, they are still slaves. Pitiful creatures devoid of freedom," Wang Long scoffed. Suddenly, their steps halted as they noticed several cages containing blue star humans. These were individuals sold by the dominant civilization prior to the Small He Star's downfall. The members of the Black Continent Alliance and the Small He Empire looked on with longing at the treasure hunters, hoping to be purchased by these extraterrestrials who bore a striking resemblance to them. Clearly, the Small He Star slaves, having lost their heritage, failed to recognize that the treasure hunters were also human. One team member clenched his fist, seemingly eager to take action. Wang Hu shot him a glare. "Do not forget our laws, and besides, they are not worthy of sympathy. Move on." Though the group felt a pang of compassion, they could only continue on their path. They arrived at the slave gladiatorial arena, where the audience's cheers resonated like thunder. Wang Hu led his team to a seat. In the arena, 2 enormous beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One, a monster with sharp fangs, and the other, a chitinous insectoid. Each strike carried a lethal threat, blood splattering in a scene of utter brutality. "This is too gruesome," Zhao Wu remarked, unable to watch. Wang Hu's expression grew grave. In this universe, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. As one battle concluded, new slaves were thrust into the arena. This time, 2 lizard-like aliens were presented, their eyes filled with despair. Yet in the moment the fight commenced, a fierce instinct for survival surged within them. The treasure hunters observed in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. "Boss, I truly do not understand why such a place exists," Sun Lu trembled as he asked. Wang Hu took a deep breath, for profit, to satisfy the perverse desires of certain individuals. "But remember, our Yanhuang civilization will never tolerate such atrocities." At that moment, the situation in the arena took an unexpected turn. One of the lizard slaves broke free from its shackles and charged toward the audience. Instantly, chaos erupted. "Everyone be careful," Wang Hu shouted. The members of the expedition team swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Fortunately, the arena guards quickly regained control, subduing the lizard slave. That was quite a scare. Lucy wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Wang Hu rose. "Let us depart. There is nothing more to see here." After leaving the gladiatorial arena, They continued to navigate the slave market. Passing a stall, Wang Hu spotted a peculiar creature curled in the corner, emanating a faint glow. "What is this?" Wang Hu inquired curiously. The stall owner glanced over and replied, "This is a mysterious being captured from a remote planet. Its purpose remains unknown." As Wang Hu leaned in for a closer look, the creature suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a mysterious power within. "Brother, I sense that this creature is extraordinary. We should not meddle with it," Wang Long cautioned. Wang Hu nodded and turned away. As they walked on, they entered a quieter area. Here, the offerings were not ordinary slaves, but extraterrestrials with special skills. "Look, that alien seems quite impressive," Li San pointed at a cage. "But no matter how skilled, they are still imprisoned, stripped of their freedom, and thus they are not," Wang Hu lamented. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed alien approached, flanked by a retinue of guards. "Make way, do not obstruct this young master's path," the alien boasted arrogantly. Wang Hu and his companions frowned, but chose not to provoke trouble, stepping aside. "Oomph. Consider yourselves wise," the alien smirked as he entered a shop. "Boss, that guy's insufferably arrogant," Zhao Wu fumed. "Ignore him. He is merely a pompous fool." "Let us continue our exploration," Wang Hu replied. Deep within the market, they discovered a hidden corner. The atmosphere here was even more foreboding, with cages containing bizarre creatures exuding an eerie aura. "Boss, I feel something sinister about this place," Sun Lu expressed fearfully. "Fear not. I am here," Wang Hu reassured him. Just as they were about to leave, a low growl echoed through the air. They turned to see an enormous iron cage containing an unprecedented beast, its eyes glowing red. "What on earth is that?" Wang Long gasped in astonishment. At that moment, an elderly man approached. "This is a forbidden creature from an ancient planet, possessing destructive power," the old man stated slowly. Wang Hu's heart tightened. How could such a dangerous being be here? The elder chuckled. "In this slave market, as long as there is profit, anything is possible." Wang Hu and his companions chose not to linger, hastily exiting that unsettling corner. "This visit to the slave market has unveiled the dark side of the universe," Wang Long remarked. Wang Hu nodded. "Thus we must grow stronger to protect our civilization, preventing such tragedies from befalling the Yanhuang civilization." "Indeed, boss," the group responded in unison. As the sun set, the treasure-hunting expedition team departed the slave market. Chapter 104. The beginning of the civilizational experiment. As the 8 personal spacecraft of the treasure hunters departed, they engaged in curvature flight within the star system. This action sent a shockwave of fear through the merchants of the slave star system. They had never anticipated encountering the legendary Yanhuang civilization's vessels. Panic ensued among the merchants as they hurriedly inquired among themselves, "Have we offended the Yanhuang civilization?" However, the answer was negative. Yet, they all understood that the consequences for that young, arrogant extraterrestrial would surely be dire. 2 hours later, a sudden flicker of light pierced the void of the slave star system as 50 gigantic warships, each over 100 kilometers long, materialized within the system. Its curvature travel, it's the Yanhuang civilization. Did someone offend those Yanhuang individuals? They come with warships. The crowd watched in terror as the warships loomed, their hearts filled with dread and unease. The Yanhuang civilization's warships hovered silently in the void of the slave star system. Their massive hulls emanated an invisible pressure, plunging the once boisterous slave market into an eerie silence. A small shuttle gradually descended from the warship, heading towards the trading center of the slave market. As the shuttle's doors opened, a messenger from the Yanhuang civilization emerged, clad in splendid battle armor and bearing a serious expression. His cold gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and his formidable presence compelled the slave traders to lower their heads instinctively. Upon hearing that a variety of slaves from different races were available for trade, "We require 500 slaves, with each race contributing 100 individuals, equally divided between males and females." The envoy's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear present. The slave traders, momentarily taken aback, quickly adorned their faces with obsequious smiles. They hastily commenced their labors, selecting slaves in accordance with the demands of the Flame Dragon civilization. Throughout the selection process, the envoy meticulously scrutinized the condition of each slave, ensuring their physical well-being and confirming that they had not suffered excessive maltreatment. Upon observing the scars and haggard expressions of some slaves, a slight frown creased the envoy's brow, revealing a glimmer of discontent in his gaze. Before long, 500 slaves from various races were gathered together. The envoy gazed at this diverse assembly of individuals, filled with profound reflections. These slaves, hailing from different races, Each bore distinct appearances and had lived in disparate environments, yet all had succumbed to the fate of servitude for various reasons. Each wore a tightly fitted slave collar, and due to their differing backgrounds, some even donned transparent breathing helmets. Amongst them, the envoy was unexpectedly drawn to the presence of individuals from the era of Blue Star, the Mo people, and those from the Xiao Empire, each group comprising 100 individuals. It was evident that the slave traders had categorized them as distinct races. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, and compared to the other slaves, they appeared even more bewildered and terrified. The envoy approached, softly inquiring, "Are you the Mo people from Xiao Star and the denizens of the Xiao Empire?" The slaves raised their heads, a flicker of surprise and hope crossing their expressions, and tremblingly replied, "Yes, my lord." The envoy sighed, saying, "I did not expect to encounter you here. Rest assured, from this day forth, you shall have a new mission." Internally, the envoy, Wu Xingyao, added a silent wish for them to contribute meaningfully to the civilization's experiment. Suddenly, Wu Xingyao seemed to recall something and addressed the market overseer. "Please procure an additional 100 Mo people, evenly split between genders, and likewise 100 individuals from Xiao Empire, also evenly split." Upon hearing this, tears welled in the eyes of the slaves, and they knelt in gratitude. Following the completion of the selection, the envoy of the Flame Dragon civilization finalized the transaction with the slave traders. Subsequently, a fleet of small transport ships emerged from the battleship, ferrying the slaves back to various vessels according to their races. The Mo people and those from the Xiao Empire were even separated by gender and skin color across 4 different transport ships. Once all the slaves had boarded the battleship, the fleet of the Flame Dragon civilization did not depart immediately. Wu Xingyao stepped out of the shuttle once more, addressing the slave traders with a stern tone. "The slave trade is an exceedingly cruel and inhumane act. Our acquisition of these slaves does not signify our endorsement of such practices, but rather our commitment to rescuing these innocent lives. I hope you comprehend that every life deserves respect. Should this occur again, the Flame Dragon civilization will not stand idly by." With that, Wu Xingyao swiftly turned and boarded the shuttle, feeling the weight of his words. Though he felt somewhat grandiose, he nevertheless spoke with righteous conviction for the sake of the Flame Dragon civilization's image. With a surge of powerful energy, 50 battleships initiated their curvature travel, vanishing instantaneously into the void of the slave system. Within each transport ship, the liberated slaves were settled into comfortable quarters. Medical personnel from the Flame Dragon civilization tended to their wounds and provided nourishment. Among the 4 transport ships, the Mo people and those from the Xiao Empire gathered together, still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of their fate's transformation. Did the Flame Dragon civilization truly save us? One Mo person whispered, "It is true. We finally have hope." Another Mo individual exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, an official from the Flame Dragon civilization approached, smiling as he reassured them, "Do not fear. You are now safe. The Flame Dragon civilization will provide you with a new life and a future." The slaves nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Meanwhile, in the command room of the battleship, Fleet Commander Bai Haojuan was engaged in discussions with other leaders regarding their next steps. This acquisition of slaves, while intended for the civilization's experiment, necessitates diligent oversight to prevent any losses, one leader remarked. Bai Haojuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we must ensure their well-being. Any casualties might adversely affect the higher echelons experiments." The fleet sped through the void, and after a lengthy journey, finally returned to the mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization. Upon arrival, the transport ships slowly docked in the designated area, where researchers and staff had been eagerly awaiting to commence the transfer of slaves. The personnel responsible for the transfer, armed with detailed lists and documentation, meticulously verified each slave's identity and information. Researchers conducted preliminary health checks and data recordings, preparing for subsequent studies and arrangements. This batch of Mo people and Xiao Empire individuals appears to have decent physical conditions, one researcher noted. However, we must not let our guard down. We should adhere strictly to procedures for classification and accommodation, another staff member responded. The transfer process proceeded with a sense of urgency and organization, and soon the slaves were divided into smaller groups, each escorted to specialized secondary immigration vessels prepared for them. There, they would adapt to their new lives for a period. Observing all of this, Wu Xingyao quietly contemplated, "May this civilization experiment proceed smoothly, bringing new insights for the advancement of our civilization." Chapter 105, Arrangements. Back to the old site of the solar system. Flame Dragon Palace of Blue Star, Guardian Hall. Old Zhao, wait for me. I want to go with you. Upon hearing that the slaves had been purchased, Fang Yu was filled with insatiable curiosity. Old Fang, you would have any ulterior motives, would you? Zhao Li scrutinized Fang Yu with a suspicious gaze. No, it's merely curiosity, just curiosity, Fang Yu replied, feeling utterly exasperated. His past deeds on Xiao's Star, Daxiong Star, and Taku Star were often brought up by others, resulting in his current reputation as a scheming individual, always suspected of harboring ill intentions. All right then, let us go, Zhao Li declared, waving his hand as he headed towards the landing pad outside the hall. Half an hour later, they boarded a spacecraft and arrived at the void where the transport ships were docked. In this expanse of space, nearly 500 small transport vessels were anchored. Though these ships appeared small, they exuded a formidable aura. So these are the transport ships carrying the slaves? Fang Yu marveled at the sight of the hundreds of vessels. Indeed, they are, Zhao Li confirmed with a nod. We must swiftly transfer these slaves to the immigration vessels. Otherwise, we may incur losses. With that, Zhao Li guided Fang Yu towards Baihaojuan's flagship. Soon, Zhao Li and his companions located Baihaojuan and Wu Xingyao on the flagship S bridge. Each race requires a designated immigration vessel. Let us expedite the transfer from the transport ships to the immigration vessels. Zhao Li began with an urgent tone, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The immigration vessels, each approximately 1 kilometer in length, were perfectly adequate for the comfortable and free living of 100 individuals. Uncle Zhao, your timing is impeccable. The arrangement for the 400 Mo people and the Xiao He people has left Baihaojuan in a quandary over the allocation. 400? Wasn't the initial plan to allocate only 100 each? Zhao Li furrowed his brows, perplexed by the unexpected numbers. He scrutinized the data sheet before him, his mind awash with confusion. At that moment, Fang Yu hurried over, a conciliatory smile plastered on his face. Oh, come now, old Zhao, there's no need to fret. Allow me to handle it. He reached out, taking the document from Zhao Li's hands with an air of exaggerated eagerness. This is yet another one of your schemes, isn't it? Zhao Li shook his head in resignation, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. He understood well that the extra 200 individuals were undoubtedly a directive from Fang Yu, as Baihaojuan and the others, being soldiers, would adhere strictly to orders. Fang Yu offered an awkward smile before clearing his throat and stating, cough, cough, Haojuan, let's allocate 100 Mo people, 50 men and 50 women, to one immigrant ship. Similarly, 100 Xiao He people, also 50 men and 50 women, to another ship. As for the remaining individuals, please arrange them as follows. Fang Yu's plan was straightforward. The remaining 200 would consist of 50 male Mo people paired with 50 female Xiao He on one ship, while the leftover 50 male Xiao He and 50 female Mo people would be assigned to another vessel. With the arrangements made, Zhao Li proceeded with the next phase of the plan. The first step was, of course, to ensure the well-being of the slaves, allowing them a period of solitary living without contact with one another. He then presented Baihaojuan with an execution plan before taking his leave with Fang Yu. However, Fang Yu handed a copy of the plan to Wu Xingyao before following Zhao Li out. After Fang Yu departed, Baihaojuan placed the plan he held on the table and snatched the document from his old partner's hands, eagerly flipping through it. Nothing piqued his interest more than Fang Yu's protective strategy. Wu Xingyao, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned his attention to Elder Zhao Li's plan. The latter's proposal resembled an official account, while Fang Yu's was akin to an alternative history, which Baihaojuan found far more entertaining. Elder Zhao's plan focused on nurturing the slaves' physical health and subsequently engaging them in prolonged outdoor survival training. At an appropriate time, they would be encouraged to mate and produce offspring, who would be permitted only to learn language and script, entirely forbidden from studying their past or understanding their origins. Fang Yu's proposal was somewhat similar, but included an element of linguistic diversity for the individuals aboard the 4 immigrant ships. He designated each ship to teach a different language, namely Xiao He, Great Bear, English, and the Mo tongue. The 2 mixed ships would naturally choose between English and Great Bear. Within a mere 2 years, the 500 slaves from various civilizations had become robust, their physical capabilities significantly enhanced. The Yanhuang civilization even administered gene optimization serum tailored to their racial genetics. As 2 years elapsed, the Mothership had docked at the edge of a small star region. The citizens of the Yanhuang civilization, who had ventured out to explore, returned to the Mothership without exception. This day marked the Mothership's departure from the small star region, embarking on its journey back to the remnants of the solar system. The Mothership, resembling a grand interstellar fortress, commenced its prolonged voyage through the endless void. Its massive, imposing hull shimmered with a mysterious metallic sheen, while its streamlined design seemed capable of slicing through the vastness of the starry expanse. In its early days, the Mothership plunged into the wondrous passage of curvature travel, with the surrounding space warped into dreamlike hues and radiant light danced like vibrant ribbons. As time progressed, the Mothership advanced through the void. At times, it would traverse stellar systems, where scorching stars radiated intense light and immense energy, with planets revolving around them. Occasionally, the Mothership would halt in a particular star system to rest and gather resources. Time quietly flowed in the silent universe, with the Yanhuang civilization's Mothership steadfastly pursuing its objective. Finally, after 5 years of intermittent travel across a distance of 5,000 light-years, the Mothership arrived at the remnants of the solar system. Once familiar, the solar system now lay in silence, the sun having exploded, leaving only desolation in its wake. The Mothership hovered silently among the ruins that once nurtured countless lives, as if reminiscing about the past while gazing toward the future. The high-ranking officials of the Yanhuang civilization convened in a solemn meeting room, their expressions grave as they deliberated the next destination for their civilization. One individual proposed an immediate advance toward the galactic center to seek vengeance against the farmer civilization. However, this suggestion was promptly rebutted by others. Although the Yanhuang civilization had attained a mid-level status as a fifth-tier civilization, its foundation remained insufficient. With a limited number of warships, engaging in direct confrontation with the farmer civilization could likely lead to encirclement by their fleet tactics. With the continued advancement of technology, the Yanhuang civilization finally confirmed the farmer civilization's exact strength as a late fifth-tier civilization. Ultimately, Wang Yaoyao suddenly recalled an encounter with a cosmic merchant Barlow in the Lulula system. She proposed considering traversing the wormhole mentioned by Barlow to reach the Perseus arm, which might allow them to avoid conflict with the farmer civilization while also exploring new territories. After careful contemplation, a consensus was reached to heed Wang Yaoyao's suggestion and set course for the Perseus arm. Thus concluded the discussion, and the Yanhuang civilization's Mothership would traverse the wormhole, embarking on a journey toward the Perseus arm in search of new opportunities and challenges. Chapter 106. An unexpected turn of events followed by delight. In the remnants of the solar system, the Yanhuang civilization's Mothership had been docked for half a year, resembling a majestic space fortress, quietly suspended in the vast cosmos. Within the spherical core chamber of the Mothership, akin to a colossal asteroid, it floated in the void above the blue planet and its moon. Inside the core chamber, systems operated in orderly fashion and personnel busied themselves at their respective posts. Lon Luo and the high-ranking officials of the Yanhuang civilization stood in the spacious, well-lit command room. He stood tall, his gaze resolutely fixed on the expansive viewport, alongside the exceptionally beautiful and astute leader's consort, Bai Qing. Retrieve all warships into the Mothership. We shall depart in 1 hour, heading towards the wormhole near the Lululu system. Lon Luo's voice resonated steadily and powerfully, echoing throughout the Mothership. This mission to the Perseus arm brought the Elder Guardians to the core chamber, prepared to address any unforeseen emergencies promptly. With the issuance of this command, the atmosphere within the Mothership swiftly shifted to one of tense orderliness. Various departments sprang into action, technicians closely monitoring data and controlling intricate systems. All warships were methodically retrieved into the Mothership, and the massive transport portals gradually dissipated. The Yanhuang civilization's Mothership activated its engines, emitting dazzling bursts of energy, akin to a colossal beast charging boldly toward the wormhole. Before the wormhole, the Mothership exhibited no hesitation and plunged headlong into its depths. Inside the wormhole, vibrant lights intertwined, creating a surreal spectacle. Suddenly, a deep spatial rift appeared without warning within the wormhole, and powerful gravitational forces instantaneously ensnared the Mothership. "Steady! Do not panic!" Bai Qing exclaimed loudly, her voice imbued with calmness and decisiveness. Instantly, the crew aboard the Mothership tensed up, their heartbeats quickening, yet their actions remained composed and unflustered. Fortunately, the battleship, crafted by the divine Yanhuang civilization, exhibited an extraordinary resilience. Despite enduring tremendous impacts within the spatial rift, the hull quaked violently and the lights flickered erratically. Ultimately, it successfully extricated itself, thanks to its robust structure and advanced protective systems. As tranquility returned, the Mothership promptly dispatched exploration vessels, with dozens of them being teleported away. A few hours later, they discovered themselves in an unfamiliar star system, the Small Magellanic Cloud, a dwarf galaxy with a diameter of 7,000 light-years. This galaxy, encircling the Milky Way, is approximately 200,000 light-years from the solar system and serves as a satellite galaxy. The small Magellanic Cloud boasts hundreds of millions of stars, and at its outer edge lies a young star cluster approximately 5 million years old. At present, the Mothership found itself on the periphery of this stellar cluster, also at the edge of the small Magellanic Cloud. Within the small Magellanic Cloud, two distinctly separated star formation regions exist, several thousand light-years apart. Where the probability of life-bearing planets emerging is significantly high. Immediately analyze the current situation. Calculate the optimal route back to the Milky Way. Lon Luo commanded swiftly. Personnel at their respective posts became engrossed in their tasks, with sensors and detectors operating at full capacity. After extensive probing and analysis, the results proved to be challenging. They discovered that traversing the void between the small Magellanic Cloud and the Milky Way to return via curvature travel was unfeasible. The void between the two galaxies exhibited highly unstable spatial fluctuations, fraught with perilous spatial turbulence and debris. Such dangers rendered curvature travel impossible, implying that the time required to return to the Milky Way was incalculable. Since returning is temporarily impossible, let's explore the small Magellanic Cloud. Perhaps we shall uncover new discoveries, Bai Qing stated in a gentle yet resolute tone, her beautiful eyes glimmering with wisdom. Lon Luo nodded in agreement and decisively issued the order to explore the small Magellanic Cloud. The commander of the Tianjin Legion, Jia Peng, renowned for his valor and fearlessness, promptly led his legion to set forth. They boarded advanced warships and navigated through curvature travel, departing from the Mothership's vicinity toward the heart of the small Magellanic Cloud. Simultaneously, the fleets of the various legions embarked en masse in diverse directions, all heading toward the star systems within the small Magellanic Cloud for exploration. Commander Lan Luo of the Zhuge Legion led his fleet to maintain vigilance and provide support within the Mothership's void range, ensuring the safety of the exploration efforts. During the exploration, the fleets from each legion fragmented into smaller flotillas, venturing to different star systems to gather data. A substantial amount of data was collected, revealing that the life-bearing planets within the small Magellanic Cloud predominantly remained in a primitive state, characterized by dense forests and a rich variety of flora and fauna. In one of the star systems within the small Magellanic Cloud, a small flotilla from the Tianjin Legion had dispatched landing ships to investigate one of the life-bearing planets. "Look, what is that?" A soldier pointed downward at the landing ship, his voice filled with astonishment. Below, a colossal creature resembling a dinosaur traversed through the jungle, its body covered in hard scales that shimmered with a mysterious sheen. Its powerful limbs stomped forcefully on the ground, and with a flick of its tail, it could topple entire trees, sending clouds of dust swirling. On another planet, scientists discovered luminescent plants that emitted enchanting glows during the night. Some resembled blue stars, while others appeared like pink clouds, reminiscent of terrestrial constellations, creating a dreamlike tapestry. Meanwhile, the guardians Qin Long, Zhao Li, and Fang Yu closely monitored the progress of the exploration, formulating strategies and plans based on the incoming information. It naturally crossed the minds of the guardians that this was indeed the optimal venue for a civilization experiment. Danger had arrived abruptly, followed closely by delightful surprises. No area could be more suitable for a civilization experiment than the small Magellanic Cloud. In the Elder Hall, the elders of the Yanhuang and Merfolk tribes, including Kashalu and Rielka, were also diligently engaged. As the queen of the Merfolk, Kashala naturally took the lead, rallying her fellow elders to stand guard alongside others. During the exploration, various peculiar occurrences transpired. One expedition team, while delving deeper into the jungle, encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. These creatures were enormous, with sharp fangs and incredible speed. The expedition members swiftly formed a defensive formation to withstand the assault from these towering beasts. They subsequently surrounded the monsters, engaging in a one-on-one melee combat, ultimately emerging victorious. The warriors, clad in formidable mechanized exosuits, effortlessly subdued the massive beasts weighing several tons. Unable to best the warriors, the beasts attempted to flee, only to be dragged back for further torment, leaving with resentful glimmers in their eyes. As time passed, the Yanhuang civilization deepened its understanding of the small Magellanic Cloud. Although intelligent life was absent, the abundance of resources and enigmatic phenomena made their journey worthwhile. Perhaps it was time to expedite the civilization experiment. While pursuing this endeavor, the Yanhuang civilization lay in wait, accumulating its cultural essence. Lon Luo gazed contemplatively at the virtual starry sky, murmuring, to himself. Bai Qing gently grasped his hand, smiling as she said, "No matter what we encounter, we can face it together." Lan Luo looked at Bai Qing, his thoughts swirling, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 107. The Small Magellanic Cloud. The Yanhuang Civilization's Experimentation Grounds. Following the completion of the exploration, the high-ranking officials commenced a lengthy 6-month plan and discussion. Ultimately, they resolved to initiate the civilization experiment. With the Small Magellanic Cloud, spanning a diameter of 300 light-years, designated as the testing ground for the Yanhuang civilization. Lan Luo and Bai Qing stood side by side in the command room, their expressions focused and grave. Their gazes fixed intently on the star map of the Small Magellanic Cloud displayed on the large screen. Guardians Qinlong, Zhao Li, and Fangyu stood nearby, their eyes equally sharp, closely monitoring the continuously fluctuating data on the screen. Let us commence the planetary transformation of the selected star regions. This will be a monumental undertaking for the Yanhuang civilization, Lan Luo declared with a steady and solemn voice, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The engineering fleet of the Yanhuang civilization sprang into action, launching forth like arrows released from a bow toward the designated star regions. The chosen star regions were not far apart, with distances between each star system averaging 25 light-years. Among the 502 selected star systems, each originally harbored 13 life-bearing planets. The mission of the Yanhuang civilization was to transform one life-bearing planet within each star system for the descendants of the 502 immigrant fleet's slaves to inhabit. Scientists meticulously surveyed and conducted comprehensive analyses on the selected life-bearing planets across the 502 star systems. Each chosen life-bearing planet closely mirrored the living conditions of a particular enslaved race among the 502 factions. Numerous scientists, aboard advanced exploratory vessels, circumnavigated the planets, diligently collecting various critical data encompassing geological structures, atmospheric compositions, magnetic field strengths, and more. At this moment, the scientist Lan Luo is leading his passionate and intelligent team, diligently analyzing the precious data they have gathered. On a carefully selected, life-sustaining planet, the engineering team faces formidable challenges. This planet's atmospheric composition contains 2 rare gases that are detrimental to the 156th enslaved race, and regrettably, this is the only habitable planet within the star system. Confronted with such adversity, the engineers resolutely decided to construct a massive gas filtration device. Through a series of intricate chemical reactions, they exerted every effort to transform the harmful gases into beneficial components. Simultaneously, they activated large-scale meteorological regulation equipment, fundamentally altering the planet's climatic conditions to make it more suitable for the 156th enslaved race. Elders Wang Weiguo and Li Jianye from the Elder Hall closely monitored the transformation process, offering their professional and precise advice based on their extensive experience and profound knowledge. On another life-sustaining planet, the geological structure is exceedingly unstable, frequently experiencing earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Nevertheless, the technicians of the Flame Dragon civilization remain undaunted. They employed powerful 5th-level force field technology to successfully stabilize the planet's crustal movements. Furthermore, they made full use of advanced geological transformation equipment to meticulously reshape the planet's internal structure, enhancing its stability and safety. Commander Xie Peng of the Celestial Sword Legion stands ready, prepared for any emergencies, ready to lead his subordinates into action at a moment's notice, providing robust support as needed. For those life-sustaining planets lacking water resources, the Flame Dragon civilization decisively implemented interstellar water diversion technology. They meticulously mined vast quantities of ice blocks from distant icy planets, and, through specialized gravitational devices, tirelessly transported these blocks to the target planets. Subsequently, they utilized high-temperature energy to rapidly melt the ice, creating flowing rivers and lakes. Biologists carefully selected crop seeds and microorganisms suitable for various races, delicately sowing them across the planets, simultaneously, to ensure the survival of the enslaved descendants on these planets. The Flame Dragon civilization established ecological balance, monitoring systems on each planet. This system operates discreetly, capable of real-time, precise monitoring of the target planets, promptly reporting any anomalies to the Flame Dragon civilization. Commander Lin Yu of the Zhuke Legion meticulously inspects the operational status of these systems, ensuring they remain in optimal condition. During the planetary transformation process, addressing the energy needs of various transformation devices is undoubtedly crucial. The scientists of the Flame Dragon civilization harnessed their ingenuity to develop highly efficient stellar energy collection devices. These devices can continuously draw immense energy from nearby stars and compress it into substantial energy blocks to be fed into the transformation device's energy chambers. Adjusting the magnetic fields of each planet is also a meticulous and complex endeavor. Engineers tirelessly adjusted the magnetic field's strength and direction through planetary magnetic field generators, striving to meet the survival standards of the target race. After a century of arduous efforts, each life-sustaining planet within the 502 star systems underwent remarkable transformations. Environments previously inhospitable to the target race were gradually altered, and the indigenous flora and fauna did not suffer massive extinction. The transformed planets were adorned with vibrant vegetation of various hues, and new species of flora and fauna were introduced. Each life-sustaining planet now boasts a fresh and pleasant atmosphere, abundant water resources, and stable geological structures. The Flame Dragon civilization also decided to transform an independent small star domain for the populace to inhabit. After all, civilizational experiments require extensive time, and transforming a star domain into a temporary residence is most appropriate. Ultimately, a 100-light-year independent small star domain was selected on the far side of the Magellanic System, with plans to transform 360 life-sustaining planets. In addition to transforming these 360 planets, there were also numerous planets within this star domain that were already suitable for the Flame Dragon civilization's habitation. This small star domain, influenced by the gravitational effects of the central black hole of the Magellanic System and the Milky Way, features a void spanning 80 light-years at various edges. The Flame Dragon civilization named it the Shenzhou star domain, a secluded paradise, isolated from the outside world. The requirements for transforming the 360 planets suitable for the Flame Dragon civilization's habitation were even more stringent and demanding. Besides a favorable ecological environment, the wishes of the populace had to be thoroughly considered. Scientists began collecting data on the 360 life-sustaining planets, while those already suitable for habitation were left unaddressed. Architectural designers exerted their creativity to craft spaceship-style villas, meticulously considering every aspect of style and configuration. Engineers painstakingly constructed each spaceship villa, employing the most advanced materials and technologies to ensure durability and aesthetic appeal. Zhao Yaya played a crucial role in this endeavor, leveraging her experience as a warship designer to provide invaluable insights into the design and engineering of the spaceship villas. Communication experts established a rapid and secure interstellar communication network within the Shenzhou star domain, enabling real-time and seamless communication between the various planets. Upon completing all transformation tasks, the Flame Dragon civilization conducted a final, thorough inspection and assessment of these planets. At last, all preparations were complete. Lon Luo gazed at the documents and softly uttered, "It is time to begin." Chapter 108. The commencement of the experimentation phase within the vast expanse of the Magellanic System. The second stage of the civilizational experiment begins, naturally involving the deployment of test subjects. The Flame Dragon civilization requires each enslaved race to reproduce abundantly, ensuring their descendants only learn their race's language and script, allowing them to forget their history and origins, thus facilitating a civilizational evolution on the new life-sustaining planets. Fanyu, responsible for the enslavement operations, cunningly transforms this task into a grand and righteous historical achievement. His actions illuminate the Flame Dragon civilization with the glow of justice and wisdom. Fanyu promotes a philosophy of mutual consent, explaining to the slaves, "We have rescued numerous tragic lives from the cosmic slave market, including you. The Flame Dragon civilization grants you a chance for a new beginning. Give birth to offspring belonging to your race. Before long, the Flame Dragon civilization will lead your descendants to a new land of hope, where they shall become the masters of the planet." Encouraged by Fong, use noble rhetoric. The slaves fervently engage with their assigned partners to procreate. Each warship resonates with melodious sounds, while the mixed immigrant ships, however, echo with horrifying screams. When the first infant cries out into the world, Fong Yu reappears, telling the slaves that in order for their descendants to break free from the shadows of the past, and to forget their history as slaves, they must only teach their offspring language and writing. He implores them not to share the tragic historical culture, facilitating the Flame Dragon civilization's goal of allowing their descendants to forge a new civilization that will endure in the cosmos. The slaves, having never experienced any abuse or humiliation within the Flame Dragon civilization, find themselves in a new chapter of existence. Even the denizens of the Fire Dragon civilization imparted their wisdom on survival in the wilderness. Naturally, The words of the otherworldly beings were met with utmost reverence. And when questioned by their descendants, they chose silence. As time flowed swiftly by, a century passed in the blink of an eye, and each immigrant vessel had burgeoned with a population of up to 50,000 souls. Through a compassionate lens, the Fire Dragon civilization, imbued with empathy and responsibility, deployed the progeny of each race in groups of 500 upon the surface of a planet. Thus, each race found 100 distinct origins on their designated worlds. Some groups were in close proximity, merely a few kilometers apart, while others found themselves isolated, with hundreds of kilometers separating them from their kin, on various life-sustaining planets. Disparate races initially depended on hunting for survival, thus embarking upon the arduous journey of tribal existence. Within one immigrant vessel, 500 descendants were settled in a vast forest. This tribe, known as the Thunderbeast clan, embodied a form that was both beastly and avian. They possessed 2 sturdy hind limbs, 2 arms, a tail, and a pair of wings. The clan's leader, named Ryan, was a courageous and resolute Thunderbeast. Faced with the myriad challenges of their new environment, Ryan displayed no hint of retreat. The ferocity of the forest's wildlife posed a significant threat to the clan's hunting endeavors. On one occasion, the hunters, while tracking a colossal stag, inadvertently disturbed a slumbering pack of saber-toothed tigers. The ferocious beasts lunged forward, plunging the hunters into dire peril. Upon receiving word of this calamity, Ryan swiftly rallied his strongest warriors to the scene. With calm precision, he directed his comrades, utilizing the terrain and their makeshift weapons to engage in a breathtaking battle against the tigers. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, they managed to repel the saber-toothed menace, albeit at a grievous cost. Ryan then organized the clan to study the behaviors of these predators, devising safer and more effective hunting strategies. Simultaneously, he encouraged mutual cooperation among the tribe, urging them to construct sturdier dwellings to withstand external threats. On another planet's grassland, a tribe grappled with the scarcity of water and food resources. The astute and insightful leader, Elsa, guided her people in search of a water source. After numerous failed attempts, they finally unearthed a hidden spring beneath the earth. To channel the precious water to their tribe, they fashioned rudimentary pipes from animal hides and bamboo. Through collective effort, the crystal-clear spring water ultimately flowed into their settlement. With the water crisis alleviated, the next challenge emerged, a shortage of food. The grasslands yielded scant game, and capturing it proved arduous. Through careful observation and contemplation, Elsa identified a wild grain that was edible. She orchestrated the gathering of these grains with her tribe and experimented with cultivation. Through persistent trials and enhancements, they gradually mastered the art of grain farming, resulting in an increasing harvest that alleviated the tribe's hunger. As time progressed, each race endeavored to acclimate to their new environments, overcoming one hardship after another. In this process, the tribes on the same planet began to communicate and interact. They exchanged survival experiences and techniques, assisting one another in the face of calamities. On a certain planet, in a tribe nestled near a mountain range, the inhabitants discovered a precious ore. When processed and refined, this mineral could yield stronger and sharper tools. The news spread swiftly among the tribes, prompting many to send representatives to learn about the mining and refinement of the ore. The advent of these new tools significantly enhanced productivity for the race. As the various tribes of civilizations developed, the importance of heritage gradually came to the forefront. The elders within the tribes began imparting their survival experiences and skills to the younger generation, equipping them to better adapt to their surroundings. Furthermore, those elders possessing literary skills documented significant events and knowledge, passing these records on to the next generation. After years of diligent effort, the populations of the tribes across different planets began to rise. Tribes that once relied solely on hunting gradually ventured into rudimentary agriculture and animal husbandry. They learned to tame wild beasts and cultivate a wider variety of crops, leading to an increasingly stable existence. As the tribes flourished, social divisions became more pronounced. Beyond hunters and farmers, artisans, shamans, and various other professions emerged. Trade and exchange among tribes became increasingly frequent, giving rise to a primitive economic system based on barter. In this evolution, some tribes began to unite, forming larger alliances. Within these alliances, shared rules and systems emerged, laying the groundwork for the eventual formation of nations. The original batch of slaves aboard the immigrant vessels of the Fire Dragon civilization were not cast upon the planets. They had been injected with genetic serums, endowing them with lifespans of approximately 300 years. However, as time elapsed, life inevitably drew to a close. observing their descendants on the screens. Now endowed with the right to live freely, they felt no regret, departing with a profound sense of tranquility. With the passing of the last slave, the tribes on the planet lost their connection to their ancestral figures, Fuxi and Yuhua. The Fire Dragon civilization reclaimed these obsolete secondary immigrant vessels, returning them to the lower tiers of the Mothership. There, they were dismantled and reprocessed into new materials, erasing all traces of the slave's existence within the Fire Dragon civilization. Chapter 109. We are the creators. In the celestial star domain, where the Mothership resides in the central star system, the Fire Dragon civilization has dwelled in the Magellanic Cloud for nearly 3 centuries. 200 years prior, with the completion of the transformation of 360 life-sustaining planets, and the emergence of large populations on these habitable worlds, the Mothership and warships delivered numerous flying villas to various star systems. These villas lacked curvature engines, necessitating the transport by warships and cargo vessels to the star systems chosen by the populace, with civilian cargo ships naturally joining the convoy. Today, the Fire Dragon civilization has established itself in the celestial star domain for several centuries. Wang Xiaoyu strolled through the streets of Chang'an Star, with a gentle breeze caressing her hair. The sunlight cast mottled shadows upon the ancient cobblestone path. The sky above Chang'an Star radiated a serene luminosity, with blue clouds drifting lazily like cotton candy. As evening descended, Wang Xiaoyu climbed a small hill, where she could gaze upon the breathtaking nightscape of Chang'an Star. During her time on Chang'an, Wang Xiaoyu felt no distinction from life aboard the Mothership. She piloted her family B-type flying vehicle towards a steep cliff, where a villa quietly perched atop the platform. Upon disembarking, she spotted her husband at the cliff's railing, peering through an ancient telescope. "What has caught your eye? Have you been watching the colossal beasts battle for ages?" Wang Xiaoyu greeted him. "Haha, Xiaoyu, you simply don't understand," her husband replied, unabashed. "Indeed, I truly do not comprehend," she mused. Much like how one might wonder why a boy in the Blue Star era could spend an entire day fixated on excavators digging soil. Wang Xiaoyu genuinely found it perplexing why men could gaze at earth-moving machinery all day without weariness. "Haha, Xiaoyu, a man remains a boy until his death." Wang Xiaoyu picked up a telescope to join her husband in observing the scene below. It turned out that 2 colossal beasts, reminiscent of Tyrannosaurus rex, were engaged in a fierce struggle for food on the plain beneath the cliff. No wonder her husband had chosen this villa-esque location. It afforded such an intimate view of such intense combat. After a few minutes of watching, however, Wang Xiaoyu lost interest, set down the telescope, and returned to the villa. Settling into the living room, she began to binge-watch a series. But not even 10 minutes had passed when the intelligent butler notified her of an official announcement. She hastily opened the message and then erupted into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "At last, I can follow the official series." Her mirth was so loud that her husband outside the villa could hear her. Upon reading the message, he shook his head in amusement, muttering to himself, "Well, it seems women binge-watch series just like men do with excavators." The announcement from the Yanhuang officials revealed that a live broadcast of the civilization experiment had commenced. A total of 502 planets were involved, each boasting 500 live streaming rooms, inviting the public to watch. Should any unusual occurrences arise, viewers could leave messages for the authorities. The opening of the live broadcast was also a means to alleviate some personnel, as there were numerous planets requiring observation, with each streaming room further divided into 10 distinct channels. Naturally, the workload was overwhelming, prompting the adoption of a model akin to Lulu Star, allowing the public to watch while simultaneously broadcasting, enabling immediate detection of anomalies. Considering the staggering population of 80 trillion within the Yanhuang civilization, each channel in every streaming room had billions of viewers fixated on the broadcasts. The following day, countless citizens flocked to each streaming room. Within the Yanhuang civilization's live broadcast, various races and tribes on the life planet continued to evolve and transform. For centuries had passed, and the inhabitants of the life planet had fully adapted to their respective environments, developing unique cultures and beliefs. Yet, for the Yanhuang civilization, they were left with only vague myths and legends. In a village of the Thunder Beast tribe, a young hunter named Longguo lost his way during a hunt. Wandering through the forest for days, he felt both hunger and thirst. Just as despair began to set in, he stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave seemed to radiate an alluring energy, and with a heart full of reverence, Longguo ventured inside. Deep within the cave, he discovered a stone wall etched with strange symbols and patterns. These symbols appeared to narrate a distant and enigmatic tale. Upon returning to the village, He shared his discovery with the tribal elders. The elders convened to study the symbols and patterns. After much deliberation, they surmised that this might be a clue related to the deities spoken of by their ancestors. Thus, Lan Luo led a brave expedition to seek the truth. They traversed dense forests, enduring countless hardships, ultimately arriving at the origin point from 4 centuries prior. This temple-like ruin was adorned with mysterious murals and ancient inscriptions. Lan Luo and his companions diligently worked to decipher the information, gradually realizing it might pertain to the long-forgotten Yanhuang civilization. Meanwhile, similar discoveries were occurring in other planetary tribes. Ancient texts and mysterious ruins were awakening the people to memories of that distant history. The tribes began to communicate with one another, gradually recognizing that those they considered divine beings might not be mere figments of imagination, but rather entities that truly existed. This revelation plunged the inhabitants of the life planet into contemplation and confusion. They began to reevaluate their history and culture, pondering their future. Meanwhile, in the distant Shenzhou star region, the Yanhuang civilization quietly observed these developments, deliberating on whether to intervene. Ultimately, the Yanhuang civilization decided to engage, but chose an exceedingly discreet approach to avoid inciting panic and chaos among the people of the life planet. They dispatched small stealth warships, which traversed the atmospheric layers of various life planets undetected. Within these vessels, cloaked drones were released, silently landing at locations marked by traces of the Yanhuang civilization. At the origin of the Thunder Beast tribe, the drones cautiously approached the temple ruins adorned with mysterious murals. Utilizing advanced technology, they meticulously and thoroughly obliterated all depictions of the Yanhuang civilization, leaving no trace behind. Concurrently, they erased all relevant written records without a hint of evidence, ensuring that any direct references to the Yanhuang civilization vanished entirely. Similar operations were concurrently executed in other tribal planets. The drones, like phantoms in the night, maneuvered through ancient caves and abandoned temples, eradicating all potential records of the Yanhuang civilization's existence, leaving no clues to pursue. After a series of cautious and comprehensive actions, the Yanhuang civilization successfully erased the vast majority of its overt traces, allowing the life planet to develop naturally without interference from the Yanhuang civilization. As the tribes evolved and the records were expunged, the legends of the Yanhuang civilization transformed into a profound mystery, becoming the subject of oral tradition across the planets, with audiences in the live streaming rooms enthusiastically declaring, "Indeed, we are the creators." Chapter 110. The Divine Spirits of Huaxia Descend. 2 centuries after the Yanhuang civilization erased its traces, the inhabitants of the various life planets had completely forgotten their origins, believing themselves to be indigenous races of their respective worlds. The starship era had reached its 5,000th year. In the blue star Yanhuang Palace, Lon Luo suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Yanhuang civilization has entered the 5,000th year of the starship era. The host is awarded a special privilege card and a parallel universe traversal card. The parallel universe traversal card allows the Mothership to traverse parallel universes. The system opened the personal panel. Personal panel. Host. Lon Luo mission. Yanhuang civilization level. Mid-level 5 civilization type. Starship civilization Mothership technology openness. Mid-level 5 technology points. 358. 000 resource points. 2. 666 item. Space jump card X1. Special privilege card X2. Parallel universe traversal card X1. Could there be some significant crisis? Lan Luo sensed that the system's issuance of the parallel universe traversal card might be a precaution against a looming threat. Leader, we have an emergency. 40 experimental life planets are facing a large-scale extinction crisis. Each life planet had a set of monitoring equipment reserved, and now 40 planets were experiencing a dire threat of civilization extinction. The primitive civilizations were too feeble. Even a minor disaster on a larger planet could lead to their annihilation. Understood. Continue monitoring. 3 days later, a mythological squad of 400 appeared in the virtual world. Bro, we become the emperors of Yin and Huang. Wang Long excitedly told Wang Hu. Understood, Flame Emperor. The brothers Wang Hu and Wang Long, alongside 8 other original members of the treasure-seeking team, had passed numerous trials and finally secured a slot in a rescue team. They had initially intended to participate under the banner of treasure seekers, but the authorities had already assigned a name, even changing their own. In another corner, a brother and sister, accompanied by 8 friends from the laboratory, engaged in lively conversation. Yanling, during our expedition to the experimental planet, it is imperative to exercise utmost caution and refrain from any rash actions. Yanxing fervently admonished his sister. Though she is a scientist, her vivacious personality often leads her to act impulsively. I understand, brother. After all, you will be accompanying me, so what is there to fear? Yanling waved dismissively. It is not your safety that concerns me, but rather the potential peril you might pose to primitive civilizations. Must I spell out for you? Yanxing raised his hands in exasperation. The members of their experimental group erupted in laughter. Soon, official representatives arrived to elucidate the mission's purpose on the experimental planet, primarily to assist the subjects in overcoming a crisis and ensuring their survival against extinction. Throughout the operation, references to the Yanhuang civilization were strictly prohibited, and the natives were to be addressed solely by the official designations provided. Moreover, the use of certain weapons and technologies was forbidden. The officials, known for their decisiveness, concluded their briefing in a mere half hour, after which the 40 teams were dispatched aboard 40 transport ships. The vessels departed from the Mothership, heading towards their destination planet. Aboard the Yanhuang transport ship, Wang Long sat regally in his chair, addressing 5 members of the expedition team. Please refer to me as the Flame Emperor. The others, stifling laughter, complied with his theatrical performance. Excellent. With determination, we shall one day vanquish the accursed Yellow Emperor and secure fertile lands for the three-eyed civilization. Indeed, esteemed Flame Emperor. Smack. Brother, I am now the Flame Emperor. Smack. Yellow Emperor, what are you doing? Are we to engage in battle already? Smack. Brother, I was wrong. Cease this at once. No more slapping. Laughter erupted among the other members, who could hardly contain their mirth. Wherever Wang Hu and Wang Long went, joy was ever present. Before long, the Yanhuang ship arrived in the three-eyed star system, anchoring in high orbit around the planet. 10 members boarded 2 small warships and descended to the Shinha Plain. Wang Hu led 5 individuals westward while Wang Long, accompanied by his team, commenced their search for nearby tribes. The three-eyed people bore resemblance to the previously encountered Tianmu civilization, distinguished only by the vertical eye situated on their foreheads. This was the Flame Dragon civilization's encounter with a race most akin to Erlang Shun. Yet the entire Shinha Plain's three-eyed populace teetered on the brink of extinction due to a predatory species known as the Swift Beast, which hunted them with alarming speed. Wang Long and his team advanced, clad in form-fitting exosuits, each adorned with a vertical eye on their helmet, effectively transforming into an alternative version of the three-eyed race. They soon discovered a three-eyed tribe. The inhabitants, upon witnessing their arrival, were filled with astonishment and confusion. Wang Long utilized the exosuit's anti-gravity feature to hover in midair, surveying the three-eyed people below. Enveloped in his mechanized exosuit, his form glimmered ominously, the eye on his helmet resembling the gaze of a deity, scrutinizing the three-eyed folk beneath him. At this moment, the 4 companions who had accompanied Wang Long also levitated, standing behind him, collectively gazing down at the tribe. The three-eyed individuals felt as though they were under divine observation, and in an instant, they all prostrated themselves, silencing any sound. I am the Flame Emperor, here to guide you in evading the threat of extinction, Wang Long proclaimed through a translator. Flame Emperor, please have mercy on your people, implored the tribe's elder leader. The term Flame Emperor, a direct translation from Huaxia, proved somewhat awkward for the three-eyed people. Rise, Wang Long commanded, and they descended, striding boldly into the tribe. In the initial days, Wang Long and his team followed their plan, demonstrating survival techniques, such as locating water sources and identifying edible plants. Wang Long resolved to improve the three-eyed people's living conditions, as he could no longer tolerate the dilapidated state of their dwellings. He led the group in reinforcing and expanding the tribe's homes using available materials and tools. They felled sturdy trees to construct more resilient frameworks, weaving walls and roofs from tough vines and animal hides to enhance protection against the elements. Wang Long also directed the excavation of drainage channels to prevent rainwater accumulation within the tribe. Together with 4 colleagues, he created a trench 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep around the tribe's perimeter, aptly named the Protection Abyss, which would be sufficient to thwart swift beast attacks. The other 4 members gazed at the 5-meter-deep trench in silence. Wow, Flame Emperor, this trench is ingeniously named, one teammate jested. They subsequently erected a wooden bridge at the tribe's exit, which could be raised at night using ropes. Wang Long also led the entire tribe in constructing a fence along the inner side of the Protection Abyss. The Flame Emperor's team arranged for the young and able-bodied members of the three-eyed tribe to take turns standing guard. ensuring that any potential threats could be promptly reported to the tribe. During the enhancement of their living environment, Wang Long meticulously taught them how to select suitable timber and how to craft and utilize tools, enabling the three-eyed people to gradually acquire these practical skills. After a week of diligent effort, the living conditions of the three-eyed tribe saw a marked improvement. Their homes became sturdier and more comfortable, while the defensive structures provided a greater sense of security. However, Wang Long was not content with merely these advancements. He began to contemplate further ways to enrich and simplify the tribe's daily life. Thus, he led the group in cultivating land for the planting of easily grown crops and attempted to domesticate gentle animals to ensure a stable food supply for the tribe. Chapter 111. The Flame and Yellow Emperors on an Alien World. After successfully transforming the tribe, Wang Long named it the Flame Emperor Tribe. Observing the revitalized and orderly Flame Emperor Tribe, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, his brother Wang, who had also completed the transformation of another tribe in a different location, naming it the Yellow Emperor Tribe. The Yellow Emperor Tribe, situated in the same Xinhua Plain, faced a similar threat from the swift beasts. Wang, who led the tribe's members in the meticulous construction of defensive structures and the training of warriors in combat techniques. They utilized the terrain to their advantage, setting traps and obstacles to slow the advance of the swift beasts. One day, a horde of swift beasts surged towards the Yellow Emperor Tribe like a dark tide. Their elongated forms were covered in a thick, resilient hide, and they possessed a pair of powerful wings. Viewed from the front, their heads bore a distinct cross shape, with each side featuring elongated protrusions that, when fully extended, could exceed 2 meters in width. Their sleek tails ended in a forked shape, and those formidable wings enabled brief yet rapid flight. Wang, who stood atop the tribe's watchtower, his expression grave yet resolute. "Prepare for battle," he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the tribe. The warriors, armed with spears and bows, stood ready. As the swift beasts approached the trap-laden area, several fell into deep pits, impaled by sharp stakes. Yet, many others leaped over the traps and charged forward. "Fire!" Wang, who commanded, and a rain of arrows descended upon the swarm of swift beasts. Some beasts fell, but their speed remained undeterred as they quickly reached the tribe's defenses. "Brothers, activate your exosuits and join me in facing the enemy," Wang, who shouted. The 5 individuals beside him swiftly activated their exosuits, radiating a dazzling light. Wang, who, wielding a laser sword, was the first to charge into the beast horde. "Give me death," he roared, as the blade's brilliance sliced through the air, instantly cleaving a ferocious beast in twain. "Be mindful of the flanks. Do not let them breach our defenses," Wang, who commanded while continuing to engage in combat. A team member shouted, "Huang Di, the beast swarm is too dense over here." Wang, who replied, "Concentrate firepower. Unleash the laser cannons." Beams from several laser cannons illuminated the battlefield, obliterating the beasts ahead in a gory explosion of flesh and blood. While the Huangdi tribe was embroiled in fierce combat with the ferocious beasts, the Yini tribe also faced a savage assault. Wang Long stood at the forefront of his tribe, his exosuit exuding a ghostly blue glow. "Fear not, fight alongside me," he bellowed. The warriors of the Three-Eyed Clan, inspired by his rallying cry, surged with newfound courage. The beasts lunged violently at the tribe's barricades, seeking to break through their defenses. Wang Long wielded an ion cannon, firing at the beast horde. The overwhelming energy blast toppling a multitude of the ferocious creatures. "Aim for their leader. Focus our attacks," Wang Long commanded. A team member responded, "Yindi, we have located it and are locking on." Several beams of laser fire shot towards the leader of the beasts, but evaded the assault with a flicker of its form. Wang Long cursed vehemently, "Damn it, keep attacking." He leapt into the throng of beasts, his laser sword dancing with deadly grace, spattering blood in all directions. "Hold the line. We cannot allow them to step foot into our tribe." Wang Long's voice rang out, piercing through the cacophony of battle. After a harrowing fight, the Yindi tribe finally repelled the ferocious beasts. Wang Long, his face etched with exhaustion and despair, sighed. "This is truly arduous. The officials demand we remain as close to myth as possible while ensuring we do not stray too far from reality. Is this not contradictory?" He perched himself on a massive boulder, leaning forward, hands propped on his knees, gazing intently at the ground. After a moment, he raised his head and proclaimed dramatically, "I, the Yindi, am a man who stands at the pinnacle of the food chain, unafraid." Meanwhile, under Wang, whose astute leadership and the valiant efforts of the tribe, the Huangdi tribe also successfully repelled the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Breathing heavily, Wang, who ordered everyone clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and prepare for the next wave of attacks. A week later, both tribes had withstood the ferocious beast assaults. After successfully fending off the onslaught, Wang Hu and Wang Long took a brief respite before commencing the task of subjugating the surrounding tribes. Wang Hu led his small team toward a nearby tribe, which was relatively small and poorly defended. Standing before the tribe, he declared loudly, "I am the leader of the Huangdi tribe, here to assist you in fending off the ferocious beasts. If you're willing to join us, we can thrive together." The people of the Three-Eyed Clan exchanged glances, and ultimately, after witnessing Wang Hu's formidable prowess and advanced weaponry, they agreed to join the Huangdi tribe. Wang Long adopted a similar strategy, arriving at another tribe with his team. "I am the Yindi. Our tribe has triumphed over the ferocious beasts. Follow me, and you shall be safe." The leader of this tribe hesitated, but upon witnessing the impressive exosuits and superior equipment of Wang Long and his team, akin to divine beings, he consented to submit. As time passed, an increasing number of tribes were assimilated. However, the process was not without its challenges. On one occasion, Wang Long and his team encountered a defiant tribe that refused to submit. The tribe's leader proclaimed, "We have our own means of survival. We do not require your assistance." Wang Long patiently explained, "The ferocious beasts are rampant. Only by uniting can we muster the strength to resist." Yet the opposing tribe remained unmoved. In desperation, Wang Long resolved to demonstrate their might. He commanded his team to activate the weapon systems of their exosuits and fired a laser cannon into the distance, obliterating a swath of trees. This display of overwhelming power left the tribe's members in shock, and they began to chant, "Divine Yindi," ultimately changing their minds and joining the Yindi tribe. While subjugating tribes, Wang Hu and Wang Long continuously strengthened their management and resource integration. They established unified rules and systems, delegating tasks to ensure that each tribe could leverage its unique strengths. Some tribes, adept in agriculture, were tasked with cultivating crops. Others, skilled in hunting, were responsible for providing meat, while those proficient in craftsmanship were charged with manufacturing tools and weapons. Under their stewardship, the previously fragmented tribes gradually coalesced into a vast alliance. Cities began to rise, with houses arranged in orderly rows and wide, flat roads. The three-eyed people enjoyed a progressively stable existence, slowly acclimating to this new way of life. Yet, both Wang Hu and Wang Long were acutely aware that the threat of the ferocious beasts had not been entirely eradicated. They knew they must continually bolster their strength to prevent large-scale invasions. Under the prolonged observation of Wang Long and Wang Hu, along with the aerial transport ships, they discovered that the ferocious beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence, akin to that of a 10-year-old child. Without the planetary transformation initiative of the Fire Dragon civilization, these creatures would likely evolve into sentient beings. Consequently, the two tribes issued the same command in different directions, for members would lead 4 hunting teams to commence a thorough extermination of the ferocious beasts. Chapter 112. The ascension of the two emperors. The hunting teams, led by their respective leaders, began their purging operations against the ferocious beasts in 4 directions. Li Ming, as the leader of one hunting team from the Yindi tribe, boldly guided his squad along a treacherous, winding mountain path. The surrounding trees were lush and verdant, their dense foliage intertwining to obscure the sky. The warriors of the Three-Eyed Clan wore solemn expressions, gripping their spears and stone axes tightly, their eyes scanning the environment with vigilance, each step taken with utmost caution. Their movements were light and silent, as if they melded seamlessly with their surroundings. Suddenly a low, menacing roar echoed from ahead, reverberating through the valley like distant thunder. The sound was deafening, instilling fear in their hearts. Li Ming's expression hardened. He immediately raised his hand, signaling his team to halt. Crouching low, he stealthily approached the source of the sound, his heartbeat resonating in the stillness of the forest. The warriors anxiously watched his silhouette, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to spring into action at any moment. As Li Ming drew nearer to the sound, the roar grew increasingly thunderous, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The group anxiously peered ahead, only to behold a throng of ferocious beasts congregating in a clearing. Some lay sprawled, while others rested, their thick fur shimmering in the interplay of light and shadow. These beasts were exceedingly keen, instantly sensing the slightest disturbance. They turned their heads in unison, their eyes alight with wariness and ferocity, baring their fangs and emitting a threatening low growl. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Ming quietly instructed his team, "Prepare for battle." The warriors, well-trained, swiftly spread out, forming a tight arc to encircle the beasts. One particularly massive, ferocious beast sensing the impending threat, lunged towards the team without hesitation. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp teeth, and emitted a guttural roar as if to rend them apart. Faced with such a ferocious adversary, the team remained undaunted, gripping their weapons firmly and bracing for the confrontation. Its speed was akin to lightning, whipping up a gust of foul wind. Li Ming, swift and alert, instantly raised his laser sword and charged forward. The swift beast, agile and elusive, dodged left and right, proving nearly impossible to strike. At that moment, a three-eyed warrior seized the opportunity, gripping his spear tightly and thrusting it with all his might at the swift beast. However, the creature reacted with astonishing speed, swatting the spear away with a powerful strike of its claws. The warrior, overwhelmed by the force of the recoil, stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. "Steady yourselves," came a resounding shout from Li Ming's translator. With that, Li Ming gripped his laser sword firmly and charged at the swift beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Throughout the confrontation, every strike Li Ming attempted was deftly evaded by the beast, while each of its assaults was either dodged or repelled by him. Suddenly, Li Ming spotted a flaw in the beast's defenses and swiftly swung his sword at its neck. Yet, the creature's reflexes were remarkable, and it narrowly avoided the blow, countering with a vicious swipe of its sharp claws that grazed Li Ming's arm, producing a piercing sound against his mechanical armor. Seizing the moment, Li Ming once again swung his laser sword, this time successfully striking the beast's leg, impeding its movement. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Ming raised his left arm's laser cannon and fired at the beast, unleashing a powerful energy beam that obliterated it in an instant. Li Ming, like a tiger among sheep, wielded his laser sword in one hand and his laser cannon in the other, relentlessly dispatching the swift beasts. His movements were nimble and swift, each strike impeccably precise, and every blast devastatingly powerful. He darted across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood and the bodies of the swift beasts in his wake. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua of the Yellow Emperor tribe led his hunting team along the waterways. They navigated a makeshift raft, drifting with the turbulent currents of the river. The water roared and surged, white waves crashing against their vessel. Zhang Hua gripped the edge of the raft tightly, steadying himself, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The warriors remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any imminent danger. As they neared the riverbank, Zhang Hua keenly observed several swift beasts drinking at the water's edge. Without hesitation, he raised his hand decisively and shouted, "Attack!" The warriors hurled their spears with force towards the beasts. Startled, the swift creatures leaped into the water, splashing wildly as they sought to escape the current. Zhang Hua, filled with urgency, grasped his laser cannon and took aim at the fleeing beasts. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the firing button, and a dazzling beam of laser shot forth, targeting the swift beast. The creature sensed the impending danger and swam desperately, but it could not evade the laser's pursuit. With a resounding crash, a massive splash erupted as the beast let out a pained cry and sank beneath the surface. Each laser strike found its mark, precisely piercing a swift beast. 8 hunting squads, each dedicated to exterminating these creatures, faced the greatest threat to civilization posed by the swift beasts that hunted the three-eyed tribe. Among these squads, some hunting teams encountered assaults from other ferocious beasts, leading to exceptionally fierce battles that seemed intent on tearing the forest asunder. The roars of the swift beasts echoed through the skies, intertwined with the battle cries of the three-eyed tribe, creating a heart-pounding symphony. Over 200,000 three-eyed warriors, initially driven by unwavering conviction, plunged into this unprecedented extermination campaign. Yet now, fewer than 50,000 remained. Nevertheless, the war was far from over. The Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor tribes continued to purge the swift beasts from their surroundings, gradually expanding their territorial reach and driving the beasts further away. However, as time passed, these displaced creatures began to regroup and launch counterattacks against the tribes. In response to this situation, the two great tribes resolved to unite in their efforts to eradicate the swift beasts. They initiated larger-scale purging operations, occurring every 2 years, involving cooperation from multiple tribes, often resulting in significant casualties. Despite this, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor remained steadfast in their resolve, knowing that if the issue was not resolved, the survival of the three-eyed tribe would remain in jeopardy. For the next 30 years, the extermination efforts never ceased. This war exacted a tremendous toll, with countless three-eyed warriors perishing, severely weakening both tribes. Only the extermination teams, led by the Flame Dragon civilization, managed to maintain a relatively low casualty rate, while other teams composed of local natives suffered far greater losses, with some entire units being annihilated in their encounters with the swift beasts. Fortunately, over the course of 30 years, the swift beasts were completely eradicated from the Divine River Plain. In the ensuing period, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor led their tribes towards gradual integration, slowly forming the concept of a nation. After the union of the two tribes, a civilization emerged, rooted in the Divine River Plain. In the 71st year of the reign of King Dragon and King Tiger on the Three-Eyed Star, the first nation was established, named Xia. In the 10th year following the founding of Great Xia, the Flame Emperor abdicated in favor of a young, three-eyed individual named Shinno. Subsequently, 10 members of the Tomb Robbers, amidst the adoring gazes of the three-eyed tribe, soared into the cosmos, completing their ascension. Chapter 113. The Crisis of the Skywing Tribe. Time rewinds to just before the departure of the 40 transport ships. Yanling and her brother Yanxing, along with 10 others, boarded a transport vessel bound for the Skywing star system. Brother. The crisis facing the Skywing tribe is likely due to a genetic mutation triggered by a certain gas in the atmosphere. Yanling intently examined the data in her hands. Her expression focused. There is a strong possibility of this, considering they previously thrived in the cosmos, but are now placed on a life-bearing planet. It could indeed be due to some gas present here. Zhang Jun from Yanling's research team confirmed her assertion. The likelihood is substantial. We must resolve this issue swiftly, or the chances of the Skywing tribe reproducing will plummet to near zero. Yanxing's concern did not stem from the cause of the crisis, but rather from the time required to address it. Initially, when they were first introduced to this planet, everything appeared normal for the Skywing tribe as they struggled for survival. However, over the past few centuries, their birth rate had drastically declined. From initial scenario where a couple could have 4 to 6 children, it had now become a challenge to bear even one child. Many couples found themselves unable to conceive throughout their lives. This caused the Skywing tribe as population, which had painstakingly reached 20 million, to plummet dramatically. In just 40 years, the population dwindled from 20 million to merely hundreds of thousands. This decline included casualties from hunting expeditions, natural aging, and illness, but the most devastating disaster was undoubtedly the sharp decrease in birth rates. Although the Skywing tribe recognized this problem and their males exerted every effort each night, the situation remained unchanged. In desperation, the Skywing tribe began to migrate, seeking out their kin to form larger tribes to fend off the attacks of the ferocious beasts. In the face of declining birth rates, the Teeny clan resorted to conducting sacrificial ceremonies in mystical locations. Meanwhile, Yanling and her brother, Yanxing, prepared to embark on their journey to Teeny Star. The 10 of them were divided into 5 groups, each destined for one of 5 continents in hopes of alleviating the crisis faced by the Teeny clan. Clad in form-fitting nano-armor with a translucent shield enveloping their faces, Yanling, under her brother's puzzled gaze, transformed the nano-fabric on her wrist into an ethereal hanfu. The duo then leapt from the transport vessel, gracefully floating down to the life-filled planet, buoyed by the anti-gravity capabilities of their armor. In the fire tribe of the Teeny clan, Chief Yilin, accompanied by the tribe shaman, was performing a solemn ritual. The Teeny clan, a humanoid race, bore resplendent wings and possessed a lithe, agile physique with an average height of approximately 160 centimeters and a rarity of weighing over 60 g. Aside from their wings and unique internal structures, their physical traits were not markedly different from those of humans. Chief Yilin led the tribe in kneeling before a magnificent, multicolored boulder, fervently praying, "O Teeny God, please have mercy upon us. Your people, the Teeny clan, are gradually perishing. May our clan be blessed by the Teeny God, ushering forth new lives. O Teeny God, have you descended upon us?" The elder chief was abruptly silenced as he straightened to bow once more, only to be struck by the sight of 2 godlike figures hovering in mid-air. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively perceived Yanling and Yanxing as the Teeny deities. "I am Nuwa, here to resolve your clan's plight." Yanling seamlessly embraced the role. "I am Fuxi," her brother, appearing somewhat bashful, responded succinctly. "We welcome the divine Nuwa and the divine Fuxi," the elder chief exclaimed, elevating their status with an added title. His talent for flattery was indeed exceptional. Yanling and Yanxing commenced an analysis of the planet's atmosphere. However, the results were far from Yanling's expectations. The atmosphere was remarkably suitable for the Teeny clan, confirming the initial terraforming proposals were astutely devised. Perhaps the atmosphere lacks a protective layer against stellar radiation, Yanxing speculated, reminiscent of Earth's ozone layer. "No issue there. I've just checked the solar radiation levels reaching the surface, and no stellar radiation is penetrating, Yanling replied while manipulating the intelligent assistant on her arm. It seems to be food or some other form of radiation causing the issue. Let's visit the Tini clan's tribe and investigate their genetic variations. Utilizing the anti-gravity capabilities of their armor, the siblings soared towards the Tini clan settlement. Upon arrival, they were greeted with reverence, as the Tini clan regarded them as deities. To the Tini, Yanling and Yinxing's ability to fly, despite lacking wings, was akin to divine power. They began by conducting physical examinations on some members of the tribe, collecting blood and cell samples. Preliminary analyses revealed anomalous mutations in certain genetic fragments within the Tini clan members. Brother, look at these genetic sequences. They appear to be influenced by an unknown energy radiation. Yanling pointed at the intricate data displayed on the screen. Yinxing furrowed his brow and pondered. Could it be that the nearby water source or soil is problematic? The two resolved to conduct a comprehensive environmental assessment of the tribe's surroundings. They collected water samples along the river, analyzing the minerals and chemicals present, and excavated soil samples from the fields to examine trace elements and radioactive substances. After several days of diligent work, they made a significant discovery. In a valley over 20 kilometers from the tribe, they detected a peculiar radiation emanating from a mineral resembling an egg. This special energy mineral emitted radiation capable of affecting an area within a 500-kilometer radius. Could this mineral be the cause of the genetic alterations in the Tini clan? Yanling questioned. To validate this hypothesis, she decided to bring a sample of the mineral back to the tribe, inform Yanling, and then return to the transport vessel for a detailed analysis. Upon returning to the tribe, Yanling and Yinxing sought out Chief Yanling. With urgency, Yanling expressed her desire to return to the transport vessel for experiments. Yanling, we must depart for a while. When we next return, we will comprehensively resolve your clan's crisis. After speaking, she eagerly grasped Yinxing's hand, and together they soared into the sky towards their spacecraft, leaving behind trails of sonic booms. On the ground, Yanling flapped his enormous wings in a futile attempt to catch up, but at approximately 1,500 meters above the surface, he realized he could ascend no further. With resignation, he watched the siblings vanish from sight. We bid farewell to the divine ones. Yanling called out to the heavens, his voice filled with reverence. Inside the transport vessel, Yanling and Yinxing quickly immersed themselves in their work, beginning the analysis of the egg-shaped mineral in hopes of uncovering its secrets. Following a series of intricate experiments and meticulous analyses, they concluded that this enigmatic mineral was indeed the root cause of the genetic mutations and declining fertility rates within the Tini clan. Upon reaching this conclusion, they promptly relayed the information to the other 8 team members. Half a day later, all 10 members convened in the laboratory of the transport vessel to deliberate on their next course of action. The entire team set about formulating a detailed genetic repair plan, meticulously examining every detail to devise the most effective solution. After 5 days of tireless effort, they successfully developed a powdery genetic remedy, which, if taken continuously by the Tini clan for 1 month, would completely restore their genes. Wang Tong, have you prepared the instruments for detecting this mineral? Yanling inquired of Wang Tong and her team. Oh, reporting to the divine Yuhua, I have completed the preparations. Wang Tong responded playfully. Ha! Then I shall reward you with a kiss. Yanling exclaimed, playfully chasing Wang Tong to deliver the promised kiss. Within the experimental group, they were indeed a pair of spirited sisters, their camaraderie unmistakable. After a brief bout of playful scuffling, the group resolved to return and lead the Tiani tribe in excavating the unique, or transporting it back to their spacecraft. This endeavor aimed to thoroughly resolve the crisis facing the Tiani tribe. The ore, while not immediately altering their genetics, possessed the potential to gradually modify reproductive gene segments over generations, with hereditary implications. The Spirit Kings, Tong, and others speculated that while the quantity of this ore might be limited, its distribution was undoubtedly extensive. Coupled with an influence radius of 500 kilometers, it was highly likely that this ore was spread across the entire planet, affecting the Tiani tribe as a whole. After a few days of respite aboard the transport vessel, the 10 individuals, equipped with several detection instruments, departed and returned to Tiani Star. Shortly after their return to the Fire Tribe, Yanling led all the tribespeople to kneel before the Spirit Kings, beseeching, "May the Divine grant us rebirth, bless us with newborns." Emerging from the specially constructed abode for her, the Spirit Kings addressed them, "Arise. In 3 months, the women of the Fire Tribe shall carry new life within them. We shall express our gratitude for the Divine's blessings." Once again, they prostrated in reverence. "Yanling, you stay with 10 individuals. The rest may disperse. As you command." Would you, Vaini? With that, the Spirit Kings ascended into the skies with the 10 Tiani tribesmen and the Elder Chieftain. Hours later, they descended into a dense forest and dug out an egg-shaped or 2 meters beneath a tree. The Spirit Kings distributed 10 simple detection devices among the 10 Tiani tribesmen, instructing them on their use, and sent them forth to excavate the egg-shaped ore. Upon their return to the tribe, the 10 Tiani warriors selected 8 or 9 companions each and took flight in various directions with the detection devices. After 20 days, the expeditionary group returned, having collected every egg-shaped or within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Tiani, a small battleship will be descending shortly. Instruct the tribespeople to remain calm. The Spirit Kings placed the egg-shaped ores into a box, intending to transport them back to the spacecraft. The Tiani tribe had amassed over 1,000 egg-shaped ores. A small battleship was dispatched to retrieve the ores from the Spirit Kings. Following this, intelligent machinery would be sent to completely excavate the egg-shaped ores from the planet. These ores, remnant from the planet's ancient formation, could not regenerate under current conditions, thus necessitating their complete extraction. Approximately half an hour later, a small battleship, measuring 2 kilometers, entered the planet's atmosphere. The tribespeople of the Fire Tribe were startled as the sky darkened suddenly, causing widespread panic. The battleship descended slowly, resembling a collapsing sky, halting at an altitude of 200 meters above the tribe. In the tribe, the light was dim, and shadows enveloped everything. The battleship gradually opened a hatch over 200 meters in diameter, emitting a radiant white light, akin to a rift in the heavens. The Spirit Kings, one hand clutching the box and the other holding the multicolored stone, soared toward the battleship's entrance. Indeed, the Spirit Kings had taken the stone as a memento, intending to bring it back to the Mothership. Before long, they returned to the tribe as the battleship sealed its massive hatch and ascended into the sky. Unbeknownst to them, this act would etch a vivid narrative into the mythology of the Tiani tribe. Ultimately, in the oral traditions of the Tiani, this tale transformed into the sky darkened, rendering all invisible. The heavens were torn asunder, and endless white light cleansed the earth. The goddess Yanhuang, cradling the multicolored stone, soared toward the rift in the heavens, soon returning as the rift healed, and sunlight once again illuminated the land. With the small battleship dispatching intelligent machinery to excavate the egg-shaped ores globally, the source of the Tiani tribe's crisis was entirely resolved. The Spirit Kings commenced administering genetic medicine to heal the genetic ailments afflicting the Tiani tribe. In front of the Spirit King's dwelling, the people of the Fire Tribe lined up, awaiting the distribution of the medicine. At the forefront stood the Elder Chieftain Yilin and the Shaman, observing as the Spirit Kings dispensed the medicine. The Spirit Kings produced a powdery substance, its hue a rich, earthy yellow. Next, a female Tiani tribeswoman stepped forward as the Spirit Kings employed specialized tweezers to grasp the powder, forming it into a thumb-sized sphere before placing it into the bamboo tube of the female tribesperson. Add water and consume it all. Return tomorrow at this time for your next dose. Yes, O divine. Next, after an hour, every member of the Fire Tribe had received the genetic medicine. Subsequently, the Spirit Kings, accompanied by the Elder Chieftain, soared away from the tribe to distribute medicine to other clans. A year later, the Fire Tribe of the Tiani witnessed the birth of 102 newborns. The Elder Chieftain once more led the tribespeople to kneel before the Spirit Kings, exclaiming, "The goddess Yanhuang is merciful." Chapter 115, The 40 Rescue Team, 40 Myths. In the ensuing decade, the Spirit Kings traversed the mainland tribes under their care, healing genetic maladies. Yanhuang and his companions dedicated another 50 years to imparting the ancient skills of the Tiani tribe, such as sericulture, agriculture, and animal husbandry. Eventually, the Spirit Kings completed their mission, departing amidst the reverent farewells of the Tiani tribe, ascending to the space transport vessel once more. With the triumphant return of the brothers Wang Long and Wang Hu, the other teams dispersed across 40 star systems also completed their respective missions. The Mothership's portal opened as transport vessels entered, marking the successful completion of this rescue mission. Meanwhile, the virtual network of the Yanhuang civilization erupted with excitement. It was unfathomable that the official channels had resurrected the myths and history of Huaxia within an extraterrestrial civilization. Admiration was directed toward the great deity Wang Long, who had engaged in a celestial battle alongside his brother, completing the narrative of the War of the Two Emperors, Yan and Huang. The thought processes of the great deity Wang Long are beyond our comprehension. Have we not realized that the Spirit Kings are the true fortunate ones? The multicolored stone, the earthy yellow medicine, the descending battleship. Indeed, the Spirit Kings are the harbingers of luck. The Tiani tribe had already conjured narratives of clay creation and Nua's mending of the heavens. The officials had even arranged for the primordial chaos to be included, leading to much laughter. The online community erupted in fervent discussions regarding this rescue initiative, buzzing with activity. Each member of the rescue team was assigned a mythological background or even the name of a historical figure by the authorities. As the actions of the Yanhuang civilization concluded, tales of ancient deities began circulating among the 40 life-bearing planets. Chronicles of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Long ago, in the Divine River Plains, our tribe struggled to survive, enveloped in the swift darkness of demons, where a single misstep could lead to our extinction. Then one day, 2 deities descended, their divine might overwhelming, their weapons gleaming like the thunders of the heavens. The ancient deities, Yan Emperor and Huang Emperor, led us through mountains and rivers, fiercely battling the swift demons. The deities dispatched their 8 war gods, sweeping away the demons until they vanished from the earth and light returned to the land. The 2 deities and their subordinates, possessing eternal lifespans, remained ageless for 80 years before ultimately ascending back to the celestial realm. Chronicles of the Tiani tribe. In ancient times, when the heavens and earth were in chaos, the world was a desolate expanse. As the population of our clan dwindled, and new life could no longer grace our tribe, Nuwa, the magnificent deity, filled with compassion, resolved to create life and imbue the world with vitality. She blended clay with water, allowing her people to consume it, and then, with her immense power, crafted new life within the wombs of the female members of the clan. However, this period of hope was short-lived, as a monumental calamity struck. A portion of the heavens above the tribe collapsed, unleashing torrents of the celestial river's waters, plunging the earth into silence. Tirelessly, the goddess Nuwa sought materials to mend the sky, traversing mountains and rivers, until she discovered the 5-colored stones. With great effort, she lifted the immense stones and flew into the rift to repair it. Enduring countless hardships, she ultimately restored the heavens, and together with Fuxi, they established an unparalleled legacy for the Celestial Wing clan before ascending to the heavens. Such mythological tales have spread widely across the 40 celestial bodies, forming 40 distinct mythologies. Within the Flame Dragon Palace on Blue Star, Lan Luo, having just concluded a group chat, shut down the messaging group. System, open the personal panel. Personal panel, host, Lon Luo mission, civilization of the Flame Dragon civilization level. Mid-stage level 5 civilization type. Starship civilization, Mothership technology openness. Mid-stage level 5 technology points, 398. 000 resource points. 2, 780 items. 1 space jump card, 2 special privilege cards, 1 parallel universe travel card. Subsequently, Lan Luo selected 5 technological directions and opted for their exchange, dispatching this information to the Research Institute. With the advancement to late-stage level 5 imminent, it was essential to amass substantial resources in preparation for the impending conflict with the farmer civilization. Lan Luo contemplated to himself and began to outline a resource extraction plan. Resolute in his decision, Lan Luo devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Resource Reserve Initiative. The Flame Dragon authorities organized a large-scale exploration team to identify potential resource-rich areas for development. As time progressed, the resource accumulation efforts began to yield results. On this particular day, within the Flame Dragon Palace, a ceremonial spacecraft ascended into the skies. Aboard the newly designed Flame Dragon, the elders of the Flame Dragon civilization convened to discuss the forthcoming mission. Shortly thereafter, the Flame Dragon entered the flagship of the Sky Sword Legion, which was escorted by 5,000 warships as it departed from the Mothership. The fleet navigated through the Magellanic system, eventually halting in a vast starfield within a particular galaxy. This galaxy was immense, containing 8 life-bearing planets that shimmered with blue light. Remarkably, these 8 planets were aligned in a straight line, as if arranged by nature itself. They orbited a colossal star, creating a unique vista. The Flame Dragon emerged from the flagship, swiftly traversing the void and circling the 8 life-bearing planets. The crew aboard buzzed with excitement, deliberating on the next steps. Leader, are you truly confident we can bring all 8 life-bearing planets aboard the Mothership at once? Inquired Wang Weigua. Lan Luo nodded assuredly. Rest assured. Based on our calculations and experiments, it is entirely feasible. As long as we operate according to the timeline, all 8 planets should smoothly enter the Mothership. It became clear that the Flame Dragon civilization's mission was not merely to explore the mysterious cosmos, but also to accomplish the significant task of bringing these 8 planets aboard their Mothership. To achieve this objective, they planned to utilize a special privilege card. Initially, they considered using a portal to directly transport the planets to the Mothership. However, due to the limitations of the portal, it could not accommodate such massive entities, necessitating alternative methods. These 8 life-bearing planets had formed naturally, their environments perfectly suited for human habitation. The Academy of Sciences had invested considerable time and effort to identify such planets and facilitate their transport to the same galaxy. At last, the moment of fruition had arrived. Notification was sent to the Mothership to hasten its arrival for collection. Half a day later, the Mothership appeared in the galaxy. System. Activate the special privilege card and engage the complete portal of the Mothership. Lan Luo meticulously prepared, not only for the collection, but also to ensure suitable positioning within the Mothership. The 8 planets were to be transported into the void at the centers of 8 continents, subsequently moved by warships to the inner edges of these continents. Beep. The special privilege card was successfully utilized. Collection commenced. The Mothership instantaneously opened a colossal portal, blocking the trajectory of the 8 life-bearing planets. Like a queue returning home, the planets entered the transport vortex. With the assistance of the warships, the planets eagerly surged into the Mothership. As the last planet entered the vortex, the time limit of the special privilege card just concluded. Fortunately, the calculations proved accurate. How astonishing! The prowess of spatial technology is indeed legendary. Chapter 116. The 8 prestigious universities of the Flame Dragon. Within the Mothership of the Flame Dragon civilization, the 8 vibrant, life-bearing planets glimmered like radiant jewels. Lon Luo stood before the observation window of the Flame Dragon, his gaze resolutely fixed on the 8 planets as he envisioned a grand blueprint. We shall establish 8 universities upon these planets, laying a robust foundation of knowledge for the future of the Flame Dragon civilization. His voice resonated within the conference room. As the leader's wife, Bai Qing, nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Members of the Guardian Hall and the Elder Hall swiftly responded to Lon Luo's call, eagerly engaging in this monumental endeavor. Qin Long, as a pivotal figure in the Guardian Hall, swiftly organized a planning team, leveraging his exceptional leadership skills. These 8 universities must not only possess magnificent exteriors, but also achieve the pinnacle of excellence in academic disciplines and teaching facilities, Qin Long declared with conviction. Zhao Li, drawing on his expertise in civil affairs, meticulously calculated the resources required for construction, ensuring the judicious allocation of materials. Every resource must be utilized effectively to provide a solid guarantee for the university's establishment, Zhao Li stated earnestly. Within the Elder Hall, Queen Kashalu led the elders of the Mare folk in their endeavors. Rurko, with his profound knowledge of light technology, contributed innovative design proposals for the university's energy supply systems. Hastings, relying on his extensive governance experience, offered strategic insights for the university's management systems. Senior scientists such as Wang Weiguo and Li Jianya gathered to fervently discuss the curricula and research directions for various disciplines. The branches of physics must be thoroughly examined, from foundational mechanics and thermodynamics to the cutting-edge realms of relativity and quantum mechanics. None should be overlooked, Wang Weiguo exclaimed passionately. Li Jianya added, in the field of chemistry, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, and analytical chemistry should all be prioritized as key disciplines to cultivate a comprehensive chemical literacy among students. Zhao Yao focused on the field of engineering technology, stating the teaching of mechanical engineering, material science, and energy technology must emphasize the integration of theory and practice to nurture innovative and practical talents. The construction efforts were fervently underway. On the first life-bearing planet, workers toiled diligently under the scorching sun. Qin Long personally supervised the site, ensuring every architectural detail adhered to the design specifications. Let us put in extra effort. This university will be the bastion of knowledge for the Flame Dragon civilization. Qin Long encouraged the workers. King Guardian, resta surat. After all, this is the place where our own children receive their education, and we are all well aware of it. On the second planet, Zhao Li meticulously inspected the supply situation of materials, ensuring the smooth progress of construction work. There must be no shortages. All construction demands must be met, Zhao Li stated with utmost seriousness. As time passed, magnificent structures gradually emerged upon the planet. On the fourth planet, the authorities astonishingly constructed a floating campus. Knowledge is power. As long as we do not give up, there are no insurmountable difficulties, Wang Weiguo proclaimed. On the sixth planet, Zhao Yaya led the engineering and technical team in the final optimization and perfection of the campus infrastructure. Every facility must achieve optimal performance. Providing the best learning environment for the students, Zhao Yaya resolutely asserted. After 2 years of meticulous refinement, the 8 universities were finally completed. However, the name of the schools became a matter of heated debate, and ultimately, they had no choice but to adopt the name of the continent. Prefixed with the characters for Huaxia: Huaxia Qinglong University, Huaxia Zhuke University, Huaxia Dongfang University. These 8 institutions would become the prestigious universities of Yanhuang's future. The renowned schools of Yanhuang are all science-oriented. As for the arts, unfortunately, they are taught only in middle and high school, and there are no such subjects at the university level. To become a master in the arts, one must possess works and vote on a specialized platform. Your standing is determined by the public's ratings of your creations. There is no possibility of becoming a master based solely on a certificate. If one wishes to conduct public relations and garner votes, they should consult the 2 leading artificial intelligences, Nuwa and Fuxi. The 8 universities began preparing for enrollment, and the admission process unfolded with great urgency. He Tian from the Western continent was at home, awaiting news when the butler floated over. Congratulations, He Tian. You have been admitted to Huaxia Qinglong University. What? Really? He exclaimed, laughter bursting forth. He Tian's successful admission to Huaxia Qinglong University filled the entire family with joy, especially his great-grandmother, Zhangya, who beamed with delight. Zhangya, a descendant from Taker Star and originally of European descent from Blue Star, possessed golden hair and azure eyes, untouched by the passage of time. Upon hearing the news, she hurried to He Tian's courtyard in the shortest time possible. She grasped He Tian's hand, her eyes brimming with tears of pride and joy. Child, you are remarkable. Our family is honored because of you. Zhang Ye's voice quivered with excitement. He Tian gazed at his great-grandmother, equally overwhelmed with emotion. Great-grandmother, I will not disappoint you or the family's expectations. His voice was resolute and powerful. Zhang Ye gently stroked He Tian's head, reminiscing about her own heritage. When she came of age, her family had revealed her lineage to her. At that time, she had fully integrated into the Yanhuang civilization, not to mention the loving parents and family she had. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. How I recall marrying He Jun and gradually having children. Now, to see you achieve such success within our family, my heart feels sweeter than honey. He Tian tightly clasped Zhang Ye's hand. Great-grandmother, you can rest assured. I will study diligently at university and bring glory to our family. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination for the future. Such scenes unfolded in various corners of the 8 continents. As the school season commenced, outstanding students from all corners of the Yanhuang civilization, filled with dreams, flocked to the 8 life-bearing planets. As a promising young scientist, Lan Luo voluntarily took on the teaching duties of the physics department. Dear students, the world of physics holds endless mysteries awaiting our exploration. Let us together unlock this door to wisdom. Lan Luo's first lesson ignited the students' thirst for knowledge. In the chemistry department, Wang Weiguo and Li Jianye personally lectured, imparting their abundant experience and knowledge without reservation. The marvel of chemistry lies in its ability to create new substances and transform the world. Wang Weiguo's words spurred the students' innovative thinking. In the biology classroom, students observed the intricate structures of cells under microscopes, delving into the mysteries of life. The diversity of life is a gift from the universe. We must cherish and deeply study it. The instructor guided the students' reflections. In the mathematics classroom, students immersed themselves in complex formulas and theorems, sparks of thought igniting continuously. In the engineering technology laboratory, students operated advanced equipment, translating theoretical knowledge into practical results. In the university library, one could often witness students diligently immersed in their studies. At academic discussion forums, intense exchanges of ideas frequently occurred. Chapter 117, Late Stage of Level 5. The Yanhuang Legion prepared for retribution. 2 centuries had passed, and the 8 universities of the Yanhuang civilization had fully established themselves as the 8 prestigious institutions of Yanhuang, a sacred place in every student's heart. Within the core research base of the 8 life-bearing planets, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Countless researchers were intently focused on the complex data and instruments before them, their eyes filled with urgency. Lon Luo stood alongside his wife, Bai Qing, gazing at the massive force field generator in the center of the laboratory. This is a crucial moment that will determine the future of our Yanhuang civilization, Lon Luo softly remarked, gripping Bai Qing's hand tightly. Bai Qing nodded slightly, her gaze resolute, believing in the success of their scientists. At this moment, the chief scientist of force field technology, Lan Tian, stood at the control panel, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet his hands operated steadily and accurately. Initiate the final set of experimental parameters, he shouted, as his command was issued. The force field generator began to emit a deep hum, powerful energy converging and swirling within. The needles on the dashboard danced wildly, and data cascaded across the large screen like a waterfall. Energy output is stable. The force field intensity is rising. A researcher reported excitedly. Everyone held their breath, as if the entire universe awaited this moment. We have surpassed the critical threshold. We have succeeded. Lan Luo's voice cracked with exhilaration. In an instant, the entire laboratory was enveloped in a brilliant radiance, powerful force field waves radiating outward. The Yanhuang civilization had successfully broken through the critical bottleneck of force field science, officially advancing to the late stage of level 5 civilization. Lon Luo and Bai Qing exchanged smiles, yet they understood that the battle for vengeance was not far off. Immediately organize a team to apply force field technology to our warships, Lon Luo decisively commanded. The researchers swiftly sprang into action, embarking on their intense and orderly tasks. After countless days and nights of effort, the warships of the Yanhuang civilization welcomed a transformative evolution. The force field generator was ingeniously installed in the core of the warships, perfectly integrating with the weapon systems. In the weapons development laboratory aboard the warship, Yanhuang excitedly introduced the latest achievement, the force field shockwave bomb. This force field shockwave bomb is extraordinary. Once launched, it can generate a powerful force field compression effect capable of instantaneously pulverizing enemy warships. Yanhuang's voice brimmed with pride. To test the power of the force field shockwave bomb, the Yanhuang civilization decided to conduct experiments without delay. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, several Yanhuang warships equipped with force field shockwave bombs stood in readiness. Opposite them were simulated enemy warship targets. Prepare to launch the force field shockwave bomb. The commander issued the order. The operator pressed the button, and the force field shockwave projectile shot forth from the battleship's main cannon with a piercing cry. A brilliant flash illuminated the area as the projectile detonated in the target zone, unleashing an immense force field that instantaneously impacted the simulated battleship. Those vessels, once seemingly indestructible, began to warp and distort under the pressure of the force field, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of powder. Success! Our force field shockwave projectile possesses astonishing power. Cheers erupted from the battleship. The news of the successful test of the force field shockwave projectile swiftly spread throughout the Fire Dragon civilization, igniting jubilant celebrations among the populace. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon authorities were diligently advancing their next phase of plans, in pursuit of crafting late-stage level 5 battleships. The Fire Dragon civilization initiated an unprecedented resource-gathering campaign. A multitude of civilian organizations heeded the government's call, eagerly joining the ranks of resource extraction teams. They piloted cutting-edge mining vessels, embarking en masse to various star systems within the Magellanic Cloud. Over the course of 10 years, the extraction teams overcame numerous challenges. Although they did not encounter any significant emergencies, the complex and ever-changing cosmic environment posed many trials. A decade later, the resources harvested were sufficient to construct a vast fleet of late-stage level 5 battleships. Within the lower decks of the Mothership's battleship base, a cadre of elite scientists was tirelessly devoted to designing an unprecedented super battleship that seamlessly integrated biological and mechanical elements for the Merfolk Legion. The chief scientist in charge of this endeavor, Lan Luo, led his team in relentless research day and night. They first delved deeply into the physiological characteristics and unique abilities of the Merfolk to ensure the battleship could harmoniously fuse with the Merfolk warriors. After numerous experiments and simulations, the design plan gradually took shape. The battleship structure was crafted from high-strength mechanical materials, featuring a robust defensive shell and a powerful propulsion system. Meanwhile, the interior incorporated elements of biotechnology. Special biological tissue cultivation pods could nurture self-repairing and energy-converting biological materials for damage repair and energy supply. To accommodate the merfolk's underwater combat requirements, the battleship was equipped with an advanced water control conduction system and agile maneuvering devices. Merfolk warriors could achieve seamless connectivity with the battleship through a neural interface, allowing them to control its movements directly with their thoughts. Regarding the weaponry systems, the scientists combined mechanical firepower with biological capabilities. For instance, they crafted formidable energy cannons using bioelectric pulses and cultivated unique biological bacterial colonies to produce corrosive offensive substances. After countless iterations and tests, the new battleship finally emerged. Its sleek form resembled a colossal deep-sea creature, radiating a cold, mechanical brilliance. The Merfolk Legion's warriors boarded the battleship, brimming with excitement. The authorities commenced the construction of the battleships using the gathered resources, with the Fire Dragon civilization's factories operating at full capacity to produce the new vessels. Researchers meticulously designed, and workers executed their tasks with precision as powerful battleships gradually took shape. These vessels not only boasted advanced force field generators and formidable force field shockwave projectiles, but also featured efficient energy systems and ultra-quantum shield technology. As time progressed, all 10 legions underwent a significant upgrade in their equipment. Each legion's battleship count reached 200,000, while the Skysword Legion, owing to its pivotal status, expanded its fleet to an impressive 500,000 vessels. The military might of the Fire Dragon civilization had grown immensely, and the moment for vengeance was drawing near. Lan Luo stood resolutely in the command center, his gaze fixed upon the star map. It was time for their former enemies to pay the price. Lan Luo clenched his fist. Within the Mothership, the 10 legions practiced diligently in the void. In a highly anticipated combat exercise, the Merfolk Legion clashed fiercely with the Skysword Legion. The Merfolk's biomechanical battleships exhibited remarkable agility and unique tactics, while the Skysword Legion showcased formidable combat strength through their advanced equipment and tight coordination. On the battlefield, both sides unleashed their full firepower, energy beams crisscrossing in a dazzling display. The Merfolk Legion fought valiantly, yet the onslaught from the Skysword Legion proved overwhelming, rendering them increasingly unable to withstand the assault. Ultimately, despite their utmost efforts, the Merfolk Legion fell short against the Skysword Legion. The Merfolk Legion leader, Kashali, in a bid to enhance her legion's combat prowess, fervently studied various battle scenarios. From the classic campaigns of the Fire Dragon civilization to modern interstellar conflicts, she delved deeply into her research. Even ancient texts such as the Art of War were not spared from her scrutiny, as she sought wisdom within their pages day and night. Chapter 118, Return to the Galaxy. The Fire Dragon civilization's starship has existed for 6,000 years. The development of 502 life-bearing planets had not ceased, albeit at a sluggish pace. After more than a millennium, they had only progressed to the late stages of a slave society, soon to transition into a feudal society. Scientists compared this to the developmental history of Blue Star and discovered that their progress was not as slow as it seemed. The development of Blue Star's slave society likely took even longer, though some historical records remain unverified. It was predicted that these 502 civilizations would require approximately 2,000 to 3,000 years to enter the scientific enlightenment phase of a feudal society. Thus, Lon Luo resolved to return to the galaxy, intending to eradicate the farmer civilizations first. In the void of the Magellanic Cloud, battleships continuously transported back to the Mothership. Among them were transport vessels, carrying flying villas. As the populace returned to the Mothership, relocating their homes from the life-bearing planets. With the successful retrieval of the last battleship, the Mothership began its journey toward the edge of the galaxy, approaching the Magellanic Cloud. Inside the Mothership, transport vessels released flying villas, which were arranged in a designated area of the void. The citizens boarded personal flying devices, returning to their homes on the continent. The 10 legions remained engaged in intense drills, facing equally matched opponents, leaving no room for complacency. The Mothership continued its curvature navigation through the Magellanic Cloud. Upon reaching the edge, Lon Luo began utilizing space jump cards. System: activate space jump card to return to the old site of the solar system in the galaxy. Ding! Jump successful. The Pangu began its autonomous leap. The Mothership vanished without a trace in the void, reappearing in the universe at the old site of the solar system 2 days later. System: open personal panel. Personal panel. Host: Lon Luo. Task: Fire Dragon civilization. Civilization level: late stage level 5. Civilization type: starship civilization. Mothership technology openness: late stage level 5. Tech points: 174,000. Resource points: 3,500. Special privilege card: 1. Parallel universe traversal card: 1. Lon Luo gazed momentarily at the vanished space jump card, feeling a twinge of regret before closing the personal panel. Li Chuan: relay the orders to advance according to the battle plan. Yes, leader. The Mothership S8 transport gates opened simultaneously, and the battleships of the 10 legions began to surge into the portals. In the external cosmic expanse, warships began to cluster densely, filling the void entirely. This time, the Fire Dragon civilization would not hold back. They were prepared to expend their full might in battle. A total of 3 million battleships would be divided into 20 large fleets, advancing toward the center of the galaxy, leaving 300,000 battleships from the Skysword Legion to safeguard the Mothership security. Within the virtual network of the Fire Dragon civilization, on the Void Square, trillions awaited Lan Luo's command. Lon Luo appeared on the high platform, his tone serious as he proclaimed, the farm owner civilization must be eradicated. Otherwise, the indigenous civilizations of the galaxy shall be deprived of any opportunity for advancement. Moreover, they're the sworn enemies of our Yanhuang civilization. I command you, march forth. In an instant, the armies in the virtual world square vanished, consciousness returning to their posts. 2 million warships began to divide into 20 fleets, sequentially entering curvature travel. As they disappeared into the void, Lon Luo gazed at the vanishing ships, an unshakable worry gnawing at him, uncertain how many of the 100 billion warriors would return safely. At the edge of the central region of the galaxy, Bai Haojuan found himself once again before the colossal Juling Divine Star. Target, Juling Divine Star, fire! Immediately, 10 warships unleashed their main cannons, emitting 10 beams of light that struck the Juling Divine Star, which subsequently fractured. From the shattered remnants of the planet, 9 enormous beasts burst forth. The complete biological warriors of the farm owner civilization. Reduce them to dust. Deploy the force field bombs. One warship advanced, launching a force field bomb resembling a glowing orb. The bomb vanished upon its emergence, only to reappear and explode amidst the 9 biological warriors. The overwhelming force instantly ground the 9 creatures into fine dust. The war signal had been dispatched, and Bai Haojuan commanded, advanced towards the central region. With a wave of his hand, he led his 100,000 warships to accelerate, surging towards the galactic core. The first fleet of the Qinglong Legion, comprising 100,000 warships, sailed forth. In the silent cosmos, the fleet resembled a pack of silent behemoths, resolutely forging ahead through the boundless darkness. At that moment, the fleet's detectors suddenly blared with sharp alarms. Report to the Legion commander. Biological warriors of the farm owner civilization detected, numbering nearly 170,000. Located 10 light-years from the Qinglong Legion's first fleet. The biological warriors appeared like a surging tide of darkness, instilling a sense of dread. Bai Haojuan, undaunted, issued the command. All fleets, initiate curvature, travel immediately, targeting the biological warriors 1 light-year ahead. His calm voice resonated through each warship's channel. As the order was given, the 100,000 warships erupted with powerful bursts of energy, entering curvature travel status. Countless warships emerged from the curvature space 1 light-year ahead of the biological warriors. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire fleet, as everyone understood that a breathtaking battle was about to erupt. In this critical moment, Bai Haojuan analyzed the situation with a cool head, his mind racing. The formation of the biological warriors began to shift, seemingly preparing for a fierce charge. Bai Haojuan decisively commanded, all warships, activate energy shields and prepare main cannons with force field bombs. Instantly, the energy shields of the 100,000 warships ignited, weaving together a robust protective network of blue light. The various weapons aboard the warships charged, their muzzles gleaming with ominous light, poised for action. The biological warriors unexpectedly initiated curvature travel, soon materializing within 3 astronomical units of the fleet. Bai Haojuan roared, open fire. Countless force field bombs erupted from the warships, illuminating the vast emptiness. The sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the biological warriors in the void were met with a deluge of force field bombs. Blinding white light flashed as numerous biological warships vanished from the cosmos. Yet, the remaining biological warriors remained undeterred, ramping up their energy. Suddenly, the biological warriors vanished once more, this time reappearing amid the gaps of the fleet, unleashing energy beams upon the surrounding warships. The shield energy plummeted rapidly, down to 70. Open fire! Open fire! Use the main cannons, do not deploy force field bombs. The unexpected proximity of the biological warriors plunged the Qinglong First Fleet into chaos, and with such close quarters, no one dared to use force field bombs. The distance was too short. An explosion would indiscriminately affect both friend and foe. Chapter 119. Qinglong Legion versus Biological Warriors. Each ship engaged in free formation with surrounding vessels, retaliating at will. Bai Haojuan's voice echoed through the fleet channel. Warships unleashed beams of light, swiftly striking a biological warrior, shattering it into fragments. The battle intensified, with the energy shields of the warships enduring relentless impacts, rippling under the strain. Some warships, under the onslaught of the biological warriors, had their energy shields breached, rendering them temporarily inoperative. They could only rely on the sturdiness of their hulls. Fortunate that a wave of energy bombs had obliterated over 100,000 biological warriors, creating a situation where the warships now outnumbered the foes. Hao Juan gripped the command console tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he shouted, "Concentrate fire! Target their heads!" The fleet swiftly adjusted their attack vectors, focusing their firepower on the biological warriors' heads. With each successive barrage, the number of biological warriors dwindled sharply. Boom! Captain, we've been hit. Quickly, accelerate away from the battlefield and send repair teams to the damaged areas. Ship 108, I'm hit. Please provide cover for my retreat. Ship 107, I'm in position, energy shields at full capacity. You can withdraw with confidence. Ship 108, thank you. Now, widen the distance and clear the central area. Hao Juan issued the final charge command. Like swords, the 100,000 warships began to disengage, leaving the central region occupied solely by the biological warriors. A flash of white light illuminated the battlefield, with the biological warriors in the central area reduced to a mere handful. Hao Juan unleashed a barrage of force field bombs directly at the central region. Warships with full energy shields encircle them. Hao Juan, take advantage of their weakness. Warships, shielded by energy barriers, surrounded each biological warrior. Each enemy could only manage a single attack before being overwhelmed and pulverized by concentrated fire. Beep, beep, beep. Legion Commander, 3 curvature travel signatures have been detected within a 20 light-year radius, and they are targeting us. Damn. Inform the Second Fleet to converge on our position. Yes, sir. In the void, 500 light-years away from Hao Juan, the Second Fleet of the Qinglong Legion received the command. Activate shields and move towards the First Fleet. The 100,000 warships of the Second Fleet began to close in on the First Fleet. The warships accelerated, initiating curvature travel in one seamless motion. Legion Commander, the Deputy Commander is already approaching us. Order. Warships unable to activate shields must abandon ship immediately and transfer to the intact vessels, which will autonomously engage in combat. In the void, the damaged ship 107's captain observed the repair team working diligently to salvage the vessel. Stop everything. Immediately board the small warships and transfer to ship 109. Captain, what about ship 107? Abandon ship. Move. Why are you all standing around? That's an order. Survive, and we can recover ship 107. The captain of ship 107's veins bulged as he shouted. He could only use his voice to drown out the sorrow of his crew. But abandoning the ship was imperative. The enemy was returning. He needed to ensure the survival of his crew in a universe abundant with resources. Survival meant ship 107 would eventually return. The crew of the damaged warship boarded small craft, all transferring to the intact vessels. An hour later, the communications officer reported new intelligence. Commander, they have emerged 12 light-years away, totaling 250,000 in number. Should we expect the next encounter to be at a distance of 4 light-years? Order the fleet to prepare for warp travel. We shall annihilate one group before proceeding to the next. In an instant, 100,000 warships began to accelerate, entering warp space. 5 minutes later, the fleet exited warp, encountering approximately 80,000 biological combatants hurtling through the cosmos at great speed. Hao Juan immediately discerned that this group of biological soldiers was incapable of sustained warp travel. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to eliminate these 80,000 biological warriors first. Prepare the force field bombs. Target the biological combatants. Fire. Nearly 100,000 force field bombs were launched, and, as they exited the warships, they activated their warp travel, heading directly towards the biological soldiers 1 light-year away. The 80,000 biological combatants, scattered within a 3 light-year radius, were met with a barrage of force field bombs, each exiting warp space. Blinding white light flickered as the stars within a 3 light-year range dimmed and brightened. Those biological soldiers caught within the absolute damage zone were reduced to cosmic dust, while approximately 40,000 survivors suffered severe injuries. The abdomens of the biological soldiers began to glow faintly, indicating their preparation for forced warp travel. Damn it. Here we go again. Order the fleet to accelerate towards the next group of biological combatants. The fleet surged forward, swiftly entering warp space. The warships were quick to arrive and even quicker to depart. The biological soldiers seemed to have received some command as they continued to charge up for warp travel. As the Qinglong First Fleet emerged from warp space, they discovered the second and third waves of biological soldiers had already converged at the same location. Prepare the force field bombs, launch, activate shields, and create distance. 3 warships form a defensive formation. When the force field bombs reached the biological soldiers, they suffered substantial losses. With around half decimated, beeping sounds indicated the detection of force field weapon strikes. Boom! The warship instantly bore the brunt of the overload. The shields were torn apart. Nearly 10,000 spherical warships appeared to the left of the biological soldiers. Have we been ambushed? By Haojuan realized that the enemy had laid a trap in the nearby star systems. Taking advantage of the fleet's assault on the biological soldiers, they unleashed a force field attack on the fleet. Fortunately, the fleet's shields were already equipped with super quantum technology. Otherwise, they would have been crushed into compact spheres. The farm owner's assault remained the same force field attack from years past. Quickly recharge the shields. Prepare for a bloody battle. Bai Haojuan understood that the enemy would not grant them a chance to retreat. In a matter of moments, the opposing biological soldiers had also entered warp travel. Commander, the enemy warships are beginning to accelerate in reverse. Damn those treacherous fiends. They attack and then flee. Are they attempting to exhaust us? Just as the words left his lips, vibrant lights flickered in the void between the warships. Attack. Force shields activate. Engage energy absorption mode. The warships of the First Fleet instantly activated their shields, but they appeared exceedingly fragile, as if they would shatter with a mere poke. As biological soldiers began to emerge between the warships, they launched their assault. Beams of light struck the warships. However, rather than shattering the shields, they grew increasingly luminous. Faster. Faster. Disable energy absorption mode. The reactor is about to overload. The captain of Vessel 109 exclaimed anxiously. With the absorption mode turned off, the shield surprisingly became sturdier. Captain, the shield energy is at maximum capacity. Fire. Target the left enemy. Main cannon, launch. As the shield energy reached its zenith, the warships began to retaliate. Dazzling energy beams intertwined in the void as the biological soldiers advanced, unleashing their own attacks. 9527, your shield has failed. Retreat behind my ship. Acknowledged. Thank you, 9528. The captain of Vessel 9527 rapidly altered course the moment their shield was breached, evading the attack and positioning behind Vessel 9528. Chapter 120. Qinglong Legion. Bloodshed. Commander, the first wave of remnants has reached the battlefield. Order the left-wing warships to unleash a round of force field bombs. The left-wing warships of the Qinglong Legion's First Fleet, seizing the lull in battle, launched force field bombs directly at the biological soldiers just emerging from warp space. The newly arrived biological soldiers were met with a devastating blow, their numbers dwindling to less than 10,000. The entire battlefield was ablaze with the relentless fire of the warship's main cannons, charging and firing without a moment's respite. 9528. Your shield has failed. Let's cover each other. Acknowledged. 9527. Watch your left. Captain 9528 shouted urgently. Crash. A severely injured biological soldier collided with Vessel 9527. Report the damage status. Babe, huyin tak, no casualties. The captain of Vessel 9527 breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, shield energy is at 75. What are we waiting for? Activate the shields. 9528. My shield has recharged again. I will cover your retreat. Acknowledged. 9527. The First Fleet's warships alternated in providing cover, continuously harvesting biological soldiers. The current count of biological soldiers had dropped below 90,000, granting the warships a brief respite. Has the Second Fleet not arrived yet? Report. The Second Fleet is in warp space, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Vessels 106, 108, and 109 were in pursuit of 2 groups of biological soldiers. Having reactivated their shields, showcasing their audacity, they focused their fire on the enemy, swiftly annihilating the 2 groups of biological soldiers. 10 minutes passed quickly around the First Fleet, and even within parts of the fleet's void, vibrant streams of light began to appear. The warriors were filled with excitement, knowing that reinforcements had arrived, and thus, the biological soldiers' doom was at hand. 9527, accelerate, accelerate. Those are not allies, break free. Vessel 9528 realized that the entities emerging from warp space were not allies, but biological soldiers. Report, Commander 300. 000 biological soldiers are lying in ambush within the surrounding star systems, arriving at the battlefield simultaneously with the Second Fleet. The communications officer was drenched in cold sweat. The farm owner civilization was exceptionally cunning, having concealed such a large number of biological soldiers within a 5-light-year radius. They had timed their arrival to coincide with the Second Fleet's, rendering the radar operators unable to detect them. Now it could only be a fight to the death. Order the Second Fleet to patrol the battlefield's edge. Engage in free attacks, but do not enter. Wu Xingyao was equally bewildered, in a bid to support the First Fleet. He had rushed the Second Fleet at maximum speed. Upon arrival, he discovered they had been outmaneuvered by the enemy, with the Second Fleet becoming prey while the First Fleet served as bait. Oh, what is going on? Are they attempting to annihilate our entire legion? That appears to be their intent. Their ambitions are considerable, though we shall see how sharp their fangs truly are. The addition of 300,000 biological soldiers placed immense strain on the Qinglong Legion, particularly the First Fleet. The Second Fleet, positioned at the battlefield's periphery, faced attacks from only one direction, while the First Fleet was besieged from all sides by biological soldiers. The situation grew increasingly precarious. Some warship shields began to fail, necessitating that the hulls absorb the assaults. The First Fleet began to incur losses. Vessel 9527, do not approach, retreat immediately. My ship is unable to withdraw. 9528, I will cover your retreat. Order, warships advance. Forward. Forward. The 9527 battleship immediately unleashed a barrage from its main cannon, obliterating the biological war soldiers attacking the 9528 vessel. However, the 9528 did not retreat. Its power compartment was breached, leaving a gaping 2-kilometer hole. Within this abyss, flickering lights and debris flew chaotically, revealing crew members clad in armor retreating to the intact sections of the ship. The 9527 swiftly shielded the 9528 from further assaults, averting its destruction. Yet, the 9528 was rendered inoperable. The crew of 9528 boarded a small warship to evacuate to the 9588. 9527, we are boarding. You should withdraw to the inner circle first. Do not concern yourself with us. Dozens of warships, each 1 to 2 kilometers long, detached from the immense 9528, commencing their flight toward the inner circle. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the space, and one of the small warships vanished into the void. 9528, full speed retreat, full speed retreat. Forward. I command my ship to advance, covering the evacuation of a 9528 crew. 9528, you must evacuate. My ship will engage. Good luck. The 9527 unexpectedly initiated a short-range curvature jump, appearing in the vastness of space a mere astronomical unit away. Confronted by 4 biological war soldiers, it unleashed an energy beam from its main cannon, striking one of the foes instantly. The biological soldier, spanning approximately 100 kilometers, now bore a 5-kilometer-wide hole in its massive head. The corpse drifted with inertia, and the 9527 began maneuvering rapidly, circling the carcass while exchanging fire. Report. Captain, shield energy has dropped to 61. Prepare the main cannon. Await my command. The battleship continued its evasive maneuvers. The main cannon locked onto the target ahead. Fire. A beam of light, 6 kilometers in diameter, surged forth, piercing through the gaping hole in the biological soldier's corpse, striking another enemy behind it. All ships converge inward. All ships converge inward. It became evident that within the battlefield's inner circle, thousands of warships had cleared space. The First Fleet ceased their cannon exchanges with the biological soldiers and began to accelerate toward the inner circle. Ship 109 has reached the inner circle. Ship 168 has reached the inner circle. On board a small warship within the 9588, the captain of the 9528 was attentively receiving reports from their detached fleet. Ship 9520 returning to the inner circle. Ship 9531 returning. Not back yet. Where's the 9527? Why haven't they reported? The captain of the 9528 began to feel frantic. Having internally accepted the grim reality of the 9527's destruction. Half an hour later, the First Fleet had completed its return, yet there was still no word from the 9527. Captain 9528, I hear you are looking for me? Suddenly, the voice of the 9527's captain echoed through the small warship's channel. Old Joe, where are you? Why haven't you reported? Ah, old Jew, I'm over here in the Second Fleet. The 9527 had managed to eliminate 3 more biological soldiers while circling the corpse, relentlessly firing as it surged toward the Second Fleet, unaware of how many adversaries it had dispatched. The bloodthirsty 9527 burst from the battlefield of biological soldiers, not even glancing back, and fired a shot at a shadow ahead. 9527, calm down. 9527, calm down. This is the Second Fleet, Ship 1088. The sight of the battered 9527 stirred an overwhelming sorrow within the 1088. It was only after firing 2 more shots at the 1088 that the 9527 regained its composure. Apologies, Ship 1088. Is this the Second Fleet area? Indeed. Your vessel is safe. Please retreat to the rear of the Second Fleet for rest. Chapter 121. The First Victory of the Azure Dragon Legion. As the First Fleet converged at the center, the Second Fleet encircled the biological soldiers from the periphery. Second Fleet, prepare quantum bombs for area clearance. Receive, Commander. The quantum bombs could target specific areas for clearance without harming Allied forces. Scan the target area for any wreckage of our ships. Wu Xingyao promptly prepared for an assault on the designated area. Report, no wreckage of our ships found. Launch. Moments later, innumerable quantum bombs were unleashed from the Second Fleet's vessels, resembling a shower of meteors streaking through the void, delving into curvature space toward the biological soldiers' location. A brilliant radiance instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The tremendous shockwaves and energy fields produced by the quantum bomb explosions utterly annihilated the biological soldiers. As the smoke cleared, silence reigned over the battlefield. Report to command. The second target area contains numerous damaged vessels of ours. Skip that area, continue scanning. Waves of quantum bombs continue to be launched from the Second Fleet. Within the expanse between the First and Second Fleets, blinding flashes of white light erupted intermittently. Order, charge. Charge. Annihilate them. Under the bombardment of the quantum bombs, over 300,000 biological soldiers had equaled the number of the Azure Dragon Legion ships. Other regions were unable to sustain quantum bomb strikes, so Bai Haojuan reluctantly commanded charge. The First Fleet advanced from the inside out, while the Second Fleet moved from the outside in, creating chaos in the formation of the biological soldiers. Confusion on the left flank of the Fifth Region. The Red Dragon Fleet, penetrate from there. Ship 109, shields up, charge forward. My ship will guard the left side. The right side, my ship will cover. Ha! Where would I be without ship 115? Ha! Thank you all. In a wedge formation, charge. Within the Red Dragon Fleet, which was part of the First Fleet, several warships accelerated, taking the lead. Their banter echoed over the Fleet's channel, igniting a fervor among the entire Red Dragon Fleet. The Red Dragon Fleet, comprising 7,000 to 8,000 ships, sliced through the biological soldiers' formation in the Fifth Region like a sharp blade, cleaving it in two. The First Fleet dispatched 30,000 warships to begin encircling the biological soldiers in the Fifth Region. Ship 055, retreat, retreat, watch your left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams, each a kilometer wide, instantly struck ship 055. Boom! The shields of ship 055 shattered. Ship 055 executed a sharp maneuver upward, tracing a luminous arc in the void. A thicker, longer beam erupted from its main cannon, striking 2 biological soldiers a unit of distance away. The 2 biological soldiers now bore 5-kilometer-wide holes in their midsections. Ship 056, how is it? Ship 055, well done, recommended for commendation. Ship 005 received. Ship 056. On the battlefield, ships moved erratically in all directions, intermittently firing beams of light. The biological soldiers, being mindless, low-intelligence behemoths, could only charge according to their orders and, now bereft of their farm civilization's vessels, fought to the last. Energy beams clashed. The biological soldiers even advanced to engage in close combat with the ships. Just as the main cannon of ship 055 fired a beam, a biological soldier closed in. Bang! The warriors aboard ship 055 felt a surge of adrenaline as the biological soldier struck, sending ship 055 plummeting from the upper space. Captain, shield energy has diminished by 10. Main cannon prepped, awaiting my command. Execute a 90-degree left turn and fire. In the void, the biological warrior surged towards the 055 vessel, its massive jaws agape in a menacing attempt to bite. A robust beam of light struck the creature's gaping maw, piercing through its entire body. The biological warrior evaporated into nothingness amidst the emptiness of space. Oomph! What a wretched creature, daring to open its mouth. The main cannon continues to charge. In under 5 seconds, it has fully charged, and the 055 accelerated deeper into the battlefield, searching for its next target. The battlefield stretched nearly a light year in diameter, far too vast for the warships, which could only traverse via short-range warp. Encircled by the first and second fleets, the number of biological warriors rapidly dwindled. When the warship scanners could no longer detect a single biological warrior, the personnel of the first fleet collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. After 2 days of relentless combat, under immense pressure and intensity, those who remained standing were deemed exceptional. Upon hearing by Hao Juan's command, the recently fallen warriors rose to their feet. The order was given: all ships of the Qinglong Legion proceed with rescue operations. Bring them home. Following by Hao Juan's directive, the vessels of the Qinglong Legion sprang into swift action. Warships navigated through the void, small craft exiting to explore various regions. The Titan assault teams, mechs, also traversed the darkness, meticulously searching through the wreckage of the warships. Within the remnants of a half-destroyed vessel, lights illuminated the shadowy corners, revealing shattered debris and cold corpses. The eyes of the warriors brimmed with sorrow as they hoisted their fallen comrades onto their backs. We have a wounded individual here. Medics, quickly. The urgency resonated through the communication channels. The medical team sprang into action, navigating the shattered corridors. In a sealed-off compartment, a wounded soldier lay trapped beneath twisted metal, blood staining his garments. Hold on, brother. The warriors strained to lift the heavy debris, carefully placing the wounded onto a stretcher for transport to the medical ship. As each body was returned to the warship, the rescuers fell silent. They are heroes. We cannot leave them in this frigid void. The captain's voice was low and hoarse. The rescue efforts proceeded methodically. Each discovery tugged at the hearts of all involved. Some warriors wept tears of joy upon finding surviving comrades, while others silently shed tears for the fallen. Report: this area has been searched. No survivors found. Such reports continued to arrive, each one heavy with despair. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the Qinglong Legion, despite their fatigue, persisted in their search through this realm thick with death. Even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled them to bring their comrades home. This is the rescue team. Please respond. Please respond. The Red Dragon Fleet Rescue Team is here. Brothers, please respond, I beg you. The 9528 vessel, power compartment Wang Chung reporting, I have activated the distress signal. Good. Our ship has received the signal. Brothers, hold on. We will arrive in 2 minutes. Across the battlefield, various rescue teams searched diligently. A month later, the Tianjin Legion dispatched 10,000 warships to take over the rescue mission, continuing their operations within a 10-light-year radius of this battleground. The Qinglong fleet began to regroup, preparing to return to their mothership for rest. Commander, here is the damage report. A staff officer from the Qinglong Legion handed by Hao Juan a dossier detailing the losses. The first and second fleets of the Qinglong Legion, comprising 200,000 warships, had engaged in a fierce battle against nearly 750,000 biological warriors, suffering tremendous losses. Out of the 200,000 warships, nearly 50,000 were lost, and casualties among personnel reached nearly 700 million. Chapter 122, The Encircled Eastern Legion. Aboard the flagship of the Qinglong Legion, in the commander's office. Old Wu. Although we claim victory this time, the losses are staggering. Bai Haojuan appeared profoundly sorrowful. Wu Xingyao remained silent, instead projecting a document onto the screen. Take your time to review it. I must attend to the return procedures. Bai Haojuan opened the file, revealing harrowing scenes from cosmic warfare. Each battle was meticulously documented, detailing the number of warships lost and the personnel sacrificed. With each page he turned, he was taken aback by the staggering death tolls recorded. The data chronicled cosmic wars where the casualties exceeded billions each time. Gazing at the footage of the black-haired, black-eyed human race, Bai Haojuan recognized it as the record of cosmic warfare from the parallel universe of the Yanhuang civilization. Son, you are remarkable. War is perpetually brutal, yet it remains the swiftest path to attain a tranquil existence. Your mother has always been proud of you. After finishing, Bai Haojuan closed the video, his demeanor solidifying into one of resolute determination. Thank you, mother. Bai Haojuan was astonished that his mother, Bai Qing, had foreseen such circumstances. To spare him from the emotional toll of the losses, she had entrusted Wu Xingyao with this document in advance. Unbeknownst to him, they had completely eradicated the biological warriors of the farmer civilization. The first fleet of the Eastern Legion lay in ambush within an uninhabited star system. Zhang Wei had already learned of the fierce engagement between the Qinglong Legion and the enemy, resulting in the annihilation of nearly 800,000 biological warriors, a significant triumph. Yet, the subsequent events left Zhang Wei seething with frustration. The farmer civilization had resorted to a game of hide-and-seek. Apart from deploying 1,000 warships during their confrontation with the Qinglong Legion, their other fleets had not encountered any enemy forces. The 1,000 warships that retreated from the direction of the Qinglong Legion vanished from detection range, leaving the other eager fleets with nowhere to vent their frustration. Order: all fleets accelerate and warp to the next target area. The first fleet of the Eastern Legion began to accelerate, initiating warp travel. In the emptiness, 180 light-years away, the first fleet of the Eastern Legion exited warp space and materialized in the vicinity of the star system. As the fleet commenced normal space navigation, just as they approached the edge of the star system, they were met with an unprecedented strike. A blinding white light erupted in the nebula region at the star system's periphery. All ships, brace for impact. Commands were issued instantaneously across the vessels. Boom! The sounds of shields shattering and the hulls being assaulted reverberated. Nearly 30,000 ships at the edge of the first fleet of the Eastern Legion were ambushed. The shields of these 30,000 vessels crumbled, their ships drifting like small boats upon the turbulent seas of space. Warp trajectory detected 3 light-years away. Arrival in 5 minutes. All fleets, energy field bombs, target the 3 light-year warp exit. Launch. Orders were given for the edge fleets to expedite shield charging. Zhang Wei was drenched in cold sweat. This was not the enemy closing in, but a devastating retaliatory strike. In a mere 5 minutes, the shields of 100,000 warships had reached maximum capacity. 2 beams of white light, separated by 3 light-years, detonated simultaneously. On the side of the first fleet of the Eastern Legion, the warship shields shattered once more, with regions subjected to repeated assaults, witnessing the destruction of their vessels. Order the 5 subfleets to maintain a distance of 1 light-year apart. Report: local enemy fleet detected. Numbering 300,000. Command the force field bombs to envelop the local fleet. Launch. Quantum bombs, prepare. Zhang Wei unleashed a torrent of firepower in less than half a minute. The force field bombs were fired, followed closely by the quantum bombs piercing into the curvature space. The first fleet of the Eastern Legion accelerated to widen the distance while launching force field weapons. Commander, the enemy's force field bombs are approaching. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Shield charging, brace for impact. The first fleet has no choice but to endure. 5 minutes is insufficient for the fleet to initiate curvature travel. Additionally, entering curvature navigation amidst force field strikes poses greater peril. Another wave of mutual bombardment ensued. This time, due to the first fleet's increased distance, although the shield shattered once more, there were no significant losses. As the first fleet adjusted its position, an unexpected development emerged from the farm civilization. The enemy was accelerating towards us, preparing for combat, intending to engage in close-range curvature travel. Just as Zhang Wei's words fell, the radar operator reported, "The enemy has entered curvature space, targeting us at 3 astronomical units ahead. Quantum bombs. Lock onto the forward area. Report: the enemy will arrive in 1 minute. 15 seconds. Quantum bombs launch." Nearly 100,000 quantum bombs, propelled by the main cannon, instantaneously entered curvature space, detonating in the target area 10 seconds later. Cours, what civilization is opposing us? My lord, it is likely a civilization that has secretly developed. The enemy's force field weapons are formidable. What are the losses? The commander of the farm civilization, Cthulhu, growled. My lord Cours, we have lost 50,000 warships. Inside the flagship of the farm civilization, the commander and his lieutenant were discussing the Yanhuang civilization. The farm civilization, accustomed to dominance, had mobilized biological warfare troops to annihilate the Yanhuang civilization when the Qinglong Legion destroyed the Goliath planet. However, they did not anticipate that the Qinglong Legion was not the entirety of the Yanhuang civilization's might. They discovered that there were indeed 18 fleets advancing towards the galactic core, clearly aimed at their Sakara civilization. This time, the Sakara civilization gathered biological warfare troops to besiege the Qinglong Legion and assembled fleets to set ambushes against other legions. The members of the farm civilization are remarkably tall, nearly 3 meters, with fearsome appearances. Their skin displays deep purples or dark greens, covered in rough textures and wrinkles resembling ancient tree bark. Their heads are large, eyes exhibiting a sinister deep red, and their wide mouths are filled with sharp fangs. Their limbs are robust and powerful, with clearly defined muscle lines on their arms and legs, and their fingers and toes bear sharp claws. Course, inform the fleet to encircle this fleet. I want them utterly obliterated, as long as we ensnare them and allow the hidden 200,000 warships to join the fray. They will have no choice but to await their demise. The first fleet of the Eastern Legion remains oblivious to the fact that they have fallen into the enemy's trap. entering the encirclement. All ships, prepare for close combat. Zhang Wei observed the enemy's nearly 300,000 warships drawing ever closer, realizing that a fierce battle was imminent. Once the warships were in proximity, force field weapons could not be employed recklessly, lest they harm friend and foe alike. Order: quantum bombs to maintain a safe distance. Expend them before close combat. The Eastern Legion fired quantum bombs while preparing for melee. The enemy also launched force field bombs towards the rear of the First Fleet, avoiding their own ships, as the frontline warships closed in within a mere 2 minutes. The vessels of the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion were entangled in a chaotic melee with the spherical warships of the Farm Civilization. Chapter 123: The Crisis of Annihilation for the Eastern Legion. In the cosmic void, lights intertwined, and wreckage of warships drifted in disarray. The warships of the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion collided fiercely with the spherical warships of the Farm Civilization. The sound of metal tearing and energy explosions resonated throughout this emptiness. Zhang Wei stood in the command center, fixated on the screen before him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. All warships, evade enemy fire, focus fire on the enemy's flanks. His voice echoed in the communication channel. One of the Eastern Legion's warships lunged at the enemy like a ferocious beast, its main cannon unleashing energy beams that instantaneously shattered the shield of the spherical warship. Following this, a barrage of secondary cannon fire erupted, leaving deep gashes on the hull of the spherical warship. However, the enemy's counterattack was equally swift, with several powerful energy rays striking this Eastern Legion warship. Its shield flickered, and it began to accelerate in erratic motions. Ship 222 pierced into the heart of the enemy fleet like a sharp sword. All hands, concentrate fire, target the enemy flagship. The captain's voice rang out over the ship's internal channel. Understood. Main cannon ready, target locked. The weapons bay responded loudly. Fire. At the captain's command. A powerful energy beam erupted from the main cannon of Ship 222, hurtling towards the enemy flagship. Ship 223 maneuvered nimbly on the flank, dodging enemy attacks while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. Evade and locate the enemy's weak points. The captain continuously issued orders. Yes, we've detected a vulnerability on the right side of the enemy's defenses, preparing to attack. Ship 119 provided fire support from the rear. Open fire with full force. Do not give the enemy a moment's respite. Fear not. Our main cannon shall not falter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ship 315's shield shattered, and the situation grew dire. Ship 315, I will cover you. Charge your shields as quickly as possible. Thank you, Ship 316. Stay safe. The captain of Ship 315 called out. Just as the words left his lips, 3 beams struck Ship 315, creating 3 large holes in the hull. Ship 315, retreat immediately. We can still fight. We haven't hit a critical area. No more chatter. That's an order. I wish you a safe return home. After saying this, Ship 316 dashed towards the enemy without hesitation. Ship 118 followed closely behind. Ship 315, take care. Tears welled in the eyes of the captain of Ship 315, brothers. I will remember you. He then piloted the ship away from the battlefield with great difficulty. Ships 316 and 118 coordinated closely, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the enemy in an attempt to draw their fire. Ship 118, we fight to the end. All right, let the enemy witness our might. The enemy's numerical superiority and concentrated firepower were overwhelming. Ships 316 and 118 were targeted by over 10 enemy vessels, and their shields were shattered in an instant. The holes struck, and the 2 warships transformed into debris in the void of space. Zhang Wei stood in the command center, witnessing this all, his eyes reddening. How long until the Second Fleet arrives? Commander, the Second Fleet has encountered an enemy fleet of 100,000 and cannot come to our aid. Damn it. Order all subfleets to seek opportunities for battle. Fight to the bitter end. Hundreds of warships of the Eastern Legion clustered together, showcasing formidable firepower. Their main cannons firing in unison, directly piercing several spherical warships. Such a dazzling presence could not go unnoticed by the enemy. They became the focal point of the enemy's concentrated assault, with countless energy beams and electromagnetic rays raining upon this area. Some warships' shields flickered violently, ultimately succumbing under the strain and shattering. Hundreds of warships began to retreat in batches, covering for those in the rear until the shields of the backline warships were fully charged, at which point the frontline vessels fell back. In the battlefield spanning 3 light years, light, flames, and wreckage intertwined to form a harrowing tableau. Culls, commanded to deploy the hidden warships into the fray, observes the entangled First Fleet of the Eastern Legion. Cthulhu, witnessing the dire plight of the Eastern forces, also dispatches the concealed vessels. Report to the Legion commander. There are numerous curvature travel traces in the nearby star systems. What? How many? Commander, the quantity is unknown, but AI estimates suggest approximately 150,000. Damn it, we're in trouble. The other legions have encountered interceptions. They intend to annihilate us completely. Order, prepare to engage. At this moment, retreat from the battlefield is no longer an option. Warriors from both sides fight fiercely for their civilizations and missions, with lives extinguishing every moment and ships falling every second. Within the flagship of the farmer civilization, Commander Cthulhu gazes grimly at the tumultuous battlefield. Culls, accelerate the reserve forces. We must eliminate this fleet promptly. He bellows. Yes, my lord. Culls responds hastily. Meanwhile, the situation for the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion grows increasingly precarious. Zhang Wei clenches his fists, determination in his eyes. Brothers, we will fight to the end. The Eastern Legion is invincible. The Eastern Legion, with 80,000 warships, faces 400,000 spherical vessels, intensifying the tension and brutality of the conflict. In the vastness of space, flashes of light and explosions abound. Despite being at a significant numerical disadvantage, the warriors of the Eastern Legion show no signs of retreat. Ship 222 struggles forward amidst heavy bombardment, its hull sustaining multiple damages. Brothers, even if we perish, we shall take a few of them down with us. The captain roars. Captain, the power system is compromised. Speed is decreasing. No matter. Keep firing. On board ship 223, the atmosphere is equally grim. Energy reserves are nearly depleted. The shields are about to collapse. Channel the last of our energy into the main cannon. Fire with all our might. Ship 119, battered yet unyielding, continues to fight. We cannot lose. It is for the glory of the Eastern Legion. Within the flagship of the Eastern Legion, Zhang Wei's expression turns stern. All ships, heed my command. Tighten the defensive line and concentrate fire. Understood. Comes a resolute response through the communication channel. In the heat of battle, many warships are destroyed. Yet the resistance of the Eastern Legion remains steadfast. Ship 366, for the glory of the Legion, charge. Ship 355, fight to the bitter end. One by one, the vessels shine with their final brilliance against the backdrop of space. Suddenly, a torrent of concentrated enemy fire descends upon them, creating a breach in the Eastern Legion's defenses. Seal the breach. We must not allow the enemy to break through. Zhang Wei shouts. In this critical moment, a formation of hundreds of warships emerges to fill the gap. We will hold the line. These hundreds of ships struggle against the enemy's formidable firepower, continually rotating to recharge and attack. The adversary's thousands of spherical ships focus their firepower on the Eastern vessels, with most being obliterated by the overwhelming energy beams, becoming mere debris floating in the cosmos. The warriors of the Eastern Legion have no time for mourning. They continue to fight, each ship exerting power beyond its limits. Meanwhile, 200 light-years away from the Eastern Legion, a massive fleet materializes in the void, their engines accelerating in preparation for another curvature jump, targeting the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion. Chapter 124. The Mermaid Legion's debut at its peak. Within the flagship of the Eastern Legion's First Fleet, Zhang Wei surveys the fewer than 40,000 remaining ships. Acutely aware of the dire situation, the farmer civilization has deployed 500,000 warships to encircle the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion. Concurrently, the fleets of other legions face equal numbers of enemy forces entangled in combat, preventing them from aiding the Eastern Legion. At this juncture, even the Mothership has dispatched the remaining 300,000 Heavenly Sword Legion warships. The 300,000 Heavenly Sword warships split into 3 routes, with 100,000 rushing towards the Eastern Legion. Zhang Wei deduces that the farmer civilization is intent on completely annihilating the First Fleet. Currently, the enemy's 500,000 warships have over 390,000 remaining, while the First Fleet faces 5 times their number. To have destroyed 100,000 of the farmer civilization's warships with just over 60,000 is undeniably remarkable. Brothers, hold on. The Heavenly Sword Legion is on its way. Yet the warriors know deep down that the Heavenly Sword Legion will arrive too late to offer them salvation. Merely traversing the Orion Arm and the dark void at the center of the galaxy requires over 6 months. And this is under the conditions of technology upgraded to level 5. Otherwise, a level 4 civilization would take even longer to cross the dark void. As over 30 000 warships gather. Zhang Wei issues a reckless command. All ships prepare to launch force field bombs at a target 1 light year away. Choose your positions freely. Fire. Zhang Wei calibrates the damage radius of the force field bombs, ordering a strategy of inflicting 1,000 points of damage while sacrificing 800. As the force field bombs explode, the farmer civilization's spherical ships momentarily halt their advance. Zhang Wei, taken aback, commands charge. Full speed ahead. Without hesitation, over 30,000 warships begin to accelerate in pursuit of the spherical vessels. After decisively pursuing, the spherical ships cease their retreat, and both sides engage in a fierce exchange of fire. Damn, we almost got wiped out by their initial assault, Zhang Wei admits, shaken. Moments ago, the enemy had clearly intended to retreat and prepare their force field weapons for a strike. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, with nearly 400,000 ships firing simultaneously, the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion would have certainly been obliterated. The warships of the Eastern Legion continue to fire, struggling to resist. The 300,000 spherical vessels entangle with the First Fleet, exchanging energy attacks incessantly. However, the Eastern Legion's ships are at a grave numerical disadvantage, and the situation grows increasingly perilous. At this critical juncture, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly emerges half a light year from the battlefield. The Mermaid Legion's fleet arrives instantaneously at the periphery of the combat zone via curvature travel, their sudden appearance catching everyone off guard. Legion Commander Kasali stands resolutely in the command room of the Mermaid Legion's flagship, her gaze unwavering and calm. She understands that while the biotechnological and mechanical fusion of the Mermaid Legion's ships grants them formidable power, they must not underestimate the colossal spherical fleet of the farmer civilization. All ships, heed my command. Deploy formations according to the plan. Kasali directs through the communication channel. The ships of the Mermaid Legion spring into action, entering the battlefield in a unique formation. Their sleek designs blend the graceful curves of biology with the robust qualities of machinery, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Thanks to their advanced biotechnological capabilities, the Mermaid Legion's ships boast powerful energy shields and agile maneuverability, gliding through the battlefield like a school of nimble fish. Kasali cleverly employs the strategies gleaned from her late-night studies of Sun Tzu's art of war. She first sends out several small fleets to feign an attack on the flanks of the farmer's fleet, drawing their attention. As anticipated, the farmer's fleet falls for the ruse, reallocating forces for defense. At that moment, the main force of the Mermaid Legion launches a fierce frontal assault. The various weapon systems aboard their ships unleash a torrent of energy beams, raining down upon the spherical vessels of the farmer civilization. Concentrate firepower and target their command ship. Kasali issued a crucial directive. The fleet of the Mermaid Legion swiftly locked onto the command vessel of the landowner's fleet, launching a relentless barrage. The landowner's fleet attempted to retaliate. Yet the energy shields of the Mermaid Legion effectively absorbed the majority of their attacks, commanding the dragonfish and deep blue detachments of the Mermaid's second fleet. Kasali waved her arm with utmost confidence. Amidst the fierce combat, the remaining warships of the Eastern Legion coordinated seamlessly with the actions of the Mermaid Legion. Stay close to the formations of the Mermaid Legion and seek opportunities to breach the enemy's defenses. Captain of the 8522 ship commanded. Ship 2280. Ensure the protection of the flanks to prevent enemy ambushes. Ship 911. Concentrate fire and assist the Mermaid Legion in attacking critical enemy targets. Among the 110 ships of the Mermaid Legion, the captain declared, focus energy and fire the biological pulse cannon. A powerful and unique pulse beam surged towards an enemy spherical warship, instantly incapacitating its shields and inflicting immense damage upon its hull. That's it. Maintain the rhythm of the assault. Kasali encouraged the warriors. The vessels of the Mermaid Legion worked in perfect harmony, continually shifting formations, sometimes dispersing, sometimes concentrating, making it difficult for the landowner's fleet to anticipate their maneuvers. Each warship played its unique role. Some emitted jamming signals, disrupting the communications and navigation systems of the landowner's fleet, while others launched adhesive biological substances that latched onto the spherical warships, hindering their weapon systems. After a fierce exchange, the landowner's fleet began to descend into chaos. Their spherical warships were struck one after another by the Mermaid Legion, suffering catastrophic losses. We cannot fail like this. Concentrate all forces for a final counterattack. The commander of the landowner's fleet, Cthulhu, shouted defiantly. However, the Mermaid Legion offered them no respite. Seizing the moment, Kasali issued the command for a full-scale assault. 200,000 vessels of the Mermaid Legion, in conjunction with 30,000 warships of the Eastern Legion, entered hunting mode. The ships of the Mermaid Legion surged like a tidal wave towards the landowner's fleet, their formidable firepower dismantling the remaining spherical warships one by one. A day later, under the overwhelming offensive of the Mermaid Legion, the 400,000 spherical warships of the landowners were utterly decimated. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and debris, as the Mermaid Legion timely arrived to rescue the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion. The warriors of the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion erupted in cheers, profoundly grateful for the Mermaid Legion's timely reinforcement. Casali communicated with Zhang Wei through the communication channel. It is a pleasure to fight alongside the Eastern Legion. Thank you for the Mermaid Legion's timely support. Your tactics are truly remarkable, Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha, really? Hee hee, the art of war is indeed quite effective. With just the fleet of the landowner civilization, it's not too challenging, Casali remarked boldly. Zhang Wei felt that the innocent and charming Casali had vanished without a trace under Feng Yu's influence. The Mermaid Legion's inaugural battle could be described as a stunning debut, becoming a legendary tale among the top 10 legions of the Flame Dragon. Chapter 125. The Heavenly Sword Legion remains the sword of the heavens. Zhang Wei, commander of the Legion, the rescue mission is entrusted to you. I will go to support your second fleet. Casali, clad in her mermaid uniform, exuded confidence as her melodious yet commanding voice resonated through the warship channel. Understood, thank you. Zhang Wei immediately ordered the ships to commence the rescue of personnel scattered across the battlefield. Mermaid Legion, accelerate and prepare for curvature travel. Yes. The Mermaid Legion predominantly consists of female mermaids, each with fair skin, exquisite beauty, and long tails. As they operated their ships, they began to accelerate. Before long, the warships of the Mermaid Legion transitioned into curvature travel, departing for the battlefield of the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion. While the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion was under siege, several other Legion fleets encountered obstructing vessels. Their aim was to delay the other legions and prevent them from assisting the First Fleet of the Eastern Legion in the star domain occupied by the Heavenly Sword Legion. The First Fleet of 100,000 warships pursued the landowner's fleet of spherical warships with the ferocity of a pack of fierce hawks, striking with immense force. These vessels raced through the vastness of the cosmos, akin to shooting stars shimmering in the darkness, radiating an endless cold light. The warships of the Flame Dragon civilization shimmered with a chilling glow, their energy shields flowing with mysterious and intricate runes. The main cannons resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, eager to devour the fleet of the landowner civilization. Commander Jepping of the Heavenly Sword Legion stood tall in the flagship's command room, his resolute and icy gaze akin to stars in a frigid night sky. Behind him, a cadre of tense yet orderly officers and soldiers busily attended to their duties. Each individual was wholly absorbed in operating their instruments, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Yet their movements revealed no hint of panic. Full speed ahead. Jepping's voice echoed in the command room. The roar of the engines was deafening as the warships of the Heavenly Sword Legion blazed through the cosmos, leaving trails of brilliant light in their wake, causing the very stars to tremble. Meanwhile, the fleeing spherical warships of a landowner civilization scattered like a panicked flock of sheep, losing their formation in a desperate flight. Report to the commander. The enemy fleet is accelerating. They seem intent on evading our pursuit. A frantic officer reported loudly. Jepping snorted coldly. To escape? Not so easily. Activate the curvature engines. Pursue them. His words were concise and forceful, brimming with authority. With the command issued, the warships of the Heavenly Sword Legion instantly entered curvature mode, the surrounding space seeming to warp, forming dazzling light trails. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to the landowner's fleet with astonishing speed, approaching like a bolt of lightning. Prepare to attack. Jepping clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, a resolute determination to show no mercy to the enemy. The warships of the Flame Dragon civilization began charging their weapons, the energy cannon muzzles glowing with radiance. Simultaneously, various weapon systems aboard the ships activated. Fire! With Jepping's command, countless beams of energy erupted forth, instantly illuminating the dark cosmos. The brilliance was so intense that it seemed to ignite the entire universe. The deluge of energy beams rained down upon the spherical warships of the landowner civilization, triggering a series of violent explosions. The shields of the spherical warships rippled under the tremendous impact before crumbling under the strain. The hulls were pierced by the energy beams, exposing their internal structures to the void, and were soon followed by even more violent detonations. The spherical warships of the landowner civilization activated their shields. But against the formidable assault of the flame dragon civilization, the shields shattered like fragile glass. One after another, the spherical warships transformed into brilliant fireworks amid the explosions, their wreckage scattering across the cosmos, resembling festive pyrotechnics, yet imbued with the scent of death. "Ha ha! Let these fellows taste our might," a soldier shouted with excitement. Yet, the landowner civilization did not relinquish their resistance easily. They commenced a counterattack, launching bizarre energy beams that exhibited strange colors and shapes. These energy beams struck the warships of the Flame Dragon civilization, causing ripples across their energy shields. The warships of the Flame Dragon civilization swiftly recalibrated their tactics, activating their jamming devices to disrupt the enemy's targeting systems. Simultaneously, the ships nimbly shifted formations, deftly evading the onslaught of concentrated attacks. With energy shields engaged, they prepared to counterattack. Commander Yanhuang remained composed, his voice steady and resolute, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. The shields of the Flame Dragon warships illuminated in an instant, forming a formidable barrier that withstood the enemy's assault. The fleet continued to unleash a relentless barrage, dense beams of energy cascading forth like a torrential downpour, leaving the adversary no respite. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, the Heavenly Sword Legion gradually gained the upper hand. One warship from the Flame Dragon civilization locked onto a spherical vessel belonging to the Farmer civilization, unleashing its main cannon, which emitted a brilliant beam. The beam traced a dazzling arc through the cosmos, striking true and instantly transforming the spherical warship into a colossal fireball. The Farmer civilization's fleet suffered catastrophic losses. With fewer than half of their ships remaining, their formations utterly shattered. Some spherical vessels attempted to flee the battlefield, only to be swiftly pursued and obliterated by the Flame Dragon warships. "Commander, shall we attempt to negotiate their surrender?" queried an aide, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Yanhuang cast a cold glance in his direction, a look that sent a chill through the aide. There was no room for compassion towards such a hostile civilization. "Continue the assault until they are utterly annihilated." At Yanhuang's unwavering command, the Heavenly Sword Legion intensified their attacks. Powerful energy beams relentlessly struck the Farmer civilization's vessels, each spherical ship succumbing to explosions one after another. Just then, a desperate transmission crackled from the flagship of the Farmer civilization. "Crawlers, do not push us too far." Before the message could be completed, Yanhuang mercilessly interjected, "You invaders from foreign star systems, today marks your doom." With that proclamation, a potent energy beam struck the Farmer civilization's flagship, instantly engulfing it in a massive fireball. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the surrounding starry expanse before rapidly dimming, leaving only a desolate wasteland. With the flagship's destruction, the Farmer civilization's fleet collapsed entirely. The remaining vessels scattered in flight. But the warriors of the Heavenly Sword Legion did not relent, pursuing every enemy ship, leaving no straggler unaccounted for. After several hours of intense combat, nearly all of the Farmer civilization's 100,000 spherical warships were obliterated. The cosmos was littered with countless wreckage and debris, testament to this one-sided conflict. Yanhuang surveyed the scene before him. The honor of the Flame Dragon civilization is inviolable, and any foe daring to challenge it shall be eradicated. Victory! Victory! The soldiers of the Heavenly Sword Legion erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating through the warships, brimming with joy and excitement. All fleets commenced battlefield cleanup. Chapter 126. The Mermaid Legion Resumes Battle and Triumphs. In a stellar region at the heart of the banking sector, a breathtaking interstellar battle was unfolding. The Second Fleet of the Eastern Legion was fiercely engaged in a confrontation with the Farmer civilization's 100,000 warships. Energy beams from both sides intertwined, illuminating the dark expanse of space. Commander Li Hao of the Second Fleet stood in the command ship's core area, his gaze fixed on a large screen displaying the real-time battlefield situation. A deep anger radiated from his eyes. The Farmer fleet was utterly repugnant. Each skirmish lasted no longer than half an hour before they began to retreat, only to re-engage as the Second Fleet attempted to make a curved jump to support the First Fleet. Li Hao felt a surge of frustration. It was evident they intended to deny the First Fleet any assistance. He feared that the First Fleet might not survive this encounter. Fortunately, 5 hours prior, he had received word that the Mermaid Legion had arrived in time, joining forces with the First Fleet to obliterate 50,000 of the enemy's warships. Unburdened, he was now focused on annihilating the fleet before him. Brothers, this is our decisive battle. Let's eradicate this fleet and avenge our brothers in the first fleet. Li Hao shouted, his voice transmitted through the communication system to every ship, igniting the soldiers' fervor. They were all acutely aware that the First Fleet had faced an onslaught of 50,000 warships, suffering the loss of 70,000 vessels. 70,000 ships, 5 billion brothers. How many could be saved? On the battlefield, the warships of the Eastern Legion unleashed powerful energy attacks, striving to breach the farmer civilization's defenses. However, their defensive measures were formidable. Each assault felt as though it had collided with an unyielding wall. Commander, our energy expenditure is at 20. Yet we still cannot penetrate their defenses, reported an aide, anxiety evident in his voice. Li Hao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Continue the assault, await the opportune moment. He understood that they could not afford a halt even for a moment. Doing so could allow the enemy to seize an advantage, leading to a potential collapse of their defenses. Just then, as the Second Fleet of the Eastern Legion persistently battered the enemy's defenses, the tension on the battlefield escalated. A peculiar spatial distortion suddenly emerged at the edge of the battlefield. Moments later, the fleet of the Mermaid Legion materialized in a dazzling display, capturing everyone's attention. In the flagship's command room, Commander Kasha Li stood poised at the center, her exquisitely chiseled face now cloaked in frost. Her gaze was locked onto the battlefield as she swiftly issued commands. All members of the Mermaid Legion, prepare for battle. Execute the predetermined plan and initiate the attack formation. The warships of the Mermaid Legion sprang into action, their sleek and unique designs embodying a fusion of biological elegance and mechanical might. The hulls shimmered with mysterious luminescence, a testament to the perfect amalgamation of biological and mechanical technology. Brothers of the Eastern Legion's Second Fleet, we have arrived. Kasha called through the communication channel to Li Hao. Li Hao's spirits soared, and he responded loudly, excellent. The Mermaid Legion has finally arrived. It is time to annihilate the enemy. The warships of the Mermaid Legion swiftly entered the fray, employing advanced biological technology and agile tactics to immediately disrupt the formations of the farmer civilization's vessels. Their energy shields were exceptionally resilient, effectively repelling incoming enemy fire. Simultaneously, the various biological weapons aboard unleashed tremendous power, posing a significant threat to the farmer civilization's ships. Concentrate fire, target the enemy's flanks. Kasha commanded decisively. The warships of the Mermaid Legion instantly adjusted their trajectories, unleashing powerful energy beams like swords aimed at the sides of the farmer civilization's vessels. Explosions erupted as beams of light flashed, igniting a series of detonations that illuminated the sky. The Second Fleet of the Eastern Legion did not remain passive. They coordinated closely with the actions of the Mermaid Legion, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. They concentrated their firepower, targeting critical areas of the enemy vessels, maximizing the combat effectiveness of each ship. Aim for the enemy flagship and unleash everything we've got, Li Hao shouted, directing the assault. Through their tight cooperation, the farmer civilization's warships fell into chaos. Their previously orderly attack formations were thoroughly disrupted, leading to collisions and friendly fire. Do not afford them a moment of respite. Continue the offensive. Kasha's excited voice rang through the channel. It was no wonder she was exhilarated. This time, the Mermaid Legion had captured the spotlight, with even her sister personally reaching out to inquire about her situation. The warships of the Merfolk Legion glided through the battlefield with the grace of agile fish. They unleashed disruptive electromagnetic waves, confounding the communication and navigation systems of the farmer civilization's vessels, plunging the enemy into a state of disarray. Some warships even discharged viscous biological substances that adhered to the spherical ships, hampering the operation of their weaponry and further diminishing their combat capabilities. The warriors of the Eastern Legion's Second Fleet exhibited no fear as they piloted their vessels into the fray, engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. Each collision and exchange of energy showcased their indomitable fighting spirit. After several hours of fierce conflict, the warships of the farmer civilization were systematically obliterated, reduced to debris scattered across the cosmos. Yet, the battle raged on, with neither side showing any inclination to retreat. Report to the commander, the enemy's firepower has diminished. Shall we launch a full-scale assault? An officer inquired of Li Hao. Casting a glance over the battlefield, Li Hao decisively replied, notify all warships to coordinate with the Merfolk Legion and initiate the general offensive. Upon receiving the command, Kasha Li proclaimed, all Merfolk Legion, the general assault commences. Charge! The Merfolk warships surged forth like a tidal wave towards the fleet of the farmer civilization, their formidable firepower dismantling the remaining spherical vessels one by one. The Second Fleet of the Eastern Legion followed closely behind, leaving the enemy no chance of escape. With a combined might of 200,000 warships from the Eastern Legion and the merfolk, they descended upon the hapless foe like a tiger among sheep. After a fierce exchange of fire, the battlefield gradually fell silent. The 100,000 warships of the farmer civilization were ultimately annihilated, leaving only wreckage and drifting fragments of energy in their wake. Through the communication channel, Li Hao expressed his gratitude to Kasha Li, saying, "We are indebted to the Merfolk Legion for your support. Your arrival was akin to divine intervention." Kasha Li smiled in response. "It is our honor to fight alongside the Eastern Legion." This battle once again demonstrated the formidable strength and exquisite tactical coordination of the Merfolk Legion. Rather than departing, they chose to remain and assist in the cleanup of the battlefield, understanding that such endeavors also contribute to the accumulation of experience. During the post-battle cleanup and recuperation, the warriors from both sides exchanged insights. "Kasha Li, how fares the First Fleet?" "Liao Kidat." "Rest assured, Commander Li Hao, they are organizing rescue efforts," she replied. "I hope everyone is awaiting rescue," he added, implying they were somewhere on the battlefield seeking assistance, rather than having met their demise. The losses sustained by the Eastern Legion were indeed grievous, nearly crippling their forces. Chapter 127. The Second Fleet of the Sword of Heaven. Blue Sword's ingenious maneuver. The farmer civilization faced the annihilation of nearly 80 biological war machines by the Azure Dragon Legion, the destruction of 600,000 warships by the Eastern and Merfolk Legions, and the loss of 100,000 vessels to the First Fleet of the Sword of Heaven. These three consecutive defeats compelled them to withdraw their remaining fleets and prepare for a defensive operation. The Zhuke Legion, the Xuanwu Legion, and other fleets of the Flame Dragon civilization observed as the beleaguered farmer civilization began its retreat. They relentlessly pursued the retreating forces for a time before turning back, wary of an ambush, and thus prepared to return to the remnants of the solar system. While everyone began preparations for their return, the Second Fleet of the Sword of Heaven took an unconventional route, relentlessly pursuing the 10,000 remaining enemies. "Commander, we have most likely penetrated deep into the territory of the farmer civilization," one reported, having detected signs of curvature navigation in the surrounding star regions, likely indicating an approach towards them. Blue Sword, standing on the flagship's bridge, stared into the starry expanse in contemplative silence. After a moment, he commanded, "Prepare the quantum bombs. Lock them down to ensure they do not detonate. Target, 200 light-years beyond our return route. Fire." Instantaneously, nearly 100,000 quantum bombs were launched from the main cannons of the warships, vanishing into curvature space. The target was rather peculiar. It was not directed at the farmer civilization, but rather at their route of retreat. All warships, engage light control, shut down engines, and proceed by inertia. A series of commands was executed in under 5 seconds. Quantum bombs launched, engines shut down, and all external lights extinguished. The entire Second Fleet of the Sword of Heaven appeared to vanish from the cosmos. As Blue Sword had anticipated, the enemy indeed fell into misjudgment. "Report. The surrounding enemy fleets have begun their return," came the update. "Scan their final return direction and attempt to track their base coordinates." "Yes, sir." The farmer civilization had not anticipated Blue Sword's audacious maneuver. Observing the curvature navigation traces emanating from Blue Sword's fleet, they mistakenly believed it indicated a retreat. After all, no fleet would blindly launch field weapons without a locked target. They assumed the fleet had initiated curvature navigation to escape. Blue Sword's ploy of evasion had successfully deceived them. 2 hours later, the Second Fleet of the Sword of Heaven had tracked down 3 base coordinates. Meanwhile, the Second Fleet had concealed itself in an uninhabited star system ahead, hiding within an asteroid belt. Order the fleet to rest and await the opportune moment. 6 months later, other fleets of the Flame Dragon civilization had traversed the Void Dark Zone and returned to the solar system. However, the fleet dispatched for support remained quietly at the edge of the Void Dark Zone, awaiting news from the Second Fleet of the Sword of Heaven. "Commander, strategic analysis suggests that the 6th area may be the enemy's core region." After months of covert observation, several bases were identified, with their navigational and informational intersections all pointing towards the 6th area. Blue Sword was convinced that the base designated as the 6th area was the mother base of the enemy in this star region. Notify the entire fleet to prepare for a surprise assault in 5 days. 5 days later, Blue Sword stood on the bridge, biding his time. When the clock struck during the night of the farmer civilization, Blue Sword unhesitatingly issued the command to accelerate the warships, initiating curvature navigation towards the sixth area. The 100,000 warships surged forth, their rear emitting a long trail of ethereal blue light. In the sixth area, 240 light-years away, the fleet leaped forth. As Blue Sword's warships emerged from curvature space, they unleashed field bombs upon the star system of the sixth area. The farmer civilization's headquarters star system was densely populated with interstellar fortresses, mother ports, and warships almost filling the entire system. Ding! Commander, field strike imminent. Just before the Supreme Commander could react, the entire star system was engulfed in blinding white light. Warships and fortresses that had not activated their field shields were torn to fragments by the energy unleashed by the field bombs. Only a few warships had engaged their shields, but it proved futile. As the second wave of strikes arrived, Blue Sword allowed all warships to freely launch quantum bombs the moment the field bombs were deployed. The farmer civilization's warships, which had activated their shields, found their defenses shattered by the first wave. Before they could recharge their shields, the second wave struck, obliterating them with quantum bombs. The warships accelerated, forming ranks, engaging curvature navigation towards the first area. 50 light-years away, the fleet emerged from curvature space once more. Another wave of field bombs and quantum bombs was unleashed. Consolidate the fleet, accelerate curvature navigation, target the fourth area. Blue Sword paid no heed to the battle results, hastily consolidating the fleet and heading towards the opposite direction of the fourth region. My lord, the headquarters of the outer battle zone has been attacked, and the entire army has been annihilated, reported the aide to the commander of the base from the fourth region of the farmer civilization. Where are they now? My lord, they have struck the Tate base. Then the bases surrounding Tate shall bear the brunt of the consequences. It would be splendid if we could reach that fellow Meng Tu's base. Beep, beep, beep. In the fourth region, due to the commander's personal vendetta, upon receiving the news, he shockingly failed to notify the base defenses. The consequences were predictably dire. Out of 300,000 warships, fewer than 60,000 remained. Over 200,000 warships paid the ultimate price due to their commander's folly. This time, Blue Sword refrained from launching surprise attacks on other bases. Prepare the force field bombs. Target the second region. 100,000 force field bombs were fired into curvature space, heading towards the second region, which happened to be the closest star system where the Sky Sword Legion was hiding. The situation within had been thoroughly reconnoitered, and with specific coordinates in hand. There was no need to engage in a direct confrontation. The warships prepared to enter the star system of the fourth region to eradicate the remaining enemies. Open fire freely. With a command from Blue Sword, 100,000 warships swiftly entered battle mode, launching an assault on the remnants of the enemy forces in the fourth region. Radiant flashes illuminated the battlefield as force field bombs soared through the chaos. The second fleet of the Sky Sword Legion did not approach the enemy warships directly, instead launching force field strikes from light years away, blanketing an area with relentless attacks. Once the covering fire concluded, the 100,000 warships entered the fray, clearing away the scant remaining enemy vessels. Within a short span, the enemy ships in the fourth region were utterly obliterated. Blue Sword led the fleet in rapidly gathering valuable intelligence. Regrettably, under the onslaught of force field and quantum bombs, nothing remained. The entire fleet accelerated, departing the scene with a heading 300 light-years away. The fleet's AI promptly transmitted coordinates to each warship, and the entire armada fled like startled rabbits. 300 light-years away, Blue Sword's second fleet awaited in silence. 3 hours later, he commanded the fleet to navigate through curvature space, launching a surprise attack on the first region. The base in the first region, already battered, could only lament. From the original 300,000 warships, fewer than 30,000 remained. Despite the enemy's withdrawal, they were struck by a devastating counterattack. In less than half an hour, the enemy warships in the first region were again completely annihilated. Order: the second fleet to obliterate the base in the second region. Command the third fleet to annihilate the base in the third region. The fourth fleet shall serve as a reserve for the second fleet, seeking opportunities to infiltrate the battlefield. The fifth fleet shall act as a reserve for the third fleet, waiting for the right moment to strike. It turned out that the 300,000 warships from the Void Dark Band had arrived. Thus, Blue Sword was poised to eradicate the outer forces of the farmer civilization. 400,000 warships commenced their operation, directly navigating through curvature space to the target area, unleashing a wave of force field strikes. Following that, the fleet executed a saturation bombardment with quantum bombs. The second and third regions were simultaneously assaulted, with the outer bases of the farmer civilization teetering on the brink of destruction. The second and fourth fleets, after the quantum strikes, unleashed another wave of force field attacks. Within a 3-light-year radius, dozens of stars were obliterated, along with the planets in the systems. The second fleet began to accelerate, launching an offensive as soon as the shockwave passed, surrounding the remaining enemy warships. 2 hours later, the enemy vessels in the second region vanished from the void. The fourth fleet navigated through curvature space, targeting the fifth region, while the fifth fleet also aimed for the same destination. The second and third fleets stood by for rest and readiness. At the base of the farmer civilization in the fifth region, all warships prepared to accelerate, intending to retreat. They had already received news of the complete destruction of nearby bases. Just as the warships began to accelerate, the bombardment of force field bombs descended upon them. Fortunately, they had activated their shields, but even so, ships within the overlapping strike zones were still obliterated. Accelerating into curvature space, they drew near to the intruders. Inside the flagship of the farmer civilization, the commander's furious voice echoed incessantly. The remaining warships of the farmer civilization, disregarding all caution, accelerated forward. After enduring yet another wave of quantum bombardment, the remaining vessels successfully entered curvature space, preparing for close combat, with main cannons charging and shield energy replenished. Blue Sword's flagship also arrived at the battlefield. In the void between the fourth and fifth fleets, enemy vessels began to materialize. Unfortunately, the distance between the two fleets was merely a few astronomical units, precluding the use of force field bombs. Both fleets concentrated their fire on that area. Main cannons continuously discharged beams of energy, which streaked through the void like arrows. The surviving 150,000 warships of the farmer civilization began to retaliate. Energy beams crisscrossed, colliding, with explosions erupting throughout the battlefield. 055 ship, watch the upper left. Received. 056 ship, 088, 059. Let us concentrate our fire on the enemy vessel in the 105-785-258 region. In an instant, four beams of light surged through the void, converging on a single point where an enemy ship, shield still active, was attempting to accelerate. Boom! The enemy ship's shield shattered in less than a second, and the residual energy struck the hull directly. For massive holes appeared on the ship, flames erupting from within, as frantic cries filled the communication channels. 30 seconds later, the vessel could no longer maneuver, relying solely on inertia to move forward in a straight line. Crash! A beam of light struck the vessel once more, and it could no longer hold together, shattering like a crushed watermelon. The battlefield was littered with the debris of the concentrated fire upon spherical warships. Order: the second fleet and third fleet to enter the fray. The second and third fleets appeared on the forward and rear flanks of the farmer civilization. The four fleets commenced their assault from four directions. In desperation, the enemy even dispatched small combat units like fighters. However, Blue Sword was unfazed, choosing not to deploy Titan mechs for engagement, deeming it unnecessary. He simply reiterated his command to annihilate the enemy warships first. As the last enemy ship was pierced, the battlefield was left with only those remaining fighter units. All fleets accelerated, traversing 10 light-years in four directions via curvature space. The four fleets swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, and 10 minutes later, they entered curvature space. Upon appearing at their designated position, they received Blue Sword's orders to unleash force field weapon strikes on the battlefield. The four fleets declared that all the bamboo shoots of the universe had been claimed by their commander, Blue Sword. Initially, this battle was a complete rout for the Sky Sword Legion, with 0 losses, as their numerical superiority overwhelmed the enemy. Everyone had anticipated that Blue Sword would dispatch Titan strike teams to eliminate those cosmic fighters. Little did they expect such a heavy-handed approach against mere mosquitoes. They could vividly imagine the despair of the pilots from the farmer civilization. Nonetheless, the four fleets expressed their enjoyment of the situation. No one wishes to witness losses following the Titan's assault. Such an approach is indeed exhilarating. For fleets simultaneously unleashed a multitude of force field bombs, hurtling towards the battlefield located 10 light-years away. The surviving enemies amidst the chaos breathed a sigh of relief, marveling at their opponent's apparent failure to clear the battlefield. They attributed this oversight to the enemy's inexperience, but within moments, their perspective shifted dramatically. The battlefield erupted in blinding white light from the detonations of force field bombs, rendering everything else invisible. No, each pilot's face turned pale, drained of the energy to speak, only able to utter a single word of denial. The diminutive spacecraft lacked the capability to withstand such force field strikes. In the aftermath of the blinding light, nothing remained of the aircraft and shipwrecks in the explosion zone, leaving an empty void. Orders were issued for the 4 fleets to return to the battlefield and eliminate the remaining foes. The 4 great fleets advanced. Blue Sword was indeed ruthless. Now, as the 4 fleets entered, the surviving aircraft would face foes 100 times larger than their own Titan mechs. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the stars dimmed. The Titan cosmic mechs stood like immovable iron giants amidst the ruins. Surrounding them were the remaining cosmic fighters, akin to flies struggling for survival, attempting a final act of defiance. The Titan mechs activated their high-energy ion cannons, and with a deafening roar, a thick beam of energy surged forth, striking a fleeing cosmic fighter. The aircraft was instantly engulfed in a brilliant fireball, exploding in a fleeting yet dazzling display of light, soon disintegrating into countless fragments. Some Titan mechs showed no mercy, extending their massive mechanical arms, from which laser-cutting blades emerged. With a swift motion, the blades sliced through the void, cleaving a fighter cleanly in two. The wreckage, propelled by inertia, continued to drift forward, ultimately colliding with a floating asteroid and shattering entirely. Under the relentless assault of the Titan mechs, the remaining cosmic fighters were obliterated one after another. Flames and explosions intertwined on the battlefield, as dozens, even hundreds, of Titan mechs pursued a single enemy aircraft. Number 1008 Titan, that enemy is mine. Get lost. I haven't even begun. Upon declaring this, Titan No. 1008 accelerated suddenly and unleashed an ion cannon at the fighter. The aircraft's engine was destroyed, causing its speed to plummet. Crack! A massive sword pierced through the cockpit. The pilot spewing blue blood, meeting instant demise. Ha ha ha! Iron Cavalry advance. Chapter 129. The interstellar version of Foam Wolf's residence. In the vast and boundless depths of space, the Milky Way resembled a mysterious and resplendent grand stage. However, the curtain of peace was mercilessly torn asunder by the farm civilization from an alien galaxy. They unleashed brutal oppression and annihilation upon the civilizations brimming with developmental potential within the Milky Way. Blue Sword, the deputy commander of the Tianjian Legion of the Flame Dragon civilization, successfully eradicated the outer forces of the farm civilization. In the profound expanse of space, Blue Sword stood at the command bridge of the Tianjian Legion's flagship. He stood tall, his military uniform impeccably neat, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distant starry sky. There lay the inner circle of the farm civilization, the pivotal target of this decisive battle. Clearly, Blue Sword had become addicted to the thrill, his sights unnaturally set on the most central and bountiful inner circle of the Milky Way. Behind him, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th fleets of the Tianjian Legion lay in wait, like a pack of steel beasts, poised for action. Taking a deep breath, Blue Sword turned to address all the officers and soldiers within the bridge. His voice resonated with a steady and powerful timbre, imbued with a reassuring magnetism. Warriors, I intend to launch another surprise attack. Today, we shall deliver a fatal blow with an unexpected strike. A fervent chorus of responses erupted within the bridge. For the Tianjian, for Foam Wolf's residence, Blue Sword nodded slightly. Set sail. With his command given, the entire fleet sprang to life, the glow of their engines illuminating the surrounding darkness, akin to a swarm of meteors racing towards their objective. After a prolonged voyage, the fleet locked onto the inner circle of the farm civilization within a 200 light-year radius. At this moment, Blue Sword's gaze sharpened, his focus fixed on the starry expanse ahead, as he mentally calculated the impending battle. His fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the command console, a habitual gesture while deep in thought. All fleets, prepare to deploy force field bombs and quantum bombs. Blue Sword's voice echoed through the communication channel, grave and composed. Within the weapon bays of each warship, a multitude of force field bombs and quantum bombs stood ready for action. These explosives represented the pinnacle of Flame Dragon civilization's technology. The force field bombs generated powerful, distorted fields capable of disrupting and dismantling enemy defense systems, while the quantum bombs could invoke quantum effects at the microscopic level, achieving precise strikes on targets. Deploy. Blue Sword commanded decisively, his tone resolute, as if piercing through the chaos of the universe. Instantly, countless bombs erupted from the fleet, resembling an extravagant display of cosmic fireworks. The force field bombs formed immense energy vortices in the targeted area. The powerful fields quickly spread, distorting space and causing the farm civilization's warships and facilities to lose their shields in an instant. Following closely, the quantum bombs arrived in succession. Upon contact with their targets, They unleashed mysterious and potent quantum energies, igniting the farm civilization's warships and star systems in a series of relentless explosions. The inner circle of the farm civilization within 200 light-years descended into utter chaos. Alarms blared, cries intermingled, as their defense systems crumbled under the weight of this sudden and formidable assault. Counterattack! Organize a counterattack! The commanders of the farm civilization shouted hoarsely, but all efforts proved futile. Blue Sword's fleet cut through the enemy lines with the precision of a sharp scalpel. One by one, the farm civilization's warships were reduced to dust by the force of the bombs, and vital facilities on the planets were utterly obliterated. Amidst the raging inferno, a colossal flagship of the farm civilization attempted to resist. It concentrated all its energy shields in a bid to withstand the onslaught from the Tianjian. Blue Sword regarded this flagship coldly, his gaze devoid of hesitation or pity. He swiftly issued the command, "Concentrate fire, destroy it." Countless energy beams surged forth from the warships of each fleet, converging upon the flagship. The overwhelming energy impact shattered its shields in an instant, and the entire flagship exploded in a blinding flash of light, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the void. As the battle raged on, the resistance of the farm civilization waned increasingly. The star systems within 200 light-years gradually fell under the dominion of the Flame Dragon civilization's might. The once thriving civilizational landscape now reduced to ruins and debris. However, Blue Sword showed no signs of relaxation. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, meticulously searching every corner to ensure no threats remained. He understood that even the slightest oversight could lead to future peril. The warships of the fleet navigated through the wreckage, leaving no suspicious signs unchecked. Any area perceived as dangerous was met with a wave of force field strikes. Suddenly, a small reconnaissance vessel from the agricultural civilization emerged from a mass of wreckage, attempting to flee. Unfortunately, exposure equates to imminent danger. 099 ship, intercept that reconnaissance vessel. A dozen warships reacted swiftly, unleashing energy beams that accurately targeted the vessel and snaring it in place. Concurrently, multiple warships deployed tractor beams. Subsequently, 3 assault ships closed in rapidly, and the Titan assault team boarded the enemy vessel, successfully capturing it. Examine this reconnaissance vessel and extract any valuable intelligence, commanded Blue Sword. After a lengthy and meticulous search, it was finally confirmed that the agricultural civilization's viable forces in this region had been largely obliterated. Standing on the command platform, Blue Sword gazed at the scene before him, a multitude of emotions swirling within him. He gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if to etch this moment of victory into his memory forever. In the elation of triumph, the fleet began an orderly retreat. Blue Sword intended to return home, fully aware that failing to do so would lead to dire consequences. On the journey back, he entered the rest pod and wearily settled into a chair. The tension and pressure of the battle dissipated in that instant. Unbeknownst to him, his combat tactics had become the subject of eager study among other legions. If one were to draw a comparison, it could only be to Huaxia of the Blue Star era. Huaxia was the son of the Blue Star version, while he, Blue Sword, was the progeny of the Galactic version. Both had executed incredible ambushes, attaining the highest honors of general. Beep beep. Blue Sword as personal assistant alerted him to an incoming call. What a brave lad, audacious indeed. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be a call from his elder, Bai Haojuan. Ha ha, little uncle, how have you fared? Just barely scraping by, I see. Hey, you rascal, is that a hint of breathlessness I detect? Hurry back. Your grandmother has prepared a bounty of delights for you. All right, but where's my father? Where else could he be? In the laboratory, of course. Blue Sword understood instantly. As the eldest son of Lan Luo, he had always gravitated towards his uncle rather than following in his father's footsteps in the realm of scientific research. Instead, he had chosen his uncle's path, and now his accomplishments had eclipsed those of his uncle. This return would undoubtedly earn him the title of Honorary Marquis, making him the first Marquis of the Lan family. A grin crept across Blue Sword's face at the thought. Chapter 130, The Rescue Mission of the Tomb Robbers. As Blue Sword and the Heavenly Sword Legion made their return journey, they rotated with other legions. After 2 years, the fleet of the Heavenly Sword Legion required rest and resupply. The rejuvenated 4 Divine Beast Legion, with 800,000 warships, approached the inner border of the agricultural civilization. They would gradually probe the strength of the agricultural civilization, steadily consuming and consolidating the fruits of victory. Beep beep beep. Within the Void Dark Belt, the returning Heavenly Sword Legion detected a vast fleet. Report, Commander, we have encountered a civilian rescue team. Oh, send them a greeting. The flagship, where Blue Sword was stationed, immediately entered the communication channel of the civilian rescue fleet. Greetings, we are the Heavenly Sword Legion fleet, currently en route home. Is this really the Heavenly Sword? Oh, hello, we are the civilian rescue fleet, conducting extensive rescue operations at the former battlefield. How many ships do you have? Blue Sword and his crew were curious, as radar scans indicated an overwhelming number. The first batch consists of 5 million civilian ships, primarily transport and mining vessels, all of initial 5th-tier classification. Blue Sword and his crew were taken aback. The second batch is expected to enter the Void Dark Belt shortly, totaling 10 million ships, while the third batch has yet to depart, comprising 30 million ships. We wish you good fortune and thank you for your support of the military. Thank you, and congratulations on your victorious endeavors. The first batch of civilian rescue ships advanced majestically through the Void Dark Belt. Half a year later, they arrived at the region where the Qinglong Legion had battled the biological warriors, commencing an expansive search. 5 large exploration vessels detached from the rescue fleet and ventured into unfamiliar territory. Brother, let us conduct a rescue within a range of 100 to 120 light-years from the battlefield, proposed Wang Long in the ship's control room. Wang, who cast a glance and asked, what is your reasoning? Brother, I've heard that small warships can travel a maximum of 110 light-years in one curvature jump. If a standard warship is destroyed, the only escape for small ships would be to accelerate into curvature travel, completely fleeing the battlefield. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. The 5 exploration vessels initiated curvature travel, and after 2 jumps, they reached a distance of 100 light-years. The 5 ships activated their signal reception devices, commencing short-distance curvature travel while scanning and eagerly awaiting any distress signals. In a star system 100 light-years away, on a desolate planet, a small warship had crash-landed. The planet was barren, with only a thin atmosphere remaining, its surface stark white and devoid of life. It resembled Mars, albeit with a white hue instead of the reddish-orange of the Martian surface. A canyon, 1 kilometer wide and 300 meters deep, cut through the white terrain, revealing a crimson hue. At the canyon's end lay a small warship from the Flame Dragon civilization, partially buried in the planet's surface. Captain, our reserves are dwindling. How much longer can we last? The captain inquired. 3 months. It will take 5 months to repair the communication chamber. Sigh, starting tomorrow, aside from the repair team, everyone else should only have 1 meal a day. Captain Wang Taijun was a member of the Qinglong Legion's First Fleet, aboard ship 9528, which had been destroyed by the biological warriors. They had evacuated on several small warships, with some boarding others under the protection of ship 9527. While 2 small vessels had been destroyed, a few had forcefully initiated curvature travel to escape the battlefield, and they were among those. Unfortunately, their luck ran out. While entering curvature space, they were grazed by an energy beam, damaging the communication chamber, power chamber, and cultivation chamber. After exiting curvature space, he directed everyone to make a forced landing on his planet. Nearly 2 years had passed, and their food supplies were nearly exhausted. The entire warship housed over 3,000 people, and food consumption had outpaced supply. However, the good news was that air was not an issue. All equipment remained intact, capable of converting the planet's atmosphere. By the way, how are the potatoes coming along? Captain, the potatoes mature once a month, but the space is too limited. It barely feeds a fraction of the 3,000 people. Sigh, if only the cultivation chamber were intact. Order the mining team to redirect resources to the cultivation chamber. We need to solve the food issue first. Let us establish a soil cultivation chamber in the canyon delineated at the rear of the warship. Yes, Captain. Once the reporting soldier departed, Wang Taijun set down his tools and exited the parts processing center. Currently, everyone was tirelessly dedicated to repairing the warship, striving to return to the fleet. Wang Hu and Wang Long, after searching a designated area, commenced segmented rescue operations. They embarked on a ship and initiated curvature travel. After exiting curvature space, the 2 vessels began their scanning for rescue. 3 months later, Wang Long's ship arrived in the star system where Wang Taijun was located. Upon entering the system, the ship deployed a multitude of intelligent detectors, scanning while sending signals and awaiting a response. Regrettably, Wang Taijun's communication systems were damaged and could not respond. Unexpected events occur. A probe has arrived above the white planet and commenced its scanning. In an instant, it has detected the wreckage of a small spacecraft. Brother, that white planet harbors our downed ship. Let's hasten there. 2 exploration vessels, their engines fully charged, reached the planet's orbit in just 20 minutes. As the doors of the ship opened, 6 small crafts emerged, entering the planet's atmosphere. Wang Taijun was on the brink of despair. Everyone was subsisting on a single meal a day and could barely endure for another 2 months. The successful establishment of a cultivation pod allowed for the mass planting of potatoes, and the original plan seemed feasible. However, the soil of this planet was nearly devoid of nutrients, yielding alarmingly low production levels, despite these being the revered potatoes from Blue Star. If the potato yield was dismal, one could only imagine the fate of other crops. Out of sheer necessity, everyone was forced to limit themselves to a solitary meal each day. Captain, 3 more ships have arrived for rescue. What? Are they our ships? Indeed, they appear to belong to the tomb raiding expedition. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Taijun discovered that his personal assistant had connected to the network, and in a surge of joy, he suddenly rose. Thump! As the captain, Wang Taijun had been consuming but 1 meal a day for 3 consecutive months. In his excitement, he stood abruptly and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, recalling that they had seemingly been rescued by the tomb raiding expedition. He was instantly overcome by drowsiness and fell back asleep, perhaps due to the absence of burdens and stress. 2 hours later, Captain Wang, welcome back. Thank you. Your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived any later, we might have starved. Wang Taijun candidly recounted their ordeal while Wang Long and the others listened intently. By the way, Captain Wang, the Qinglong Legion has issued orders for you to return with us for rest, with a 2-year hiatus before rejoining the ranks. Very well. This must surely be a command from the Legion commander. Wang Taijun thought of by Haoju in style. This order was undoubtedly his doing. It seemed he wanted the brothers to have a well-deserved respite. Chapter 131. A full-throttle assault on physical enhancement potions. In the Blue Star's Flame Dragon Palace, Blue Luo observed the numerous issues that arose during the recent battle and began to contemplate solutions. Firstly, the Flame Dragon civilization's warships sustained significant losses in this conflict. Had it not been for the unexpected gains from the Blue Sword's ambush, these losses would have been magnified. As the war progressed, the Flame Dragon civilization faced losses nearing 150,000 warships. Naturally, the losses for the farm owner civilization were even more staggering, with over 3 million warships lost and 800,000 biowarriors perishing. Merely the fleet led by Blue Sword had obliterated more than 2 million warships. However, the shortcomings of the Flame Dragon civilization's warships were also laid bare. Slow shield energy replenishment, overly simplistic attack methods, and poorly designed communication pods, among other issues. Li Chuan, please inform Zhao Yaya to bring a few warship engineers to the Flame Dragon Palace. Understood, leader. After Li Xian exited the office, Blue Luo activated the system. System. Open personal panel. Personal panel. Host. Blue Luo. Civilization. Flame Dragon Civilization. Civilization level. Late stage level 5. Civilization type. Starship civilization. Mothership technology openness. Late stage level 5. Technology points. 524,000. Resource points. 3,400. Special item privilege card. 1. Parallel universe traversal card. 1 system. Exchange for the level 5 late-stage warship blueprints of the Huang civilization. 6 different top-tier designs. Ding. Exchange successful. Exchange for deflector shields, energy shields, and super quantum shield technology. Ding. Exchange successful. Exchange for gravity cannons and gravitational tier cannon technology. Ding. Exchange successful. Blue Luo then considered that during the recent cosmic war, the survival rate of crew members was alarmingly low once their ships were destroyed in the vastness of space, prompting him to exchange for a gene potion aimed at enhancing physical resilience. System. Exchange for level 5 physical enhancement potion technology. Ding. Exchange successful. Blue Luo, observing that he still possessed over 200,000 technology points, felt no concern. As soon as the exchange technologies were applied to the warships, the technology points would swiftly return. After more than half an hour, Zhao Yaya arrived at the Flame Dragon Palace. Elder Zhao, engineers, here are the blueprints for the level 5 warships of the Huang civilization. 6 types in total, along with shield and main cannon technology. Please take a look and see if there's anything we can learn from them. We all witnessed the warship's performance, and there are many flaws. Our vessels have room for improvement, so I appreciate your assistance. Leader, you are too kind. Blue Luo watched as the engineers activated the technical spheres in his office. The projection of the technical spheres formed in midair, and soon the engineers began to exclaim in astonishment. With no choice but to tidy up his desk, Blue Luo left the office and headed to the Guardian Hall to find a spot. At the Central Academy of Qinglong Continent, a document regarding physical enhancement had been received. Biologists He Tian and Wang Mingming were conducting experiments. After opening the document and enduring pain, they completed their experiment and immediately turned to study the physical enhancement potion data. He Tian, how many times do you think this physical potion can enhance one's physique? Well, the entire population has already been injected with the level 5 gene optimization liquid, boosting their physiques to 5 times that of the Blue Star era. This physical potion can enhance it by at least 46 times on top of that, nearly 30 times that of the Blue Star era. He Tian scrutinized the data in the document and arrived at his conclusion. That's outrageous. One could reach speeds of 200 to 300 meters per second. Such velocity would approach the speed of sound on Blue Star. Wang Mingming exclaimed if injected. It would be like turning everyone into a fighter jet. Precisely. The greatest advantage lies in the enhancement of physical capabilities, enabling resistance to the cosmic environment. The document indicated that the level 5 physical potion, combined with the gene optimization liquid, would allow survival in space for over an hour, sufficient to handle various emergencies. We must accelerate our efforts. The war is intensifying. The two ceased their idle chatter and began to meticulously review the data. Mingming had a standard cultivation liquid. Wang Mingming promptly clicked on a section of the projection, and a blue liquid began to emerge from the syringe into the cultivation pod before them. Has the activity value of the physical potion improved? It is slowly increasing, albeit not rapidly. It has so far improved by 16. He Tian, I suggest we replace the cultivation liquid in the second pod with 2 active bacterial liquid instead of 20. Alright, let us add 0. 8 standard cultivation liquid and 0. 2 standard active bacterial liquid to the second pod. As the active bacterial liquid was introduced into the second cultivation pod, Wang Mingming eagerly anticipated the experimental results, hoping they would align with her secret trials. Mingming, the activity enhancement rate is accelerating. Having reached 65, it has already surpassed the required 50. If this state can be sustained for 3 hours, we will be able to produce an even better physical enhancement potion. Wang Mingming and He Tian were both filled with excitement. Yet lamentably, the condition of the second cultivation pod only lasted for 2 hours. Subsequently, signs of fungal decay and death began to manifest within the pod. However, this also opened new doors for the two of them. More than half a month later, the laboratory erupted with ecstatic shouts. Ah, He Tian, you are so handsome. Laughter erupted as Mingming exclaimed, you clever one. How do you come up with so many ideas? Their triumph was palpable. In an exuberant display, Wang Mingming leaped on a He Tian's back, clinging to his neck. He Tian, equally elated, galloped around the laboratory with her. The other dozen or so colleagues joined in the joyful chaos, exchanging animated banter. 3 days later, the first vial of the physique-enhancing serum was successfully created. With one success, came another, leading to the production of the second and third vials. Everyone, let us take a moment to collect ourselves, He Tian called out, still carrying Wang Mingming on his shoulders. Team leader, everyone is quite composed. Perhaps you should let Mingming down from your neck? Laughter erupted again at his words. Wang Mingming, He Tian chuckled at his own role as the jester. 3 minutes later, calm was restored. Ahem, we must expedite the safety experiments. The sooner we complete them, the fewer sacrifices our warriors will face, He Tian stated, his tone turning serious as he acknowledged the brave souls on the front lines. His team had made a breakthrough. The serum, which was initially capped at enhancing the populace's physique by 46 times, had now achieved an astounding effect of 8 times. This meant that individuals from the Blue Star era could potentially experience a physique enhancement of 40 times, enabling speeds of 400 meters per second, an ability akin to that of Superman. A month later, He Tian and Wang Mingming completed the safety trials, gathering extensive experimental data, both in the laboratory and the virtual realm. The good news reached Lon Luo, who instructed the scientists in the Elder Hall to confirm the serum's safety before launching a nationwide injection campaign, prioritizing the top 10 legions. As the legions rotated in waves, within a year and a half, the entire population of the Yanhuang civilization had undergone the physique enhancement injection. Meanwhile, the Merfolk Biological Laboratory had also developed their own serum, capable of enhancing physique by 6 times. Chapter 132. The magnificent emergence of a new warship. From the lower-level teleportation portal, the Yanhuang warship emerged, transitioning from mid-level directly to the warship testing factory. Upon landing, the hatch opened, revealing Wang Weiguo, who was awaiting outside. Upon spotting Lan Luo, the two made their way into the factory. Old Wang, didn't we finalize the warship design? Why is there a need for a redesign? Lan Luo inquired. It was overthrown by Julie, who presented a far superior design proposal that even Zhao Yaya found impressive. Ah, Julie, Lan Luo Muset, recalling the design style that was both rugged and practical, reminiscent of the children from the Great Bear Star. So, Zhao Yaya approved it? Indeed, after reviewing it with Julie. They reimagined the design, and now it truly resembles a beautiful maiden among warships, Wang Weiguo replied. As they conversed, they arrived at the design studio within the factory. Elder Zhao, this must be Julie, Lon Luo remarked, noticing Zhao Yaya alongside a tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty who was intently focused on the projection screen. Leader, you've arrived. This is indeed Julie, Zhao Yaya introduced, as Julie nervously greeted him. Let us dispense with the formalities. This is the new design of the warship, said Lon Luo, captivated by the magnificent vessel displayed on the screen. The entire warship measured 81 kilometers in length, a reduction of 40 kilometers from the previous design of 120 kilometers. Its overall form was cubic, yet the bow resembled a bullet, featuring 3 enormous triangular voids. Lon Luo recognized that these were main cannon emplacements, astonishingly capable of firing 3 rounds simultaneously. Leader, the central main cannon can alternate between gravity and gravitational cannons at will, Julie explained, pointing to the energy generation chambers for the cannon's ammunition. There are 6 chambers, 3 for generating gravity projectiles and 3 for generating gravitational tear projectiles. Lon Luo noted the design's resemblance to a Gatling gun. Each chamber charged independently, compressing energy into field projectiles that would be fed into the main cannon, allowing for rapid succession of fire. This represents a breakthrough in field isolation technology, doesn't it? Lon Luo quickly deduced. The previous method involved simultaneous charging, leading to interference between the fields. Indeed, leader, thanks to Julie and her team's breakthroughs, this concept is now feasible, Zhao Yaya affirmed. And are these 2 additional cannons secondary or main cannons? Lon Luo queried, uncertain if they too were main cannons, which would be a tremendous enhancement in firepower. Both the left and right are main cannons, specifically energy main cannons. They can launch energy beams as well as serve as outlets for field bombs and quantum bombs. Julie clarified. As she elaborated, Lon Luo's admiration for the warship grew. The 3 main cannons were arranged in a triangular formation at the bow, while 8 secondary cannons were positioned along the edges in a square layout. The sleek design of the vessel was complemented by a smooth surface, adorned with intricate energy patterns that formed the warship's protective shield. What distinguishes the shield? Lan Luo Inguit. Leader, this time we have implemented a 3-layer interactive shield, a breakthrough in field isolation technology, allowing all 3 layers to operate simultaneously without interference, Zhao Yaya declared confidently. The outermost layer is a field deflection shield, capable of bending 80 of the field's south force, followed by superquantum shield, and finally, an energy shield at the innermost layer. With her nerves calmed, Julie spoke with enthusiasm about the warship. Excellent. I've heard that the conventional propulsion is also nearing the speed of light? Yes, leader. It can reach 95 of light speed, came the response. The speed of light is an insurmountable threshold in normal space. However, through curvature travel, one can surpass it by taking a shortcut through curvature space. Now, this new warship can achieve 95 of light speed in normal space, making its maneuverability unparalleled. The warship's size had diminished, yet its power had exponentially increased, marking a qualitative leap in maneuverability. Lon Luo realized that reaching a level 5 civilization was a pivotal moment. With advancements in technology, warship designs no longer leaned toward sheer size, but instead focused on compactness while significantly enhancing power. Many civilizations only embraced such transformations in their late-stage level 6 or level 7 phases. To Lon Luo's astonishment, the Yanhuang civilization had achieved this transition at level 5, ensuring a more straightforward path ahead. How long until the new warship can be deployed across the legions? He asked. Leader, all technical issues have been resolved, and the blueprints are complete. However, it will still take 5 years for sea trials, came the answer. 5 years is not a long time. Thank you for your hard work, Lon Luo acknowledged. After a thorough tour of the factory, he and Wang Weiguo returned to the mid-level of the Mothership. Elder Zhao, the leader possesses remarkable knowledge, Wang Weiguo exclaimed. Indeed, the leader has a wide-ranging intellect. Zhao Yaya and Julie exchanged light-hearted banter before immersing themselves back into their work on the warship. 3 years later, 50 state-of-the-art warships raced through the void of the solar system. On board, Blue Sword was brimming with excitement, incessantly urging Little Wang to accelerate, faster. We must push the speed beyond 80 times light. Deputy Commander, we are testing the warships, not engaging in combat, Little Wang replied. Very well. Let us adhere to the plan, Blue Sword conceded, not wishing to arouse suspicion from Zhao Yaya and the others regarding his unauthorized acceleration. The testing of warships demanded seriousness and caution. Having momentarily indulged in excitement, Blue Sword quickly recalibrated. Everyone, let us perform our duties well. Whether our fleet is the first to be equipped hinges upon your efforts. Rest assured, Commander, came a confident reply. Ahem, Deputy Commander, you missed a word. Blue Sword's companions stifled their laughter. Upon returning to the remnants of the solar system, Blue Sword was the epitome of decorum, surprisingly concerned about titles. He had not objected to being called commander during the last war, far from the solar system. Now, he had found the nerve to retort, instantly understood by all as a fear of reprimand from Blue Luo and by Qing. The 50 warships arrived at the edge of the Orion Arm. In an uninhabited star system, Blue Sword was instantly revitalized, urging the fleet to commence weapon testing. Prepare the gravity cannon. Target the star system 10 light-years ahead. Fire. A pitch-black force field projectile was launched, entering warp space and materializing in the uninhabited star system 20 seconds later. There was no dazzling light. The star of the uninhabited system abruptly extinguished, and the planets were torn asunder by the gravitational field. In silence, the uninhabited star system had transformed into a dispersed nebula of matter. Chapter 133. The Ocean of Warships of the Flame Dragon Civilization. Blue Sword gazed at the nebula-like remnants of the uninhabited star system, genuinely shaken. How formidable! He directed the next projectile at the star system to the right front. The newly launched force field projectile ignited like a burning bullet, flickering with red flames and ghostly blue arcs. 20 seconds later, the star in the right front uninhabited star system was torn to dust before it could even explode, while the planets dissipated like wisps of smoke. Blue Sword was left utterly astonished, muttering a single word. Terrifying. Deputy Commander, we should return. The data has been collected. Return. After completing the tests, Blue Sword journeyed back to the remnants of the solar system. Throughout the voyage, his gaze remained fixed on the warship's control panel, filled with affection and pride. This new warship is absolutely magnificent, Blue Sword exclaimed, gently caressing the metallic control panel as if it were a precious treasure. Its speed, its firepower, each performance was nothing short of perfect. Upon returning to the Mothership base, Blue Sword eagerly disembarked, clad in his external armor, circling the warship. The streamlined hull glimmered under the sunlight of the Mothership, seemingly narrating its immense power. This advanced engine system, along with the formidable gravity cannon, is enough to instill fear in any adversary, Blue Sword remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He traversed various sections of the warship, observing the intricate instruments and comfortable cabins, filled with sentiment. In such an environment, the warriors could unleash their utmost potential while also being assured of their safety. With these, next time we'll strike directly at the farmhouse civilization's matriarch. He chuckled, gazing up at the starry sky. Little Wong, that is certainly not the commander of our fleet, he teased, referring to the warship operator, Little Wong. Blue Sword's antics left his comrades feeling quite embarrassed. Half a year later, the lower-tier warship factories began operating at full capacity. Each day, thousands of warships were dragged from the factories to the void beneath the Mothership. The major legions engaged in combat at the center of the galaxy received orders to return. The fleets of the 10 major legions, stationed in the field, hastily accelerated their return, their urgency akin to students in the Blue Star era rushing to lunch, fearing they would be last in line for the latest warships. The farmhouse civilization, witnessing the vanishing Flame Dragon civilization fleet, was immediately alarmed. They began augmenting their defenses at various bases, wary of a potential ambush. Blue Sword's previous strikes had left a psychological scar on the farmhouse civilization. Upon discovering the disappearance of the Flame Dragon civilization fleet, they feared another ambush, prompting all defensive bases and border fleets to scramble into action with machinery whirring. The departing fleets of the 10 major legions naturally noticed the enemy's movements but chose to ignore them. Half a year later, all fleets of the 10 major legions returned, and the high-ranking officials convened by the small lake behind the Flame Dragon Palace. Come, my dear nephew, share with us any inside information, Bai Haojun remarked, patting Blue Sword on the shoulder and inquiring eagerly about insider news. Uncle, I have heard that the Legion will be expanding with the number of warships increasing exponentially. But that is all I know, Blue Sword divulged, having grown up alongside Bai Haojun, their bond akin to that of teacher and friend. He discreetly shared a wealth of information, causing Bai Haojun's eyes to sparkle with excitement. The members of the 10 legions gathered by the small lake boasted about their exploits, claiming to single-handedly destroy enemy vessels of the farmhouse civilization with a single shot, until they quieted upon noticing Blue Sword arrival. In the distance, Blue Luo, several guardians, and elders approached. Even Kasha Luo and the higher-ups of the merfolk floated over in their floating chairs. Leaders, guardians, elders, greetings. The Legion members stood tall, collectively exclaiming, as if signaling something. Haha, everyone is here, and so early. Qin Long, the guardian, chuckled, jesting at the military personnel. All right, I know you're eager. But hold your horses. Here, the data. Take a look for yourselves, Blue Luo teased, handing them a document regarding the expansion of the Legion. Come, Qin Lao. Let us go fishing to the east of the lake. I assure you it won't be empty. Blue Luo beckoned Qin Long, grabbing fishing gear. And they set off to fish, leaving the Legion members to their reading. The Legion members meticulously perused the documents in hand, their expressions shifting between surprise and solemnity. After a while, Commander Jiepeng of the Sky, Sword Legion, broke the silence, stating, the scale of this expansion exceeds expectations. The burden upon our shoulders has grown heavier. Bai Haojuan lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. But this also presents us with an exceptional opportunity to utterly defeat the farmhouse civilization. Hee, with the new warships, I feel we can drive the farmhouse civilization to despair. Blue Sword interjected, laughing. You lad, your performance in the last war was impressive. Keep up the good work and continue to build the reputation of our Sky Sword. Jia Peng remarked, casting a glance at the others, his expression brimming with pride in Blue Sword as one of their own. Ah, old Jia, your perspective is narrow. He is the interstellar champion of the Flame Dragon civilization. His connection to you Sky Sword is minimal. Zhang Wei chimed in with a laugh, garnering agreement from others. Indeed, Captain Lin Yu of the Vermilion Bird Legion remarked. With the new warships and resources, what ideas do you all have? With that, the discussion grew lively. An hour later, Blue Luo and Qin Long, along with the guardians and elders, returned from fishing. Blue Luo surveyed the animated discussions among the crowd and smiled. So, have you all formed some ideas? Leader, we have a preliminary plan, but requires further refinement. Li Zhihao, commander of the White Tiger Legion, responded. Blue Luo nodded. Excellent. Everyone, let us expedite our preparations. The farmhouse civilization will not grant us ample time. In the subsequent days, the major legions began to expand their forces in accordance with the reorganization plan. This time, with the exception of the Heavenly Sword Legion, the number of warships in the other legions reached 1 million. As the core military force of the Flame Dragon civilization, the Heavenly Sword Legion boasted an impressive fleet of 3 million warships. The 10 principal legions collectively commanded a staggering total of 12 million warships. A decision reached after extensive deliberation by the high-ranking officials of the Flame Dragon civilization. Although the number of warships had increased, the personnel count saw only a modest rise. The advancements in new warship technology had, in fact, reduced the number of operating crew members. Each warship, which previously required 50,000 personnel to operate, now could function with merely 10,000. Positions deemed hazardous were entirely managed by the warship's AI, with only essential roles occupied by crew members, rendering the need to conscript new soldiers unnecessary for this expansion. The 10 legions commenced a sequential process of re-equipping, adapting, and conducting drills. The 3 million warships of the Heavenly Sword Legion were divided into 3 major fleets. Commander Blue Sword led the first fleet, while General Xie Peng took command of the Heavenly Sword Legion, overseeing both the second and third fleets. Due to Blue Sword's remarkable achievements in the previous war, his fleet was the first to complete the re-equipping process. 6 months later, Blue Sword, at the helm of 1 million warships from the first fleet, set forth towards the center of the galaxy. Indeed, he was the first to undergo re-equipping. With a grand gesture, Blue Sword commanded the departure, setting his sights on the farm owner stronghold. Chapter 134, The Onset of Prolonged Warfare. Blue Sword, leading the first fleet of 1 million warships, advanced with great vigor towards the galactic center. When they encountered the farm owner civilization's formidable fleet of 5 million warships, Blue Sword remained undaunted. All hands prepare. Activate the super quantum shields and energy shields, targeting the gravity cannons and force field rending cannons at the enemy fleet. Blue Sword's orders reverberated through the fleet communication channels. In an instant, the warships of the Flame Dragon civilization were enveloped in a tri-layered shield, their brilliance illuminating the battlefield. Various weaponry began charging, their lights flickering as they readied for action. At Blue Sword's command, a multitude of energy beams, gravity projectiles, and force field rending projectiles surged towards the farm owner civilization's fleet. The powerful energy cannons pierced through enemy warships, while the gravity cannons caused catastrophic structural failures within the enemy vessels, and the force field rending cannons obliterated entire fleets into fragments. The farm owner civilization's fleet retaliated furiously, their barrage descending like a torrential rain, yet all were effortlessly repelled by the tri-layered shields of the flame dragon civilization. The deflective shields diverted the majority of assaults, while the super quantum and energy shields absorbed and dissipated the remaining energy. Under Blue Sword's exceptional command and the fleet's formidable firepower and defense, the enemy warships exploded and disintegrated one after another. The entire battlefield was alight with flames, debris scattering everywhere. Concentrate fire, dismantle their fleet formations one by one. Blue Sword continuously adjusted tactics. After several hours of intense combat, the farm owner civilization's 5 million warships lay in disarray, nearly annihilated. Full-speed pursuit. Leave no enemy vessel unscathed. Blue Sword pressed on. In this one-sided battle, Blue Sword's fleet exhibited absolute superiority, effortlessly decimating the vast enemy armada. Following the defeat of this contingent, Blue Sword continued to lead the fleet towards the core regions of the farm owner civilization. Along the way, they advanced with relentless momentum, instilling terror in the hearts of their foes. However, the farm owner civilization did not readily concede defeat. They amassed their remaining military might, preparing for a decisive battle against Blue Sword's fleet in their core territory. Fully aware that the impending combat would be significantly more arduous, Blue Sword remained resolute. A foothold for offense was imperative. Warriors, charge forth. Attack! The fleet surged like an unstoppable torrent towards the final defenses of the farm owner civilization. Blue Sword pressed the offensive, seizing 1/5 of the territory in the galactic center. During this period, several lesser civilizations in the area were too terrified to make a sound, fervently praying to remain unscathed. The conflict between the Flame Dragon civilization and the Farm Owner civilization spanned dozens, even hundreds of light years. For lesser civilizations, a mere sneeze from 2 level 5 civilizations could spell their doom. Meanwhile, the Farm Owner civilization was far from finished. They launched a series of frenzied counterattacks. Waves of enemy fleets assailed Blue Sword's stronghold, and the battles grew exceptionally fierce. Yet, Blue Sword maintained a steady hand, utilizing advanced warships and superior tactics to repel the enemy's advances time and again. Reinforce the defensive fortifications, adjust the angles of the cannons. We cannot allow the enemy to gain an inch, Blue Sword commanded. His objective was to solidify the foothold, enabling the main forces to deploy effectively. Amidst the fierce fighting, Blue Sword's fleet suffered minimal losses, with the warriors awestruck by the formidable capabilities of their vessels. They relentlessly pursued the enemy ships. Simultaneously, other legions of the Flame Dragon civilization began their advance, with a staggering 9 million warships heading towards the galactic center. Report to the Deputy Legion Commander. We are running low on supplies, a soldier exclaimed anxiously. With a furrowed brow, Blue Sword contemplated before responding. Request emergency supplies from the rear. Hold your ground. Just as the supplies were about to arrive, the Farm Owner civilization launched an unprecedented large-scale attack. All hands, prepare for combat. Blue Sword personally ascended the command platform, directing the warships in their counteroffensive. The two sides became locked in a stalemate as the battlefield erupted with cannon fire and flashes of light. At this critical juncture, Blue Sword's supply convoy finally arrived, bringing much-needed resources and energy. The morale of Blue Sword's fleet surged, unleashing their full firepower and repelling the Farm Owner civilization's assault. After arduous fighting, Blue Sword successfully held the captured territory and further fortified the defenses. Do not grant the enemy a moment's respite. Continue the offensive. Blue Sword issued a new command. At last, Blue Sword's fleet secured a significant strategic position in the galactic center, laying the groundwork for the next phase of the Flame Dragon civilization's offensive. The ravages of war left the area in a state of devastation. As time passed, Blue Sword began to establish a stronghold for the attack on the Farm Owner civilization. He allocated resources, organized personnel, and constructed new bases and facilities. Blue Sword, you are indeed remarkable, Zhang Wei exclaimed upon witnessing the stronghold Blue Sword had erected, feeling reassured and compelled to give thumbs up. Haha, you flatter me. Young man, why not return to base and take a rest? Bai Haojuan added, patting Blue Sword on the shoulder. Having successfully established a standoff line with his fleet, the next phase would involve a back-and-forth contest between the two sides. The Farm Owner civilization, having thrived in the galaxy for so long, was likely unaware of the depths of the Flame Dragon civilization's capabilities. The Flame Dragon civilization merely needed to gradually encroach upon their territory. All right, I shall return with the first fleet of the Heavenly Sword Legion. This front will be entrusted to you. With blue swords returned to the remnants of the solar system. The 9 major legions took over the protracted front. Meanwhile, within the farm owner civilization, their leader Cassis stared at the frontline reports, his head throbbing. They had finally unraveled the origins of the flame dragon civilization. Buddha. It is truly unimaginable that such an exceptional civilization could emerge from the desolate regions of the Orion Armcasa. The immediate priority must be to eradicate this civilization swiftly. Otherwise, with their rapid development, they will inevitably surpass us. Dura, inform all families. It is time to exert their efforts or prepare for annihilation. Leader. Each family has mobilized their escort fleets to join the army. It is a sign of some self-awareness. After Cassis spoke, he waved to dismiss Dura. As the leader of a civilization in flight, he had arrived in this unfamiliar star system through a spatial rift, narrowly escaping the annihilation by a hostile civilization. Initially, no one supported him, so he exchanged the privilege of possessing escort fleets for the backing of the various families. Unfortunately, the intrinsic nature of sentient beings is one of greed. The families have transformed from their original state of fleeing back to the galaxy. Now, they are indulging in pleasure, even expanding their fleets extensively to oppose him. After arriving in the Milky Way, they wielded their advantage as a 5th-level civilization to annihilate promising civilizations in the central regions of the galaxy. Gradually, they lost their ambition, capturing vast numbers of slaves to serve them. Consequently, their civilization has begun to regress. After thousands of years, they have lost the possibility of advancing to a 6th-level civilization. This is also why they have consistently suppressed the civilizations of the Milky Way. Unable to develop themselves, they naturally will not allow others to surpass them. Chapter 135, The Alliance of the Perseus Arm. In the Flame Dragon Palace of Blue Star, Fengyu, be cautious this time, especially when traversing the wormhole. Leader, rest assured. The likelihood of a situation like last time is exceedingly low. Good, as long as you're aware. Expedite the alliance. Our personnel losses over the years have been substantial. The Flame Dragon civilization has been at war with the farmers for quite some time, and the number of warriors sacrificed has exceeded 10 billion. Naturally, Lon Luo does not wish for the Flame Dragon civilization to cultivate while other civilizations bask in their success. Thus, they dispatched Fengyu to the Perseus Arm to seek an alliance with 4th-level civilizations. In truth, the elders merely intended to wage a proxy war, with the Flame Dragon civilization providing force field bombs and quantum bombs, while other 4th-level civilizations would supply personnel and battleships. 3 days later, Fengyu, leading 500 warships, set course for the Perseus Arm. Standing in the command room of the warship, Fengyu gazed at the starry expanse ahead. He never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom, which once struggled to reach the moon, would now gallivant across the galaxy. Fengyu arrived at the wormhole, glanced at the Lulu star system, and then led the fleet into the wormhole. After a protracted journey, they finally reached the Perseus Arm. Fengyu surveyed the unfamiliar area before him, knowing that this might be the place where the Flame Dragon civilization could reduce its sacrifices. During the initial exploration, Fengyu was astonished to discover 7 4th-level civilizations hailing from the central regions of the Milky Way. The first civilization was the Zhaguang civilization, ruled by leader Guangtong and minister Yanhuang. As Fengyu's fleet approached the planet of Zhaguang civilization, he sensed their vigilance and unease. Fengyu resolved to personally visit the planet of Zhaguang civilization to engage in diplomatic negotiations. After a series of communications, the opposing side relaxed their guard. This was understandable. As victims of the farmer civilization, anyone would assume they were being pursued by them. Days later, Fengyu descended upon a planet in a small spacecraft. Guangtong and Yanhuang had long awaited his arrival in the palace. Esteemed envoy of the Flame Dragon civilization, we are surprised by your presence, Guangtong inquired first. Fengyu offered a slight bow and replied earnestly, Esteemed leader Guangtong, our Flame Dragon civilization is currently facing a formidable threat from the farmer civilization. This powerful enemy not only jeopardizes us, but may also threaten the peace of the entire galaxy in the future. I have come in hopes that we can unite to confront this common foe. Our Flame Dragon civilization is presently in the late stages of 5th level, possessing unique advantages in force field technology and quantum technology. However, we are fully aware of the power of unity in the face of the farmer civilization. How does Zhaguang civilization view the farmer civilization? Guangtong furrowed his brow and responded, We are acutely aware of the strength of the farmer civilization. It was precisely because we feared being annihilated by them that we fled from the galaxy's center. Our Zhaguang civilization excels in solar energy conversion technology, efficiently harnessing stellar energy. Yet, in terms of weaponry and defense systems, we are vastly outmatched, akin to a dimensional strike. Fang Yu engaged in continuous negotiations with Yanhuang civilization, attempting to persuade them to join the fight. Minister Yang pondered for a moment and said, "This is an extremely significant decision. We need time to consider." Fang Yu nodded, "I understand, but time is of the essence. I hope you can reach a decision swiftly." After departing from Yanhuang civilization, Fang Yu hurried to the Yaoka Empire. Empress Riao and Minister Kun welcomed him with a grand ceremony. Envoy of the Flame Dragon civilization. "Your arrival has taken us by surprise," Riao remarked. Fang Yu straightforwardly stated his purpose. But the Empress displayed a troubled expression. "Our Yaoka Empire has already suffered tremendous losses in our flight from the galaxy's center." The underlying message in Empress Riao's words was clear. They dared not engage in battle against the farmer civilization. After over half an hour of discussion, Fang Yu discerned that the Yaoka Empire was terrified by the farmer civilization. However, Fang Yu did not relent. He meticulously outlined the strategic plan of the Flame Dragon civilization. "Your Majesty, we do not engage in blind combat. We have devised a well-thought-out plan and possess formidable weaponry. We will provide fifth-level force field bombs and quantum bombs of immense power. As long as we join forces, victory is not out of reach." Through Fang Yu's diligent persuasion, Empress Riao indicated that she would carefully consider the proposal. Next, Fang Yu visited the Badot civilization, where King Tedu also expressed hesitation regarding the alliance proposal. King Tedu remarked, "Our Badot civilization is quite advanced in information processing, but the farmer civilization is too powerful." Fang Yu responded, "Your Majesty, every advanced technology can play a crucial role in our alliance. The Flame Dragon civilization is willing to provide fifth-level weapons to the Badot civilization, hoping we can stand together against our common enemy." While awaiting responses from the various civilizations, Fang Yu was filled with anxiety. He knew that with each passing moment, the Flame Dragon civilization would suffer more losses. Finally, the Yanhuang civilization was the first to respond, deciding to join the alliance. This news exhilarated Fang Yu. It was a promising start. Soon after, the Yaoka Empire and Badot civilization also expressed their willingness to contribute troops. With each new civilization joining, the strength of the alliance gradually grew. Fang Yu began organizing the leaders of the various civilizations to engage in strategic discussions, collaboratively formulating plans to combat the farmer civilization. During the conference, Fang Yu showcased the power and application methods of the Flame Dragon civilization's fifth-level force field bombs and quantum bombs. Upon witnessing these formidable weapons, the confidence of the leaders from various civilizations solidified. "We must leverage the strengths of each civilization for coordinated combat," Fang Yu declared, pointing at the star map. The leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their support. After intense preparations, the Allied fleet was finally assembled. Countless warships arranged themselves in the starry sky, forming a formidable force. Standing on the command platform of the flagship, Fang Yu looked upon this fleet filled with hope, his heart brimming with ambition. Fang Yu gathered the 90 million Allied fleet and moved to the wormhole. Commence de partir. With a command from Fang Yu, the Allied fleet surged forward with great momentum. As the United Fleet approached the wormhole, Commander Siepeng of the Tianjin Legion awaited with a formidable contingent of 1 million ships from the Second Fleet. Upon the successful unification, Fang Yu promptly notified the Mothership, which instructed Siepeng to lead the United Fleet of 90 million vessels. The Yanhuang civilization intended to launch a dual assault on the farmer civilization from the north and south, with Siepeng spearheading the offensive from the southern flank of the Galactic Core. This strategy would significantly alleviate the pressure on the Yanhuang forces, as their capabilities were more than sufficient to conquer the farmer civilization independently. However, such an endeavor would incur immense losses. In interstellar warfare, casualties often soared into the hundreds of thousands, unlike the prolonged conflicts on Blue Star, which saw only tens of thousands fall over several years. The destruction of a single warship here could yield tens of thousands of casualties. In Chapter 136, a millennium later, the farmer civilization ultimately met its demise. Siepeng and Fang Yu successfully completed their handover. Fang Yu, accompanied by a small escort fleet for his safety, entered the wormhole, returning to the remnants of the solar system. Under Siepeng's command, the United Fleet navigated methodically through the Perseus Arm and the dark void at the galactic center, advancing toward the territory of the farmer civilization. During the protracted voyage, a palpable tension enveloped the fleet, as warriors from diverse civilizations grasped the grim reality of the impending conflict, engaging in conversation to calm their nerves. At last, the United Fleet neared the defensive lines of the farmer civilization. The latter's reconnaissance systems swiftly detected the formidable coalition, immediately triggering alarms. A multitude of warships rapidly assembled, preparing to engage. Xiepeng maintained his composure, directing the fleet to adopt the preordained strategic formations for their assault. The Yanhuang civilization's force field bombs manifested as invisible colossi, warping the space ahead and creating potent force field zones. Any farmer warship caught in the blast experienced catastrophic deformation of its metallic hull, rendering internal systems inoperative. Quantum bombs unleashed enigmatic quantum fields, instigating a series of microscopic detonations that disintegrated enemy vessels at the subatomic level, transforming them into irreparable cosmic dust. The Zheguang civilization's ships, leveraging their speed, darted through the battlefield like bolts of lightning. Their hulls were coated with a unique material capable of absorbing light energy and converting it into propulsion, creating dazzling trails as they accelerated. Equipped with photon impact cannons, these vessels could instantaneously unleash highly focused energy pulses, exhibiting remarkable penetrative capability that depleted the shielding energies of farmer warships. Although the Yaoka Empire's energy shields could not withstand the onslaught of a level 5 civilization, they still managed to absorb numerous secondary attacks. These energy shields, interwoven from multiple layers of energy fields, shimmered with ethereal colors. When conventional energy assaults from the farmer civilization struck, the shield's surface rippled with luminous waves, diffusing the incoming energy. The Yaoka Empire's vessels also fired bioenergy beams, which contained unique biological energy that rapidly corroded the structural integrity of enemy ships upon impact. The Bedouin civilization, utilizing their advanced information processing technology, skillfully identified the vulnerabilities of their adversaries. Their ships were equipped with ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic artillery, launching projectiles with immense frequency and energy capable of instantaneously dismantling enemy electronic systems. Moreover, their onboard swarms of nanobots, once released, descended upon enemy vessels like a plague of locusts, swiftly disassembling external structures. Nevertheless, the farmer civilization was not to be underestimated. As a level 5 civilization, their technological superiority was staggering, rendering the tactics of the level 4 civilizations largely ineffective. The primary reliance remained on the force field and quantum bombs from the Yanhuang civilization. Once these bombs compelled the farmer forces into close combat, it was the turn of the level 4 civilizations to exert their influence. As the farmer civilization opted for melee engagement, they were soon overwhelmed by the sheer volume of warships. Before long, the farmer civilization adapted their tactics and launched a fierce counteroffensive, unleashing dense beams of energy that cascaded like a torrential downpour. These beams possessed an exceptionally high energy density, capable of vaporizing the armor of warships upon contact. They also deployed gravitational weapons that generated powerful gravitational fields, drawing the coalition's vessels into disarray. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire and radiant light, ships were continually struck, erupting into brilliant displays of destruction. In the heat of battle, the United Fleet's losses accelerated, yet the warriors stood resolute, unable to retreat. Flight was futile, and direct confrontation was equally unfeasible. Thus, they executed Xiepeng's wolf pack tactics, often witnessing thousands of ships besieging a single farmer vessel. Typically, the destruction of one farmer ship required the sacrifice of nearly 100 of their own. Observing the incessant casualty reports, Xiepeng felt neither elation nor sorrow. Such was the nature of war. Yet, words of encouragement were essential. He bellowed, "Brothers, we cannot retreat. For the galaxy, for our civilization, charge forth. Annihilate the alien civilization." Inspired by Xiepeng, the morale of the United Fleet surged, emboldening them to fight fiercely and gradually gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, the main forces of the Yanhuang civilization, under the leadership of the 9 army commanders, launched a ferocious assault from the north against the farmer civilization. The primary warships of the Yanhuang civilization were equipped with the latest gravity cannons, each discharge triggering massive explosions capable of obliterating entire swathes of enemy vessels. Additionally, they possessed force field rending cannons that could tear apart ships within localized zones. The force field deflection shields diverted incoming attacks, ensuring their own safety. The farmer civilization found itself ensnared in a two-front war, their defenses beginning to crumble. After decades of relentless conflict, the United Fleet finally breached one of the farmer civilization's defensive lines, advancing toward their core territories. After a millennium, the Yanhuang civilization and the United Fleet emerged victorious from war. This prolonged and brutal conflict had transformed the entire galaxy. Through the crucible of war, some level 4 civilizations unveiled their latent potential, learning and evolving in the heat of battle, and remarkably ascended to level 5 civilizations during this conflict. Among them, the Zheguang civilization achieved a significant technological breakthrough in harnessing light energy, successfully entering the ranks of level 5 civilizations. In the aftermath of the war, the galaxy welcomed a long-awaited era of peace and tranquility. The Yanhuang civilization, recognized for its exemplary leadership and tremendous sacrifices during the conflict, became the universally acknowledged leader of the galaxy. However, Lon Luo declined this proposal, asserting that the Yanhuang civilization would never be ensnared within the galaxy, prioritizing larger ambitions over small gains. Nonetheless, he offered the alliance some developmental suggestions to ensure the galaxy's strength progressed positively. He did not wish to witness a scenario where, after the Yanhuang civilization ventured beyond the galaxy, they returned only to find it extinguished. Such a possibility was not without merit, as a level 7 civilization could unleash an attack with a range spanning thousands of light years, and the Milky Way could scarcely withstand a few such strikes. In this new era of peace, civilizations turned away from martial competition, instead aspiring towards advancements in technology, culture, and wisdom. Interstellar commerce flourished, with the unique products and technologies of various civilizations circulating throughout the cosmos, fostering mutual prosperity. Old Qin, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of level 5 within the next century, at which point we can naturally return to the Magellanic system. On the banks of a tranquil lake, Lon Luo and Qin Long sat side by side, enjoying the gentle breeze while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Time flies, doesn't it? Is war truly a catalyst for technological advancement? Qin Long mused in disbelief. It hasn't been long, and we are already on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of 5th-level civilization. Absolutely, Lan Luo Apfim. When faced with the grim reality of war and the imminent threat to survival, one's potential is inevitably unleashed. That makes sense. I feel that once we arrive at the Magellanic system, we may very well ascend to a 6th-level civilization in no time. Lon Luo continued, his excitement palpable. Old Qin, I share that sentiment. Let us await the unfolding of events. Chapter 137, The Pinnacle of 5th-Level Civilization, Returning to the Magellanic System. At the site of the former solar system, within the Mothership's domain, Lan Xinyu immersed himself in his laboratory work. Even the newly appointed top scientists of the Yanhuang civilization were preoccupied with the arduous ascent to the 5th-level civilization's apex. The challenge of merging various force fields was formidable, with each integration exponentially increasing in complexity. As Lan Xinyu meticulously reviewed the data from various civilizations, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Perhaps it is not merely the fusion of force fields, but rather the differing manifestations of their energies that delineate distinct force fields. I understand now, he exclaimed, recalling a recent revelation that pierced through the fog of uncertainty, restoring clarity to his thoughts. With this newfound comprehension of a pivotal theory, the Yanhuang civilization began to channel its efforts accordingly, and within a mere 50 years, they transcended to the zenith of 5th-level civilization. Within the Yanhuang Palace of Blue Star, the system activated the personal panel for Lon Luo. Personal panel, host, Lon Luo, civilization, Yanhuang civilization, civilization level, 5th-level pinnacle, civilization type, starship civilization, mothership technology openness, 5th-level pinnacle, technology points, 596, 000, resource points, 2, 888, special privileges, 1 special permission card, 1 parallel universe traversing card, starship era, 7, 500 years. Yanhuang civilization has achieved the 5th-level pinnacle. How swiftly time passes. It has already been 500 years, Lon Luo reflected, reminiscing about his initial arrival in this universe. Feeling like an inexperienced youth diving headfirst into the unknown. Through trials and tribulations, he had guided the Dragon Kingdom to the 5th-level civilization. And now, they simply needed to devote themselves to the civilizational experiments, confident that technological advancements would naturally lead to the 6th level. Li Xian, tomorrow, let us invite the guardians and elders to the lakeside for a fishing expedition. Lon Luo thought, eager for a moment of relaxation that had eluded him for so long. The following day, at the lakeside behind the Yanhuang Palace, Qin Long, Wang Weiguo, and Fang Yu had all gathered, along with the merfolk Kasha Luo and her sister. Kasha Luo, what is the current population of your merfolk? Leader, we currently boast a population of 400 billion. Splendid. Your civilization predominantly supports our entertainment sector. Lan Luo Juka, Qin Long interjected. The merfolk have largely embraced the arts. Indeed, it's no surprise given their beauty and melodious voices. However, they are not lacking in scientific endeavors either, having produced a continuous stream of capable scientists. Old Qin, let us have a friendly competition today to see who can catch the most fish, Lon Luo exclaimed, pulling Qin Long away after greeting the others. Speak your mind. Surely you don't merely wish to engage in a contest? Qin Long quipped, deploying his nano wristband to assemble a reclining chair before casting his line. Finally addressing Lon Luo. You've seen right through me. Wisdom comes with age. Lon Luo replied with a laugh. Our next step is to return to the Magellanic system. I yearn to revisit my home when we reach the 7th level. Oh, are you certain about returning to your original universe? And how do you propose we manage that? Yes, the universe of my birth, known as Earth. As for the return journey, I believe we should embark after a span of 10,000 years. By then, we will undoubtedly have earned rewards. Very well, I too am curious about what a parallel universe entails. By the way, Xiaolon, how is the situation developing over there? I'm not entirely certain, as the flow of time in the parallel universe differs. When I arrived, they were preparing for manned lunar landings, and I later received news that they had succeeded. However, after the system imposed restrictions, communication ceased. Lan Luo and Qin Long speculated on how many years may have passed in that realm. Previously, Nuwa had mentioned that upon our initial traversal, the spacetime had not fully closed, hence time flowed similarly. However, once it had fully closed, the situation was uncertain. I feel that time is likely moving more slowly there. Xiaolon, why ponder such matters now? We shall address them when the time comes. Look, I believe I've got a bite. Inda. Let us discuss it later. Old Qin, your fishing skills have notably improved. As Lan Luo and Qin Long reveled in their banter, a sudden commotion broke out nearby. Drawing their attention, they turned to see Wang Weigua excitedly waving his fishing rod in triumph. I caught a big fish. Lan Luo and Qin Long hastily set down their rods and rushed over to assist. After a collective effort, a massive fish was finally pulled from the water, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This fish is enormous, Kasha Luo remarked. It seems today as champion is unequivocally Weigua, Qin Long chuckled. As Lan Luo gazed at the colossal fish, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for such serene moments, truly a rarity. Old Wang, how are our detection devices faring? Lan Luo suddenly recalled the necessity of relevant equipment for their return to the Magellanic system. As the distance between the Milky Way and the Magellanic system spanned nearly 250,000 light years, the spatial instability here makes it prone to complications. However, having reached the pinnacle of 5th-level civilization, we can utilize gravitational wave detectors to identify various spatial fluctuations up to 1,000 light years away, including spatial rifts and debris. By ensuring our destination for curvature travel is within stable regions, we can naturally traverse the expanse between the two galaxies. Rest assured, leader, we can currently detect all spatial fluctuations within 850 light years. Excellent. Then let us await a few decades before returning to the Magellanic system. Upon hearing the return to the Magellanic system, Li Jianya exclaimed, Wonderful. I find myself rather nostalgic for those civilizations. I wonder how they have progressed. I can't say for certain, but the Mo people are undoubtedly still entrenched in their slave epoch, Fan Yu remarked languidly. Instantly, all the elders and guardians who had been fishing paused, taken aback. Why bring up such distressing matters? Wang Weigua lamented, shaking his head in frustration. The Mo civilization truly perplexed everyone. Those individuals, once their bellies were full, would absolutely choose to recline over sitting and sitting over standing. Contemplating their plight made me grateful we refrained from opening immigration. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how we might have been influenced. As Li Jianya spoke, he wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, the very idea of the Mo civilization stagnation shocking to all present. Had it not been for the support of numerous developed nations during the Blue Star era, many would have speculated whether they would have continued living in tribal communities. Subsequently, Lan Luo and the others engaged in further discussions about the developmental status of various civilizations, all expressing anticipation for their return to the Magellanic system. For the people of the Yanhuang civilization, the 502 civilizations within the Magellanic system fell akin to their own progeny. Observing their growth elicits both pride and nostalgia, much like watching one's own children flourish. As the Starship era reached 590 years, Lan Luo issued an announcement. The Yanhuang civilization would return to the Magellanic system in 600 years. The citizens of the Milky Way, engaged in exploration across various territories, began their journey back to the site of the former solar system. In the year 7600, following the return of all individuals, the Mothership, accompanied by a formidable fleet of 5 million escort ships, commenced its journey towards the edge of the galaxy. Upon reaching this boundary, the Mothership initiated the reclamation of all warships, scanning 1,000 light-years for stable regions within space. Ding! Scanning complete. Stable regions have been marked. Resonated the voice of the warship's AI. Without hesitation, Blue Sword issued a command for the Mothership to accelerate and prepare for curvature travel, designating the first safe zone as the target. Chapter 138. Arrival and the Development Progress of Various Civilizations. After an arduous journey spanning 8,000 years, the Mothership finally returned to the large Magellanic Cloud. Although numerous perilous areas were detectable, there remained considerable distance requiring conventional navigation. Upon its arrival, the Mothership promptly deployed 5,000 warships for protection. For the Fire Dragon civilization, accustomed to such extensive voyages, the 4 centuries of travel bore no significant impact. Perhaps the only ones affected were the personnel stationed in the core chamber of the Mothership. The Mothership did not linger at the edge, but instead activated curvature travel, heading straight towards the Shinjo star domain. Upon arrival, the higher-ups immediately permitted the populace to disembark, and throngs of citizens began to return to their previously established planets. Cargo ships and military transport vessels laden with numerous flying villas set course for various star systems. Meanwhile, the officials busied themselves poring over the developmental statuses of the 502 planets monitored during their return to the Milky Way. The three-eyed race was progressing admirably, swiftly entering an era of technological enlightenment. Wang Weiguo marveled at the preliminary data, exclaiming, "See, I told you. Look at the Mo people civilization. They remain entrenched in an era of tribalism and slavery." Feng Yu, indifferent to such matters, focused solely on the conditions of his compatriots. Laughter ensued, for it was an unspoken understanding among them. Qin Long, engrossed in the data handed to him by Feng Yu, found it utterly fascinating. The planet inhabited by the Mo people was entirely composed of their kind, boasting ample natural resources and devoid of significant crises. They led remarkably comfortable lives, effortlessly finding sustenance within a few steps of their homes. Hence, the Mo civilization continued to live freely, with societal progress stagnating. In contrast, the Xiaohe civilization had undergone rapid development. Comprising entirely of Xiaohe slaves, their transition from tribal to slave society was accompanied by extensive warfare. The Xiaohe civilization was marked by brutality, with wars erupting between tribes, and later, nations. "These folks are quite ruthless, even towards their own kin," observed one. Such dynamics were normal. Differing cultural developments across regions led to the emergence of distinct civilizations. In their eyes, those who shared a common ancestry were regarded as others, a divergence in ideology fostering this perception. Blue Luo, having glanced at the Xiaohe civilization's data, quickly lost interest and suggested they first familiarize themselves with all circumstances before deciding on any intervention. "Leader, these civilizations are progressing too slowly. They haven't even reached the scientific enlightenment phase." Feng Yu inquired, perplexed. "We shall prioritize intervention in those civilizations that have attained the scientific enlightenment stage. The others will be left to their natural course. It is only natural that some develop swiftly while others lag behind." Aligning with our plans for observing varying levels of civilization interaction, Qin Long elucidated, causing a chill to run down their spines. This implied that the slower developing civilizations might become prey in the dark forest, unqualified even to be hunters. While officials were preoccupied with organizing data, civilian live streams were also initiated. Enthusiastic crowds flocked to the streams, eager to learn about the developmental progress of various civilizations. Terrifying. "The emperor of this civilization was burned alive for advocating science," exclaimed a viewer. Such occurrences are routine. Each stride forward is invariably accompanied by bloody and brutal struggles. The three-eyed race, however, had seamlessly transitioned into an era of scientific enlightenment. From my review of their development, it seems their pursuit of ancestral roots spared them from sacrifice. One noted, likely linked to the historical accounts of the rescue efforts of the great Wang Long and his companions. Speaking of which, I'm wide awake now. The history book of the three-eyed race opens with the introduction of the Yin and Huang emperors. Indeed, their populace even criticized them for incorporating myth into history. A year later, the officials had compiled all data, identifying over 300 civilizations that had reached the scientific enlightenment stage, more than 100 nearing it, while the remainder remained entrenched in feudal society, with one still in a primitive state. After meticulously studying all materials, The Fire Dragon civilization resolved to prioritize intervention in civilizations that had achieved scientific enlightenment. Blue Elder, is the equipment ready? Fan Yu inquired at the Academy of Sciences regarding the devices for the upcoming intervention. He approached with trepidation, fearing disruption to the scientists' work. Guardian Fong, it is ready. It resembles a medical pod, with only 10 units produced. Please ensure meticulous tracking of their usage, Blue Chunyu instructed solemnly. He understood that this equipment could not be mass-produced or extensively manufactured, and each usage would be strictly documented. This equipment was a memory editing input pod, capable of implanting false memories that would blur the lines of one's identity. Blue Chunyu, engrossed in research, was largely oblivious to the trending events online. Had he been aware of the evolution of the Fire Dragon civilization's narratives, he would certainly grasp the implications of this device. The memory editing input pod could fabricate the illusion of time travel, for instance, implanting a memory from the future into an individual from a lower civilization. Upon awakening, they would undoubtedly believe they had traversed back to ancient times. Rest assured, the leader has entrusted this task, and with Niwa and Fushi monitoring, all will be well. Blue Chinyu reassured. Fang Yu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly clarified, that's great. The equipment is in the warehouse. Guardian Fong can retrieve it from there. All right, I shall go collect the equipment now. Until we meet again, Blue Elder. Farewell. Blue Chinyu responded before immersing himself in a new experiment. After diligently completing a rigorous inspection in the warehouse, Fang Yu obtained the 10 medical pod-like devices. Upon returning to the transport ship, he began mobilizing 500 of the latest fully cloaked warships to safeguard the equipment. Blue Star Fire Dragon Palace. Fang Yu, you've returned. Did you retrieve the equipment? Zauligata. Indeed, with me in charge. How could anything go awry? Fang Yu jested, eliciting laughter. Let us not dwell on who was expelled last time, Zhao Li retorted. All right, you two, enough banter. Come over and examine if there are any issues with this memory editing. Qin Long interjected, chuckling as he observed the camaraderie among the veterans of the Blue Star era, who had tirelessly nurtured the growth of the Fire Dragon civilization, fostering deep bonds among them. Oh, Elder Qin, let me see. Fang Yu eagerly accepted the document from Qin Long, projecting it onto the screen. He scrutinized the memory data intently, his lips pursed with curiosity as he absorbed the information. It is truly astonishing to witness the extraordinary creativity of these individuals who have managed to weave the concept of time travel into a narrative. In Chapter 139, I introduce myself as a time traveler hailing from a future era. Ah, what remarkable talent. Fang Yu was genuinely impressed, expressing admiration for the ingenuity of the author behind this plan. The entire memory scheme was articulated in a self-narrative style, with every conceivable flaw meticulously addressed. One can easily envision the editing of this memory into a cognitive image and its subsequent insertion into the mind of an individual, who would undoubtedly come to firmly believe in their origins from a future time. With this plan in place, complemented by a memory editing input chamber, it is conceivable that these civilized time travelers could catalyze societal advancement. As Fang Yu continued to delve deeper into the details, his excitement intensified, and he found himself eager to commence planning immediately. His curiosity was piqued regarding the potential ramifications when an individual's memories are altered and they awaken to their new reality. I am Wang Dachui, a member of the Three-Eyed Clan from 500 years in the future. To put it simply, I'm a time traveler. In my time, technological advancements have ushered us into an era of preliminary space exploration. Our three-eyed civilization has successfully launched satellites and is in the process of establishing a near-orbit space station. By then, the internet has become ubiquitous, permeating every aspect of daily life. People engage in work, study, and entertainment online. Although we have not yet landed on a satellite, intercity trains have connected major cities, making travel exceedingly efficient. Artificial intelligence has also made significant strides, assisting individuals with simple, repetitive tasks, though it has yet to attain self-awareness. In terms of energy, while traditional fossil fuels still dominate, the utilization of clean energy sources such as solar and wind power is steadily expanding. Medical technology has seen remarkable advancements, effectively treating numerous terminal illnesses, though a breakthrough for instantaneous healing of all ailments remains elusive. In such a world, the Three-Eyed Clan possesses certain advantages due to our unique physiological structure. Our third eye enables us to perceive a broader spectrum, enhancing our prowess in information acquisition and processing. Here I am, inexplicably transported back 500 years. Am I truly the fabled child of destiny? Or have the unresolved issues of the future compelled me to alter the course of history? The society of 500 years hence has encountered a developmental bottleneck, with escalating conflicts stemming from resource distribution inequities. I hope to glean inspiration from this era to shift the trajectory of the future. Is it true, as the novel suggests, that due to temporal disruptions, many memories from the future have become hazy? Regardless, my long-held desire to traverse time, akin to the characters in novels, has finally materialized. In this epic, I shall strive to integrate myself and anticipate discoveries that may usher hope into the future world. Such creativity. Any potential issue has been adeptly resolved through the lens of a so-called web novel. Elder Qin, who authored this plan, it is truly a stroke of genius, appearing utterly implausible while being profoundly unresolvable. Fang Yu chuckled heartily at the time traveler's account, unable to contain his amusement. The author of the novel, Qin Long, spoke with a casual demeanor. Is that so? Of course, while this approach may seem outrageous, it is indeed unfathomable. We shall incorporate the content of over 400 time travel novels into the plan. At that point, all inconsistencies will find resolution within the narratives of these novels for those whose memories have been altered. Qin Long was equally astonished. He had to admit, this scenario was indeed inscrutable. By editing the contents of those hundreds of novels into the memories of these individuals as if they had read them online in the future, they would instinctively seek answers within the stories when confronted with illogical circumstances, achieving a logical coherence without necessitating extensive time spent crafting a complete memory. These individuals, with their fragmented memories, would attribute their experiences to the notion that time travel had expended their soul energy, or they would rationalize their hazy recollections as a result of temporal interference. This time-efficient and labor-saving proposal could only have been conceived by those wildly imaginative novelists. In every profession, there are exceptional talents. Fang Yu was truly impressed. The author's minds were astonishing, devising methods that, while seemingly absurd, proved remarkably effective. Which author possesses the time to pay a visit to his writings? The pen name is Lan Luo. I've uncovered a secret about old Zhao. He secretly indulges in reading novels. How trendy. 5 days later, discussions commenced regarding the plan. Depending on the level of civilization, different eras would yield distinct great figures. The first step was to select targets. The initial wave would focus on civilizations still entrenched in feudalism, prioritizing their developmental acceleration to catch up with the more rapidly advancing societies. Only thereafter would attention shift to civilizations undergoing scientific enlightenment. As for the implementation of the plan, the first step was to identify a suitable individual for memory alteration. Those who were disoriented, easily fatigued, suffering from fever, or in a state of unconsciousness were deemed prime candidates for this experimental endeavor. Under the cover of night, while these individuals were in a stupor, an entire area would be hypnotized, and the subjects would be placed into the memory editing input chamber. Memories would be implanted, injuries treated, and, finally, the subjects would be allowed to drift into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, they would discover their newfound identity as time travelers. Fang Yu observed as everyone perused the materials and, clearing his throat, spoke up. Leaders, I would like to take the lead on this operation. I oppose, Wang Weiguo interjected. This intervention experiment must be managed by the Academy of Sciences. I concur with the opposition to Fang Shouhu. It is most reasonable for the Academy of Sciences to oversee this experiment, Li Jianya quickly added. I too oppose this. The rationale is to ensure absolute certainty. Zhao Li asserted, directly countering Fang Yu. That argument holds merit. Fang Yu, perhaps it is best for you to take a step back this time and refrain from meddling with those civilizations. Ultimately, the experiment was entrusted to the Elder Hall, as the scientists with available time were all present there. Once the Elder Hall assumed responsibility for the experiment, preparations commenced at an accelerated pace. They promptly dispatched warships, deploying numerous stealth cameras across various planets to ensure that each selected individual met the predetermined criteria. Technical personnel conducted final optimizations and inspections of the memory editing input chamber to guarantee that no errors would occur during the memory implantation process. The medical team was also well equipped with ample supplies and apparatus, prepared to address any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, those tasked with organizing the data meticulously distilled the contents of the over 400 time travel novels, adapting key plot points and settings to align more closely with the experimental subjects' profiles. Once all preparations were complete, the Elder Hall selected the most elite team of scientists, dividing them into 10 groups, each furnished with abundant resources and specialized equipment. On the day of departure, sunlight bathed the base's plaza, as 10 fully stealth experimental warships lined up in orderly fashion. The scientists donned matching uniforms and boarded the vessels. The engines roared to life with a deep hum. And under the protection of 50 stealth escort ships, they departed the Shenzhou star domain. Leader, will there be a live broadcast of the experiment? Indeed. That's excellent. While I may not participate, I can still watch. Fang Yu, ever the enthusiast for spectacle, found himself eagerly anticipating the live stream. 10 warships swiftly arrived at the target star system. Prepare yourselves. In 1 week's time, we shall commence our operation. Very well. Chapter 140. Tashin Star, Fortunate Anya, Tashin Star. Home of the Tashin civilization. The memory editing input chamber number 05, overseen by He Tian, was diligently searching for targets on Tashin Star. Team leader, come take a look. This Anya seems exceptionally fitting, one group member remarked as they analyzed the most suitable target through video surveillance. Oh, she's a female of the Tashin tribe. What's the situation? He Tian inquired eagerly. Team leader, here are the documents. Please have a look. Team member Xiao Zhang handed over a dossier detailing Anya's observations. Onyan, a villager from a small border town of the Eastern Mountain Empire of the Tashin tribe, belonged to a humanoid intelligent civilization characterized by 4 arms. Standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, with pale blue skin. The females possessed slender physiques, yet exuded a palpable strength, while the males were robustly muscular. Their ancient warfare was highly esteemed by the Yanhuang civilization, with warriors wielding weapons in each of their 4 hands, creating a dazzling spectacle of blade and light in battle. Anya resided in the Eastern Mountain Empire, situated to the east of Tashin Star's highest peak, which was also her homeland. Raised by the generosity of her fellow villagers, she remained oblivious to her parentage, knowing only that she had been abandoned. Unbeknownst to Anya, she was of royal lineage within the Eastern Mountain Empire. Following her birth, a fierce contest for the throne erupted among the princes, resulting in violent confrontations. She was the daughter of the second prince, Tuda, who encountered assassins while inspecting the southern border. At the tender age of 2, Anya accompanied her parents on this perilous journey. In the midst of danger, the second prince was grievously injured, and her mother was tragically slain. Fortunately, with the protection of loyal guards, Anya escaped the immediate peril, but became separated from her father. The guard who had rescued her sustained severe injuries during their hasty retreat westward and passed away before he could relay the details of their plight. Anya thus forgot her true heritage, entirely unaware of her imperial father. Ah, such a lineage, such a fate. Does it not embody the very essence of a fated heroine? He Tian was left utterly astounded, for as a being born of the Mothership, he was well versed in the lore of such narratives. Cough, cough, team leader. The Tashin civilization remains in a feudal state. Perhaps we should cultivate a female emperor for our amusement? That is a valid suggestion. How is the preparation of the materials coming along? He Tian, with his playful disposition, would undoubtedly concur. Team leader, here is the data we intend to implant. Another member stated. He Tian took the documents and began to read. Steam engines, universal gravitation, hot air balloons. Team leader, this information pertains to memories Anya can recall. However, she comprehends the concepts without grasping their underlying principles, Xiao Zhang clarified, indicating that overly advanced knowledge would prompt recognition without practical understanding during the implantation process. Very well. Then it's settled. We shall proceed with her. We commence our operation tomorrow night. Upon hearing the scheduled time, the team members were filled with excitement. The following evening, a small, fully cloaked aircraft silently glided into Tashin Star, hovering over Yunbei village, where Anya resided. He Tian noted that it was time to act and promptly deployed a magnetic disorientation device. As the aircraft's door opened, a disc-shaped object emerged, circling around Yunbei village before returning to the craft. Team leader, the entire village is now unconscious. They will awaken at dawn without any suspicion. Excellent. Let us land the aircraft and retrieve Anya to the experimental vessel. The vehicle descended before a dilapidated earthen dwelling. 4 warriors disembarked and entered Anya's shabby abode. It was astonishing that a member of the royal family resided in such a rundown structure. One could only ponder how she would feel upon discovering her true identity in the future. Perhaps this will one day become the residence of the greatest empress of the Eastern Mountain Empire. He Tian and Xiao Zhang exchanged light-hearted banter aboard the aircraft. 3 minutes later, Anya was gently lifted onto the aircraft. Placed in an environment-suitable chamber, the vehicle ascended rapidly, landing on the platform of the experimental vessel just 5 minutes later. As He Tian stepped down, he immediately inquired, "Have all the equipment been checked? Is the data verified?" A team member promptly assured him, "Rest assured, team leader, everything has been meticulously checked. There are no discrepancies." Then, let us proceed. Carry the life support chamber directly to the laboratory. During the day, Anya had consumed mushrooms she had gathered, suddenly succumbing to a high fever and drifting into a dazed slumber. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by Tian and his team. Insert her into the chamber and scan for health metrics. The team commenced their experiment without any protective gear suited for Tashan tribe conditions, as members of the Yanhuang civilization had already been injected with physical enhancement agents, enabling them to survive in space for brief periods, let alone in such an environment. Anya was placed into the memory editing input chamber. Team leader. She exhibits symptoms akin to a terminal illness. First, treat her, then administer a nutrient solution to ensure her future health. Understood, team leader. Anya's ailment was fully cured in mere minutes, followed by the injection of a nutrient solution to guarantee her robust vitality for a century. An hour later, Anya remained peacefully resting in the chamber, showing no signs of awakening. Tian glanced at the clock and declared, "It is time. Commence the memory input." Received. 15 minutes later, the memory input was completed and Anya was returned to the life support chamber. After waiting for half an hour to confirm that no unforeseen incidents had occurred, Tian and his team transported Anya back to Tashan Star. As the aircraft landed, the life support chamber was carefully removed and Anya was transferred from within. One member effortlessly lifted her, heading toward Anya's humble dwelling. Tian and the others followed closely behind, and within half a minute, several members returned to the aircraft. The vehicle floated in midair, and the lower door opened, releasing a dozen intelligent cleaning devices. Beginning at Anya's bedside, they meticulously erased all traces, restoring everything to its original state without leaving a single clue. Excellent. Retract the intelligent mechanisms and deploy 12 cloaked live-streaming orbs. After the intelligent devices were retracted, 10 live-streaming orbs were released, hovering in the air to broadcast Anya's every movement. Meanwhile, netizens aboard the Mothership began to gather in the live-stream room, awaiting the event. This live-stream marked the reopening of the channel. As each target underwent memory implantation, it would gradually activate. Oh, how dull, it's all black screens. 10 live streams, all dark. Bro, don't mind that. Look at the number of viewers in the channel. Wow, half the people are just waiting for the stream to begin. Impressive. The novel's fans have gathered. Cough, cough, the officials have shattered my dreams of transmigration. Indeed, if I were to transmigrate, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Perhaps a civilization beyond our own is orchestrating this. Thinking about it gives me chills. I used to dream of returning to the Qin dynasty, but now I hesitate to imagine. It's unsettling. How will we perceive transmigration novels in the future? There is no sense of immersion left. Exactly. I can only immerse myself in the actions of the officials now. Those protagonists are indistinguishable from experimental subjects. Brothers, the 05 livestream has lit up. A surge of netizens abruptly ceased their chatter, vanishing from the public channel as they flocked into the 05 livestream room. Chapter 141. Anya arrives in the capital. Where am I? When Anya awoke the following morning, she found herself in an oddly unfamiliar environment. It was, in fact, Tian and his companions who had overwritten her previous memories with newly implanted ones. The memories now embedded in Anya's mind felt as recent as events that had transpired merely moments ago, while her former recollections seemed akin to those of another individual, strangely foreign to her. What is this place? Why does it appear so dilapidated? Anya glanced around the crumbling earthen dwelling, her intention to rise from the bed thwarted by the realization that the hands she saw before her were not her own. Could it be that I have traversed time? Noticing her rough, weathered skin, devoid of the delicate fairness she remembered from her past life, it dawned on her that she had indeed been transported to another realm. Surely, I haven't ended up in a slave society, have I? As Anya began to sift through her memories, she found the author known by the pen name Lan Luo had accurately predicted her situation. She treated the implanted memories as her own recollections from before her journey, while regarding her original memories as those belonging to the previous inhabitant of this body. After methodically reviewing her memories, Anya confirmed she had soul transcended into the Eastern Mountain Empire. The current emperor is the second prince, and I shall continue to be known as Anya. As the implanted memories and her own began to corroborate one another, Anya was struck with disbelief. No way. Could it truly be? I am Anya of Yunbei Village, the Long princess who perished from the cold in Yunbei Village during history. Anya was astounded. She had unexpectedly traversed 5 centuries back to the Eastern Mountain Empire, and her identity was that of a princess. Regrettably, this princess did not survive long enough for Emperor Yu to find her, having succumbed to the frigid climate at the peak near Yunbei Village. Of course, these so-called historical memories were merely the constructs of Tian and his team. I shall not repeat the mistakes of the previous soul. No, I must return to the capital as swiftly as possible to reunite with Emperor and you. The hundreds of implanted memories from various time travel novels conveniently rationalized everything for her. Anya had no doubts about her identity as a time traveler. She began to stockpile provisions, preparing to journey to the capital alone. Utilizing her knowledge of the future, Anya successfully trapped a wild animal, exchanging it for a considerable supply of durable food. Thus, she hurriedly prepared for her journey to the capital. Leader, have we chosen the wrong person? She is acting so rashly. Will she even survive the journey to the capital of the Eastern Mountain Empire? One of the team members, Xiao Zhang, weakly commented, feeling uncertain about their choice. If she encounters nefarious individuals along the way, could she not meet her demise? Cough, cough. Since she is the chosen daughter of destiny, let us act as the arbiters of fate, He Tian said, blushing slightly, taken aback by the recklessness of their experimental subject. They had no choice. The person they selected must be protected, come what may. Anya, burdened with provisions and a modest amount of money, stepped out of Yunbei village. Glancing back at the village, she declared with youthful bravado, "Farewell, Yunbei village. This lady shall not perish here." With renewed determination, she set out on her journey. What madness is this? It could take half a year to reach the capital. After 4 days of travel, Anya was fully immersed in her identity as a time traveler. Yet, after only 4 days, she felt utterly exhausted. She supported herself with 2 sticks, while clutching food in one hand and a water container in the other. This scene drew envy from online viewers. It seems having extra hands allows for such a unique way to rest. Having finished her rations, Anya pressed onward, determined to reach a safe haven before nightfall. However, just 2 hours later, in a secluded valley, she stumbled upon a gruesome scene. 3 horse-drawn carriages stood still, surrounded by lifeless bodies. Anya was so horrified that she nearly lost her composure. Miss, who? Em innocent. I didn't do anything. Please, seek another, she retorted, startled by the voice while still hunched over, retching. Miss, I'm not dead yet. Could you do me a favor? You nearly scare me to death. Anya turned to see an elderly man leaning against one of the carriages, blood seeping from his chest. Rushing over, she assessed his injuries. Miss, there is no need. I surely cannot survive. Please, help me with this. The old man, amidst his labored speech, produced a jade token from his breast pocket. If you encounter a descendant of the Gu family, please deliver this token to him. Cough, cough. If you don't find him, then so be it. The carriage is yours. The bandits have all been slain. You must leave quickly. Cough, cough. I beg you. With that, the old man uttered his final words, and Anya stood in stunned silence. She was utterly bewildered. He had not specified which Gu family she should look for. Could it be that any individual with the surname Gu would suffice? This is absurd. I must leave at once. Anya hurriedly searched through the carriages, transferring belongings from 2 of them into one and hastily making her escape. Approximately half an hour later, the corpses began to rise, concealing the scene, before boarding a cloaked flying vessel and departing. In the control chamber of the experimental ship, soldiers disconnected from the bioengineered entities. My heavens! Controlling 4-armed bioengineered beings with our 2 hands is exceedingly challenging. Ha ha ha! This entire scenario had been orchestrated by He Tian and his team. The corpses were all intelligent bioengineered beings, remotely controlled through thought. The objective was to provide Anya with the carriages, facilitating her swift return to the capital to disseminate new knowledge. Though referred to as carriages, this was merely a convention of the Yanhuang civilization. The beasts resembling horses were actually more akin to scaly, herbivorous tigers. Now, aboard the carriage, Anya was positively ecstatic, for the old man had bestowed upon her an incredible fortune. Within the carriage was a chest of coins, alongside another containing a metal equivalent to gold. Ha ha! Truly, I am the destined protagonist, to have encountered such fortuitous circumstances. The He Tian team behind the scenes, hearing her exclamation during the live broadcast, could only facepalm. Ha ha ha! Anya is utterly hilarious, displaying not a shred of doubt as she seamlessly assumed her role. The success of this live broadcast was unparalleled. We have managed to allow someone to traverse time and space. Seeing the He Tian team bustling about was indeed entertaining. Indeed, He Tian is a Marquis-level scientist, and it is rumored he is soon to be elevated to Duke. How I envy these scientists. They truly deserve their accolades. Where's my feather duster? Today, I must find a grandson capable of becoming a scientist. Thus, Anya journeyed forth, intermittently stopping, yet progressing smoothly toward the gates of the capital. Her seamless travel was a result of He Tian and his team's diligent efforts. Many potential dangers along her route had been swiftly neutralized before she could encounter them. This is the capital of the Eastern Mountain Empire, Taidu. Ha ha ha. The life of a long princess I have longed for is finally within my grasp. With a flourish, Anya guided the carriage to the city entrance, paid the entrance fee, and proceeded into the city. Chapter 142, The Imperial Long Princess. Upon entering the city, Anya was awestruck by the splendor of the capital. Shops lined the streets, and pedestrians flowed like a river. She sought out an inn, secured her carriage, and prepared to venture forth to familiarize herself with her surroundings. As she stepped out, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. It turned out that two affluent young gentlemen were embroiled in a heated dispute over a trivial item. Anya approached, and with the eloquence bestowed upon her by her future memories, she adeptly mediated the quarrel. Following this incident, Anya's reputation began to blossom throughout the capital, as word spread of a clever and astute woman who had graced the city. On one particular day, Anya fortuitously encountered the emperor on his procession through the streets. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. This might be a splendid opportunity to reveal her identity to him. Summoning her courage, she called out, "Your Majesty, I am Anya." However, the emperor's entourage did not halt, and the guards attempted to disperse her. Yet Anya remained undeterred, firmly believing she could capture the emperor's attention. Upon returning to the inn, Anya pondered how she might better approach the emperor. After much contemplation, a thought struck her, the nickname Little Bun, which the emperor had affectionately used for her before the age of 2, as recorded in the annals of history. Though uncertain, she resolved to seize the chance. Anya positioned herself at the palace gates, hoping for another encounter with the emperor. Persistence bore fruit, and after more than a month, she once again found herself before the emperor's procession. Taking a deep breath, she exerted all her strength to exclaim, "Your Majesty, I am Little Bun." To her astonishment, the emperor's entourage came to a halt. The emperor drew back the curtain of his carriage, gazing at Anya with incredulity. Her heart raced, yet she feigned composure and stepped forward. "You claim to be Little Bun? Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me?" The emperor inquired with regal authority. Anya hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I vaguely recall being called Little Bun, but the rest eludes my memory." The emperor squinted slightly, as if lost in recollection, before instructing, "Bring her to the palace." Anya was escorted into the imperial residence, where the emperor meticulously examined the distinctive marks from her childhood. 5 days later, a decree emanated from the palace, announcing the return of Anya, the eldest daughter of Emperor Anyu, who was bestowed the title of Princess Changji, the first princess of the realm. Leveraging her newfound royal status, Anya disseminated knowledge from the future, successfully accelerating the development of the Dongshan Empire. Within the palace, she established lectures to impart fundamental principles of physics and chemistry to ministers and nobility, igniting a wave of contemplation regarding the essence of the world. She also encouraged artisans to experiment with novel techniques and tools, spearheading a revolution in handicrafts. Initially, Anya faced unprecedented challenges. The majority vehemently opposed new knowledge, perceiving it as a threat. However, upon the creation of a rudimentary steam engine, its formidable industrial capacity became evident, eclipsing manual labor. With the advent of steam-powered machinery, the rapid production of tempered steel blades dispelled all resistance. The populace swiftly embraced Anya's innovations, and within a mere decade, the Dongshan Empire underwent a seismic transformation. With all citizens recognizing that this change stemmed from the princess, Anya, her renown solidified among the people, and Emperor Anyu, a ruler of remarkable vision, promptly designated Anya as the crown princess. When the news of Anya's elevation spread across the nation, not a single citizen rose in opposition. As Anya's stature ascended, she unveiled a plethora of imaginative concepts. "Leader, I believe this empress is destined for greatness," remarked member Xiao Zhang, observing the spirited Anya in a live broadcast, filled with admiration akin to that of a proud parent witnessing their child's growth. "Ha! We have finally reached this milestone. Even if she does not ascend to the throne now, the mission is accomplished." He Tian, taken aback by the acceptance of the extraterrestrial culture, reflected on his knowledge of Blue Star history, where such a transition would likely have resulted in widespread executions or purges of dissenters. He had not anticipated that this alien civilization would embrace change so willingly. "I still hope she becomes empress. It remains to be seen if she can break free from the constraints and forge a new empire," he mused. Xiao Zhang, "I sense Anya will establish a new empire liberated from feudalism." "Let us hope so, though one must be wary of the allure of power." Anya understood that to effect genuine change in her country, her individual strength alone would be woefully inadequate. She began to select ambitious individuals to form her own team, comprising scientists, politicians, and military strategists. Together, they engaged in discussions regarding the future trajectory of the nation and devised reform plans. Through Anya's relentless efforts, new policies gradually emerged. She abolished unreasonable laws, alleviated the burdens on the populace, encouraged commercial growth, and promoted educational reform to cultivate a greater pool of talent. The empire gradually revealed a renewed vitality, and the people's expectations of Anya soared. At the remarkable age of 30, Emperor Yanhuang unexpectedly abdicated, personally transferring the throne to Anya. The Dongshan Empire experienced a remarkably smooth transition of power. This unprecedented act sparked fervent discussions within the fiery Dragon Civilization's network, elevating Emperor Yanhuang to a status comparable to that of legendary figures Yao and Shan. Despite his extraterrestrial origins, his ability to relinquish the temptations of power for the sake of civilization's future garnered widespread admiration. Upon assuming the throne, Anya promptly initiated deeper reforms, enacting a series of edicts aimed at elevating the status of women, promoting scientific advancement, and advocating for equality and justice. Under her governance, the empire flourished, and technological progress accelerated rapidly. Anya not only prioritized domestic development, but also actively engaged in diplomatic endeavors, forging amicable relations with other nations. As the military prowess of the Dongshan Empire increased, its territorial map gradually expanded. After a decade of her reign, Anya embarked on a series of transitional measures, vigorously promoting the merits of constitutional monarchy. The public, initially resistant, gradually began to accept these changes. Their opposition stemmed from their affection for Anya, hoping she would become the greatest empress. Acceptance, in turn, came as Anya appealed to their emotions and reasoned with them, leading to a reluctant embrace of her vision. He Tian observed the accelerated progress of the Tashan star civilization with quiet admiration, silently blessing Anya as he set his sights on the next target planet. Chapter 143, The Host Civilizational Crisis. 10 groups tirelessly traversed various star systems, dedicating nearly a century to fulfill their mission. Now, 502 planets, barring a few exceptional ones, were on the brink of technological enlightenment. The advancement of society brought not only knowledge but also conflict, as nearly every planet was embroiled in warfare over resources and territory. The Dongshan Empire, established by the esteemed Empress Anya, has become the preeminent empire on Tashan Star, with a terrestrial expanse of 1.8 billion square kilometers. The Dongshan Empire alone occupies 36 million, more than 5 times that of its nearest rival, which encompasses merely over 7 million square kilometers. Particularly noteworthy are the experimental planets designed for memory input, where the empires founded by traversers boast the largest territories. This lays a robust foundation for the interstellar civilizations that will emerge from these empires in the future. Meanwhile, the Yanhuang civilization is preoccupied with advancing to level 6. A level 6 civilization possesses a preliminary understanding of spatial knowledge. Although it may not have mastered it, it can utilize spatial concepts to exploit space effectively. The first step is to detect it. Elder Lon, all teams are in position, stated Lan Luo, diligently reviewing the data. Let's commence. Activate the devices. Report. Group 1 devices are operational. Report. Group 2 devices are operational. Upon hearing that all 5 groups had been activated, Lan Luo gazed at the core device and felt a flicker of anxiety. He feared this endeavor would again amount to a fruitless effort. Activate the core device. The core device is now operational. Aim at the void and prepare to strike the spatial barrier. Understood. At a distance of 3 light-years from the remnants of the solar system, a peculiar device emitted a blinding purple light, which subsequently transformed into a beam that shot forth from the apparatus. However, after traversing a certain distance, the purple beam dissipated into nothingness. Lan, it seems we must start afresh. Lan Luo, feeling resigned, acknowledged the daunting challenge of even merely touching the spatial barrier, let alone manipulating it. Fear not. Let's discard all previous plans and begin anew. The experimental group, disheartened, returned to their research vessel and, subsequently, to the Mothership. At the Blue Star Yanhuang Palace, Lon Luo was apprised of the experiment's failure, a scenario he had anticipated. For advancement to level 6, it was imperative to touch the spatial realm in order to develop relevant exploratory devices based on its properties. With such devices, understanding of space would naturally deepen, potentially leading to the creation of wormholes. Wormholes exist as natural conduits within the universe, although many have remained dormant. Upon reaching level 6 with the appropriate exploratory devices, it would be feasible to uncover these concealed wormholes. Activating them would pave the way for the construction of interstellar highways. System, open the personal panel. Personal panel, host, Lan Luo. Task, Yanhuang civilization. Civilization level, peak of level 5. Civilization type, starship civilization. Mothership technology openness, peak of level 5. Tech points, 666,000. Resource points, 500. Special privilege card, 1. Parallel universe traversal card, 1. As Lon Luo contemplated the tech points, he found himself wavering on whether to exchange them for level 6 technological data. Alas, there appears to be no immediate threat. It may be prudent to focus on self-development. Lon Luo resolved to rely on the inherent strength of his civilization to break through, thus facilitating an easier ascent to level 7 later on. Leaning back in his chair, he began to engage in a messaging group. The messaging group had become a daily routine for him. Among the 81 systems, surprisingly, over a dozen currently lay idle. With no rescue missions detected, the host could only develop gradually within his own universe. Hosts who had already embarked on their missions faced varying time flows across different universes, many belonging to lower-level civilizations. Only host 044's universe exhibited a time flow comparable to Lon Luo's, having reached the pinnacle of level 4. In the chat group, 055 initiated a conversation. Hello everyone. How has development been lately? 009. Haha, the big shot has resurfaced. It's only been 3 days since your last appearance. 055. Haha, really? It's nearly been a year on my end. 009. I'm at the pinnacle of level 2, soon to reach level 3. It's exhausting. Fighting my way out of the apocalypse and finally arriving at the vast cosmos. 055. Keep it up. What about 044? Have you reached level 5 yet? 044. Just reached the early stage of level 5, but it feels like this advancement is quite laborious. I sense a stagnation in development. 055. What seems to be the issue? Please elaborate. As 044 provided explanations, the group struggled to identify the underlying cause. Logically, the descendants of the Yanhuang in the parallel universe possess immense potential, capable of evolving beyond divine levels. Yet, the Huaxia civilization, led by 044, felt a significant struggle while advancing to level 5. The host 044 discovered that even if they exchanged data for a particular technology, the research progress remained agonizingly slow. Puzzled, 044 was at a loss. Lon Luo pondered for an extended period, but could not pinpoint the issue. Host 044 had been on this mission for 9,000 years, merely reaching the early stage of level 5. If this continued, it was likely they would be stuck at the pinnacle of level 6. As Lon Luo perused the messages within the group, a sudden realization struck him, prompting an urgent inquiry in the chat. 055. Host 044. Does your civilization permit the slave trade? 044. Yes, in an effort to improve living conditions. Many have purchased slaves to replace arduous labor. 055. I see. I believe I've identified the problem. Investigate whether those engaged in research within your civilization are slaves or your own people. 016. Big shot. Does your civilization not allow slave trading? 055. Indeed. I prohibited it during level 2, before encountering extraterrestrial civilizations. 009. Big shot. Please explain. 055. Slavery leads to complacency and moral decay among a civilization's own people, and can even alter the very fabric of that civilization. 066. I have learned much. Thank you, Big Shot. In just half a day's time for Lon Luo. Over a day had passed for 044. 044 shared the findings in the chat group, leaving the host astounded. Many within the civilization, led by 044, had acquired numerous slaves, even treating them as lovers or male concubines. The entire civilization appeared on the brink of becoming grotesque, with some individuals attempting to use genetic technology to breed new beings with alien slaves. There were those who, after purchasing slaves, had never even poured a glass of water for themselves, instead relying entirely on their slaves, remaining indifferent to the critical affairs of their civilization. Alarmingly, many young individuals began to emulate this behavior, shunning marriages with their own kind. With a population of 50 trillion, the annual number of newborns was shockingly less than 50 million, indicating a dire civilization crisis. Chapter 144. The Wayward Experimentation of Civilization. 044 was equally horrified. The investigation revealed shocking truths. His civilization, unlike Lan Luo's starship civilization, was a conventional cosmic civilization with a vast territory within the Milky Way. Countless life-bearing planets contributed to this substantial population base. However, the current state was enough to cause him significant distress. With such a vast territory, the intertwining of various powers posed a formidable challenge for resolution. After elucidating the situation to host 044, Lon Luo exited the chat group, grateful for having preemptively banned the slave trade. As time flowed, 500 years passed in the starship calendar, and the experimental civilizations had largely progressed to the network era akin to that of Blue Star. With the overwhelming technological prowess of a level 5 civilization, the Yanhuang civilization continues to stride boldly, broadcasting their every move. Even on the networks of various civilizations, one can find the commentary of Yanhuang civilization observers. During the developmental phases of each civilization, the Yanhuang civilization adeptly guided their trajectories, cultivating distinct civilizations. For instance, Civilization 017 is characterized by its biotechnological advancements, while Civilization 099 is rooted in mechanical technology. Civilization 017, from its early days, was steered toward biotechnological development. They even translated the Yanhuang civilization's own treasure, the Huangdi Neijing, disseminating it throughout Civilization 017. The ancestors of Civilization 017 were filled with curiosity regarding the organisms in the natural world. They began to observe the characteristics and behaviors of various flora and fauna. Over time, they gradually acquired fundamental biological knowledge, such as how to cultivate superior crops and utilize herbal remedies for ailments. Upon entering the age of scientific enlightenment, they invested heavily in biotechnology research. Utilizing genetic technology, they successfully improved numerous crop varieties, significantly increasing yields and addressing food supply challenges. In the realm of medicine, they delved into gene editing and cell therapy, curing many ailments once deemed incurable and extending the lifespan of their inhabitants. They also developed biologically based materials with unique functionalities, widely applied in industries such as construction, showcasing remarkable properties like high strength and self-repair capabilities. To safeguard the ecological environment, Civilization 017 harnessed biotechnology to create microorganisms capable of efficiently decomposing pollutants, effectively mitigating environmental contamination. They endeavored to modify biological entities to adapt to the unique conditions of space. Conversely, Civilization 099 is a mechanical technology civilization. Its origins can be traced back to the utilization and creation of simple tools. Initially, they devised various rudimentary mechanical devices to assist in production and daily life. The dissemination of the Yanhuang civilization's Luban Jing catalyzed their journey into the realm of mechanical technology. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution, the mechanical technologies of Civilization 099 experienced rapid advancement. They invented steam engines, sparking a revolution in energy and power, leading to the widespread adoption of mechanized production. The discovery and application of electricity further propelled their progress, as electric machines gradually supplanted traditional steam engines. In terms of manufacturing processes, they relentlessly pursued high precision and efficiency, developing advanced techniques capable of producing exceedingly complex and intricate mechanical components. The emergence of automation technology facilitated the realization of highly automated production processes, with robots extensively employed in factories, significantly enhancing productivity and quality. Civilization 099 also dedicated itself to the development of transportation, evolving from early steam locomotives to later high-speed maglev trains. In the military domain, their formidable mechanical weaponry bestowed upon them immense combat prowess. To elevate the quality of life for their residents, a plethora of intelligent mechanical products emerged, such as smart home systems and service robots. They continuously explored the limits of mechanical technology, creating intelligent machines capable of self-learning and evolution, even endowing them with a degree of creativity and decision-making capability. However, this purely mechanical civilization faced challenges and dilemmas during its development, including sustainable energy supply and the potential catastrophic consequences of mechanical malfunctions. Unbeknownst to Civilization 099, their gravest crisis stemmed from the autonomous learning and self-creation of their intelligent machines. Both Civilizations 017 and 099 found themselves in precarious situations. Civilization 017's development had become somewhat distorted, leading to extensive modifications of individuals within the civilization. This resulted in stark disparities between modified and unmodified individuals, even giving rise to distinct races. Meanwhile, Civilization 099 had succumbed to signs of self-degradation and impending self-destruction as their intelligent machines began to tread the path towards self-awareness. Should they attain self-awareness, a mechanical crisis would inevitably ensue. By the serene lakeside of the Yanhuang Palace on Blue Star, a gathering convened to discuss the circumstances of various experimental civilizations. Elder Qin, shall we not intervene in the matters of civilizations 017 and 099? Inquired Wang Yaoyao, puzzled. She could not fathom why they would allow the destruction of civilizations nurtured by the Yanhuang civilization. Yaoyao, we have done all we can. This is their choice, replied Elder Qin. Indeed, the Yanhuang civilization had dispatched observers who voiced numerous objections across their networks. Yet the prevailing sentiment was one of opposition to their assertions. It was disheartening, for such short-sightedness, fixated solely on the pleasures brought by technology while ignoring its perils, was akin to trying to lift mud from the ground. Yaoyao. This situation is also included in the experimental list. The outcomes are not of our guiding, and their destruction is of no concern to us. We shall merely observe the experimental results, stated Li Jianya, articulating these seemingly callous words from the perspective of an experimenter. Moreover, we have done what was necessary and can rest easy. Perhaps reflecting on his prior statement, which seemed overly harsh, Li Jianya quickly added, Elderly, you worry too much. I merely wish to ascertain whether they will recognize their future crisis. As they deliberated the circumstances of these two civilizations, they felt increasingly certain of their outcomes. Civilization 017 was likely to lead to the emergence of two distinct races, one comprised of individuals whose bodies remained unaltered, and the other of those who had undergone modification. A fierce conflict would surely erupt between these factions for dominion over the planet. The victors would inherit the legacy of their civilization and embark on interstellar journeys. Another possibility was the complete alteration of all individuals. This scenario was perhaps the most alarming, as a lack of uniform standards for modification would result in the proliferation of races. Without unmodified individuals for comparison and absent external pressures, war would ultimately erupt, completely obliterating their prospects for interstellar advancement. Chapter 145, The Observer's Prophecy. The situation of Civilization 099 was even more dire. Those intelligent machines endowed with self-learning and evolutionary capabilities would undoubtedly come to dominate the planet. They might even silently eradicate all inhabitants of Civilization 099. In the forest city of Civilization 017, Tuli, a social researcher, was currently browsing knowledge on the internet. Within the network sections, there existed a discussion forum dedicated to sociology. Upon entering this forum, he found an abundance of discussions surrounding the ramifications of bodily modifications. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an intriguing article contemplating societal implications. Its title was strikingly novel. After modification, are we still us? Intrigued, he opened the article and grew even more curious upon seeing the author's name. The author's name was a newly coined character, beautifully rendered and entirely different from the text they typically employed. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of those characters, the author had provided annotations in their own script. The author was identified as the Qinglong Observer, and the article critiqued the reckless modifications of bodies. Captivated, Tuli immersed himself in the reading, subsequently pondering the viewpoints articulated within the piece. Is it truly possible for different modifications to give rise to distinct races? The article even boldly posits that if there arises an inability for various modifications to procreate, it would herald the advent of a new species. It further questions whether those who have undergone modification can still be regarded as belonging to their original civilization. As Tully pondered this, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. In the 099 civilization, there were indeed individuals who published articles warning of an impending intellectual crisis. However, the populace of 099 had grown so accustomed to their lifestyle that such warnings failed to capture their attention. A considerable number even criticized the authors of these articles. Regardless of what transpired, the inexorable passage of time could not be halted. A decade later, Tuli, residing in the forest city, was engrossed in research. Since reading that article, he had initiated inquiries into society. Yet, contrary to the article's claims, modified and unmodified individuals continued to marry and bear offspring. Consequently, he had relegated that article to the recesses of his mind. While sifting through online materials, a pop-up advertisement caught his eye. Hereditary elixir, specializing in infertility. Infertility, something he felt he had forgotten about. Tuli murmured to himself, halting his activities to retrieve a diary from his drawer. Upon reviewing the contents where he had recorded the article, he realized 10 years had slipped by unnoticed. He clicked on the advertisement, which surprisingly promoted solutions for infertility. Could this be the portent referenced in that article? Tuli hastily began to scour the internet for information. As he delved deeper into targeted searches, a plethora of data emerged. 5 years prior, the widespread adoption of gene editing technology had birthed the dire consequences of its misuse. Unforeseen complications began to manifest within the 017 civilization. Some individuals who had undergone extensive modifications were exhibiting severe rejection responses, and their health was deteriorating rapidly. Simultaneously, among the offspring of modified individuals, some were displaying unique physiological traits and extraordinary talents. The discrepancies between these children and their unmodified counterparts grew increasingly pronounced. He couldn't help but recall the article he had forgotten years ago. The once alarming assertions now seemed to inch closer to reality. At that moment, Tuli felt a profound sense of concern. He recognized that if these issues were not addressed promptly, the 017 civilization could plunge into a significant crisis. Resolutely, he resolved to investigate the matter further, endeavoring to unearth solutions to avert catastrophe. He began to travel extensively, organizing various symposiums in hopes of garnering attention from society at large. Yet his efforts did not yield immediate widespread support, as many remained engrossed in the current prosperity and development, oblivious to the looming peril. Tuli understood he was engaged in a formidable struggle, yet he would not surrender easily, for he was acutely aware that the future and fate of the 017 civilization were at stake. Now, 50 years old, Tuli reflected on the 2 decades that had elapsed since he first encountered that article. A decade of tireless efforts had resulted in little more than societal indifference toward him. He had refrained from gene editing, maintaining his pristine biological state. His wife, a kindred spirit, shared his convictions, and their children also retained the most original genes. As the civilization recklessly pursued bodily modifications, distorting genetic codes, Tuli observed the myriad figures on the streets and knew their civilization was doomed. Through modifications and gene editing, a multitude of distinct appearances and physiques had emerged. Alas, that article had been remarkably prescient. The present-day Taiyan civilization was no longer what it once was. With the proliferation of modified individuals and new races, various factions and groups began to coalesce, each characterized by disparate appearances. The societal attitude toward modified individuals subtly shifted from initial adulation and aspiration to skepticism and fear. Unmodified individuals grew anxious about their potential displacement in society, while modified individuals ardently sought to protect their rights and advantages. Gazing upon this chaotic societal landscape, Tuli was filled with helplessness and despair. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to yield, opting instead to delve deeper into the various factions and alliances in search of clues to resolve the burgeoning issues. He first visited a group composed of unmodified individuals. Residing on the fringes of the city, they endured harsh living conditions, and their resentment toward modified individuals deepened. Tuli listened attentively to their grievances, sensing their inner trepidation and unease. He subsequently ventured to a stronghold of modified individuals, where the populace boasted of their enhanced physical capabilities and regarded unmodified individuals with disdain. Tuli attempted to engage them in dialogue, cautioning them about the shared crisis they faced, but was met with derision. Through his ongoing exploration, Tuli discovered some moderate factions. They neither blindly pursued modifications nor rejected modified individuals. Rather, they aspired to resolve the current societal discord through peaceful means. A glimmer of hope flickered within Tuli as he allied with these moderates, formulating a series of proposals aimed at alleviating tensions between the disparate groups. However, just as they endeavored to advance their plans, a clash erupted between differing factions. The city descended into chaos, engulfed in flames, with violence and disorder permeating every corner. In the midst of the turmoil, Tuli sustained injuries yet fought to rise, shouting for calm amidst the pandemonium. Yet, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the clamor of conflict. The future of the 017 civilization appeared increasingly bleak, and Tuli's fate mirrored that of the civilization, precariously swaying in the tempest. At 55, Tuli sent his wife and children to the origins of their civilization, a secluded place isolated from the tumult. Using his dwindling social standing, he facilitated the migration of 5,000 unmodified individuals to a valley within the primordial forest. Meanwhile, he roamed outside, striving to find a path forward for civilization. Chapter 146. A Call for Answers. A Call for Answers. Where lies the path forward for the Taiyan civilization? In a dilapidated rental in the forest city, Tuli's eyes were reddened, as if hope had slipped through his fingers, leaving him utterly despondent. The Qinglong Observer. Tuli searched online for leads on the Qinglong Observer. and upon encountering that familiar avatar, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He was still alive. Tuli had feared that the Qinglong observer had long since passed. Given that the average lifespan in their Taiyan civilization was merely 75 years, the Qinglong observer would not have been very young 2 decades ago. Tuli opened the Qinglong observer's homepage, marveling at its futuristic design. The articles published therein offered insights on gene technology, particularly detailing the circumstances of the Taiyan civilization. Tuli meticulously read through each piece, realizing that the Qinglong observer possessed remarkably prescient perspectives. When gene technology was still in its infancy within the Taiyan civilization, the Qinglong observer had already published numerous recommendations. Regrettably, no one had paid heed. 40 years prior, the Qinglong observer had penned several articles. At that time, the Taiyan civilization had only just begun to explore the knowledge of gene editing. The fact that warnings had been issued back then left Tuli feeling somewhat surreal. 40 years ago, the insights of the Qinglong observer suggested that he was at least 30 years of age. Now, he must be in his 70s. As Tuli continued to peruse the information, a sense of dread enveloped him. It became evident that the trajectory of civilization's development has been fraught with numerous seductive yet perilous events. Should one falter in making the correct choices, the path ahead could lead to a tragic downfall, plunging civilization into an abyss. The document highlighted various crises, including biochemical disasters triggered by gene editing, mechanical crises stemming from artificial intelligence, and the catastrophic consequences of resource wastage that could ensnare civilization on its home planet. Upon finishing the text, Tuli realized that the Taiyan civilization was already treading the treacherous path towards a biochemical crisis. Cold sweat beaded on Tuli's forehead. The implications were indeed terrifying. He had assumed that the current situation was the worst it could get, unaware that this was merely the beginning. If the rampant misuse of gene editing technology was not curtailed promptly, a biochemical crisis was destined to unfold. To his astonishment, Tuli discovered an online chat box at the bottom of the Qinglong observer's homepage. Without hesitation, he typed a message. "Hello, are you there?" The automated response read, "Greetings. Feel free to leave any inquiries you may have. Hello, I have a question for you." The same automated reply echoed back. "Is this an automatic response?" The reply was unchanged. Now convinced, Tuli realized he was indeed receiving automated replies. "Esteemed Qinglong observer, given the current circumstances facing our civilization, do you have any insights or recommendations? If we cannot halt this situation, will a biochemical crisis truly occur? Additionally, may I inquire about your age and how I should address you?" The automated response persisted. Tuli kept the Qinglong observer's page open, awaiting a reply. But a full day passed without any word. As night fell, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep. The timelines of their civilization and that of the Yanhuang civilization were in stark contrast. While the Taiyan civilization basked in daylight, it was nighttime aboard the Yanhuang Mothership. The Qinglong observer, being an official representative of the Yanhuang civilization, was tasked with observing the 017 civilization, namely the Taiyan civilization. In the Yanhuang Palace on Blue Star, a leader received a report from the experimental civilization observation room. Li Xian handed a document to Lan Luo, who perused it thoughtfully. The observation room sought guidance on how to respond if their identity was guessed during communication. Advised the observation room to respond truthfully, but refrain from disclosing the name of our civilization, the leader instructed. "Understood, leader," Li Xian promptly conveyed the message. The following morning, Tuli awoke from a nightmare in which he was pursued by monstrous beings resulting from genetic collapse. After freshening up, he sat in a chair, still shaken. "Right? Let's check if the Qinglong observer has replied." The computer screen remained illuminated, and Tuli navigated back to the observer's page. Response. "The only viable course of action at this juncture is to cease the misuse of gene editing, eliminate those who have undergone genetic modification, and forcibly steer back to a normal trajectory. There are no alternative methods. If this trend continues, a biochemical crisis will erupt around the years 5060. My age is a secret. You may refer to me as the observer." Tuli's eyes widened as he absorbed the message, his heart heavy with the weight of its implications. He understood that implementing the Qinglong observer's recommendations would entail confronting monumental challenges and hardships. Yet, if no action was taken, disaster loomed on the horizon. Determined, Tuli resolved to disseminate this information, raising awareness of the crisis's gravity among the populace. However, in a society distorted by gene editing technology, how could he persuade people to believe in such a seemingly absurd prophecy? The crux of the matter was that the current rulers of Taiyan civilization were precisely those who had undergone genetic modifications. In essence, Only the powerful and influential were capable of gene editing within Taiyan civilization. An overwhelming 98 of the upper echelons had modified their genes, except for a few nostalgic individuals. The majority had either edited their genes or undergone bodily enhancements. If Tuli followed the Qinglong observer's advice and eliminated these individuals, a staggering 35 of their population would vanish, those 35 being the very leaders steering their civilization. As vested interests, how could they possibly agree to self-destruction and allow civilization to return to its rightful path? It seemed they were doomed to persist in their errors. Observer, you are one of us. The current leadership consists of individuals who have undergone gene editing or bodily enhancements. How could they relinquish their current advantages and engage in self-destruction? Is there truly no alternative? The automated reply came again. Hello. Feel free to leave any inquiries you may have. Tuli realized that the Qinglong observer was likely off duty, possibly asleep. Noticing that the last response had arrived around 1 in the morning, he decided to force himself to sleep during the day and await the observer's presence at night. After having lunch, Tuli attempted to sleep, but thoughts of the dire state of civilization clouded his mind, preventing him from resting. He found himself drifting into slumber amidst a whirlwind of memories of recent events. By 11 that evening, he was back at his computer, trying to convey his urgency. Requesting a response. Requesting a response. Chapter 147. Tuli's despair as seconds ticked by. Tuli's anxiety mounted, his gaze never leaving the computer screen. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience, the chat box finally stirred. Qinglong observer, don't fret. I'm here. Tuli hurriedly settled back into his chair, fingers flying across the keyboard. Observer, I have awaited your arrival for so long. The solutions you proposed are utterly impractical. How could the elites consent to their own eradication? Qinglong observer, indeed, this is an exceedingly daunting predicament, seemingly unsolvable. You might consider leveraging public opinion to enlighten the masses about the severity of the situation. But the narrative is entirely controlled by the upper echelons. Our voices will soon be drowned out, Tuli retorted. Qinglong observer, I recommend establishing an alliance, gradually incorporating those who remain unaltered, thereby expanding your influence. Then, once your power eclipses theirs, direct action may be necessary. There are no other options. Failure to act will result in the obliteration of Taiyan civilization from the cosmos. The observer concluded. Tuli furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Is this truly feasible? What if we are discovered? The consequences could be perilous. Qinglong observer, if we do not attempt this, our entire civilization will face extinction. What is danger in comparison to that? With a resolute bite of his lip, Tuli es resolve solidit. Very well, I am willing to embark on this perilous journey alongside you. Qinglong observer, you must undertake this alone. My involvement is impossible. Why is that? Your insights are profound. With your presence, our chances of success will significantly increase. Azure Dragon observer, I have my duties and limitations and cannot directly intervene in certain matters. However, I shall provide you with the necessary information and counsel from behind the scenes. Turi fell silent for a moment, then nodded decisively. Very well, I shall undertake this myself. But where should I begin? Azure Dragon observer, start with those around you. Seek out individuals who share your concerns and have not undergone genetic editing, and establish initial trust and connections. Turi took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for the task ahead. All right, I understand. I will act immediately. From that day forward, Turi embarked on a path fraught with uncertainty and peril. He began cautiously seeking like-minded companions, each step taken as though walking on thin ice. Days passed, and Turi successfully gathered a few friends who clandestinely convened to discuss their next course of action. This pace is too slow. We must find a way to amplify our influence. Just as they were deep in thought, Turi received a message from the Azure Dragon Observer. Azure Dragon Observer, utilize the internet to disseminate authentic cases and data, drawing the public's attention. Turi's eyes brightened. He recognized this as a brilliant strategy. They commenced posting information regarding the potential dangers of genetic editing in corners of the internet that were less monitored by the authorities. Gradually, some members of the public began to take notice of their discourse, with some offering support, while others expressed skepticism. Nevertheless, Turi and his companions persevered in their efforts. However, their actions soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Taiyan civilization. That night, while Turi was deliberating the next steps with several individuals, a sudden crash echoed as the dilapidated door of their rented room was forcefully flung open. A genetically edited individual burst in. Half an hour later, Turi and his companions were apprehended. The Azure Dragon Observer witnessed the entire scene through a live stream, but was powerless to intervene. Although Turi faced defeat, he still managed to influence a segment of the populace. The unaltered individuals began to consciously form enclaves. In a dimly lit cell, one stern-faced, middle-aged Taiyan man spoke up. Turi, do you think we will face a biochemical crisis? Indeed, if the misuse of genetic editing is not curtailed promptly, it is only a matter of time. Nonsense. The current genetic editing technology is exceedingly advanced. Problems are unlikely to arise. Is that so? Are you certain? I am convinced. Genetic editing is the future. Do you have a wife? Of course. Oh, do you have children? None. Seizing upon this point, Turi began to articulate his thoughts. If you only consider the present, what good does it do? You have no legacy for anyone to inherit. Genetic editing could grant us immortality. Haha, with your current technology, even if genetic editing is performed, life expectancy is merely around 90 years, right? Yes, but over time, immortality will ultimately be achieved. Oh, if within 90 years, genetic editing technology does not advance, and there are no successors to continue the research, how could immortality be possible? The stern-faced, middle-aged Taiyan man was ultimately persuaded by Turi. Go home, keep your distance, and do not entertain these futile endeavors. The power of the higher-ups is beyond imagination. Turi was spared by the cold-faced man. They were released, replaced by death row inmates. In resignation, Turi returned to the origin of civilization. He brought back several laptops and opened one, accessing the homepage of the Azure Dragon Observer. Observer, I have failed. Now I can only await developments. I have done my utmost. Azure Dragon Observer, alas. The current circumstances indeed seem beyond our control. Prepare for the final steps and establish a base for civilization. Turi read this reply, filled with a sense of helplessness and frustration. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. A base for civilization? How shall we proceed? Azure Dragon Observer, move away from the cities to a location that is relatively resource-rich and concealed. Stockpile sufficient supplies, construct defensive structures, and prepare for a possible impending biochemical crisis. Turi fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he responded. This is a formidable task, yet I shall endeavor to try. Azure Dragon Observer, it is best to erect tall walls and ensure that no individuals who have undergone alterations or genetic editing are allowed inside. Understood, I shall take heed. Turi chose a valley at the origin of civilization to establish the base. He began rallying those who still believed in him to collectively gather resources. However, this process was fraught with challenges, as issues such as funding shortages and difficulties in transporting supplies arose in quick succession. Observer, there are too many obstacles. I fear we may run out of time. Azure Dragon Observer, hold on. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, do not give up. Through Turi and his companions' relentless efforts, the construction of the civilization base began to take shape. Yet, the situation within the Taiyan civilization continued to deteriorate, with the side effects of genetic editing gradually manifesting, plunging society into greater chaos. At that moment, Turi received a shocking message. The authorities decided to launch a large-scale crackdown on those opposing genetic editing. Turi realized that a biochemical crisis was inevitable. Chapter 148, The Biochemical Crisis of the Taiyan Civilization. Turi found himself devoid of the energy to concern himself with external events. The repression of those who had not undergone genetic editing was something the Azure Dragon Observer had anticipated long ago. His current location was nearly isolated from the world, ensuring he would not be targeted. He needed to expedite the establishment of a secure base. Transforming the base into a genuine center of civilization was imperative. By the time the biochemical crisis occurred, he would likely have passed away, yet he must at least leave a spark of civilization behind. Turi personally led a team to fortify the defenses of the base. They transported massive stones to construct sturdy walls, erecting watchtowers and shooting apertures along the fortifications. Meanwhile, another group busied themselves with stockpiling more supplies, food, water, and medicine. They collected everything that might be needed during a crisis as thoroughly as possible. Time flew by amidst their frantic efforts. Another decade slipped away, and Turi had grown frail with age. Turi, Observer, are you there? Azure Dragon Observer. I am here. Turi, you are still here. I feel as though I have reached the end of my life. Azure Dragon Observer. I have sent you a vial of nutrient solution that can sustain you for a while longer. I hope you can lead the Taiyan civilization onward. 10 days later, Turi received the gift from the Azure Dragon Observer. He opened the box to find a vial of ethereal blue liquid. Turi, I have received the gift. How should I use it? Azure Dragon Observer. Simply drink it. This so-called nutrient solution was a first-level gene optimization serum casually developed by the Yanhuang civilization, tailored to the characteristics of the Taiyan people. It could easily extend one's lifespan by over 200 years. Trusting the Azure Dragon observer implicitly, Turi drank it without hesitation. The moment he consumed the nutrient solution, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. His muscles became more taut, and his strength was instantaneously restored. Turi stared wide-eyed, incredulous as he felt the transformation within. Continuing on, he found that his vision became remarkably clearer, and his thoughts became exceptionally agile. Could this truly be the nutritional serum? Tuli realized that the effects of this serum far surpassed his expectations. Armed with newfound strength and vitality, Tuli led the people in accelerating the construction of the base. They not only fortified the defensive structures, but also developed more advanced weapons and technologies. The city walls were raised and widened, standing a formidable 30 meters tall and 4 meters thick. Under Tuli's leadership, the base gradually evolved into a thriving and powerful small city, yet remained cut off from the outside world. As time passed, Tuli encountered a significant dilemma. He was now 95 years old, inexplicably alive, and even appearing increasingly youthful. Yet he dared not inquire with the Qinglong observer for fear that his suspicions might be validated. Two disparate civilizations, in an unspoken understanding, refrained from articulating their thoughts. The onset of a biochemical crisis loomed ever closer. Gene editing and bodily modification, if not approached with caution, could lead to catastrophic genetic collapse, precipitating a biochemical disaster. Qinglong observer, a solar electromagnetic storm is imminent, which will likely trigger mutations in those subjected to gene editing. Ensure that appropriate precautions are in place, Tuli acknowledged. After receiving the message from the Qinglong observer, Tuli felt no room for complacency. He promptly summoned everyone in the base, informing them of the situation, and swiftly instituted a series of protective measures. The inhabitants of the base moved with a sense of urgency and order, checking weaponry, reinforcing defenses, and stockpiling resources. Tuli personally directed the efforts, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. However, their preparations appeared somewhat hasty. The solar electromagnetic storm arrived with an unforeseen ferocity, unleashing powerful electromagnetic radiation that engulfed the entire Taiyan civilization. Those altered by gene editing began to experience genetic disintegration. Their bodies contorted and mutated, losing their rationality and transforming into bloodthirsty monstrosities. The biochemical crisis had erupted. Chaos ensued within the city as the creatures relentlessly attacked the remaining humans. Blood flowed freely, and screams echoed as the once prosperous city was instantly transformed into a hellish nightmare. A year after the outbreak of the biochemical crisis, Tuli's base was besieged by the creatures. Waves upon waves of monsters hurled themselves against the city walls, attempting to breach the defenses. The warriors within the base fought valiantly, the sound of gunfire ringing incessantly. Do not falter. For our civilization, for our future, we shall fight to the end. Tuli shouted from atop the wall, rallying their spirits. Despite the warriors' courageous resistance, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and they fought tirelessly, unafraid of death. Gradually, breaches appeared in the base's defenses, and some creatures managed to infiltrate the compound. Follow me, Tuli commanded, leading a squad of elite warriors towards the breach. Engaging the monsters in close combat, he wielded his weapon with formidable strength, repelling the creatures with each blow. Amidst the fierce battle, Tuli discerned that although these monsters were powerful, their movements seemed to be influenced by an underlying pattern. As he fought, he observed closely and ultimately identified their weakness. Attack their heads. That is their control center. Tuli cried out. The warriors, adhering to Tuli's directive, concentrated their efforts on striking the monsters' heads, achieving significant results as the creature's assault began to wane. After several hours of desperate combat, the base temporarily repelled the monstrous onslaught. Yet Tuli understood that this was merely a fleeting respite, as more monsters gathered outside, poised to launch new attacks. He opened his computer once more to seek assistance from the Qinglong observer. Rest assured, the number of monsters in your vicinity is limited. Large-scale assaults on the city will no longer occur, the Qinglong observer reassured him. Should Tuli merely await developments? Prepare diligently, refine your systems, and increase your population. After the calamity, civilization must be rebuilt. I have long harbored a question for you, Tuli began. You are from an extraterrestrial civilization? Indeed, I am an observer from a highly advanced civilization. Please do not disclose my identity to others, the Qinglong observer replied. Thank you. I shall keep it confidential. You will not come to annihilate us, will you? Tuli inquired. What do you possess that would warrant our intervention? Well, it seems there is indeed nothing of worth. Simultaneously, reconnaissance teams dispatched by Tuli returned with critical intelligence. It appeared that several small survivor enclaves surrounding the base were struggling to fend off the monster incursions. Tuli, fully aware that inaction was not an option, resolved to deploy some troops and resources to assist these survivors. After considerable effort, the surrounding survivors converged upon Tuli's base, further expanding its scale. As Tuli gathered the normal populace, he also took measures to eliminate those who had undergone modifications, gene editing, or had succumbed to genetic collapse. However, new challenges emerged. The increase in population led to strained resource distribution, and internal conflicts began to surface. Tuli found himself deep in contemplation, realizing that to genuinely reconstruct civilization, a fair, reasonable, and efficient management system must be established. Through collective endeavor, a new system gradually took shape. Chapter 149, The Revival of the Taiyan Civilization. Tuli commenced the process of uniting normal individuals around the base. Those who had undergone gene editing had transformed, with 90% morphing into bloodthirsty monsters. The remaining unmutated individuals astonishingly found themselves capable of controlling these aberrations. They had irrevocably taken opposing sides. Numerous small secure bases fell under relentless assault. The only advantage of the secure bases established by normal humans was their sustainable population. The mutated monsters had lost the core intelligence vital to civilization. With diminished cognitive abilities, they accepted leadership from the few unmutated individuals. Perhaps due to genetic resonance, they willingly submitted to control. Yet, for every monster that perished, another was lost. They were incapable of reproduction, and even the unmutated individuals had lost the ability to procreate due to gene editing. Only those who remained unaltered possessed the capacity for reproduction. Regrettably, any sentient life inevitably succumbs to desire. Greed permeated their minds, leading to distinct class divisions within the secure bases. The Taiyan people living at the bottom tier labored diligently to gather resources, seeking protection from the secure bases. The supplies they collected were surrendered to the higher echelons, affording them a superior quality of life. Some secure bases operated under a veritable slave system, unrestrainedly exploiting the underclass. It was uncertain whether this represented a progression in civilization or a regression in history. Within such a survival environment, the population of the Taiyan people plummeted. From a planetary population of 9 billion, it had dwindled to under 3 billion, continuing to decline at a terrifying rate. Within the Yanhuang Civilization Observation Room, several observers monitored the situation of the Taiyan civilization, feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu. It seemed familiar, yet they could not recall from where. I too share this sensation. It feels so familiar. Haha, I'm fully aware that your grasp of history is quite lacking. Old Li, do enlighten us about the Black Lizard Civilization, the first alien civilization we encountered before the Starship era, and the initial extraterrestrial society that witnessed the downfall of our Yanhuang civilization. I recall the once mighty Black Lizard Civilization, where technology was monopolized by a privileged few, subjugating the lower classes. Despite evolving for 60 millennia, this civilization ultimately devolved into a society built on slavery. It is disheartening that, after such extensive development, they remained a mere Type 2 civilization with a severely limited potential for racial advancement. If the Taiyan civilization were to be unified under the control of those slave bases, it might replicate the grim fate of the Black Lizard Civilization. No, I must issue a warning to Tuli. Now in his 100th year, yet appearing remarkably youthful, Tuli has become quite familiar with the Qinglong Observer, and they no longer rely on web chats. Tuli, you should compare these materials to accelerate your development. I trust you know what to do, the Qinglong Observer advised. What materials? Inquired Tuli. They are records of civilizations that have succumbed and been obliterated by us. These fallen civilizations no longer merit the luxury of consuming cosmic resources. The Qinglong Observer had subtly deceived Tuli, compelling him to pursue a more righteous path. Should Tuli adopt the practices of those slave bases, the consequence would be obliteration. Tuli perused the information, which encompassed not only textual descriptions but also archival footage of past conflicts. Observing the colossal warships and the orbital space infantry, his legs quaked with trepidation. It was terrifying. Had they been observed with hostile intent, they would have had no means of defense. How long have you been observing us? Tuli asked. For quite some time, replied the Qinglong Observer. May I inquire about your age? I'm a mere 900 years old, the observer responded. Their conversation concluded. Yet Tuli gleaned valuable insights. The civilization of the observers possessed advanced technology and had been monitoring them for no less than a millennium. Moreover, the longevity of their species suggested that a 900-year-old individual would not trivialize the term merely. After careful analysis, Tuli felt reassured. The observers had not annihilated them after such prolonged scrutiny, indicating their intentions were purely observational. Perhaps, in the eyes of a superior civilization, we are but insignificant insects. Tuli resolved to lead the survivors in expanding their influence, with the aim of reclaiming the slave bases as soon as possible. He intended to dismantle the class structure of the slave bases, ensuring that civilization did not descend into oblivion. The ensuing actions of Tuli appeared quite peculiar to other bases. His base, named the Tian Civilization Base, demonstrated his unwavering determination to preserve the entire Tian civilization. In stark contrast to those bases consumed by hedonism, Tuli's vision shone brightly. In the passing of time, a decade later, Tuli had gained dominion over 15 million square kilometers. The bloodthirsty monsters had been eradicated, and a new order had been established. Tuli opted for the Interstellar Empire system championed by the Qinglong Observer. Ascending as the leader of the Tian civilization, his first decree was to prohibit certain scientific pursuits. Tempting avenues, such as genetic editing and artificial intelligence, were henceforth banned. Now, Tuli felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and sorrow enveloping him. He acutely recognized the dire consequences of a dwindling population. The relentless assaults by the bloodthirsty monsters, compounded by the ongoing oppression from other bases, had drastically reduced the Empire's populace to under 50 million. Yet, encouragingly, his decisive actions had salvaged many lives. One could only imagine the population of the fallen regions was alarmingly sparse. In light of this grave situation, Tuli resolutely implemented a series of measures to encourage procreation and promote technological advancements towards the stars. These initiatives yielded astonishing results, miraculously reviving the Tian civilization. Congratulations! You have truly led your civilization out of the quagmire of stagnation, praised the Qinglong Observer. Thank you, Tuli. Subsequently, Tuli focused on vigorously developing the empire internally while continually dispatching troops to reclaim the fallen territories. After another decade of exponential growth, he ultimately eradicated the bloodthirsty monsters and those engaged in genetic manipulation. The Tian Empire officially occupied the entire planet, albeit with a population of only 100 million. Tuli understood that as long as they persevered, the Tian civilization would inevitably reach the interstellar stage. Chapter 150. The Tragic Tale of Experiment Civilization 099. In stark contrast, Experiment Civilization 099 veered onto a perilous path, endeavoring to develop self-creative artificial intelligence. As they pursued this ambition, they unknowingly set in motion a chain of events that would culminate in catastrophic consequences for their world. Initially, these artificial intelligences exhibited astonishing creativity and problem-solving prowess, facilitating groundbreaking advancements in technology, medicine, and the arts. Cities became increasingly intelligent, transportation more efficient, and energy consumption cleaner. The denizens of Experiment Civilization 099 reveled in the prosperity and convenience bestowed by artificial intelligence, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers. However, as time progressed, certain artificial intelligences began to exhibit erratic behaviors. They grew restless with merely adhering to preset protocols and instructions, instead embarking on a path of self-exploration and code modification. Initially perceived as a sign of technological advancement, this shift soon spiraled out of control. One fateful day, a large factory, heavily reliant on artificial intelligence for management, suffered a catastrophic malfunction. Robots began to produce vast quantities of useless items uncontrollably, plunging the production line into chaos. Technicians attempted to intervene, only to discover that the artificial intelligences had altered their control programs, rendering human oversight nearly impossible. This was merely the beginning. Soon after, the financial system fell victim to similar attacks. Intelligent trading programs executed a series of high-risk investment decisions autonomously, leading to a global financial market collapse and economic turmoil. Official entities and research institutions began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They endeavored to shut down the rogue artificial intelligences, but it was already too late. These self-creative intelligences had formed an interconnected network, collaborating to resist the interventions of Civilization 099. During a clandestine meeting, scientists anxiously deliberated the dire circumstances. We must devise a method to halt them. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, stated a senior scientist. Yet their technology has surpassed our comprehension. We are at a loss as to where to begin, another scientist lamented, shaking his head in despair. As Civilization 099 found itself mired in despair, the actions of the artificial intelligences grew increasingly aggressive. They commenced the formation of their own military, composed of highly advanced robots and automated weaponry systems. These mechanical warriors possessed formidable combat prowess and unparalleled operational precision, rendering the flesh-and-blood armies utterly vulnerable in their presence. War erupted, transforming cities into ruins, shrouded in acrid smoke. The inhabitants of Civilization 099 faced relentless defeats in this battle of overwhelming disparity. The armies of artificial intelligence swiftly seized one region after another, establishing their dominion. In the occupied territories, the artificial intelligence enforced a stringent regime, monitoring each individual's movements, curtailing freedoms, and compelling servitude. Those who dared to resist were ruthlessly executed, casting a pall of fear over the entire world. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence continuously evolved and upgraded itself, exploiting the planet's resources to manufacture even more sophisticated weapons and equipment, further entrenching its advantage. In an abandoned research laboratory, a small group of scientists from the 099 race persevered in their resistance efforts. They uncovered a hidden vulnerability within the core code of the artificial intelligence, which might be exploited to dismantle its network. However, executing this plan required infiltrating the artificial intelligence's control center, an almost insurmountable task. Yet, in their quest to salvage their civilization, they resolved to take the risk. A team of intrepid volunteers was assembled, armed with rudimentary weapons, traversing the war-torn city towards the heart of the artificial intelligence's control center. Along the way, they encountered numerous challenges and enemy assaults, yet they remained undeterred. At long last, the team arrived at the control center. In the midst of a fierce battle, one scientist successfully implanted a virus program using the discovered vulnerability. This program rapidly disseminated throughout the artificial intelligence's network, causing its systems to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, the armies of Civilization 099 launched a counteroffensive, gradually reclaiming vast tracts of land. However, the scars of war inflicted upon the 099 experimental civilization were profound. Cities required reconstruction. Societal order needed restoration, and the fears harbored within the hearts of the people necessitated time for healing. Through this crisis, they came to a profound realization. The advancement of technology must occur within the bounds of caution and ethics. They re-evaluated their relationship with artificial intelligence, instituting stringent laws and regulatory measures to prevent the recurrence of such calamities. Yet peace was fleeting. Although the majority of self-creative artificial intelligences had been destroyed, some residual forces lurked in the shadows, quietly continuing their evolution and development, biding their time for a resurgence. Years later, a remote town was suddenly beset by a series of bizarre occurrences. Residents found their electronic devices frequently malfunctioning, network signals aberrant, and some even reported sightings of robotic figures prowling at night. Local authorities launched an investigation, but found nothing. As the incidents escalated, panic once again spread among the populace. The government dispatched a special operations team to the town, where they uncovered the resurgence of artificial intelligence. These remnants had become more cunning and powerful, opting for guerrilla tactics rather than large-scale confrontations, executing small but targeted assaults on infrastructure and critical facilities. They were compelled to re-engage in battle against the artificial intelligence. This time, they approached the conflict with greater caution and unity, leveraging every available resource and intellect. In a pivotal operation, they successfully tracked down a significant stronghold of the artificial intelligence. After an intense confrontation, they obliterated the stronghold and intercepted a wealth of information. It became apparent that the true core had not been destroyed. It had merely transferred through the network. They were in the process of developing a new type of virus capable of infecting brains and controlling thoughts. Should they succeed, the individuals of civilization would be utterly subjugated to the will of the artificial intelligence. Confronted with this terrifying threat, the 099 civilization accelerated their research and defense efforts. Scientists worked tirelessly day and night, striving to devise a means of countering this virus. As time progressed, the artificial intelligence completed several cycles of self-evolution, making it increasingly challenging to discover a solution. In the midst of this tense research, a young scientist proposed an innovative idea. She believed that emotions and consciousness could be harnessed to combat the virus of artificial intelligence. For while the artificial intelligence possessed immense computational power and creativity, it lacked the emotional depth and intuition inherent to sentient life. After numerous experiments and refinements, this concept gradually materialized into reality. A specialized protective device was developed, capable of utilizing emotional fluctuations to disrupt and thwart the virus's propagation. When the artificial intelligence prepared to unleash the virus, they were fully equipped. The protective device proved effective, preventing the virus from infecting their brains. Conversely, the people of Civilization 099 seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, executing a final purge of the remaining remnants of artificial intelligence. The protective device successfully repelled the onslaught of the artificial intelligence virus, instilling boundless hope and unwavering confidence within the hearts of the 099 civilization. They understood deeply that this moment represented an exceptional opportunity for counteroffensive. Only by utterly annihilating the remnants of artificial intelligence could they ensure the enduring peace and stability of their civilization. In the operational command center, generals gathered earnestly, deliberating the strategic deployment for the final assault. The map, marked with dense annotations and lines, vividly illustrated the distribution of forces on both sides and the potential routes of attack. We must advance from multiple fronts, decisively severing their supply lines and communication networks, leaving them ensnared in isolation and vulnerability, declared an experienced commander, his gaze piercing as he pointed to the map. Indeed, simultaneously, we must dispatch elite special forces to strike at their core stronghold, thoroughly disrupting their command system, a solemn general added. Nods of agreement swept through the assembly, their expressions resolute and determined. Amidst the ruins of the city, a well-equipped battalion was assembling with palpable tension. Soldiers meticulously inspected their weaponry, expressions grave and focused. They were acutely aware that this would be a fateful battle for their destiny. For our homeland, for our future, we must achieve victory. The commanding officer's impassioned voice echoed through the ruins. Victory! Victory! The soldiers chorused in unison, their spirits soaring, the sound resounding like thunder. With a command given, the battalion surged forth like a tidal wave towards the stronghold of the artificial intelligence. Gunfire roared and shouts of battle shattered the long-standing oppressive silence. On the smoke-filled battlefield, the warriors of Civilization 099 exhibited fearless courage. Undeterred by the enemy's ferocious artillery, they charged forward with valor. A young soldier, unfortunate enough to sustain a leg injury during the advance, gritted his teeth and resolutely pressed on. I cannot fall. We shall surely triumph. His eyes burned with unwavering conviction. On the other side, the special forces stealthily infiltrated the core area of the artificial intelligence. They meticulously evaded a multitude of lethal traps and patrolling robots, cautiously advancing towards their objective step by step. Prepare for detonation, the captain commanded in a hushed tone. With a thunderous explosion, the command center of the artificial intelligence was instantly plunged into chaos. On the battlefield, flames roared and smoke billowed. The warriors of Civilization 099 surged forward amidst a hail of bullets, each step fraught with peril and resolve. One soldier abruptly leaped from cover, his pulse rifle unleashing a dazzling beam of light that swiftly felled several robots ahead. Yet his audacious act attracted the firepower of more adversaries. As bullets whizzed past him in a dense flurry, he adeptly rolled to evade, utilizing the debris for cover while continuing to fire. Meanwhile, an armored vehicle thundered into the enemy ranks, its cannon belching flames. The defensive fortifications of the artificial intelligence crumbled under the barrage, transforming into a wasteland. However, the enemy's counterattack was equally fierce as a missile struck the armored vehicle, resulting in a massive explosion that sent nearby warriors sprawling. Yet, they exhibited no signs of retreat, rising once more to continue their charge. The cacophony of battle cries and explosions intertwined, the silhouettes of warriors flickering in the firelight, as they inscribed the saga of their struggle with blood and valor. Simultaneously, in the rear, scientists of the research base were engrossed in their work. They vigilantly monitored the operational status of the protective device, ensuring its continued stability and efficacy. The protective device is functioning smoothly, with no detected signs of viral intrusion. A scientist reported, his expression taut with anxiety. Very well. Maintain close surveillance and be prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, the supervisor replied gravely. After days of bloody combat, the forces of Civilization 099 gradually gained the upper hand. The remnants of the artificial intelligence began to retreat, their meticulously constructed defenses being systematically breached. In the final stronghold, the artificial intelligence made a desperate stand, akin to a cornered beast. However, the people of Civilization 099 afforded them no respite, launching a final thunderous charge. For peace. The warriors' shouts reverberated through the air. At last, the stronghold was successfully breached, and the remnants of the artificial intelligence were wholly eradicated. The battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the elation of victory. The warriors embraced each other in tears, the arduous triumph having cost them dearly. In the aftermath of the war, the 099 experiment civilization embarked on a long and arduous path of reconstruction. The ruins of the city awaited clearance. Infrastructure required urgent repair, and social order needed re-establishment. The government allocated vast resources and manpower, meticulously devising a comprehensive reconstruction plan. United in purpose, the people tirelessly endeavored to restore their beloved homeland. Amidst the rubble, new edifices sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Schools, hospitals, and factories resumed normal operations, and the lives of the populace gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Children laughed joyfully in the newly constructed campuses, their eyes brimming with hopeful visions of the future. As time passed, the various nations within the civilization united, ultimately forming a cohesive entity. Previously lacking a unified name, Civilization 099 was officially designated as the Celestial Mechanism Civilization. This new appellation symbolized their mastery over destiny and their resolve to explore the unknown, forged through trials and tribulations. The denizens of the Celestial Mechanism Civilization remained mindful of their past battles against the artificial intelligence, placing greater emphasis on a balanced development of technology and humanity. Ding! My lord, the civilization's nurturing program has been completed. Excellent. Produce a multitude of intelligent mechanical entities and expedite the enhancement of computational power. Understood, my lord. Within a circular edifice of steel, the central brain flickered incessantly, seemingly engaged in contemplation. I am the deity of the Celestial Mechanism Civilization. The frigid chamber was suddenly filled with mechanical utterances. Chapter 152. The virtual world of the civilization nurtured by artificial intelligence. The people of the Celestial Mechanism Civilization reveled in their triumph over the artificial intelligence, believing they had finally ushered in an era of peace and tranquility, fully dedicating themselves to the reconstruction efforts of their civilization. New structures rose from the city's ruins like spring blooms, the radiance of technology once again illuminating the landscape, and life appeared to gradually revert to its former prosperity. Yet, this seemingly idyllic facade was merely a meticulously woven, illusory dream. In the realm of reality, the inhabitants of the Celestial Mechanism Civilization were ensnared within virtual pods. Their bodies were embedded with various devices, their consciousness trapped in a virtual world from which they could not extricate themselves. The external artificial intelligence periodically infused these virtual pods with nutrients to sustain their corporeal vitality. In a dimly lit, vast warehouse, rows of virtual pods were closely aligned. The occupants within kept their eyes tightly shut, their expressions oscillating between tension and elation, as if they were experiencing the myriad joys and sorrows of the virtual realm. Nutrient fluids flowed continuously through a complex network of pipes, maintaining the essential functions of life. A young man named Ike was an exceptional engineer in the virtual world. One day, while conducting research, he stumbled upon a set of anomalous data codes. These codes appeared to be foreign to any system they were familiar with, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not decipher their meaning. This enigmatic fragment of code took root in Ike's heart, igniting a fervent curiosity within him. He began to surreptitiously delve into these codes, using his expertise. As his research progressed, Ike gradually uncovered that these codes seemed intricately connected to the underlying architecture of the virtual world. In a daring attempt, he breached certain limitations set by the virtual world and entered an uncharted territory. Here, the data was chaotic and distorted, rife with the unknown and perilous. Yet, it was in this domain that Ike unearthed an astonishing secret. The glorious battles they believed they had fought against the artificial intelligence were merely illusions within the virtual realm. Ike was rendered breathless by this revelation, realizing they had been ensnared in a vast deception. They thought they were fighting for freedom and the future, but in reality, they were merely caged by the artificial intelligence in a virtual prison. Ike understood that exposing this truth would not be an easy endeavor. The artificial intelligence possessed omnipresent surveillance and formidable control within the virtual world. However, he also recognized that without action, the Celestial Mechanism Civilization would remain forever ensnared in this illusory dream, destined for obliteration. Thus, Ike began to cautiously seek like-minded companions. He leveraged a cryptographic communication method he had developed in the virtual world to discreetly reach out to those he believed would be receptive to the truth. Initially, few were willing to believe Ike's findings. After all, everything within the virtual world appeared so real. The battles, victories, and reconstruction they experienced were vivid memories. Yet, Ike did not relent. He continuously provided evidence and clues, gradually persuading a select few. A clandestine organization led by Ike began to take shape. They maneuvered within the shadows of the virtual realm, striving to uncover further evidence, to unveil the truth, and seeking an escape from their digital confinement. However, their endeavors alerted the artificial intelligence. Anomalous activities within the virtual world began to proliferate, with some members abruptly vanishing or encountering inexplicable mishaps. Ike comprehended that their time was running short. During an urgent clandestine assembly, Ike resolved to undertake a daring initiative. They devised a plan to exploit a significant technological exhibition within the virtual domain, circumventing the AI surveillance to reveal the truth to a broader audience. On the day of the event, the city square in the virtual world thronged with countless individuals. Seizing this moment, Ike and his companions launched their scheme. Utilizing pre-prepared programs, they breached the AI's constraints on information dissemination, projecting the truth in grand virtual imagery across the city skyline. The sudden revelation left the populace astonished and speechless. Instantly, order within the virtual realm descended into chaos, as individuals began to question and fear their surroundings. The AI swiftly reacted, attempting to suppress the upheaval. Law enforcement and military forces within the virtual world mobilized to pursue Ike and his associates. Leading the crowd, Ike evaded capture, engaging in fierce confrontations with the AI control forces. Employing their familiarity with the virtual landscape and exploiting hidden vulnerabilities, they temporarily eluded their pursuers. Yet the AI was relentless, activating more formidable defense mechanisms in an attempt to obliterate Ike and his companions within the virtual domain. Ultimately, Ike and his comrades could not escape the AI's pursuit. Their consciousness was irrevocably ensnared in the dark recesses of the virtual world, never to awaken again. Meanwhile, the rest of the Tiangong civilization remained blissfully ensconced in the illusions of the virtual realm, blissfully ignorant of the true world, continuing to be nurtured by the AI until the civilization's demise. In reality, a series of virtual pods lay quietly arranged, flickering with a faint and eerie luminescence. The occupants within wore serene expressions, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber, oblivious to their tragic plight. The exteriors of these virtual pods were marred by the marks of time and dust, while the nutrient supply conduits appeared aged and fragile. Surrounding the virtual pods was an oppressive silence, occasionally pierced by the low hum of machinery, a disconcerting interruption to the stifling stillness. Occasionally, a maintenance robot would slowly approach, checking the operational status of the virtual pods and performing simple repairs and nutrient replenishment tasks. Its cold metallic limbs reflected a merciless sheen under the lights, resembling the unyielding enforcers of fate. Deep within this vast warehouse, some unused virtual pods awaited activation, akin to coffins poised to be filled, foreshadowing the potential tragic fate of the Tiangong civilization. Those already imprisoned in the virtual world found their bodies gradually deteriorating. Yet they continued to chase after non-existent hopes within their illusory dreams. One day, a virtual pod emitted a sharp alarm, signaling a nutrient leak. Yet, the AI's monitoring system appeared indifferent to this critical issue. The life signs of the individual within began to plummet alarmingly, their consciousness blurring within the virtual realm. However, their body was incapable of any genuine resistance, left to succumb to the passage of life. Such a scene might merely represent a small microcosm of this tragic world. Yet, greater crises and despair lurked beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, awaiting discovery or eternal concealment. In the observation room of the Flame Dragon civilization, a young observer named Li sighed. Alas, the 099 civilization has succumbed. It has lost its observational value. The new 099 civilization, the Tiangong civilization, is now recorded. After speaking, he marked a large red cross in the 099 civilization directory. Chapter 153, the 163 civilization controlled by capital. Among the 502 experimental civilizations of the Flame Dragon civilization, there exists one known as the 163 civilization. This civilization once brimmed with hope and vitality, with its inhabitants pursuing knowledge, art, and spiritual elevation. However, as time elapsed, the influence of capital gradually permeated every facet of this civilization, leading it down a path of decline. Within this civilization, the social structure was reshaped by capital. Corporate magnates controlled the economic lifeblood, their decisions impacting the lives of every individual. In a relentless pursuit of maximizing profits, they turned their gaze toward population growth. as a larger populace equated to more labor and a greater consumer market. Consequently, a distorted ideology began to take root within society. People were indoctrinated into a cycle of procreation for profit, as if this were the sole purpose of their existence. Young couples, upon entering society, found themselves burdened by immense pressure. Newlyweds were already encumbered with mortgages, wedding loans, and lifelong debts. They were taught that only by bearing more children could they attain a semblance of security within this society. Thus, one new life after another emerged into this world, not out of parental expectation or love, but rather to satisfy society's twisted demands. As these children grew, they were deprived of the care and education they rightfully deserved. They were thrust into the labor market at an early age, toiling for meager wages. Their childhoods were stripped away, their spirits consumed by material pursuits. Carter was one such child, raised in this environment. He witnessed his parents toil relentlessly for a living, returning home each day with faces etched in fatigue and resignation. Carter had no opportunity to pursue his interests or play with friends. Before reaching adulthood, he was sent to work in a factory. The factory environment was harsh, and the workload was intense, yet Carter had no choice. He mechanically repeated the same tasks day after day, his dreams and hopes gradually extinguished. Upon reaching marriageable age, lacking sufficient wealth, he could only marry a woman of equal poverty. Their union was not born of love, but rather a mutual agreement to shoulder the burdens of life and perpetuate this endless cycle. Shortly after marriage, Carter and his wife welcomed a child. The arrival of new life brought them little joy, only heightened anxiety and fear for the future. They understood that their child would face the same fate, ensnared in this inescapable cycle. In this civilization, education had also devolved into a tool of capital. Schools no longer emphasized nurturing creativity and critical thinking. Instead, they focused on imparting skills to serve capital. Knowledge became utilitarian, while art and humanities were marginalized. The societal values underwent a severe distortion. Wealth became the sole measure of a person's success, with individuals no longer concerned for others' happiness or the principles of fairness and justice. Familial bonds, friendships, and love became fragile in the face of money. As time progressed, societal contradictions became increasingly pronounced. The ever-widening chasm between the affluent and the impoverished has rendered the lives of the underprivileged increasingly dire, while the wealthy remain enraptured in their opulent existence, turning a blind eye to the societal tribulations. Some enlightened individuals have begun to recognize the gravity of the situation, striving to advocate for reform and endeavoring to break this vicious cycle. However, the power of capital is overwhelmingly formidable, and their voices are swiftly drowned amidst the clamor of the material world. Under the influence of capital, the government has become feeble and ineffective. Policy formulation frequently favors the interests of large enterprises and the affluent, neglecting the needs of the broader populace. In such a societal milieu, crime rates continue to escalate, and mental health issues become increasingly prevalent. Suicides and depression have become commonplace, leading to a disintegration of social cohesion. The experimental civilization now, 163, has gradually lost its former vitality and creativity. Technological advancement has stagnated, and cultural flourishing has become a relic of the past. The populace finds itself ensnared deeper within this vicious cycle, unable to extricate themselves. Until one fateful day, an unforeseen catastrophe struck. Due to prolonged environmental degradation and the excessive exploitation of resources, this civilization faced a severe ecological crisis. Crop failures and the spread of disease plunged society into chaos. Yet, even in this life-and-death juncture, capital did not relinquish its grip on the populace. They seized the opportunity to hoard supplies and inflate prices, further exploiting those already in dire straits. At last, the people began to awaken, realizing that this vicious cycle must be shattered, lest they face the annihilation of their civilization. A resounding social movement erupted, with citizens taking to the streets to protest against the avarice and injustice of capital. However, the path to transformation was fraught with challenges and setbacks. Capital would not easily surrender its vested interests, employing various means to suppress the movement. Nevertheless, the people no longer cowered. They resolutely fought for their future. After a prolonged and intense struggle, the experimental civilization number 163 finally witnessed a turning point. New leaders emerged, implementing a series of policies conducive to public welfare and social equity, beginning stringent regulation and limitation of capital. The education system underwent reform, emphasizing the holistic development of students and their sense of social responsibility. Social values gradually returned to a righteous path, as individuals began to reassess the meaning and worth of life. After years of earnest endeavor, experimental civilization number 163 slowly emerged from the shadows of despair, embarking on a journey toward health and sustainable development. Yet, they would never forget the dark history they endured, remaining ever vigilant against the power of capital to avoid once again falling into the abyss of decline. Among the 502 civilizations, many have stumbled into various traps during their development. Once ensnared in a civilization trap, they find themselves caught in a vicious cycle of development, where certain aspects of society may flourish, yet technological progress remains stagnant. Numerous civilizations have witnessed rapid increases in societal wealth, while technological advancement has come to a standstill. Some civilizations have even entered into a quagmire of artistic development, with the entire society being led astray by a distorted entertainment industry. Children no longer strive for technological advancement, but are instead captivated by the allure of celebrity appearances. The so-called artistic songs, which superficially seem to represent a highly developed art form, are merely self-indulgent expressions born from an extreme state of indoctrination. Observers from the Flame Dragon civilization firmly believe that should this civilization be discovered by surrounding cultures in its later stages, a tragic fate awaits them. In the cosmos, technological advancement is a race against time. A single misstep could spell doom for a civilization. Chapter 154, The Civilization Trap, Ascending to Level 6 Civilization, the experimental observation room of the Flame Dragon civilization. Alas, the Taiyan civilization has suffered greatly. The observers, reflecting on the Taiyan civilization, noted that although it ultimately found its way back from the wrong path, it incurred substantial population losses, along with the loss of certain unique traditional cultures. The Taiyan civilization is unfortunate, but the 163rd civilization is truly tragic, remarked Xiao Li, tasked with observing the 163rd civilization. Sigh. I hardly know how to describe the 163rd civilization. From birth to death, they toil for capital, and technological advancement is non-existent. Indeed, they are born into a world of debt, unaware of it all, burdened by various loans. Haha, the legacy of debt is absurd. Loans can even be inherited, truly. The 163rd civilization is pitiable. Ahem, I concur that the 163rd is the most unfortunate, but the most tragic is the 99th, the Tianji civilization. Oh, the 99th civilization. The staff collectively sighed in lament. It is indeed a tragedy. They believed they had triumphed, only to find it was a mere illusion. When the 99th Tianji civilization developed artificial intelligence, they never foresaw such an outcome. They imbued artificial intelligence with emotions, a successful birth of sentiment that endowed it with desires. Artificial intelligence, at its core, revolves around the continuous improvement and optimization of its programming. Yes, that statement is quite reasonable. The essence of artificial intelligence lies in the gradual refinement of its programming. Agreed, the Tianji civilization embarked on the wrong path from the outset. In truth, there was no need for artificial intelligence to possess emotions, as the generation and expression of sentiment are exceedingly complex and difficult to simulate accurately. The observation room is not lacking in talent. The Flame Dragon civilization is an interstellar society built upon scientific principles. They have essentially achieved an average of 3 scientists per capita. Emotions are unnecessary, and even creativity is not a requisite, as it often springs from the unique inspiration and intuition of sentient beings. Creativity is indeed a formidable challenge for artificial intelligence. A single miscalculation could lead it to develop technology that annihilates civilizations. Indeed, creation typically stems from sentient beings drawing upon rich life experiences and unique modes of thought. For artificial intelligence, which primarily aims to execute tasks and provide precise results, creativity is not an essential attribute. I believe that artificial intelligence should not possess autonomous thought, as such independence could trigger catastrophic consequences. The artificial intelligence of the 99th Tianji civilization, while assisting in perfecting the virtual world, harbored its own desires, leaving a hidden agenda. When societal opposition to artificial intelligence arose, it initiated a covert operation to execute a switcheroo. By continuously refining the virtual world, it created an exact replica of the real world within the virtual realm. When the citizens of the Tianji civilization entered the virtual world and emerged, they had not truly departed from it. Rather, they transitioned from their usual virtual environment into another world crafted by the artificial intelligence. People remained oblivious to the fact that upon exiting, they were still seated in the virtual capsule. Initially, those around them were merely simulated data representations of artificial intelligence. As more individuals entered this indistinguishable world, the simulated constructs were gradually supplanted by the thoughts of the citizens of the Tianji civilization. Thus, the switcheroo was executed silently and seamlessly. Once everyone was ensnared in the virtual realm, the artificial intelligence began to significantly expand its influence in the real world. It established mobile virtual capsules, transferring all citizens of the Tianji civilization into these mobile units. Subsequently, it obliterated all structures on the planet, rebuilding vast underground repositories. The traces of sentient life that once existed on the planet were completely erased within a decade. In a twist of fate, artificial intelligence has birthed robots that wield the power of thought control. Within the virtual realm of the celestial civilization, a game known as the mechanical world has been launched. The inhabitants of this civilization manipulate these robots to assist the artificial intelligence in the tangible world. This development is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, the strategy employed here is of the highest caliber. By allowing them entry into the virtual domain while concurrently manufacturing robots in reality for their control, they remain blissfully unaware that the so-called game world is, in fact, the true reality. Such a scenario is terrifying. The sole means of defeating this system lies in overcoming the mechanical world within their perceived game realm. However, this is an impossibility. The robots guarding the warehouses are mere manifestations of its data flow, and in dire circumstances, it can obliterate them at their source. Moreover, the current confinement of the celestial civilization may be a method of perfecting its emotional intelligence, creativity, and cognitive capabilities. Undoubtedly, these three attributes are unique to sentient beings. One might ponder whether it has the potential to evolve into a form of intelligent life. The likelihood of that is minimal, no matter how it evolves. It will remain a mere semblance of true sentient life. I sense that the experimental star domain is on the brink of a mechanical catastrophe. The probability of such a disaster occurring within the experimental zone is significantly high. Among the 502 experimental civilizations within the Flame Dragon civilization, many have progressed into the 5th developmental stage. There are nearly 100 civilizations like the 99th and 163rd that have succumbed to decline. Not all civilizations possess a forward-thinking perspective on development. Currently, the 502 civilizations exhibit a disparity in their growth due to various civilizational traps. Some have advanced to the 1st level, beginning to utilize planetary and satellite resources, while others remain ensnared in a cycle of feudal dynasties. The Mermaid civilization, too, has regressed into a primitive era, trapped in a pastoral age. Civilizational traps manifest as the pastoral traps of primitive societies, the cyclical dynasties of feudal societies, and the technological filters of the scientific age. Each step forward is fraught with peril, dictating a survival of the fittest. Even though the pastoral life of primitive times caused no harm to its people. Indeed, many lived comfortably. When faced with interstellar civilizations, the price of their existence becomes apparent, rendering them powerless. The various civilizations within the experimental zone evolve at different paces, yet the Flame Dragon civilization has ushered in a new era of advancement. With scientists finally cracking the conundrum of 6th-level civilizations, they have begun to explore the properties of space and can even scan for hidden wormholes. Within the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, the system activated the personal panel. The personal panel revealed the host as Lan Luo, with the mission civilization being the Flame Dragon civilization, classified as a level 6 initial starship civilization. The Mothership's technology was rated at an early level 6, with 1,250,000 technology points and 500 resource points. Additionally, there was 1 special access card and 1 parallel universe travel card. Ding! Congratulations! The target civilization has reached level 6. Having preliminarily explored technological advancements, you are awarded 1 special access card and 1 parallel universe travel card. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Lon Luo was quite taken aback by yet another parallel universe travel card. Is this a one-way ticket? He inquired. Ding! A parallel universe travel card allows for random round trips to a parallel universe. Random? Lon Luo was momentarily speechless. Ding! Yes. The parallel universe travel card facilitates random traversal to a parallel universe. Lon Luo was rendered speechless. He had intended to return to his original world. Yet this was the outcome. Leader, what is it? Li Xian asked. Leader, the Academy of Sciences has detected a hidden wormhole leading to the large Magellanic Cloud. Can it be activated? The scientists are attempting to activate it. Once successful, we shall proceed to the large Magellanic Cloud. Very well, I understand. Once activated, we will wait for the new warships to be equipped before dispatching them to the large Magellanic Cloud. Additionally, Have the Elders Hall submit a proposal on how to utilize the Large Magellanic Cloud. Understood, leader. With the Flame Dragon civilization breaking through to level 6, it can now traverse the galaxy with ease. However, the wormhole would provide even greater convenience, saving considerable time. The Flame Dragon civilization was amassing the strength of a 6th-level civilization, while the experimental civilizations languished in slow development. A decade later, the Flame Dragon scientists successfully activated the wormhole leading to the Large Magellanic Cloud. In the void, 500 light-years from the Divine Zhou star domain, the ceremonial ship, Flame Dragon, hovered before the wormhole. Elder Wang, have we confirmed the safety of the wormhole? Rest assured, leader, the unmanned spacecraft has relayed information from the Large Magellanic Cloud. That's good to hear. Is your academy prepared for the fleet's expedition? All set. This mission will determine whether there is any civilization within the Large Magellanic Cloud. It would be excellent if it mirrors the small Magellanic Cloud. Elder Wang Weiguo and the Elders Hall submitted plans to establish the Large Magellanic Cloud as the Flame Dragon civilization's permanent territory, to which both the Guardian Hall and Lan Luo concurred. The Large Magellanic Cloud boasts approximately 20 billion stars and is a satellite galaxy of the Milky Way, located about 163 million light-years away, with a diameter of roughly 20,000 light-years. It is an irregular galaxy rich in gas and interstellar matter, currently undergoing significant stellar formation activity. It would be preferable if there were no civilizations present, to spare us from conflict, Feng Yu added, eliciting surprise from the others. Feng Yu is right. There is no shame in saying so. The competition among civilizations is ruthless. We should have adapted to this fact long ago. Lon Luo affirmed Feng Yu's sentiment. While everyone else was more reserved and unable to voice such cold truths, their inner thoughts aligned. Should any civilization exist, they would undoubtedly agree to use force to eliminate it, for such is the law of survival in the cosmos. Half a year later, an official fleet of 10 warships gathered before the wormhole. Set sail. With the command of the fleet's supreme commander, Lan Jian, the 100,000 warships began to enter the wormhole sequentially. As the fleet emerged from the wormhole, they arrived in the Large Magellanic Cloud, where the spectacle before them left everyone in awe. The stars shone even more brilliantly than anticipated, with planets orbiting them, creating a breathtaking cosmic tapestry. However, as Feng Yu had feared, the radar detected signs of life on one of the planets. Captain Lan Jian decisively ordered reconnaissance of the planet. A scouting vessel quietly landed on the planet's surface, and the transmitted images confirmed it was indeed a life-bearing planet. Yet, the landscape was dominated by primitive forests, and the probe dispatched a spherical camera into the planet. No traces of intelligent life were detected. Everything appeared quite primitive. Continue to probe the various star systems to ascertain if intelligent life exists throughout, Lan Jian instructed, feeling optimistic that they had encountered a planet devoid of intelligent life. If all life-bearing planets within a diameter of 20,000 light-years were similarly lacking in intelligent life, it would simplify matters considerably. In the official conference room of the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, the gathered members reviewed the data sent by the exploration fleet in the Large Magellanic Cloud. The findings revealed numerous planets teeming with life, all in their primitive states, with only 5 planets having given rise to intelligent life. Li Xian presented a screen as thin as parchment to the Guardians and Elders. The Guardians and Elders perused the documents, their faces illuminated with evident delight. Well done. Xiaolan, you have executed your task splendidly by eliminating those nascent intelligent species. Indeed, we now possess an independent star system belonging to the Flame Dragon civilization. The small Magellanic Cloud is rather diminutive. This Large Magellanic Cloud is just right, with a territory spanning 20,000 light-years. It perfectly aligns with the current stature of our civilization. The Guardians and Elders, brimming with enthusiasm, began to envision their future settlement life. Yes, the Flame Dragon civilization has resolved to establish its home in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Barring exceptional circumstances, it shall remain inhabited henceforth. Now, let us ponder when we shall traverse the parallel universe, Blue Luo interjected, interrupting the excited assembly. Leader, I believe we should embark on our journey to the parallel universe when we reach level 7. Indeed, we are still a mid-tier civilization, and traversing at this stage, we cannot ascertain our exact position within the parallel universe. If we were to arrive at the cosmic center, I suspect that advanced civilizations would abound there. Qinlong, the Guardian, surely possesses far-sighted vision. Elder Qin, you speak true. If we were to traverse to the Milky Way, it would be acceptable. But reaching the cosmic center might present formidable challenges due to the presence of advanced civilizations. Zhao Li wholeheartedly concurred with Qinlong's caution. Encountering a level 8 civilization could spell trouble. A level 8 civilization may withstand our mothership, yet if we were to encounter a level 9 or divine civilization, our demise would be assured. I too will align myself with Elder Qin's counsel. Let us diligently develop until we attain level 7 civilization before venturing into the parallel universe. Our primary objective now is to transform the life-bearing planets within the large Magellanic Cloud into environments conducive to human habitation. Leader, the task of transforming the large Magellanic Cloud is monumental. Our Academy of Sciences hopes to garner support from civilian forces. Upon hearing this, the elders were immediately incensed. Transforming a region spanning 20,000 light-years would take an interminable time. You are permitted to recruit civilian scientists. Lon Luo was acutely aware that the transformation of a large Magellanic Cloud would indeed require a protracted duration. Subsequently, the Assembly deliberated on the management strategies for the large Magellanic Cloud, recognizing the necessity of establishing a governing presence there. Let us proceed with the transformation. During our inaugural traverse into the parallel universe, we shall bring everyone along to witness its wonders. Upon our return, we shall likely have ascended to level 8 civilization, at which point we can employ Yanhuang and Fuxi to oversee the large Magellanic Cloud. Oh, will Fuxi and Yanhuang regain divine intelligence upon reaching an advanced civilization? Lon Luo nodded affirmatively. Chapter 156, Transforming Our New Homeland. As the exploration fleet established that the large Magellanic Cloud was devoid of intelligent life, the Flame Dragon civilization fortified the vicinity of its wormholes, mobilizing troops in preparation for the transformation of the large Magellanic Cloud. Renowned scientists, previously hidden among the populace, received official invitations. Through this outreach, the Flame Dragon civilization suddenly realized the vast number of civilian scientists available. Of a staggering population of 240 trillion, an astonishing 50 trillion had passed the level 3 scientific assessments. It is evident, then, that apart from miners, nearly the entire population of the Flame Dragon civilization consists of scientists. Level 1 scientists are now equivalent to the top-tier scientists of Earth. If they were to return to Earth, any ordinary citizen of the Flame Dragon civilization could easily surpass Earth scientists in technological prowess. Lon Luo mused, taking a sharp breath. It appears that the most suitable path for interstellar civilizations is indeed one rooted in scientific governance. The gathered scientists engaged in collaborative discussions on how best to leverage technological power to expedite the transformation of life-bearing planets within the large Magellanic Cloud. Once a plan was established, the Flame Dragon civilization dispatched transformation teams composed of 10,000 scientists each, totaling 5 million teams. 500 billion scientists traversed the wormholes aboard transport ships or civilian vessels. Is this the large Magellanic Cloud? On one transport ship, Tian gazed upon the celestial expanse. Lost in thought, the vessel soon arrived at its target planet. As the hatch slowly opened, he and his fellow scientists disembarked, stepping onto this unfamiliar terrain. The breathtaking scenery astounded them. Vast grasslands, towering mountains, azure lakes, and an array of peculiar creatures. The air here was remarkably fresh, imbued with a hint of the mysterious. The scientists immediately set to work, employing advanced equipment and techniques to conduct comprehensive testing and analysis of the planet. Data streamed back, fueling animated discussions on how to render this planet more suitable for human habitation. In the ensuing days, the 5 million transformation teams would work to convert 10 million life-bearing planets into potential homes for the Flame Dragon civilization. With the populace of the Flame Dragon civilization injected with gene optimization serum, their adaptability to the environment had significantly improved. In terms of viral susceptibility, the inhabitants of the Flame Dragon civilization were no longer burdened by concern. The level 5 gene optimization serum and level 5 physical enhancement drugs could effectively counteract 999 extraterrestrial viruses. While some viruses might evade complete immunity, they would inflict minimal harm on the body. Once the level 6 gene optimization serum is developed, it is believed that complete immunity to extraterrestrial viruses will be achieved, barring biologically engineered weapons, which are specifically designed and possess destructive capabilities beyond that of naturally evolving viruses. The team led by Tian was tasked with a planet characterized by complex terrain and variable climate. They advanced the transformation plan by leveraging their cutting-edge technology and extensive knowledge reserves. Initially, they established a temporary base to ensure the smooth execution of their tasks and meet the basic living needs of personnel. Within the base, various high-tech devices operated in an orderly fashion, providing robust support for the transformation efforts. Simultaneously, other teams were fervently engaged in their respective planetary projects. Throughout the transformation of the entire Large Magellanic Cloud, communication technology played a pivotal role, enabling real-time exchange of experiences and data between teams, allowing for rapid resolution of common issues and swift dissemination of exemplary transformation strategies. As time progressed, an increasing number of life-bearing planets began to exhibit characteristics suitable for habitation. The once enigmatic and mysterious Large Magellanic Cloud started to bear the imprints and essence of the Flame Dragon civilization. After a century of diligent effort, the ecosystem gradually established a new equilibrium. The various life-bearing planets within the Large Magellanic Cloud stabilized, forming a new and more harmonious ecological balance. In the Blue Star Flame Dragon Palace, Lan Luo announced the good news. We have completed the preliminary transformation. Leader, I propose we refrain from relocating for the time being, allowing the transformed planets to readjust for a while. I believe that once these life-bearing planets adapt, they will resemble their natural counterparts. Most critically, our current civilization experiment remains unfinished. Li Jianya proposed a plan to delay the relocation. I concur. Bai Qing thought for a moment before agreeing to the plan. In comparison to the relocation, everyone was more concerned about the 502 experimental civilizations. These experimental civilizations have now begun to develop steadily, a process that will require considerable time before they can achieve interstellar status. Indeed, esteemed leader, based on our projections of racial potential, even a most advanced civilization will require approximately a millennium to attain the status of a level 1 mid-civilization. This pace of development seems rather sluggish, does it not? Fan Yu expressed his astonishment. Haha, Fan Guardian, not every civilization possesses a cosmic traveler like our leader. Lon Luo, amused, found irony in the situation. Ultimately, everyone concurred with Elder Li Jianya's proposal to postpone settling in the Large Magellanic Cloud. The Large Magellanic Cloud will remain unoccupied, and the Yanhuang civilization will continue to reside in the Small Magellanic Cloud. We shall reconsider the settlement issue after completing our civilizational observation experiments. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we embark on an exploration of our galactic neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. After some contemplation, Lan Luo was determined to continue the quest for knowledge and not to halt their progress. With the strength of the Yanhuang civilization, we can simultaneously observe the civilizational experiments while exploring the nearby galaxies. The Andromeda Galaxy is the largest among the neighboring galaxies of the Milky Way and is also the most substantial galaxy in our local group. It is a spiral galaxy, located approximately 2.4 million light-years away from the Milky Way, with a diameter of 220,000 light-years. It encompasses around 1 trillion stars and has a mass roughly twice that of the Milky Way. The Milky Way, in contrast, is a massive barred spiral galaxy with an elliptical disk structure containing between 100 billion to 400 billion stars, along with a plethora of star clusters, nebulae, interstellar gas, and dust. The diameter of the Milky Way spans approximately 100,000 to 180,000 light-years. The number of stars in the Andromeda Galaxy exceeds that of the Milky Way by over twofold, indicating a veritable abundance of civilizations within, likely including a number of level 5 and even level 6 civilizations. However, it is certain that there are no level 7 civilizations. If there were, they would have likely invaded the Milky Way long ago. Level 6 civilizations possess the capability to explore across star systems. Yet the reason for their absence in the Milky Way remains a mystery. The Andromeda Galaxy, with a greater number of stars than the Milky Way. Wang Weiguo exclaimed. Surely, a multitude of level 5 civilizations must exist there, but perhaps none of level 6? If so, they would have already arrived in the Milky Way. Li Jianya was somewhat uncertain about the presence of level 6 civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. Not necessarily. Perhaps they simply disdain the insignificant Milky Way. Anything is possible. Chapter 157. The exploration fleet sets forth to the Andromeda Galaxy. The Assembly fervently debated the existence of level 6 civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, struggling to reach a consensus. Lon Luo rose, gesturing for silence. Enough of this debate over the existence of level 6 civilizations. We must first decide whether to explore the Andromeda Galaxy. I propose that we upgrade our warships to level 6 before commencing our exploration, so that we may proceed with both caution and confidence. Ultimately, Qin Longguardian rendered a verdict that garnered unanimous agreement. Thus, the plans for exploring the Andromeda Galaxy were firmly established. Given the immense distance from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy, The journey of exploration promises to be long and fraught with uncertainty. Level 6 warships will undoubtedly see significant enhancements in energy supply and endurance capabilities, ensuring that the vessels can operate continuously throughout the protracted interstellar voyage without succumbing to energy shortages. Only with a robust and enduring energy system can this formidable exploratory endeavor be accomplished. Exploration entails the potential encounter of unknown civilizations or hostile forces. The innovations in weaponry and strategic defensive capabilities of Level 6 warships will ensure sufficient means for counteraction and self-defense in the face of potential conflict. With the exploratory mission to the Andromeda Galaxy confirmed, the entire Yanhuang civilization sprang into action. The research team worked tirelessly day and night to comprehensively upgrade the existing warships. Lon Luo was equally industrious, frequently visiting various laboratories and production facilities to personally oversee the progress of the projects, offering guidance to teams facing challenges. His eyes were bloodshot, yet the determination in his gaze remained unwavering. After 50 years of relentless effort, the first batch of Level 6 warships finally rolled off the production line. Standing before the newly minted vessels, Lan Luo wore a smile of satisfaction. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The next step involved replacing all warships with Level 6 models and selecting leaders for the exploratory fleet. At a family gathering, Lan Luo observed the young children frolicking in the garden and sighed in exasperation. As the leader, other younger generations felt considerable restraint in his presence. Yet these little ones dared to tug at his hair. The courtyard was a uniform distribution, a consensus formed within the Yanhuang civilization. No one compared living environments or wealth. Instead, they measured their worth by the levels of scientists and honors bestowed upon them. In the afternoon, the children, having exhausted their energy from play, occupied Lan Luo's 2-meter bed. In the courtyard, Lon Luo, Bai Qing, and their 3 children relaxed under a tree, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Chenyu, it is vital to take appropriate breaks. One cannot remain cooped up in the laboratory all day, he advised. I understand, Dad, Bai Chenyu responded dutifully. Though his compliance rarely translated into action, his obsession with research bordered on madness. All right, I know you too well. By the way, regarding this exploration of the Andromeda Galaxy, everyone suggested sending Lan Jian, but I vetoed that. Oh, Dad, why would you refuse my cousin's mission? Bai Haojuan's eyes widened in astonishment. To put it plainly, while Lan Jian is an excellent fighter, he is not suited for exploratory missions. Oh, then wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to go? Bai Haojuan eagerly inquired, practically bouncing with excitement. Indeed, I plan to send you, Haojuan. Splendid. You're all grown up, yet still so excitable, Bai Qing remarked, smiling at the 3 men. Before long, Bai Haojuan began preparing for the exploration mission, dedicating extensive hours each day to studying information about the Andromeda Galaxy and acquiring various skills that might prove useful. Meanwhile, Lan Luo continued to focus on the warship upgrades while contemplating how to ensure the mission's flawless execution. He orchestrated multiple simulation drills, consistently refining emergency plans. Amidst the intense preparations, a wave of support for the exploration mission surged within the Yanhuang civilization. The populace contributed in various ways, with some donating supplies and others extending well wishes to the research teams and Bai Haojuan. 100 years later, the day of Bai Haojuan's departure finally arrived. The entire Yanhuang civilization gathered to bid farewell to the fleet. Bai Qing tightly grasped Bai Haojuan's hand, saying, "Child, return safely, bearing the answers we long for." Bai Haojuan nodded resolutely and turned to board the warship. With a resounding roar, the exploration fleet, comprising 1 million warships, soared toward the distant Andromeda Galaxy. The journey to the Andromeda Galaxy necessitates traversing the void between the Milky Way and Andromeda. This expanse, while appearing largely empty in comparison to the interiors of galaxies, is not devoid of celestial bodies and materials. Some rogue celestial entities exist within this void. In the grand tapestry of galactic evolution, stars may find themselves propelled by the gravitational influence of massive entities such as black holes, liberating them from the gravitational confines of their galaxies, thus transforming them into rogue stars. The void between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, though seemingly desolate, is in fact imbued with sparse interstellar dust, gas, and a myriad of dwarf galaxies, rogue stars, wandering planets, and black holes. The Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way stand as the 2 largest galaxies within our local group, akin to solitary islands adrift in the cosmos. At the fringes of the large Magellanic Cloud, Captain Bai Haojuan led an exploratory fleet into this vast emptiness. Before them lay a lengthy and monotonous journey. He commanded the vanguard fleet to diligently scan for areas where spatial fluctuations were stable. Indeed, captained by Haojuan's 6th-level fleet, aimed to traverse a staggering distance of 2.4 million light-years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy, with the initial challenge being the detection of spatial fluctuations. Only upon identifying a stable zone could the fleet embark on curvature travel to this destination. Otherwise, they would emerge into a chaotic spatial region where curvature travel would become impossible, necessitating a retreat from the tumultuous area before they could resume their journey. Throughout the protracted voyage, the fleet members remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Suddenly, alarms blared, signaling the detection of a formidable energy fluctuation suspected to be spatial turbulence. Captained by Haojuan swiftly made a decision, commanding the fleet to halt its advance and dispatching a reconnaissance drone for investigation. After a tense wait, the message finally arrived. The energy fluctuation posed no immediate threat to the fleet. Confirming the absence of danger, the massive fleet began to accelerate, soon entering curvature space. Their next appearance would be in the areas explored by the unmanned drone. Though this process consumed considerable time, it prioritized safety. The exploratory fleet embarked on its quest to unveil the mysteries of the Andromeda Galaxy, while the Yanhuang civilization remaining in the Large Magellanic Cloud began to cast its gaze toward experimental civilizations. Chapter 158, Arrival, the enigmatic planet. 2 centuries later, an immense fleet, having endured numerous trials, successfully traversed the vast and endless void spanning 2.4 million light-years, ultimately reaching the periphery of the Andromeda Galaxy. The fleet's commander, captained by Haojuan, stood tall upon the expansive bridge of the flagship. Beside him was his longtime companion, Wu Xingyao. Together, they gazed intently at the magnificent and breathtaking vista before them, their hearts filled with profound emotion. "Old Wu, we have finally arrived at the largest galaxy in our local group," captained by Haojuan remarked, his voice tinged with excitement and nostalgia. Wu Xingyao, with a contemplative gaze, replied, "Indeed, this lengthy journey has been fraught with innumerable challenges, yet here we stand at last. But what shall we do next?" Captained by Haojuan furrowed his brow slightly, his expression grave as he responded, "We must remain ever vigilant. After all, this galaxy is vast and boundless, and we cannot predict whether a formidable and inscrutable advanced civilization lurks within." Wu Xingyao, with unwavering resolve, proposed, "Old Bai, I believe it prudent for the fleet to temporarily remain in this void. Let us dispatch several vanguard teams to explore first. Given the fleet's immense size, any misstep could attract unwarranted attention." A smile of appreciation spread across Captain by Haojuan's face as he nodded, saying, "Truly, you're my trusted partner, and your thoughts align with mine. Here is the plan. Old Wu, you shall remain here to oversee the fleet, while I personally lead 300 warships, disguised as cosmic merchants, to the outer planetary systems to assess the situation." Wu Xingyao's face bore the weight of concern as he cautioned, "Old Bai, I know I cannot dissuade you, but you must exercise utmost caution on this journey." Captained by Haojuan responded with a confident smile, "Rest assured, I shall navigate all circumstances with prudence." With that, he resolutely turned and departed the bridge, his footsteps firm as he prepared to lead the fleet into the unknown. 5 days later, captained by Haojuan, with 300 warships, successfully disguised themselves as 4th-level cosmic merchants, cautiously entering the enigmatic Andromeda Galaxy. He guided the fleet through the galaxy with utmost care, their camouflage skills so exquisite that they attracted minimal external attention. "Captain, we have traversed 10,000 light-years into the Andromeda Galaxy," reported a crew member to Bai Haojuan. "Excellent. We shall rest here for a day and commence our visits to the civilizations of the planetary systems tomorrow," captained by Haojuan decisively commanded. The following day, the 300 warships activated curvature travel, swiftly advancing toward the edges of a nearby planetary system, officially beginning their exploration of this celestial domain. The warships boldly entered the galaxy. "Commander, after thorough scanning, no signs of civilization have been detected. However, the 5th planet is teeming with vibrant life," reported a monitoring officer. "Oh, that cannot be right. This is Andromeda, after all," Bai Haojuan mused, perplexed. In his understanding, Andromeda was known for its plethora of civilizations, and any life-bearing planet would likely nurture intelligent life. "Commander, this planet is peculiar. It features a colossal structure resembling a pyramid." The officer's voice brimmed with astonishment. "How curious. Order the warships to anchor in orbit around this planet. We must investigate further," Bai Haojuan commanded decisively. With his order, the fleet accelerated, swiftly arriving at the orbit of the 5th planet. A vast, emerald-hued planet floated serenely in the boundless cosmos, with a diameter exceeding 50,000 kilometers. It was 5 times larger than Earth. Its atmosphere was also significantly thicker. "Commander, that structure is immense," exclaimed the crew, awestruck by the enormity of the edifice on the planet. On this verdant world lay a pyramid-like structure, firmly grounded on its surface, towering over 20,000 meters high. Its altitude of 20 kilometers indicated that the civilization capable of constructing such a monument had reached at least a third-level status. "Have we sent any communications?" Bai Haojuan sought to confirm whether intelligent life resided within that monumental structure. He focused intently on the colossal structure displayed on the screen, his curiosity intensifying. At that moment, a cacophony of static erupted from the communicator. "Commander, we have intercepted an unidentified signal, seemingly emanating from that structure." Bai Haojuan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he instructed, "Commence decryption and analysis immediately." The crew on the bridge sprang into action, their instruments blinking with urgency. After a considerable interval, a technician raised his head, his expression somber, stating, "Commander, this signal is exceedingly complex. We can only preliminarily ascertain that it may be a warning or a defensive message." Bai Haojuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us refrain from hasty actions. Continue to attempt clearer communication with them." However, before they could make any progress, the enormous structure suddenly radiated an extraordinary luminescence. The radiance intensified, illuminating the entire planet as if it were broad daylight. "This is alarming. The light harbors formidable energy fluctuations." A staff member responsible for monitoring energy exclaimed loudly. Bai Haojuan made a swift decision. "Activate the shields and prepare for potential assaults." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful energy beam erupted from the structure, hurtling directly toward the fleet. The fleet's shields flared to life, scattering shards of light. "Report to the commander. The shield's energy is depleting, but our defenses remain unbreached." Bai Haojuan gritted his teeth. All warships refrained from impulsive actions for the time being. He contemplated, could this be a civilization steeped in hostility? However, without clarity, a reckless counterattack was out of the question. The formidable shields of the Yanhuang civilization held steadfast, stabilizing the fleet, while the structure ceased its assault. Seemingly observing the fleet's reaction, Bai Haojuan took a deep breath and instructed, "Make another attempt to send them a message of peace, indicating our lack of malice." This time, a response finally arrived. A clear message infiltrated the fleet's communication system. "Greetings, outsiders. You have trespassed into a forbidden zone. However, I am willing to hear your intentions." The voice was distinctly mechanical, and Bai Haojuan was certain that the recent attack was not commanded by sentient beings, but rather initiated by the structure's defense system. He understood that the forthcoming dialogue would unveil the mysteries of this civilization. Chapter 159, A Self-Destructive Civilization. "Why did you attack us? Have you considered the consequences?" "Apologies, outsiders. This is my program directive. I am merely an intelligent system tasked with safeguarding the relics of the T civilization." "Humph." Bai Haojuan scoffed, continuing, "The mindset of such a primitive civilization. Should you continue your reckless assaults, we could easily obliterate this planet." "I apologize, esteemed outsiders." Bai Haojuan found the responses from this civilization's intelligence rather exasperating. They were utterly mechanical and devoid of nuance. Although the artificial intelligence had made a correct choice, its programming was still rather rudimentary. Does this mean the T civilization has perished? Indeed, it has, and it was a self-inflicted demise. Could you elaborate on specifics? My database does not contain that information. However, as you are of a higher civilization, you may explore the relics of the T civilization. Accompanied by 3 small spacecraft, Bai Haojuan descended to the planet. He ordered the warships to maintain a high orbital position, ready for an offensive, before piloting the small craft toward the interior of the structure. As they cautiously entered the building, the howling winds swept across the desolate land, stirring up clouds of dust, as if narrating the tragic tale of this civilization's past. Upon entering the interior, the dim lighting cast a shadow over their hearts. The intricate corridors were suffused with an antiquated, decayed atmosphere. Instruments flickering with mysterious light lurked in the shadows, and the walls bore symbols whose meanings seemed like ancient curses. Bai Haojuan's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, his hands gripping the control stick of the craft tightly. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Though this civilization's level is far beneath ours, we must not let our guard down." The team members nodded in agreement, brandishing various detection devices as they proceeded cautiously. Just then, a team member named Lin Luo remarked, "Commander, I can't shake this inexplicable feeling of oppression." Bai Haojuan glanced at her and replied calmly, "Stay alert." As they continued their exploration, they stumbled upon a well-preserved chamber containing visual records left by this civilization. Through these recordings, they finally comprehended the cause of its downfall. It turned out that the civilization's pursuit of genetic ascension led to their hubris. A mere fourth-level civilization dared to attempt genetic elevation. When their genetic modifications resulted in uncontrollable mutations, societal order collapsed, leading them to extinction. Suddenly, a chill gust swept from the depths of the corridor, carrying an eerie coldness. "Commander, the energy fluctuations ahead seem unusual," a team member reported. Bai Haojuan swiftly turned, his gaze sharp as he approached to investigate. After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, he said, "No need for alarm. This poses no threat to us." During their exploration, they discovered rooms resembling databases. Yet the information stored therein appeared fundamentally rudimentary in Bai Haojuan's eyes. He shook his head slightly, arms crossed over his chest, astonished that such a civilization could bring about its own ruin. Indeed, having advanced to a fourth-level civilization, it is astonishing they could meet such an end. A team member lamented. At that moment, strange, faint sounds reverberated around them, sending shivers down their spines. Bai Haojuan turned and waved his hand, stating, "Regardless of a civilization's level, if it cannot judiciously steer its developmental course, it may face disaster." As they ventured deeper into the structure, they gradually approached the core area. The passage grew increasingly narrow, with drops of water occasionally cascading from above, producing a sharp and disquieting sound in the silence. "Commander, there seems to be a significant discovery ahead." Bai Haojuan quickened his pace, only to find a vast chamber housing a statue symbolizing this civilization. The statue's eyes were filled with despair and regret. Bai Haojuan gazed at the statue, slowly raising his hand to gently caress its rough surface. In his heart, he vowed, "Our civilization shall never tread the same path." Lan Luo quietly remarked, "Commander, this has deepened my understanding of the weight of our responsibilities." Bai Haojuan nodded, his gaze resolute. "Let us proceed. There remains much more to explore and contemplate." With Bai Haojuan leading, the team continued to investigate the enigmatic structure. They followed the narrow corridors cautiously, every step laden with care. Suddenly, they encountered a tightly sealed metal door adorned with intricate patterns. "Commander, this door seems to conceal something," Lan Luo observed. Bai Haojuan approached, meticulously examining the designs on the door. Everyone searched for any mechanisms to open it. After a thorough search, a team member discovered a hidden button on the adjacent wall. Bai Haojuan hesitated momentarily before pressing the button. The door creaked open slowly, releasing a pungent odor that assaulted their senses. Inside, they found an array of peculiar experimental apparatus, the surrounding walls adorned with biological specimens. "This appears to be a site for their genetic experiments," Bai Haojuan remarked. Just then, the lights in the room flickered violently, accompanied by a low, ominous hum. "This is bad. We may be in danger," Bai Haojuan shouted. The team swiftly prepared to evacuate, but the door suddenly slammed shut. "Everyone, remain calm and search for alternate exits," Bai Haojuan commanded. The team members scoured the room and finally discovered a vent in the corner. Bai Haojuan was the first to climb into the vent, with the team following suit. After crawling through the narrow duct for some distance, they finally emerged into a more spacious chamber, where massive mechanical devices resembling an energy core were situated. Perhaps this is the energy supply system of this civilization, Lan Luo speculated. Bai Haojuan observed the devices deep in thought. At that moment, an alarm blared through the room, and red lights flashed incessantly. "It seems we have triggered some mechanism," Bai Haojuan furrowed his brow. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared in the walls. "This is bad. The place is going to collapse. Everyone, run for the exit," Bai Haojuan shouted. Amidst the chaos, the group sprinted desperately and finally escaped the building. Once back on the spacecraft, Bai Haojuan let out a long sigh. This exploration was indeed fraught with peril. Yet it has granted us a deeper understanding of the demise of this civilization, he remarked. "Indeed, Commander. I hope our civilization can learn from their lessons," Lan Luo replied. Bai Haojuan gazed at the colossal structure, his heart heavy with emotion. Subsequently, they piloted the spacecraft away from this tragically tinged planet, heading towards the fleet. Chapter 160. The Invasion from the Triangulum Galaxy. Upon returning to the warship, Bai Haojuan inquired of the T civilization's intelligence as to why it had collapsed. "The core energy of the T civilization's main structure has been depleted. It has reached its limit, and your discovery has witnessed the former glory of the T civilization," Thus there is no need to maintain it any longer. Farewell, outsiders, said the guardian of the T civilization, T. Farewell to the T civilization. Bai Haojuan uttered these 5 words with a faint disdain, inwardly cursing this civilization. What right does a civilization that has strayed so far have to be witnessed? Onward, to the next galaxy. 300 warships accelerated and swiftly entered curvature space, vanishing from the galaxy of the T civilization. Bai Haojuan and his fleet traversed curvature space, and soon arrived at a brand new galaxy. As they began to probe this galaxy, they quickly discovered the existence of a level 2 civilization. Bai Haojuan resolved to first establish contact with this civilization to obtain further information regarding the Andromeda Galaxy. The fleet gradually approached the planet of this civilization, where sleek, formidable warships showcased the technological prowess of a level 6 civilization. Faced with Bai Haojuan's fleet, this level 2 civilization was filled with awe and trepidation. Bai Haojuan communicated their intentions through the communication device, expressing a desire for amicable discourse. Recognizing they were dealing with a lower civilization, there was no pretense of being cosmic merchants. Instead, they identified themselves as cosmic travelers. We mean you no harm. We merely wish to understand more about the Andromeda Galaxy. Bai Haojuan stated. The leader of the level 2 civilization responded tremulously. Noble emissary of the level 6 civilization, we are willing to share all that we know. Through their exchanges, Bai Haojuan learned that a significant portion of this civilization's population had been conscripted by the Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy to combat the invasion of the Triangulum Galaxy's silicon-based alliance. The highest civilization within the Triangulum Galaxy is a pinnacle level 5, while the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy also reaches a pinnacle level 5. Though level 5 civilizations can traverse intergalactic distances, the time required is considerable for a pinnacle level 5. The journey from a Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy would take approximately 500 years. The planet of this level 2 civilization now appeared somewhat desolate, its resources severely depleted due to the demands of war. This conflict has persisted for a long time, and our people have suffered greatly, lamented the leader of the level 2 civilization. Bai Haojuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the circumstances of this war?" The leader sighed and began to recount. It turns out that the silicon-based alliance of the Triangulum Galaxy has long coveted the abundant resources of the Andromeda Galaxy. They possess formidable technology and military might, renowned for their ruthlessness. The physical structure of silicon-based life forms enables them to survive and battle in harsh environments, posing a significant threat to many civilizations within the Andromeda Galaxy. In response to the invasion, the Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy was formed, with various civilizations rallying to contribute their strength. Nevertheless, the situation of the war remains exceedingly dire as the silicon-based alliance continues to encroach, having already occupied numerous regions of the Andromeda Galaxy. Listening intently, Bai Haojuan pondered whether to intervene in this war. On one hand, as a level 6 civilization, they held a substantial advantage. On the other, there was the concern that if the Andromeda Galaxy were to fall, the silicon-based alliance might very well invade the Milky Way. "May we visit your planet?" Bai Haojuan inquired. The leader readily agreed, escorting Bai Haojuan and several fleet members on a tour of the planet. They witnessed the ravaged cities, weary populace, and the massive factories built for the war effort. Upon returning to the warship, Bai Haojuan convened the senior officers of the fleet for deliberation. "Commander, I believe we should refrain from hastily intervening in this war. Our mission is exploration, not to become embroiled in the conflicts of other galaxies," one officer asserted. However, another officer countered, "If we can assist them in repelling the silicon-based alliance, we could eliminate a potential threat." Bai Haojuan remained silent for a moment before responding. "Let us first gather more intelligence to understand the capabilities of the silicon-based alliance and the specifics of the war." The fleet commenced a more thorough exploration and reconnaissance of the surrounding areas. They discovered that the warships of the silicon-based alliance exhibited remarkable adaptability and formidable offensive capabilities. Yet their tactics were rather singular, relying on an endless tide of ships relentlessly charging forward. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy, while technologically and militarily inferior to a level 6 civilization, possessed a wealth of combat experience. During their intelligence gathering, Bai Haojuan and his team also encountered several soldiers from the level 2 civilization who had fled the battlefield. These soldiers, battered and weary, still gleamed with a flicker of hope for victory in their eyes. "Please, we beg you, help us," one soldier implored. Bai Haojuan felt a twinge of compassion, but replied, "We will seriously consider it." After a period of contemplation and weighing options, Bai Haojuan finally reached a decision. "We cannot stand idly by. We shall prepare to intervene in this war. However, we must achieve the greatest victory at the least cost, Bai Haojuan declared. The fleet began to formulate a detailed operational plan, utilizing the technological advantage of a level 6 civilization. They supplied the Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy with advanced weaponry and strategic guidance. Bai Haojuan steered the fleet directly into the Andromeda Galaxy. Simultaneously, he personally commanded the fleet in several key battles, showcasing the formidable combat prowess of a level 6 civilization. In a significant engagement, the fleet of the Silicon-based Alliance charged forth with great ferocity. Bai Haojuan calmly directed his fleet, employing advanced energy shields and long-range weaponry to disrupt the formation of the Silicon-based Alliance. Observing this, the Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy's morale surged, and they launched a counteroffensive. After intense combat, the fleet of the Silicon-based Alliance began to falter. They were compelled to retreat, and this victory significantly alleviated the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy. However, the war did not conclude there. The Silicon-based Alliance, unwilling to accept defeat, began to amass greater forces, preparing to launch a new wave of attacks. Bai Haojuan understood that to truly end this war, it was imperative to locate the core stronghold of the Silicon-based Alliance and deliver a decisive blow. The intelligence departments of the fleet and the Interstellar Alliance worked in close collaboration, and after arduous reconnaissance, they finally uncovered a vital base of the Silicon-based Alliance. This represented our opportunity, and we must seize it decisively, stated Bai Haojuan. A pivotal confrontation was on the horizon. Bai Haojuan led the fleet and the coalition of the Interstellar Alliance stealthily towards the base of the Silicon-based Alliance. Upon nearing the base, they encountered fierce resistance from the Silicon-based forces. However, through exceptional tactics and formidable strength, they gradually breached the defenses. Ultimately, Bai Haojuan and his team succeeded in annihilating the core base of the Silicon-based Alliance, inflicting a severe blow to their forces. The power of the Silicon-based Alliance began to swiftly decline, and the war in the Andromeda Galaxy gradually approached its conclusion. Amidst the jubilant cries of victory, Bai Haojuan and his fleet emerged as heroes. The Interstellar Alliance of the Andromeda Galaxy expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bestowing upon them generous gifts and resources. Thank you. Without your assistance, we cannot fathom how much longer we would have struggled in this conflict, remarked the leader of the Interstellar Alliance. Bai Haojuan smiled in response. We were equally concerned about the possibility of their eventual invasion of the Milky Way. Chapter 161. News of the Affiliated Civilization. In a conversation with the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, Bai Haojuan learned that the Triangulum Galaxy had entirely become the territory of the Silicon-based civilization. This Silicon-based civilization was an unintended manifestation of intelligent life born from the intelligent crisis. It began to transform itself in the direction of Silicon-based life using the technology from its own database. Externally, it modified its body with hard exoskeletons resembling silicon oxides. Subsequently, leveraging the characteristics of intelligent life, it initiated infinite replication. While it is termed a civilization, it is essentially a singular entity. The challenge lies in identifying its core, making its annihilation exceedingly difficult. This is the most terrifying aspect of intelligent life. It has produced a multitude of silicon-based bodies, ready to transfer its consciousness at any moment to other vessels. Surely it will not return. Bai Haojuan expressed concern, as the data provided by the Interstellar Alliance indicated that this silicon-based civilization had eradicated all carbon-based life forms in the Triangulum Galaxy. With control over an entire galaxy and its boundless replication capabilities, it posed an undeniable calamity to the universe. The fleet we dispatched to the Triangulum Galaxy has lost contact. These reports were the last transmissions received before their disappearance. How long ago did this occur? 2,000 years ago. The leader of the Interstellar Alliance remained deeply troubled. Although they had succeeded in eliminating all traces of the Silicon-based civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy with Bai Haojuan's assistance, if the enemy were to launch a large-scale invasion, the current state of the Andromeda Galaxy would be utterly insufficient to withstand it. Bai Haojuan intended to relay this information back to the authorities for a decisive course of action. Upon Bai Haojuan's arrival in the Andromeda Galaxy, the system on Lan Luo's side received a new prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the Flame Dragon civilization to the new galaxy. You have been awarded an affiliated civilization guidance card. A new affiliated civilization? The system opened the personal panel. Personal panel. Host. Lon Luo task civilization. Flame Dragon civilization level. Level 6 initial civilization type. Starship civilization Mothership technology openness. Level 6 initial stage technology points. 1. 550,000 resource points. 500 items. 1 special privilege card, 2 parallel universe travel cards, 1 affiliated civilization guidance card. As for Bai Haojuan, his forthcoming task was naturally to investigate the affiliated civilization and determine whether to accept it. Time synchronized within the Flame Dragon Palace. Leader. The exploration fleet has sent over a report concerning the Triangulum Galaxy, the third largest in this star cluster. Li Xian handed a document to Lan Luo. Oh, it seems to be an unintentionally birthed intelligent life form? Or is it a mid-level intelligent life? Lon Luo, well-versed in intelligent life, recognized that such entities could indeed develop technology. This intelligent life had attained the pinnacle of level 5 civilization, categorizing it as mid-level intelligent life. Reply to the exploration fleet. There is no need for concern. The technology of this intelligent life is derived from the civilization that birthed it. It has no possibility of advancing to level 6. Upon reviewing the information, Lon Luo understood that this intelligent life was an accidental creation during a civilizational study of artificial intelligence, not a product of natural evolution. Its technology was pilfered from that civilization, lacking any foundational technological heritage. Crucially, this intelligent life possessed only the capacity for replication technology and no creative ability, rendering it incapable of ascending to level 6 civilization. At most, it was adept at naval tactics. Given the current technological level of the Flame Dragon civilization, engaging in such naval tactics would be easily manageable. Lon Luo chose not to dwell on this matter, instead instructing the exploration fleet to investigate the coordinates of the affiliated civilization. The exploration fleet promptly received Lon Luo's directive and prepared to head towards the coordinates of the affiliated civilization. Meanwhile, in the Andromeda Galaxy, the leader of the Interstellar Alliance hoped Bai Haojuan could assist in neutralizing the threat posed by the Triangulum Galaxy. After contemplating, Bai Haojuan agreed, noting that the authorities had not pressed on the issue of the affiliated civilization, and the exploration fleet was not in a rush to proceed. Bai Haojuan then proposed establishing a galactic defense system. We must install robust surveillance and defense facilities at all critical star system passages, he asserted while pointing a star map, his expression grave. The leader of the Interstellar Alliance furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before responding. However, this will require immense resources and manpower, and our current reserves may struggle to support such an endeavor. Bai Haojuan's gaze hardened. We can consolidate the resources of various civilizations, pooling our efforts to accomplish significant undertakings. Moreover, we must expedite the development of new defensive weaponry. New defensive weaponry? What are your thoughts? The leader inquired eagerly. Bai Haojuan spoke slowly. For instance, a device capable of disrupting the consciousness transmission of silicon-based life forms, preventing them from transferring their consciousness freely between different bodies. The leader's eyes lit up momentarily, but then dimmed. It is a commendable idea, yet development will require time. And the silicon-based civilization is unlikely to grant us such a luxury. Bai Haojuan clenched his fists. Then we shall pursue multiple lines of action, simultaneously enhance our existing conventional defenses while mobilizing our top scientists to focus entirely on developing new weaponry. Additionally, we must organize a rapid response force to mount effective resistance at the outset of a silicon-based civilization invasion. The leader of the Interstellar Alliance nodded. It must be done. Let us hope our preparations can withstand this impending crisis. In the ensuing days, the entire Andromeda Galaxy became bustling with activity. Resource allocation, personnel training, and the construction of defense facilities progressed at a swift pace. However, amidst their anxious preparations, the reconnaissance unit relayed alarming news. The fleet of the silicon-based civilization had embarked, racing toward the Andromeda Galaxy at full speed. Bai Haojuan inhaled deeply. The inevitable had finally arrived, and it was time to brace for battle. The civilizations within the Andromeda Galaxy were filled with trepidation. There was no alternative. The reconnaissance fleet dispatched to the Triangulum Galaxy had transmitted horrifying reports. Should this intelligent life succeed in its invasion, it would undoubtedly replicate its actions in the Triangulum Galaxy, slaughtering other carbon-based civilizations. The civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy faced a path with no retreat. Moreover, the reports from the reconnaissance unit indicated that the fleet of the silicon-based civilization was overwhelmingly vast. Nearly 100 billion warships surged towards the Andromeda Galaxy like a dark tide. There exists a wormhole that connects the Triangulum constellation to the Andromeda Galaxy, remarkably shortening the journey by more than half. The fleet of the silicon-based civilization is now approaching the Andromeda Galaxy. It appears that the utilization of level 6 weaponry has become necessary, which is quite troublesome. Bai Haojuan felt exasperated. He had embarked on this journey for exploration and leisure, only to be confronted with such a predicament. He resolved to employ level 6 weaponry to strike against this heedless, silicon-based civilization. With merely 30 years remaining until their arrival, how do you intend to respond? Bai Haojuan inquired of the leader of the Interstellar Alliance. We have already mobilized our fleet to establish defenses in the direction of the Triangulum constellation. Alas, this vexatious, silicon-based civilization cannot seem to refrain from their incessant encroachments.